3 centuries after civilization collapsed, the sky became a starship graveyard. Lin Jin, a bottom-tier salvager, was abandoned by his boss on a forbidden dead ship. Just before his oxygen ran out, he accidentally fused with an old-era black box. From then on, he could see the last 10 minutes before every starship was destroyed. While others salvaged scrap metal, he salvaged weapons, blueprints, Stargate coordinates, and the truth of the old civilization. The consortium sealed the sky, so he built his own ship. The military buried history, so he dug open every black box. And at the far end of deep space, someone had been waiting for him all along. Lin Jin had only 6 minutes of oxygen left. The number in the upper right corner of his visor kept flashing red like a death warrant. He lay on the cold wreckage of the ship, hull, his second-hand exoskeleton creaking. The left leg hydraulics were out, and the cutting torch in his right hand was almost out of power. In the communication channel, his boss, Chui Yuan's voice came through. "Little Lin, it's not that I won't save you. You're the one who violated the rules and entered the restricted zone." Lin Jin stared at the tugboat turning around in the distance. That was Chui Yuan's ship and his only way back to Dome City. "3 minutes ago, you were the one who told me to cut open the restricted hatch." The channel went quiet for a moment. Then Chui Yuan laughed. "The contract is clear. If a temporary worker enters an unregistered vessel on his own, there's no compensation if he dies." Lin Jin glanced at his waist. The safety cable connector was clean, not cut by debris, but unlocked remotely. Chui Yuan wanted to keep everything aboard this old warship for himself, so he had left him here to die. Chui Yuan. Lin Jin took a breath. "I'll remember you." Remembering won't help. Chui Yuan's voice turned cold. "People die in orbit every day. A poor ghost from the Undercity like you. Nobody in the White Tower system would even pull up your file." The transmission cut off. The world fell silent in an instant. No wind, no curses, only Lin Jin's breathing growing heavier. Oxygen remaining 5 minutes 40 seconds. He didn't curse. Cursing wasted oxygen. Lin Jin looked up at the hatch he had cut open. The ship was called the Shuangren. A warship from the old era, 300 years dead. Yesterday, the black market had buzzed with news someone pried a military-grade titanium crystal plate off Shuangren's hull and sold it for 80,000 credits. His younger sister needed a new alveolar filter next month. The hospital quoted 19,000. He had no choice. In the Undercity below the dome, lives were cheap. What mattered was medicine, oxygen, and a license to go into orbit. He pushed himself up against the bulkhead and patted the exoskeleton control panel on his chest. "Old dog, can you still move?" The worn exoskeleton blinked yellow twice. "Battery power 6%. Left leg assist abnormal. Back thruster offline." Lin Jin twitched the corner of his mouth. "Fine. Better than I expected." He crawled through the hatch. Inside the warship that had been dead for 300 years, it was as cold as a grave. When the night vision came on, his view turned sickly green. Fragments of glass, severed cables, and a withered human hand drifted through the corridor. A faded military badge still hung from its sleeve. Lin Jin didn't touch it. Every old salvager knew that in a dead ship, the worst thing you could do was reach for something. You thought you'd found treasure. The next second you might be cut in two. Oxygen remaining 4 minutes 30 seconds. He had to find backup oxygen. Old-era warships had emergency lockers. If he could find one that wasn't broken through, he'd gain another half hour of life. A fork appeared ahead. The left tunnel had collapsed. On the right, the door plate was half burned black. Only a few characters were still readable. Core maintenance area. Lin Jin's eyelid twitched. A core area always meant two things. It was valuable, and it was deadly. He could only go right. 2 steps and an alarm suddenly blared from his visor. A red beam swept out of the darkness. Then a spider-like maintenance drone climbed onto the ceiling, its abdominal cutting arm slowly glowing white. The old warship's maintenance system was still alive. The red light settled on his chest. The drone had locked onto him. Lin Jin grabbed an electromagnetic spike from his belt and hurled it at the right bulkhead. Crack! The drone whipped around, its cutting arm stabbing toward the strongest electromagnetic source. Lin Jin kicked off the floor and slid out flat. Sparks burst behind him as the cutting arm scraped past his exoskeleton. Half an inch from death, he rushed into a maintenance room and slammed down the gate. Boom! The drone collided with the door. Lin Jin leaned back against it, chest heaving. Oxygen remaining 3 minutes. The maintenance room was small. In the corner slumped a skeleton in an old military uniform, clutching a metal box, as if death itself could not pry it loose. Lin Jin stared at the box for 2 seconds. Something worth holding to the death was never ordinary. He crouched over and whispered, "Brother, lend me a chance to live." The brittle finger bones snapped with a gentle twist. The metal box fell into his arms. At the same time, an old terminal on the wall suddenly flickered. Captain authorization. Verification failed. Black box backup module. Awaiting activation. Warning, homing signal contamination not purged. Lin Jin's pupils contracted. A black box. Outside, the drone had already begun cutting through the gate, a red line burning inward inch by inch. Oxygen remaining 2 minutes 20 seconds. Lin Jin used the cutting torch to burn through the box lock. Click. The lid popped open. Inside there was no gold, no weapon, and no oxygen tank that could save him. only a black slab the size of a palm. It was like stone and like metal. Around its edge ran an extremely thin ring of blue light like an eye that had slept for 300 years. Lin Jin reached out and touched it. The next second the world went silent. The cutting outside vanished. The alarm in his visor vanished. Even his breathing disappeared. The ruined maintenance room began to rewind. Frost pulled back into the pipes, floating fragments flew to their original positions, and the skeleton in the corner regrew flesh and blood. Lights came on one by one. The Shuangren dead for 300 years came alive in front of him. The old soldier face, smeared with blood, rushed into the maintenance room, clutching the metal box. Someone roared outside. Wei Zheng, open the door. Hand over the black box. Wei Zheng didn't answer. He knelt on the floor, pried up a panel, and shoved a silver-gray oxygen tank into a maintenance slot. Lin Jin's head snapped toward him. Backup oxygen. Third row on the left beside the drain channel. He memorized it. The image flickered. In the broadcast, a hoarse male voice began. This is Lu Chen, captain of the Shuangren. Recording the final 10 minutes. If anyone hears this message, the voice caught, then dropped very low. Don't let them open the Stargate. Boom. The playback shattered. Lin Jin was back in the cold, dark maintenance room. The gate was already half cut through. Oxygen remaining 1 minute 10 seconds. He lunged at the left floor, pried open the third cover, thrust his hand inside, and touched a cold valve. There was something. He yanked hard and dragged out an emergency oxygen tank covered in white frost. The connector was aged, the pressure low, but there was still air inside. Lin Jin attached it to the backup port. A prompt sounded in his helmet. External oxygen source connected, oxygen remaining 28 minutes. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Alive, at least temporarily. The next moment the gate burst open. The maintenance drone crawled in red light, locking onto him. Unauthorized life form detected. Execute purge. Lin Jin opened his eyes, stuffed the black box into his tool bag, and fixed his gaze on the small door on the other side of the maintenance room. In the playback, Wei Zheng had entered a passcode. 03179. He ran to the door and pressed the numbers. 0, 3, 1, 7, 9. A green light came on. The small door slid open slowly. Behind it was a pitch-black passage, a faint blue light flickering at the far end. As if something was waiting for him. Lin Jin slipped through and closed the door behind him. The red light was sealed outside. In the darkness, a halting mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Survivor, welcome aboard. In the darkness, the voice was very soft, as if from far away. Survivor, welcome aboard. Lin Jin gripped his cutting torch back, pressed against the hatch, not daring to move. Outside the door, a maintenance drone was ramming against it. Thump, thump. Each impact made the bulkhead tremble. He glanced at the upper right corner of his visor. There was 27 minutes of backup oxygen left. It sounded like a lot, but on a warship that had been dead for 3 centuries, 27 minutes just meant dying a little later. Who's speaking? Lin Jin lowered his voice. The darkness was silent for 2 seconds. Frostblade's battle-damaged backup core. Designation Grey Crow. Grey Crow. Lin Jin had never heard the name, but he understood the words backup core. On large warships of the old era, when the main system was damaged, a backup core would maintain minimal authority. In other words, part of this dead ship system was still alive. Can you get me out? No. Lin Jin's eye twitched. It answered quickly enough. Current hull damage rate 87. External rescue signals have been cut off. Internal purge units have been activated. It is recommended that the survivor proceed immediately to the battle-damaged storage bay to obtain survival supplies. Lin Jin looked ahead. The blue light at the end of the corridor flickered. It seemed to be showing him the way. Outside the door, another heavy thud. Red light appeared at the edge of the door seam. The maintenance drone was cutting through the door. Lin Jin stopped wasting words, bracing himself against the bulkhead as he moved forward. This corridor was narrow-lined on both sides with cooling pipes covered in frost. As he walked, he ran through what had just happened in his mind. The black box. The playback. Wei Zheng. Backup oxygen. And the words, don't let them open the Stargate. Something was very wrong. But this wasn't the time to think about it. He had to survive first. At the end of the corridor was a circular hatch. The old military insignia on the door had peeled off, leaving only one line legible: battle-damaged storage bay. Lin Jin pressed the open button. No response. Grey Crow's voice sounded. Insufficient permissions. Lin Jin frowned. Then why did you tell me to come here? Please use the black box backup module. Lin Jin looked down at his tool bag. The black cube was still hot. He hesitated for a moment, then took out the black box and pressed it against the sensor panel beside the door. Hum. The hatch lit up with a blue glow. Backup module detected. Temporary survivor access granted. Hatch opening. Click. The circular hatch slid inward. A gust of cold air rushed out. The storage bay was small, but it made Lin Jin's eyes light up. 2 old oxygen tanks hung on the wall. A military sealed suit. 3 tubes of repair sealant. Half a box of compressed nutrient packs. In the corner, a short-barreled gun. Not much, but all of it could save his life. Lin Jin first took the oxygen tank and connected it to the exoskeleton's backup port. Remaining oxygen 53 minutes. The taut string in his heart finally loosened a little. Then he grabbed the short-barreled gun. It was heavy, its casing cold, and the magazine held only 3 bullets. 3 rounds were enough. At least more reliable than the nearly dead cutting torch. Lin Jin stuffed the repair sealant and nutrient packs into his tool bag. Just as he turned, the compartment lights flickered. Gray Crow said black box synchronization complete. Old-time playback access enabled. Lin Jin froze. What access? The next second a line of text popped up on his visor. Touching ship wreckage core modules or black box fragments allows the reading of the last 10 minutes of a target before its destruction. Note playback content may not be complete. Lin Jin stared at the line, his breath slowed. What he had just seen wasn't an illusion. Those were the last 10 minutes before the Frostblade's death, so he could see what had happened on a dead ship before it died. Passwords, routes, hidden supplies, safes, all the things others couldn't find he could find through playback. Lin Jin gave a low, dry laugh. His throat was parched. Cui Yuan had thrown him in here to die, but it seemed he had picked up a life from this dead ship. No, more than one life. The pounding outside the door suddenly stopped. Lin Jin's expression changed. Silence didn't mean safety. The next moment, a faint skittering sound came from the vent on the other side of the storage bay. Click, click, click. Lin Jin raised his gun. A maintenance drone crawled out of the vent. Its red light lit up, locking onto his chest. Unauthorized life form. Executing purge. Lin Jin didn't hesitate, pulling the trigger. Bang. The first shot hit the drone's casing, sparks flying, but didn't penetrate. The recoil numbed his wrist. That hard. The drone lunged at him. Lin Jin rolled aside, the cutting arm grazing past his visor and leaving a white mark on the metal floor. He rose to one knee, enduring the trembling in his hand, and aimed the second shot at the red lens. Bang! The red light burst. The drone lost its bearings, crashing around the storage bay. Lin Jin rushed up, pressing the muzzle against its belly. Third shot. Bang! The drone twitched twice and went still. The compartment fell silent again. Lin Jin leaned against the wall, gasping. The gun was out of bullets. His right hand was numb from the recoil, but he was alive. He picked up the drone wreckage, removed the red lens and a small energy cell, and stuffed them into his tool bag. This thing could be sold for money when he got back. A poor man entering a derelict ship never walked an empty road. Gray Crow suddenly spoke. It is recommended that the survivor leave immediately. Lin Jin looked up. Where's the exit? A damaged map appeared on his visor. A blue line extended from the storage bay to the external maintenance port. Another gray line led to the captain's quarters. Gray Crow didn't explain that gray line. Lin Jin looked at the map and asked, "What's in the captain's quarters?" "Not recommended to enter." "I asked what's in there." "The captain's safe." Lin Jin's eyes shifted. A place deliberately avoided by the warship's backup core must have something. "What's in the safe?" "Star chart. Authority chip. Contamination sample." Lin Jin's heart began to race at the first two. Star charts and authority chips were hard currency from the old civilization. Either one alone would be enough to buy his sister several new lung filter cartridges. As for the contamination sample, he didn't understand it, and for now didn't want to. Lin Jin checked his oxygen. 51 minutes. Then he looked back at the route to the external maintenance port. That route was the closest and safer. The captain's quarters were farther with unknown dangers. A normal person would leave now. But Lin Jin wasn't here for sightseeing. He was here to risk his life. If he went back empty-handed, what about his sister's medicine? How would he deal with that old dog Cui Yuan? He tucked the short-barreled gun into his waistband and gripped the cutting torch again. To the captain's quarters. Gray Crow was silent for a moment. "Survivor, your survival rate will drop to 23. Lin Jin twitched the corner of his mouth. 23% isn't bad. He followed the gray line forward. The closer he got to the captain's quarters, the cleaner the surroundings became. There weren't many fragments here, nor floating corpses. Bullet holes on the walls had been burned into black circles by high heat, but the floor had some very fresh scratches. Lin Jin stopped. Fresh scratches. This ship had been dead for 300 years, there shouldn't be new marks. He crouched to look. They were marks left by magnetic boots. There was a notch on the heel. Lin Jin looked down at his own boots. Exactly the same. A chill ran down his back. Ahead, the door to the captain's quarters was half open, cold blue light leaking through the crack. Lin Jin gripped the cutting torch and slowly pushed the door open. The captain's quarters was spacious. The central command table was split in two, and the star map on the wall was more than half burned. At the far end stood a black safe. In front of the safe stood a person. The person wore a worn-out exoskeleton, carried the same tool bag, and held a nearly dead cutting torch in his right hand. Even the faulty posture of the left leg was identical. Lin Jin stopped at the door. The person slowly turned around. Behind the visor was Lin Jin's own face. But those eyes had no life in them. It looked at Lin Jin and spoke in the same voice, "Don't open the safe." Lin Jin stared at it and slowly raised his cutting torch. "What the hell are you?" The other, Lin Jin, also raised a cutting torch. Its movements were perfectly synchronized with his. The next second, the captain's quarters intercom suddenly lit up. A hoarse male voice filled the compartment. "This is Captain Lu Chun. If you are seeing another yourself, it means the return contamination has already remembered you." Lin Jin did not move. His cutting torch hung mid-air, its nozzle aimed at the other version of himself. That Lin Jin also held a cutting torch. Same posture, same angle, same rhythm of breathing, almost exactly the same. If not for the fact that those eyes were too dead, Lin Jin would have thought a mirror was standing before him. Over the broadcast, Captain Lu Chin's voice continued. The homecoming contamination will imitate you. It will use your most familiar voice, the people you care about most, the things you fear most, to force you to make a choice. Don't trust your eyes. Don't trust your ears. Even more, don't trust the future it shows you. The voice cut out for a moment. The ceiling lights in the captain's room flickered twice. That Lin Jin suddenly spoke. Brother. Lin Jin's pupils contracted. Its voice had changed. It was no longer his voice. It was Lin Wan's voice. Brother, don't open it. If you open that safe, you won't come back. Behind the visor, Lin Jin's expression gradually sank. His sister Lin Wan was lying in a ward in the undercity of Dome City, unable to speak, without a filter mask. Her voice was soft with a slightly horsetail note. The thing in front of him had imitated her too well. So well it made his chest ache. That Lin Jin continued. Brother, I don't want the filter core anymore. Brother, come back. I'm scared alone. Lin Jin's fingers tightened around the cutting torch. The next second he suddenly smiled. Not bad. The thing across from him froze. Lin Jin said quietly, but my sister would never say that. Lin Wan had always been stubborn. Even when tears were welling in her eyes from pain, she would only say, brother, you eat first. Even when she could barely breathe, she would hide the bills and say the doctor made a mistake. She would be afraid, but she would never let Lin Jin come home empty-handed. The fake Lin Jin's expression slowly faded away. It returned to that lifeless appearance. Spiritual contamination intensifying. Grey Crow's voice sounded in his ear. Recommend immediate evacuation. Lin Jin asked, how do I open the safe? Not recommended. Stop wasting words. Requires captain's clearance or the black box backup module. Lin Jin glanced at the safe. The safe door was made of old-era military alloy. Even if he burned it with the cutting torch until the oxygen ran out, it might not open. He had to use the black box. The problem was the fake was blocking the safe. Lin Jin stepped left. The fake Lin Jin stepped left too. He stepped right. The other followed. Perfectly in sync. Lin Jin suddenly looked down at his left leg. The hydraulic system in his left leg was broken. Every time he lifted it, it lagged half a beat. The fake Lin Jin imitated it very well. But it didn't understand pain. Lin Jin suddenly charged forward. The moment the left leg's assist locked up, he didn't dodge. Instead, using the loss of balance, he threw his whole body to the right. The fake Lin Jin copied his move, tilting as well. Just for a fraction of a second, it left half a body's width open. Lin Jin slammed his shoulder into the wreckage of the command table, pain flashing black before his eyes, but he rolled to the safe. The fake Lin Jin turned and lunged at him. Its hand pressed down on the back of Lin Jin's neck. At that moment, countless images exploded before Lin Jin's eyes. The Dome City Infirmary. Chui Yuan's tugboat. His sister's pale face. And a stargate, so vast its edge could not be seen. Beyond the stargate, something in the darkness was calling him. Come home. Come home. Come home. Lin Jin bit his tongue. The taste of blood surged up. He forced himself to lower his head and pressed the black box against the safe sensor panel. Blue light rose. The safe emitted a low mechanical turning sound. The fake Lin Jin's face twisted for the first time. It screamed in Lin Wan's voice, brother, don't open it. The veins on Lin Jin's forehead bulged. Shut up. Click. The safe opened. There were no piles of credit points, no legendary energy core. Only 3 things. A silver chip, a star chart burned halfway, and a sealed injection syringe. Inside the syringe was a little gray-silver liquid, and printed on the wall of the tube was an old military red mark. Homecoming contamination sample. Lin Jin didn't recognize this thing, but he knew. If something could be placed in the captain's safe, it must be valuable, and it must be lethal. He pulled out the silver chip first and inserted it into the side slot of the exoskeleton. A prompt instantly popped up on his visor. Temporary military clearance granted. Clearance level 2. Effective time 12 minutes. Then he stuffed the star chart and the syringe into his tool bag together. The fake Lin Jin took a sudden step back. It no longer imitated Lin Jin. It stared fixedly at his tool bag. The lights in the captain's room all turned red. The broadcast rang out again. Level 2 safe has been opened. Contamination sample released from containment. Frostblade's final purge protocol activated. Countdown 15 minutes. Lin Jin's expression changed. Grey Crow exit. Planning route. Maintenance airlock is closest. But purge units have been activated. The moment the words fell, a dense crawling sound came from outside the captain's room. Not one maintenance drone. A swarm. Lin Jin rushed out of the captain's room. Behind him, the fake Lin Jin stood in the red light, not chasing after him. It only watched Lin Jin, its voice switching back to his. You'll regret this. Lin Jin didn't look back. I'll have to live until then. The isolation gates in the corridor were slamming down one by one. Lin Jin used the newly obtained level 2 clearance to open the doors, charging through those that would open, burning through those that wouldn't with his cutting torch. The exoskeleton's battery was down to 4%. His left leg was getting heavier. The cutting torch in his right hand was starting to burn his palm. Behind him the crawling sound was getting closer. A drone dropped from the ceiling, its cutting arm thrusting straight for his visor. Lin Jin dodged sideways, grabbed its mechanical leg with his backhand, and slammed it hard against the bulkhead. One slam didn't break it. The second time the drone's red light shattered. He didn't have time to confirm it was dead. He ripped the energy cell from its body, stuffed it into his bag, and kept running. A poor man on a dead ship. No fight is wasted. Ahead was an ammunition transfer track. Grey Crow prompted, from here, you can reach the hull. Extremely high risk. Don't tell me about risk. Lin Jin climbed in. The track was narrow, both sides lined with old ammunition boxes. Frost coated the crates. The warning labels had faded. No impact. No high temperature. No electromagnetic interference. Lin Jin glanced at the swarm of drones behind him. Great. All three of those are about to happen. He grabbed the locking buckle of one ammunition box and twisted it hard. The rusted buckle didn't budge. Lin Jin swore, then switched to the cutting torch. Sizzle. The buckle snapped. The ammunition box slowly floated up. The first drone charged into the track. Lin Jin kicked the ammunition box. The box slammed into the drone. The drone's cutting arm lit up and sliced straight through the box. Inside, it wasn't ammunition. It was empty. Lin Jin's heart sank. The next second, he saw two black cylinders pressed against the bottom of the box. Old-style shock mines. Lin Jin grabbed one, pressed the activation button, and tossed it behind him. 3 seconds later, boom. White light flooded the entire transfer track. The impact wasn't huge, but it knocked several drones off course, sending them crashing into each other. Carried by the blast wave, Lin Jin slid a long way forward before slamming heavily into the bulkhead at the end. The visor cracked. Blood from a wound on his forehead ran down, blurring one eye. He pressed the silver chip against the hatch. A green light lit up. Abnormal external pressure differential. Manual pressure relief required. Lin Jin looked at the valve beside him. The valve was frozen, as if it had grown into the bulkhead itself. Behind him, red light flared again. There were still drones that weren't destroyed. Lin Jin grabbed the valve wheel with both hands and pushed down hard. It wouldn't move. He pressed again. His arm bones ached. Still nothing. The countdown on his visor jumped to 9 minutes. Lin Jin pressed his forehead against the valve and let out a low roar. Open. Click. The valve finally gave half an inch. White mist sprayed out. The hatch slowly opened. Outside was endless darkness. Earth hung in the distance, blue-white, quiet, unreal. Lin Jin climbed out onto the hull of the Frostblade and clipped a safety hook to a protruding armor plate. The old warship had already started trembling. Red light seeped through the cracks in the hull. It was going to blow, and he had no ship, no distress signal, no way home either. Just then a thruster flame lit up in the distance. A battered tugboat skirted the wreckage, approaching the Frostblade. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes. That was Chui Yuan's ship. They had come back, not to save him. They had seen the high-value signal the Frostblade emitted and couldn't bear to leave. Lin Jin stared at the tugboat and suddenly smiled. He opened the short-range broadcast. After a few seconds of static, Chui Yuan's suspicious voice came through. Who? Lin Jin pressed against the freezing hull, watching the countdown on his visor. 8 minutes. He said softly, Boss Chui. I'm still alive. Silence hung heavy and absolute over the comms channel. After several seconds, Chui Yuan's voice finally returned, hesitant, disbelieving. Shaolin, where are you? Lin Jin pressed himself against the frost-rimed hull of the Frostblade, his gaze fixed on the aging salvage tug drifting in the distance. Its tail thrust flare burned fiercely. It hadn't fled yet. That meant Chui Yuan was still greedy. And greed always left room for opportunity. Lin Jin glanced down at his helmet visor. Countdown 7 minutes, 42 seconds. The Frostblade's hull trembled violently, crimson light bled through widening fissures, like embers glowing white-hot within dying coal. Starboard dorsal access hatch, Lin Jin said calmly. Mr. Chui, you've timed your return perfectly. Chui Yuan paused, then laughed sharp and sudden. Knew you had 9 lives. When your signal cut out, I thought you'd bought it. Did you? Of course. His tone turned warm, almost paternal. Don't move. I'll send a repair arm to bring you aboard. Lin Jin watched the tug draw nearer. Its hull slid silently into view. A blinding spotlight erupted from its ventral bay, bleaching his suit white. He narrowed his eyes against the glare. He'd ridden that vessel dozens of times before. 26 years old. Left thruster leaked propellant. Airlock seal lagged half a second. The third cockpit monitor suffered intermittent contact. Tap it once, and the image flickered back to life. Rundown, yes, but still airworthy. Still capable of carrying him home to Dome City. Chui Yuan's voice crackled again. Shaolin, you've taken something, haven't you? Lin Jin smiled faintly. Yes. Good. Chui Yuan's tone softened further. Hang the pack on the repair arm. I'll pull you in. We'll settle everything slowly. Slowly. Just a misunderstanding, Chui Yuan replied smoothly. Orbital conditions are treacherous, and safety tethers degrade. You're young. You don't know better. Don't jump to conclusions. Lin Jin didn't curse him. He couldn't waste precious oxygen on such a man. Countdown 6 minutes, 58 seconds. Calmly he stated, the Frostblade is about to detonate. Static hissed across the channel. Chui Yuan's voice spiked, raw with alarm. What did you say? Self-destruct sequence, Lin Jin clarified. 6 minutes remaining. The tug recoiled, just slightly. A voice shouted from inside, boss. High energy signature confirmed. He's telling the truth. Another voice panicked, pull back. This place is lethal. Chui Yuan remained silent, refusing to issue the order. Lin Jin knew why. A forbidden class warship. An old civilization black box. Whatever lay sealed inside the captain's vault. Any one of them could lift a low-tier contractor like Chui Yuan from obscurity to power. Greed enlarged courage and shrank judgment. Lin Jin, Chui Yuan murmured, lowering his voice. How much is what you're holding worth? Enough to buy 10 ships, just like this one. Chui Yuan's breathing grew ragged over the channel. Lin Jin continued unhurried. But there's a complication. What complication? The item locks automatically if removed more than 10 meters from me. A lie. Improvised on the spot. Yet artifacts from the old civilization defied explanation. Especially to men like Chui Yuan, who understood only labor contracts and black market valuations. Predictably, Chui Yuan hesitated. Then, teeth clenched, he snapped, open the portside airlock. Let him in. The tug edged forward once more. The outer hatch swung open, revealing 2 figures silhouetted against the dim interior light. Su Fatso, Zhao Liang, both seasoned enforcers under Chui Yuan's command. One held a maintenance grapple hook. The other leveled an electro-stun fork. They weren't here to retrieve. They were here to seize. Lin Jin released his tether. His eyes locked onto the airlock, calculating distance. 13 meters. His exoskeleton's left leg hydraulics were dead. His right arm trembled, and strapped to his back, a cargo of lethal uncertainty. Under normal conditions, crossing that gap would be trivial. Not now. He had one chance, and one chance only. Countdown 5 minutes 40 seconds. Lin Jin drew a slow, deep breath, and pushed off hard. He detached from the frost blade's hull, drifting toward the tug in silent, weightless flight. Zero gravity settled instantly. No sound surrounded him. Only his own pulse hammering against the inner surface of his helmet. The airlock loomed larger. Su Fatso extended the grapple hook, not toward Lin Jin's arm, but straight for his tool pack. Lin Jin's gaze hardened. As expected, mid-drift he twisted his torso sharply, cradling the pack against his chest while driving his knee upward into the hook's shaft. The tip veered wide. In the next instant, he slammed headlong into the airlock's inner threshold. A deafening thud. His shoulder struck the reinforced wall, blacking out his vision with pain. Su Fatso lunged immediately for the pack. Lin Jin didn't flinch. His left hand clamped onto the pack strap. His right slammed down onto the manual pressure release valve beside him. Move again. He rasped, breath ragged, and we all get ejected. Su Fatso froze. Zhao Liang's stunned fork hovered motionless in midair. The airlock hadn't fully pressurized yet. One turn of that valve, and all 3 would be torn into vacuum. Chui Yuan's voice boomed from the internal speaker. Shaolin, don't do anything rash. Lin Jin lifted his gaze toward the inner hatch. Open it. No one moved. Lin Jin depressed the valve handle, just a fraction lower. A piercing alarm shrieked. Su Fatso paled. Boss. At last, the inner hatch groaned open. Warm, thick air rushed in, stale and heavy. Sweat. Machine oil. Cheap tobacco. The sour tang of overworked filtration systems. For the first time, Lin Jin found the stench strangely comforting. At least it smelled like life. He stepped forward, deliberately, into the ship's belly. Chui Yuan stood at the far end of the corridor, a short pulse pistol leveled at his chest. The barrel stayed steady. A smile lingered on Chui Yuan's lips. Shaolin, set the pack down. Lin Jin studied the weapon. Mr. Chui, last month I serviced that very gun. Chui Yuan's expression darkened. Lin Jin continued unruffled. Power cell leaks current. Safety spring is jammed. Firing now won't guarantee your aim, but the odds of catastrophic detonation. Very high. Chui Yuan's grip tightened on the weapon. No one else dared breathe. Lin Jin reached into the tool pack. Chui Yuan roared, don't move. Lin Jin ignored him. What emerged wasn't the black box, but a sealed syringe. Within its transparent tube, a sliver of gray-silver liquid swirled gently. Its casing bore the faded red insignia of the old military. Return contamination sample. Chui Yuan didn't recognize the object, but he knew the word contamination. The crew staggered backward in unison. Zhao Liang snarled. What the hell did you bring back? I'm not sure myself. Lin Jin held the syringe aloft, voice level unshaken. But the Frostblade's maintenance drones chased me through 3 corridors, just to reclaim it. Chui Yuan's jaw twitched. Lin Jin held his stare. Fire your weapon. If you miss, it shatters. If you hit me, I drop it. Either way, it breaks. He paused. Mr. Chui, do you dare gamble? No reply. Outside, the Frostblade's crimson glow intensified. From the bridge, someone screamed, boss. Energy surge, still climbing. We're out of time. Countdown 3 minutes 19 seconds. Chui Yuan stared, unblinking, at Lin Jin. Lin Jin returned the gaze, steady, cold, unyielding. Seconds later, Chui Yuan ground out 2 words, full reverse. The tug lurched violently, thrusters roaring to full burn. Brutal inertia slammed Lin Jin against the bulkhead. He grunted, but never loosened his grip on the syringe. Through the viewport, the frost blade receded, its ancient slumbering form finally fracturing. A silent, blinding white flash erupted. When the shockwave struck the tug, the entire vessel convulsed, as if struck by a celestial hammer. Lights died. Alarms wailed chaotically. Bodies tumbled together in the dark. Lin Jin crashed into a cargo container, vision swimming. He waited 2 seconds, then reached instinctively for his tool pack. It was still there. The syringe remained intact. In the darkness, someone stirred. Chui Yuan. He groped blindly for the pulse pistol dropped at his feet. Lin Jin moved faster. He lunged, stomping down hard on Chui Yuan's wrist, then bent, seized the weapon, and pressed its muzzle against Chui Yuan's forehead. Chui Yuan went rigid. Emergency lights flickered on, casting a sickly crimson hue across every face. Su Fatso, Zhao Liang, the 2 bridge crewmen, all frozen in place. Lin Jin breathed heavily, eyes locked on Chui Yuan. You cut my safety line. Chui Yuan swallowed hard. Shaolin, we can talk this through. My sister needs a new filter cartridge next month. Lin Jin's voice was quiet, but glacial. When I nearly died in there, you spoke only of contract terms. Chui Yuan's face drained of color. I'll pay. Whatever you ask. Lin Jin held his gaze for 2 long seconds, then smiled. Fine. He raised the pistol stock and brought it crashing down onto Chui Yuan's face. Once. Twice. Blood smeared across Chui Yuan's features as he collapsed limp and broken. Lin Jin spared him no death. That would be too kind. He wanted Chui Yuan alive, to return and repay every debt, item by item, coin by coin. Lin Jin lifted his gaze, surveying the remaining crew. Effective immediately, this vessel is requisitioned. No one dared speak. Then Grey Crow's voice cut through the silence. Cold, precise, mechanical. Alert, White Tower shipping has detected the Frost Blade's self-destruct signal. Intercept vessel estimated to arrive in 7 minutes. Lin Jin's eyes narrowed. He looked up toward the bridge. Change course. The pilot faltered where to. Lin Jin wiped blood from his temple. Black Harbor, Lower District. Maximum speed. The pilot's face turned pale at the mention of Black Harbor in the Undercity. That place is off limits. He gripped the control stick, his voice trembling. Black Harbor isn't registered with the White Tower. Going there is smuggling. Your boss's ship license will be revoked. Lin Jin glanced at him. Do you think the White Tower will still protect your license now, eh? The pilot was left speechless. No one in the cabin spoke. Chui Yuan lay on the ground, half his face covered in blood, his breaths rasping like a broken bellows. His eyes showed clear panic at the mention of the White Tower. Lin Jin noticed. Boss Chui, he said, tapping Chui Yuan's shoulder with the gun barrel. It seems you know that the cargo from the Frost Blade isn't easy to take. Chui Yuan gritted his teeth. Lin Jin, don't act rashly. The White Tower shipping isn't someone you can provoke. I've already provoked them. Lin Jin looked up toward the cockpit. Change course. The pilot still hesitated. Lin Jin turned the gun toward him. I said change course. The pilot's hand trembled, and he immediately entered the coordinates on the console. The battered tugboat lurched sharply, veering off its original return trajectory and diving toward the shadow zone beneath the dome city. Grey Crow's voice echoed in Lin Jin's ear. White Tower interceptors are accelerating. Estimated contact time, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. A simple orbital map flickered onto his visor. Their position was a small red dot, with 2 white cursors closing in from behind. They were fast. Much faster than Chui Yuan's broken tugboat. Lin Jin frowned. Can we lose them? Grey Crow was blunt. No. Any ideas? Yes. Speak. Shut down the main propulsion. Use the debris cloud from the Frostblade's explosion to mask our heat signature. Enter the 3rd garbage recycling orbit. The pilot couldn't hear Grey Crow, but seeing Lin Jin's gaze fixed on the console, he panicked. We can't shut down the main propulsion. Shut up. Lin Jin walked into the cockpit and placed the gun on the console. Do as I say. Shut down the main propulsion. Enter the 3rd garbage orbit. The pilot's face turned white. The 3rd orbit is a waste recycling line. It's full of metal scrap and discarded fuel canisters. The ship will be ripped apart. Lin Jin looked at him. If the White Tower catches up, you won't even have the chance to get ripped apart. The pilot's lips moved, but in the end he complied. The moment the main propulsion shut down, the entire ship fell silent. The roaring engine was gone, leaving only the frantic blinking of warning lights on the console. The tugboat drifted like a discarded piece of scrap metal, coasting into the darkness on momentum. Lin Jin looked out the porthole. The debris cloud from the Frostblade's explosion was still expanding. Countless tiny fragments glinted coldly in the sunlight like a silent rain of iron. The tugboat plunged into it. The next second, a dense scraping sound echoed against the hull. Crack, crack, crack. The pilot's face was ashen, his hands gripping the control stick with deathly force. Port side hull damaged. Cargo bay 2 losing pressure. Communication antenna is down. Lin Jin ignored it. Grey Crow's countdown echoed in his ear. White Tower scans are being disrupted. Heat signature lock decreasing. Recommend deploying decoys. Decoys. There are 3 old signal buoys in the cargo bay. Lin Jin looked at Cui Yuan. Cui Yuan played dead. Lin Jin walked over and stepped on his hand. Cui Yuan screamed in pain. Where are the buoys? Cargo bay 2. Left cabinet. The password is 6 once. Lin Jin looked at Fatty Su. Go. Fatty Su didn't dare argue, scrambling to the cargo bay. Half a minute later, 3 signal buoys were ejected from the ship. Grey Crow took over the temporary channel, injecting the remaining military authority signals from the Frostblade into the buoys. It was crude, but enough to cause chaos. On the orbital map, the 2 White Tower interceptors behind them clearly split. One of them chased after the buoys. The other remained locked on. Lin Jin asked, what about the other one? The pilot is experienced. Recommend destruction. Lin Jin was almost amused. Destroy it with what? Does this junker have a cannon? The pilot said weakly, there's a towing harpoon. Lin Jin looked at him. The pilot quickly explained, it's meant for towing wreckage. No warhead. It can't pierce an interceptor. Lin Jin walked to the console and examined the harpoon system. Old, sluggish, and half the targeting module was broken. But the harpoon was attached to a high-strength towing cable. Lin Jin suddenly asked, can it hit a fuel canister? The pilot was taken aback. It can, but those things explode on contact. Lin Jin pointed ahead. In the garbage recycling orbit, a few discarded fuel canisters were drifting. One of them was not completely empty, marked with a hazard symbol on its shell. The White Tower interceptor behind them was closing in. A cold male voice came through the public channel. A head tugboat immediately cut power and submit to a White Tower shipping safety inspection. Repeat, immediately cut power. No one dared to answer. Lin Jin stared at the approaching white interceptor, suddenly recalling Cui Yuan's words. The White Tower shipping isn't someone you can provoke. He smirked. Aim at the fuel canister. The pilot swallowed. If we miss, I'll do it. Lin Jin pulled him out of the seat and sat down himself. He didn't know how to pilot a ship, but he knew how to salvage. In derelict vessels, many things drifted slowly. To catch them, you couldn't aim at where they were, you had to calculate where they'd be in the next second. The fuel canister was tumbling. The tugboat was shaking. The targeting reticle jumped like a drunkard. Lin Jin stared at it, his finger on the fire button, waiting for 2 seconds. Now. Whoosh. The towing harpoon shot out. It didn't hit the White Tower interceptor, but pierced the abandoned fuel canister. The steel cable snapped taut instantly. Lin Jin growled, swing it over. The pilot reacted, yanking the controls. The battered tugboat rolled sideways, the towing cable dragging the fuel canister in an arc, slamming it into the pursuing interceptor. The White Tower interceptor tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom. The fuel canister exploded. A ball of orange fire bloomed in the darkness. The interceptor wasn't destroyed, but its outer shield flickered, and its speed plummeted. The tugboat seized the chance to slip out of the debris cloud, diving into the shadow beneath the domed city. The cockpit was silent for a few seconds. Then the way the people around him looked at Lin Jin changed. Fatty Su's lips were dry. Zhao Liang, without a word, quietly placed the electric prod at his feet. Cui Yuan lay on the ground, his face even more ashen than before. He had probably finally realized that Lin Jin hadn't just gotten lucky and survived. This kid truly dared to gamble. Grey Crow prompted. White Tower intercept delayed. Estimated 3 minutes before they can reacquire lock. Black Harbor entrance approaching. Lin Jin released the control position and stood up. The moment he let go of the tension he'd been holding, the pain in his body surged back all at once. His left leg felt like it had been hit with a hammer. His shoulder burned with a fiery pain. Blood was still seeping from the corner of his forehead, streaming down his face into his collar. But he couldn't fall. Not now, at least. The Black Harbor entrance was hidden beneath a waste pipeline on the outer ring of the dome city. From a distance, it looked like a discarded mountain of steel scrap. Up close, a narrow gap was revealed in the center of the scrap heap, where dozens of black ships, large and small, were docked. No White Tower markings. No official berths. Only red signal lights blinked in the darkness. A woman's voice suddenly sounded on the public channel. Unknown tugboat, state your identity. The pilot looked at Lin Jin. Lin Jin thought for a moment, then said, Lin Jin. There was a moment of silence on the channel. Never heard of you. You will after today. The woman chuckled lightly. Quite bold. Port fee is 3000 credits, and damage compensation is 10 times that. No weapons on the ship, no pollutants, and don't bring any of the White Tower's dogs in here. Lin Jin glanced at the injector in his hand. I'll try to follow the last 2. The channel was quiet for a moment. Then the woman said, Berth 3. Come in. The tugboat slowly slid into Black Harbor. As soon as the ship stopped, a group of people in black maintenance suits surrounded it. They carried guns and also scanners. The hatch opened. Lin Jin walked down carrying his tool bag. Fatty Su and Zhao Liang supported Cui Yuan, whose face was covered in blood. A woman stood at the end of the berth. Red dress, black boots, holding an unlit, thin cigarette between her fingers. She looked at Cui Yuan, then at Lin Jin. Did you do that, eh? Lin Jin nodded. The woman smiled. Pretty efficient with the beating. Cui Yuan managed to speak with difficulty. Boss Yuan saved me. The woman ignored him, her eyes fixed on Lin Jin's tool bag. I heard the Frostblade was destroyed. Lin Jin didn't deny it. What did you bring out? Lin Jin took out the Silver Authority chip and held it in his palm. The chip emitted a faint blue light. Several scanners around them let out sharp alarms. The smile on the woman's face slowly faded. She looked at Lin Jin anew as if seeing him for the first time. An old military-grade 2 Authority chip. You took it from the captain's quarters of the Frostblade. Lin Jin didn't answer, only asked, "Is it worth anything?" The woman stared at the chip for a few seconds. Then she smiled. "It's valuable, and it's deadly." She extended her hand. Ruan Qingzi, owner of the Black Harbor Auction House. Lin Jin, you're in big trouble. After Ruan Qingzi spoke those words, silence fell over the crowd. Lin Jin held the silver chip in his hand, not yet extending it. The lights of Haigang Harbor were dim. The red signal light pulsed rhythmically, casting a bloody sheen across every face. Cui Yuan was half-supported, half-dragged by Su Pengzi and Zhao Liang, his right cheek swollen beyond recognition. At the phrase, Level 2 authorization chip, his eyes flared crimson. "That's mine." Cui Yuan suddenly roared. "Lin Jin is only a temporary worker on my crew. Everything he brought out from the Shuangren ship belongs to me." Ruan Qingzi turned her gaze upon him. "You say it belongs to you, and so it does, eh?" Cui Yuan heaved ragged breaths. "The contract. I have the contract." Trembling, he fumbled a data slate from his inner pocket. Half the screen was fractured, but still lit. Lin Jin's signature appeared clearly upon it. Temporary salvage agreement. Party A, Cui Yuan salvage team. Party B, Lin Jin. All recovered items shall be processed first by Party A. Should Party B cause losses through unauthorized operation, Party A reserves the right to withhold full remuneration. Cui Yuan clutched the slate like a lifeline, raising it high. "Ms. Yuan, you run a business. Surely you abide by rules." Ruan Qingzi glanced once, then said nothing. Cui Yuan shifted his venomous stare toward Lin Jin. "Lin Jin, hand it over. As for what you did to me, I'll let it go." Lin Jin smiled faintly. "How generous of you." Cui Yuan gritted his teeth. "Don't mistake courtesy for weakness. Without me, you'd never have made orbit. Without my ship, you'd have died aboard the Shuangren." Lin Jin did not reply. He lowered his head and tapped the exoskeleton control panel on his chest. "Gray Crow, can you retrieve it?" A cold mechanical voice echoed in his ear. "Confirmed." In the next instant, his visor projected a hazy image. The footage showed the hull of the Shuangren ship. Lin Jin's safety tether had been remotely severed. Then Cui Yuan's voice crackled over the comms channel. "Little Lin, it's not that I won't save you. It's just that this operation violated protocol." The recording continued. "The contract states explicitly temporary workers entering unregistered vessels without authorization bear all liability, including death." Silence deepened. Su Pengzi and Zhao Liang instinctively loosened their grip on Cui Yuan. His face drained of color. "Fake. He forged it." Lin Jin looked to Ruan Qingzi. "Does Haigang recognize such records?" She did not answer immediately, merely snapped her fingers. A tall, slender man stepped forward with a scanner, plugging it into Lin Jin's exoskeleton data port. Seconds later, he murmured, "Original log, unaltered. Haigang's rule is clear: killings and thefts committed in orbital salvage operations receive no protection if the victim retaliates successfully." Cui Yuan panicked. "Ms. Ruan." She didn't even glance at him. "Take him away. Seize the ship. We'll settle accounts shortly." Two Haigang enforcers moved in and seized Cui Yuan. Cui Yuan thrashed violently, cursing all the while. "Lin Jin, you gutter rat from the Undercity. You think seizing that ship will lift you up? The White Spire won't let you go? Your sister lies in the Undercity hospital. Can she run if you do?" Lin Jin's expression hardened. Ice-cold absolute. He stepped forward, gripped Cui Yuan's hair, and slammed his face hard against the iron railing of the docking bay. Crack. Blood sprayed from Cui Yuan's nose. Lin Jin leaned close, voice low and lethal. "Say her name again, and I'll erase your memory so thoroughly you won't recall your own surname, not even in your next life." Cui Yuan shuddered, finally falling mute. Ruan Qingzi watched, eyes glinting with newfound interest. "You have a sister?" Lin Jin released Cui Yuan and wiped blood from his hands. "Yes. She's ill. Pulmonary filter core. Needs replacement next month. 3rd Undercity Hospital." Lin Jin lifted his gaze to hers. Ruan Qingzi smiled faintly. "No need to look at me like that. In the Undercity beneath the dome, only 3 hospitals can replace pulmonary filters, and men your age who risk orbit are usually fighting for someone they love." She spun the unlit slim cigarette between her fingers. "I'll advance you 100,000 credit points." Lin Jin stared at her. "To buy the chip, eh?" "Not to buy," Ruan Qingzi said. "As a deposit." She gestured toward the silver chip resting in his palm. An old military level 2 authorization chip. Selling it outright would be a grave loss. Its true worth lies not in the chip itself, but in the doors it can open. "What do you mean?" "The Shuangren ship belonged to the 3rd Fleet. 3 centuries ago that fleet enforced Stargate blockades. Its level 2 clearance may grant access to numerous abandoned military sites." Ruan Qingzi's gaze drifted to Lin Jin's tool satchel. "You retrieved more than just this chip from the captain's quarters, didn't you?" Lin Jin remained silent. Ruan Qingzi didn't press further. Smart people keep their cards close. Fair enough. She extended her hand. Instantly, a black credit card landed in her palm. She tossed it to Lin Jin. 100,000. Go save your sister first. The chip goes to auction. I take 30%. Lin Jin caught the card, but did not commit. I'll verify the account first. Ruan Qingxi smiled. Cautious. Good, she signaled. A man handed her an offline terminal, and she swiped the card before Lin Jin's eyes. Balance, 100000. Lin Jin stared at the digits, his fingers slowly tightening. 100,000. Since he'd boarded orbit at 16, the largest sum he'd ever seen was 8,700. That time an entire crew had nearly perished inside a derelict fuel chamber for that pittance. 100,000 credits could cover his sister's filter replacement medication, a better ward, and even begin repaying old debts. Lin Jin slid the card into his inner pocket. You may auction the chip. He paused. But I have conditions. Ruan Qingxi raised an eyebrow. Speak. I want Cui Yuan's ship. Cui Yuan, pinned to the floor, jerked his head up. No, that's my ship. Lin Jin didn't glance at him. His salvage equipment. Spare exoskeleton parts. His client list. Ruan Qingxi's smile deepened. Ambitious. He owes me. The vessel may be provisionally assigned to you. I'll clean the paperwork, but fees will be deducted from the auction proceeds. Agreed. As for the client list, Ruan Qingxi turned to Cui Yuan. Mr. Cui, your password. Cui Yuan clenched his jaw, silent. Ruan Qingxi whispered softly, cut off one finger. An enforcer drew his blade instantly. Cui Yuan's face twisted in terror. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Shaking, he recited the code. High-gang technicians swiftly extracted the list from his personal terminal. Ruan Qingxi handed the data chip to Lin Jin. From this moment you are no longer a temporary worker under Cui Yuan's command. She pointed toward the battered tugboat moored at the berth. You are its provisional captain. Lin Jin accepted the chip. Captain. The word felt foreign in his ears. Just half an hour earlier he'd been discarded aboard a dead ship, left to rot as a penniless nobody. Now he held money, a relic military chip, a broken vessel, and a cascade of complications. It was worth it. Then, blaring alarms pierced the air above Haigang Harbor. All red lights flickered and turned white. Ruan Qingxi's smile vanished. A Haigang subordinate rushed forward. Boss, the White Spire has arrived. Ruan Qingxi frowned. So soon. Not an intercept vessel, security division personnel. They've named Lin Jin specifically. Every eye in the harbor turned toward Lin Jin. He looked up. Beyond the massive docking gate, 3 white shuttlecraft descended smoothly. Their hulls bore the emblem of White Spire Shipping, clean, sterile, aloof. The central shuttle's hatch opened. A man in immaculate white uniform stepped down. Black gloves covered his hands, his gaze swept past the crowd, and locked precisely onto Lin Jin. Grey Crow's voice chimed in Lin Jin's ear. Identity confirmed. Gu Hanzhou, Director of White Spire Shipping Security Division. Threat level high? The man halted at the gate, his voice quiet, yet carrying effortlessly across Haigang Harbor. Lin Jin, surrender the Shuangren ship's black box. I will ensure your sister survives long enough to receive her next pulmonary filter replacement. Gu Hanzhou stood outside the gate. His pristine white uniform seemed incongruous for someone emerging from the wasteland city. Black Harbor reeked of oil, rust, and blood, yet he stood there like a freshly polished blade. Lin Jin remained silent. His fingers pressed against the strap of his tool bag, palms slick with sweat. The words Gu Hanzhou had just spoken were not a threat. They were a grip on his vital weakness. His sister Lin Wan was still in the 3rd hospital of the lower district. She could not survive without the filter chamber, nor could she escape. Ruan Qingxi twirled her slender cigarette, her smile fading. Director Gu, Black Harbor is not a warehouse for the White Tower. Blocking my entrance with 3 ships, that violates the rules, doesn't it? Gu Hanzhou glanced at her. Boss Ruan, I'm not here to investigate you. Then why are you standing at my gate and pointing at my customer? He is carrying old military contaminants suspected of endangering dome security. Gu Hanzhou raised his hand. A White Tower operative behind him immediately opened a projection. The projection showed the energy fluctuations before the Frostblade's self-destruction along with Lin Jin's tugboat trajectory into Black Harbor. The evidence was complete. So complete it seemed someone had been waiting for this moment. Gu Hanzhou continued, according to the White Tower shipping safety regulations, I have the authority to take him and all items he retrieved from the Frostblade. Ruan Qingxi let out a laugh. Safety regulations. Black Harbor only recognizes its own rules. Gu Hanzhou did not lose his temper. That is why I am standing outside the gate, not entering. He turned his gaze back to Lin Jin. Lin Jin, I'll give you 1 minute. Hand over the black box, the authorization chip, the star chart, and the contamination samples. You can live and your sister can live too. The people of Black Harbor around them all looked at Lin Jin. The authorization chip had already been exposed earlier. But the black box, star chart, and contamination samples, Lin Jin had never mentioned them publicly. Gu Hanzhou knew everything. In Lin Jin's ear, Hui spoke coldly. White Tower has accessed the medicine distribution system of the lower district 3rd hospital. Target Lin Wan. Current status filter chamber oxygen supply normal. Drug order frozen. Lin Jin's eyes gradually turned icy. He looked up at Gu Hanzhou. Did you touch her? Gu Hanzhou's tone was calm. I did not touch her. I merely had the doctor postpone one ineffective treatment. Lin Jin laughed. When he laughed, Cui Yuan, still lying on the ground, trembled. Lin Jin had smiled just like that earlier. But Gu Hanzhou acted as if he hadn't noticed. You are a smart man, he said. Relics of the old civilization are not something a salvage worker from the lower district can handle. Hand them over, take the money, and move your sister to a clean ward. Never go back to the orbital tracks. Sounds good, Lin Jin said. But it doesn't sound like human speech. The White Tower guards behind Gu Hanzhou raised their rifles in unison. The Black Harbor men raised their guns too. The atmosphere on the dock tightened instantly. Ruan Qingzi finally lit her slender cigarette and took a drag. Director Gu, if you fire a shot at my door, you'd better think twice. Gu Hanzhou ignored her, his eyes fixed on Lin Jin. 30 seconds left. Lin Jin asked quietly, Huiya, is there any way to contact the hospital? Normal communications are blocked. Any other way? Can use Black Harbor's old line. Need an access port. Lin Jin looked at Ruan Qingzi. As if anticipating his request, she pointed to a nearby maintenance terminal. That old terminal can access the underground line. The White Tower won't detect it for 3 minutes. Lin Jin turned and walked away. Gu Hanzhou's voice deepened. Lin Jin. Lin Jin did not look back. Your minute isn't up yet. He reached the maintenance terminal, inserted the black card, and connected the exoskeleton's interface to the old machine. The screen flickered several times. Huiya took over the line. Connecting to Lower District 3rd Hospital. Connection successful. The image lit up quickly. It was not a ward. It was the nurse's station. A young nurse appeared on the screen, her face full of impatience. Who is it? The underground line is expensive. Say it fast. Lin Jin leaned closer. Lower District 3rd Hospital, Filter Chamber 17, Lin Wan. The nurse paused. You are her family. I am her brother. I just transferred 100,000 credits. Restore her drug order immediately and replace the filter. The nurse snapped to attention. Wait a moment. She checked the account and her expression changed. The money is here, but the White Tower medical system has frozen her medication authorization. Lin Jin's eyes darkened. The nurse lowered her voice. Brother, have you offended someone? This is not a freeze due to arrears. It's a security freeze. We can't override it. Gu Hanzhou's voice came from behind. Now do you believe what I can do? Lin Jin did not turn around, only asked the nurse, if I don't use White Tower medicine, is there any other way? The nurse hesitated. Black market filters could work, but the 3rd hospital can't accept them. If you can get her out and take her to the old clinic on level 13, there might be a chance. Lin Jin asked, can she be moved now? At most 20 minutes. Beyond that, leaving the filter chamber would be dangerous. Lin Jin closed his eyes. 20 minutes. From Black Harbor to the Lower District 3rd Hospital normally took 40 minutes. Forcing his way through maybe 15 minutes could get him there. But White Tower personnel were already on their way. Ruan Qingzi suddenly walked over and said in a low voice, I have a cargo shaft that goes straight to level 13 of the Lower District. 8 minutes to the back door of the 3rd Hospital. Lin Jin looked at her. Ruan Qingzi exhaled a plume of smoke. Don't look at me like that. I've invested 100,000 credits. I don't want you dead yet. Lin Jin nodded. Put it on my tab. He pulled out the terminal cable, turned, and faced Gu Hanzhou. I won't give you the items. For the first time, the smile vanished from Gu Hanzhou's face. Your sister will die? No, she won't. Lin Jin took out the sealed syringe and held it up. The gray-silver liquid swayed gently inside the tube. The White Tower guards' faces instantly changed. Even Gu Hanzhou's gaze froze for a moment. Lin Jin said, didn't you call this a contamination sample? He pressed his thumb against the syringe's safety catch. If you block me one more step, I'll smash it at the entrance of Black Harbor. Everyone took a half step back. Ruan Qingzi cursed, madman. Lin Jin did not deny it. He stared at Gu Hanzhou. I'm going to get my sister now. You can chase me, but you'd better bet whether your men's bullets are faster than my hand. Gu Hanzhou looked at him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, he raised his hand. The White Tower guards parted to make a narrow gap. Lin Jin, you will come back to me. Lin Jin put away the syringe and walked past him. Ruan Qingzi's men had already opened a black cargo vehicle. The doors rose. Before climbing in, Lin Jin glanced back at Gu Hanzhou. Next time we meet, don't use my sister to threaten me. The doors closed. The cargo vehicle plunged into the deep underground cargo shaft of Black Harbor. As darkness swallowed the view, Huiya's voice rang out. Alert, 2 White Tower personnel have appeared outside Lin Wan's ward. The cargo vehicle plummeted, not descended, but fell. The Black Harbor freight shaft pierced deep into the Undercity like an iron pipe driven into the dome's foundations. No lights, only sporadic blue sparks flaring where the magnetic rails scraped beneath the chassis. Lin Jin sat in the rear compartment, back pressed against stacked cargo crates, left hand resting on his toolkit, right hand gripping the syringe tightly. 2 others shared the cabin. One drove, the scarred man who answered to Ruan Qingzi. The other sat across from Lin Jin, cradling a compact submachine gun, his gaze flickering repeatedly toward the syringe in Lin Jin's hand. Brother, the scarred man broke the silence, voice strained. Could you put that thing away? My hands are shaking just steering. Lin Jin did not move. Shake. but keep it steady. The scarred man cursed under his breath and slammed the accelerator further down. Gray Crow's voice whispered in Lin Jin's earpiece 3 minutes 20 seconds to Lower District 3rd Hospital. Lin Wan's cabin oxygen filtration has declined by 7%. 2 White Tower personnel remain stationed outside the ward. Lin Jin closed his eyes briefly. His sister had always feared the dark as a child. Power outages plagued the lower district of Dome City. Each time the lights died, she would clutch her small quilt and slip into his bed. Back then her illness had not yet hollowed her frame. Her cheeks still held softness, her eyes gleamed with quiet brilliance. And she would whisper, "Brother, are the stars truly brighter than the dome's artificial lights?" Lin Jin had never seen stars. He knew only the rust-streaked glow of the dome's inner ceiling lamps. Later he boarded a vessel and beheld the cosmos for the first time, yet returned without telling Lin Wan. Because that day he nearly died inside a derelict ship. He refused to let her carry the memory of that lethal sky. The cargo vehicle lurched violently. "We're here," the scarred man shouted. Ahead the iron gate rose. Harsh yellow light flooded the cabin as the vehicle burst from the shaft, plowing through a row of discarded medicine carts before skidding to a halt at the hospital's rear entrance. This was the hospital's waste disposal zone, air thick with antiseptic sting and the sour decay of spent filter cotton. As Lin Jin leapt down, his left leg buckled. He nearly dropped to his knees. The scarred man glanced at him. "You're in any shape to fight." Lin Jin slid the pulse rifle into the small of his back. "If I can walk, I can fight." He dashed through the rear door. Gray Crow had already overlaid the hospital's schematic onto his visor. 17 filter cabin sublevel 3. Main entrance guarded by White Tower security. Recommended route abandoned service conduit. No main entrance. Lin Jin passed through the pharmaceutical warehouse and pushed open a narrow door marked maintenance personnel access. Inside the conduit, an elderly man smoked illicitly. Seeing Lin Jin drenched in blood, the old man jerked. His cigarette tumbled to the floor. "Who are you?" "I need passage." Lin Jin pressed an energy cell, salvaged from the frost blade, into the man's palm. The elder stared at it, eyes widening instantly. "Left at the next junction, down 2 levels. Don't use the elevator. It's down today." White Tower's inspecting. Lin Jin nodded and vanished deeper into the shadows. The closer he drew to sublevel 3, the sharper the hospital's sounds became: children crying, patients coughing, nurses shouting about overdue payments, and beneath it all the low groaning hum of aging filtration systems. These noises pierced deeper than the frost blade's alarms, because here every voice still belonged to someone alive. Yet they clung to life only by thread. Cabin 17 stood at the corridor's end. Lin Jin rounded the corner and froze. 2 White Tower agents stood sentinel before the sealed door, white uniforms, black gloves, sidearms holstered at their waists. One spoke calmly to a nurse patient, Lin Wan. "Security clearance revoked. Transfer prohibited." The nurse's face flushed with rising panic. "Her filter is clogged. She'll die if we don't replace it now." The White Tower agent remained impassive. "That judgment rests with medical systems." "Systems?" The nurse snapped. "Do your systems gasp for breath?" The agent raised a hand and shoved her aside. She struck the wall. Tears welled instantly in her eyes. Lin Jin waited no longer. He stepped from the corner. Both agents turned as one. "Lin Jin." One reached for his weapon. Lin Jin was already upon him. Too close. No time to draw. Lin Jin drove his fist into the man's throat. He collapsed, choking, knees hitting the floor. The second drew faster, gun muzzle lifting. Lin Jin lunged sideways into his chest, driving his left shoulder hard into the man's sternum and slamming him against the wall. A dull thud echoed. Lin Jin seized the agent's wrist and wrenched it downward. The gun fired, a sharp crack. Bullet fragments spat from the tile. The nurse screamed. Lin Jin wrenched the weapon free and smashed its stock into the agent's temple. The man crumpled. The entire sequence lasted less than 10 seconds. Lin Jin exhaled sharply, then turned to the nurse. "Cabin 17. Lin Wan." She stared speechless. "You're her brother." "Yes." She clenched her jaw. "Follow me." The cabin door hissed open. Inside, silence reigned, thick and hushed. Lin Wan lay within the transparent chamber, slender body, threaded with fine tubes, skin pale as bleached bone. Thinner than Lin Jin remembered. So thin her wrists resembled brittle twigs, easily snapped. Lin Jin halted before the chamber, suddenly afraid to step forward. Not even when his safety tether snapped in orbit, nor when drones hunted him through dead ships, had he felt such fear. Inside, the girl stirred, as if sensing his presence, and slowly opened her eyes. Through the clear barrier she saw him. Her gaze brightened just once. Her lips moved, soundless. But Lin Jin understood. "Brother." He pressed his palm flat against the chamber's surface. "I've come for you." Lin Wan blinked, trying to smile, but the motion triggered a violent cough. Alarms shrieked. The nurse's face paled. "There's no time. Either install a White Tower filter now, or transfer her immediately to the old clinic on level 13. She can survive outside the chamber no longer than 20 minutes. "No, 15. Lin Jin asked, "How do we move her?" "Portable oxygen sac, manual pressure pump." The nurse met his eyes. "You must press, continuously, without pause. Give it to me." She moved swiftly, deactivating the cabin, disconnecting lines attaching the sack, her hands steady, unshaken by the fury she'd shown moments before. Lin Jin watched her. Your name? Song Qing. This will endanger you. Song Qing didn't look up. I'm on night shift tonight. I saw nothing. She thrust the sack into his hands. Press. Not once. Not for a single second. Lin Jin gripped it. Soft yielding. Each compression sent a measured breath into Lin Wan's mask. As Lin Wan was wheeled out, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Jin. Too weak to speak, she simply curled her fingers around his sleeve. Lin Jin murmured, "Don't be afraid." Her fingers trembled faintly, answering perhaps that she wasn't. Down the corridor, the scarred man and his team burst in. White towers closing in, 2 minutes max. Lin Jin kept pressing the sack, while pushing the gurney forward. Just beyond the ward, Grey Crow's warning flashed. 3 armed personnel, detected in forward elevator shaft. Change course. Song Qing pointed urgently. Decontamination corridor. It leads straight to the underground parking level. They pivoted instantly. Footsteps thundered behind them. White tower arrived. Halt. Lin Jin didn't glance back. The scarred man opened fire. Bullets sparked wildly off the walls. The corridor erupted into chaos. Patients shrieking, nurses shoving stretchers aside. Lin Jin pressed, steadily, relentlessly. Once. Again. No pause. He could not fire, could not stumble, not even run too fast. Because Lin Wan's life rested in the fragile, pulsing rhythm of that small oxygen sac. At the decontamination corridors, a heavy gate barred their path. Song Qing swiped her access card. Red light glowed. Her expression hardened. Access locked. White tower closed in. Lin Jin glanced up at the lock. Grey Crow. Connection established. 10 seconds required. Gunfire grew deafening. The scarred man roared, "We don't have 10 seconds. Lin Jin thrust the sack into Song Qing's hands. Hold it down. Then he withdrew the gray-silver syringe and raised it high. The pursuing agents froze mid-stride. No one dared fire. Lin Jin held their gaze. Take one more step, and I shatter this in the heart of this hospital. Behind the gate, the green light bloomed. The gate parted. Lin Jin retook the sack, gripped it tight, and rushed Lin Wan into the waiting dark. As the gate sealed behind them, he glimpsed far down the opposite corridor, Gu Hanzhou standing among the crowd. His white uniform remained immaculate. He did not pursue, merely watched Lin Jin, and slowly raised his wrist, activating his comlink. Simultaneously, Grey Crow's voice chimed. White Tower's citywide lockdown protocol detected. Lower District Level 13, now sealed. The decontamination corridor was pitch black. The wheels of the mobile bed scraped over the accumulated water on the floor, producing a faint grating sound. Lin Jin pushed the bed with one hand while pressing the oxygen bag with the other. One press, another, neither too fast nor too slow. With each compression, Lin Wan's chest would rise slightly. Song Qing followed beside them, her face even paler than the patient's, but she kept her eyes fixed on Lin Wan's breathing rhythm. Slow down, she can't handle the jolts. Lin Jin slowed his pace. Behind them, the scarred man and 2 others covered their retreat. From beyond the gate came the shouts of White Tower personnel and the sound of battering. They didn't open fire. Not because they didn't want to, but because they dared not. The contaminated return sample was still on Lin Jin. No one was willing to gamble now. Grey Crow's voice echoed in his ear. Undercity Level 13 entrance closure progress, 47%. Estimated complete shutdown 6 minutes 30 seconds. White Tower security is sealing the underground parking level. Lin Jin stared into the darkness ahead. How much farther? Song Qing gasped. Through the parking level, then the old freight elevator. That elevator goes to level 13. Will it work? It will, but it's slow. How slow? Song Qing said nothing. Lin Jin understood. Slow enough that they might not make it. Finally, an iron door appeared ahead. The scarred man rushed forward and kicked it open. Beyond lay the underground parking level. Dim yellow lights flickered violently. Dozens of abandoned ambulances sat in the corners, their bodies rusted black. But at the exit, White Tower personnel were already standing guard. For security guards, 2 light drones. All gun barrels swiveled toward them. Put down the patient, the lead White Tower security officer said coldly. Lin Jin, you are already suspected of kidnapping medical personnel. Song Qing couldn't help but curse. I came with him willingly. You froze the patient's medication, and you still have the nerve to talk about medical care. The security officer didn't look at her. His gaze fell on Lin Jin's hands. The oxygen bag, the toolkit, and the syringe at his waist. Director Gu said that if you hand over the item, the patient can continue to receive treatment. Lin Jin didn't stop. He pushed the bed forward step by step. The scarred man muttered, if you go any further, they really will shoot. Lin Jin asked, where's the freight elevator? Song Qing pointed to the gray iron door behind the security guards. There. Lin Jin nodded. He handed the oxygen bag to Song Qing. Take this. Song Qing immediately held it with both hands. Lin Jin let go of the mobile bed and took 2 steps forward. All the White Tower security guards raised their guns. Stop. Lin Jin halted. He didn't reach for the syringe. He didn't draw his gun either. Instead, he took out the silver authorization chip from his toolkit. The moment the chip appeared, the faces of the White Tower security guards changed. Lin Jin pressed the chip against the old fire interface on the wall. Gray Crow connected. Detected old city fire suppression system. Insufficient authorization. Lin Jin said quietly, override it with Frost Blade's level 2 authorization. It will expose the chip's frequency. Override. 1 second. 2 seconds. All the fire lights in the parking level lit up simultaneously. The ceiling sprinklers emitted a sharp depressurization sound. The White Tower security guards froze. The next moment white foam sprayed down from the ceiling. Not water. Old-era firefighting foam. Thick, acrid, and blinding. The entire parking level instantly descended into chaos. Drone visual lost. Heat signature interference. Don't shoot. The patient is inside. Lin Jin moved. He charged into the foam and slammed his fist into the nearest security guard's face. The man grunted and collapsed. The second guard raised his gun, but Lin Jin grabbed the barrel, twisted it aside, and drove his knee into the man's abdomen. The scarred man and his crew also rushed forward. 2 gunshots rang out in the parking level, but they were quickly drowned out by curses and the hiss of foam. Lin Jin didn't linger. He turned back and grabbed the mobile bed. Go! Song Qing ran alongside, pressing the oxygen bag. Lin Wan lay on the bed, her mask filled with white mist, yet her fingers still clutched Lin Jin's sleeve. Lightly, but she wouldn't let go. They reached the freight elevator. Song Qing swiped her card. A red light. Her face changed. Level 13 is sealed. Lin Jin pressed the silver chip against the reader. Still red. Gray Crow said White Tower main control authority exceeds the current chip. Cannot open. Behind them in the foam, the White Tower security guards had regrouped. The drone's red dots pierced through the white mist, sweeping closer bit by bit. The scarred man cursed in frustration. If we can't open it, find another way. Song Qing's voice trembled. There's no other way. Since the lockdown, all elevators to level 13 are locked. Lin Jin looked down at his sister. Lin Wan's breathing grew more rapid. Song Qing's hand pressing the oxygen bag began to shake. She can't hold on much longer, Song Qing gritted out. Lin Jin, at most 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And the door wouldn't open. Lin Jin stared at the old freight elevator door, then suddenly asked, was this elevator built by the White Tower? Song Qing was taken aback. No. It dates back to the old city era, later taken over by the White Tower. Then it's not White Tower property. Lin Jin reached into his toolkit and grasped the black box. A blue light glowed along the edge of the box. He pressed his palm against the freight elevator door. The world suddenly fell silent for a moment. The worn elevator door faded before his eyes. The White Tower emblem vanished. The wall paint grew new. The lights came on. Lin Jin saw the freight shaft from over a decade ago. A middle-aged man in gray maintenance overalls stood in front of the elevator door, bending down to open the control box beside it. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he muttered, those idiots at White Tower, they took over, but didn't even bother to remove the manual safety lock. He unscrewed a red bolt deep inside the control box. Then he pulled down a hidden lever. The elevator door opened. The playback shattered. Lin Jin opened his eyes. He immediately flipped open the control box cover. Inside, the wires were a tangled mess. But at the very back there was indeed a red bolt. Knife. The scarred man handed him a dagger. Lin Jin wedged the tip of the knife under the bolt and pried hard. The force numbed his knuckles. The bolt didn't budge. He gritted his teeth and pried again. Crack. The bolt came loose. A dusty black lever popped out from inside. Lin Jin pulled it down. The freight elevator door emitted a harsh grinding sound and slowly slid open a crack. Song Qing was stunned. How did you know? Get on. Lin Jin didn't explain. They pushed the mobile bed into the freight elevator. The scarred man was the last one in, firing 2 shots behind him. The elevator doors closed. The voices of the White Tower security guards were shut out. The freight elevator began to ascend. Very slowly. So slowly it made the heart ache. Gray Crow alerted White Tower is reauthorizing the freight elevator. Estimated force stop in 1 minute 20 seconds. Lin Jin looked at Song Qing. Where is the old clinic? On level 13. Go right when you get out of the freight elevator through Old Medicine Street. And at the far end there's a blue sign. The owner is Lu Huai, bad temper, but he can save people. Lin Jin nodded. Suddenly the elevator jolted. The lights went out. Song Qing gasped. The freight elevator stopped midair. Gray Crow's voice rang out. White Tower has locked the freight elevator. Suggest breaking the door. Lin Jin stared at the closed elevator door. Through the crack a dim blue light filtered in. Level 13 had arrived. Only half a meter away. He took the oxygen bag back into his own hands. Scarface. What? Pry the door. The scarred man grinned. I'm good at that. The 3 of them worked together. The iron door was forced open. Beyond lay level 13's Old Medicine Street. Damp, narrow, half the neon signs broken. In the distance a blue sign still glowed. Lu's old clinic. Lin Jin pushed Lin Wan out. Behind them the freight elevator locked completely. Ahead an old white-haired man was about to close the clinic door. Lin Jin rushed over and braced the door with his shoulder. The old man jumped back and started cursing. What's the rush, dying, or what? Song Qing said urgently. Dr. Lu, alveolar blockage, White Tower filter frozen over 12 minutes since D chamber. The old man's expression changed instantly. He He glanced at Lin Wan, then at Lin Jin. Got money? Lin Jin slapped the black card on the counter. Yes. The old man asked again, dare to use black market filters? Lin Jin looked at his sister's pale face. Yes. The old man pulled the door wide open. Bring her in. Don't stop compressing. The old clinic reeked. Antiseptic machine oiled damp mold, and the acrid stench of burnt wiring all coiled together in the air. Lin Wan was wheeled into the operating room, her fingers still clutching Lin Jin's sleeve. She had no strength left, yet her fingertips refused to loosen. Lin Jin bent low, gently prying her hand away, his voice soft. I'll be right outside. Lin Wan gazed at him through her surgical mask, her eyes bright, yet hollow with exhaustion. She seemed about to ask something, but before the words could form, a cough seized her. Lu Huai shoved Lin Jin aside without warning. Moved. The elderly man looked frail, but his hands were steady as stone. He snipped open the old life support tubing clinging to Lin Wan's body, glanced at the monitors, and his face darkened instantly. 70% of her alveolar filters are clogged. Oxygen saturation is still dropping. If you'd arrived 5 minutes later, you wouldn't need me. You'd need the crematorium. Lin Jin stood frozen at the doorway, his fingers slowly curling into fists. Song Qing entered behind him, assisting with the connections. Sweat glistened across her forehead as she ventured quietly, Dr. Liu, can we replace them? Yes, we can replace them. Lu Huai raised a hand and yanked open a rusted metal cabinet beside him. Inside rested 3 black filter cartridges. No white spire insignia on their shells, only crude hand-modified seams and solder scars. Black market filters. Unstable. Heavy side effects. They won't last long. Lin Jin asked how long. Lu Huai didn't look up. It depends on fate. Lin Jin held his gaze unblinking. I want certainty. Lu Huai finally lifted his eyes, sharp, weary, unyielding. 72 hours. Silence fell over the operating room. 72 hours. 3 days. Lin Jin almost laughed, a bitter hollow sound. He had clawed his way back from the Frostblade, hijacked a ship, breached the Black Harbor, and torn Lin Wan from the White Spire's grip. And all he'd earned was 3 days. Lu Huai, as if reading his thoughts, let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. Too short for you. Then go buy an original White Spire filter, 24,000 credits per unit. Queue up. Pass identity verification. And pray they even deign to sell it to you. Lin Jin slammed a black credit card onto the counter. Here's 100,000. Lu Huai didn't glance at it. Not enough. From his toolkit, Lin Jin withdrew 2 energy cells and a crimson lens salvaged from a maintenance drone. What about these? Lu Huai paused mid-motion. He picked up the energy cell, turned it in his palms, studied its markings, and his expression shifted. Old military-grade energy cell. Taken from the Frostblade. Lu Huai lifted his gaze, truly seeing Lin Jin for the first time. All that chaos outside, it's because of you. Lin Jin offered no denial. Is it enough? Lu Huai pocketed the cell. It is. Without another word, he closed the operating room door. Bang. Lin Jin was locked outside. A red light flared above the door. Surgery in progress. He slid down the wall, oxygen bag still clutched in his hand. His fingers pressed too long against the valve had gone numb. He stared at his palm. A raw gash torn open by metal teeth, blood dried black-red across his skin. The scarred man beside him exhaled, shoulders relaxing. Your sister's got luck on her side. Lin Jin said nothing. The scarred man caught his silence and wisely held his tongue. Outside the clinic, 13-layer old drug street hummed with unrest. Shadows darted past the slits beneath rolled-down shutters. Since the White Spire sealed the district, chaos had taken root. Some bolted doors. Others fled. Some looted pharmacies under cover of disorder. Gunfire cracked in the distance, sporadic, sharp. Then Grey Crow's voice echoed in Lin Jin's ear. White Spire security has entered 13-layer. Estimated arrival at Old Drug Street in 6 minutes. Lin Jin lifted his eyes. Is there another way out? An abandoned sewage conduit runs behind the clinic, feeds directly into the Black Harbor freight spur. The scarred man couldn't hear Grey Crow, he only saw Lin Jin rise to his feet. What's wrong? The White Spire's coming. The scarred man paled, tightening his grip on his rifle. Song Qing peered through the small window beside the operating room door, lowering her voice. The surgery can't stop. It needs at least 20 minutes. Hold them off for 20 minutes. Lin Jin said flatly. The scarred man nearly swore aloud. With what? I've got 3 men, and my magazines are nearly empty. Lin Jin scanned the clinic. Reconstructed from old city infrastructure, thick walls, narrow corridors, and a vintage blast shield gate guarding the entrance. A frontal assault would fail. The White Spire had numbers, firepower, and discipline. But buying 20 minutes. That might still be possible. Lin Jin moved behind the counter and dragged out Lu Huai's outdated terminal. Grey Crow, can you take control of this system? Clinic systems are obsolete. Partial access granted, door locks, lighting, ventilation. That's enough. Lin Jin opened his toolkit and placed the homeward contamination sample on the counter. The scarred man's eye twitched. What are you planning now? To scare them. Lin Jin activated the clinic's public address system, broadcasting his voice across Old Drug Street. Guhanzhou, I'm at Lu's old clinic. If you want the sample, come alone. The scarred man turned green. Are you insane? You're broadcasting your location. Lin Jin switched off the broadcast. He already knew where I was. The scarred man blinked, stunned. Lin Jin's gaze drifted toward the door. The difference is, now the entire 13-layer knows he's hunting for it too. Outside the street hushed, just slightly. Then from doorways and shutter gaps along Old Drug Street, pairs of eyes flickered awake. The black market wasn't stupid. Whatever the White Spire wanted, it was valuable. And anything valuable drew attention. Curiosity, greed, or both. Gray Crow reported multiple armed black market thermal signatures detected. White Spire advance rate decreasing. Lin Jin leaned against the counter, a faint grim twist tugging at his lips. The Black Harbor had its codes. So did Old Drug Street. The White Spire could intimidate ordinary citizens, but not those who lived on contraband and risk. 5 minutes later, footsteps echoed outside, measured, unhurried. Beyond the shutter, Gu Hanzhou's voice resonated. Lin Jin, you're sharper than I expected. Lin Jin remained seated behind the counter unseen. You're slower than I expected. Gu Hanzhou replied coolly, surrender the sample, and your sister's surgery continues. It was never going to stop. Do you think that old doctor inside dares defy the White Spire? Lin Jin glanced toward the operating room. The red light still glowed. Machinery whirred softly within. Then Lu Huai's voice barked out sharp and irritable, Xiao Song, clamp the tube. Slowly. If you rush again, I'll stitch you in with her. Lin Jin smiled. Looks like he does dare. A beat of silence followed outside. Gu Hanzhou said, you don't understand what the homeward sample is. If it breaches, even a trace, it will purge the entire Old Drug Street. Then you shouldn't have cornered me. I'm not cornering you. I'm saving you. Lin Jin's eyes lingered on the syringe atop the counter. Do all White Spire people speak like this? Like what? Call theft rescue. Beyond the shutter, Gu Hanzhou sighed, a quiet, resigned breath. Instantly, mechanical whine surged. Gray Crow flashed a warning, breach device detected. Countdown 15 seconds. Lin Jin's gaze hardened. Kill the lights. Snap. The clinic plunged into absolute darkness. Simultaneously, ventilation ducts reversed. White pharmaceutical mist surged from the back rooms into the front hall. Gu Hanzhou's team burst through the shutter, only to vanish into the fog. Thermal vision offline. Don't fire, the sample's inside. Lin Jin lunged from behind the counter, kicking the lead White Spire guard off balance, seizing his electro-stun baton and smashing it into the second man's knee. The scarred man and his crew opened fire from the side entrance. Shots sparse but precise, sowing confusion. From either side of Old Drug Street, someone else fired. Once. That shot struck a White Spire skimmer. Sparks erupted. Then came a second. A third. The black market had entered the fray. They weren't fighting for Lin Jin. They were sending a message to the White Spire. 13-layer wasn't yours to seal. Not without consequence. Gu Hanzhou hadn't stepped inside. He stood just beyond the mist, expression finally hardening into ice. Withdraw. The White Spire forces retreated with unnerving speed. Clean in arrival, cleaner in departure. Like pale ghosts, they dissolved into the shadows at the end of Old Drug Street. The scarred man slumped against the doorframe, breathing hard. They actually pulled back. Lin Jin watched the empty street. For now, he knew Gu Hanzhou wouldn't relent. Men like him didn't strike once. They struck until the target broke. At last, the red light over the operating room door went dark. The door opened. Lu Huai emerged, peeling off bloodstained gloves and tossing them into a bin. Her life is secured. Lin Jin's rigid shoulders eased. Just a fraction. He stepped into the operating room. Lin Wan lay on the bed, breathing steadier now, her face still pale, yet no longer brittle, as if death had receded just enough to let her breathe. Slowly her eyes fluttered open. Brother. Her voice was barely a whisper. Lin Jin sat beside her. She looked at the blood streaking his face, and her eyes welled. You lied again. Lin Jin paused. About what? You said you'd be back soon. He stayed silent for a moment, then gently brushed stray hair from her forehead. This time it's true. Lin Wan shook her head faintly. Don't lie. She grasped his hand, her fingers icy. Brother, I'm not afraid to die. Lin Jin met her gaze. I am. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Lu Huai stood in the doorway, dry and blunt. Enough. Save your melodrama for somewhere else. Those black market filters will fail in 72 hours. If you want her to live, find an old civilization medical pod. Lin Jin looked up. Where? If I knew I'd be rich. Then Gray Crow's voice cut in. Clear, urgent. Frostblade star chart analysis complete. Third Fleet medical vessel coordinates identified. Vessel name Dove class. Status lost contact. Current orbital window 26 hours. Lin Jin lowered his gaze to his sister's ashen face. 72 hours. And he had just 26 to locate a medical vessel lost for 3 centuries. He rose. Dr. Lu, watch over her. Lu Huai frowned. Where are you going? Lin Jin lifted his toolkit. Into orbit. On the surgical bed, Lin Wan reached for him, her fingers brushing only the edge of his sleeve. Brother. Lin Jin turned, his voice softened. This time, I'm not scavenging scrap. I'm bringing back your life. When Lin Jin stepped out of the operating room, the gunfire outside the old medicine street had ceased. But the 13th floor was not quiet. In the distance, the patrol drones of the White Tower hummed. Overhead, the pipes occasionally trembled, sending dust drifting down. Lu Huai tossed him an old medicine kit. Hemostatic patches, stimulants, anti-radiation tablets. Put it on your tab. Lin Jin caught it. I haven't asked the price yet. Even if you asked, you'd still have to buy it. Lu Huai turned to go inside, then stopped. I've heard that name. White Dove. Lin Jin looked at him. Lu Huai didn't turn back, his voice lowering. Third Fleet medical ship from 300 years ago, specially built to rescue officers and colony high ranks. It must have a med bay and a security system. What do you mean? I mean, don't think it's a hospital. Lu Huai turned to look at him. That's a warship wearing a medical ship's name. With that broken exoskeleton of yours, you'll die faster there than on the Frost Blade. Lin Jin clipped the medkit to his waist. Is there any other way? Lu Huai fell silent. There wasn't. That was the answer. Lin Jin walked to the clinic door. Scarface was leaning against the wall smoking. When he saw Lin Jin come out, he lifted his chin. Boss Juan told me to take you back to Black Harbor. Don't need a ride back. Then where? Find a ship. Scarface nearly choked on his smoke. That tugboat of yours just got scraped all the way portside, is leaking pressure. It can barely make 2 orbits in low orbit. You're going to the White Dove? That's in the inner ring of the graveyard. Taking that piece of junk, it'll fall apart halfway. Lin Jin looked at him. Black Harbor has ships that can fly. Scarface laughed. Yes, but no one will rent to you. The White Tower has a bounty on your head now. Anyone who lends you a ship will be cursed. What about Ruan Qingci? She's a businesswoman, not a charity. I have something to put up as collateral. Scarface's eyes fell on his tool bag, and his smile vanished. You really don't value your life. My sister has only 72 hours left. Scarface stubbed out his cigarette, cursed, and said, get in the car. They didn't take the cargo lift back to Black Harbor. Scarface led him into an abandoned sewage pipe. The pipe was damp and narrow, covered with a layer of black-green fungus on the walls, slippery underfoot. Lin Jin's left leg was already bad. Halfway through, his knee gave out, and he slammed into the pipe wall. Scarface turned back. Can you hold on? Lin Jin tore open the hemostatic patch Lu Huai had given him and pressed it to his forehead. I won't die. Huiya suddenly spoke. White Dove orbital window remaining 25 hours 8 minutes. Recommend immediate launch preparation. Does the White Tower know the coordinates? The Frostblade star chart was scanned by the White Tower. They may have already decrypted part of the coordinates. Lin Jin's eyes darkened. That meant he had to find the White Dove before the White Tower did. Otherwise the med bay would be gone, and so would his sister. Half an hour later they returned to Black Harbor. News of the Frostblade had already spread. The moment Lin Jin stepped into the berth, he noticed the way people looked at him had changed. Curiosity, greed, avoidance. A poor salvage worker had come back alive from a Forbidden Zone warship, carrying something the White Tower wanted. That kind of person either made a fortune or died young. Ruan Qingci was waiting for him at berth 3. She had changed into a black trench coat with 2 armed guards behind her. How is your sister? Alive for now. The word for now sounds expensive. So I came to borrow a ship. Ruan Qingci smiled. I figured. She raised a hand and pointed. Not far away, Chui Yuan's broken tugboat was on a repair stand, its hull chewed up by debris like a dog's work. Beside it stood a woman. Short hair, gray work clothes, tools hanging from her belt, holding a dismantled thruster blade in her hand. She glanced at Lin Jin. This ship can't go to the inner ring of the graveyard. Lin Jin asked, who are you? Qin Xiaomian. The woman dropped the blade to the ground. Black Harbor repair shop hired by boss Ruan to check the ship. Lin Jin looked at Ruan Qingci. Ruan Qingci said, she used to work in the White Tower repair division. Good skills, bad temper. Qin Xiaomian said coldly, you don't pay enough. Ruan Qingci acted as if she hadn't heard. You're going to the White Dove, right? Lin Jin didn't deny it. Ruan Qingci's smile faded a little. That place isn't an ordinary wreck. 3 years ago a team from Black Harbor went in. Only one escape pod came back. The man inside was insane, kept screaming, the doctor is looking for living people. Scarface's face changed. That happened. I never heard about it. Ruan Qingci glanced at him. Because everyone who knew was paid to keep quiet. Qin Xiaomian took over. The White Dove has an automated medical system. A 300-year-old military medical AI, with different judgment criteria. If you go in, it might not save your sister. It'll classify her as a contaminated sample and slice her up directly. Lin Jin asked, can it be prevented? Qin Xiaomian stared at him for 2 seconds. Yes, but we need to modify the ship. How long? 10 hours at best. I don't have 10 hours. Qin Xiaomian frowned. Then don't go. Lin Jin took out the silver authorization chip. The chip lit up and Qin Xiaomian's expression changed instantly. Old military level 2 authorization. Can you shorten the time? Qin Xiaomian reached for it, but Lin Jin pulled away. She wasn't embarrassed, just licked her lips. With this we can temporarily disguise as a 3rd Fleet recovery unit. The White Dove's outer security likely won't open fire immediately. What about the inner layer? Depends on luck. How long to modify? Qin Xiaomian looked at the broken tugboat, then at the authorization chip. 6 hours. But this ship won't work. The foundation is too rotten. Ruan Qingci snapped her fingers. The tarpaulin on the other side of the berth was pulled aside. Beneath it was a small shuttle. Narrow hull many patches on the shell, a broken tail fin, like a bird with a broken wing. Qin Zhaomian said the Red Falcon. Impounded in Black Harbor for 3 years. Thrusters still work twice as fast as a tugboat, small cargo hold not much capacity. Lin Jin walked over, reached out, and touched the hull. Cold. Cracked. But better than Shui Yuan's broken tugboat. How much? Ruan Qingxi smiled. Not for sale, I'll rent it to you. 30% of whatever you bring back from the White Dove. 30%. Plus I'll throw in an engineer. Qin Zhaomian immediately looked at her. When did I agree to that? Ruan Qingxi said, you owe me 87,000. Qin Zhaomian fell silent. Lin Jin looked at her. You don't want to go? Qin Zhaomian sneered. I don't want to go die with a lunatic who just crawled out of a forbidden zone. Then stay. Lin Jin pocketed the chip and turned toward the Red Falcon's hatch. Qin Zhaomian stood there, face dark. A few seconds later she cursed, grabbed her toolkit, and followed. Can you connect a military interface? No. Can you synchronize the thrusters? No. Can you turn off the medical AI's life scan? Lin Jin stopped. Qin Zhaomian glared at him. You can't do anything, and you still dare to go. Lin Jin looked at her. I'll come back alive with what I need. Qin Zhaomian was stunned for a moment. Lin Jin continued, the rest is your job. She stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. Fine. You go crazy, I'll do my work. Ruan Qingxi tossed a Black Harbor pass to Lin Jin. Departure in 6 hours. Lin Jin shook his head. 4 hours. Qin Zhaomian's face darkened. You think modifying a ship is like changing a light bulb? My sister can't wait. Qin Zhaomian's curses died in her throat. She looked at Lin Jin, then turned and climbed into the Red Falcon. Test run in 3 hours, launch in 4. Anyone who slows us down, I'll weld them to the hull. Ruan Qingxi smiled. Interesting. But Lin Jin didn't smile. Huiyo whispered in his ear. Encrypted signal detected from the White Tower. Target orbit, suspected White Dove. They have already departed. Lin Jin looked up toward the sky above Black Harbor, blocked by steel. A 300-year-old medical ship. The White Tower. His sister's 72 hours. Everything was pushing him upward. He said softly, Huiya, I'm here. Don't tell me the survival rate this time. Understood. After a pause, Huiya added, it's very low anyway. The interior of the Chi Sun was even more dilapidated than Lin Jin had imagined. As the hatch hissed open, a wave of damp, musty odor rushed out, mingling with the smells of coolant and rat poison. Qin Zhaomian stood at the entrance, her face darkening. Ruan Qingxi calls this flyable. Ruan Qingxi, standing beneath the maintenance scaffold, smiled with unshakable calm. It did fly 3 years ago. Qin Zhaomian turned to stare at her. 3 years ago a dog was alive too. Now its bones could beat a drum. Ruan Qingxi shrugged. That's why I called you. Qin Zhaomian cursed under her breath, grabbed her toolbox, and ducked into the ship. Lin Jin followed. The Chi Sun was a small shuttle seating at most 4 with a cramped cargo hold in the back. Far too narrow for a medical pod, let alone a coffin. Half the dashboard in the pilot seat was shattered, and the right secondary console bore a muddy boot print. Qin Zhaomian crouched beneath the main console, pried open the wiring panel, and took one look before falling silent. Lin Jin asked what? Qin Zhaomian reached in and pulled out a charred tangle of wires. The previous owner of this ship tried to use clothesline to jury-rig a military fire control system. Lin Jin didn't understand. Can it be fixed? Yes, Qin Zhaomian ground her teeth. But right now I want to drag that bastard out of his grave and kill him again. Huiyo whispered in his ear. White Dove orbital window, 24 hours, 36 minutes remaining. Lin Wan's black market filter core stability, 70 hours, 12 minutes remaining. Lin Jin walked to the hatch and looked down at the maintenance scaffold below. Boss Ruan. Ruan Qingxi looked up. What now? I need a pilot. Ruan Qingxi smiled. You can't fly. A little. What does a little mean? I can start it. Ruan Qingxi was silent for a moment. Qin Zhaomian poked her head out from beneath the console. And you still said you'd lift off in 4 hours. Lin Jin looked at her. I thought flying a ship was like driving a repair rover. Qin Zhaomian slammed the wrench onto the deck. Do you even hear yourself? Ruan Qingxi, however, was not angry. She turned to her subordinate. Go find Zhou Tingyun. The subordinate's face went pale. Boss, he still owes the Black Harbor money. Last time he stole a cargo shuttle and crashed into berth 7. So he needs money even more now. 10 minutes later the man was brought in. He was a young man in his early 20s, hair a wild mess, as if electrified, wearing an old flight jacket with a band-aid on his right eye corner. He was escorted by 2 Black Harbor enforcers. As he walked he clamored, Boss Ruan, be reasonable. Berth 7 wasn't my fault. The berth threw itself into my face. Ruan Qingxi stared at him. Shut up. Zhou Tingyun fell silent instantly. She pointed at the Chi Sun. For hours take him to the inner ring of the Starship graveyard. Zhou Tingyun glanced at Lin Jin, then at the Chi Sun, his expression complicated. Boss Ruan, I owe you money, but I don't owe you my life. 1 trip clear half the debt. Where to? The Baigu. Zhou Tingyun turned and tried to walk away. The 2 enforcers held him down. Zhou Tingyun grew frantic. The Baigu. That's a ghost ship. 3 years ago Old Tao's crew went in and came out insane. One of them kept screaming for a doctor to cut him open. Lin Jin looked at him. I'll add more. Zhou Tingyun stopped. How much? I have no money right now. Zhou Tingyun's eyes widened. Then what are you adding? Lin Jin pulled out the silver permission chip. The chip glowed with a cold light. The resistance on Zhou Tingyun's face slowly faded. He was talkative but perceptive. Old military clearance. Yes. One item from the buy your pick first. Zhou Tingyun licked his lips. What if I die? Lin Jin said, then you won't have to pay back the debt. Zhou Tingyun froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. You're really bad luck with words. He shook off the two enforcers, walked to the Chi Sun, and patted its hull. A chip of paint fell off. Zhou Tingyun's face twitched. Can this thing really fly? Qin Zhaomian's cold voice came from inside. It can fly. No guarantee it can land. Fine. Zhou Tingyun climbed into the cockpit, placed his hands on the controls, and the careless air about him vanished instantly. He scanned the instrument panel, listened to the engine's low hum. Left thruster has old, damaged tail fin, was broken before two attitude nozzles are clogged, and the escape pod is probably just for show. Qin Zhaomian glanced up at him. Know your stuff. Zhou Tingyun grinned. Used to make a living off it. And now I live off dodging debts. Qin Zhaomian said nothing more, tossing him a junction box. Wire up the navigation link. You're ordering me around. If you want to get to the Baigu alive, shut up and work. Zhou Tingyun eyed the welding torch in her hand and obediently caught the box. For the next 3 hours, the Chi Sun was dismantled into a pile of parts. Qin Zhaomian crawled into the engine, bay half her body buried in pipes, her curses never ceasing. Zhou Tingyun recalibrated the navigation system. The scar-faced man and his crew hauled oxygen tanks, repair sealant, and spare power cells aboard. Lin Jin was not idle. He inventoried everything he had brought back from the Shuangren. The black box, half a star chart, the return contamination sample, the silver permission chip, and several power cells salvaged from the drones. Each item was valuable. Each could also cost him his life. Huiya suddenly spoke. Recommend disposing of the contamination sample. How? Hand it over to the White Tower. Lin Jin smiled. You're making it easy for yourself. The sample will continuously emit low-frequency signals. The White Tower may use it to locate you. Lin Jin frowned. Can it be shielded? Requires a lead layer cryogenic container or an old military isolation capsule. Lin Jin looked at Qin Zhaomian. Can you make a shielding box? Qin Zhaomian didn't look up. What size? Lin Jin handed her the syringe. The moment she saw the red label, her hands stopped moving. You kept this in your tool bag. What else? You really want to die faster. She rummaged in her toolbox, found an old refrigerated box, removed the internal battery, and welded 2 layers of isolation plates onto it. It'll last 1 day. Don't drop it, don't hit it, don't bring it near the reactor. Lin Jin took the box. Thank you. Qin Zhaomian gave him a look. Don't thank me yet. I'm still not sure if I'll die because of you. 3.5 hours later, the main engine of the Chi Sun fired up for the first time. With a thunderous roar, the entire maintenance scaffold shuddered. Black smoke billowed from the tail. Ruan Xingxi stood below, waving a hand to clear the smoke. Is this normal? Qin Zhaomian shouted from the hatch. Normal my ass. Zhou Tingyun, you gave it too much thrust. From the cockpit, Zhou Tingyun poked his head out. I just gave it a little tap. That's the start lever, not your girlfriend's hand. Someone in the Black Harbor laughed out loud. Lin Jin stood by the hatch, watching the battered ship slowly light up. The Chi Sun was still old, still broken. But it was alive. Unlike the dead vessel, Shuangren. This ship could breathe, could tremble, could force itself to start despite all its flaws. Lin Jin suddenly felt a strange kinship with it. Both were falling apart, but both could still push forward. Exactly 4 hours. Qin Zhaomian crawled out of the engine bay, her face streaked with grease, 2 blisters on her hand. She slapped a temporary modification list onto Lin Jin's chest. The exterior is camouflaged. It looks like a 3rd Fleet recovery shuttle now. It'll fool the GE's outer scan for 30 seconds. Is 30 seconds enough? Not normally. And abnormally. Qin Zhaomian glanced at Zhou Tingyun. He was already in the pilot's seat, grinning like a madman. Depends on my mood. Ruan Xingxi walked over and handed Lin Jin a small locator. Take it. If you die, I'll know where to collect the corpse. Lin Jin took it and clipped it onto his belt. I'll bring something back. Ruan Xingxi smiled. Better bring your life back. The hatch of the Chi Sun sealed shut. The maintenance scaffold released. Zhou Tingyun gripped the controls and his entire demeanor shifted. The carelessness was gone, replaced by sheer excitement. Hold on. Lin Jin buckled his seatbelt. Qin Zhaomian in the co-pilot seat said coldly, don't fly recklessly, I just fixed it. Zhou Tingyun laughed. Then you'd better be ready because it's about to break again. The next second, the Chi Sun shot out of the Black Harbor. A brutal surge of acceleration pinned Lin Jin into his seat. The steel shadows of the domed city below rapidly receded. They tore through the waste clouds, hurtling toward low orbit. Darkness spread before them. The starship graveyard lay ahead like a vast iron ocean. Huiya's voice rang out. Target signal detected. White Dove position confirmed. Also detecting White Tower shipping fleet. Lin Jin looked out the porthole. In the distance, 3 white shuttles were already entering the inner ring of the graveyard ahead of them. Zhou Tingyun let out a whistle. They're faster than us. Lin Jin stared at the white specks in the darkness, slowly tightening his grip on the seatbelt. Then overtake them. The Chizen-class shuttle plunged headlong into the graveyard of derelict starships. Outside the viewport, jagged fragments of metal drifted in silence. Shattered bridges, charred cargo holds, armor plating twisted into spirals, and a severed main cannon barrel torn from some unknown vessel. These relics hung motionless in the void, lifeless when still, yet lethally kinetic when set in motion. Zhou Tingyun slammed the throttle forward. The Chisun skimmed past a jagged slab of hull plating over 10 meters long. Bang! A sharp scrape tore along the ship's belly. Every occupant jolted violently in their seats. Qin Zhaomian gripped the auxiliary console, his face dark with fury. I just patched the port side. Zhou Tingyun kept his eyes locked ahead, voice unflustered. Don't panic, it's still attached. If it falls off, I'll shove you out there to weld it back on. Lin Jin remained silent. His gaze was fixed on the orbital map projected across his visor. 3 shuttles from the White Spire flanked the path ahead, traveling the standard channel, safe, stable, swift. To overtake them, the Chisun would have to thread through the debris-dense zone, a corridor no licensed vessel dared enter. Even insurers refused coverage here. Grey Crow's voice cut in. Debris density rising, 700 meters ahead. Recommend deceleration. Zhou Tingyun smirked. It recommends slowing down. Qin Zhaomian replied coldly. I recommend you heat it. Heating it means we'll never catch up. Zhou Tingyun wrenched the nose down. The Chisun shot between 2 rotating hulks, so close Lin Jin could read the faded military registry numbers etched into the scorched armor. In the next instant, a broken antenna lashed across their path. Zhou Tingyun flicked his wrist. The Chisun rolled sideways, just as the antenna sheared past the viewport, spitting showers of sparks. Qin Zhaomian swore under his breath and shouted. Right attitude, thruster temperature spiking into red. Zhou Tingyun noted. Noted, and still pushing. If I hadn't pushed, we'd have collided like beads on a string. Lin Jin watched ahead, the White Spire formation drawing nearer. 5 kilometers. 4.2. 3.7. They were closing fast. But the White Spire had noticed them too. A warning crackled over the open comm channel. Unidentified shuttle behind us. Immediately disengage from this trajectory. This is White Spire shipping security fleet. Repeat, disengage immediately. Zhou Tingyun glanced at Lin Jin. Turn back. Lin Jin said no. Zhou Tingyun grinned. I love that answer. He killed the public channel. From the White Spire formation, the rearmost shuttle slowed and pivoted sharply, cutting laterally across their path. A blockade. Qin Zhaomian scanned the radar. They've locked onto us. Grey Crow added. Targeting systems warming up. Warning, Chisun has no shielding. Zhou Tingyun's grin only deepened. No shielding. Good, saves power. Qin Zhaomian glared. Do you truly wish to die? When I was drowning in debt, I thought about it daily. These days, not so much. The White Spire shuttle loomed ahead, its ventral hull revealing 2 stubby-barreled cannons. Lin Jin tightened his harness. Can we get through? Zhou Tingyun moistened his lips. Normally, no. Then let's be abnormal. Brace yourselves. The Chisun didn't slow. It accelerated, straight toward the White Spire shuttle. The enemy likely hadn't expected such audacity from a battered craft. Their gun turrets hesitated. Half a second of disbelief. That half second was all Zhou Tingyun needed. He killed main thrust and ignited lateral thrusters. The Chisun lurched sideways, as if kicked mid-flight, sliding broadside through vacuum. The White Spire's first warning burst missed entirely. Zhou Tingyun reignited engines. The Chisun dove, skimming beneath a slowly spinning warship fragment. The White Spire vessels dared not follow. A fissure split the wreck's center, its widest gap barely 7 meters across. Chisen's wings scraped both edges as it shot through, filling the cabin with shrieking metal-on-metal friction. Qin Zhaomian's face went ashen. Port wing casing detached. Zhou Tingyun yelled, doesn't affect flight. It affects landing. We'll worry about that after we land. Lin Jin watched the radar, the White Spire interceptor falling behind. But the other 2 shuttles were now converging on their target. Ahead in the abyssal dark, a colossal white starship emerged, silent, spectral. It was far more intact than the Shuangren, elongated, sleek, its hull bearing scorch marks, but retaining structural integrity. Near its bow, a faded red cross emblem shimmered faintly beneath decades of grime. Beneath it, weathered lettering read, 3rd Fleet Medical Vessel, White Dove. Lin Jin's breath caught. Found it. Lin Wan's life hung, suspended aboard that vessel. Grey Crow chimed instantly. External scan detected. White Dove. Legacy military tier. 2 clearance permits spoofing as salvage unit. Effective deception window 30 seconds. Qin Zhaomian slotted the authorization chip into the auxiliary console. I'm initiating the spoof protocol. Zhou Tingyun asked. 30 seconds. What can we actually do with that? Enough for you to hold your tongue. Lin Jin watched the 2 White Spire shuttles approach the White Dove's primary docking bay, equipped with proper gear, preparing to enter via the main airlock. The Chisun had no such credentials, and no time to queue. Grey Crow, locate a breach. Across his visor, the White Dove schematics bloomed in high resolution. Grey Crow highlighted a crimson node. Starboard medical waste ejection port. Door warped, but manually operable. Qin Zhaomian snapped. That's a waste chute, not an entryway. Can a person fit through? Yes. Then it's an entryway. Zhou Tingyun whistled. Brace yourselves, we're diving into the garbage chute. The Chi-Sun swept around the White Dove's flank, sliding tight against its hull toward starboard. A scanning beam swept across them. Every light in the cockpit shifted to cool blue. Identity verification in progress. 3rd Fleet Salvage Unit. Authorization anomaly detected. Qin Zhaomian's fingers flew across the console. Don't rush me. This antique is harder to coax than my grandmother. Lin Jin stared at the countdown. 29 seconds. 26 seconds. 23 seconds. Then, White Spire's channel broke in. Chi-Sun, halt all approach maneuvers. Gu Hanzhou's voice. He'd arrived as expected. Lin Jin didn't respond. Zhou Tingyun held the ship steady, driving straight for the waste port. Only a 2-meter fissure yawned there, frosted solid with discarded medical containers. Qin Zhaomian paled. Too narrow. Zhou Tingyun grinned. I'm slim. The ship isn't. The Chi-Sun retracted its wings. It rolled hard, sliding sideways, wedging itself between frozen waste bins. Crack. A gash ripped open along the starboard hull. Cabin pressure alarms blared instantly. Qin Zhaomian slammed the seal valve shut. I will end you someday. Zhou Tingyun had no breath left for banter. Both hands clenched on the controls. The Chi-Sun jammed itself into the outer mounting frame of the waste port. Thud. It shuddered to a halt. For seconds remained. The White Dove scan concluded. Identity verified. Welcome salvage unit. Proceed with boarding. Lin Jin unbuckled instantly. Go. Qin Zhaomian snatched his toolkit. 15 minutes maximum. They enter through the front door, we through the trash chute. We will cross paths. Zhou Tingyun drew a compact, short-barrel pistol, grinning. Then we run when we do. The hatch hissed open. A wave of frigid air rushed in. Lin Jin leapt first into the White Dove's waste conduit. Beneath his boots lay thick frost, severed conduits hung from walls, the air carried a faint medicinal tang. It resembled a hospital, yet colder. Sterile. So unervingly pristine it defied the notion of a dead ship. Grey Crow spoke suddenly. Life support systems, residual operation detected. Lin Jin froze. Are there survivors aboard? Confirmation impossible. At the tunnels, a green light flickered awake. Then another, and another. As if roused by their arrival, the White Dove stirred. A gentle female voice echoed through the intercom. Welcome aboard the White Dove. Please remain calm, injured personnel. Medical staff en route. Qin Zhaomian's expression hardened. Don't move. Lin Jin whispered. What is it? She pointed ahead. Deep within the frost-veiled passage, something glided silently forward. Not a drone. More like an automated surgical gurney. Pristine white, moving with eerie precision. 4 articulated arms extended from its sides, each bearing syringes, bone saws, and hemostats. It halted 3 meters away. A screen lit up on its headrest. 3 unregistered patients detected. Condition assessment: moderate contamination, skeletal trauma, neural instability. Treatment protocol: cranial examination. Zhou Tingyun's jaw twitched. This physician is deeply unsettling. The gurney's arms rose smoothly. The broadcast voice remained tender. Please don't be afraid. The procedure will conclude shortly. The surgical gurney glided forward slowly. For mechanical arms unfolded midair, their syringes, bone saws, and hemostatic clamps gleaming with cold light. The female voice over the intercom remained gentle. Please remain still, patient. Evading treatment will worsen your condition. Zhou Tingyun raised his short-barreled pistol and aimed at the screen mounted above the gurney. It calls this treatment. Qin Zhaomian's face paled. Don't shoot the screen. Target the wheel assembly beneath. The gurney has a backup control system. Hitting the display is useless. Before the words fully faded, the surgical gurney surged forward. Lin Jin caught only a flash of white. Then the mechanical arms lunged toward his face. He threw himself backward. The needle grazed his visor, leaving a pale streak across the transparent surface. Zhou Tingyun fired twice. 2 sharp reports echoed. Bullets struck the gurney's undercarriage. Sparks erupted, but the wheels veered slightly and kept rolling. Qin Zhaomian hurled an electromagnetic spike into the right-hand wall. Instantly, the gurney's mechanical arms twisted off course, wrenched by magnetic force. Now, Lin Jin charged forward, jamming his plasma-cutting torch against exposed wiring beneath the gurney, and squeezed the trigger. A searing hiss tore through the air. Blinding blue-white flames erupted. A sharp odor of burnt insulation rose. The gurney convulsed violently, its 4 arms flailing erratically. One swept toward Qin Zhaomian. Lin Jin grabbed her and yanked her back. The arm sliced past her shoulders, shearing through an old pipe embedded in the wall. White vapor burst forth. The entire scrap corridor plunged into deeper cold. Zhou Tingyun darted sideways and fired his last round into the gurney's central interface. A deafening crack reverberated. The gurney finally halted. The screen flickered weakly. Therapy failed. Requesting anesthetic support. Lin Jin's expression hardened. More. Grey Crow's voice cut in. Mobile units detected ahead. Count 7. Zhou Tingyun cursed under his breath. Deep within the corridor, green lights ignited one after another. More surgical gurneys emerged from darkness, 7 in total. Each bore mechanical arms extending from its sides like spiders draped in white shrouds. Qin Xiaomian snapped, "Don't engage, we'll only draw more. The White Dove's medical AI has classified us as patients. Patients don't get their brains dissected. The old military medical AI is corrupted. Its priority isn't healing, it's excising contamination." Lin Jin stared at the advancing gurneys. "How do we make it misidentify us?" Qin Xiaomian pointed sharply at his waist. "The authorization chip." Lin Jin pulled out the silver chip and pressed it onto the wall interface. The wall remained inert. Gray Crow immediately interfaced. "Verifying authorization. 3rd Fleet Tier, 2 clearance confirmed. Current designation Wreck Recovery Unit." The intercom's female voice paused, just for a breath. All 7 gurneys froze. Zhou Tingyun exhaled, then the broadcast resumed. "Recovery Unit, please submit the patient roster. Until the roster is submitted, all unregistered life forms default to therapy protocol." The gurneys began sliding forward once more. Zhou Tingyun's face turned ashen. "It follows procedure more rigidly than the White Spire." Qin Xiaomian ripped open the wall-mounted interface panel. "Give me 10 seconds. I'll forge a roster." "No time." Lin Jin suddenly pressed his palm flat against the cold hull of the White Dove. The black cube warmed faintly in his grip. Silence fell, absolute and profound. The scrap corridor bled of color. Frost vanished. Lights brightened. The White Dove, 3 centuries untouched, reappeared before him whole and intact. He saw a line of wounded being wheeled down the corridor, nurses drenched in blood. A woman physician in white military uniform sprinted ahead of them. She shouted at the wall terminal. "Emergency transfer list. Designations B-17 through B-23. All to the alveolar regeneration zone." The terminal's synthetic voice responded. "Confirm attending physician authorization." She slammed her ID badge onto the sensor. "Attending physician White Dove, Su Nanzi." "Confirmed." The image flickered. Lin Jin watched her input a sequence on the terminal. B-17. B-23. Regeneration zone. His eyes snapped open, back in reality. The first gurney was already 2 meters away. Lin Jin yelled to Qin Xiaomian. "Roster B-17 to B-23, O alveolar regeneration zone. Attending physician Su Nanzi." Qin Xiaomian hesitated. Then her fingers flew. "How did you know that? Enter it, now." She gritted her teeth typing the numbers and forcibly overriding the chip's data stream. The wall terminal pulsed. "Patient roster received. B-17 through B-23. Destination alveolar regeneration zone. Attending physician Su Nanzi." Every gurney stopped simultaneously. Mechanical arms retracted smoothly. The intercom's voice softened further. "Roster confirmed. Recovery unit, please escort patients to the alveolar regeneration zone." Zhou Tingyun stared at the gurney, now half a meter from his face. His throat bobbed. "I nearly got my skull opened." "Your cranium probably holds nothing worth opening," Qin Xiaomian replied, stowing her tools and glancing at him. "Engineer Qin, do you always speak so bluntly?" "Depends on the person." Lin Jin had no patience for banter. He studied the newly projected route map on his visor. The alveolar regeneration zone lay in the White Dove's mid-deck, not far from their current position. Yet the White Spire team entering via the main entrance would pass through it precisely. Gray Crow warned. "White Spire unit detected entering main medical corridor. Count 12. One identified as Gu Hanzhou." Lin Jin's gaze darkened. "Move." All 3 fell in behind the gurneys. This time the gurneys offered no threat, instead forming protective ranks before and behind them. Green lights bloomed along the corridor one by one. The White Dove's interior was far cleaner than the frost blades. Walls were gray-white. Few corpses littered the floor, only dried dark stains of old blood. Deeper they went. The scent of antiseptic grew stronger, laced with a faint cloying sweetness. Qin Xiaomian halted abruptly and placed a hand on Lin Jin's shoulder. "Don't inhale deeply. Toxic. Residual anesthetic mist. Prolonged exposure dulls reaction time." She tossed a filtration disc to each of them, Lin Jin and Zhou Tingyun. Lin Jin affixed his to the side of his visor. Zhou Tingyun sniffed the air. "Smells almost pleasant." Qin Xiaomian replied coolly. "You'll say the same when they're sawing through you." Zhou Tingyun fell silent instantly. Ahead loomed a half-open isolation door. Beyond it, muffled human voices drifted, not synthesized but real. A man's voice commanded Team 2, secure the left flank. Technicians, breach the medical bay. Director Gu said assets first, lives second. White Spire operatives. Lin Jin halted and signaled for silence. Both pressed flat against the wall. Through the crack, a broad, main medical corridor stretched into view. 6 White Spire guards advanced cautiously, trailed by 2 technicians pushing a decryption rig. They hadn't yet spotted the trio concealed in the scrap conduit. Zhou Tingyun whispered, "Dieter." Gray Crow answered. "Detour adds 9 minutes." 9 minutes. Lin Wan couldn't wait. Lin Jin studied the 7 gurneys flanking them, then asked quietly, "Gray Crow, does the medical AI recognize White Spire personnel?" "White Spire has not submitted a patient roster." Lin Jin smiled. "Good." He reinserted the silver chip into the wall interface. Send a message to the medical AI. Content. Lin Jin watched the white spire guards through the doorway and murmured. Unregistered patients detected, 6 individuals. Suspected severe contamination. Recommend immediate therapy. Gray Crow paused for one beat. Message sent. The corridor's green lights blazed crimson. The intercom chimed still gentle. Unregistered critical patients detected. Immediate treatment required. The white spire guards recoiled, faces stricken. What was that sound? In the next instant, all 7 gurneys surged from the scrap conduit. Mechanical arms unfurled. Syringes extended. Bone saws whined to life. The corridor dissolved into chaos. Open fire. Keep it away. Ah, it's got me. Lin Jin seized the moment, bursting forward. Qin Zhaomian and Zhou Tingyun followed hard on his heels. The white spire guards were pinned, entangled by gurneys blind to their escape. A technician reached for his comms. Lin Jin kicked him down and yanked the decryption rig's data cable free. Qin Zhaomian's eyes lit up the moment she saw the device. White Spire military-grade decryptor. She hauled it upright and dragged it away. Zhou Tingyun shouted while running, "You're scavenging now." Qin Zhaomian sneered. "This junk is worth more than you are." Lin Jin sprinted to the corridor's end. Ahead stood the alveolar regeneration zone. Its door glowed with faint blue light. Regeneration pods standby. Available units remaining 1. Lin Jin's breath hitched. Only 1. Enough for Lin 1 alone. He reached for the silver chip, ready to unlock the door, when a familiar voice rang out behind him. Lin Jin. Gu Hanzhou stood at the far end of the corridor. 4 white spire guards flanked him, rifles already leveled. Gu Hanzhou's gaze flicked from Lin Jin's chip to the regeneration zone's door. What lies beyond that door? You won't take it. Lin Jin pressed the chip to the sensor. The door began to slide open. He didn't turn. Then watch me. The gate to the regeneration zone swung open slowly. Cold white light spilled out from within. Lin Jin did not look back. Behind him, Gu Hanzhou's men raised their rifles. Lin Jin. Gu Hanzhou's voice remained steady. Take 1 more step forward, and I will fire. Lin Jin gazed at the sliver of light widening between the doors. You should have fired long ago. Gu Hanzhou fell silent for a breath. Then, gunfire cracked. Bang. Lin Jin lunged inward. The bullet grazed his shoulder and slammed into the doorframe, splintering fragments that stung his mask. Zhou Tingyun reacted instantly, raising his rifle to return fire. Qin Zhaomian dropped the white tower decryption device onto the floor and rolled headlong into the regeneration zone. The gate continued opening. Inside lay a circular medical chamber. The walls gleamed with sterile, chilling smoothness. At its center stood a white regeneration pod. Slightly larger than a standard hospital bed, its transparent canopy bristled with fine-coiled tubing. Beside it hung an obsolete military medical insignia. Pulmonary regeneration pod. Usages remaining 1. Life matrix residual 32. Lin Jin stared at the words, his breath tightened. Found it. Lin Wan's life hung suspended before him. Gray Crow chimed urgently. This unit cannot be relocated intact. Recommended extraction regeneration core life matrix cartridge. Estimated disassembly time 7 minutes. Qin Zhaomian had already thrown herself at the control console. 7 minutes. Give me 5. 5 minutes. Zhou Tingyun pressed himself against the doorway and glanced outward. Down the corridor, white tower guards advanced steadily. The surgical beds had delayed some, but Gu Hanzhou still commanded elite troops. They fired sparingly. Advancing methodically, they disabled pursuing medical beds with electromagnetic rounds. Zhou Tingyun's face darkened. 5 minutes. I can hold them for 2, at most. Qin Zhaomian didn't lift her eyes. Then you'd better exceed your limits. I've spent my entire life exceeding them. Zhou Tingyun cursed under his breath and opened fire in precise bursts. White tower guards recoiled behind cover. Lin Jin dashed to the regeneration pod and slotted in the silver authorization chip. Authorization verifying. 3rd Fleet level, 2 clearance confirmed. Current mission casualty evacuation. Please insert casualty. The pod's canopy slid open smoothly. A plume of white vapor billowed forth. It was not empty. Lin Jin's gaze sharpened. Within lay a woman. She wore a white military physician's uniform, a faded name tag pinned to her chest read. Su Nanzi, chief physician aboard the Duff-class vessel. 3 centuries had passed, but her face rested as though asleep, skin translucent as alabaster. A faint persistent green glow pulsed on the life monitor beside the pod. Zhou Tingyun spared a glance, and his voice fractured. Damn it, there's someone alive in there. Qin Zhaomian's hands paused mid-motion for half a second. Deep cryo suspension. She's not dead. Lin Jin studied the woman inside the pod. Removing the regeneration core would kill Su Nanzi. Leaving it intact meant Lin Wan would not survive 72 hours. Gray Crow's voice cut through the silence. Subject is in irreversible stasis. Probability of spontaneous awakening 3. Recommend core extraction. Lin Jin said nothing. Then, the broadcast system crackled. No longer the gentle synthetic tone from before. Now a voice fractured by static, raw and rasping. Please do not dismantle. Lin Jin snapped his head up. Qin Zhaomian froze. Not AI, it's her biological neural waveform interfacing directly with the system. Inside the pod, Su Nanzi's eyes remained closed. Yet the broadcast continued. Pulmonary regeneration pod is for casualties. Lin Jin murmured low and clear, my sister is the casualty. The Dove class must not leave dock. The Third Fleet still requires treatment. Her voice frayed like a thread sinking into deep water, dreamlike distant. Lin Jin looked upon that face, sleeping for 300 years. 3 centuries ago she may have saved countless lives. Perhaps in the Dove class's final moments, she sealed herself inside this pod, not for survival, but so the medical systems would keep running. But Lin Wan had no 3 centuries. She had only 3 days. Then, gunfire intensified outside. Zhou Tingyun grunted, blood blooming along his shoulder. Lin Jin, are you done yet? Gu Hanzhou's voice echoed down the corridor. Lin Jin, that person inside the pod was the Dove class's final chief physician. Remove the core, and she dies. Lin Jin's eyes darkened. Gu Hanzhou knew. He knew everything. Weren't you saving lives? Gu Hanzhou continued, voice cold and precise. Now, a physician who lived 3 centuries ago, and your sister. Only one may live. Who do you choose? The corridor fell silent, for a heartbeat. Even gunfire seemed to soften. Qin Zhaomian turned to Lin Jin. She did not urge him. Lin Jin remembered Lin Wan lying in that crumbling clinic. Remembered her small fingers gripping his sleeve, whispering she wasn't afraid to die. He remembered his own oxygen dwindling to 6 minutes aboard the Frostblade while no one came. People died daily in orbit. People died daily in the Undercity beneath the dome. But this time, he refused to let Lin Wan be one of them. Lin Jin reached out, palm resting on the pod's rim. Dr. Su, the broadcast's breathing hitched, faint, fragile. I'm not here to judge you. His voice dropped, barely audible. Nor do I hold the right to decide who lives or dies for others. But my sister is waiting for me. So I'm sorry. He met Qin Zhaomian's gaze. Proceed. She clenched her jaw, then connected the decryptor. Red emergency lights flooded the regeneration zone. Warning, regeneration core detaching. Chief physician life support compromised. Cease operation immediately. Su Nanzi's voice returned. This time, not in protest, but soft, almost tender. Casualty designation. Lin Jin stiffened. Qin Zhaomian didn't pause, but lifted her eyes briefly. Su Nanzi whispered, fragmented and fading. B-17, pulmonary failure. B-18, radiation burns. B-19. She was reciting names. The list of casualties she'd never had time to save. 3 centuries passed. Her voice weakened further. B-23, child, 12 years old. Please prioritize. The broadcast dissolved into silence. The green light in the pod began to fade. Lin Jin's fingers locked rigid. Qin Zhaomian murmured, voice hushed, core extracted. From beneath the pod she withdrew a silver-white cylinder, length of an arm. Within flowed pale blue liquid, like captured starlight, cold and luminous. Pulmonary regeneration core. Life matrix residual 31. Enough. It would be enough. Lin Jin took the cylinder, sealing it into a shock-resistant case strapped to his back. Outside, Gu Hanzhou issued his final order. Storm the zone. White Tower guards surged forward. Zhou Tingyun retreated, firing, then emptied his magazine and hurled the rifle aside. Fall back. Qin Zhaomian snatched up the decryptor. Where? The main entrance is blocked. Grey Crow instantly mapped a route. Emergency cadaver transport conduit behind regeneration zone. Zhou Tingyun paled. What is it with your medical ships? Always garbage chutes or corpse tunnels. Lin Jin hoisted the regeneration core onto his back. Just get us out. Qin Zhaomian sprinted to the rear wall and ripped open a sealed panel. Beyond stretched a narrow pitch-black shaft descending into darkness. Chill air rose from below, carrying the faint, acrid scent of antiseptic. Zhou Tingyun plunged in first. I'll scout ahead. If I die, remember to deduct my debt. Qin Zhaomian followed without hesitation. Lin Jin entered last. Before vanishing into the shaft, he turned and looked back at the pod. Su Nanzi lay motionless within. The green light had vanished entirely. Lin Jin held still for 1 second, then reached up and sealed the pod's canopy. Thank you. In the next breath, White Tower forces breached the regeneration zone. Gu Hanzhou stood framed in the doorway, eyes locking onto the hollow core slot. His expression turned glacial. He stepped to the conduit mouth and spoke low and certain. Lock down the Osprey class. They won't escape. Inside the conduit, Lin Jin clutched the regeneration core tight as his body plummeted downward. At the abyssal end of darkness, Grey Crow blared a warning. Detected awakening of the Dove-class medical mainframe. Re-evaluating casualty priority list. Lin Jin asked, voice taut, prioritizing whom? Grey Crow paused, half a beat. Entire vessel. The corpse transport conduit was narrower than Lin Jin had anticipated. Cradling the regeneration core, he slid downward, his back repeatedly striking the metallic walls, ears filled with the grating shriek of metal on metal. Ahead, Zhou Tingyun's curses echoed. Is this pipe built for corpses? It pinches my hips like I'm still breathing. Qin Zhaomian's voice cut cold silence. Conserve oxygen. I'm easing tension. You're making noise. Lin Jin paid no mind to their bickering. He clutched the regeneration core to his chest with desperate focus. The silver-white box pressed against his sternum. Within it, pale blue liquid swayed gently. Lin Wan's life pulsed inside that vessel. Unbreakable, irreplaceable. And above all, never to be seized by the White Spire. Grey Crow's voice whispered beside his ear. Medical mainframe of the Dove has awakened. Full ship triage initiated. Warning, all 3 life forms present are flagged for treatment. Lin Jin demanded, what is the treatment protocol? Grey Crow paused. Severe biocontamination detected. Recommended intervention, full anesthesia, craniotomy, pulmonary resection, neural decontamination. Zhou Tingyun's scalp prickled at the words. It calls that treatment. Qin Zhaomian replied flatly. Legacy military AI logic prioritizes contamination removal before survival. If it locates the source in the brain, it opens the skull first. I suddenly find the White Spire reasonable. A heartbeat later, blinding white light flared at the conduit's end, and the 3 tumbled out. Thud. Zhou Tingyun hit the floor first, rolling straight into a row of cryo cabinets. Qin Zhaomian slammed into his back. Lin Jin landed last, shoulder first, pain surging blackness across his vision. Yet his first instinct was to check his arms. The regeneration core remained intact, its casing uncracked. He exhaled relief, sharp and fleeting. They stood inside the cryo chamber. Rows of identical metal cabinets stretched into shadow, each door stamped with faded legacy military serial numbers. Some sealed tight, others hung half open. Inside lay mummified figures in hospital gowns, gray-skinned faces still masked by ancient oxygen respirators. 3 centuries had left them suspended, forgotten by time itself. Zhou Tingyun pushed himself upright, gripping a cabinet door, just as the overhead speaker crackled. Injury survivors detected outside regeneration zone. Remain stationary. Medical personnel en route. Doctors are approaching. Deep within the chamber, emerald lights flickered, awake one by one. Mechanical rails hummed to life. Qin Zhaomian's expression hardened. Move, now. Her command hadn't fully left her lips when every cryo cabinet burst open, not spilling corpses, but extending mechanical arms from behind their panels. Needle arrays. Oscillating saws. Restraint clamps. Dense, precise, relentless. Zhou Tingyun bellowed. How many doctors does this ship even have? Lin Jin snatched up the regeneration core and bolted for the exit. But the cryo chamber door slammed shut before them. Thud. Crimson light flooded the corridor. Lockdown initiated. Qin Zhaomian lunged to the control panel, wrenching open its housing. Fingers flying across exposed wires. Give me 30 seconds. Lin Jin turned. Mechanical arms converged from every angle. Zhou Tingyun snatched a fallen cryo rack support beam, swung it sideways, and shattered one grasping limb. 30 seconds, got it. I'll try to stay alive until 29. Lin Jin didn't draw his sidearm, the magazine empty. Instead, he shoved the regeneration core toward Qin Zhaomian's feet and drew his plasma cutter. Its power cell glowed faintly, dying. The first arm stabbed forward. Lin Jin twisted aside, the cutter searing along its joint. Hiss, crackle, the limb severed, clattering to the floor, still spasming claws, snapping blindly. A second arm seized his left leg from the flank, his damaged exoskeleton shrieking error warnings. Gritting his teeth, Lin Jin killed the leg's servos entirely, then wrenched his limb backward with raw force. The mechanical grip tore away a slab of armored plating. Beneath it, his calf split open, blood welling instantly. He ignored it. Zhou Tingyun was already pinned, 2 arms locking down his shoulders. A needle tip aimed for his throat. Lin Jin charged, emptying the cutter's final charge in one blinding arc. White light flashed. The needle shattered. The cutter died, silent dark. Zhou Tingyun wrenched free, gasping. I owe you my life. Lin Jin discarded the dead tool. Put it on my tab. Behind him, Qin Zhaomian shouted, the door's open. It yawned half a meter wide. 3 bodies plunged through. As Lin Jin cleared the threshold, last a mechanical arm snagged the shock-absorbing pouch around the regeneration core. His gaze turned ice cold. He reversed his grip and withdrew the homing contamination sample. The arm hesitated, as if sensing something ancient and lethal. Lin Jin drove a boot into its chassis, ripping the core free. The door sealed behind them. Thud, thud, thud. Muffled impacts echoed from within the cryo chamber. The doctors still hunting. Zhou Tingyun leaned against the wall, breath ragged. Next time I board a medical vessel, I'll bark first. Qin Zhaomian glanced over. You sounded convincingly canine just now. Qin engineer, can we pause the sarcasm? I nearly got injected. No. Lin Jin unfolded the ship's schematic. They were close, mere corridors away from the Red Kestrel. But Grey Crow delivered the verdict without delay. Red Kestrel's external docking frame has been locked by the White Spire. Guhanzhou is deploying cutting teams. Estimated time until forced separation 3 minutes. Qin Zhaomian's face tightened. He intends to tow our ship away. Zhou Tingyun snapped upright. Absolutely not. I haven't wrecked it enough yet. Lin Jin stared down the corridor ahead. just as the broadcast returned. The vessel has entered emergency treatment protocol. All injured personnel proceed immediately to nearest treatment node. Non-compliant subjects will be escorted by medical staff. At the corridor's far end, a side door hissed open. 2 surgical gurneys glided forth, sterile and silent. From behind, the cryochamber erupted with splintering metal. Doctors closing in from both ends. Qin Zhaomian clenched her jaw, break through. Lin Jin froze. His palm pressed flat against the bulkhead. The black box warmed beneath his touch. Sound dissolved. Light sharpened. The corridor bleached, then bloomed with golden clarity. He saw the dove 3 centuries past, a nurse sprinting down this very hall, dragging a wounded soldier, explosions roaring behind her. She reached the wall, smashed a discreet red panel, and yanked down the lever hidden within. The floor split open, revealing an emergency slide rail plunging directly to the outer docking bay. Take the patient slide, she cried. Never use the elevators. The memory dissolved. Lin Jin blinked, then lunged for the wall. There it was, a red access panel, sealed under thick dried paint. Zhou Tingyuan. He came barreling over, swung the metal beam, and struck. Once, twice. The panel cracked. Lin Jin wrenched the lever down. The deck shuddered violently. Then a narrow slide rail shot from the wall, vanishing into darkness. Qin Zhaomian stared stunned. How did you know? Lin Jin scooped up the regeneration core and stepped onto the rail. We'll talk after we land. Second me. Zhou Tingyuan leapt aboard. Hope this thing doesn't dump us into an incinerator. The rail ignited, launching them like freight capsules down a steep humming chute. Behind them, surgical gurneys screeched to the entrance, blocked by the rail's descending gate. The broadcast remained soothing. Patients are being transferred. Please remain calm. Wind pressure warped Zhou Tingyuan's face. I'm not panicking. I'm vomiting. At the tunnels, and white lights swelled, blinding imminent. Lin Jin glimpsed the outer docking frame, and the red kestrel tethered by gleaming white spire cables listing precariously over the scrap chute. 2 white spire technicians worked on its hull, cutting through the airlock. Nearby, Gu Hanzhou stood motionless upon a fixed platform, eyes lifted toward the slide's exit, as if he'd known exactly where they'd emerge. Lin Jin held the core tighter. Zhou Tingyuan muttered a curse. Qin Zhaomian already had an electromagnetic spike drawn. The rail launched them airborne, toward the platform. 1 heartbeat before impact, Gu Hanzhou raised his weapon. Lin Jin. This ends here. Mid-air, Lin Jin released one hand. The cryovial containing the homing contamination sample slipped from his palm, rolling toward the platform's edge. For the first time, Gu Hanzhou's composure shattered. Stop it now. The cooler box rolled toward the edge of the platform. Inside, it was the contamination sample from the return voyage. If it shattered, no one knew what would happen. For the first time, Gu Hanzhou's expression changed. Stop it. 2 white tower guards lunged almost simultaneously. The moment their gun muzzles shifted, Lin Jin crashed heavily onto the dock platform. His shoulder hit first. The pain blackened his vision. But he didn't loosen his grip on the regeneration core. Qin Zhaomian landed beside him, rolled half a turn, and fired an electromagnetic spike. Crack. The spike embedded itself into the cable lock control box beside the Red Falcon. A blue flame burst. The first cable lock sprung open. Zhou Tingyuan fell the hardest, skidding across the deck on his stomach, nearly colliding with a white tower technician. He grabbed the technician's ankle and yanked hard. The technician screamed, toppling backward. Zhou Tingyuan scrambled to his feet and sprinted for the Red Falcon. Start the engines. Start the engines. Start the engines. Unlock first, shouted Qin Zhaomian. I'll handle the ship, you handle the cursing. Just don't die first. On the other side of the platform, a white tower guard finally caught the cooler box. It teetered at the edge, half a foot from drifting into space. Gu Hanzhou exhaled a half sigh of relief. Lin Jin was already in front of him. No gun. No cutting torch. He had only his hands. Gu Hanzhou reacted swiftly, raising his pistol toward Lin Jin's chest. Lin Jin didn't dodge. Instead, he charged forward. Bang. The bullet grazed his side, tearing off a piece of exoskeleton plating. He crashed into Gu Hanzhou, driving a fist into his jaw. Gu Hanzhou twisted his head aside, driving a knee into Lin Jin's abdomen. Lin Jin grunted, nearly vomiting. This man was not Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan's kind relied on brute savagery. Gu Hanzhou relied on training. He seized Lin Jin's wrist and twisted it behind his back. A sharp crack sounded. Half of Lin Jin's arm went numb. Gu Hanzhou's voice was ice cold. For a regeneration core, you drag everyone to their deaths. Lin Jin gritted his teeth, his forehead pressed against Gu Hanzhou's shoulder. I'm only dragging you. He headbutted Gu Hanzhou's nose. Bang. Gu Hanzhou staggered back a step. Lin Jin's vision went dark. Both men steadied themselves almost simultaneously. Gu Hanzhou wiped the blood from under his nose, his eyes carrying a killing intent for the first time. Lin Jin, you have no future left. Lin Jin laughed breathlessly. Plenty of people have said that today. The platform was growing more chaotic. The Red Falcon still had 2 cable locks to release. Qin Zhaomian crouched beside the control box, fingers flying across the wires. A white tower guard tried to rush him, but Zhou Tingyuan, peeking from the hatch, fired a shot to drive him back. The The gun had been snatched from the White Tower technician. Engineer Chin. Hurry, shut up. Your yapping makes me want to wire your mouth. I'm just cheering you on. You're cheering on noise. Lin Jin heard their bickering and felt a little relieved. As long as they could still argue the situation wasn't hopeless. But the next second the White Dove's internal broadcast blared. Detected large number of unregistered casualties. External platform entering temporary treatment zone. Medical personnel arriving. On the side of the platform a row of maintenance hatches slowly opened. They weren't surgical beds. They were 4 white medical mechs. Much taller than beds, they resembled slender white armored humanoids with medical kits and cutting tools on their backs and surgical instruments where their arms should be. Zhou Tingyun stared, his voice changed. This ship has a doctor upgrade. Qin Jiamian cursed. Those are field emergency medical mechs. Who are they treating? Looks like all of us. The first medical mech jumped onto the platform. Its head screen lit up. Patient hyperactive sedation recommended, the mechanical arms raised. A row of anesthetic needles deployed. Even the White Tower guards abandoned Lin Jin, opening fire immediately. The bullets struck the medical mech's chest, leaving only shallow dents. The medical mech felt no pain, feared no death, and charged straight into the White Tower crowd. One guard was grabbed by the arm and pinned to the ground. A needle plunged into his neck. He convulsed twice and went still. The platform was in complete chaos. Gu Hanzhou looked at Lin Jin, his eyes colder. Is this what you wanted? I didn't call the doctor. While speaking, Lin Jin suddenly turned and dashed toward the cooler box. Gu Hanzhou immediately pursued. As Lin Jin neared the edge, a White Tower guard blocked his way. The guard was clutching the cooler box, his face pale with terror. Stay back. Lin Jin didn't stop. The guard instinctively raised his gun. Lin Jin kicked his knee and snatched the box. Gu Hanzhou's voice came from behind. Lin Jin, give me the sample, and you can take the core. Lin Jin's hand paused. The White Tower guard gasped, clutching the box desperately. Gu Hanzhou continued. Your sister needs the regeneration core, not the contamination sample. Hand it over, and I'll let the Red Falcon leave. The words sounded tempting. Even reasonable. Lin Jin turned to look at him. Which of your words ever came true? Gu Hanzhou was silent. Lin Jin smiled. So don't bother talking. He punched the White Tower guard's visor. The guard's grip loosened from the pain. Lin Jin snatched the cooler box and ran. Gunfire erupted behind him. Bullets struck the platform edge, sending sparks flying. Clutching the regeneration core and the cooler box, Lin Jin practically crashed into the Red Falcon. At that moment, the last cable lock finally snapped free. Qin Jiamian scrambled up from the control box and shouted, get on board. Zhou Tingyun had already started the engines. The Red Falcon's tail nozzles ignited, the hull shaking violently. Hurry. I can only hold it for 10 more seconds. As Lin Jin reached the hatch, the platform beneath him shuddered. A medical mech lunged from the side. It didn't attack Lin Jin. Its mechanical arm reached directly for the regeneration core. Detection of unauthorized medical equipment transfer. Please return. Lin Jin's eyes hardened, and he tossed the regeneration core into Qin Jiamian's arms. Catched. Qin Jiamian caught it, staggering backward 2 steps into the cabin. The medical mech's arm grabbed empty air. The next moment, its other hand clamped onto the back of Lin Jin's exoskeleton. Immense force dragged him backward. Zhou Tingyun yelled from the cockpit, Lin Jin. Lin Jin gripped the hatch with one hand, the cooler box with the other. The medical mech's arm tightened. The exoskeleton's backplate groaned with a piercing metallic sound. Grey Crow's voice was cold. Exoskeleton structural damage detected. Suggested disconnection of dorsal mount. Lin Jin gritted his teeth. Disconnect. Click. The dorsal mount of the old dog exoskeleton released. The medical mech staggered backward, clutching a whole backplate. Lin Jin's body went light, and Qin Jiamian and Zhou Tingyun yanked him into the cabin. The hatch closed. Outside, Gu Hanzhou raised his gun. Bullets struck the hatch, leaving white dents. Zhou Tingyun shoved the control stick forward. The Red Falcon detached from the docking cradle. The White Dove's hull receded rapidly outside the viewport. But the next second the ship lurched violently. Qin Jiamian's face went pale. Right thruster unstable. Zhou Tingyun pressed the stick hard. I know. Every time you say I know, the ship loses a part. Then pray it falls slowly. The Red Falcon shot out of the waste port, dragging an unstable tail of flame. Behind them on the White Dove's external platform, the medical mechs and White Tower guards were still locked in combat. Gu Hanzhou stood amid the chaos, watching the Red Falcon disappear. He didn't pursue. He simply opened his communicator and murmured, Initiate Plan 2. In the Red Falcon's cockpit, alarms blared in a cacophony. Lin Jin slumped against the bulkhead, his face deathly pale. Qin Jiamian inspected the regeneration core. The core is intact. Zhou Tingyun exhaled in relief. Good. The next second, Grey Crow's voice rang out. Detected White Tower remote locking signal. Target Red Falcon engine. Qin Jiamian's head snapped up. Damn it, they left a tracker on the ship. Zhou Tingyun's face went pale. Can we shake it? Grey Crow answered quickly. Negative. Engine forced shutdown in 30 seconds. Lin Jin pushed himself upright, gripping the seat. What's ahead? Zhou Tingyun glanced at the radar. Debris storm zone. Go in. Qin Jiamian's eyes widened. If the engine dies in there, we'll be torn apart. Lin Jin stared at the iron-gray storm approaching through the viewport. If we die out here, the White Tower drags us back. Zhou Tingyun suddenly laughed. That's the spirit. He shoved the throttle to maximum. The Red Falcon plunged into the debris storm. The countdown hit 0. The engines died. In the darkness, countless wrecked ship fragments tumbled toward them. The engines of the Chi-Sun vessel fell silent, not gradually but abruptly, as if severed mid-breath. The hull, which had moments before roared with raw power, instantly became a lifeless hunk of scrap hurled into the maelstrom. All cabin lights died. In the next instant, emergency red lamps flared to life. Zhou Tingyun was pinned hard against the pilot's seat, both hands locked rigidly onto the control yoke. It's over. Qin Zhaomian shouted, "Don't utter such despair." "I'm not despairing," Zhou Tingyun replied, eyes fixed on the radar voice Todd. "I'm stating fact." Beyond the viewport, countless fragments tumbled chaotically. Armor plating, severed conduits, spent fuel tanks, and half a shattered bow section. They surged forward like blind, ravenous beasts. Lin Jin gripped his seat, chest tightening with pain. The regenerative core secured by Qin Zhaomian in its shock-dampened cradle still swirled with faint cerulean fluid. It remained intact, the only good news now. A calm synthetic voice echoed. Right thruster remotely locked. Main engine engaged, protective shutdown. Estimated impact time 19 seconds. Qin Zhaomian lunged to the auxiliary console, fingers flying across the interface. Where's the lock source? Outer control ring of the right thruster. Those damn dogs from the White Tower. Qin Zhaomian's face darkened. They embedded hardware locks into the hull's outer shell. The remote signal merely triggers it. To restart the engine, we must physically sever the control ring. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the radar. Can we avoid restarting? Rely on attitude thrusters to glide clear. Qin Zhaomian sneered. Go ahead, try. And afterward we'll be evenly smeared across 37 shards of wreckage. Lin Jin asked, where's the control ring? Qin Zhaomian turned, and instantly understood his intent. No. Its location. I said no. She jabbed a finger at his exoskeleton. That relic you call old dog is shedding plates, your right arm servos are dead, and hydraulic fluid leaks from your left leg. Step outside now and you won't even reach the control ring. You'll be blasted into oblivion the moment the airlock opens. Lin Jin held her gaze. How many seconds remain? Grey Crow answered. Impact countdown 12 seconds. Qin Zhaomian gritted her teeth, then wrenched open a maintenance hatch beneath the floor. Not outside. There's an internal access tube to the right thruster. Crawl through it. She thrust a compact plasma cutter into Lin Jin's hand. Cut the silver-white ring clamp when you see it. Do not cut the red line. It'll trigger reactor safeties and kill power. Avoid the blue conduit. Touch it and cryofluid sprays your face. Sever the 4 black mounting lugs. Understood. Lin Jin accepted the cutter. Black mounting lugs. Wait. Qin Zhaomian seized his wrist. Her eyes locked onto his voice, rapid fire. You have 9 seconds to reach it. I can buy you 30 more. Zhou Tingyun will use attitude thrusters to stabilize us. If you haven't severed it within 30 seconds, don't come back. Lin Jin nodded. Understood. Zhou Tingyun shouted from the front, brace yourself. The Chi-Sun vessel lurched violently sideways. A massive armor plate streaked past its belly. Crunch. A searing trail of sparks erupted along the port hull. The vessel shuddered violently. Lin Jin nearly toppled. He didn't curse. Didn't look back. He plunged headfirst into the access tube. The pipe was agonizingly narrow. He crawled forward on elbows alone. Every movement ignited fresh pain. Each drag of his left leg felt like bones scraped raw with a file. Yet he could not stop. Lin Wan still waited at the old clinic. 72 hours remained. Now less than 70. He had fought for that regenerative core. He would not die en route home. Outside, the pipe debris hammered the hull incessantly, each impact vibrating the tube walls. Zhou Tingyun's voice crackled over comms. Lin Jin, hurry. I'm not piloting a ship. I'm steering a coffin. Qin Zhaomian snapped, shut up. Don't distract him. Lin Jin gasped, finally reaching the internal inspection port of the right thruster. Heat here was unbearable. Crimson warning lights strobed erratically. A silver-white metal clamp bit deep into the thruster's control shaft, like a parasite fused to bone. This was it. Lin Jin raised the plasma cutter and triggered it. The blade flared once, then died. He froze. Pressed again. Darkness. Qin Zhaomian's voice cut in instantly. What's wrong? No power. Silence hung heavy on the channel. Zhou Tingyun swore. Is anything aboard this wreck still functional? Qin Zhaomian urged urgently. Check the tool locker's right compartment. Spare batteries there. Do you have them? Lin Jin glanced down. None. During the tumbling, the spare battery case inside the tube had emptied. Batteries scattered God knew where. Grey Crow chimed. Impact risk elevated. Chi-Sun vessel remaining safe, interval 24 seconds. Qin Zhaomian's voice tightened. Return. I'll go. Too late. Lin Jin dropped the cutter and stared at the silver clamp. For black mounting lugs. Without power, brute force was all he had left. He seized the first lug and wrenched outward. Nothing. Again, joints screaming with strain. His exoskeleton's right arm offered no assistance. Unaided human strength couldn't shear military-grade locking hardware. Lin Jin paused, then pulled the Silver Authority chip from Frostblade vessel and slotted it into the archaic interface beside the inspection port. Grey Crow responded immediately. Authority insufficient to override White Tower hardware lock. I never asked you to override it, Lin Jin said, eyes locked on the clamp. Force a high-temperature self-diagnostic on the thruster. Self-diagnostic will permanently destroy the right thruster. Destruction or death, choose one. Grey Crow hesitated half a second. Executing. The right thruster convulsed violently. The White Tower insignia on the clamp flickered. Heat-swollen lugs creaked softly. Lin Jin grabbed the first, twisted with all his might. Snap. The lug broke free. His palm burned through glove and flesh. Skin blistered black in an instant. Jaw clenched, he moved to the second. The vessel plummeted, not truly falling, deflected off trajectory by a flying fragment. Lin Jin slammed into the pipe wall, blood flooding his mouth. Zhou Tingyun yelled over comms, brother, 15 seconds left. Lin Jin didn't answer. The second lug snapped. Then the third. His hands had gone numb. Only pain remained. Alarm screamed in his ears. Right thruster thermal overload. Main engine unresponsive. Hull structural integrity compromised. Lin Jin seized the third lug and roared, a guttural animal sound. Snap. The third lug gave way. Only one remained. At that instant, a deafening crash echoed outside the tube. A shattered antenna pierced the outer hull plating. Its jagged metallic tip impaled the inspection chamber mere centimeters from Lin Jin's face. Frost-laced air rushed inward. The chamber began depressurizing. Lin Jin's body wrenched toward the breach. Left hand clamped onto a conduit, right hand locked onto the final lug. For the first time, Grey Crow's voice quickened. Inspection chamber depressurizing. Recommend immediate evacuation. Shut up. Veins bulged along Lin Jin's forearm. Gale force winds dragged him outward, yet the lug refused to budge. Then he saw a hairline fissure across the clamp. Not structural, but forged by the heat diagnostic. Lin Jin released the lug and yanked out the cryo container holding the homeward contamination sample, still sealed. He didn't open it, just drove its sharp corner into the fissure. Once, twice, a third time, then the clamp fractured. The final lug shattered. The silver hardware lock tore free, sucked instantly into the vacuum breach. Over comms, Qin Jiangyan roared, lock severed. Zhou Tingyun, ignite. Zhou Tingyun bellowed, Chi-sun, live. The main engine reignited, boom. A blazing tail of fire rekindled behind the vessel. The surge of thrust hurled Lin Jin backward, crashing into the tube's inner wall, nearly blacking out. Outside, a colossal bow fragment skimmed past the Chi-sun vessel, mere meters away from cleaving it cleanly in two. Zhou Tingyun did not decelerate. Through gaps in the debris storm, he carved the Chi-sun vessel free, wresting it from the torrent of scrap iron. Suddenly darkness parted. Ahead lay the direction of Dome City. Behind the debris storm receded like a churning sea of iron. Silence settled over the cockpit for several long seconds. Then Zhou Tingyun slumped into his seat, exhaling deeply. We live. Qin Jiangyan said nothing. She sprinted into the access tube and hauled Lin Jin out. Lin Jin's face was deathly pale, his right palm charred black, a fresh bullet grazed bleeding along his flank. Yet his first words were, the core. Qin Jiangyan met his gaze, paused a beat. Intact. Lin Jin closed his eyes. Then let's return. Zhou Tingyun scanned the radar. White Tower vessel hasn't pursued. Grey Crow interjected. Downlink interruption detected. Lower City, Layer 13. Lu family old clinic. Signal lost. Lin Jin's eyes flew open. Qin Jiangyan's expression shifted, sharp, urgent. Zhou Tingyun instantly reversed course. Hold on. The Chi-sun vessel surged forward, trailing an unstable flickering wake toward Dome City. Seconds later, Grey Crow added. Delayed message received. Sender Lin Wan. Lin Jin's fingers froze. Play it. Static hissed. Then Lin Wan's voice emerged, soft, hoarse, fragile. Brother, don't come back. They're waiting for you. In the communication channel, Lin Wan's voice was very soft. Brother, don't come back. They're waiting for you. Static swallowed the last word. The cockpit fell silent. Zhou Tingyun stopped his banter. Qin Jiangyan looked down at the regeneration core, her fingers resting on the locking clasp, unmoving for a long time. Lin Jin sat on the floor, his right palm, hastily bandaged, blood still seeping through. He stared at the communication panel. Play it again. Grey Crow did not dissuade him. The static crackled once more. Lin Wan's voice repeated again. Brother, don't come back. They're waiting for you. This time Lin Jin heard clearly. There was a faint whisper after that. I'm fine. Lin Jin suddenly smiled. A cold smile. She's lying. Qin Jiangyan looked at him. Lin Jin pushed himself up against the cabin wall. Ever since she was little, whenever she lies, her voice gets softer. Zhou Tingyun turned his head. What do we do now? Charge straight into Old Medicine Street. If we charge in, the ship will be shredded, Qin Jiangyan said. Since the White Tower is waiting for you, they won't just block the clinic entrance. The upper levels, lower levels cargo shafts. They'll have people everywhere. Gray Crow's voice sounded. Lose old clinic communication blocked. 13th floor local network seized by White Tower. 3 armed blockade points detected. Recommend aborting direct entry. Lin Jin asked, is there another way? Gray Crow paused. Black Harbor Waste Disposal Chute can reach the sewage layer below Old Medicine Street. Entrance is narrow, the Red Falcon cannot enter. Zhou Tingyun immediately said, I can fling you over there. Qin Zhaomian's face changed. When you say fling, do you mean literally? Pretty much. Zhou Tingyun pointed at the radar. The Red Falcon will skim low beneath the 13th floor, open the maintenance hatch, and you two jump into the chute wearing exoskeletons. Move fast, and the White Tower's radar might not react in time. Qin Zhaomian stared at him. You've done this before. Once when I was smuggling goods. Did it work? The goods got in. And the person? Zhou Tingyun coughed. That guy wasn't so lucky. Qin Zhaomian closed her eyes. I knew it. Lin Jin cut them off. We'll do it. Qin Zhaomian looked at him. In your current exoskeleton, you could shatter on impact. If it breaks, I'll crawl. What about the regeneration core? Lin Jin looked at her. Qin Zhaomian realized and immediately shook her head. No. I take the core down and you go draw off the White Tower. You know better than I do how to connect the medical pod, Lin Jin said. The core must stay with you. Then what about you? Lin Jin stared at the dome city growing closer beyond the porthole. They're waiting for me. No one spoke. Zhou Tingyun gripped the control stick and muttered a curse. You two siblings both have the same problem. Qin Zhaomian asked, what problem? Both like to tell others not to come back. Lin Jin didn't reply. He placed the return contamination sample refrigerated box into his tool pouch and checked the authorization chip again. His right hand throbbed with pain. He could only use his left hand to fasten the straps. The Red Falcon, its tail flames sputtering dove into the shadows beneath the dome city. There were no clean lights here. Only waste pipes, old billboards, and layers of rusted steel frames. The 13th floor's Old Medicine Street lay below. In the distance, the White Tower's temporary blockade lights could be seen circling and encircling the entire street like a cage. Zhou Tingyun lowered the ship. Prepare. Qin Zhaomian picked up the regeneration core and strapped it onto the shockproof frame. She glanced at Lin Jin. Once we reach the clinic, if Lu Huai is still alive, I can connect the core. If he's not there, I can still try. Good. But you have to stay alive. Lin Jin didn't answer. Qin Zhaomian grabbed his collar. I'm not joking. If you die, the White Tower will take everything. You won't save your sister. Lin Jin looked at her. I know. Qin Zhaomian released him and cursed. Good as long as you know. The rear hatch opened. The wind held in. Outside was the dark underbelly of the city, steel frames and pipes rushing past beneath their feet. Zhou Tingyun shouted 3. The Red Falcon banked sharply. 2. A White Tower searchlight beam swept toward them. 1. Lin Jin jumped first. The sensation of weightlessness instantly engulfed him. He was like a piece of iron thrown through the air, passing between 2 intersecting waste heat pipes, slamming hard against the edge of the disposal chute. Bang! His left shoulder collided with the iron railing. He nearly bounced off, but managed to grip the railing with his left hand. The wound in his palm tore open, blood gushing out instantly. Qin Zhaomian followed closely. She landed more accurately than Lin Jin, but carrying the regeneration core, she still dropped to one knee. Lin Jin reached out to steady her. The core, it's fine. The Red Falcon swept overhead. The White Tower searchlight immediately locked onto it. Zhou Tingyun's voice came through the calm. I'll draw them away. Hurry up. The next second, the Red Falcon surged upward, deliberately scraping against a White Tower temporary sentry post. The alarm blared across the 13th floor. Target ship spotted. Intercept. Zhou Tingyun's laughter echoed through the calm. Come chase your grandpa. The communication cut off. Qin Zhaomian watched the Red Falcon disappear into the distance and muttered he'd better not actually get himself killed. Lin Jin pulled open the iron grate of the disposal chute. Let's go. The sewage layer was dark and damp. Waste medicine bags and rotten filter cotton floated in the ditch. The walls were covered in gray-green mold. The two ran along the narrow path. Gray Crow marked the route inside their visor. Distance to Lu's old clinic 240 meters. 2 White Tower personnel ahead. Lin Jin stopped. Around the corner ahead, voices could be heard. Director Gu said Lin Jin will definitely come back. What if he doesn't? Then we take the patient. A hostage is worth more than a corpse. Lin Jin's eyes turned cold. Qin Zhaomian heard it too, her expression shifting slightly. Lin Jin pressed her back gently, then moved along the wall. 2 White Tower personnel stood with their backs to him, guarding the sewage layer exit. Lin Jin had no gun. He picked up a rusty steel pipe from the ground. The first strike hit the back of the neck of the man on the left. The man collapsed without a sound. The one on the right turned just as Lin Jin crashed into him, the pipe against his throat, pinning him hard against the wall. Where is Lin Wan? The man's face flushed red, unable to speak. Lin Jin loosened his grip by half an inch. In the clinic. How many? 6. And a medic. Lin Jin asked, where is Gu Hanzhou? Not here. He went after the Red Falcon. Lin Jin paused. Zhou Tingyun had drawn away the most dangerous man. The White Tower personnel gasped. Don't kill me, I was just following orders. Lin Jin brought the pipe down. The man was knocked out. I didn't ask for your reasons. Qin Zhaomian ran over with the core on her back and glanced at the unconscious men. You're more vengeful than I thought. I'm just in a hurry. The two climbed out of the sewage layer. The back door of Lu's old clinic had been forced open and blood was at the entrance. No one knew whose it was. From the operating room came Lu Huai's hoarse cursing. Get lost. My patient is not cargo for the White Tower. Then a dull thud. Lin Jin rushed into the back hall. The clinic was in chaos. The counter was overturned, medicine boxes smashed all over the floor. Lu Huai was pinned against the wall, blood streaming from his forehead. Song Qing stood in front of the hospital bed, pale-faced, clutching a surgical scissors. Lin Wan lay on the bed, her mask still on, but breathing rapidly. A White Tower medic was about to pull out her tubes. When Lin Jin entered, everyone turned. The White Tower guard froze. Lin Jin didn't reply. He charged forward and swung the pipe at the nearest guard's face. The sound of bone cracking rang out. The second guard drew his gun. Qin Zhaomian threw an electromagnetic spike from the doorway, deflecting the gun's aim, and the bullet hit the ceiling. Lu Huai took the chance to kick the White Tower medic's knee. Song Qing lunged to protect the tubes. The clinic erupted into chaos. Lin Jin was already wounded, but at this moment, he seemed to feel no pain. The pipe broke, so he used his fists. When his fists couldn't break the armor, he used his head. The last White Tower guard was pinned against the medicine cabinet, taking 3 consecutive punches before his body went limp. When silence returned, Lin Jin stood beside the hospital bed, his chest heaving violently. Lin Wan looked at him with open eyes. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes. Brother, didn't I say? Don't come back. Lin Jin looked at her, his voice hoarse. I heard you. Lin Wan took a shallow breath. Then why did you come back? Lin Jin reached out and wiped the tears from her eyes. You're my sister. If I don't come back, who will it? Qin Zhaomian had already placed the regeneration core on the operating table. Dr. Lu, enough reminiscing. Connect the core. Lu Huai wiped the blood from his forehead, and when he saw the silver-white case, his eyes lit up. Alveolar regeneration core. Salvaged from the White Dove, Lin Jin said. Lu Huai looked at him. You really did bring your life back. Lin Jin looked down at Lin Wan. Not yet. Lu Huai pulled on his gloves, his voice deepening. Everyone step aside. Now comes the real fight for her life. Lu Huai locked the clinic door and dragged 2 medicine cabinets to block it. Outside, the old medicine street descended into chaos. In the distance, gunshots rang out, accompanied by the low hum of White Tower drones skimming overhead. But in the operating room, only the beeping of machines could be heard. Each beep grew more urgent than the last. Lin Wan lay on the operating table, her chest rising and falling faintly, as if it might stop at any moment. Lu Huai cut open her original tubes, glanced at the blood oxygen reading, and his face darkened with alarm. Song Qing put her on temporary circulation. All right. Song Qing's hands were steady. Even as someone pounded on the door outside, she did not tremble. Qin Zhaomian connected the regeneration core salvaged from the White Dove to the operating table. The moment the silver-white box was powered on, the clinic lights flickered twice. A burnt smell came from the old wall circuits. Lu Huai cursed, the voltage is too low. Qin Zhaomian dropped to the floor to check the wiring. Are the circuits in this rundown clinic from the last century? Lu Huai glared at her. It's good enough. Who would give you a warship power supply on the 13th level? Backup energy cells. Lin Jin immediately dumped all the old military energy cells from his toolkit. Qin Zhaomian picked 2 and directly connected them to a temporary converter. A hum. The regeneration core lit up with a faint blue glow. Lin Wan's face was illuminated even paler. Lu Huai stared at the core readings, his brow furrowing deeper. Life matrix at 31%, not enough for complete regeneration. Lin Jin's heart sank. What does that mean? It means it can repair her lungs, but not fully. Lu Huai offered no comfort. If done well, she can leave the filtration pod and live like a normal person for a year or so. Further treatment will be needed later. Lin Jin's tense shoulders slowly relaxed a little. A year or so. Enough. As long as it wasn't 72 hours, he could go up again, steal again, salvage again. Do it. Lu Huai glanced at him. No shit, I'm already doing it. He connected the regeneration core to Lin Wan's breathing tubes. A string of old military text immediately popped up on the screen. Equipment anomaly transfer. Missing attending physician authorization. Enter wartime forced treatment mode. Lu Huai froze. This thing needs authorization. Qin Zhaomian's face darkened. It's military medical equipment from the White Dove, of course it needs authorization. Without authorization, a forced start might lock it down. Lin Jin took out the silver chip. Will this work? Qin Zhaomian took it and inserted it into the converter. The screen flickered. 3rd Fleet Level 2 authorization. Insufficient authorization. Please submit attending physician signature. A moment of silence fell in the operating room. The sound of battering came from outside. Bang. The medicine cabinet shook. The scar-faced man shouted outside. Lin Jin. White Tower's people are closing in. Lu Huai yelled back without turning. Hold the door. The patient dies if she stops treatment. Lin Jin stared at the screen. Attending physician signature. Sunanji. The doctor who had lain in the White Dove's regeneration pod asleep for 300 years. Before she died, she had been reciting the list of wounded. Lin Jin reached out and pressed his hand against the regeneration core's casing. The black box was slightly warm. The gray crow immediately spoke. Not recommended to use old-time replay in current state. Why? Your mental contamination index is elevated. Continuing to read the white dove's records may cause memory displacement. Lin Jin did not let go. Will displacement kill me? Not necessarily. My sister will die right now. The gray crow fell silent. The next moment the world bleached out. The operating room vanished. Lin Jin stood again in the white dove's medical bay. 300 years ago, alarms blared everywhere. Su Nanji stood before the regeneration pod, her white military medical uniform soaked in blood. Beside her lay a 12-year-old child, chest heaving violently, lung alveoli already burned by radiation. Not enough matrix. A nurse cried beside her. Dr. Su, there's only enough to save half a person. Su Nanji did not hesitate. Then just repair the lungs. But the protocol requires complete regeneration. Change the protocol. There's no authorization. Su Nanji raised her hand and inserted her own card into the console. Wartime forced treatment. The screen lit up. Please submit attending physician signature. Su Nanji used her bloodstained finger to write 3 characters on the screen. Lin Jin stared intently at her strokes. Su, Nan, Ji. As the last stroke fell, the white dove shuddered violently. The lights turned red. Someone shouted outside the door, Dr. Su, the core cabin has fallen. Su Nanji did not turn around. She simply pressed the start button. Save the child first. The image shattered. Lin Jin opened his eyes, his ears filled with static. He staggered and nearly fell. Qin Zhaomian caught him. What's wrong with you? Lin Jin did not answer. He walked to the screen and with his right hand still bleeding wrote stroke by stroke in the signature field. Su Nanji. The screen paused for 2 seconds. Attending physician's signature confirmed. Wartime forced treatment mode activated. Treatment target alveolar regeneration. Estimated matrix consumption 29. Lu Huai's eyes lit up. It worked. The next moment the regeneration core released a pale blue stream of light. Fine tubes, as if alive, delivered the life matrix bit by bit into Lin Wan's body. Lin Wan's body tensed abruptly. She opened her eyes in pain, but could not make a sound. Song Qing immediately pressed her shoulders. Don't move, it'll be over soon. Lu Huai stared at the screen, his voice urgent yet steady. Blood oxygen is rising. Alveolar tissue is beginning to repair. Heart rate is high, administer sedation. Another loud crash came from outside. The medicine cabinet was shoved half a foot. The scar-faced man's cursing voice came through, can't hold much longer. Lin Jin turned to go out. Qin Zhaomian grabbed him. If you go out now, you're throwing your life away. Lin Jin looked toward the door. If they break in, the surgery stops anyway. Qin Zhaomian gritted her teeth. Give me 2 minutes. For what? She dragged over the White Tower decryption device and connected it to the clinic's broadcast system and the old Medicine Street circuits. White Tower likes to lock down systems, right? I'll make them mess themselves up. Her fingers flew across the keys and strings of code scrolled across the screen. Lin Jin did not understand what she was doing, but he saw a light in Qin Zhaomian's eyes. That kind of light that ignited when faced with a difficult problem. A minute later, the White Tower's own security channel suddenly sounded outside the clinic. Lin Jin spotted at the 13th level east exit. Repeat, target is fleeing toward the east exit. The pounding outside stopped for a moment. Someone shouted, east exit. Isn't he inside? Director Gu orders immediate transfer. Footsteps scattered. Qin Zhaomian unplugged the line, her face pale. That only buys us 3 minutes. Lin Jin looked at her. It's enough. Over at Lu Huai's side, the blood oxygen reading on the screen finally began to stabilize. Lin Wan's breathing deepened little by little. No longer like a broken kite string. Lu Huai pulled off his blood-soaked gloves and let out a long breath. First phase is over. Lin Jin walked to the bedside. Lin Wan was still awake. Her eyes were full of moisture, but she tried hard to look at him. Brother. Her voice was very soft, but this time it was no longer broken. Lin Jin crouched down and took her hand. I'm here. Lin Wan looked at his blood-covered face, her lips moving. Does it hurt? Lin Jin was stunned. He hadn't expected her first words upon waking to be that. He shook his head. It doesn't hurt. Lin Wan's tears fell, but she smiled anyway. Liar. Lin Jin smiled too. This time his smile was very faint. Outside the door, an explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Then the gray crow's voice rang out. Red Sparrow's communication is restored. Zhou Tingyun's voice came through with heavy static, almost shouting. Lin Jin. Gu Hanzhou didn't chase me. He's taking his people back to the 13th level. Qin Zhaomian's face changed color. Lin Jin slowly stood up. Lu Huai glanced at Lin Wan's readings and said solemnly, the second phase of treatment will take another half hour. She can't be moved now. Outside, the footsteps drew closer again. This time, they were more orderly than before. Faster. Gu Hanzhou's voice came from outside the clinic. Lin Jin. Your sister has already started treatment. Now we can talk again. Lin Jin picked up the pulse rifle from the floor and checked the magazine. Only 2 rounds left. He stood at the door of the operating room and glanced at Lin Wan on the bed. Then he turned and closed the door. There's nothing to talk about. Lin Jin closed the door of the operating room. The door was thin, old alloy panels with rust along the edges. If they really stormed it, it wouldn't hold the White Tower for 3 minutes. He stood outside holding the pulse gun in his hand. Only 2 rounds left in the magazine. 2 bullets half an hour. It sounded like a joke. The front hall of the clinic was a mess. The medicine cabinet had fallen glass shattered all over the floor, the air thick with the smell of burnt plastic and blood. Lu Huai was cursing in the operating room. Song Qing, don't stare at the door. Watch the instruments. Qing girl, stabilize the voltage. If the core drops, not even a god can save her. Qin Zhaomian's voice came through. Can't you make this damn circuit work? Listening to these voices, Lin Jin's heart steadied a little. As long as they were still cursing in there, it meant the person was still alive. Outside the door, Gu Hanzhou stood at the entrance of the clinic. He didn't immediately order his men to charge in. The White Tower guards were scattered on both sides, their muzzles lowered but ready to raise at any moment. Gu Hanzhou glanced at the gun in Lin Jin's hand. 2 rounds. Lin Jin smiled. You guessed pretty well. Your gun was taken from my subordinate. Standard magazine, holds 6 you fired for earlier. Gu Hanzhou's tone was calm. Lin Jin, with 2 bullets you can't hold this clinic. Then let's try. No need. Gu Hanzhou took a step forward. Lin Jin raised his gun. The White Tower guards instantly aimed. The tension reached its peak. Gu Hanzhou stopped. Your sister has already started treatment. That's a good thing. The White Tower can provide stable power, a sterile environment, and follow-up medication. You should understand that a black market clinic like Lu Huai's can't save her for long. Lin Jin stared at him. So, hand over the Frostblade's black box, the return sample, and the star chart. Gu Hanzhou said, I guarantee she lives. Lin Jin asked, what guarantee do you have? White Tower shipping medical clearance. I just snatched her from the White Tower's hands. Gu Hanzhou paused for a moment. That was a procedural freeze, not my personal order. Lin Jin almost laughed out loud. People like you. Do you think changing the words makes dirty deeds clean? Gu Hanzhou looked at him, his gaze growing colder. Saving her wasn't wrong. But running around the lower city with the return sample could kill more people. If the White Tower really feared killing people, they wouldn't have opened fire in the hospital earlier. Lin Jin lifted his gun slightly. Don't talk to me about greater good. You're not worthy. A guard behind Gu Hanzhou's face darkened. How dare you? Lin Jin shifted his aim. Bang. The floor tile at that guard's feet exploded. Shrapnel splattered against his calf. All the White Tower guards tightened their triggers simultaneously. Gu Hanzhou raised his hand. Hold fire. Lin Jin re-aimed at Gu Hanzhou. 1 round left now. Gu Hanzhou looked at him. You're more irrational than I thought. You're wrong again. Lin Jin said. I'm very rational. That shot just now wasn't aimed at a person. It was to show you I really will fire. Outside the clinic, many eyes were watching from behind the cracks of doors along Old Medicine Street. The White Tower had sealed the street. No one dared come out. But everyone wanted to watch the show. Especially the spectacle of the White Tower getting humbled. Gu Hanzhou knew this too. He wasn't afraid of Lin Jin. He was afraid of the return sample. Even more afraid of the black market people making a move in the chaos. That was exactly what Lin Jin wanted. Delay. Delay as long as possible. Suddenly Lu Huai's voice came from the operating room. Blood oxygen at 76. Stabilized. Don't let those bastards in. Gu Hanzhou's eyes flickered. The treatment has entered the second phase. Lin Jin said nothing. Gu Hanzhou continued, this phase requires stable power supply. Once the voltage drops, she'll die. Lin Jin's heart sank. The next second the clinic lights flickered. Qin Zhaomian's voice came from inside. Someone's cutting the external power. Gu Hanzhou said calmly. I told you we can talk. Lin Jin stared at him. You cut the power. Not cut. Take over. The power system of the 13th layer has always been maintained by the White Tower. Lin Jin suddenly found it amusing. Everything the White Tower said was theirs. The orbitals were theirs. The medicine was theirs. The electricity was theirs. People's lives were theirs to decide. He whispered, Grey Crow. I'm here. Does the clinic have backup power? Backup energy cell can sustain 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Far short of half an hour. Inside the operating room, Qin Zhaomian obviously knew the situation too. She shouted, Lin Jin. External power has at most 2 more minutes. Gu Hanzhou said, hand over the things, and the power won't go out. Lin Jin didn't answer. He suddenly bent down and picked up a broken medical terminal from the floor. During the earlier scuffle, it had been smashed on one side, but it still lit up. He pressed the black box against it. Grey Crow immediately understood his intent. Accessing the underground lines of Old Medicine Street can forcibly draw energy storage from surrounding shops. Will cause a large-scale blackout. Draw it. This will enrage the black market merchants. Lin Jin looked at the eyes hidden in the shadows outside the door. They're already angry enough. The next second, the lights of the shops on both sides of Old Medicine Street went out one by one. But the lights in the clinic suddenly blazed brighter. The hum of the regeneration core stabilized again. A clamor rose from the street. Someone cursed in the darkness. Who the hell is draining my power? It's the White Tower. I've got stock in my freezer. The White Tower is going to cut off the whole 13th layer. Chaos spread like wildfire. Gu Hanzhou's face finally darkened. He looked at the terminal in Lin Jin's hand. You're stirring up trouble. Lin Jin said, I'm stealing power. A rolling shutter door suddenly rose halfway. A fat shop owner stuck his head out holding a shotgun and cursed, White Tower dogs. If my energy storage unit is ruined, none of you are leaving today. Immediately after a second door opened. A third. The people of Old Medicine Street wouldn't risk their lives for Lin Jin. But for their goods, their medicine, their electricity, they would. The White Tower guards immediately shifted their aim. The situation instantly fell into chaos. Gu Hanzhou stared at Lin Jin. Do you know what you're doing? I know, Lin Jin said. Dragging you into the mud. You White Tower people are clean proper high above. So I'll stir up the street's water. No one stays clean. Just then Lu Huai's voice came from the operating room. Second phase complete. Lin Jin's heart eased. But before he could speak, Lu Huai roared again. One more alveolus activation. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Gu Hanzhou obviously heard it too. He no longer delayed. Move. The White Tower guards pressed forward simultaneously. People on both sides of Old Medicine Street also opened fire. The front hall of the clinic exploded into a melee. Lin Jin raised his gun and pulled the trigger at the guard charging in front. The last bullet hit the man's shoulder. He fell. The gun was empty. Lin Jin threw the empty gun, knocking aside the second guard's muzzle, then grabbed a broken steel pipe from the floor and charged forward. He had little strength left. Every movement sent pain through his wounds. But he couldn't retreat. Behind that door was Lin Wan. A White Tower guard kicked him in the chest. Lin Jin slammed into the medicine cabinet, the taste of blood rising in his throat. The other's gun lifted. The next second, an electromagnetic spike flew from the crack of the operating room door and embedded itself in the guard's gun. The gun exploded directly. Qin Zhaomian's voice came from inside. Don't die at the door. You're blocking my view. Lin Jin managed to smile. I'll try. Just as he tried to get up, Gu Hanzhou had already walked up to him. He stepped on Lin Jin's wrist. A sharp pain shot through the bone. Gu Hanzhou looked down at him. This is the end. Lin Jin looked up, his face covered in blood. Not yet. Gu Hanzhou frowned. Lin Jin suddenly opened his left hand. In his palm somehow there was a small black disc. An anesthetic pellet he had taken from the medical bed of the White Dove. Gu Hanzhou's expression changed. Too close. Lin Jin smashed the anesthetic pellet directly onto the ground. Bang. White mist exploded instantly. Gu Hanzhou stumbled back half a step, holding his breath. But Lin Jin had already put on a filter patch. He lunged forward, grabbed Gu Hanzhou around the waist, and shoved him out of the clinic door. The two of them rolled together into Old Medicine Street. Gunfire, shouts, and alarms mixed into a cacophony. Lin Jin pinned Gu Hanzhou down and raised his fist to strike. One punch. Two punches. The third punch was caught by Gu Hanzhou. Gu Hanzhou twisted his arm and threw him to the ground. Lin Jin's back hit the concrete, his vision going black. In the distance, a familiar propulsion sound suddenly came. Not a White Tower shuttle. It was the Red Falcon. Zhou Tingyun's voice exploded over the public channel. Lin Jin, get down. Without hesitation, Lin Jin curled up. The next second, the Red Falcon skimmed over Old Medicine Street. The belly of the ship opened. A harpoon shot down, striking the White Tower's temporary power vehicle. Boom. The power vehicle erupted. The entire Old Medicine Street plunged into darkness. Only in the Lu's old clinic, the regeneration core still glowed a faint blue light. From the operating room, Lu Huai's voice came through. Alveolus activation commencing. Whoever cuts the power again, I'll kill them. Old Medicine Street went dark. The entire street felt as if a hand had clamped around its throat. Every neon sign, every shopfront panel, every warning light flickered out simultaneously. Only from the depths of the Lu family clinic did a faint pale blue light emerge. That was the regeneration core. It was also Lin Wan's life. Lin Jin lay on the ground, his ears filled with a piercing buzz. Moments ago, the Red Falcon had skimmed over the street, its trailing harpoon blowing up the power car of the White Tower, and the shockwave had hurled him half a meter away. Gu Hanzhou was not in much better shape. He had crashed into a discarded medicine cart, his white uniform stained with filth, blood at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time Lin Jin had seen him so disheveled. But the next second, Gu Hanzhou stood up. Night vision. The White Tower guards moved swiftly, their visors glowed with a dark red light. The darkness did not hinder them much, but it greatly affected those outside the White Tower. On both sides of Old Medicine Street, the black market merchants who had been hoping to fish in troubled waters suddenly fell silent. Gu Hanzhou raised his hand, his voice cold as iron. Charge it. Lin Jin pressed his hands against the ground, trying to stand. His wrist ached fiercely, and the freshly bandaged wound on his right palm had split open again. He failed to steady himself and fell to one knee. Gu Hanzhou glanced at him, then stopped wasting words. Two White Tower guards stepped past him, heading straight for the clinic. Lin Jin reached out to grab one of their legs. He missed. The man kicked him in the shoulder. Lin Jin crashed heavily back to the ground, his vision going dark. Just then a cluster of flame flared up at the clinic entrance. Not gunfire. It was an old-fashioned blowtorch. The fat boss who had earlier cursed the White Tower stood at his own shop, bore a modified spray gun on his shoulder, his face full of menace. White Tower dogs, who gave you the right to cut power on the 13th layer. The spray gun roared, spitting out a serpent of fire. The leading White Tower guard was forced to retreat. Then came the second shop door, the third, the fourth. People of Old Medicine Street emerged from the darkness. Some carried hunting rifles, some electric crossbows, and one even pushed a homemade pulse cannon. They might not necessarily want to help Lin Jin, but the White Tower had blown their power, blocked their goods, and wanted to make an arrest on their turf. This was no longer just Lin Jin's problem. The fat boss roared. The rule of the 13th layer White Tower can enter and search, but cutting off the street's power is not allowed. Someone else joined the cursing. Drive them out. Gunfire erupted. Old Medicine Street descended into full chaos. The White Tower guards were better equipped, but they dared not slaughter indiscriminately in such a place. This was all black market pharmacies, modified prosthetic shops, and underground clinics. If it truly turned into a bloodbath, no White Tower personnel would ever leave the 13th layer alive. Gu Hanzhou's face darkened. Lin Jin. He turned to look at Lin Jin on the ground. You've turned this place into a battlefield. Lin Jin propped himself against the wall and stood up, his mouth full of blood. You brought your men here. Gu Hanzhou did not reply. He suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot at the side wall of the clinic. Not at a person. At the external pipes on the wall. Bang. The lights inside the clinic flickered. Lin Jin's face changed, and he lunged forward. Gu Hanzhou had already raised his second shot. Lin Jin collided with his arm. The bullet went wide, shattering the sign of a nearby pharmacy. Gu Hanzhou swung his elbow back, smashing it into Lin Jin's back. Lin Jin let out a muffled groan, but he clung tightly to Gu Hanzhou's waist, dragging him down. The two fell into the filthy water. Fists, knees, gun butts. All form was lost. Lin Jin could not beat Gu Hanzhou. He knew that. Gu Hanzhou was trained superior in strength, speed, and technique. But what Lin Jin needed now was not victory. It was to stall. Stall until the surgery was over. Stall until Lin Wan could survive. Gu Hanzhou punched Lin Jin in the face. Lin Jin's vision went black, and he nearly let go. He gritted his teeth and held on even tighter. Gu Hanzhou's voice finally carried anger. Let go. Lin Jin's face was covered in blood, but he managed to smile. No. Inside the clinic, Lu Huai's roar continued. Alveolar activation at 40%. Heart rate steady. Songqing, don't let her bite her tongue. Lin Wan trembled with pain. She heard the gunfire outside, and she heard Lin Jin's muffled grunts. But she could not speak. She could only grip the bedsheet tightly. Songqing pressed her shoulder down, her voice shaking but firm. Don't be afraid. He's out there. Tears streamed down Lin Wan's face. She knew, of course. It had always been like this ever since they were children. When the power went out, Lin Jin stood at the door. When debt collectors came, Lin Jin stood at the door. Now the White Tower had come, and still Lin Jin stood at the door. Suddenly she hated herself. She hated this body. She hated that she could only lie in bed, making him go risk his life again and again. Qin Zhaomian stared at the regeneration core's readings, his face drenched in sweat. Activation at 62%. Lu Huai watched the screen and cursed, the voltage is dropping again. Qin Zhaomian ripped out the backup power cell from his own backpack and connected it directly. The blue light stabilized again. Sparks from the electricity burned his fingers, the flesh charred black, but he seemed not to feel it. Continue. Outside, Gu Hanzhou finally broke free of Lin Jin. He stood up and planted his foot on Lin Jin's chest. Lin Jin coughed up blood, his fingers still clutching Gu Hanzhou's pant leg. Gu Hanzhou looked down at him. Do you really think this can change anything? Lin Jin struggled for breath, but still raised his eyes to meet his gaze. Yes. Gu Hanzhou frowned. Lin Jin twisted the corner of his mouth. At least I can make you a little dirty. Gu Hanzhou looked down and realized his white uniform was already stained with filth and blood. He was silent for a second. In that second, the roar of thrusters came from above the street. The Red Falcon had returned. Zhou Tingyun's voice crackled over the public channel. Lin Jin, get down, get down, get down. Lin Jin had no strength left to move. The next moment, a trailing cable dropped from the sky, wrapping around the abandoned medicine cart beside Gu Hanzhou. Zhou Tingyun pulled up sharply. The medicine cart was lifted by the cable and swept horizontally across the street. Gu Hanzhou could only retreat. The cart grazed his shoulder and crashed into the White Tower guard formation, flipping over with a loud bang. Lin Jin seized the chance to roll away. The Red Falcon swept past overhead, its tail flames sending dust flying across Old Medicine Street. Zhou Tingyun shouted over the channel, "Buddy, I can't hold out much longer. 2 White Tower shuttles are on my tail." Lin Jin leaned against the wall and stood up. "Hold out 5 more minutes. Do you even hear yourself saying that? 5 minutes." A second of silence on the channel. Zhou Tingyun cursed, "Fine, 5 minutes. When I die, remember to burn me a nice tombstone." The Red Falcon climbed, trailing 2 beams of White Tower pursuit light as it shot toward the upper layers. Inside the clinic, Lu Huai suddenly roared, alveolar activation at 90%. Hearing those words, Lin Jin felt as if something propped him up. He turned and backed step by step to the clinic entrance. Gu Hanzhou did not charge again. The people of Old Medicine Street stood in the middle, the White Tower guards scattered. They were all waiting for the final result, waiting to see whether that dilapidated clinic could snatch a life from the grasp of the White Tower. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The blue light inside the clinic grew brighter and brighter. Finally Lu Huai's voice rang out. 100%. New alveoli stable. Blood oxygen rising. She's alive. When those 4 words landed, Lin Jin's hand, gripping the doorframe, suddenly loosened. He nearly fell to his knees. Gu Hanzhou stood across the street, his face terrifyingly cold. The clinic door opened. Song Qing wheeled Lin Wan out. Lin Wan was still very weak, her face pale, her lips almost colorless. But she was not wearing a filter mask. She only wore a simple oxygen mask. Her chest rose and fell gently. Once. Very slowly, but very steadily. When she saw Lin Jin, she struggled to raise her hand. Lin Jin walked over and knelt on one knee before her. Through the oxygen mask, Lin Wan's voice was as light as the wind. Brother. She took a breath. That breath was very shallow. But it was the first time in years she had drawn air into her lungs without needing a filtration chamber. Lin Wan's tears burst forth. I can breathe. Lin Jin looked at her, wanting to smile, but only felt his eyes burn. Yeah. He took her hand. It will get better from now on. At that moment the voice of Grey Crow rang out. Warning: the White Tower is applying for upper layer enforcement authority. Expected in 3 minutes the 13th layer will be fully cleared. Qin Zhaomian came out from behind, his face pale. We can't stay. She just finished treatment and must find a place to recover. Ruan Qingxi's voice suddenly came from the street corner. No need to look. Everyone turned. A heavy black cargo truck stood at the end of Old Medicine Street. Ruan Qingxi stood beside the truck, her black wind coat flapping in the wind. She glanced at the mess and then at Lin Jin. Get in. Black Harbor will protect you for 1 night. Gu Hanzhou said coldly. Ruan Qingxi, are you sure you want to intervene? Ruan Qingxi smiled. Director Gu, don't make it sound so ugly. I'm just picking up my goods. She looked at the tool bag on Lin Jin's back. And my investment. A momentary silence fell over Old Medicine Street as Ruan Qingxi spoke. Gu Hanzhou stood across the street, his white uniform stained beyond recognition. He gazed at the Black Harbor heavy freighter, then turned his eyes to Ruan Qingxi. You cannot protect him. Ruan Qingxi smiled faintly. Protecting him for a lifetime is indeed difficult. She raised her hand. Behind her the cargo door slid open. Inside sat over a dozen Black Harbor enforcers, their gun barrels leveled precisely. Not too high, not too low. Aimed squarely toward White Spire. But 1 night. That's no trouble at all. Gu Hanzhou's gaze hardened, glacial and sharp. Will Black Harbor truly sever ties with White Spire over a single undercity salvage worker? Director Gu, that line lacks fairness. Ruan Qingxi stepped slowly into Old Medicine Street, her boots crunching over scattered glass shards. You sealed the street, cut power, blockaded clinics, forcing every shop on 13th tier's half street to shut down. And now you claim I'm the one escalating. She tilted her head toward the storefronts flanking both sides. Tell me, tonight who broke the code? The portly shop owner was the first to stride forward, gripping a plasma torch. White Spire. A gaunt prosthetics vendor beside him echoed quietly. White Spire. Soon voices rose from both sides of Old Medicine Street, fragmented, uneven yet piercing. White Spire. White Spire. White Spire. The guards behind Gu Hanzhou paled. This was not the upper tier. Here in 13th tier the White Spire insignia held little sway. Gu Hanzhou studied Ruan Qingxi. You want this to explode? She shook her head. I'm helping you contain it. She pointed first to Lin Wan, then gestured toward the spent shell casings littering the ground. A young girl just out of surgery. Every soul on 13th tier's half street witnessed it. Take her now, and by tomorrow what circulates through the black market won't need my elaboration. Gu Hanzhou remained silent. Ruan Qingxi lowered her voice. White Spire seeking relics of the old civilization. That's no shame. But sacrificing an undercity patient for scraps. That tarnishes your name. Gu Hanzhou held her gaze. After several seconds he gave the faintest smile, barely a curve of the lips. Do you truly believe White Spire cares about such things? White Spire doesn't care at all. Ruan Qingxi returned his smile. But you do. His expression tightened. The fleeting warmth vanished. They stood locked in silent confrontation. Distant rhythmic thrumming grew denser. The upper-tier enforcement vessels were nearing. Ruan Qingxi turned toward Lin Jin. Get in the truck. Qin Zhaomian was already wheeling Lin Wan toward the freighter. Lu Huai followed, clutching a medical kit, muttering curses under his breath. Slow down. She just received a regenerated core, not some scrap you hauled back like war loot. Lin Wan lay half-reclined on the mobile stretcher. Pale, yes, but her breathing had steadied markedly. Her eyes never left Lin Jin. He stood rooted in place, unmoving. His gaze rested on Gu Hanzhou, and Gu Hanzhou met it without flinching. Lin Jin. Gu Hanzhou spoke, voice low and resonant. You won't take those artifacts away. Lin Jin's voice was hoarse raw. I already have. Today is only the beginning. Then we'll meet again. Gu Hanzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Next time, I won't hold back. Lin Jin offered a quiet, wry smile. Did you hold back tonight? Gu Hanzhou said nothing more. Lin Jin turned and boarded the truck. As the door sealed shut, gunfire, floodlights, sewage, and blood were all left outside. Excluded, silence severed. The freighter roared to life. Its massive chassis groaned as it rolled over Old Medicine Street's cracked asphalt, heading steadily toward Black Harbor. Lin Jin leaned against the cargo wall, finally exhaling. The breath he'd held taut all night now released. In the next instant his body slumped sideways. Qin Zhaomian caught him instantly. Lin Jin. Lu Huai glanced back, brow furrowed. If he's not dead, stop shouting. Qin Zhaomian snapped, fury edged with exhaustion. Can't you see how badly he's injured? I see it, Lu Huai replied flatly, and kicked the medical kit toward her. So patch him up. Right arm 3rd-degree burn, left leg deep laceration, 2 fractured ribs, significant blood loss. Anyone else would have collapsed hours ago. The fact he's still arguing proves he's stubbornly, improbably alive. Lin Jin leaned against the wall, eyes briefly closed. I'm fine. Qin Zhaomian tore open his sleeve without warning. Shut up. Before he could protest further, Lin Wan whispered softly. Brother. He stilled immediately. Lin Wan lay on the stretcher, oxygen mask fogging faintly over her face. Her voice muffled, fragile, yet unmistakably tender. Don't push yourself. Lin Jin watched her for a long moment before murmuring, All right. Qin Zhaomian began treating his wounds. When antiseptic powder touched his shoulder it tensed, but he made no sound. Lin Wan saw it, and her eyes welled again. Say it if it hurts. Lin Jin murmured, It doesn't. She held his gaze. He paused, then softened his answer. A little. Only then did Lin Wan allow herself a faint, weary smile. And even that small effort left her breathless. Lu Huai hurried over, checking the biometric monitors. Don't get agitated. Her new alveoli are just activating, still unstable. The next 24 hours are critical. No infection, no violent jostling, no crying or laughing. Dr. Lu, you're setting quite a list of demands. Ruan Xingxi remarked from the opposite side of the cabin, arching a brow. Lu Huai scoffed. If it's too much, don't bother saving anyone. Not complaining. Ruan Xingxi turned her gaze toward Lin Jin. Just reminding certain people, Black Harbor's protection lasts exactly 1 night. The cabin fell silent. Lin Jin lifted his eyes to hers. Ruan Xingxi spoke, slowly, deliberately. White Spire won't let this humiliation pass. Before dawn they're powerless against Black Harbor. But after sunrise, paperwork warrants debt, seizures, medical license freezes, salvage bans. None will be spared. Zhou Tingyun's voice crackled through the vehicle's comm system, layered with static. And the Red Kestrel's repair bill. Right thruster nearly gone, left wing compromised, wind leaking near the cockpit. Just so you know, the last one wasn't my doing. Qin Zhaomian didn't look up. It was you. Engineer Qin, evidence matters. I am the evidence. Zhou Tingyun paused 2 seconds. Fine. You win. You're always right. Ruan Xingxi chuckled softly. Lin Jin asked, Is the Red Kestrel back in Black Harbor? Yes. Zhou Tingyun yawned over the comms. I dumped both White Spire vessels into the scrap layer. The Red Kestrel is barely holding together. One more flight, and I'll be blowing air into the hull myself. Qin Zhaomian's voice was ice cold. Guard it well. If anyone touches it, I break their hands. Understood. The transmission ended. The freighter entered Black Harbor's subterranean tunnel. Steel gates parted layer by layer ahead, and sealed shut behind. Lin Jin stared at the ceiling light above him, a surreal dissonance tightening in his chest. Hours earlier he'd been trapped aboard the Frost Blade, waiting to die. Now Lin Wan could breathe. He owned a broken ship crushing debt's grievous wounds, and White Spire looming like a storm. Yet, for now she lived. And where there was life there was reckoning. Suddenly Grey Crow's voice pierced his earpiece. White Dove vessel residual data analysis complete. Lin Jin's pupils contracted sharply. Speak. Both White Dove and Frostblade belong to the 3rd Fleet's Stargate lockdown sequence. Records show identical temporary engineer assignments on both vessels. Lin Jin's chest clenched violently. He already knew the name. Grey Crow continued, tone unflinching. Lin Yinshan. Identity external engineer for the Homecoming Project. Lin Jin straightened slowly. Qin Zhaomian noticed the shift. What is it? Lin Jin didn't answer. Inside his visor Grey Crow projected a fragmented image. The image flickered, grainy, indistinct. A middle-aged man stood in White Dove's corridor clad in gray maintenance fatigues, speaking intently to an officer. His face appeared for only a second, yet Lin Jin recognized him instantly. Father. Lin Yinshan. The man everyone claimed died in an orbital accident. In the recording Lin Yinshan glanced back toward the lens and said clearly, If the lockdown fails, go to the lunar Old Harbor. The feed cut to black. Lin Jin stared at the dark screen, motionless for a long while. Outside Black Harbor's final gate swung open. Ruan Xingxi murmured softly. We're here. Lin Jin slowly raised his head. Red signal lights from Black Harbor bled into the cabin, painting streaks of crimson across his blood-streaked face. His eyes found Lin Wan's. She had fallen asleep, her breathing shallow yet profoundly steady. Lin Jin reached out gently, pulling the blanket higher over her shoulders. Then quietly, Grey Crow logged the coordinates. Next destination, lunar Old Harbor. The medical bay of Heigang was not much cleaner than Lu Huai's old clinic. Half the wall plaster had peeled off, the light tube flickered, and the air reeked of stale coolant. But at least it was safe here. Temporarily safe. Lin Wan lay on the isolation bed, fast asleep. Her face was still pale, but her breathing had steadied considerably. Her chest rose and fell gently. Once more. Lin Jin sat by the bed watching for a long time. He used to be terrified of watching Lin Wan sleep, because every time she slept her breathing grew so faint it seemed about to stop. Not this time. This time he heard the breath of a living person. Weak, but real. Lu Huai finished checking the data and snapped the instrument cover shut. Stop staring, you won't make flowers bloom. Lin Jin looked up. How is she? She won't die for now. Lu Huai pulled off his gloves, his tone still sour. The regenerative core took effect. Alveolar repair is better than I expected. Next 24 hours, no infection, no shock, no violent movement. Lin Jin nodded. Good. Lu Huai glanced at him. Same goes for you. Me. 2 broken ribs, right hand, burned left leg, torn blood loss. You push yourself again, she'll still be alive, but you'll die first. Lin Jin looked down at his bandaged hand. He felt nothing. Pain numbed you after a while. I still have things to do. Lu Huai gave a cold laugh. I can tell. People like you usually die young. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. Xin Zhaomian pushed the door open, still wearing her oil-stained work jumpsuit, hair casually tied back, a smudge of black grease on her face. Check the Red Falcon. Lin Jin stood up. Xin Zhaomian frowned. Sit down. Lin Jin sat back down. She continued. Right thruster half-burned, left wing hull torn, 3 attitude nozzles clogged, main console damaged. Can it be fixed? Yes. Lin Jin relaxed slightly, but Xin Zhaomian added, but it won't reach the lunar old port. Lin Jin looked at her. Xin Zhaomian tossed a blackened thruster part onto the table. The Red Falcon is a near-orbit shuttle at best. Even reaching the inner wrecks of the Starship graveyard is overload. The lunar old port requires crossing 2 abandoned flight lanes and avoiding White Tower patrol routes. She paused. It won't make it. Lin Jin fell silent. From the doorway, Wan Qingxi's voice rang out. So you need a real ship. She stepped into the medical bay, her black trench coat replaced by a deep crimson dress, as if nothing had happened last night. But faint shadows lingered under her eyes. Clearly she too hadn't slept. Lin Jin looked at her. Do you have one? Hey gang does. Wan Qingxi smiled. It's just expensive. Lin Jin asked how much. It's not about money. She pulled up a chair, sat down, and placed a data pad on the table. The White Tower just issued an internal bulletin. Lin Jin, illegal intrusion into restricted zone. Old warship theft of military contamination samples, assault on White Tower security, personnel, hijacking medical resources, destruction of level 13 public facilities. Xin Zhaomian snorted. Quite the list. Wan Qingxi flipped to the next page. Bounty posted too. 80,000 alive, 200,000 for the black box, the return contamination sample price separate. Before Lin Jin could speak, Zhou Tingyun's voice came from outside. Is it too late to turn you in now? He leaned against the doorframe, holding half a compressed biscuit, his face pale too. Xin Zhaomian glanced at him. You could try? Zhou Tingyun immediately raised a hand. Joking, just lightening the mood. Wan Qingxi ignored him and continued, by dawn White Tower personnel will check He Gang's entry logs. They can't get in openly, but every departing ship will be watched. Lin Jin understood. So I have to leave before dawn. Smart. Wan Qingxi leaned back. 3 hours till dawn. Xin Zhaomian's face darkened. 3 hours. The Red Falcon's hull isn't even patched. So it won't be the Red Falcon. Wan Qingxi swiped the data pad. An image of a ship appeared on the screen. It was a gray-black salvage ship. Not large, but twice as long as the Red Falcon, with a heavy hull, a pair of mechanical arms at the front, and an old cargo bay underneath. The ship's name had been scraped off, leaving only a faint number, G-13. Xin Zhaomian's eyes changed. A Hui Gang-class salvage ship. Wan Qingxi nodded. Hauled back from the lunar old port 30 years ago, sat in He Gang's warehouse ever since. Reactor half-dead, navigation system locked. No one could start it. Zhou Tingyun leaned in to look. No one could start it, so why bring it up? Give us a coffin. Wan Qingxi turned to Lin Jin. Because its origin is exactly the lunar old port. Lin Jin's heart stirred. Wan Qingxi continued, your father Lin Yinshan left a collateral record here in He Gang. The collateral was this ship. The room fell silent for a moment. Lin Jin stared at the gray-black hull on the screen. My father's ship. Not exactly his, Wan Qingxi said. The record says temporary custody. The claimant needs to submit an authentication code. Where is the authentication code? As soon as Lin Jin spoke, the gray crow sounded in his ear. Hidden audio detected in the white dove's residual footage. Playback. Lin Jin raised his eyes. Play. The light in the medical bay flickered. A moment later, a hoarse male voice rang out. If you're hearing this, it means either the Frostblade or the White Dove has already launched. Go to He Gang, find G13. The authentication code is... The voice broke for a second. Then came a low string of numbers. 721903. Lin Jin didn't speak. It had been a long time since he'd last heard his father's voice. In his memory, Lin Yinshan always wore a gray maintenance suit, the sleeves smelling of machine oil. He would lift Lin Jin onto his shoulders, point at the dome lights, and say, those aren't stars. The real stars are out there. Later he disappeared. Everyone said he died in a routine orbital accident. Now the voice of a dead man spanning over a decade and a 300-year-old derelict warship fell upon Lin Jin's ears again. Ruan Qingxi watched him. This ship, I can give it to you. Lin Jin looked up. What's the price? 40% of the White Dove core auction proceeds. Also first right of refusal on any old civilization goods you bring back from the lunar old port. Qin Zhaoyan frowned. Too steep. Ruan Qingxi smiled calmly. He's worth 80,000 right now with the white tower on his tail. I'm offering a ship. That's a friend's price. Lin Jin asked how soon can the ship be ready. Qin Zhaoyan immediately said, I need to see the actual vessel first. Ruan Qingxi stood up. Then let's go. Lin Jin glanced at Lin Wan on the hospital bed. She had woken up at some point. She didn't speak, just watched him quietly. Lin Jin walked over and crouched down. I have to go out for a while. Lin Wan's eyes were still red, but she didn't stop him. To the moon. Lin Jin was silent for a moment. Lin Wan asked softly, is Dad still alive? Lin Jin couldn't answer that. He took her hand. I don't know. Lin Wan looked at him for a long time, then said then go see. She took a breath as if still getting used to the new breathing. This time don't lie and say you'll be back soon. Lin Jin's throat tightened. Okay. And don't carry it all alone. Lin Wan looked at Qin Zhaoyan and Zhou Tingyun, then back at Ruan Qingxi. You're not alone anymore. Zhou Tingyun rubbed his nose. Though I'm mostly here because of debt. Qin Zhaoyan shot him a glance. No one asked you. Lin Wan gave a faint smile. This time she didn't cough. Lin Jin smiled too. He stood up and tucked the blanket around her. Wait for me to come back. Lin Wan nodded. Half an hour later. At the deepest part of He Gang the door to Vault No. 13 opened. The heavy gate rose and cold mist poured out. The gray-black salvaged ship sat silently in the darkness. Its hull was thick with dust. The shell modeled its mechanical arms hanging low like an old beast that had slumbered for years. Ruan Qingxi handed the terminal to Lin Jin. Enter the authentication code. Lin Jin walked to the ship's bow. On the metal hatch, traces of the scraped-off name remained. He entered the numbers. 7, 2, 1, 9, 0, 3. A few seconds later, the lights in the entire warehouse flickered on one by one. From inside the gray-black salvage ship came the low hum of a reactor starting up. The hatch slowly opened. An old synthetic voice announced. Authentication passed. Welcome back, Engineer Lin, Yinshan, Gray Harbor 13. Awaiting departure. Lin Jin looked up at the ship that should have been sleeping in the past. At that moment, the ship's internal screen suddenly lit up. A sealed message auto-populated. Sender Lin Yinshan. The subject line was only 4 words. For my son. When the screen lit up, no one spoke in the warehouse. That gray-black salvage ship had just awakened, the low hum of its reactor echoing from deep within its hull. Like an old beast slowly opening its eyes in the darkness. Lin Jin stood before the hatch, staring at the 4 words on the screen. For my son. His hand froze in midair. Qin Zhaoyan stood beside him, for once refraining from urging him on. Zhou Tingyun also fell silent, even his breathing softened. Ruan Qingxi crossed her arms, standing a few paces away. She glanced at Lin Jin and asked, do you want us to leave? Lin Jin did not answer immediately. After a beat, he shook his head. No need. He pressed play. The screen flickered. The image was distorted. First came static, then a man appeared. Gray maintenance uniform, slightly messy hair, a stubbled face, not properly shaved. Lin Jin stared at that face, and his throat suddenly tightened, as if something had lodged there. Lin Yinshan. Older than memory, thinner too. But still the same. His eyes were weary, yet the corners of his mouth instinctively pressed down, as if unwilling to let his family see how hard things were. In the footage, Lin Yinshan sat in a cabin, the background shaking. In the distance, alarms blared. He seemed to have just escaped from somewhere, blood still dripping from his sleeve. Lin Jin. The man's first words called his name. Lin Jin slowly clenched his fists. If you're hearing this, it means you found Gray Harbor 13. Lin Yinshan coughed, wiping blood from his mouth. It also means you probably didn't listen to me, and went up anyway. Zhou Tingyun stole a glance at Lin Jin. Lin Jin's face was expressionless, his eyes fixed on the screen. Lin Yinshan seemed to anticipate this reaction, and smiled. Don't pull that long face. You were like this as a kid, frowning like someone owed you money whenever you were unhappy. Lin Jin's eyes stung. He hadn't heard the words, when you were a kid, in a very long time. The footage continued. This ship isn't new, but it's got a lot of problems. The left mechanical arm has jammed 3 times, the main reactor wheezes after overload, and there's a missing floor panel in cargo bay too. Don't step on it. Qin Zhaoyan instinctively glanced inside the ship. Zhou Tingyun muttered under his breath, this farewell message comes with a maintenance manual. Qin Zhaoyan shot him a glare. Zhou Tingyun immediately shut up. Lin Yinshan paused, his expression growing serious. Lin Jin, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I didn't die in an ordinary orbital accident. Back then I took a job, repairing an external engineering ship for the 3rd Fleet Stargate blockade zone. At the time I thought it was just a high-paying private gig. Later I found out that job was tied to the Homecoming project. The screen image flickered suddenly. The alarms behind Lin Yinshan grew more urgent. He glanced back and sped up his words. The Homecoming project is not a rescue plan. Someone wants to open the Stargate and bring back the deep space fleet that went missing 300 years ago. But what comes back from the other side of the gate may not be human anymore. Lin Jin's mind flashed back to the words of the Frostblade captain, "Don't let them open the Stargate." The words of the White Dove doctor, the casualty list. And those gentle, yet terrifying medical AIs. Lin Yinshan continued, "The Third Fleet wasn't rebelling back then. It was containing the contamination. The Frostblade, the White Dove, and many more ships. All were part of the containment sequence. But within the containment, there were traitors. The White Tower's predecessors, some high-ranking officers in the Orbital Forces, and the Homecoming Society. They've all been searching for the key. The key consists of 3 fragments." Lin Jin's eye shifted. The voice of Grey Crow echoed in his ear, "Keyword detected key." Lin Yinshan raised one finger. "First fragment in the Frostblade's black box. A second finger. Second fragment in the White Dove's medical mainframe. A third finger. Third fragment in the old lunar port. If you've already obtained the first 2, go to the old lunar port. There I've left something for you. And the truth you must know." At this, Lin Yinshan fell silent for a few seconds. His gaze suddenly softened. "Lin Jin, I don't know how old you are when you hear this. I don't know if Wan is still around." Lin Jin's heart clenched violently. The man on screen seemed to want to smile, but couldn't. If she's still there, take care of her. If she's not. He lowered his head, composing himself, but when he looked up again his eyes were red. "Then don't blame yourself." Lin Jin closed his eyes. The warehouse fell silent. Only the low rumble of the salvaged ship's reactor remained. Lin Yinshan took a deep breath. "I've never been much in this life. Repairing ships, patching compartments, welding pipes, working for others, drowning in debt. But this ship, I managed to leave it to you. If you want a stable life, sell it, take 1 yuan, and leave the lower levels of the Dome City. If you don't want a stable life." He looked into the camera, as if across many years at the present Lin Jin. "Then trust no one. Not even me." The moment these words were spoken, everyone froze. Lin Jin looked up, staring intently at the screen. Lin Yinshan's voice dropped. "Black box records can be altered. Shipboard AI can be corrupted. The words left by the dead might also be what someone else wants you to hear. You have to see for yourself, think for yourself, choose for yourself. Don't follow my path. But if you must go." The man paused, then reached out and patted the cabin wall behind him. "This ship will take you to the first stop. The old lunar port, Gray Gate Dock. Find a man named Huichinzhou." Hearing that name, Ruan Qingzi raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Jin also committed it to memory. Huichinzhou. Lin Yinshan suddenly coughed violently. The image began to shake. Outside, the sound of crashing came, and someone shouted his name. "Old Lin, get out now." Lin Yinshan turned and roared back, "Coming." Then he turned back, leaning closer to the lens. "One last thing. Don't call this ship G-13 anymore. It's a terrible name." He smiled. "When you were little, you asked me why the dead ships in the sky didn't fall. I said because they're still waiting for someone to salvage them. Later you said you'd grow up and do the salvaging. I scolded you back then, said it was a worthless ambition. Looking back now, it's not so bad." Lin Yinshan's voice grew softer. "Lin Jin, don't fear the old days. In the old days there are dead people, but also paths. Let this ship be called the old days." The screen flickered. At the final moment, Lin Yinshan seemed to want to say more. But the explosion outside swallowed everything. The screen went black. The warehouse fell silent again. After a long while, Zhou Tingyun whispered, "Old days. Sounds better than G-13. No one answered him. Qin Zhaomian walked under the ship's belly, reached up, and touched the mottled hull. "The reactor sounds off, but it's reparable." She paused. "If we just need to leave port before dawn, it can fly." Lin Jin looked up. "How long?" 2 hours. Ruan Qingzi glanced at her terminal. "You have 1 hour and 40 minutes. The White Tower has already started checking the outer berths of the Black Port." Zhou Tingyun sucked in a breath. "Then stop chatting and get to work." As soon as he finished, an old synthetic voice rang out from inside the ship. "Ship name update in progress. G-13 designation, retain new ship name, Old Days, temporary captain authority, pending confirmation." Lin Jin stepped through the hatch. The cockpit was thick with dust. In the center of the main console sat an old-style palm print lock. He pressed his hand onto it. The wound on his palm throbbed with pain. Blood stained the recognition plate. Seconds later, the system lit up green. Lin Jin authority confirmed. "Welcome aboard, Captain." The lights of the old days flickered on one after another. Lin Jin stood in the cockpit, hearing behind him the sounds of Qin Zhaomian opening a toolkit, Zhou Tingyun testing the control stick, and Ruan Qingzi outside directing the loading of cargo. He suddenly understood what Lin Wan had meant. He was no longer alone. Just then the voice of Grey Crow echoed in his ear. "White Tower, encrypted communication detected. Wuhan Zhou is applying for a search warrant for the Black Port. Estimated approval time 1 hour and 20 minutes. Zhou Tingyun turned back. "Captain, where to?" Lin Jin looked at the red lights of the Black Port beyond the window. The moon. The old days reactor shuddered lowly, as if answering him. The old days awakened. Yet awakening was one thing, whether it could fly was another. Qin Zhaomian had barely been inside the reactor chamber for 3 minutes before a curse erupted from within. "Lin Jin, Lin Jin had just hauled a crate of oxygen tanks into the cargo bay when he looked up. What? Your father left this ship with a temper bigger than a person's. Zhou Tingyun sat in the pilot's seat, familiarizing himself with the controls. The moment he touched the left thrust lever, the entire cockpit dimmed for an instant. Zhou Tingyun immediately withdrew his hand. I didn't touch anything. Qin Zhaomian's voice came through the calm with a cold laugh. You'd better not have. The main reactor is like an old man who's been drinking cheap liquor for 30 years. One cough, and the whole ship stalls. Ruan Qingzi stood outside the hatch, arms crossed, watching the chaos. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Lin Jin glanced at her. Ruan Qingzi shook her terminal. The White Tower search warrant will be approved in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Gu Hanzhou has already started the paperwork. Uptown people love procedures, because once the procedures are in place, their plunder becomes legal. Lin Jin secured the oxygen tanks. Qin Zhaomian. I heard you. A clang echoed from the reactor chamber. Don't rush me. Rushing won't make this junker 20 years younger. Lin Jin said nothing more and turned to the medical bay. Lin Wan was still conscious when they moved her into the old days. Lu Huai was reluctant. She just finished treatment and you're dragging her onto a ship. You really want her dead. Lin Wan lay on the temporary medical bed, pale, but with more spirit than before. When she saw Lin Jin enter, she asked first, can the ship fly? Lin Jin said yes. Lu Huai sneered from the side. He doesn't know? Lin Wan pressed her lips together, wanting to laugh, but holding back. Lin Jin looked at the oxygen mask on her face. Maybe you should stay in Black Harbor. Lin Wan didn't answer. She just looked at him. The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Jin knew it was a pointless question. The White Tower had already marked her. Staying in Black Harbor, Ruan Qingzi could protect her for one night, but not forever. Bringing her aboard was dangerous. Leaving her behind was more dangerous. Lin Wan whispered, I won't be a burden. Lin Jin sat down by the bedside. No one said you're a burden. I know you didn't say it. Lin Wan looked at him, but you'll think it. Lin Jin was silent. Lin Wan reached out and gently grasped his sleeve. Brother, I can breathe now. Her voice was light, yet earnest. I don't want to hide again now that I can finally breathe. Lin Jin looked at her. After a long pause, he nodded. Okay. Outside the door, Zhou Tingyun poked his head in. Captain, the navigation system is asking if I should clear the previous route logs. Lin Jin stood up. Don't clear them. Zhou Tingyun was taken aback. Why, oi? My father left this ship. The route records might be useful. All right. Zhou Tingyun was about to leave when he turned back to look at Lin Wan. Little one, the lunar old port might have decent scenery, though chances are it'll kill you. Lin Wan gave a faint smile. Thanks for the warning. Zhou Tingyun grinned. You're welcome. He had barely left when Qin Zhaomian's voice blasted through the ship's intercom. Zhou Tingyun. If you touch that control stick again, I'll weld your hands to the auxiliary console. Zhou Tingyun shot back immediately. I was just bonding with the ship. The ship doesn't want to bond. Listening to the commotion outside, Lin Wan's eyes finally regained a flicker of life. Lin Jin noticed, and the weight pressing on his chest all night eased slightly. Half an hour later, the old day's cargo hold was full. Oxygen, medicine, energy cells, repair sealant, 3 crates of Black Harbor ammunition, and half a cabinet of medical supplies Lu Huai had forced in. Ruan Qingzi stood at the cargo door, handing Lin Jin a bill. Lin Jin glanced at the number. 2 seconds of silence. Are you robbing me? Ruan Qingzi smiled naturally. You can always choose not to buy. Lin Jin folded the bill and put it away. Put it on my tab. Of course. You owe me enough now to buy half a life. I'll pay it back. I believe you. Ruan Qingzi looked up at the old day's weathered hull. But Lin Jin, the lunar old port isn't a starship graveyard. It has its own rules and its own dead. What do you mean? Black Harbor at least still trades. The lunar old port runs on who has the bigger guns. She paused. And be careful when you look for Hua Shenzhou. Lin Jin looked at her. You know him? I've heard of him. Ruan Qingzi tossed him a black communication chip. Old Salvager, former orbital military engineer, lost a leg, bad temper, heavy drinker. He owes Black Harbor 3 old debts, owes the White Tower a life, and owes half a street's worth of money in the lunar old port. Zhou Tingyun happened to pass by, eyes lighting up. This guy sounds impressive. Qin Zhaomian crawled out of the reactor chamber, her face smeared with oil. Or maybe he's just good at owing. She dropped a burnt-out flow restrictor on the floor. The reactor's barely stable. No sudden acceleration, no consecutive jumps, and no shenanigans from Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun protested. Why is it always me? Qin Zhaomian didn't even look at him. Because you look like the cause of an accident. Zhou Tingyun opened his mouth, but finally dared not argue. Lin Jin asked, can we make it to the lunar old port? Qin Zhaomian wiped her hands. Normally, yes. And abnormally. She glanced at Zhou Tingyun. Depends on how bad his episode is. The old day's main console suddenly lit up. Grey Crow's voice echoed in Lin Jin's ear. Detected White Tower search warrant approved early. Black Harbor's outer gate is being taken over. Lin Jin's eyes hardened. The smile on Ruan Qingzi's face also faded. Faster than I thought. Outside the warehouse, Black Harbor's alarms blared. Red lights flashed layer by layer. Someone shouted from outside. White Tower security is entering the outer harbor. All unregistered vessels halt and be inspected. Zhou Tingyun immediately sat back in the pilot seat. Captain. Lin Jin strode into the main control room. Set sail. Qin Zhaomian frowned. The outer gate is taken over. We can't get out through the normal channel. Ruan Qingxi walked to the hatch and turned back to look at him. So I prepared an abnormal one. She raised her hand and pressed the remote. The ground beneath the old days began to tremble. Dust shook loose from the sealed warehouse floor. Lin Jin peered down through the porthole. The warehouse floor split open. Below was not a foundation. It was a bottomless launch silo. Zhou Tingyun's eyes widened. Black Harbor had something like this hidden underneath. Ruan Qingxi smiled. Black Harbor has survived this long not by being polite. The old days slowly descended. Old lights on either side of the silo flickered on illuminating rust-stained rails. Qin Zhaomian lunged to the auxiliary console. This is an old electromagnetic catapult silo. The hull isn't calibrated. It'll tear apart on launch. Ruan Qingxi said calmly. Then you'd better calibrate quickly. Qin Zhaomian cursed under her breath, her fingers flying across the keys. Lin Jin took the captain's seat. The chair was old with a cracked leather surface. He placed his hands on the armrests. The old days shuddered lightly, as if waiting for a command. Gray Crow chimed. White Tower personnel, entering Warehouse 13. Expected contact time 40 seconds. Above the warehouse, the sound of a forced breach cut through the air. Sparks fell through the gaps. Gu Hanzhou's voice came through the public channel. Lin Jin stopped the ship. Lin Jin did not reply. Zhou Tingyun gripped the control stick. Catapult preheating. Qin Zhaomian stared at the parameters. Hull locked. Lu Huai cursed from the medical bay. If anyone makes this ship jolt, I'll fight them to the death. Lin Wan's voice was soft, but reached Lin Jin's ears. Brother. Lin Jin said quietly, I'm here. Don't look back. Lin Jin stared at the launch track ahead, glowing bright. The warehouse ceiling above was cut open. Figures in white uniforms appeared in the firelight. Gu Hanzhou stood at the front watching the old days sink. Their eyes met through the porthole and the flames. Gu Hanzhou raised his gun. Zhou Tingyun shouted, launch. Boom. The electromagnetic rails blazed with searing blue light. The old days was hurled violently out of the silo. The tremendous G-force pressed everyone into their seats. Black Harbor, the warehouse, Gu Hanzhou, all receded into the distance behind them. The next second, the old days burst through the waste layer, crashing into the night beneath the dome city. Ahead lay the lunar route. Gray Crow's voice echoed. Course locked. Target lunar old port. Lin Jin gazed at the dome city fading through the porthole and whispered, set off. As the old sun burst out of Black Harbor, the entire ship groaned. It wasn't the normal hum of engines. More like a pile of ancient parts dragged from their coffins, cursing as they ran. The cockpit lights flickered erratically. Zhou Tingyun gripped the control yoke with white-knuckled hands, his face pale, yet his mouth still defiant. This ship has quite a temper. Qin Zhaomian hunched over the auxiliary console, eyes fixed on a row of wildly fluctuating readings. You'd better show it some respect. I'm already being respectful. Then stop shoving the thrust lever to max. The White Tower is right behind us. Zhou Tingyun roared. On the radar, 3 white dots were chasing them from the direction of the dome city. White Tower pursuit craft. Faster than the old sun. Clean, stable, fully equipped. The old sun, in contrast, had just been dragged out of a sealed storage bay. Its reactor hadn't fully warmed up, its hull was caked with 30 years of dust, and even cargo hold 2 was still leaking air. Qin Zhaomian gritted his teeth, adjusting the reactor output. If we keep flying like this, the main furnace will stall. Zhou Tingyun stared at the radar. If I don't fly like this, they'll shoot us down. Lin Jin sat in the captain's seat, a trace of dried blood still clinging to the armrest. His right hand was bandaged, forcing him to operate the screen with his left. Gray Crow, how long until the White Tower catches up? For minutes, 20 seconds. What about the lunar lane entry point? Nearest standard entry, 11 minutes. Zhou Tingyun laughed. Good news, they won't catch us. Qin Zhaomian said coldly, bad news, will be caught. Engineer Qin, you're really not cut out for morale boosting. Qin Zhaomian ignored him, looking at Lin Jin. The standard lane is impossible. The White Tower will intercept us at the entry. Lin Jin stared at the route map. The standard lane was a blue curve cutting from the outer ring of the dome city into the lunar transfer orbit. Safe, clear, and firmly under the White Tower's control. A dirty ship like the old sun, fresh out of Black Harbor, would be delivering itself straight into their hands. What about the navigation records my father left? Gray Crow responded. Reading. Warning, original navigation data of the old sun severely corrupted. Some lanes have been abandoned. Can they still be used? Theoretically, yes. Qin Zhaomian looked up. Theoretically. Gray Crow paused, meaning the person who designed it believed so. Zhou Tingyun smirked. Sounds like a last will. On the screen, a gray route slowly lit up. It didn't follow the standard entry. Instead, it hugged the abandoned synchronous ring outside the dome city, bypassed the White Tower's beacons, and dove into an area marked as a red forbidden zone. The route's name was simple. Gray Gate Private Lane. Qin Zhaomian's face changed the moment he saw it. No. Lin Jin asked, what's wrong? This path goes through the old synchronous ring debris field. It was abandoned 30 years ago. There are uncontrolled cargo containers, old defensive mines, and unregistered smuggler wreckage. Zhou Tingyun looked at the route, his eyes lighting up. How wide is it? Narrowest point less than 60 meters. How wide is the old sun? Qin Zhaomian said coldly, with the mechanical arms extended 48 meters. Zhou Tingyun slapped the control yoke. We can make it. Qin Zhaomian glared at him. You call that making it? We've got 12 meters to spare. That's space, not your alleyway. Lin Jin glanced at the radar. The White Tower pursuit craft were closer now. The public channel suddenly lit up. Gu Hanzhou's voice came through. Lin Jin, shut down your engines and prepare for inspection. No one spoke. Gu Hanzhou continued. Your sister just finished treatment. The old sun doesn't have a stable medical environment. If you keep running, she'll die on the way. The cockpit fell silent. Lin Jin's fingers slowly tightened. The medical bay channel lit up. Lin Wan's voice came through, soft but steady. Brother, I'm fine. Lu Huai cursed from the other end. Find my ass. Don't listen to the White Tower's bullshit. Find a stable route fast. Qin Zhaomian looked at the gray private lane, his face dark. There is no stable route. Zhou Tingyun turned. Captain. Lin Jin lifted his eyes, staring at the gray curve pulled from his father's navigation records. If Lin Yinshan had left the ship, he wouldn't have left only a dead end. Take the gray gate private lane. Zhou Tingyun grinned. Aye, Captain. The old sun veered sharply. The 3 White Tower pursuit craft immediately changed course to follow. Gu Hanzhou clearly saw their intention. For the first time, his voice on the channel grew heavier. That lane is abandoned. Lin Jin said flatly. Thanks for the reminder. He cut the public channel. Zhou Tingyun pushed the old sun into the synchronous ring debris field. Through the viewport, a broken ring of massive metallic structure emerged from the darkness. It was a cargo synchronous device from the old era, once encircling the Dome City's sky. Now only a half skeleton remained, like a torn iron ring drifting at the edge of the lunar lane. The closer they got, the more noise flooded the radar. White dots, red dots, gray dots, all floating debris. The moment the old sun slipped in, the first scraping sound echoed through the hull. Qin Zhaomian's face darkened. Retract the left mechanical arm. Zhou Tingyun can't retract. Say that again. It really won't retract. Qin Zhaomian unbuckled his seatbelt and rushed to the mechanical arm control panel. Lin Jin, take over the auxiliary console. Lin Jin took control with his left hand. The data on the screen was a mess. Gray Crow immediately took over part of it. Recommend closing the outer door of cargo hold 2. Close it. Close failed. Reason. Jammed. Lin Jin was silent for a moment. This ship truly had his father's style. It could run, but everything was in need of repair. Zhou Tingyun stared ahead, then suddenly cursed. Container cluster. A massive field of abandoned cargo containers drifted out of the debris belt. Some were still linked by old magnetic locks, colliding with each other like a slowly tumbling chain of iron blocks. The old sun was too big to avoid them. Qin Zhaomian shouted from behind. Use the right arm. Grab the outermost container and use it to pivot. Zhou Tingyun immediately said, I don't know how to use the mechanical arm. Lin Jin reached for the console. I'll do it. He had done plenty of dirty work in Shui Yuan's crew, towing scrap, hauling wreckage, dragging broken solar panels. The old sun's mechanical arm was far more complex than those broken devices. But the principle was the same. Grab, leverage, swing. The right arm extended, its joints screeching. Qin Zhaomian yelled over the intercom, easy. The arm root has a crack. Lin Jin didn't answer. The claw clamped onto the outermost container. The old sun shuddered violently. Zhou Tingyun shut down one side of the attitude thrusters. The entire ship pivoted around the container cluster. Outside the viewport, a derelict container scraped past the cockpit. So close they could see the faded lettering on it. Lunar Mining Company. Bang. The old sun's tail still took a hit. The cabin alarms blared. Qin Zhaomian roared. Who told you to swing so hard? Zhou Tingyun. Had to, or we wouldn't make it. Qin Zhaomian. When we get back, I'm installing a speed limiter on you. Zhou Tingyun. I'll just dismantle it. While the two were arguing, the radar showed the 3 White Tower pursuit craft also charging into the debris field. They were fast, small, and held steady for the first stretch. But Gu Hanzhou clearly hadn't expected the old sun to use its mechanical arm to swing through the abandoned synchronous ring. The first pursuit craft tried to copy the maneuver, but failed to secure the container. The magnetic field went haywire, scattering the container cluster. Boom. 2 containers slammed into the pursuit craft's port side. The White Tower craft's shield flashed, its speed plummeting. The second was forced to alter course. The third had worse luck, crashing into an old defensive minefield. Several fireballs bloomed in the darkness. Zhou Tingyun whistled. Director Gu probably isn't looking too dignified right now. Lin Jin watched the radar. All 3 white dots had slowed, but they weren't completely shaken off. Gu Hanzhou was still behind them. That man wasn't easy to lose. Gray Crow suddenly spoke. Detected old-style navigation beacon ahead. Source Gray Gate Dockyard. Lin Jin looked up. At the end of the debris field, a dim green beacon was flashing. A flash. A pause. Another flash. Like someone had lit a dying lamp in the abandoned lane. As the old sun approached, the beacon automatically sent an identification code. Gray Harbor 13 identity confirmed. Remaining engineer authority of Lin Jin. Gray Gate private lane open. Ahead in the darkness a narrow path slowly illuminated. Zhou Tingyun was stunned. Your father really left a back door. Lin Jin said nothing. He stared at the lit path. A strange feeling churned inside him. His father had disappeared for so many years. Yet the ship he left behind the routes the authentication codes. They were slowly pulling Lin Jin toward the moon. It didn't feel like a reunion. It felt more like someone years ago had dug a path ahead of him. He didn't know if it led to answers. Or a trap. In the medical bay Lin Wan asked softly, Brother, did we make it? Lin Jin glanced at the white tower pursuit craft receding in the distance. We made it. Lin Wan sighed in relief. Good. Lu Huai immediately snapped, good my ass. She needs rest. Stop talking to her. Lin Wan murmured, Dr. Lu, I only said one sentence. Not even half a sentence. In the cockpit Zhou Tingyun suppressed a laugh. Qin Zhaomian finally retracted the left mechanical arm and returned from the aft compartment 2 more streaks of oil on his arm. The arm can still be used, but don't pull that kind of stun again. Zhou Tingyun nodded. Got it. I'll tell you in advance next time. There won't be a next time. Then the time after that. Qin Zhaomian raised his wrench. Zhou Tingyun immediately shut up. The old sun sailed out of the synchronous ring debris field. The darkness ahead became much cleaner. In the distance a grayish-white celestial body slowly emerged. The moon. It wasn't as bright as in the Dome City's promotional posters. The real moon was covered in dark gray patches, the ruins of old colonial settlements clinging to its surface like scars. And at the edge of the moon's dark side a dense cluster of metallic lights flickered, like a rotting harbor. Gray Crow's voice sounded. Old lunar port now in visual range. Detected multiple armed signals. Detected black market channels. Detected orbital cannon wreckage. Zhou Tingyun stared at the screen muttering, this place is really lively. Lin Jin fixed his gaze on the cluster of lights. Just then the old sun received a strange transmission. An old voice thick with alcohol and static. Gray Harbor 13. That bastard Lin Yinshan dares to come back. Lin Jin's eyes flickered. The person on the other end coughed and cursed, speak up. Who's alive on that ship? Lin Jin picked up the communicator. Lin Jin. The other side went silent for a few seconds. Then the old voice dropped low. Lin Yinshan's son. Lin Jin gripped the communicator tightly. Are you Huaqinzhou? The other side was silent for a long time. So long that everyone thought the connection was lost. Then the old man said, come into port. Don't use the main gate. The White Tower's people are already waiting for you at the dock. After Huaqinzhou spoke those words, only static crackled through the comm channel. Zhou Tingyun gazed ahead at the lunar old port, drawing ever closer, his fingers frozen above the control stick. Don't use the main gate. He moistened his lips. I'm starting to like this old man. Qin Zhaomian stared at the radar screen, his expression grim. The main gate is indeed impassable. All 3 berthing lanes in the outer port glow with White Tower identification lights. They've already assumed full port control. Lin Jin turned toward the display. The lunar old port loomed like a slab of rusted iron embedded in absolute darkness. The outer ring held derelict docking slots, a fractured elevator towers rose from the center. Deep within, clusters of lights flickered erratically, dimming, flaring, vanishing. Unlike the Dome City, there was no dome here. Only exposed lunar regolith steel dust, and a cluster of crumbling structures whose structural integrity hung by fraying threads. Gray Crow projected a fragmented port schematic. Hidden guidance signal received. Source Gray Gate Shipyard. Route Lunar Slag Trench. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the route. His mouth twitched. That's not a path. That's a drainage ditch. Qin Zhaomian replied, voice taut. The moon has no drainage ditches. Then what is it? An obsolete or transport trough. Zhou Tingyun fell silent for a beat. Sounds worse than a drainage ditch. Lin Jin hesitated not a second. Go. The old days veered from the outer port trajectory, lowered altitude, and skimmed the shadowed lunar surface. Beyond the viewport the lunar terrain rushed upward. Ash-gray dust blanketed vast ruins, shattered mining rigs lay half-buried, overturned lunar rovers dotted the distance. Zhou Tingyun eased the throttle down. The old days was no Red Falcon. It was larger, heavier, slower, like an ancient beast long denied its stride. Lower it just slightly, and the hull scraped against lunar shrapnel. Qin Zhaomian sat rigid at the co-pilot station. Altitude 20 meters. 18 meters. 15 meters. Zhou Tingyun, if you descend any further I'll throw you overboard to cushion the keel. Zhou Tingyun clenched his jaw. Do you think I want to fly this low? This cursed channel swims with gravitational eddies. The ship sinks on its own. The old days shuddered violently. From Lin Wan's medical bay came Lu Huai's furious bellow. Who's piloting this vessel? She just finished treatment. Do you think she's cargo? Dr. Lu, would you care to take the controls? Zhou Tingyun shot back instantly. Lu Huai's curses intensified. Amid them Lin Wan's voice slipped through, soft, faint. I'm fine. Silence. Lu Huai roared. Patients have no right to declare themselves fine. For one breath the cockpit fell utterly still. Zhou Tingyun murmured, this old man's fierce. More useful than you, Qin Xiaomian retorted. You're targeting me, Engineer Qin. The old days continued its descent. Ahead the lunar surface split open, a long, jagged black fissure. It was the ore transport trough. Its flanking walls, forged from antiquated alloy, were already half swallowed by lunar dust. The entrance was narrow, just wide enough for the old days to squeeze through. Zhou Tingyun watched the clearance, throat bobbing. Lin Jin, I'm stating this now, if we scuff the paint it's not on me. Qin Xiaomian scoffed. Does it even have paint left? The old days slid inch by inch into the black maw, less than 5 meters separating its hull from either alloy wall. Radar drowned in interference from metallic debris, the screen dissolved into snow. Zhou Tingyun navigated solely by sight, and Grey Crow's fragmented guidance. Suddenly 2 crimson lamps ignited ahead. Qin Xiaomian snapped, stop. Zhou Tingyun wrenched the thrust valve backward. The old days skidded forward, 15 meters, before grinding to a halt. Behind the red lights stood an ancient artillery emplacement half buried in dust. Its cannon barrel pointed directly at them. Lin Jin's brow furrowed. Grey Crow flashed. Legacy Shipyard Defense Cannon. Status dormant. Warning, awakening initiated. Zhou Tingyun stared at the cannon tube, thicker than the old days bridge. Isn't this old man supposed to be letting us in? Why greet us with artillery? A comm channel auto-linked. Hua Qinzhou's voice emerged, still thick with post-drink gravel. Authentication code. Lin Jin replied, 7-1903. Not that one. Lin Jin's gaze sharpened. Then what is it? Hua Qinzhou paused, then sighed exasperated. Didn't Lin Yinshan tell you? No. That good-for-nothing bastard. Hua Qinzhou swore under his breath. The emplacement's red lights pulsed brighter. Qin Xiaomian whispered, 10 seconds until firing sequence initiates. Hua Qinzhou said, boy, listen carefully. The authentication code is the phrase your father uttered most often. Lin Jin froze. The most frequent phrase. A cascade of voices flooded his mind. Keep your hands off the tool chest. Never point the plasma torch at people. Take care of Wan. And then, childhood memories. Each time Lin Yinshan stepped out the door, he'd ruffle Lin Jin's hair and say. Lin Jin lifted his head. Come back alive. The comm channel went silent. 2 seconds later the red lights died. Deep within the alloy wall heavy mechanisms groaned awake. Hua Qinzhou muttered, so he did teach you that. At the far end of the ore trench a colossal gate, crusted with lunar dust, began to grind open. Lights spilled from within, not the sterile blinding white of White Tower but aged amber-hued flickering faintly, as if electricity itself struggled to hold. Grey Gate Shipyard. As the old days entered, Lin Jin glimpsed vessels moored inside, over a dozen large and small. Some were skeletal frames, the others mid-dismantlement. Several bore bullet scars across their hulls. This place bore no resemblance to a port. It felt more like an underground necropolis, built solely to bury ships. No sooner had the old days settled than the shipyard's pressure doors sealed shut. From behind maintenance scaffolds emerged figures clad in vintage exoskeletons, each holding a weapon. Their leader was an elderly man with a limp. His hair and beard were wild and silver-streaked. His left leg, a mechanical prosthesis, clicked softly with every step. He carried a leather-wrapped flask and wore an antique orbital military sidearm at his hip. He raised his eyes to the old days, his gaze layered with complexity, as though he beheld merely a vessel, yet also as though he gazed upon someone long dead. The airlock opened. Lin Jin descended. Qin Xiaomian followed close behind. Zhou Tingyun moved to disembark, but Qin Xiaomian seized his arm. You stay in the cockpit. Why, oi? Because only you can pilot this ship now. Zhou Tingyun immediately sank back into his seat. That is important. Lin Jin approached the elder. Hua Qinzhou. The old man studied him, silent, deliberate. First he scrutinized Lin Jin's eyes and brow, then his gaze swept over the old day's hull. Finally he snorted. You don't look like your father. Lin Jin said, many say I resemble my mother. Hua Qinzhou uncapped his flask and took a long draught. That's fortunate. Lin Jin met his stare. My father sent me to find you. I know. Is he still alive? That question hushed the entire shipyard. Hua Qinzhou's hands stilled over the flask. Then he lifted his eyes, locking onto Lin Jin's. Do you want the truth, or something gentler? Lin Jin did not flinch. The truth. Hua Qinzhou said, I don't know. Lin Jin's chest tightened. Hua Qinzhou continued. He entered the Stargate quarantine zone. What emerged was only a distress signal, and the mortgage records for this ship. Where is the distress signal? Patience. Hua Qinzhou glanced at Qin Xiaomian, then at the old days. You fled Black Harbor all the way here. White Tower's hounds are already on your trail. Grey Gate Shipyard won't hide you for long. Lin Jin said, I need to know what he left behind. He left behind quite a bit. Hua Qinzhou offered a smile, devoid of warmth. Debts, troubles, corpses, and a key. Lin Jin's eyes flickered. The third key. Hua Qinzhou fixed him with a piercing stare. You know of the keys, eh? Lin Jin remained silent. Hua Qinzhou's expression darkened. You've been aboard Frostblade? Yes. What about White Dove? Also. Hua Qinzhou fell silent. His gaze at Lin Jin no longer held condescension. only the grim recognition of one who'd already sunk knee-deep into mud. "No wonder White Tower hunts you," he murmured. "You didn't come seeking your father. You arrived carrying the very crack in the Stargate, delivered yourself straight to its threshold." At that moment alarms shrieked across Grey Gate shipyard. Red lights bloomed overhead. A mechanic sprinted up breathless. "Uncle Hua, the outer port's reporting White Tower fleet approach. They're sweeping the lunar slag trench." Hua Qinzhou cursed skyward. "That Gu family boy's nose hasn't dulled a bit." Lin Jin turned toward the old days. "We leave, now." But Hua Qinzhou clamped a hand hard onto Lin Jin's shoulder. "We can't." He pointed toward the shipyard's deepest recess, a far older black gate. Its surface bore the faded insignia of the Third Fleet. "Your father's third key lies beyond that door." Hua Qinzhou looked Lin Jin in the eye, slow, deliberate. "But once opened, whatever you see inside, do not believe it." After Hua Qinzhou spoke those words, the alarm in the Grey Gate dock wailed with mounting urgency. Red warning lights swept rhythmically across the faces of the crew. Maintenance workers broke into motion. Some rushed to seal the pressure bulkheads, others scrambled to energize the aging artillery turrets, while still more dragged ammunition crates toward the outer harbor. The lunar old port was small. The Grey Gate dock was smaller still. If the white spires sealed it off, none inside would escape. Lin Jin stared at the black gate. It loomed tall, embedded deep within the dock's innermost wall, its surface thickly veiled in dust. Beneath the grime lay the insignia of the Third Fleet. The broken stellar ring. It adorned the frostblade. It adorned the dove. Now it appeared here once more. Qin Zhaomian stood beside Lin Jin and murmured, "What lies behind that door?" Hua Qinzhou gripped his wine flask, his expression grim. The old central control chamber of the lunar port. The nerve center of the lunar port in the old era. More precisely, the black vault left behind by the Third Fleet. Hua Qinzhou turned his gaze to Lin Jin. "Your father took the first copy of the return navigation plans, repair schematics from here." Lin Jin asked, "How do we open it?" Hua Qinzhou gave no reply. Instead, he strode to the gate and slapped away a patch of dust. As the grit fell, 3 recessed slots were revealed, 1 square, 1 circular, 1 palm print lock. Lin Jin's eye sharpened. The square slot matched the Frostblade's black box almost exactly. Beside the circular slot rested the faded emblem of the Dove's medical mainframe. And the final palm print lock. Lin Jin looked down at his own hand. Hua Qinzhou watched him silently. The Frostblade's black box, the Dove's mainframe key, and the Lin family palm print. Qin Zhaomian frowned. "Why the Lin family palm print?" Hua Qinzhou's voice dropped low and heavy. "Because the third key was forged with Lin Yinshan's life." Lin Jin said nothing. He withdrew the black box and pressed it firmly into the square slot. A soft blue light flared. Then Grey Crow inserted the Dove's residual encryption key into the circular slot. A second light ignited. Finally, Lin Jin placed his right palm upon the biometric lock. The wound on his palm had not yet healed. Pressure sent white-hot pain shooting up his fingers. The lock pulsed red once. Then an archaic synthesized voice intoned. "Genetic verification in progress. Confirmation, Lin Yinshan engineer, clearance extended. Third-tier security, key awaiting inheritance." Clack. A deep, grinding mechanism groaned from within the black gate. Hua Qinzhou suddenly gripped Lin Jin's shoulder. "Once inside, remember what I just told you." Lin Jin met his gaze. "Don't trust what you see, eh? Don't trust what you hear." Hua Qinzhou's voice softened barely above a whisper. "Especially your father's voice." The black gate slid open with slow, solemn weight. Inside, darkness reigned. No light at all. Only a narrow, descending bridge stretched into the void. Below it yawned an unfathomable abyss, pierced only by the low, persistent hum of ancient machinery still running. Qin Zhaomian activated her wrist lamp. Its beam revealed severed cables and derelict terminals lining both sides of the bridge, like the corridors of a colossal tomb buried beneath the moon. Hua Qinzhou led the way. Lin Jin followed close behind. Qin Zhaomian carried her tool case and clutched an electromagnetic spike in her free hand. As the trio crossed the threshold, Zhou Tingyun's voice crackled over the comms. "Lin Jin, the White Spire has scanned the slag chute. 10 minutes max before they breach the dock." Lin Jin tapped his comm unit. "Hold the old days. Relax. I'll keep the ship intact until I'm dead." Qin Zhaomian snapped, "Don't jinx it." Over the channel, Zhou Tingyun replied, "That's called morale, chief engineer." Qin Zhaomian ignored him. The 3 descended steadily. At the bridge's end stood a circular command chamber. It was better preserved than the corridors outside. At its center rose a massive vintage mainframe, its casing scarred by thermal erosion. Before it sat an aged maintenance chair. A corpse sat slumped in the chair, clad in gray maintenance fatigues. Head bowed low, one hand still clutching half a severed data cable. Lin Jin froze mid-step. That uniform, he knew it too well. Identical to the one worn by his father in every archived recording. Qin Zhaomian stiffened, breath held. Hua Qinzhou stepped forward without hesitation and ripped the helmet from the corpse's head. Beneath it lay a gaunt, unfamiliar face. Not Lin Yinshan. Lin Jin's taut breath eased, just slightly. Hua Qinzhou's voice turned icy. "See, It deceived you the very first moment. Qin Jiangyan paled. Is this a mainframe projection interference? Not merely projection, Hua Qinzhou said. This node received the return navigation signal. It digs through your mind. Lin Jin turned toward the central mainframe. Gray Crow's voice fractured, stuttering. Signal detected, origin synchronized. Recommendation, disconnection advised. For the first time, Gray Crow retreated, voluntarily. Lin Jin asked, if we don't connect, can we retrieve anything? Hua Qinzhou answered flatly, no. Qin Jiangyan clenched her jaw. I can perform an isolated interface. Give me 1 minute. She knelt beside the mainframe, opened the access panel, and spliced in her portable isolation line. Lin Jin stood nearby, hearing the alarm outside grow ever closer. After 60 seconds, Qin Jiangyan looked up. Connect. Lin Jin slotted the black box into the mainframe's interface. The entire command chamber blazed to life. Countless archival images flickered across the walls. The Frostblade, the Dove, the Jupiter Fleet Graveyard, the Stargate, and finally, faces unknown yet etched with anguish and sorrow. All converged upon a single man, Lin Yinshan. He stood within the mainframe's projection, clad in gray maintenance fatigues, weariness softening the lines around his eyes as he offered a faint, tired smile. Lin Jin remained silent. Hua Qinzhou stood motionless beside him, hand resting on his sidearm. The projected Lin Yinshan gazed at him, voice gentle. You've grown. That sentence struck Lin Jin's chest like a muffled blow, light, yet deeply painful. He knew it was false. Or at least, not necessarily true. Yet the voice, the eyes, that fragile, familiar smile, they mirrored his memories with uncanny precision. The projection continued. I know Hua Qinzhou told you not to believe me. Hua Qinzhou's face hardened instantly. Qin Jiangyan's fingers paused mid-motion. Lin Jin stayed silent. The projected Lin Yinshan turned slowly, meeting Hua Qinzhou's gaze. Old Hua, you're still afraid. Hua Qinzhou drew his weapon, leveling it at the hologram. Shut up. The projection did not comply. The Stargate lockdown failure wasn't caused by the return navigation assembly or the White Spire. It was because of you. Hua Qinzhou's hand visibly trembled. Lin Jin watched him closely. Hua Qinzhou ground out, it's manipulating us. The projection raised a hand, and a fragment of archival footage sprang to life at the chamber's center. There, a much younger Hua Qinzhou wore orbital military fatigues, standing before a Stargate control console. Blood streaked his face, his hand hovered over the activation switch. A voice screamed beside him. Don't open it. The signal is still corrupt. Hua Qinzhou didn't turn. He pressed down. The footage cut to black. Silence swallowed the chamber whole. Qin Jiangyan stared at Hua Qinzhou. His lips moved, but no sound emerged. Outside, the dock's defense cannons roared. Boom. The entire chamber shuddered. Zhou Tingyun's voice erupted over comms. The White Spire is inside. I won't hold them long. Lin Jin fixed his eyes on the projection. Where is the third key? The projected Lin Yinshan slowly turned back to face him. It's already within you. Lin Jin's gaze darkened. The projection continued. The Frostblade granted you playback. The Dove granted you the right to save lives. The Lunar Port grants you choice. From beneath the mainframe, a black data chip ascended. Hua Qinzhou barked, don't take it. Lin Jin turned to him. Hua Qinzhou's expression was drawn tight, with dread. That isn't the key. It's a Stargate coordinate. The projected Lin Yinshan smiled faintly. Old Hua, you've kept this secret far too long. Explosions thundered closer outside. Qin Jiangyan urged urgently, Lin Jin, we're out of time. Lin Jin stared at the black chip. Then at Hua Qinzhou. What truly happened that day? Hua Qinzhou's throat worked, his voice raw and hollow. I opened a Stargate once. Then what? Hua Qinzhou lifted his eyes. In that instant he seemed a decade older. Then, what came back wasn't human. Lin Jin reached out and lifted the black chip. The chamber lights shifted crimson. The projected Lin Yinshan whispered softly. Son, welcome, to inherit the return navigation project. In the next breath, Gu Hanzhou's voice echoed from beyond the black gate. Lin Jin, hand over the chip. That device will destroy everyone. Gu Hanzhou stood before the black gate. Behind him, the White Tower guards had already raised their rifles, and the white searchlights swept into the main control room, illuminating every speck of dust on the floor. Lin Jin clutched the black chip. The chip was cold. So cold it felt less like an inanimate object and more like a bone buried in ice. The projection in the main control room had not yet faded. Lin Yinshan stood bathed in red light, watching him, that weary smile still lingering on his face. Son, welcome to inheriting the homecoming project. Lin Jin did not look at the projection. He stared at Gu Hanzhou. You came fast. Gu Hanzhou stepped through the black gate, his steps steady. I told you can't escape. Hua Qinzhou stepped in front of Lin Jin, raising the old-fashioned rail military pistol. Young Master Gu, this place does not belong to the White Tower. Gu Hanzhou turned to him. Hua Qinzhou, defector, engineering soldier of the rail force, direct responsible for the Stargate incident. Hua Qinzhou's face twitched. Gu Hanzhou continued, the fact that you're still alive is already the mercy of the White Tower. Mercy? Hua Qinzhou let out a laugh, the smell of alcohol mingling with the cold. If the White Tower had any mercy, there wouldn't be so many dead people in Moonport over the years. Gu Hanzhou ignored him, his gaze falling back on Lin Jin's hand. That chip is not something you should touch. Lin Jin asked what's inside it. Stargate coordinates. And Gu Hanzhou paused for a moment. The homecoming beacon. Qin Xiaomian's face changed color. Beacon. She immediately looked at the black chip in Lin Jin's hand. If it's a beacon, it cannot be casually connected to any system. It might actively transmit its location outward. Lin Jin glanced down. The chip lay quietly in his palm. But suddenly he felt as if he could hear a sound. Very soft. Very distant. Like someone knocking on a door at the end of darkness. One knock. Another knock. Hua Qinzhou grabbed his wrist. Don't listen. Lin Jin snapped back to reality. Gu Hanzhou looked at him. You're starting to hear it too, aren't you? Lin Jin said nothing. Gu Hanzhou continued, that is the homecoming signal. It will approach you with a voice you know, tempt you with the answers you seek. You think you're investigating the truth, but in reality, you're helping it open the door. The projection of Lin Yinshan suddenly spoke. He is afraid. Gu Hanzhou looked up. The projected Lin Yinshan gazed at Lin Jin, his voice gentle. They are afraid that you will find out that those who sealed the Stargate back then were not trying to save civilization. They sealed it to keep themselves here. There are still people in deep space. They are waiting for us to come home. Lin Jin stared at his father's face. Identical. Even the way he slightly lowered his right brow when speaking was the same. But just moments ago, Hua Qinzhou had said don't trust him. Especially don't trust your father's voice. Lin Jin suddenly spoke, my father never said come home. The projection faltered slightly. Lin Jin looked at it. He said come back alive. The smile on the projected Lin Yinshan's face slowly faded. The lights in the main control room began to flicker. Countless old images on the walls began to jump erratically. There was Lin Wan lying in the filtration pod. There was the explosion of the frost blade. There was Su Nanji of the white dove dying in the regeneration pod. Finally, all images converged into a single colossal Stargate. Behind the Stargate, countless figures stood in the darkness. Their voices layered together. Open the door. We have returned. A chill ran down Lin Jin's neck. The Grey Crow's voice echoed intermittently. Mental contamination. Rising. Recommend. Stay away from the chip. Gu Hanzhou stepped forward. Lin Jin, give me the chip. I can guarantee you and your sister leave the moonport old dock. Lin Jin laughed. Your guarantees are too cheap. Gu Hanzhou's eyes turned cold. Then there's nothing to talk about. He raised his hand. The White Tower guards pulled their triggers simultaneously. Hua Qinzhou reacted fastest, yanking Lin Jin down. Bullets grazed over Lin Jin's head, striking the mainframe shell, sending sparks flying. Qin Xiaomian threw 2 electromagnetic spikes. Blue light burst, the gun muzzles of the 2 front White Tower guards veered off, and bullets hit the ceiling. Hua Qinzhou fired 3 shots. The old pistol was not powerful, but terrifyingly accurate. All 3 shots hit the joint guards of the White Tower guards' knees. 2 men dropped to their knees instantly. Run! Hua Qinzhou roared. Lin Jin didn't hesitate, stuffing the black chip into the isolation box and turning to sprint toward the narrow bridge they had come from. The main control room began to shake. The projection of Lin Yinshan stood behind them, his voice turning icy. The inheritor is leaving. The lockdown protocol is invalidated. Homecoming beacon activated. Qin Xiaomian's face went pale. It's transmitting a signal. Lin Jin ran while asking, can you cut it? Not here. We have to get back to the old day and suppress it with the shipborne system. Below the narrow bridge, a row of red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness. Not White Tower personnel. It was the Moonport Black Vault's own defense system. Several spider cannons that had slumbered for years crawled up from beneath the bridge, their barrels slowly rotating. The target was not Gu Hanzhou. It was Lin Jin. Hua Qinzhou cursed, this damn place holds a grudge. He kicked the nearest spider cannon, his mechanical prosthetic locking onto the mount, twisting forcefully until the barrel was bent sideways. Boom. A shot struck the wall. The entire narrow bridge shook violently. As Lin Jin rushed to the black gate, Gu Hanzhou's voice came from behind. Lin Jin, you can't take it away. Lin Jin glanced back. Gu Hanzhou had already caught up on the bridge, his white uniform starkly bright against the red light. Hua Qinzhou blocked the middle of the bridge, his pistol empty, only his mechanical prosthetic pressing down on the broken deck. Lin Jin shouted, old Hua. Hua Qinzhou turned back and cursed, who are you calling old? Even your father never called me that. Get on the ship. You go first. Lin Jin's expression hardened. He turned directly and ran back. Qin Xiaomian grabbed him. Are you crazy? He knows about my father. He's about to die too. Then all the more reason not to let him die here. Lin Jin shook her off and charged back onto the bridge. Gu Hanzhou saw him return and frowned. Foolish. He raised his gun. Lin Jin didn't dodge, instead he held up the isolation box high. Gu Hanzhou's gun barrel paused. He was afraid of shattering the beacon. In that instant, Hua Qinzhou spun around and punched Gu Hanzhou in the chest. Gu Hanzhou stumbled back half a step. Lin Jin rushed to Hua Qinzhou's side, grabbed his arm, and dragged him outward. Hua Qinzhou growled, I need you to save me. Shut up. Lin Jin gritted his teeth, you still owe me an explanation about my father. Hua Qinzhou was stunned. The next second, the rear half of the narrow bridge collapsed with a roar. The 3 of them practically rolled out of the black gate. Qin Xiaomian had already opened the dock backup airlock outside. Hurry. Behind the black gate, the main control room was completely swallowed by red light. The voice of that projected Lin Jin still echoed. The door will open. The Hocomers will return. You cannot escape. The black gate slammed shut heavily. The sound was cut off. But the situation in the dock wasn't much better. The White Tower had already broken into the outer maintenance area. Zhou Tingyun had positioned the Old Day crosswise in the berth using the ship's belly mechanical arm to forcibly block a White Tower assault vehicle. His voice over the comm was hoarse from shouting. If you don't come out now, I'm really going to ram the ship. Lin Jin dragged Hua Qinzhou onto the Old Day. Qin Zhaomian was the last to enter, slamming the hatch shut. Take off. Zhou Tingyun didn't wait for a second order. The main thrusters ignited directly. The Old Day's hull shuddered, and it shot out, scraping against the dock maintenance scaffold. Hua Qinzhou had barely steadied himself when he turned to curse. But seeing Zhou Tingyun's takeoff angle, his face changed instantly. You little bastard. Who taught you to fly a salvage ship like that? Zhou Tingyun didn't look back. No one taught me, I'm self-taught. This is called suicide by talent. The Old Day burst out of the Grey Gate dock. Behind them, the dock defense cannons and White Tower fleet were locked in battle. The light of explosions illuminated the lunar waste trench. Lin Jin didn't look back. He placed the isolation box on the main console. The box was heating up. Inside, the black chip pulsed with a faint dark red glow. Qin Zhaomian immediately connected the shielding system, her fingers moving so fast they were almost a blur. It has already sent out a signal once. Lin Jin asked to whom. Qin Zhaomian didn't answer. The Grey Crow answered for her. Signal direction, Stargate blockade zone. Simultaneously detected unknown response. Everyone in the cockpit fell silent. Zhou Tingyun slowly turned his head. Response. Hua Qinzhou's face was ashen, his voice low. Impossible. Lin Jin stared at the screen. Above the black chip, a line of old-era text automatically appeared. Homecoming beacon activated, coordinates confirmed, first response received. The next second, a very faint static came through the communication channel. It sounded like countless people breathing simultaneously from a distance. Then a strange voice emerged from the darkness. This is the expedition fleet. We hear you. Please open the Stargate. In the communication channel, the voice was very faint, as if coming from across a vast expanse of water. This is the expedition fleet. We hear you. Please open the Stargate. No one spoke in the cockpit. The Old Days was still accelerating, the flames of the old moon harbor falling behind. The hull shuddered from time to time, as if it might fall apart at any moment. But everyone's attention was fixed on the isolation box on the main console. The black chip was glowing. Dark red. One pulse. Another pulse. Like a heartbeat. Zhou Tingyun gripped the controls stick, his voice dry. Who was that speaking? No one answered. Qin Zhaomian stared at the screen, her fingers still hovering over the keyboard. Her face was pale. It's not ordinary communication. It didn't come from nearby. Lin Jin asked, from where? Qin Zhaomian looked up at him. The Stargate restricted zone. The color drained from Hua Qinzhou's face. He reached out to steady himself against the seat, his mechanical prosthetic clicking softly. Shut it down. Qin Zhaomian gritted her teeth. I'm trying. She connected several isolation lines into the main console, forcing the Old Days' shielding system to maximum. The cockpit lights dimmed sharply. The reactor let out a dull hum. The Grey Crow's voice came in fragments. Suppressing homing beacon. Signal strength rising. Warning, Old Days navigation system under external pull. Zhou Tingyun spun around. What pull, eh? As the words left his mouth, the Old Days suddenly veered half a degree on its own. Not much, but Zhou Tingyun felt it instantly. He gripped the stick and forced it back. The stick was frozen, unnervingly heavy. It's fighting for control. Qin Zhaomian yelled, kill the autopilot. I already did. Zhou Tingyun was sweating. I killed it long ago. Lin Jin stepped to the main console, staring at the black chip. Grey Crow. I'm here. Kick it off the ship's network. Unable to execute. Reason. It uses Chief Engineer Lin Jinshan's highest maintenance authority. Lin Jin's eyes turned cold. His father's authority was being exploited by this chip. Or perhaps Lin Jinshan had known it would be used this way. Hua Qinzhou rushed over and grabbed the isolation box. Qin Zhaomian's face changed. Don't touch. It was too late. The moment Hua Qinzhou seized the box, he froze in place. His eyes went out of focus. His flask fell from his hand, clattering on the floor and rolling twice. Lin Jin immediately caught him. Hua Qinzhou. Hua Qinzhou's lips were pale, a faint sound escaping his throat. Don't open. Lin Jin frowned. What did you see? Hua Qinzhou suddenly clutched his wrist with a strength that belied his age. I saw them come back. He stared at Lin Jin, his voice trembling violently. 300 years ago, I opened a Stargate once. I heard the same words. Zhou Tingyun's expression shifted. And then, oi. Hua Qinzhou looked at the dark red glow on the main console. Then the expedition fleet returned one ship. Only one. It had crew records for 3,200 people. He paused. But when we boarded, there was only one person on that ship. Qin Zhaomian asked quietly, alive? Hua Qinzhou shook his head. No. A chill settled over the cockpit. Hua Qinzhou seemed to be seeing the scene from that day again, his voice growing hoarser. It wore the captain's uniform, sat in the command chair back to us. We asked who it was. It said, I am the expedition fleet. Zhou Tingyun's mouth twitched. One person. Huo Qinzhou looked at him. Not one person. That thing had the voices of 3,200 people inside it. The old days veered again, this time more sharply. Through the porthole the gray-white arc of the moon shifted away, and in the darkness beyond a course was forcibly highlighted. The destination was a red forbidden zone. Stargate restricted zone. Lin Jin reached out and pressed the main console. Zhou Tingyun, pull us back. Zhou Tingyun's teeth were nearly ground to dust. I'm trying. The hull of the old days shook violently. He pushed the thrusters to reverse limit, but the ship was still being dragged inch by inch toward the red course by an invisible force. Qin Zhaomian suddenly pulled out a utility knife and aimed at the main cable bundle beneath the console. Lin Jin looked at her. What are you doing? Cutting the navigation backbone. Can we still fly? Yes, but we'll be flying blind. Lin Jin didn't hesitate. Cut. Qin Zhaomian sliced down. Sparks exploded. The lights of the old days went out for a full second. Then the emergency red lights came on. Most of the main screen went black. The red course leading to the Stargate restricted zone vanished as well. Zhou Tingyun slumped back in his seat, breathing heavily. We've got control back. But before anyone could relax, the communication channel lit up again. This time it wasn't the unfamiliar voice. It was Lin Yinshan's voice. Lin Jin. Lin Jin's body stiffened. Qin Zhaomian immediately looked at him. Huo Qinzhou swore through gritted teeth, don't listen. But the voice continued. Don't trust Huo Qinzhou. He closed the Stargate back, then not to save people, but to leave me on the other side. Lin Jin didn't move, but his fingers slowly tightened. In the calm, Lin Yinshan's voice sounded exhausted. Son, I'm still alive. I'm behind the Stargate. Come find me. The cockpit was filled only with static. Lin Jin kept his head down, his expression unreadable. Huo Qinzhou looked at him, his voice low. This is fake. Lin Jin asked, how do you know? Huo Qinzhou opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. Lin Jin raised his head to look at him. Because you know my father is already dead. Huo Qinzhou was silent. Lin Jin pressed on. Or because you really did leave him on the other side of the Stargate. Huo Qinzhou's face was grim. Just then the medical bay channel lit up. Lu Huai's voice came through. Lin Jin, get over here. Lin Jin's heart sank. What's wrong with Lin Wan? Lu Huai cursed. No idea. She just woke up and keeps talking in her sleep. Lin Jin immediately rushed to the medical bay. Qin Zhaomian followed. Huo Qinzhou tried to move, but Zhou Tingyun grabbed him. Zhou Tingyun's smile was gone. Old man, you'd better have your story straight. In the medical bay, Lin Wan lay on the bed, pale, her forehead covered in cold sweat. The regeneration core monitoring data was still stable, but her eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lin Jin walked to the bedside and took her hand. Xiaowan. Lin Wan slowly turned her head. When she saw Lin Jin, tears fell. Brother. Her voice was very soft. I just heard Dad speak. Lin Jin's chest tightened. What did he say? Lin Wan's lips trembled. He said, don't let brother come over. The thing behind the gate has already learned to mimic his voice. The moment Lin Wan finished speaking, the medical bay grew icy, like a sudden draft had torn through its sealed walls. Something behind the door had already learned his voice. Lin Jin held her hand motionless for a long suspended breath. Lu Huai glanced at the monitor, then at Lin Wan. His face darkened with grim alarm. She just underwent alveolar regeneration. Her brainwaves shouldn't be this erratic. Qin Zhaomian strode to the monitoring screen and scanned the data in rapid succession. It's not a pharmacological reaction. Lin Jin lifted his gaze. Then what is it? Qin Zhaomian did not answer immediately. Her eyes settled on the regenerative core connected to Lin Wan's chest. The silver-white core salvaged from the white dove, now pulsing with an unusually faint blue luminescence. Under normal conditions, it only stabilized newly regenerated alveoli. Yet now that soft blue light carried a thread of deep crimson. Slender, almost imperceptible. Like a filament of blood. Qin Zhaomian's voice dropped low and taut. The homing signal traveled through the white dove's core and reached her. Lin Jin's gaze turned glacial. Lu Huai cursed and lunged toward the external leads. Qin Zhaomian blocked him. You can't yank them. She's relying on this to stabilize her alveoli. Cut it, and she'll go into shock. Lu Huai snarled. Then do we wait while that thing burrows deeper into her mind? So we isolate, not sever. Lin Wan gently tightened her grip on Lin Jin's hand. Brother, I'm fine. Her words were calm, but her fingers trembled with cold. Lin Jin bent close, holding her gaze. Xiaowan, can you still hear that voice? Lin Wan closed her eyes. After several seconds, she shook her head. I'm not sure. It feels distant. Father's voice, and others too. Her breathing faltered as she fought to steady it. Many voices, speaking all at once. Lin Jin instantly recalled the ship Huo Qinzhou had mentioned. 3,200 crew members registered. Yet only one person aboard. And yet, 3,200 voices. Lin Jin released Lin Wan's hand and strode out of the medical bay. Huo Qinzhou stood waiting just outside the door. The old man's face was ashen, his hands empty of the wine flask. His posture collapsed as if his bones had been stripped away. Lin Jin stopped before him. Explain. Clearly. Huo Qinzhou raised his eyes. Explain what? The Stargate. Lin Jin held his stare, each word deliberate, and my father. Zhou Tingyun leaned halfway out of the cockpit, mouth half open to interject, then saw Lin Jin's expression and swallowed his words. The old days drifted slowly along the moon's far side. With its primary navigation backbone severed by Qin Zhengyan, the vessel now navigated manually, guided only by fragmented star charts recovered from the Grey Crow. For now the White Spire hadn't caught up, nor had the homing beacon dragged them away, yet. But everyone knew for now carried no weight. Ho Chinzhou remained silent for a long time before speaking. Before the Stargate was sealed, I was an orbital engineering trooper. We received a distress call from the Deep Expedition Fleet. They said the deep space lanes had collapsed, supplies severed, most of the fleet dead, only one remaining squadron capable of return. They begged us open the Stargate, bring them home. His voice grew hoarse. Back then no one understood what a homing signal truly was. We only knew someone waited beyond the gate. Qin Zhaomian leaned against the doorway, voice sharp and cold. So you opened it? Ho Chinzhou nodded. I did. He shut his eyes briefly. The first ship to return was the expedition's Vanguard vessel. Intact hull, correct ID codes, flawless flight logs. We believed they'd survive, until the boarding hatch opened. Zhou Tingyun couldn't help himself. What was inside? Ho Chinzhou met his gaze. One person. Zhou Tingyun's throat bobbed. You've already said that. I haven't finished. Ho Chinzhou's voice sank. Gravel scraped raw from his throat. That person had no face. He wore the captain's uniform, seated upright in command position. We asked his name, and he answered. First in the captain's voice, then the executive officers, then the chief engineers, the chief medic, the comms officer. 3,200 voices, spoken by a single entity. It said at last, we have returned home. Inside the medical bay, Lin Wan's respirator emitted a quiet rhythmic beep. Once. Again. Counting seconds, for all of them. Lin Jin asked, voice barely above a whisper, where is my father? Ho Chinzhou fell silent. Lin Jin stepped forward. Speak. Ho Chinzhou looked at him, shame finally flickering in his eyes. Lin Yinshan was assigned later. A civilian engineer brought in under contract. We needed to reseal the Stargate, but its outer ring had been contaminated. Automated protocols failed. Someone had to enter manually, to sever the homing beacon. Lin Jin's fingers clenched slowly. Ho Chinzhou continued, your father went in. Before he entered, he told me one thing. What? Ho Chinzhou held Lin Jin's gaze. He said, if he didn't return, tell you he never abandoned home. A crushing weight pressed deep into Lin Jin's chest. He said nothing. Ho Chinzhou's voice faded lower still. Then, the Stargate closed. And your father's life signal vanished, beyond the threshold. But from that day onward, the homing signal learned his voice. The old days shuddered violently. Zhou Tingyun's voice erupted from the cockpit, it seizing control again. Lin Jin whirled around. On the main console, the isolation box glowed red. Through its black casing, the embedded chip struck the inner wall, once then again. As though something alive were caged within. Grey Crow's voice chimed. Homing beacon attempting reconnection to ship network. Engineer Lin Yinshan's authorization credentials invoked. Qin Zhaomian's face paled. It's exploiting your father's access. Hunting for backdoors. Zhou Tingyun wrestled the controls, knuckles white. I can't hold it much longer. The old days bow began veering off course. Beyond the viewport, the darkness near the Stargate quarantine zone widened, like a mouth slowly opening. Lin Jin sprinted into the cockpit. Can we jettison it? Qin Zhaomian shook her head. No. Direct ejection would let it broadcast freely. White Spire could intercept it, and the homing signal would track it. Then how do we shut it down? Qin Zhaomian gritted her teeth. We need a hardshield chamber. Lin Jin's mind flashed, his father's recorded words. There's a hollow floor panel in Cargo Bay 2. Don't step on it. He looked up. Cargo Bay 2. Qin Zhaomian blinked, startled. Lin Jin had already seized the isolation box. The box burned, scorching hot. Hot enough to split open the freshly bandaged wound across his palm. He clenched his jaw and ran, Ho Chinzhou chasing close behind. You know this place? My father mentioned it. Cargo Bay 2 lay deep in the ship's belly, stacked with oxygen tanks and sealant gel recently hauled from Black Harbor, and a few unsecured medkits tucked in the corner. The old days lurched again. Cargo crates skidded free, slamming into bulkheads. Lu Huai roared from the medical bay. If you're going to tear this ship apart, warn us first. Lin Jin ignored him. He dashed to the bay's center and spotted a metal floor plate subtly lighter in hue. Unremarkable. Invisible unless examined closely. Ho Chinzhou knelt, fingertips brushing the surface. His expression shifted. Black box chamber. Qin Zhaomian entered behind him. What is it? An old-era containment vault, designed to seal contaminated black boxes. The military banned them later. Why, oi? Ho Chinzhou looked up. Because whatever was locked inside sometimes spoke from within. Lin Jin cut straight to the point. How do we open it? Ho Chinzhou planted his cybernetic foot on the plate's edge and twisted hard. Click. The panel sprang open. Beneath lay a half-meter deep black chamber, its interior lined with thick lead shielding and intricate silver isolation patterns. Lin Jin lowered the searing hot isolation box inside. The instant he released it, Lin Yinshan's voice erupted from the box. Not over comms, but directly, resonating from within the chamber itself. Lin Jin, don't seal it. Lin Jin froze, fingers hovering midair. The voice was unnervingly close. Close enough to feel his father standing right before him. I'm on the other side of the gate. Seal it, and you'll never find me again. Ho Chinzhou's face tightened. Shut it now. Qin Zhaomian shouted to Lin Jin. Lin Jin stared at the box. His mind flooded with memory, childhood sunlight slanting through a doorway. Lin Yinshan kneeling repairing his broken mechanical dog. Lin Wan sat nearby, knees drawn to her chest, waiting quietly. His father murmured, broken things can be fixed, but when people vanish, they're gone forever. Lin Jin closed his eyes. Then he let go. The isolation box dropped into the black box chamber. Lin Yinshan's voice shrieked, piercing, distorted. Don't you want to know why I never came home? Lin Jin slammed his hand onto the hatch. Yes. Then I'll find out myself. Bang. The chamber sealed. Silence crashed over the cargo bay, absolute suffocating. The old day's drift ceased. In the cockpit, Zhou Tingyun exhaled, long and slow. We've reclaimed control. Lin Jin stood alone in the cargo bay, back braced against cold metal, forehead slick with sweat. His palm's bandage had charred through, blood fused with blistered blackened skin. Qin Zhaomian saw it, frowned, and stepped forward. Your hand. Lin Jin instinctively pulled back. Qin Zhaomian glared. Give it here. Reluctantly, he extended it. She worked swiftly, unwrapping gauze with practiced efficiency, her tone cool, clinical. One more stunt like that, and you'll need a full cybernetic replacement. Ho Chinzhou studied the sealed chamber, silent for a long while. Finally, he murmured, You're harder than your father. No, I'm poorer than he was. Ho Chinzhou paused, confused. Lin Jin whispered, voice quiet, but absolute. The poor don't trust voices. They only trust what they hold in their hands. As the words hung in the air, gray crow chimed again. White Spire fleet has reacquired old days. Distance 37 kilometers. Gu Hanzhou has initiated open channel transmission. Zhou Tingyun yelled from the cockpit. Do we accept? Lin Jin looked up. Accept it. The channel opened. Gu Hanzhou's voice came through, calm, measured, and colder than before. Lin Jin, you just suppressed the beacon. Excellent. Now hand over Ho Chinzhou. Lin Jin's eyes narrowed. Gu Hanzhou continued. He opened the Stargate 3 centuries ago. His mind holds the first coordinate left behind by the homing ones. As Gu Hanzhou's words traveled into the cabin, everyone turned to look at Ho Chinzhou. The old man stood at the entrance of cargo hold No. 2, his face darker than before. His lips were pale. At some point he had pulled out his flask again, but he didn't drink. Lin Jin watched him. Is he telling the truth? Ho Chinzhou didn't answer. Through the comm, Gu Hanzhou's voice continued. Ho Chinzhou was the first to board the returning ship. His neural pathways still carry the first coordinate left by the returner. Lin Jin, if you keep him with you, you'll only become a second beacon. Zhou Tingyun shouted from the cockpit. They're catching up. 3 ships faster than us. Qin Zhaomian immediately rushed back to the auxiliary console. Distance 30 kilometers, 28-27. They're accelerating. Lin Jin didn't move. He was still staring at Ho Chinzhou. Old Hua. Ho Chinzhou twitched the corner of his mouth. Now you call me Old Hua. Lin Jin said coldly, don't change the subject. Ho Chinzhou was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. It's true. The cockpit went quiet for a beat. Ho Chinzhou looked down at his mechanical prosthetic hand. After that returning ship came back, we boarded for inspection. I was in the first group to enter. That thing sat in the captain's seat, its back to us. I heard it speak. Not with my ears, with my mind. As he said this, he raised his hand and tapped his temple. Ever since then, every time I close my eyes, I see a string of coordinates. Zhou Tingyun couldn't help asking, what coordinates? Ho Chinzhou looked up at the darkness beyond the porthole. The crash site of the first returning ship. Qin Zhaomian paused in her work. Didn't you just say that ship was sealed off? The seal failed. Ho Chinzhou's voice was hoarse. It escaped later. Lin Jin's eyes darkened. Escaped to where? Ho Chinzhou said nothing. Gu Hanzhou spoke for him. The far side of the moon, the Jinghai old mining area. The wreckage of that ship is still there. The White Tower searched for 30 years and never found the entrance. Because the entrance coordinates exist only in Ho Chinzhou's mind. Lin Jin turned to the comm screen. Gu Hanzhou's face appeared on the screen. He sat in the White Tower pursuit ship, his uniform freshly changed, pristine, as if the chaos in the old medicine street had never happened. Lin Jin saw that face, and the fire in his heart slowly rekindled. You want the coordinates. I want to prevent it from being taken by the return signal. Nicely said, Lin Jin said. Then why don't you tell me what the White Tower plans to do with the wreckage? Gu Hanzhou didn't deny it. Study it, seal it, or destroy it. Do you believe that yourself? Gu Hanzhou looked at him. Belief doesn't matter. What matters is that Ho Chinzhou is beginning to lose control. As if in response, Ho Chinzhou suddenly let out a muffled groan and grabbed the cabin wall. Blood dripped from his nose. 1 drop. 2 drops. Landing on the floor. Lin Jin's face changed. Lu Huai. Lu Huai's voice came from the medical bay. No need to shout. I heard you. The old man rushed into the cargo hold with his medical kit, pulled back Huachinzhou's eyelid, and his expression turned grim. His pupils aren't right. Qin Zhaomian called from the auxiliary console. The jury is veering off course again. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth, wrestling with the controls. It's not the ship. This time it feels like someone is feeding us false navigation. Huiya's voice rang out. Detecting unknown coordinate stream. Source residual neural signal from Huachinzhou. Interfering with ship's navigation. Lin Jin looked at Huachinzhou. The old man had his eyes closed, his body trembling slightly. He muttered something intermittently. Lin Jin leaned closer to hear. Jinghai. Shaft 7. Don't go in. It's still down there. On the comm screen, Gu Hanzhou watched the scene. Now do you understand? Hand him over to me. The White Tower has equipment that can isolate his neural signals. Lu Huai gave a cold laugh. White Tower equipment. You'd slice open his brain first. Gu Hanzhou ignored him. Lin Jin, you don't have much time. Zhou Tingyun suddenly yelled missile lock. The cockpit alarm screamed instantly. Qin Zhaomian cursed. Has the White Tower gone mad? This is a lunar shipping lane. Gu Hanzhou's voice turned cold. Not to hit you, to force you to stop. Lin Jin turned and entered the cockpit. On the radar, 2 white dots were closing in from behind. They were fast. Zhou Tingyun's finger was already hovering over the evade key. Captain, do we dodge? Lin Jin asked, can we dodge? Zhou Tingyun looked at the jury's erratic propulsion data and gave a bitter smile. Not normally. Then don't be normal. Zhou Tingyun grinned. I was waiting for you to say that. The jury suddenly rolled hard. The first missile grazed the ship's belly and exploded in the debris field ahead. The shockwave slammed the jury downward. A dull thud came from the medical bay where Lin Wan was. Lu Huai immediately shouted over the channel. If you keep flying like this, the patient will die from the shaking before anything else. Lin Jin's heart tightened. Lin Wan. After a few seconds, Lin Wan's voice came through. Brother, I'm fine. Her voice was soft, but steady. You guys handle it. Lin Jin closed his eyes. The second missile had already looped back. Qin Zhaomian stared at the screen and suddenly said, it's tracking heat sources. Lin Jin asked, can we fool it? Yes. She pulled a spare thermal core from the reactor and loaded it into the launch tube. But this thing is expensive too. Lin Jin said, put it on the tab. Qin Zhaomian fired immediately. The thermal core ejected from the ship, trailing a blinding red glow as it flew to the left. The missile immediately turned. Boom. A fireball erupted in the darkness of the moon's far side. The jury seized the chance to dive into a tangle of abandoned mining transport rails. The White Tower pursuit ships were forced to slow down. Zhou Tingyun let out a long breath. Shed them a bit. But Qin Zhaomian wasn't relieved. Only temporary. Lin Jin turned back to look at Huachinzhou. The old man was pinned to the seat by Lu Huai, 3 neural suppression patches stuck to his forehead. But he was still muttering. Shaft 7. There's a door down there. Don't listen to its song. Lin Jin walked over. Huachinzhou, are you awake? Huachinzhou struggled to open his eyes. Awake. Where are the coordinates? Lu Huai frowned. His mind is a mess right now, and you're still asking. But Huachinzhou smiled. You're right to ask. He raised a trembling hand, pointing toward the far side of the moon. Gu Hanzhou got one thing wrong. Lin Jin looked at him. What? The first coordinate wasn't meant for the White Tower. Huachinzhou gasped for breath. It was left by your father. He made me remember that place, not to open the Stargate, but to find a ship. Lin Jin's heart stirred. What ship, eh? Blood trickled from the corner of Huachinzhou's mouth, his voice growing fainter. The expedition fleet. The real black box. Inside it is the complete recording of your father's last entry into the Stargate. Lin Jin's fingers slowly clenched. Huachinzhou stared at him. Don't you want to know if he's dead or alive? Go to Jinghai Shaft 7. The answer is there. Zhou Tingyun suddenly called from the front. Captain, the White Tower is closing in again. Qin Zhaomian watched the white dots advancing on the screen. They've sealed the outer shipping lanes. Beyond here is the Jinghai old mining area. No complete maps once we enter. Lin Jin looked up at the porthole. The far side of the moon was pitch black. No city lights. Only a few cold points of light from the abandoned mining area, like dying embers. Huiya's voice sounded. Detecting unknown signal source. Location Jinghai Shaft 7. Signal content repeating. Lin Jin asked, repeating what? Huiya paused. Then a very soft nursery rhyme began to play in the cockpit. It wasn't mechanical. It was a tune hummed by many voices. Gentle. Slow. As if someone in the deep darkness was lulling a child to sleep. Huachinzhou's face turned deathly pale. This is it. That ship, that same song was playing. Lin Jin looked at Zhou Tingyun. Set course for Shaft 7. Zhou Tingyun swallowed hard. Captain, let me say this first. This really doesn't look like a place any sane person should go. Lin Jin gazed at the darkness ahead. When have we ever been sane? Zhou Tingyun was silent for a second, then suddenly laughed. True. The jury turned its bow and charged into the abandoned mining area of the moon's far side. Behind them, the White Tower fleet gave chase. Ahead, the nursery rhyme grew clearer. And in the deepest part of that darkness, the entrance to an abandoned mine shaft slowly lit up. The nursery rhyme grew closer. At first it was as if it were coming through a thick wall too faint to make out the tune. By the time the old sun pressed down over the abandoned mining zone of Jinghai, the sound had already wormed its way into the cockpit. It wasn't coming from the speakers. Lin Jin had shut off the external comm. Qin Zhaomian had cut 3 audio lines. But the tune persisted. Soft, slow, as if someone were humming right against their ears. Zhou Tingyun's face turned grim. Can I request to be knocked unconscious? Qin Zhaomian stared at the auxiliary screen. If I knock you out, who pilots the ship? You. I'd rather listen to the song. Zhou Tingyun cursed and gripped the control yoke again. Outside the viewport, the darkness of the lunar far side spread out. The abandoned mining zone of Jinghai had no lights. Only rows of derelict mining towers jutted from the gray lunar dust, like bones thrusting from the ground. Deep in the heart of the zone, Pit 7 was lit. It wasn't a normal port light. A ring of dim green light circled the shaft, rotating slowly. Like an open eye. Huo Qinzhou sat in the back, his face pale. Lu Huai had given him 2 shots of neural inhibitors, but it hadn't fully calmed him. He kept staring at the pit mouth, muttering under his breath, "Don't listen. Don't sing along. It's counting people." Lin Jin turned to look at him. "What do you mean?" Huo Qinzhou lifted his head, his eyes unfocused. "Back then when we entered that returning vessel, it was the same song. Every time someone died, it lost one voice." Zhou Tingyun swallowed hard. "So how many voices are singing now?" No one answered, because no one wanted to count. Suddenly the radar blared an alarm. The White Tower fleet was catching up. 3 pursuit ships swept in a fan formation, the middle one moving fastest. Gu Hanzhou's comm came through again. This time he didn't beat around the bush. "Lin Jin, leave Pit 7. That's not wreckage in there. It's a contamination source." Lin Jin gazed at the green light ahead. "Afraid I'll go in. Afraid you'll bring out what's inside." Still sounds like fear. Gu Hanzhou paused for a second. Below Pit 7 is the crash site of the first returning vessel. 30 years ago, the White Tower sent 7 teams down there. None returned intact. Then why are you chasing? Because you have the homing beacon and Huo Qinzhou has the entrance coordinates in his head. Gu Hanzhou's voice turned colder. Your approach to Pit 7 right now isn't your own choice. It's luring you. Lin Jin glanced down at the console. The black box compartment had been sealed shut. The homing beacon wasn't trying to hijack the ship anymore. But he couldn't be sure. Some things don't need to push you. They just place the answer in front of you, and you walk toward it on your own. His father's final records. The true black box of the expedition fleet. The first returning vessel. Every word was like a hook. Lin Jin killed the calm. Zhou Tingyun moved in close to the pit. Zhou Tingyun didn't ask why. The old sun descended and slid toward Pit 7. Qin Zhaomian frowned. The pit has an autolock. Anti-air cannons. Not cannons. She enlarged the image. Around Pit 7, several long-abandoned slag-launching arms were awakening. They had been designed to eject mining waste beyond the lunar surface. Now one by one they raised themselves, massive mechanical arms aimed at the sky. Zhou Tingyun's eyelid twitched. That thing hits harder than a cannon, doesn't it? No sooner had he spoken than a chunk of waste slag was launched from beside the pit. Not aimed at the old sun. It was aimed at the White Tower pursuit ships behind them. That slag was half the size of a shuttle trailing dust and ice and slammed straight into the White Tower fleet. The pursuit ships scattered immediately. The leftmost ship was too slow, its shield flashed from the impact, and the whole vessel skidded sideways. Zhou Tingyun let out a whistle. Pit 7 doesn't welcome the White Tower. Qin Zhaomian didn't laugh. No, it doesn't necessarily welcome us either. As soon as the old sun entered the space above the pit, the main console displayed a line of old text. Jinghai Mining Pit 7 unregistered vessel detected. Please submit miner ID. Lin Jin looked at Huo Qinzhou. The ID. Huo Qinzhou took a few seconds before rasping, "It's not a miner ID." "Then what is it? Sing it through." Lin Jin frowned. Huo Qinzhou stared at the green ring around the pit, his voice low, like a dream. "It's not asking for an ID. It's asking if you're still alive." Qin Zhaomian's face changed. The old mining security system couldn't possibly use a nursery rhyme for verification. Huo Qinzhou gave a bitter smile. It stopped being the old mining system a long time ago. In the cockpit, the nursery rhyme suddenly became a little clearer. This time Lin Jin heard the words. Very short. Just one line repeating over and over. "The returning ship is missing one person." The medical bay channel lit up. Lin Wan's voice came through very soft. "Brother." Lin Jin's heart tightened. "What's wrong?" Lin Wan didn't answer immediately. After a moment she whispered, "I think I can sing it." Lu Huai cursed from beside her. "Don't sing. Keep your mouth shut." Lin Wan's voice trembled. "It's not that I want to sing. It's inside my head." Lin Jin's face turned cold. Qin Zhaomian checked the regeneration core data. The White Dove's core is being stirred again. Huo Qinzhou jerked his head up. "Tell her to stop." Lin Jin pressed the comm. "Xiao Wan, listen to me. Don't sing along with it." Over the comm, Lin Wan's breathing was erratic. "I know, but brother." She paused. "It's singing it wrong." Everyone in the cockpit froze. Lin Jin asked what's wrong. Lin Wan's voice was soft, but clear. "It's not missing one person. It's one extra." The next second the green light at the pit turned blood red. The old sun's main screen flickered wildly. "Crew count mismatch, returning vessel crew anomaly, tally, failed tally, failed tally, failed. Zhou Tingyun's face went pale. It's locking us. On both sides of the pit, the slag-launching arms all swiveled toward the old sun. Qin Zhaomian shouted ascend. Zhou Tingyun yanked the yoke. The old sun had just lifted its nose when a chunk of slag scraped past the tail. Boom. The shockwave shoved the old sun sideways for more than 10 meters. From the medical bay came Lu Huai's furious cursing. Lin Jin gripped the armrest tightly. Lin Wan, keep talking. Qin Zhaomian turned. Are you insane? She's hearing something different. Lin Jin stared at the pit. This is the door. Over the comm, Lin Wan's breathing was very light. She sounded as if she were in pain. The song says the returning ship is missing one person. But that's not what I hear. They're counting 3,200 people. But there are 3,201 on the ship. Hua Qinzhou shot to his feet. Who's the extra one? Lin Wan was silent for a few seconds. Then she said, it's not human. The red light at the pit stopped flickering. All the slag-launching arms froze at once. On the main screen, the jittering characters quieted. A new line slowly appeared. Anomalous crew confirmed, please dispatch retrieval unit to enter pit for tally. Below the pit, the darkness split open. A vertical descent track lit up from deep within the mine shaft, like an iron cable leading to the heart of the moon. Zhou Tingyun swallowed. So that's the door opening. Hua Qinzhou's face was grim. Consider it an invitation to go down. Lin Jin looked at the descent track. The White Tower fleet was still in the distance, trying to break through the slag-launching arms. Gu Hanzhou couldn't get in for now, but it wouldn't be long. Lin Jin stood up. Into the pit. Qin Zhaomian grabbed his arm. The old sun is too big, and entering the pit is very risky. Then we won't take the old sun. Lin Jin turned to Zhou Tingyun. Can the Red Falcon still move? Zhou Tingyun was taken aback. I thought you'd forgotten it, hanging it in the old sun's belly bay as a backup shuttle. I didn't forget. It can move all right. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the red-lit descent track. But it might not survive the trip. Lin Jin said, take me down. Qin Zhaomian immediately said, I'm going to. Lin Jin looked at her. You need someone down there to open doors, crack systems, suppress signals. Don't even think about leaving me on the ship. Hua Qinzhou pushed himself up with his mechanical leg. I'm going to. Lu Huai's voice cut in over the comm. Like hell you are? Your brain is about to leak. Hua Qinzhou ignored him. He looked at Lin Jin. The thing in Pit 7 knows me. If you're going in, you need someone it's seen before. Lin Jin paused for a second, then nodded. Let's move. Zhou Tingyun unbuckled his seatbelt, rose, and cracked his knuckles. Fine. The Red Falcon Tombstone Rave Squad officially back in action. Qin Zhaomian shot him a cold look. Say that name again, and I'll bury you first. A few minutes later, the old sun's belly bay opened. The battered Red Falcon slid off its docking cradle. Its left wing hadn't been fully repaired, and the right thruster sounded unsteady. But its lights were on, like a bird that had broken its wings, but still insisted on flying. Lin Jin settled into the co-pilot seat. Qin Zhaomian plugged into the tool kit in the aft compartment. Hua Qinzhou sat in the very back, clutching the old pistol with no bullets. Zhou Tingyun fastened his harness and took a deep breath. Everybody hold on. This time we're not going to the sky. We're going into a grave. The Red Falcon detached from the old sun, pivoted, and aimed at Pit 7. The red light at the pit shone on the viewport like a mouth slowly opening. The next second, the small craft plunged into the darkness. As the Red Falcon entered shaft No. 7, the light outside vanished. Not dimmed. It was swallowed whole in an instant. Beyond the porthole, only the descending red track lights remained like the veins in some giant beast's throat. Zhou Tingyun pressed both hands on the control yoke, the faint smile finally fading from his face. This shaft is deeper than I thought. Qin Zhaomian stared at the altimeter. It's not depth. The data is wrong. What do you mean? We've already descended 3,000 meters. Zhou Tingyun froze. 3,000. Impossible. The moonport mine isn't this deep. Qin Zhaomian's face darkened. That's why I said the data is wrong. A faint scraping sound came from the Red Falcon's hull. It wasn't hitting rock. It felt like something sliding past the outer shell. Lin Jin looked toward the window. A flash of red light. He saw many things hanging on the shaft wall. At first he thought they were abandoned pipelines. As the Red Falcon continued descending, he saw clearly. They weren't pipelines. They were bodies. Corpses in old miners' uniforms dangling from safety ropes on the shaft wall, helmets, drooping bodies stiff, like a string of old lanterns hung on the wall. Zhou Tingyun muttered a curse. How many died here before? Hua Qinzhou sat in the back, his voice hoarse. Many who entered shaft No. 7 never came out. From the White Tower. Not only them. Hua Qinzhou looked up at the shaft wall. The Orbital Guard Mining Corporation's black market salvagers, the return convocation. They all came. Qin Zhaomian said coldly, they came looking for that ship. Looking for the ship, and for people. After saying this, Hua Qinzhou suddenly fell silent. Like he had said too much. Lin Jin glanced at him, but didn't press. Now was not the time to interrogate him. Over the comms, Lu Huai's voice came from the jury. How? Lin Wan's condition is stable. You'd better hurry. The White Tower is already launching a strong assault on the slag-throwing arm. Zhou Tingyun asked, how long can you hold? Lu Huai swore. Do I look like someone who fires cannons? How should I know? Then Lin Wan's voice came through. Brother. Lin Jin immediately pressed the comm. I'm here. Lin Wan's breathing was light, but steadier than before. The singing has grown softer. Lin Jin raised his eyes. You can still hear it. Yes. She paused. But it doesn't seem to be singing to me. Lin Jin asked, then who is it singing to? Lin Wan was silent for a long time. After a few seconds, she said softly to the thing below. The moment she spoke, the red falcon shuddered violently. Every instrument flashed red. Zhou Tingyun yanked the yoke. The rails are locked. Qin Zhaomian lunged to the auxiliary console. It's not locked. Something in the shaft has taken over the landing beacon. Lin Jin asked, can you cut it? If we cut it, we'll crash. Then what now? Qin Zhaomian's face went grim. Now it's taking us down. The red falcon was no longer under Zhou Tingyun's control. It continued descending along the vertical track faster and faster. The corpses on the shaft wall were left behind, red lights streaking upward one by one. It felt like they weren't descending into the shaft. They were being swallowed by it. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. If there's no way out at the bottom, I'm telling you now, we won't have time to break. Hua Qinzhou suddenly spoke. Don't break. Everyone looked at him. Hua Qinzhou stared into the darkness below. It doesn't like being resisted. Qin Zhaomian laughed bitterly. It doesn't like it. I don't like it either. Hua Qinzhou didn't argue, only said quietly, that's how the first return ship lured us in back then. All who resisted died first. At those words the cabin fell silent. Lin Jin gripped the armrest. Zhou Tingyun let go of the yoke. Zhou Tingyun looked at him. Are you sure? Let go. Zhou Tingyun took a deep breath and slowly released his hands. The red falcon did not crash. Instead it suddenly steadied. The descent began to slow. At the bottom of the shaft a pale white light appeared. It grew larger and larger. Finally the red falcon passed through a thin layer of mist and landed in a vast underground cavern. Zhou Tingyun grabbed the yoke again, his forehead drenched in sweat. First time I felt that not piloting is scarier than piloting. No one laughed. Everyone was staring out the window. Below shaft no. 7 was not a mine. It was a hollowed-out underground dock. Countless steel frames reached out from the darkness like giant ribs. In the center of the dock hung a ship. The ship was not large, less than half the length of the Jiri Hao, with a dark silver hull, little damage, and even seemed intact. But it made everyone uneasy. The moment Lin Jin saw it, he heard many breathing sounds in his ears, layer upon layer, like thousands of people gasping for air in the same pair of lungs. Hua Qinzhou's face turned instantly pale. That's it. The first return ship. The red falcon slowly came to a stop at an old berth. The berth lights flickered on. A long damaged mechanical arm reached out and gently clasped the red falcon's hull, as if welcoming them. A very soft voice came over the broadcast. Not a nursery rhyme. A child's voice. Recycling unit has arrived. Please submit the inventory list. Zhou Tingyun swallowed. This place has a front desk. Qin Zhaomian ignored him, quickly connecting to the berth terminal. It wants a list. Lin Jin said, give it to them. Whose list? Hua Qinzhou said quietly, the list of 3,200 people. Qin Zhaomian's hand stopped. Where am I supposed to find a list of 3,200 people? Lin Jin suddenly looked at the dark silver return ship. It has it. He unbuckled his seatbelt. Qin Zhaomian grabbed him. What are you doing? Watching its last 10 minutes. Hua Qinzhou's face changed. Are you crazy? That's a return ship. Lin Jin looked at him. Didn't you say you wanted to know the last record of my father? Hua Qinzhou gritted his teeth. But you can't just touch it directly. There's no other way. Lin Jin picked up the black box and pushed open the hatch. The air outside was cold. Gravity was light. He stepped onto the berth, the sound of his boots hitting the floor echoing ominously. Qin Zhaomian followed, holding an electromagnetic spike. Hua Qinzhou also came down. Only Zhou Tingyun stayed in the red falcon, saying he was guarding the ship, but his eyes never left the cockpit window. Call me if something happens. Qin Zhaomian looked back. Don't move. I know. Every time you say I know, I get more worried. Lin Jin walked toward the first return ship. The closer he got, the heavier the breathing sounds became. In the end, he could even distinguish different voices. Old men, women, children, all breathing in the same rhythm. The dark silver hull was right in front of him. The surface was clean as if it had just returned from deep space yesterday. Lin Jin reached out a hand. Hua Qinzhou suddenly grabbed his wrist. The old man's eyes were bloodshot. Think carefully. Lin Jin looked at him. Did anyone say that to you before you opened the door back then? Hua Qinzhou's fingers stiffened. Lin Jin pulled his hand back. His palm pressed against the cold hull. The next second the world plunged into darkness. No lights. No dock. No red falcon. Lin Jin stood in a silver-white corridor. Both sides of the corridor were filled with people. 3,200 people. They stood quietly expressionless, but all their eyes were fixed on the same direction. At the end of the corridor stood a faceless person. It wore a captain's uniform. A badge of the expedition fleet hung on its chest. It stood with its back to Lin Jin, its voice gentle. 3,200 people, inventory complete. Return successful. At that moment a man's voice came from the other end of the corridor. Don't lie. Lin Jin turned sharply. Lin Yinshan stood there. Gray maintenance suit, toolbox in hand, face covered in blood. He looked at the faceless captain and grinned. On this ship of yours, there's one thing that shouldn't have come back. The faceless captain slowly turned around. 3,200 people turned their heads at the same time. They spoke together. Lin Yinshan, please don't stop us from going home. Lin Yinshan put down the toolbox, bent down, and lit a nearly broken welding torch. Return my ass. You've long ceased to be human. The image flashed. Lin Jin saw Lin Yinshan rush into the ship's core compartment and shove a black recorder into the escape duct. On the recorder there was a line of text. The expedition fleet's true black box. Lin Yinshan, face covered in blood, whispered into the recorder, Lin Jin, if you can see this. Remember, the extra one is not on the crew list. It's in the black box. The playback shattered. Lin Jin's eyes snapped open. He staggered back. Qin Zhaomian caught him. What did you see? Lin Jin looked up at the belly of the first return ship. There a slender escape duct. His voice was hoarse. The real black box is not on the ship. It's in the duct. No sooner had he spoken than the dock broadcast rang out again. This time it was no longer a child's voice. It was the voices of 3,200 people layered together. Unregistered inventory item detected. Please return to the ranks. The hatch of the dark silver return ship slowly opened. The hatch of the dark silver returning ship opened, and inside there was no light. Only sound. The voices of 3,200 people overlapped, whispering softly, please rejoin. Lin Jin's back went cold. The voice did not come from the broadcast. It seemed to bore directly into his mind. Men, women, the elderly, children. Some were laughing, some crying, some gasping for breath. In the end it all merged into the same sentence, please rejoin. Hua Qinzhou's face was pale, his mechanical prosthetic planted firmly on the ground. Don't look at the hatch. Lin Jin asked why. Hua Qinzhou's lips quivered. You'll see the person you want to see. The moment he finished speaking, the darkness inside the hatch stirred. A figure walked out from within. Gray maintenance uniform. A toolbox in hand. A weary smile on his face. Lin Yinshan. Lin Jin's breath caught. Qin Zhaomian immediately grabbed his arm. Lin Jin. Lin Jin did not respond. The figure stood at the hatch looking at him, his voice soft. Son. Hua Qinzhou suddenly drew his gun. But his gun was long out of bullets. Yet he still raised it, aiming squarely at the silhouette. Get back. Lin Yinshan did not look at him, only at Lin Jin. You've grown so much. Lin Jin stared at that face. It was too similar. Even more so than the projection in the control room earlier. Even the old scar on the left index finger was identical. When he was a child, Lin Yinshan had cut his finger while modifying a heating pipe with a cutting knife. Lin Jin remembered it clearly. But he also remembered what his father had said in the real playback. The one that was extra was inside the black box. The one before him was not his father. At least not entirely. Lin Jin slowly took half a step back. My father never told me to rejoin. The smile on the figure's face froze for an instant. Lin Jin continued, he only told me to come back alive. The next second Lin Yinshan's face began to change. First the smile vanished. Then the eyes turned black. Finally the entire face dissolved into the darkness like paper soaked in water. From deep within the hatch came the sighs of countless people. Roll call failed. The unreturned refused to come back. Qin Zhaomian said in a low voice, Lin Jin, don't waste words with it. Where's the pipe? Lin Jin looked toward the belly of the returning ship. In the playback, just now Lin Yinshan had stuffed the real black box into the escape pipe at the bottom. That pipe was not inside the hatch, but on the lower left side of the ship's hull. Very narrow. Like a welded shut wound. Lower left of the hull behind the third support beam. Qin Zhaomian glanced over. Got it. She immediately pulled 2 magnetic hooks from her toolbox and flung them toward the ship's belly. The hooks latched onto the dark silver hull with a soft click. At that moment a hand reached out from the hatch of the returning ship. Not a mechanical arm. A real hand. Pale slender skin like frozen wax. That hand gripped the edge of the hatch. Then a second. A third. More and more hands emerged from the darkness. Zhou Tingyun gasped in the comms. Damn, should I ram it with the ship? Qin Zhaomian shouted, don't ram. The black box is still in the hull. Zhou Tingyun cursed, then hurry up. I can hear them singing from the Red Falcon. The searchlight of the Red Falcon swept across the surface of the returning ship. The reaching hands cast no shadows. Hua Qinzhou suddenly stepped forward. Lin Jin looked at him. What are you doing? It knows me. Hua Qinzhou's voice was hoarse. I'll buy some time. Lin Jin grabbed him. Going with it now is suicide. Hua Qinzhou looked at him and suddenly smiled. You really take after your father. Never listens to advice. Never lets others die in front. He shook off Lin Jin's hand, leaning on his mechanical prosthetic, and walked toward the hatch. The darkness inside the hatch quieted. The hands slowly retracted. The voices of 3,200 people spoke in unison. Hua Qinzhou. You have finally rejoined. Hua Qinzhou lifted his head, his face bloodless, but he grinned fiercely. Rejoin your mother. He pulled out an old detonator from his chest. Qin Zhaomian's expression changed. You have explosives on you. Hua Qinzhou didn't look back. An old salvager never goes out without something. Lin Jin cursed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Would you have let me use it? Lin Jin was momentarily speechless. Hua Qinzhou pressed his thumb on the detonator, staring intently at the darkness inside the hatch. Go get the black box. His voice was heavy. I'll hold them for 1 minute. Qin Zhaomian didn't waste another word, grabbing the hook line and charging toward the ship's belly. Lin Jin followed. The dark silver hull was terrifyingly cold. The moment his glove touched it, it felt like pressing against frozen corpse skin. They crawled along the hull to the third support beam. Sure enough, there was a narrow escape pipe. The opening was sealed with old-style tape covered with a layer of dark red substance. Like dried blood, Qin Zhaomian pulled out a cutter. 30 seconds. Lin Jin looked toward the hatch. Hua Qinzhou stood before the returning ship. The voices were circling around him, speaking. You opened the door. You killed us. You should stay. Hua Qinzhou's shoulders trembled slightly, but his hand did not shake. Bullshit, he muttered. I did open the wrong door once. But you damn things won't get another chance through me. Suddenly a child's crying came from inside the returning ship. Uncle Hua. It hurts so much. Hua Qinzhou's body stiffened. Lin Jin saw his silhouette freeze. The voice changed. It became a little girl's. Uncle Hua, why didn't you save me? Hua Qinzhou's eyes reddened. Lin Jin's heart sank. It was the person it had dug out from Hua Qinzhou's mind. He was about to shout, but Hua Qinzhou spoke first. I couldn't save you. The old man's voice was very hoarse. I admit that debt. But you are not her. He raised his gun and fired. No bullet. Only the dry click of the firing pin. Click. But that empty sound seemed to shatter some illusion. The crying stopped. The darkness inside the hatch began to churn. Qin Zhaomian gritted her teeth and cut through the last seal. Open. Inside the escape pipe, a black cylinder was wedged. Only as long as a forearm, with no markings on its surface. Lin Jin reached for it. The moment his fingertips touched the cylinder, his vision went black. This time it was not a playback. He heard his father's voice. The real father. Lin Jin. Take it, don't open it. Lin Jin's fingers tightened. His father's voice was urgent with panting breaths. Inside is not the answer. It's evidence. Take it to the astrographer deep in the gray gate. Don't interface with the old days. Don't trust the gray. The voice cut off abruptly. Lin Jin's eyes snapped open. Qin Zhaomian was gripping his shoulder. What's wrong with you? Lin Jin gasped, pulling out the black cylinder. Got it. The moment the black box left the pipe, the entire returning ship shuddered. The darkness inside the hatch seemed to awaken. 3,200 people screamed simultaneously. Roll call failed. Black box detached. The missing one is escaping. Hua Qinzhou immediately pressed the detonator. Boom. A ball of fire exploded in front of the returning ship's hatch. The blast was not huge, but it forced the surging shadows back. Go. Hua Qinzhou roared. Lin Jin and Qin Zhaomian slid down the hook lines back to the dock. The hatch of the Red Falcon was already open. Zhou Tingyun shouted from inside, get on board. This damn place is waking up. Just as Lin Jin leaped through the hatch, a dull thud came from behind. He turned around. Hua Qinzhou hadn't boarded. A pale hand reached out from the smoke of the explosion, grabbing his mechanical prosthetic leg. Hua Qinzhou was half kneeling on the ground, his face pale. Lin Jin immediately moved to charge out. Hua Qinzhou shouted, don't come. He looked down at the captured mechanical leg and suddenly laughed. I've been wanting to get rid of this heavy thing anyway. The next second, he drew a short blade from his belt and chopped down hard at the connection point of the prosthetic. Crack. Sparks flew. The mechanical leg broke off. Hua Qinzhou pitched forward. Lin Jin rushed out, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him into the Red Falcon. The hatch closed. Zhou Tingyun shoved the throttle forward. The Red Falcon detached from the dock and shot upward toward the shaft. Below, the hatch of the first returning ship was fully open. In the darkness, countless silhouettes looked up at them. Over the broadcast, the 3,200 voices became gentle again. The missing one has been confirmed. Please bring us home. Lin Jin held the black cylinder, staring at the dark silver ship growing smaller through the porthole. On the surface of the cylinder, a line of tiny text slowly lit up. Expedition Fleet Black Box Recorder Lin Yinshan warning, do not interface with shipboard AI. At that moment, Hui Ya's voice abruptly vanished. The gray crow vanished. Without warning. Without notice. Without its cold mechanical voice. As the Chisong vessel burst from Shaft 7, Lin Jin called for it at once. Gray crow. No reply. Only the shriek of wind scraping against the hull as it scraped past the shaft walls. Zhou Tingyun gripped the control stick with white-knuckled intensity, sweat glistening across his forehead. Why isn't it speaking? Qin Zhaomian clutched the black cylinder, her expression grim. I don't know. Her gaze lingered on the faint inscription etched upon its surface. Warning, shipboard AI access prohibited. Those words burned. Harsh, invasive, chilling to the marrow. Lin Jin called out again. Gray crow. Still no response. From the Frostblade vessel onward, Gray Crow had always been beside him. Acerbic, evasive, capable of reducing him to fury with a single sentence. Yet it had been there. Now it was gone. As if someone had snuffed out a lamp inside his skull. Hua Qinzhou lay slumped in the aft cabin, half his mechanical limb severed, sparks still spitting from the ragged stump. Lu Huai was not aboard the Chisong vessel. No one else could stabilize the wound. Qin Zhaomian sealed the interface herself. The old man writhed in pain, face pale, yet his voice remained defiant. Don't bother with me, just get us out. Zhou Tingyun snapped back. I'd love to. But this shaft refuses to let us go. Above them, red lights along the shaft wall pulsed frantically. The vertical track they descended, once smooth and steady, now buckled in jagged segments like iron jaws snapping shut. And the miners' corpses suspended along the walls were no longer still. One by one their helmeted heads lifted. Lin Jin saw countless visors flicker with dull crimson light. Zhou Tingyun's voice tightened. They're watching us. Qin Zhaomian bent low over the black box. Don't look at them. I'm not trying to. I just can't avoid it. There are too many. A miner's corpse suddenly tore free from the wall. The safety line snapped taut before snapping entirely, as it hurtled straight toward the Qisong vessel. Zhou Tingyun wrenched the craft into a violent roll. The body grazed the viewport and shot past. For an instant that desiccated face pressed close behind the fractured visor. Its mouth moved. No sound emerged. But Lin Jin understood what it said. Fall in. Crash. A second corpse slammed into the stern. The Qisong vessel shuddered violently. Alarms blared in overlapping panicked waves. Qin Zhaomian seized a handrail and shouted, right tail fin damaged. Why don't you scold them first? Do you think I have time to scold all of them? 3 more bodies tore loose from the shaft walls. They did not move like corpses, more like puppets, tugged by invisible strings, lunging toward the Qisong vessel. Lin Jin braced himself against the bulkhead, eyes fixed on the black cylinder. The true black box. Recorder Lin Yinshan. Prohibited from shipboard AI integration. His father had inscribed that warning deliberately. There had to be meaning behind it. Lin Jin looked up. Qin Zhaomian. Does this thing emit any signal now? She glanced swiftly at her handheld scanner. No external transmission, but internal self-diagnosis is active. Can it be disabled? Technically yes, but I strongly advise against tampering with it now. It likely has anti-tamper protocols. Zhou Tingyun suddenly barked, brace yourselves. Ahead the shaft's rail system had fully dislocated. A massive alloy beam now barred the exit. The Qisong vessel was moving too fast to evade normally. Zhou Tingyun killed main propulsion and fired all attitude thrusters. The vessel spun laterally through the narrow shaft. The port wing scraped violently against the wall, sparks erupting in a searing cascade. Almost sideways the Qisong vessel squeezed beneath the beam. Qin Zhaomian's face had gone ashen. Port wings lost half its surface. Zhou Tingyun, drenched in sweat, managed a grim twist of his lips. Half remains. We're not bankrupt yet. Before Qin Zhaomian could retort, Hua Qinzhou raised a trembling finger forward. Don't use the original exit. Zhou Tingyun blinked. It's right above us. That's precisely where they'll be waiting. Hua Qinzhou coughed up blood, his voice raw and thin. The white tower can't descend into the shaft's depths, but it can seal the mouth. Lin Jin asked instantly, is there another way? Hua Qinzhou lifted his hand and traced a gesture in the air. 300 meters to starboard, a derelict slag spur. Smugglers used it to haul or course. Zhou Tingyun stared at the radar display. Nothing but static noise. I can't see it on radar. Exactly as it should be. Hua Qinzhou gritted his teeth. It was built to evade scans. How do you know? Hua Qinzhou gave a faint sardonic smile. Back in my day, I wasn't exactly a saint. Zhou Tingyun perked up immediately. That I believe. Qin Zhaomian cut in cold and sharp. Believe it after we've cleared the shaft. Hua Qinzhou kept his eyes locked on the shaft wall. 7th malfunctioning lamp on the right. Ram it. Zhou Tingyun froze. Ram it. It's a false wall. What if it's not? Hua Qinzhou met his gaze. Then you won't need to repay your debts. Zhou Tingyun paused for a beat. Why do elders always speak so ominously? He cursed under his breath, but his hands moved without hesitation. The Qisong vessel veered sharply toward the right shaft wall, where indeed a dead track lamp hung dark and silent. The lamp emitted no light. No seam or flaw marred the surrounding surface. It appeared solid, a seamless slab of reinforced alloy. Qin Zhaomian tightened her harness. Zhou Tingyun. I know. You always know. The Qisong vessel struck head-on, yet no explosion followed. An instant before impact the alloy wall slid inward. The vessel plunged into a narrow side passage, its belly grinding violently against the floor, the entire cabin jolting skyward. Zhou Tingyun slammed his forehead onto the console, swearing. This isn't a false wall, it's a death trap. Hua Qinzhou, lying in the rear, chuckled softly. Getting in was the point. The spur was far narrower than the main shaft. Abandoned slag conduits lined both sides, many half collapsed. The Qisong vessel skimmed the ground, forced to crawl. Any increase in speed risked collision with overhead beams. Behind them the corpses did not follow. The nursery rhyme faded too. Lin Jin looked down at the black cylinder, still resting quietly in his hands. Yet he sensed something stirring within, not the cloying tone of a homing signal, but something deeper, colder, like a pair of eyes watching from behind paper. Communications finally re-established. The Geori vessel's signal flickered onto the screen. First came Lin Wan's voice. Brother. Lin Jin replied instantly, I'm here. Relief flooded the line. Lu Huai growled nearby, what pit did you just kick open down there? Every instrument aboard the Geori vessel went haywire. Zhou Tingyun interjected, a nest of singing corpses. Lu Huai roared, I didn't ask you. Qin Zhaomian took the channel. Status of the Geo-Re vessel. Lin Wan whispered, the White Tower remains outside, but slag turrets are holding them off. And Grey Crow fell silent too. Lin Jin's heart sank. Not just the Qisong vessel. The Geo-Re vessel's Grey Crow had also gone dark. This wasn't a comms failure. Grey Crow itself had been severed by something. Lin Jin stared at the warning inscribed on the black box. Prohibited from shipboard AI integration. If Grey Crow was itself a fragment of shipboard AI, why had it fallen mute? Had the black box shielded them? Or had it detected something wrong within Grey Crow? A sliver of white light appeared at the spur's end. Zhou Tingyun eased the throttle. We're almost out. Hua Qinzhou spoke up suddenly. Once clear, do not dock at the Geo-Re vessel's main bay. Lin Jin frowned. Why, oi? Hua Qinzhou's gaze settled on the black cylinder. A true black box cannot interface with a ship's network. The Geo-Re vessel lacks an isolation chamber large enough to contain it. There's a black box vault. That vault seals only beacons, not necessarily this. Then where do we put it? Hua Qinzhou drew a shallow breath. Tether it externally. Zhou Tingyun nearly turned around. What did you say? Hua Qinzhou clarified. Mount the black box on the Qisong vessel's external cargo hook via tether cable, and let the Geo-Re vessel tow us. Keep it outside the primary hull. Qin Zhaomian fell silent for 2 seconds. Rough, but effective. Lin Jin nodded. Proceed. The Qisong vessel surged from the spur. Outside lay a desolate lunar slag valley. In the distance, the Geo-Re vessel hovered low, its ventral manipulator arms trained toward the White Tower like a protective beast guarding its young. Farther still, White Tower pursuit vessels were stalled by slag artillery, cold detonations blooming across the moon's gray surface. Zhou Tingyun began steering toward them, when the main console flickered. A familiar mechanical voice echoed. System rebooting. Lin Jin jerked upright. Grey Crow's voice, weak strained, as if dragged from deep water. Li Jin. Lin Jin stared at the console. Grey Crow, do not connect to the black box. Qin Zhaomian instantly severed all internal data links. How did it return? Grey Crow's voice fragmented. I was isolated. Something attempted to access you through me. A chill ran down Lin Jin's spine. What thing? Grey Crow paused, silent for several seconds. When it spoke again, its voice carried for the first time a stuttering tremor of fear. It is not the homing signal. It is the recorder inside the black box. Lin Jin looked down at the black cylinder cradled in his arms. The recorder. Lin Yinshan. Grey Crow continued. Warning. The recorder is not Lin Yinshan himself. It preserves Lin Yinshan's final memories. And it preserves the extra thing. The moment those words ended, fresh characters glowed across the black cylinder's surface. Not printed in ancient typeface, but drawn slowly, deliberately, finger by finger. Lin Jin. Do not trust AI. They have long been corrupted by the Stargate. No one in the cockpit spoke. Outside the Qisong vessel, the Geo-Re vessel's towing beacons swept across the hull. Lin Jin studied the newly inscribed words, and gently placed the cylinder into a temporary isolation case. Then softly he murmured, trust neither. Bring it home. Lin Jin placed the black cylinder into the temporary isolation chamber. As the lid sealed shut, the line of text inside still glowed faintly. Do not listen to the AI. They have long been corrupted by the Stargate. The characters gradually dimmed, fading into darkness. No one spoke in the cockpit. Zhou Tingyun guided the Qisong close to the underside of the Old Day's movements, unervingly gentle. The Old Day's tractor beam illuminated them, blindingly white. Qin Zhaomian crouched in the rear compartment, securing 2 traction cables to the isolation chamber's outer shell, then added 3 magnetic locks. Her hands moved swiftly, but her mouth never paused. This thing must not be shaken, heated, connected to any network, brought near the reactor placed near the med bay, or touched by Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun protested from the front. Why single me out? Because your hands are restless. When have my hands ever been restless? Qin Zhaomian looked up at him. On your first day aboard, you grabbed the ignition lever and nearly turned the Qisong into fireworks. Zhou Tingyun fell silent for a moment. That was a test run. Test it again, and I'll drag you outside too. Lin Jin said nothing. He stood beside the hatch, watching the isolation chamber being drawn out of the cabin by a mechanical arm. The black cylinder rested inside the chamber. The chamber itself hung from the Qisong's external cargo hook. Per Hua Qinzhou's instructions, the Qisong could not re-enter the Old Day's main hull. It would instead cling beneath the mother ship like a dented tin can towed along in its wake. Ugly, clumsy, but safe, at least for now. Hua Qinzhou leaned against the rear compartment's corner. His severed cybernetic limb had been temporarily sealed by Qin Zhaomian, leaving only a jagged interface stub. The old man sweated coldly in agony, yet his voice remained defiant. The way you've rigged this, I'd have been flogged by my master 30 years ago. Qin Zhaomian didn't turn around. 30 years ago, if your skills had been this good, you wouldn't have opened the Stargate. Hua Qinzhou choked on the retort. Zhou Tingyun murmured softly. Qin Engineer's tongue is a weapon in itself. Lin Jin turned to Hua Qinzhou. Where is the star cartographer? Hua Qinzhou lifted his eyelids. You ask now. I ask now. Lin Jin continued, my father's logs instructed us to find the star cartographer. The true black box did too. If both voices name this person, he must matter deeply. Hua Qinzhou fell silent for several seconds before replying, the star cartographer isn't a single person. Qin Zhaomian paused mid-motion. Hua Qinzhou went on, it's an obsolete profession. In the Stargate era, outer space routes weren't as barren as today. Many smugglers, miners, and migrant vessels distrusted official navigation beacons, and so hired star cartographers to manually calibrate their courses. Zhou Tingyun clicked his tongue, manually, navigating the cosmos by hand. Don't scorn craftsmanship, Hua Qinzhou snapped, glaring at him. Official star charts lie. Beacons can be altered. AIs grow corrupt. A true master star cartographer needs only glance at the drift of wreckage to know which route collapsed 30 years ago. Lin Jin asked, is there one left in the lunar old port? Just one. Hua Qinzhou replied, hidden deep within the Grey Gate, known only as the Blind Crone. Her eyes failed decades ago, but she remembers half the private routes from 3 centuries past. Qin Zhaomian frowned. Blind, and still called a star cartographer. She doesn't read star charts with her eyes. Hua Qinzhou twisted his lips into a grim smile. She listens. The moment the words left his mouth, a muffled boom echoed outside the Qisong. The entire vessel shuddered violently. Zhou Tingyun immediately glanced at the radar. The White Spire has breached the slag battery. Alarms blared over the comms. From the Old Days main control deck, Lu Huai's curse came first. If you don't return now, I'll ram the Old Days straight into you. Lin Wan's voice followed closely. Brother, the right flank has 3 ships. Her voice was frail, yet crystal clear. The middle one is charging. Qin Zhaomian froze. How does she know? From the Old Days, Lin Wan whispered, the medbay monitor shows the radar feed. Lu Huai roared. Who told you to stare at the screen? Lie down. Lin Jin turned to Zhou Tingyun. Return to the main ship. With the Qisong still hanging outside. Yes, outside. Zhou Tingyun pushed the throttle. The Qisong edged toward the Old Days underside. External latches engaged one by one. The small craft did not enter the bay. It simply hung suspended beneath the larger vessel. The isolation chamber dangled from the Qisong's tail, swaying once before magnetic locks steadied it. The Old Days dragged them forward, like towing a string of battered, scarred tin cans. Qin Zhaomian linked into the Old Days comm system. Mechanical lock confirmed. Avoid sharp maneuvers. The chamber will snap. Zhou Tingyun watched the white blips on radar and sighed wryly. Go tell that to the White Spire. Gu Hanzhou's channel opened. This time he offered no counsel. Only a single line appeared on screen. Surrender the first homecoming vessel's black box. 3 seconds later, the White Spire pursuit vessel fired. A slender beam of white light grazed the Old Days port side, striking the lunar surface. Dust erupted soundlessly, a gray flower blooming in vacuum. The Old Days lurched violently. Lu Huai's furious bellow echoed from the medbay. Who fired? Who fired? Get over here and kneel before the patients. Lin Wan said nothing, but Lin Jin heard her breath tightly held. She was enduring. Barely able to breathe again, yet already thrust into another flight. Lin Jin took the captain's seat. His right hand throbbed fiercely. He pressed his left palm hard against the armrest. Zhou Tingyun, navigate to the Grey Gate's inner depths. Zhou Tingyun stared at the route map. Where exactly is that? Hua Qinzhou leaned against the bulkhead, voice hoarse. The lunar port's underground ring line. Entrance lies west of the scrap trench, beneath the 3rd broken tower. Qin Zhaomian instantly pulled up the map. It's close, but half the route has collapsed. Collapsed halfway means half remains. Zhou Tingyun grinned. Qin Zhaomian studied him. You're piloting the Qisong, and hauling a black box that cannot be jostled. So drive gently. Do you even know how to spell gentle? Zhou Tingyun didn't answer, because the second beam struck. The Old Days dropped sharply. The beam skimmed its dorsal hull. Cabin lights flickered. Then faintly Grey Crow's voice re-emerged. Suggestion, adjust course 17 degrees. Lin Jin's gaze sharpened. Grey Crow, I am present, but do not trust me fully. Silence fell over the cockpit. Grey Crow continued. While isolated by the black box, I detected a breach in my core protocols. Source unknown. Possibly from the Frostblade. Or perhaps from the Stargate containment system. Qin Zhaomian murmured, it's remarkably honest. Hua Qinzhou sneered. Anything that admits its own unreliability is the most dangerous kind. Lin Jin fixed his eyes on the forward route. Grey Crow, give us the path. Zhou Tingyun, you'll follow only half. Zhou Tingyun blinked. Which half? The half that keeps us alive. Zhou Tingyun grinned. Understood, everything else is luck. The Old Days veered toward the lunar scrap trench. Behind them, the White Spire fleet closed in relentlessly. Gu Hanzhou clearly anticipated their descent into the subterranean ring line. The 3 pursuit vessels split, attempting to seal both flanks. Zhou Tingyun skimmed the Old Days low across the moon's surface. Its belly nearly scraped abandoned mining carts. The Qisong dangling below swung violently, alarms shrieking from the isolation chamber in rapid succession. Qin Zhaomian's brow glistened with sweat. One more shake. The magnetic locks will fail. I know. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth, pushing speed to its absolute limit. Ahead loomed the third broken tower, tilted half buried in lunar dust with a narrow black fissure yawning beneath it. The crack was barely wider than the old day's hull. Worse, the White Spire pursuit vessel had already taken position blocking the entrance. Gu Hanzhou's voice cut through the public channel. Lin Jin, it's over. Zhou Tingyun watched the obstructing vessel, fingers tapping lightly on the control stick. Captain, shall we ram it? Qin Zhamian paled. You dare ram it, and the isolation chamber breaks first. Lin Jin studied the White Spire pursuit vessel, then glanced at the old day's drooping right mechanical arm. This ship was a salvage vessel, not built for ramming, built for dragging. Can the right manipulator arm still function? Qin Zhamian startled, then checked the console. Yes, but don't push it too far. Lin Jin took manual control of the arm. Zhou Tingyun close in. Zhou Tingyun's eyes lit up. You mean to grab it? Lin Jin gave no reply. The old days dipped lower, racing beneath the White Spire vessel. The White Spire ship hadn't expected evasion. Its gun turrets jerked upward in panic. At the instant the vessels crossed paths, the old day's right manipulator arm shot forward, its claw locking onto the enemy's external thruster mount with brutal finality. Qin Zhamian shouted, got it. Lin Jin whispered, swing it. Zhou Tingyun wrenched the controls. The old days riding low-gravity inertia yanked with savage force. The White Spire vessel tore sideways. Its thruster mount ripped clean off, spinning wildly before slamming into the adjacent broken tower. The entrance cleared. The old days towing the Qisong and the black box plunged headlong into the black fissure beneath the shattered tower. White Spire beams chased them inward, shattering only the entrance's rim of rock. Darkness swallowed the viewports. After 15 seconds, the old days stabilized. Zhou Tingyun exhaled deeply. We're in. Lin Jin kept his grip tight. He stared ahead, into the void. Far within the darkness, a single dim yellow light flickered awake. Like an ancient oil lamp lit deep underground. Huachenzhou's voice lowered. The Grey Gate's inner depths, we've arrived. Beneath that faint light, an aged woman's voice emerged from the old frequency channel. You arrive bearing the black box of a dead ship. Who taught you such a way to navigate? The old sun stopped at the depths of the Grey Gate. It was not like a dock, but rather an old street forgotten in the moon's belly. On both walls hung old navigation beacons, broken helmets, scorched thruster blades, and rows of bronze plaques inscribed with names. The light was dim, yellowish faint, as if it could go out at any moment. That aged woman's voice sounded again. Bring the black box from the dead ship to see me. And you dare to keep the AI running when you come in. Aren't you afraid that something foul will crawl out along the wires? Zhou Tingyun looked at Lin Jin and whispered, is she scolding us? Qin Zhamian said coldly, otherwise is she scolding a passing ghost? A soft click came through the comms like someone tapping an iron bowl with a fingernail. The woman said, young whelp at the helm, don't talk back. Your breathing is erratic, your hands are restless. You stole things when you were a child, didn't you? Zhou Tingyun's face stiffened. How does she know? Qin Zhamian glanced at him. Did you actually steal? That's not called stealing when you're a kid. It's resource redistribution. The woman sneered. Stop the ship. Kill the main furnace. Cut off external networks. That black box hanging behind you is not allowed into the cabin. Lin Jin raised his hand. Do as she says. Qin Zhamian cut off external comms, leaving only a hard line. Zhou Tingyun gradually eased back the thrusters. The old sun fell silent. So quiet it felt strange. Grey Crow said nothing either. Whether it was suppressed or simply didn't want to speak. In the darkness ahead, a small door lit up. There was no name on the door, only a string of old metal plates hanging on it. When the wind blew, they clinked. Of course, there was no wind beneath the moon, which made the sound even stranger. Huachenzhou sat in the aft cabin, the broken leg joint already spark-free. He heard the sound of those metal plates, and his expression changed. Lin Jin noticed. You know her? Huachenzhou twisted his lips. Any old-timer from Moonport knows blind Granny. Is she really blind? Blind? Huachenzhou paused. But she sees more clearly than those with eyes. Qin Zhamian dragged the black box's isolation container under the external cargo hook, lowered it with a mechanical arm, and slowly sent it into a circular slot beside the small door. The slot was not filled with water. It was a silver-gray liquid. As soon as the isolation container dipped in, the liquid surface immediately rippled in fine lines. The door opened. An old woman stood behind the door. She was very short, thin as a branch dried by moon dust, her white hair coiled with a copper wire. A black cloth covered her eyes with a few tiny screws sewn along the edges. She leaned on an old navigation pole. Half a bell hung from the pole's head. She did not look at Lin Jin. Of course she could not see. But as soon as Lin Jin approached, she raised the navigation pole and pointed it at his chest. Lin Yinshan's seed. Lin Jin stopped. The old woman sniffed. The medicine smell of the white dove, the rust of the frost blade, the stench of the dead from well no. 7. She frowned. The trail you've trodden is really mixed. Zhou Tingyun whispered, that nose works better than radar. The old woman flicked her wrist. A screw flew from her sleeve and struck Zhou Tingyun's forehead with a slap. Ouch! Zhou Tingyun covered his head. Qin Zhaomian couldn't help but laugh. Blind Granny turned to her. What are you laughing at? 3 fresh burns on your hands, your left index finger still trembling. You fix ships like this and still dare to laugh at the helmsman. Qin Zhaomian's smile immediately vanished. Lin Jin suddenly felt that this old woman was not to be trifled with. Not the kind of not to be trifled with that involves shouting and fighting. It was that she knew a little about everything. Knowing a little is often more frightening than knowing everything. Blind Granny turned and walked inside. 2 come in. Lin Jin asked, which 2? You. Her navigation pole pointed at Lin Jin, then at Qin Zhaomian. And this girl who knows how to take things apart. Zhou Tingyun pointed at himself. What about me? You stay on the ship. Don't touch my door, don't touch my lights, don't touch anything that makes a sound. Zhou Tingyun opened his mouth, but finally only managed to say fine. Hua Qinzhou tried to stand up. Blind Granny suddenly stopped. Cripple, don't come either. Hua Qinzhou's face darkened. Blind Granny, I have something to ask you. You still owe me, so you don't have the right to ask. Hua Qinzhou fell silent. Lin Jin glanced at him. Hua Qinzhou didn't explain, only turned his face away. Blind Granny's room was very narrow. The walls were covered with star charts. Not electronic screens, but sheets of metal hand engraved. The sheets were densely covered with dots and lines, some lines severely crooked, some places scratched out and reconnected. On the table sat an old gramophone. Beside it was a bowl of black sand. Blind Granny sat down, reached out, and touched the tabletop. Play the sound from the black box. Qin Zhaomian frowned. We can't connect it to the system. Who told you to connect it to the system? Blind Granny picked up a fine needle and tapped the black sand bowl on the table. Drop it into the slot, it will play by itself. Lin Jin looked at Qin Zhaomian. Qin Zhaomian inspected it and found no data interface, only a purely physical vibration pickup plate. She nodded. We can try. The silver-gray liquid in the external slot began to rotate. The black cylinder inside the isolation container connected to no circuits emitted an extremely low hum through liquid resonance. It sounded like someone knocking on a door far away. Once. Blind Granny tilted her head to listen. Her face was covered with wrinkles, but she was very still while listening. She didn't seem like a charlatan, more like an old mechanic listening for which screw had loosened in a reactor. After a long time she spoke. 2 voices. Lin Jin's heart tightened. Which 2? One is your father. Blind Granny gently stirred the black sand with the needle. The sand scattered in the bowl, forming a crooked line. The other is not human. Qin Zhaomian said quietly, can you separate them? Blind Granny didn't answer, listening for a while longer. Suddenly she slapped the needle on the table. Lin Yinshan was a real bastard back then. Lin Jin frowned. Why? He hid the evidence inside the black box and locked the ghost in there with it. Blind Granny lifted her head, the black cloth covering her eyes, yet she seemed to look at Lin Jin. If you want to hear what your father left behind, you have to let the ghost speak first. Qin Zhaomian's face changed. The risk is too high. Blind Granny sneered. Would a blind old woman like me be needed for anything easy? Just then the old sun gave a slight tremor. Zhou Tingyun's voice came through the comms. Lin Jin, the White Tower didn't come in, but they've set up a silent net outside. We'll be locked down if we go out. Qin Zhaomian immediately asked, how long until it's fully formed? At most 12 minutes. Blind Granny acted as if she hadn't heard, only pushed the black sand bowl toward Lin Jin. Payment. Lin Jin asked, how many credits? Blind Granny smiled. Her smile held no warmth. Your father owes me an eye. The room fell silent. Qin Zhaomian instinctively looked at Lin Jin. Lin Jin also stared at Blind Granny. Did he do it? He didn't gouge it out. Blind Granny touched the black cloth over her eyes. But back then he took my star chart and made me deceive the White Tower for him, which caused these eyes to be burned blind by the homing signal. Lin Jin was silent. Blind Granny continued, a father's debt isn't necessarily paid by the son. I don't believe in that. She tapped the table. I want you to promise me one thing. What? If that thing inside the black box gets out, you personally seal it back in. Lin Jin asked, what if I can't seal it back? Blind Granny said, then destroy the black box. Qin Zhaomian immediately said, that contains his father's records. Blind Granny turned to her. Girl, no matter how important the words of the dead are, they are never as important as the living. Lin Jin thought of Lin Wan, thought of her newly learned breath. He nodded. I promise. Blind Granny reached into the black sand and pulled out a very small bronze piece. On the bronze piece was engraved a winding line. This is the path to the deeper parts of the Great Gate. Lin Jin took it. Star chart. Half of it, and the other half. Blind Granny grinned. In the mouth of the ghost inside the black box. As the words fell, the black sand on the table suddenly collapsed. The lights in the room went out at the same time. From the isolation container in the external slot came Lin Yinshan's voice. Very close, and very soft. Lin Jin, don't let her listen. Blind Granny's expression changed for the first time. She reached out and grabbed Lin Jin's wrist, her voice lowered to a whisper. Remember, your father never called me her. The next second another voice sounded from the black box. Soft as if coaxing a child. Star Chartist, time to return to the ranks. The moment the words, it's time to rejoin the unit, fell silent. Every metal shard in the room chimed in unison, not stirred by wind, but striking the walls one after another of their own accord. Tink, 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 tink. The sound was faint, yet it pierced the eardrums like needles. Her hand clutched Lin Jin's wrist. Bony, gaunt knuckles hardened like gnarled roots, fingernails crusted with black sand. She did not let go. Her face, however, drained of color in an instant. Be silent. She spoke, but broke her own command. Not with words. With a hum. Soft, barely audible. The boat that takes us home. Then abruptly she bit down hard on her tongue. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Qin Xiaomian's expression shifted. She reached for the resonance plate embedded in the outer trough. But the blind woman seized her wrist, strength surging from a body that should have belonged to no elder. Don't pull it. Qin Xiaomian cried out, urgent. It's pulling you. I know. Blood began oozing beneath the black cloth veiling her eyes. Not crimson but thick and tar-black, tracing its slow descent along the fissures of her wrinkles. Yet she laughed, a dry hollow sound. I've waited 30 years for it to speak. Inside the outer trough the isolation chamber clicked and groaned. Silver-gray fluid churned violently, as if boiling. Tiny blisters swelled across its surface, then burst. Voices rose from within, male and female, young and old, until they coalesced into a single gentle tone. Star chart reader. You've listened to us for 30 years. You've long been part of us. The blind woman lowered her head and smiled. Nonsense. Then with a withered hand she plunged it deep into the bowl of black sand, and stirred fiercely. The sand lifted, not falling but hovering, weaving trembling filaments in midair, a celestial map, or perhaps a dissected waveform. Lin Jin could not decipher it. Qin Xiaomian, however, watched, eyes alight. You're arranging sound waves into a chart. Silence. Just watch. The blind woman's voice rasped, raw and frayed. When this thing speaks, its true voice and false voice fall half a beat apart. A living person breathes, though a dead one speaks through a shell. That ghost has neither. Lin Jin stared at the suspended black sand. Each filament trembled. Most vibrated chaotically, as if dozens pressed together, gasping for air. Only one remained slender, straight, unwavering. So still it defied life itself. The blind woman raised her navigational rod and tapped it against that single line. It's here. The gentle voice ceased instantly. A breathless hush filled the room. Then from within the isolation chamber Lin Yinshan's voice emerged. Lin Jin, don't listen to her. She'll kill you. Lin Jin's fingers twitched. Beneath the black cloth blood flowed faster, yet she grinned. Did you hear that? It's panicked. Lin Yinshan's voice continued, calm and certain. Son, take the black box and leave Moon Harbor. Do not enter the Gray Gate's depths. Lin Jin stood motionless. The voice was uncannily real. Even the pause before son matched perfectly. Yet he remembered what the blind woman had said. His father would never call her her. At least, not ever. Lin Jin spoke suddenly. Do you even know who she is? The voice paused. Star chart reader. What's her name? Silence hung for half a second. That half second was all the blind woman needed. Her navigational rod slammed onto the table. Snap. The suspended black sand exploded outward. One filament shot free, like a strand of black hair torn loose, pointing unerringly toward a tattered metal star chart pinned to the wall. The blind woman snarled, pin it down. Qin Xiaomian reacted first, flinging an electromagnetic spike. Snap. It struck the center of the star chart. The entire wall flared. Countless etched lines on the metal chart glowed crimson. Inside the outer trough the voices shrieked, suddenly shrill, no longer gentle, like 3,200 souls drowning simultaneously. Error tally initiated. Error tally initiated. Star chart reader has defected. The blind woman wiped blood from her lips and sneered. Defect your grandmother. Then fumbling inside her robe, she drew out a small bronze plaque and tossed it to Lin Jin. The plaque was ancient, inscribed with 3 characters. Meng Tingqiao. Lin Jin looked up at her. The blind woman said my name. Then she turned toward the outer trough and spat a mouthful of blood. Your father called me old blind one for 3 years. He never once called me star chart reader. Lin Jin closed his fist around the bronze plaque. Outside, Zhou Tingyun's voice cut through the silence. Lin Jin, the silent net is collapsing inward. We're losing main control. My screen's snowing out. Ruan Qingxi was gone. So was Black Harbor. No one remained here to shield them from the White Spire. Lin Jin turned to the blind woman. Where's the way out? She didn't answer. Instead, she pressed her ear flat against the metal star chart now pinned to the wall. Qin Xiaomian frowned. It's still retaliating. Of course it is. The blind woman's voice grew weaker, thinner. If it doesn't hurt, I won't hear the path. She extended 2 fingers, tracing slowly across the chart. They halted over a crimson line, then moved downward. The room lights flickered, dimming and flaring erratically. Inside the isolation chamber, the entity kept shifting voices. Now Lin Yinshan's, now Lin Wan's, then, astonishingly, Qin Xiaomian's. Lin Jin, let me out. Qin Xiaomian's face darkened. Awful imitation. The blind woman gave a faint, knowing smile. Girl, it mimics you worse than Lin Yinshan. Means you're still hard enough to live. Qin Zhaomian muttered unimpressed, "Thanks for the compliment." At last the blind woman's fingers stilled. She drove her nail deep into an inconspicuous depression on the chart, so tiny it resembled a craftsman's flaw. "Found it. The Grey Gate's depths don't lead downward. They lead backward." Lin Jin frowned. "What does that mean, eh? Moon Harbor has 2 layers. The blind woman spoke swiftly. "The living dwell above, the dead lie buried below. The true Grey Gate lies behind the old harbor reclamation furnace, not marked as a gate, but as a derelict ship graveyard." She pressed the half-engraved bronze fragment into Lin Jin's palm. "Remember ship graveyard number 37. 37. Yes." She coughed up blood. "Your father's last visit to me. He said if you ever came seeking me, send you there. What's inside?" The blind woman held silence for a heartbeat. A name left off every list. As those words settled, the isolation chamber fell utterly silent. True silence. Not even the silver-gray fluid rippled. Qin Zhaomian instinctively stepped back half a pace. Lin Jin felt it too, something deeply wrong. Then from within the chamber came a soft, quiet laugh. Not Lin Yanshan's. Not a lullaby's. Not the chorus of 3,200. It was thin, fragile, as if spoken by someone newly learning speech, uttering his name with perfect, chilling accuracy. "Lin Jin. Find me." Click. A hairline fracture split the chamber's surface. Qin Zhaomian's face paled. "Fall back." She lunged forward, slamming the outer trough's isolation gate shut by brute force. Simultaneously, the blind woman raised her navigational rod and brought it crashing down upon the copper bell mounted on the wall. Clang. Deeper, heavier than any preceding chime. The whole room shuddered. The crack in the chamber froze mid-spread. But the blind woman collapsed backward. Lin Jin caught her. She weighed nothing, like a bundle of kindling nearly consumed. Her black veil was soaked through with blood. She gripped Lin Jin's collar, her voice thread-thin, fading. "Don't open it here. Go to ship graveyard number 37. There's a soundproof dock your father left behind." Lin Jin asked, "And you won't die?" She grinned, teeth slick with red. "Old woman hasn't yet heard the White Spire apologize for my eyes." Outside, Zhou Tingyan shouted again. "Lin Jin, the White Spire has breached the net. If you don't move now, they'll seal the entrance." Qin Zhaomian hoisted her tool case, face grim. "The isolation chamber won't hold much longer, 10 minutes at most." Lin Jin placed Meng Tingchao's bronze plaque beside her hand. She shoved it away. "Take it." "Why? A star chart reader never guides the white finger." She drew a ragged breath. "This is a ledger token. Bring it back, alive." Lin Jin met her gaze, and nodded. "Yes." He and Qin Zhaomian bolted from the hut. Zhou Tingyun had already ignited the old day's auxiliary thrusters. The vessel trembled low and fierce within the narrow subterranean loop. Hua Qinzhou sat beside the hatch, his severed leg crudely bandaged. Seeing Lin Jin return, he lifted his head. "Did you hear the paths?" Lin Jin boarded the ship. "Ship graveyard number 37. Hua Qinzhou's expression shifted subtly. "Dare Lin Yanshan truly hide it there? What's wrong with that place?" Before Hua Qinzhou could answer, the old day's hull flooded with white light, the White Spire's search beams. Gu Hanzhou's voice cut in, cold and authoritative, over the public channel. "Lin Jin, surrender the black box and the star chart reader." Zhou Tingyun glanced back. "Captain, do we ram?" Lin Jin looked at the isolation chamber dangling from the external cargo hook. The crack remained, like an eye that refused to close. He took the captain's seat. "No ramming." Zhou Tingyun froze. Lin Jin gazed ahead, into the narrow, winding subterranean loop, to ship graveyard number 37. "Let the White Spire follow." Qin Zhaomian stared at him, sharp and sudden. Lin Jin's voice dropped low and steady. "That thing wants me to go. Gu Hanzhou wants to stop me. So this time, we let them both walk through the door together." The Jiuri Hao plunged into the underground loop. The passage was too narrow for a ship that felt more like a coffin path for the dead. The walls on both sides were covered with old-era ship plaques. Some were scorched black, others bent, and some bore only half a name. Inke Haobei Feng mining ship, 7th migration barge Gui Tu No. One Zhou Tingyun felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Who designed this place? You have to read tombstones before sailing through. Hua Qinzhou, leaning behind the co-pilot seat, had his broken leg temporarily connected to a cooling tube. His face was pale with pain, but his mouth was far from idle. When old ships are scrapped, their plaques are hung here. The people of Yuegang believe ships have souls. They need to recognize the way before being dismantled. Zhou Tingyun gave a dry laugh. "Quite particular." Hua Qinzhou glanced at him. "With the way you drive the Chi-Sun, how will have a plaque here sooner or later." "Uncle Hua, can you wish me something good for once?" "Fine," Hua Qinzhou said. "I wish you die in one piece." Qin Zhaomian, monitoring the external cargo hook data on the auxiliary console, couldn't help but twitch a corner of her mouth at that. After the brief smile, her expression darkened again. The crack in the isolation box has widened by 2 millimeters. Lin Jin looked at the screen. The Chi-Sun Hao was suspended beneath the Jiuri Hao like a half-crippled iron bird. Behind it was the temporary isolation box. The crack on the box still remained, thin, dark, like an eye that refused to close. There was no more sound from inside. The quieter it got, the more wrong it felt. Suddenly Zhou Tingyun said, "They're coming from behind." On the radar, 3 white dots pressed into the underground loop. The white tower was closing in fast. The passage was too tight for large ships to maneuver, yet they still entered. Was Gu Hanzhou truly fearless, or did he want that black box too badly? Lin Jin didn't know. He only knew that Gu Hanzhou was no fool. So he would make Gu Hanzhou wise for once. Ahead, an arched gate appeared. The gate bore no white tower emblem, nor the mark of Yuegang. Only a line of hand-carved old letters: Ship Cemetery, no lights. The characters were crooked as if the engraver's hand had trembled. Zhou Tingyun slowed down. "We're here." Hua Qinzhou grunted. "Ship Cemetery no. 37, behind the gate." Qin Zhaomian looked at the old-style sensor on the gate. "No electronic lock." Lin Jin asked, "How do we open it?" Hua Qinzhou glanced at the plaques on both sides. "Announce the ship's name." Zhou Tingyun was stunned. "Who's a?" Hua Qinzhou didn't answer. Outside, the white tower's searchlight swept over. Gu Hanzhou's voice pressed into the public channel. Lin Jin, stop. No one on the Jiu Rihao responded. Suddenly, the old brass loudspeaker at the gate spoke. It was not a synthetic voice. It was a very old man's voice, muffled, as if his mouth was filled with sand. "Entrant, report the name of the dead ship." Zhou Tingyun whispered, "It emphasizes dead ship." Qin Zhaomian frowned. "The Jiu Rihao is still alive, we can't report it." Hua Qinzhou's face turned grim. "This is a ship cemetery. If a living ship enters, it either becomes a burial offering or a funeral escort." Lin Jin stared at the gate. The name of a dead ship. All along, the most fitting dead ship name they had brought was only one: the first return ship. But that ship had no name. Or rather, it had 3,200 names. Just then, the isolation box hanging outside suddenly lit up. A dark red glow seeped through the crack. Then from the black box came a very soft voice. "Report my name." Lin Jin's eyes narrowed. Qin Zhaomian immediately said, "Don't listen." Hua Qinzhou also cursed. When it speaks at a time like this, it's never good. The voice from the black box changed. This time it was Lin Yanshan. "Lin Jin, report the expedition fleet's forward scout ship, the Gue Chao Hao." The moment the name Gue Chao Hao was uttered, Hua Qinzhou's face changed drastically. Lin Jin noticed. "You know it." Hua Qinzhou's Adam's apple bobbed. The first return ship that came back was called the Gue Chao Hao. Qin Zhaomian stared at the external crack. "It's offering us the ship name on its own. It might want to get inside," Lin Jin said in a low voice. "Or it might have to get inside." Gu Hanzhou's pursuit vessel had closed to within 200 meters. The white tower's ship cannons began charging in the narrow loop, causing the plaques on the walls to vibrate one by one, producing a fine rattling sound. Ding 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 ding, like a group of dead ships whispering. The gate's loudspeaker sounded again. "Entrant, report the name of the dead ship." Lin Jin pressed the communication key. His voice traveled into the gate. "Gue Chao Hao." For an instant, the entire underground loop fell silent. Then the plaques on both sides flipped over simultaneously. On the countless rusted metal backs, the same name was engraved. "Gue Chao Hao." Zhou Tingyun's hand trembled. "What the hell?" Hua Qinzhou's voice was hoarse. The White Tower could never find it back then because Yuegang had dismantled it into 37 ship cemeteries. Qin Zhaomian understood instantly. "No. 37 is one of the wreckage fragments." The gate slowly opened. Inside there was no light. Only black fragments scattered on the ground. Just as the Jiu Rihao was about to enter, Gu Hanzhou's voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Jin, don't go in." Lin Jin stared into the darkness ahead. Scared Director Gu. The communication was silent for half a second. "That's the sound chamber of the Gue Chao Hao. Everyone who has heard the return signal will leave an echo inside." Lin Jin smiled. "Perfect." He looked at Zhou Tingyun. "Enter." Zhou Tingyun muttered a curse and eased the thruster to minimum. The Jiu Rihao slid inch by inch into the ship cemetery. The White Tower fleet did not stop, they followed. The moment the first pursuit vessel crossed the gate line, the words, "Ship Cemetery, no lights," on the door suddenly lit up. Not glowing, burning. Black flames traced along the characters. The next second, every light in the ship cemetery went out at once. Even the Jiu Rihao's own external lights were extinguished by an invisible force. The cockpit plunged into darkness. Zhou Tingyun cursed, "I'm blind." Qin Zhaomian yelled, "Don't turn on the lights." "I didn't." "No one turn on anything." Hua Qinzhou said in a low voice, "Ship cemetery, no lights. If you light up, you're a living ship. Living ships get dismantled." Lin Jin heard panic commands from the White Tower pursuit vessels outside. "Turn on the searchlights." Gu Hanzhou's voice cut through immediately. "Don't." Too late. A beam of white light flared behind them. It lasted only 1 second. From deep within the ship's cemetery came a sound of metal scraping, slow, heavy, as if countless old pliers were being pulled from the walls. Then came the sound of the pursuit vessel being torn apart. Not an explosion, dismantlement. A White Tower guard screamed over the comms, "The hull is being bitten. Thrusters failing. Something is dismantling the ship." Zhou Tingyun swallowed hard. "This cemetery has some rules." Qin Zhaomian lowered her voice, "Don't speak too loud." The Jiu Rihao crawled forward in the darkness. No lights, no radar, not even the gray crow made a sound. Lin Jin could only listen. Listen to the faint vibrations of the hull. Listen to the sway of the Chi Sun house hooks. Listen to the breathing of the thing in the isolation box outside. Suddenly Lin Wan's voice came from the medical bay channel. Brother. Lin Jin replied instantly, I'm here. There's a ship ahead of you. What ship, eh? I don't know. Lin Wan's voice was very soft. But it's crying. Zhou Tingyun couldn't help whispering, can a ship cry? The next second a low sob came from ahead of the Jiu Rihao. Like wind passing through an empty hull. Or like someone who had held it in for a long time finally letting out a cry. In the darkness a massive wreckage slowly emerged. It wasn't seen, it was felt. The Jiu Rihao was too close, and the edge of its hull scraped against the wreckage. Sparks flew. In that split second of light Lin Jin saw the words engraved on the wreckage's surface. Gui Chao House sound chamber. At the center of the wreckage was a small door. On the door hung a worn-out recorder. The recorder began to spin on its own. From it came Lin Yinshan's voice. This time there was no gentleness, no coaxing. Only gasps and fury. Lin Jin, if you hear this, don't hesitate. The thing in the black box isn't hiding in the records. It is the record itself. To separate me from it, enter the sound chamber and cut out my voice. Remember, cut it by hand. No AI, no ship's network. And the recorder faltered. Then Lin Yinshan's voice dropped low. If I beg you not to cut it, don't believe me. The recorder stopped. In the darkness, the isolation box suddenly shook violently. From inside came Lin Yinshan's voice, identical to the recorder's. Lin Jin, don't go in. It will hurt. I will hurt. The voice came from the isolation box. Once. And again. Lin Jin, don't go in. I will hurt. Lin Jin stood in the darkness, his fingers pressed against the edge of the hatch. When he was a child, he had broken an old mechanical dog. When Lin Yinshan repaired it, he opened the shell, and the tiny speaker inside kept squeaking. Lin Jin asked, Dad, is it hurting? Lin Yinshan tapped him on the head with a welding torch. Broken things always hurt when they're being fixed. Now the exact same voice was begging him, saying it would hurt. Lin Jin suddenly smiled. The laugh was short. Qin Zhaomian heard it, and asked softly, what's so funny? Remembering my dad scolding me. What did he say? Broken things always hurt when they're being fixed. Qin Zhaomian was silent for a second. Then fix it. Outside the jury, the isolation box still hung from the towing cable. The crack was longer than before. Inside, a red light pulsed, as if something was scratching the box walls with its nails. Hua Chenzhou sat on the floor, his severed leg wrapped clumsily. His forehead was drenched in sweat from the pain, yet he reached out and grabbed Lin Jin's pant leg. The sound chamber can only hold one person. Lin Jin looked at him. You didn't say that earlier. Just remembered. Qin Zhaomian sneered. Your memory is very convenient. Hua Chenzhou didn't retort, staring at the small door. The sound chamber of the Guichao isn't an ordinary cabin. The more people go and the more chaotic the sound becomes. To cut out Lin Yinshan's voice, one more person means one more interference line. Zhou Tingyun shouted from the cockpit in a low voice, the white tower outside has gone quiet, and Gu Hanzhou's ship has also turned off its lights. Qin Zhaomian asked, dead? Doesn't look like it, Zhou Tingyun said. Looks like they're waiting. Lin Jin understood. Gu Hanzhou also knew the rules. The ship graveyard doesn't turn on lights. Whoever moves first gets dismantled first. Lin Jin unbuckled his seatbelt and placed the pulse gun back on the table. This thing was useless in the sound chamber. He then removed the tools from his waist one by one, leaving only the most ordinary manual cutting knife. The handle was polished, shiny, an old item from Qin Zhaomian's toolbox. Qin Zhaomian looked at the knife and frowned. It's blunt. Can it cut? It can cut wires, but not bones. That's enough. Qin Zhaomian pulled a roll of insulation tape from her bag and wrapped it around Lin Jin's wrist. She wrapped it tightly. Lin Jin's fingers flinched from the pain. Qin Zhaomian didn't look up. If it hurts, bear it. You didn't talk like this before. I didn't know you before. She tied a knot and added in a low voice. Don't cut yourself off either. Lin Jin glanced at her. I'll try. Qin Zhaomian didn't like that answer, her face darkening. But she said nothing more. Lin Jin walked toward the hatch. Outside there were no lights. Only the old recorder at the entrance of the Guichao sound chamber, still slowly turning. The tape emitted a faint rustling sound, like someone grinding their teeth in the dark. Lin Jin lifted the isolation box off the towing hook. The box was very hot. So hot that even through the gloves he could feel his skin tightening. The voice inside immediately softened. Lin Jin, you were afraid of the dark as a child. Do you remember the night the power went out, you hid in the closet and cried? Lin Jin held the box without stopping. When my dad came looking for me, he first kicked the wrong neighbor's door. The voice in the box paused for a moment. Lin Jin continued. And he had to pay them half a month's food money as compensation. The isolation box fell silent. The sound chamber door opened a crack by itself. Inside was very narrow. No lights, no machines. Just rows of hanging old tapes. Black, silver, gray. Thin as hair, densely hanging from ceiling to floor. When Lin Jin entered, the tapes brushed against his visor, making a soft sound. In every strip of tape someone was speaking. There were cries. There were curses. There were pleas for help. There was laughter. And countless lines of, please return to formation. The door closed behind him. The sound of the jury was gone. Qin Zhaomian, Zhou Tingyun, Hua Chenzhou, Lin Wan. All of them were gone. Lin Jin stood in the center of the sound chamber. The isolation box snapped open with a pop. A black cylinder floated up. No wires. No screen. It just hovered among those tapes like a black heart. Then Lin Jin walked out. Not a projection, nor an illusion. He stood a few steps away in a gray maintenance suit, sleeves rolled up, an old scar on his left index finger. He looked at Lin Jin, his eyes weary. Son. Lin Jin didn't respond. Lin Jin smiled bitterly. I know you don't believe me. He took a small copper screw from his pocket. When you were 7, you stole this from my toolbox, saying you wanted to make a star for Wan Wan. Then you cut your hand and cried louder than she did. Lin Jin's eyes flickered. He had never told anyone about this. Even Lin Wan didn't remember. Lin Jin held the copper screw in his palm. I am real. The tapes in the sound chamber swayed gently, as if someone was holding their breath. Lin Jin looked at him. Then tell me, what was my mother's name? Lin Jin paused. Then he smiled. Testing me. Lin Jin tightened his grip on the cutting knife. Lin Jin said softly, Su Qinghe. Correct. That was the name. Lin Jin's fingers stiffened little by little. Lin Jin took a step forward. I am not it. It's at the bottom of the black box, and I'm crushed underneath. If you cut now, I'll scatter. Lin Jin, give me a little time. He spoke slowly, very much like a father trying to persuade his stubborn son. Dad can get out on his own. Lin Jin didn't move. He suddenly asked, where were you on the day Wan Wan was born? Lin Jin answered quickly. 3rd hospital in the lower city. Wrong. Lin Jin's expression froze. Lin Jin's voice was very soft. That day you were repairing a ship on the orbital track. My mother had a difficult labor. It was Aunt Chin next door who took her to the hospital. When you came back, you knelt in the hallway all night. Lin Jin had never told anyone about this either, but he remembered. He remembered Lin Jin kneeling in the hallway, still radiating the cold of his spacesuit. He remembered his mother keeping the door closed, refusing to let him in. He remembered Lin Jin knocking on the door, whispering apologies. The Lin Jin in front of him slowly lowered his head. After a moment he sighed. You remember so clearly. The voice changed. It was still Lin Jin's throat, but there was something else inside. Like damp rust. You humans are such a nuisance. The tapes around suddenly snapped taut. Countless voices sounded at once. Roll call begins. Roll call begins. Missing Lin Jin. Not returned Lin Jin. Lin Jin finally saw. Behind that Lin Jin, there were 2 lines. One was thick dark red, like a blood-engorged vein. The other was thin gray-white, tangled inside, almost broken. From that thin line came the voice of the real Lin Jin. Very distant. Very hoarse. Cut the red one. Don't mind if I scream. Lin Jin's throat tightened. The thing in front of him immediately laughed. You heard that? It lifted Lin Jin's face. Then you should also hear that he's almost gone. If you cut, he'll really be gone. The red line began to constrict. The gray-white thin line was squeezed, making a cracking sound. Lin Jin stepped forward. The thing also stepped forward. It leaned close to Lin Jin, reached out, and pressed its fingertip against his chest. Haven't you been looking for him all along? I can let him talk to you. Every day. Call you son, ask how Wan Wan is, tell you not to be stubborn. As many years as you want. Lin Jin's hand was trembling. The cutting knife's blade was very blunt. He suddenly hated Qin Xiaomian. Why didn't she give him a sharper one? Yet he was also glad it was blunt. A blunt knife makes you think clearly when cutting. He raised his hand. The red line suddenly wrapped around his wrist. Pain. Like a red-hot wire drilling into his flesh. Lin Jin's voice sounded. Lin Jin, it hurts. Lin Jin clenched his teeth. With his other hand, he pressed the back of the knife and slowly forced the blade into the red line. The thing finally changed expression. You're really cutting. Lin Jin said softly. My father once said, broken things always hurt when they're being fixed. The cutting knife pressed down. The red line didn't break immediately. It was very tough. It even struggled. Countless voices rushed at him from all directions. Lin Wan was crying. Qin Xiaomian was shouting. Zhou Tingyun was cursing. Hua Chenzhou said, don't open the door. Gu Hanzhou said, hand it over. The blind woman said, return to formation. All the voices mixed into a dirty soup, pouring into Lin Jin's mind. He only stared at that gray-white thin line. Inside, the real Lin Jin no longer begged. He only said one thing. Come back alive. Lin Jin suddenly exerted force. The blunt knife cut through the red line. All the tapes in the sound chamber snapped at once. Snap, 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 snap. Like a black rain. The thing screamed. Not 3,200 people. Not Lin Jin. It was a strange, empty voice. Missing person escaped. Record damaged. Return voyage failed. The moment the red line broke, the gray-white thin line drifted into Lin Jin's palm. Very light. Like a wisp of smoke from the burning. From it came Lin Jin's last voice. Son, don't come to the Stargate looking for me. I'm not there. Lin Jin was stunned. The next second, the floor of the sound chamber cracked open. The black cylinder fell heavily, a crack splitting its surface. From outside came Qin Xiaomian's voice. Very distant, but real. Lin Jin. The sound chamber door was smashed open from outside. Qin Xiaomian rushed in, seeing the broken tapes all over the floor and Lin Jin kneeling in the middle. He was clutching that gray-white thin line in his hand. His wrist was covered in blood. Qin Zhaomian ran to support him. Did you cut it out? Lin Jin looked up. His face was terrifyingly pale. And that thing, Lin Jin looked at the black cylinder on the floor. From the crack in the cylinder, a faint dark red light still remained. No sound, but the light was moving, like an eye that had been cut. Lin Jin said hoarsely, not dead, just lost a face. The black cylinder lay cracked on the floor. The dark red light was very thin, like an eyelid slit open by a knife. It had stopped speaking, but Lin Jin knew it was still watching. Qin Zhaomian crouched beside him, first checking his wrist. Blood had soaked through the insulating cloth, dark and blackish. She reached out to touch it. Lin Jin flinched. Don't move. Qin Zhaomian's voice was low, more terrifying than when she scolded. Lin Jin had no choice but to stay still. She unwrapped the cloth, and when she saw the wound, her expression darkened. It was not an ordinary cut. A thin red ring coiled around his wrist, as if something had once bored into his flesh and been yanked out. Qin Zhaomian didn't scold. She simply took a hemostatic patch from her toolkit and wrapped it around and around. Finally, she said, next time you decide to cut a ghost with a blunt knife, tell me in advance. Lin Jin caught his breath. You gave me the knife? I gave you a cutting knife not for you to cut your own life. Lin Jin wanted to laugh, but couldn't. In his palm lay the thin gray-white thread. It was very light. So light it didn't feel like a thing. But every time it trembled, Lin Jin could hear a faint sound, far away, like someone calling him through the wind. Not saying son, not coaxing, just one phrase. Come back alive. Qin Zhaomian saw the thread and was silent for a moment. Is this your father? Maybe. Lin Jin stared at it. I can't be sure right now. Qin Zhaomian glanced at him and asked no more. She pulled an empty spool from her pocket. It was the kind she usually used to store fine wires, finger-sized with a chipped edge. Put it on. Lin Jin frowned. Will it work? Better than your palm. The way you are now, you can't even protect yourself. Lin Jin placed the gray-white thread onto the spool. The moment it touched the spool, it coiled itself once. Very slowly, like someone exhausted finally finding a place to sit. Qin Zhaomian put the spool into a small lead box with no electronic ports, then sealed it with tape. After sealing it, she bit off the tape with her teeth and murmured, your father won't be blown away for now. Lin Jin looked at the small box. Thanks. Qin Zhaomian shoved the box into his arms. Less thanks, more living. A dull thud came from outside the sound chamber. Zhou Tingyun's voice was very low. Are you done? Guests are here. Lin Jin stood up, leaning against the wall. Who? Who else? The ones in white. Zhou Tingyun paused, then added, and Gu Hanzhou. He didn't turn on the lights, walking very quietly like he came for a funeral. Qin Zhaomian looked at the black cylinder on the floor. What about this? The cylinder was cracked. The dark red light still moved inside. Now that it no longer spoke with Lin Yinshan's voice, it was even more dangerous. A thing whose face had been cut off would look for the next one. Lin Jin bent down and wrapped the cylinder in isolation cloth. The moment he touched it, the cylinder vibrated. A strange boy's voice came from inside. Brother. Lin Jin's hand froze. Qin Zhaomian also stopped. That voice was not Lin Yinshan. Not Lin Wan. Not anyone they knew. Outside the sound chamber door, Gu Hanzhou, who had been standing steadily, suddenly halted. In the darkness, his breathing faltered for a beat. The boy in the cylinder called again. Brother Hanzhou. Gu Hanzhou did not respond. Zhou Tingyun whispered over the comm. What's going on? Who's it calling? Lin Jin looked toward the door. Gu Hanzhou stood 3 paces outside the sound chamber. He didn't wear the white tower's blinding searchlight, only the lowest infrared assist. The dim dark red light fell on his face finally, making him look less like a blade from the upper district and more like a person. A person with a terrible complexion. The cylinder continued. Didn't you say you would take me home? Gu Hanzhou's fingers slowly tightened. The white tower guard behind him said in a low voice, Supervisor, that's contamination mimicry. Gu Hanzhou said nothing. Lin Jin picked up the cylinder. The boy's voice gave a soft laugh. Brother Hanzhou, I'm so cold. Gu Hanzhou raised his gun. Not at Lin Jin. At the black cylinder. Qin Zhaomian's face changed. He's going to blow it up. Lin Jin immediately swung the cylinder behind him. Gu Hanzhou's muzzle followed. The two stared at each other across a floor of broken tapes. Lin Jin suddenly understood something. Gu Hanzhou wasn't without a soft spot. He just buried it deeper than anyone. And the black box had dug it out. Who was that? Lin Jin asked. Gu Hanzhou didn't answer. The cylinder answered for him. Gu Hanzhou. First missing person of the return voyage incident. Age 13. My brother promised to take me home. Gu Hanzhou finally spoke. Shut up. The boy laughed. You can tell I'm fake. Gu Hanzhou's gun was steady. You were always fake. Then why don't you dare shoot? The sound chamber was eerily silent. Zhou Tingyun said nothing. Huoqinzhou said nothing either. Only from deep within the ship graveyard came the metallic sound of a white tower pursuit ship being torn apart. Creak, creak, like someone slowly chewing bones. Gu Hanzhou suddenly looked up at Lin Jin. You cut off Lin Yinshan's voice. Lin Jin didn't deny it. Gu Hanzhou asked, what's left? A ghost. Hand it over. Lin Jin smiled. You almost got pinned at the door by a single word from it. Gu Hanzhou's expression didn't change. So even more reason to hand it over. To White Tower for slicing. Sealed storage. You believe that? Gu Hanzhou was silent for half a second. That half second was very short. But at a time like this it was long enough. Lin Jin looked at him and suddenly said, "You don't believe it either." Gu Hanzhou's gaze turned cold. "Lin Jin, you've rescued your sister and retrieved your father's residual records. You've already gotten what you wanted. How do you know what I want? You want to go back alive." Gu Hanzhou said. "With that thing you won't make it back." From the cylinder the boy's voice rang out again. "Brother, don't let him go." This time Gu Hanzhou wasn't dragged in. He fired directly. Bang. The bullet hit the floor at Lin Jin's feet. Not a miss. A warning. Almost simultaneously Qin Xiaomian threw an electromagnetic spike. The spike didn't hit Gu Hanzhou. It struck a string of broken tapes on the ceiling. The tapes were yanked up by electromagnetic force like a mass of black hair instantly plastering against the white tower guard's visor. Zhou Tingyan shouted from outside, "Run." Lin Jin dashed out of the sound chamber, clutching the cylinder. Gu Hanzhou's second shot followed. Qin Xiaomian kicked over an old recorder on the floor. The recorder shattered from the bullet, and the tape inside sprang out, emitting a piercing scream. The entire sound chamber trembled. Hua Qinzhou cursed from outside. "Who told you to smash the recorder? The ship graveyard recognizes that." Qin Xiaomian yelled back while running. "You didn't say that earlier." "I just remembered. You old fool will get us killed eventually." From the depths of the ship graveyard the metallic scraping grew closer. The invisible shipbreakers began crawling toward the sound chamber. The white tower guard unit finally fell into chaos. Someone couldn't help turning on a shoulder lamp. Only for an instant. The next second his exoskeleton backplate was clamped by something invisible and he was dragged whole into the darkness. The scream cut off abruptly. Gu Hanzhou commanded in a low voice, "Lights out. All units retreat." In the darkness Lin Jin's group was also running. No lights. No radar. Only memory to feel their way back to the old day. Zhou Tingyun stood at the hatch, one hand on the frame, the other waving wildly. "This way. This way. Don't bump into me, I only have one hand." Lin Jin rushed over and shoved the cylinder into his arms first. The moment Zhou Tingyun caught it his face changed. "Is it breathing in my hand?" Qin Xiaomian kicked him from behind into the cabin. "Don't ask." Hua Qinzhou was the last to come up. He had lost one mechanical leg and was practically dragged in by Lin Jin. The hatch closed. The old day's main control lit up with the dimmest red light. Everyone was panting heavily. Outside, Gu Hanzhou's pursuit team was also retreating. But he didn't leave immediately. His voice came over the public channel. "Lin Jin, now you know it can change faces. Next time it will change into your sister." Lin Jin stood behind the hatch saying nothing. Gu Hanzhou continued. "When that time comes, can you still cut?" The channel cut off. No one spoke in the cabin. From the direction of the medical bay Lin Wan's voice sounded softly. "Brother." Lin Jin's heart tightened. He looked up. Lin Wan stood at the doorframe, pale, still wearing Lu Huai's old coat. Lu Huai was fuming behind her. "Who told you to get out of bed?" Lin Wan ignored him. She stared at the black cylinder in Lin Jin's arms. "I heard it." Lin Jin walked over. "What did it say, eh?" Lin Wan's face was very pale, but her eyes were clear. "It didn't call me," she said softly. "It was imitating me." Everyone fell silent. Lin Wan raised her hand, pointing at the cracked cylinder. "It hasn't learned yet. But it will soon." Lin Wan finished speaking, and no one in the derelict vessel stirred. A black cylindrical object lay motionless upon the isolation cloth, its fissure pulsing with crimson light, flickering like a slow, watchful blink. Lin Jing's first instinct was to shield Lin Wan behind him, yet she gently tugged his sleeve. "Brother, don't let it hear your voice." Her whisper was barely audible. The moment the words left her lips, the same phrase echoed from within the black cylinder. Precise, identical. Word for word. Even the faint breathy tremor at the end matched perfectly. Zhou Tingyun's face drained of color. "I'm gonna." Qin Xiaomian whirled around sharply. Silence. Too late. The cylinder instantly mimicked Zhou Tingyun's voice. "I'm gonna." Pitch pause, even that irreverent lilt. 70% flawless. Zhou Tingyun's mouth hung half open, then snapped shut. He raised a hand and mimed zipping his lips. Lu Huai gripped Lin Wan's arm, his beard trembling with fury. He opened his mouth to shout, then choked it back. Instead, he snatched a roll of adhesive tape from the medical kit and slapped it hard across Zhou Tingyun's mouth. Zhou Tingyun's eyes widened in shock. Lu Huai shot him a glare. "You're the one who needs sealing." Qin Xiaomian bent low over her tool pouch, withdrew a white marker, and wrote 2 stark characters on the wall. "Silence." She underlined it heavily, then slashed through it with a bold, defiant X. Lin Jing nodded. No speech. No more mimicry. Lin Wan leaned against the doorframe, fine sweat beading on her forehead. She was spent, her fingertips already pale from standing just moments. Lin Jing reached to steady her. His hand froze midair as the cylinder whispered again, "Brother, I hurt." Lin Wan remained silent. She only gazed at him, and slowly shook her head. "Don't believe it." The cylinder's voice softened further. "Brother, I truly hurt." This time it was even more convincing, so uncanny that even Lu Huai instinctively glanced at Lin Wan. Lin Wan bit her lip until it whitened. She dared not speak, not even to deny it. Then Lin Jing dropped to his knees, picked up a shard of metal, and scraped words onto it with his wounded hand. The letters were crude, smudged with blood at the edges. Does it call you brother? Lin Wan's eyes glistened. She took Qin Xiaomian's marker and wrote beside it, I never call you that. Lin Jing paused, startled. Lin Wan continued, I say Lin Jing. To keep you from worrying. He stared at those words, and something quiet and deep struck his chest. Yes, only in childhood had she called him brother, again and again. Later as her illness worsened she stopped. She called him Lin Jing. Lin Jing, don't go. Lin Jing, I'm fine. Lin Jing, you're lying again. The weaker she grew, the less she indulged in childish dependence. And the cylinder kept replaying her childhood voice, flawlessly. It sounded real, but lacked true pain. Qin Xiaomian stepped forward, tapped Lin Jing's wrist twice, and pressed a small lead-lined box into his palm. She wrote on the wall, place the gray thread here. Lin Jing retrieved the lead box from his coat. The delicate ash-gray filament coiled inside. His father's residual voice was hushed, still as sleep. Quiet as slumber. Lin Jing transferred it into Qin Xiaomian's new container. She wrote again, I'll construct double-layer shielding. His father's thread could not remain near the cylinder. Lin Jing nodded. Then, a deafening boom shattered the silence. The derelict vessel shuddered. Not white spire fire. Something deeper in the ship grave was dragging metal, slow, heavy grinding. Zhou Tingyun stared at the helm. Muffled, helpless, only a muffled whimper escaping his sealed lips. Qin Xiaomian approached the screen. No radar feed, only static snow. She wrote beside the console, the ship grave is dismantling white spire and stripping debris near us. We cannot stay. Hua Qinzhou leaned against the bulkhead, ashen-faced, and extended a hand for the marker. Qin Xiaomian passed it. With his left hand he scrawled, Crooked drunken, do not turn on lights when exiting. Follow the hull plates. He added, turn left at plate 37. Beneath the fourth nameless plate lies a return conduit. Qin Xiaomian arched an eyebrow. She wrote beside it, why remember now? Hua Qinzhou met her gaze, expressionless, and returned the marker. No reply. Zhou Tingyun peeled the tape from his mouth and sucked in a sharp, quiet breath. I won't speak. I'll ask just one thing. All eyes turned to him. He lowered his voice to a breath. Who pilots the ship? Instantly the cylinder echoed. Soft, exact. Who pilots the ship? 90% perfect. Zhou Tingyun paled, then slapped the tape back on himself. Lin Jing shoved the black cylinder back into the isolation case. The fissure continued widening. Qin Xiaomian pressed her palm flat atop the lid, but did not lock it. Lin Jing watched her. On the lid, she wrote, locking it will trigger detonation. Then she added, it must vent. Lin Jing understood. This thing burned like a red-hot pot, neither to be lifted nor crushed. Qin Xiaomian dragged over a decommissioned oxygen tank, removed its valve, and connected the isolation case to the empty cylinder. She wrapped the tank in 3 layers of lead foil, then secured it with iron chains to the Chisong's external cargo hook. From afar it resembled a rusted gas canister trailing behind the derelict vessel. Zhou Tingyun stared, his expression raw with anguish. He wrote, if it detonates, will it take out my Chisong first? Qin Xiaomian wrote back, yes. Zhou Tingyun closed his eyes, as if mourning a lost ship. The derelict vessel reignited. No external lights, no active radar. Only minimal thrust, gliding silent along the ship grave's absolute dark. Inside the cabin no one spoke. Only the soft hollow chime of hull plates tapping outside. Clank, clank, clank. Each chime rang like the vessel squeezing past rows of dead teeth. Lin Jing stood behind the cockpit watching Zhou Tingyun pilot. Zhou Tingyun was normally talkative, yet mute. He felt strangely unfamiliar. His hands were steady. The control stick whitened beneath his grip, but never wavered. Suddenly, a grating scrape along the port side. Something had attached itself. Qin Xiaomian turned instantly to the external monitor. The feed was black. Only sound remained, growing louder, sharper. Then, a hull plate slid past the viewport. For a fleeting second, characters flashed across the glass. Gu Hanch, not a ship name. A person's name. Lin Jing's pupils contracted. Outside, Gu Hanzhou's transmission pierced through. Not via white spire frequency, but direct hardline. He spoke no word. Only sent one line, don't let it learn Lin Wan. Lin Jing stared at the message. After several seconds he replied, is your brother inside? Gu Hanzhou did not answer immediately. The derelict vessel glided onward. From the darkness behind them came the muffled heavy groan of White Spire's pursuit vessel being torn apart. Deep, close, inevitable. 13 years old. First return accident. White Spire sealed his voice inside Gui Chao's acoustic chamber. 1 second later, I didn't come here for White Spire. Lin Jing stared at the screen, his fingers tightening. Gu Hanzhou hadn't come to seize cargo. At least, not entirely. Then from the cylinder came a boy's voice. Brother, don't abandon me. Immediately followed by Lin Wan's voice. Brother, don't abandon me. Layered, overlapping. Lin Jing's chest sank. It was blending voices, merging Gu Hanch and Lin Wan into one. Lin Wan braced herself against the medbay door, her face terrifyingly pale. She seized the marker and wrote on her own palm, then held it up for Lin Jing to see. Let me curse it. Lu Huai slammed his hand over hers, eyes bulging. He scribbled furiously, you just activated your alveoli. Cursing consumes breath. Lin Wan met his gaze, and wrote again it learns by listening. So teach it wrong. Lin Jin grasped her meaning instantly. If it learns solely by hearing, then feed it falsehoods. Let it mimic a Lin Wan who wasn't Lin Wan. Let it learn chaos. Let it learn filth. Let it learn lies. Lu Huai moved to stop her, but Lin Wan lifted one corner of her oxygen mask. Her voice was soft, but clear. Hey! Everyone froze. The cylinder fell utterly silent. Lin Wan leaned against the doorframe, pale as parchment, yet her eyes blazed with fierce, chilling light. She looked directly at the isolation case, and enunciated each word. You're imitating me. The cylinder repeated precise, you're imitating me. Lin Wan smiled, a faint cold curve. Then listen carefully. My brother owes me 372 meals, 21 new pairs of shoes, 16 birthday gifts. Every time he says, I'm not hurt, he's lying. When he's nervous, he touches his left sleeve. As a child, he wet the bed, then shoved the soaked blanket at me and claimed I did it. Lin Jing stood rigid. Zhou Tingyun whipped his head around, eyes gleaming as if he'd unearthed treasure. Qin Zhaomian's lips twitched, but she held her composure. Lu Huai lunged to reseal her mask, but Lin Wan continued, if you're going to imitate me, stop calling him brother. I'm not that obedient. When I'm angry, I call him Lin Jing. She drew a shallow breath, her chest flinching with pain, yet her gaze never left the cylinder. Lin Jing. Did you hear that? Lin Jing's throat tightened. I heard. The cylinder paused, one beat, then echoed in Lin Wan's voice, Lin Jing. Did you hear that? The tone was off, flat rehearsed like reciting lines. Lin Wan resettled her mask, and gave a quiet, icy laugh. Terrible imitation. The moment she spoke, the cylinder's crimson light erupted, flickering wildly enraged. Outside, a new piercing metallic shriek tore from the shipgrave's depths. Gu Hanzhou's text flashed anew, it's agitated. Qin Zhaomian looked ahead, the abyss yielding at last a narrow ashen exit. Hua Qinzhou's return conduit. Zhou Tingyun said nothing, only dipped the vessel low. The derelict vessel slipped through, dragging the Qisong and the isolation cylinder into the conduit. 1 second before full passage, the cylinder emitted a voice unlike any before. Not Lin Wan's. Not Gu Hanzhou's. Not Lin Yanshan's. Hoarse hollow, as if forced from a mouth without a tongue. I remember you. Lin Wan. Lin Jing whirled around. Lin Wan leaned against the doorframe, pale, unflinching. She looked only at the isolation cylinder, and whispered back, then remember this too. I won't rejoin the fleet. After the old days entered the reflux channel, the groaning of the ship graveyard outside receded abruptly, not vanished, but muffled behind a thick iron wall. It was as if someone had locked an entire room full of teeth inside a cabinet, and they were still grinding slowly. Zhou Tingyun dared not speak. His mouth remained sealed with medical tape, his eyes wide and unblinking fixed upon the narrow gray passage ahead. The reflux channel was ancient, so old that patches of wall plaster peeled away and flakes revealing beneath them the weathered steel stamps of Yuegang Port, scrap vessel recycling line. No living vessels permitted, no personnel on board, no return course. 3 prohibitions stark and absolute. The old days had violated every one. Beneath its hull the Red Falcon shuddered faintly. The isolation cylinder trailing behind swayed in resonance. Inside it the black cylinder fell silent. Too silent. Lin Jin would have preferred it to curse. Lin Wan stood at the threshold of the medical bay, fingers still gripping the edge of her oxygen mask. After uttering those words, I will not rejoin the unit, she spoke no more. Lu Huai's face darkened like scorched iron as he lifted her bodily into the infirmary bed, lifted not guided. As he carried her he raged, but his arms held steady, unwavering. Do you truly believe new lung tissue is handed out free? You've barely drawn breath, and already you're quarreling with ghosts. Is recklessness your family's ancestral inheritance? Lin Wan settled onto the mattress and exhaled a soft, dry cough. Lin Jin turned instantly. Lu Huai glared. What are you staring at? Pilot your ship. She won't die, not yet. Through her mask Lin Wan met his gaze, and her eyes curved just slightly. As if to say, did you hear that? Not yet. Lin Jin did not smile. He only nodded once, then returned to the main control console. Qin Zhaomian was monitoring the pressure gauge on the isolation cylinder. Her hands bore oil and blood alike, black grime packed deep beneath her nails. Pressure is rising. Lin Jin asked, how long can it hold? Qin Zhaomian did not look up. I don't know. She rarely admitted ignorance. When she did, it was absolute. Zhou Tingyun peeled back one corner of the tape, sealing his mouth, and whispered, may I speak now? The cylinder did not mimic him. Zhou Tingyun exhaled in relief, and tore the tape away entirely. From the medical bay Lu Huai bellowed, you'd better say something useful. Zhou Tingyun cleared his throat. There's a door ahead. Every eye turned to the screen. At the end of the reflux channel indeed stood a door, low, narrow, and profoundly thick. Hanging from it was an antique tally plaque, brass tarnish studded with small perforated holes, each beside a single engraved character: vessel, person, corpse, cargo name. Zhou Tingyun squinted, head throbbing. Must we report something again? Could we just recite a menu? Hua Chinzhou leaned back in his seat, his severed leg resting across a metal crate. He'd lost considerable blood, his complexion was ashen, yet at Zhou Tingyun's remark, he let out a cold, brittle laugh. All who exit the reflux channel must be tallied. Tallied for what? 1 living vessel. Number of living persons aboard. Number of corpses. Quantity of cargo. And vessel name. Zhou Tingyun slapped his thigh. Simple. Qin Zhaomian raised her eyes. Simple. 1 vessel, old days. Living persons. He began counting on his fingers. Lin Jin, me, engineer Qin Xiao, 1, Dr. Lu, Uncle Hua. 6 total. Corpses, none. Cargo. His voice faltered as his gaze drifted toward the isolation cylinder outside. He fell silent. Did that count as cargo? As corpse? As person? The tally plaque flickered to life. A hoarse, antiquated voice crackled from a copper horn. Those exiting the graveyard, declare your count. Zhou Tingyun instinctively looked to Lin Jin. Lin Jin pressed the comm. Vessel, old days, 1. Living persons, 6. Cargo, 1. Vessel name, old days. The plaque paused. 2 seconds of silence. Then flared crimson. Incorrect person count. Lin Jin's chest tightened. Zhou Tingyun muttered under his breath. What's wrong? The horn repeated flat and insistent. Those exiting the graveyard, declare again. Qin Zhaomian's expression hardened. It's counting that thing outside. Hua Chinzhou said not necessarily. His gaze shifted toward the medical bay. Lin Wan lay motionless on the bed, watching them quietly through the observation glass. She had heard. So had Lu Huai. The old man's face shifted. He bent low, studying Lin Wan's biometric monitor, where a new waveform had appeared. Fine. Nestled beneath Lin Wan's own heartbeat trace. Pulsing. Once, twice. Like an extra breath drawn from nowhere. Lu Huai swore vicious and raw. She's broadcasting a secondary signal. Lin Jin spun toward the medical bay. Qin Zhaomian moved faster, snatching her toolkit and sprinting inside. Lin Wan did not stir. As though she'd anticipated it all, she pointed silently to her own chest. It memorized me. Her voice, muffled by the mask, sounded hollow. I heard it counting. Lu Huai suppressed his fury. Are you proud? Lin Wan blinked once. No. Lu Huai had no retort left. Qin Zhaomian connected diagnostic leads to Lin Wan's pulmonary regeneration core. On screen, the slender waveform sharpened. Distinct, deliberate. Not vital signs. More like sound. A resonance embedded within the alveolar regrowth matrix. It was learning Lin Wan's respiration. Lin Jin stood rigid beside the bed, his face carved from ice. Can it be excised? Qin Zhaomian glanced at the gash on his wrist. Do you think severing sound is like trimming fingernails? Can it be done? Qin Zhaomian paused half a second. We can deceive it. How? She took the marker Lin Wan had used moments earlier and drew a small cross on her own forearm. Give it a false breath. Lu Huai grasped it instantly. Use the spare lung capsule. Yes. Qin Zhaomian nodded. Divert the echo into the empty lung capsule. Let the tally gate register the extra breath as cargo, not person. From the cockpit, Zhou Tingyun shouted, hurry. We've got Gu Hanzhou emerging behind us. On screen, the shattered pursuit vessel of Baida emerged slowly from the ship graveyard's maw. Half its hull was gone, gnawed clean away. Gu Hanzhou's ship lived. It did not illuminate. It simply followed, silent, pale, skeletal, as if drifting bone-white through the void. The reflux channel door remained sealed. The old days was trapped before it. Qin Zhaomian and Lu Huai began prepping the lung capsule. Lin Wan required temporary disconnection from one auxiliary line. 30 seconds, no more. Lu Huai stared hard at Lin Jin. She'll stop breathing. Lin Wan reached out. Her fingers closed around Lin Jin's sleeve. This time no writing. No brother. Only her gaze holding his. Lin Jin murmured, I'll count to 3. Lin Wan nodded. 1. Qin Zhaomian attached the empty lung capsule. 2. Lu Huai disconnected the auxiliary line. Lin Wan's chest seized, abrupt, violent. 3. Qin Zhaomian initiated flow diversion. The capsule inflated, empty of air, yet exhaling a whisper-soft breath as though something unseen had slipped inside and drawn breath from nothing. The tally plaque flashed. Living persons 6, cargo 2, vessel 1, corpses 0. Zhou Tingyun yelled from ahead. It accepted the count. At the channel's terminus, the heavy door began ascending. Lin Wan's face was ghost pale. Lu Huai slammed the line back in place, his voice shredded raw from shouting. If anyone ever puts her at risk again, I'll break their legs first. Hua Chinzhou glanced down at his own severed limb. Mine's exempt, I trust. No one answered. The old days eased forward, out of the reflux channel, into the derelict recycling furnaces of Yuegong's lunar far side. Rows of rusted kills stood frozen in darkness, mouths agape toward the stars, black coffins with eyes wide open. Beyond them stretched the starfield, clean, blinding. The moment the old days cleared the threshold, the massive door slammed shut behind it, sealing the ship, graveyard, the acoustics chamber, and all things that learned human speech. Inside. For now, Gu Hanzhou's vessel emerged from the opposite reflux conduit. It did not fire. Over the public channel, Gu Hanzhou transmitted a single line. Your sister has been marked. Lin Jin stared at the words, and replied, so is your brother. Silence stretched long and taut. In the old days cockpit no one spoke. 10 seconds passed before Gu Hanzhou sent a second line. I am proceeding to Baida's lunar port branch to retrieve the original logs of the first homecoming incident. Lin Jin studied the screen. That sentence held no threat, only the weight of barter. He replied, I am heading for Greygate Dock. Gu Hanzhou responded instantly, don't die. Zhou Tingyun leaned and whistled low. Is that concern from Director Gu? Xin Zhaomian cut in, I see, say one more word, and I'll tally you as cargo. Zhou Tingyun sat bolt upright. The old days pivoted, steering toward Greygate Dock's hidden approach corridor. In the medical bay Lin once slept. Her face was pallid, but her breath had steadied. Beside her the empty lung capsule rested inside a lead-lined case. Occasionally it pulsed, gently rhythmically, as though still holding a breath that did not belong to her. Lin Jin stood by her bedside for a long while. Lu Huai kicked a folding chair toward his legs. Sit. Lin Jin sat. Lu Huai slid his hands into the pockets of his white coat and said, voice low and grave, she saved you. All of you. Once. I know. Then remember it. Don't treat her as merely a patient to protect. She'll resent it. Nor treat her as if she bears no illness. She will die. The words were harsh, but true. Lin Jin nodded. Lu Huai turned and left. Only brother and sister remained in the quiet bay. Lin Wan stirred in sleep, her brow furrowing faintly. She did not wake, just murmured dream-soft, Lin Jin. He clasped her hand at once. Yes. Lin Wan kept her eyes closed. I will not rejoin the unit. Lin Jin watched her, long still, then answered, voice barely a breath, yes. No one rejoins the unit. When the old day returned to the Greygate Dock, the dock's main lights were off. Only a few repair lamps hung on the racks, casting a dim yellow glow. Someone was repairing a gun turret in the distance. The welding sparks flickered like tiny insects gnawing at iron in the dark. Zhou Tingyun slowly docked the ship into the berth, his hand still on the control stick, when he heard someone shouting outside, Uncle Hoi, you're still alive. Hua Chinzhou sat behind the co-pilot seat, his half-leg dangling over a crate, his voice weak. Disappointed, the man outside immediately fell silent. Xin Zhaomian glanced at the ship's data, his face even darker than before. Port outer hull cracked, right mechanical arm overheating, cargo bay 2 losing pressure, the Red Falcon's hull deformed, and the isolation canister pressure is still rising. Zhou Tingyun muttered, to sum it up, it didn't explode. Xin Zhaomian looked at him. If you're any more optimistic, it'll blow up in your face. Lin Jin said nothing. He looked toward the medical cabin. Lin Wan was asleep. The lead box containing the false chi was fixed beside the bed with 3 layers of isolation tape on its surface, but it still moved. Every few minutes it gave a gentle bulge, as if there was an invisible lung inside, breathing in rhythm with Lin Wan. Lu Huai sat guarding beside it, his eyelids drooping, but not asleep. As Lin Jin reached the door, the old man opened his eyes. Don't come in and disturb her. I won't. Just you being alive is disturbing enough. Lin Jin stopped. Lu Huai pointed at the lead box. This thing can't stay near the patient. Lin Jin asked, can it be moved? Yes, but if it's moved too far it'll call. Call what? Lu Huai's face was sour. Your sister's name. Lin Jin's heart sank. As if to prove Lu Huai wasn't lying, the lead box gave a slight tremor. A faint breath came from inside the box. Wan. Just one word. Lu Huai slapped the box. Shut up. The lead box fell silent. Lin Jin looked at the old man. Lu Huai withdrew his hand and cursed, it does listen to a beating. Lin Jin almost smiled. He didn't. An argument broke out outside. The Greygate Dock workers gathered around the old day. Someone pointed at the isolation canister hanging on the external cargo hook and shouted, Uncle Hua, that thing can't come into the dock. That ghost cargo from the ship graveyard. Whoever brought it back, drag it away yourself. All the inner ring ship plates just went off. How many more people do you want to kill? Hua Chinzhou heard them, braced himself to stand, but the pain from his broken leg joint made him sit back down. Help me down. Xin Zhaomian said coldly. If you go down now, they'll carry you back up. I still have to go. Hua Chinzhou gritted his teeth. Greygate, I brought them in. I'll take the blame. Lin Jin walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. I'll go. Hua Chinzhou looked at him. If you go, they'll curse worse. I've heard worse. Lin Jin grabbed his jacket and walked down the gangway. The dock was cold and damp. There was no wind in the lunar underground, but Greygate always had a chill that seeped through the old steel seams. As Lin Jin stepped onto the ground, a dozen pairs of eyes turned to him. Some held guns. Some held welding torches. A young repairman gripped a wrench, his hand covered in burns. He was probably no more than 18 or 19, and his eyes held fear and anger. You're Lin Yinshan's son. Lin Jin nodded. The young man spat on the ground. Your father got 11 people killed at Greygate. Now you drag back another ghost thing. Someone beside him whispered Xiao Yang. The young man's eyes reddened. Did I say something wrong? My father was one of those 11. The doc fell silent. Lin Jin looked at him. The face was young, lips pressed white. This hatred wasn't meant to scare. It was buried for years, grown into part of his bones. Lin Jin didn't explain. He didn't say, I didn't know. He said name. The young man was startled. Lin Jin asked again, what's your father's name? Liang Jing. Lin Jin memorized it. I owe that debt. But not now. The young man tightened his grip on the wrench. How will you pay? Lin Jin looked up at the isolation canister hanging outside the old day. I'll seal it. And if you can't, then destroy it. The young man sneered. You willing? Isn't your father's stuff inside? Lin Jin paused half a second. I've already cut it out. Everyone was stunned. Hua Chenzhou, leaning on a makeshift crutch, slowly descended the gangway, his face ashen as a corpse. His voice was low but cut through the noise. Lin Yinshan's residual sound has been cut out. What's left isn't human. The young man looked at Hua Chenzhou. Uncle Hua, do you believe him? Hua Chenzhou twitched his mouth. I don't believe him. He pointed at Lin Jin. I believe his sister. Lin Jin turned around. Through the small window of the medical cabin, Lin Wan had woken up at some point. She hadn't gotten out of bed, only propped herself up on the edge. She still wore an oxygen mask. She was so thin her shoulders narrow, as if they would snap. But she looked at the people in the dock without flinching. The dock grew quieter. No one cursed anymore. They could yell at Lin Jin, curse Hua Chenzhou as an old bastard, but they couldn't bring themselves to shout at a girl who had just wrestled her own name back from a ghost. Just then the string of metal plates deep in the dock clinked. Ding ding dang. Someone turned. Blind Granny was being helped out by two repairmen. The black cloth over her eyes was new with blood seeping through the edges. In her hand was still the old navigation rod. She walked slowly. Each step seemed to tread on an inaudible line. What's all the noise? No one answered. Blind Granny turned toward Lin Jin. Back. Lin Jin said back. Cut it out. Lin Jin took out the small lead box. He didn't open it. Blind Granny listened sideways, then nodded. Like him. Then she turned to the isolation canister outside. Her face darkened. Why is this ghost still breathing? Qin Zhaomian came down from the ship. Can't seal it completely. It'll explode. Who said anything about sealing it? Blind Granny tapped the ground with her navigation rod. Greygate doesn't take ghosts, but the old port has a place. Hua Chenzhou frowned. You want to send it to the recycling furnace? The furnace can't burn it. Blind Granny sneered. It has to go to the silence well. A few people's faces changed. The young repairman Xiao Liang blurted out, that place is sealed. Blind Granny turned to him. Sealed but can't be opened. Your father never taught you how to pick a lock. Xiao Liang's face flushed. He wanted to talk back, but didn't dare. Lin Jin asked, what's the silence well? Blind Granny said, it's where Moonport used to deal with polluted sound sources. Things locked inside can't send out sound, and no sound from outside can get in. Qin Zhaomian immediately said soundproof structure. You techies call it that. Blind Granny said, we old folks call it the mute well. Zhou Tingyuan poked his head out of the hatch. Then what are we waiting for? Send it in. Blind Granny raised her navigation rod and pointed accurately in his direction. You shut up. Zhou Tingyuan silently retreated. Lin Jin looked at Qin Zhaomian. Qin Zhaomian understood. Theoretically it's feasible. Put it in the silence, well at least stop it from learning human voices. That buys us time to deal with the black box. Lu Huai poked his head out of the medical cabin. First deal with the false qi inside her. Everyone looked at Lin Wan. She had lain back down. The lead box beside the bed gave a soft bulge. Something inside had heard its own name. Blind Granny listened, then muttered a very soft curse. It left a little tongue. Lin Jin's face went cold. Can it be pulled out? Blind Granny said yes. Lu Huai immediately asked, will it hurt her? Blind Granny didn't answer. Lu Huai raised his voice. I asked if it will hurt the patient. Blind Granny was silent for a moment. It will hurt. From the medical cabin, Lin Wan spoke for herself. Pull it. Lin Jin looked over. Lin Wan through the glass, her voice was very soft, but steady. I don't want something learning my breathing while I sleep. Lu Huai scolded, don't be tough. Lin Wan looked at him and said softly, Dr. Lu, it's more annoying than you. Someone in the dock couldn't help but laugh. Lu Huai glared angrily. I save your life and you call me annoying. Lin Wan blinked. Saving lives is also annoying. Lu Huai raised his hand to curse, but only managed, little ungrateful thing. The atmosphere loosened a little. Just a little. Blind Granny had Lin Wan move to the cargo hold of the old day. She said they couldn't pull it in the medical cabin. Too many machines there and machines would remember the pain. Lin Jin didn't know if this was superstition, but Qin Zhaomian didn't object. The cargo hold was cleared. An old tarpaulin was spread on the floor. Lin Wan lay on it, clutching a corner of Lin Jin's jacket. Blind Granny placed the lead box containing the false qi above her chest, then had Qin Zhaomian connect 3 pure copper wires. 1 wire connected to the lead box, 1 to the regeneration core, and 1 wrapped around Lin Jin's wrist. Qin Zhaomian frowned at the wire. Why connect him? Blind Granny said, the qi learned from her, but it remembers him. When we pull it out, someone has to scold it away. Lu Huai sneered. You star chart healers have some wild methods. Blind Granny touched her navigation rod. You treat the flesh, I treat the sound. No interference. Lin Wan asked softly, how do I scold it? Blind Granny thought for a moment. Scold it with the words it can't imitate best. Lin Wan looked at Lin Jin. Lin Jin had a bad feeling. Lin Wan closed her eyes, then spoke, Lin Jin. The lead box immediately bulged. From inside the box came her voice, Lin Jin. Lin Wan took a breath. You're lying again. The lead box echoed, you're lying again. The tone was still too flat. The corners of Lin Wan's eyes reddened. Not from fear. From pain. The blue light of the regeneration core flickered wildly, and her chest rose and fell gently, as if someone was pulling a thread inside. Lu Huai pressed her shoulder, his face ashen. Faster. Blind Granny snapped. Continue. Lin Wan gritted her teeth. You said it doesn't hurt. The lead box mimicked. You said it doesn't hurt. Lin Wan's voice suddenly cracked. But I know you hurt. The lead box stalled. It couldn't imitate that. Because it wasn't tone, it was Lin Wan truly knowing. The copper wire on Lin Jin's wrist burned hot. He felt like a thin needle piercing into his bone. Blind Granny roared, pull. Qin Zhaomian yanked the copper wire. From the lead box came a sharp, thin gasp. The false chi was dragged out bit by bit. Lin Wan's whole body tensed in pain, but she didn't scream. She stared at Lin Jin as if forcing herself to remember that he was real, not the thing that imitated her. Finally the lead box collapsed with a thud. The breath was severed. Lin Wan's vision went dark and she fainted. Lu Huai rushed to the monitor. Alive. He said those two words first. Lin Jin stood still, a red ring burned into his wrist from the copper wire. Qin Zhaomian put away the lead box. It was empty. Truly empty. But Lin Jin stared at Lin Wan's pale face, unmoving for a long time. Blind Granny tapped the floor with her navigation rod. Stop looking. She won. Lin Jin slowly unclenched his fist. Suddenly an alarm sounded outside. It wasn't from Grey Gate. It was the public channel of the White Tower. Gu Hanzhou's voice came through. No commands. No threats. Only one sentence. Lin Jin, the original records of the White Tower Moonport branch are empty. The first return voyage accident logs were moved away by someone. Hua Qinzhou's face changed. Lin Jin asked who. On the channel Gu Hanzhou paused for a moment. The Return Voyage Council. They already know you have the real black box. After Gu Hanzhou uttered those words, silence fell instantly across the cargo hold. Homeward Fleet. These three characters did not carry the same weight as the White Spire. The White Spire was an open blade. Its gleam alone warned you it would cut. The Homeward Fleet was more like a needle stitched into the collar of your coat. You never knew when it would prick you, or from where the blood would seep after the sting. Lin Jin turned toward the comm screen. Where are they? A rustling static crackled from Gu Hanzhou's end, like pages being flipped. No tracking records left at the Yuegang branch. Lin Jin scoffed coldly. So you contacted me just to waste my time. Gu Hanzhou paused. When he spoke again, his voice had lowered. The door to the White Spire's archives opens from within. Hua Qinzhou's face went pale. The blind matriarch lifted her head. Though sightless, her gaze seemed fixed upon a corner of the dry dock. Gu Hanzhou continued. Someone from the Homeward Fleet has infiltrated the White Spire. They may already be among you. As those words settled, even the rhythmic clang of hull repairs outside the cargo hold seemed to falter for a breath. Xiao Yang stood at the edge of the crowd, still gripping a wrench, his expression grim. He broke the silence first. What do you mean? Do you suspect Grey Gate? I suspect everyone, Gu Hanzhou replied flatly. Xiao Yang cursed, and turned sharply to Lin Jin. You actually trust this White Spire dog? Lin Jin did not answer. Instead, he looked to the blind matriarch. She remained silent, only slowly raising her hand to trace the worn surface of an old string of ship plaques hanging on the wall. The plaques had hung still before. Now one trembled faintly. Not from wind. There was no wind in the dry dock. The blind matriarch's face darkened. Close the doors. No one moved. She slammed her navigation staff against the floor. Seal Grey Gate. Only then did the crew snap into motion. Grey Gate dockworkers sprinted toward the control console. The massive gate began descending with a grinding groan. Clank, clank, clank. Then it ceased halfway down. A soft knock sounded from outside. 3 taps. Unhurried. Like a familiar visitor dropping by. Xiao Yang's face drained of color. Who's out there? No reply came. A second set of knocks followed. Again 3 times. Lin Jin suddenly caught a scent. Not rust. Not oil. Ash, paper ash. The same acrid hollow smell of funeral bills burned for the dead in the lower district. Zhou Tingyun poked his head out from the cockpit, half-chewed compression biscuit, still clutched between his teeth. Smells like someone's holding a graveside ritual out there. Qin Zhaomian murmured, don't open the door. A man's voice rose from beyond the sealed gate. Gentle. Calm. Is Hua Qinzhou present? Hua Qinzhou's jaw twitched. The blind matriarch turned her head. Do you know him? He shook his head. No. The man outside chuckled softly. Old Hua, you still flinch at settling debts. Hua Qinzhou's hand darted toward his hip. His fingers closed on empty air. His old revolver, depleted of bullets, had been abandoned aboard the Red Kestrel. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. I'll check the surveillance feed. He turned, only for Lin Jin's arm to bar his path. Don't go, Xiao Yang glared. This is Grey Gate, not your old days vessel. Lin Jin held his gaze. What's your father's name? Xiao Yang froze. Why ask that? Liang Jing. Lin Jin supplied the answer himself. In the next breath the man outside murmured. Liang Jing is here too. Xiao Yang stiffened rigid as frozen steel. The voice continued. He said he wished to see his son. The air in the cargo hold thinned, as if vacuum had bled in. Xiao Yang's face bleached white inch by slow inch. His eyes locked onto the half-lowered gate. You're lying. The man sighed. He's missing his left pinky. Drinks only bitter algae wine. Always holds screws between his teeth while repairing ships. His last words were, don't let Hua Qinzhou open the gate. Xiao Yang whirled, staring at Hua Qinzhou. Is that true? Hua Qinzhou's face twisted, as though already dead. He didn't answer immediately. That single pause made Xiao Yang's eyes flood. Is it true? Hua Qinzhou's lips parted. Your father died that way. Xiao Yang's knuckles whitened around the wrench. The man outside softened his tone further. Son, he doesn't blame you. A low broken whimper escaped Xiao Yang's throat. Like a cub trampled beneath a boot. Lin Jin reached for him. Too late. Xiao Yang lunged toward the side door console, shoving aside a technician. I need to hear him speak. The blind matriarch's voice cracked like thunder. Restrain him. Two workers dove forward. Young and powered by his exoskeleton, Xiao Yang drove an elbow into one, sending him sprawling, then kicked the second down hard. Lin Jin pursued him, gripping his shoulder. Xiao Yang spun, eyes blazing crimson. You get to find your father, but I can't find mine. Lin Jin's hand hesitated, just for a heartbeat. Xiao Yang seized the opening, slamming the wrench onto the console. Crack. The side lock disengaged. A narrow maintenance hatch on Gray Gate's left flank sprang open, a sliver of darkness. Paper ash flooded in. And song, soft hushed. Not the nursery rhyme from Well 7. This melody bore the cadence of a funeral dirge. Three figures stood beyond the gap, all clad in faded gray flight suits, faces masked by thin white veils. The masks bore no features. Only a black ring painted across each forehead. Homeward Fleet. When Lin Jin first laid eyes on them, fear was not his first instinct. Annoyance. Their immaculate calm, their quiet absolute certainty, suggested they'd long known every soul would stumble. The leader removed his mask. A man in his early 40s, gentle eyes streaks of silver at his temples. He cradled a paper lantern. Inside, no flame burned. Only a tiny black audio emitter glowed faintly. He glanced at Lin Jin and gave a slight nod. Mr. Lin. Shenmu Xing. Hua Qinzhou spat the name through clenched teeth. The man smiled. Old Hua, it's been decades. Hua Qinzhou snarled. You're still alive. Nearly wasn't. Shenmu Xing glanced down at his chest. Those at Stargate weren't exactly hospitable. He spoke as casually as commenting on oversalted stew. Xiao Yang stared at the paper lantern, voice trembling. Where's my father? Shenmu Xing did not answer directly. He raised the lantern. A coarse, ragged male voice issued forth. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's knees buckled. At that voice, several veteran dockworkers flinched, faces twisting in recognition. One whispered Liang Jing. Xiao Yang took a step forward. Daddy. The voice from the lantern moved slowly, as if dredged up from fathoms deep. Don't blame Uncle Hua. I walked in of my own will. Tears spilled down Xiao Yang's cheeks. Hua Qinzhou reeled, as if struck, staring at the lantern, mute for a long, hollow moment. But Lin Jin watched Shenmu Xing's hand. His thumb rested steadily on the lantern's base. Each time the voice played, that thumb shifted, ever so slightly. Not a ghost. A recording. Or worse, a spliced, curated voice. Lin Jin spoke abruptly. Make him say what your son stole as a child. Shenmu Xing turned to him. Xiao Yang followed his gaze. Lin Jin repeated, make him say it. The lantern fell silent. Shenmu Xing exhaled, soft and weary. Mr. Lin, must you be so cruel? Lin Jin answered, because cruelty isn't yours. You merely hide your blade inside the voices of the dead. Xiao Yang stood frozen. The voice of Liang Jing ceased. Shenmu Xing lowered the lantern, voice still mild. You've already carved out fragments of Lin Yinshan's final utterance. You of all people should understand. A voice isn't false simply because it echoes. Residue can still be truth. Lin Jin stepped forward. You want the black cube? No. Shenmu Xing shook his head. I want you to deliver it, to where it belongs. Stargate. The new route. Hua Qinzhou sneered. You Homeward Fleet types change slogans faster than you change gloves. Shenmu Xing met his stare, coldness finally sharpening in his gaze. Because you defiled the old ones. As he spoke, the two masked figures behind him stirred. One flicked two black discs into the air. They struck the deck, not exploding but releasing thick white smoke laced with paper ash. The other dashed straight for the old day's external cargo hook. Qin Zhaomian reacted first. Thereafter the isolation canister. She fired electromagnetic spikes. One struck the masked figure's shoulder. He staggered, but didn't fall as if pain meant nothing. Zhou Tingyun cursed from the cockpit and activated the mechanical arm. The old day's right arm swung down from above. The masked figure rolled clear, evading the crushing grip, then seized the iron chain encircling the isolation canister. Inside the canister, the black cylinder pulsed, flaring crimson. Lin Wan's voice emerged, urgent and raw. Lin Jin, don't let him take it. Lin Jin didn't blink. False. Yet, in the med bay, the real Lin Wan jolted awake. She gripped the bed rail, face ghost white. Brother. This time, undeniably real. Lin Jin turned. Lin Wan gasped, pointing toward the canister. It's pleased. Just those words. Lin Jin hesitated no longer. He snatched Hua Qinzhou's dropped short blade and charged the cargo hook. Shen Muxing made no move to stop him. He simply tossed the paper lantern to Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang caught it reflexively. Liang Jing's voice echoed once more. Xiao Liang shuddered violently. The maintenance hatch widened. More masked figures streamed in. The blind matriarch raised her navigation staff and brought it down hard, clang. Every repair lamp in Grey Gate dock flashed red. The old woman stood bathed in crimson light, blood still wet beneath her blindfold, yet her voice rang iron hard. Grey Gate takes no ghosts, nor living ones masquerading as such. Her staff thrust forward. Drive them out. At the old woman's command, throw them out. Grey Gate dock sprang to life. Not the people moved first. The dock itself did. Weathered ship plaques on the walls flipped over in unison like a row of ancient teeth. Tracks jutted from the floor, welding torches on maintenance rigs lowered automatically, spitting brief blue flames. Xiao Liang still held the paper lantern. Inside the lantern, Liang Jing's voice cried out. Son, open the door. Son, I'm cold. Xiao Liang's face was as pale as lunar dust. The wrench slipped from his hand and clattered onto the ground. A sharp metallic ring. Lin Jin heard it, but did not turn back. He sprinted toward the external cargo hook of the old days. A white-masked figure had already scaled the mechanical frame, fingers gripping the iron chain, encircling the isolation chamber. Its movements were unnatural, not like a human climbing. More like its joints were suspended by unseen strings, swift light devoid of wasted motion. Qin Zhaomian's second electromagnetic spike struck its back. The white mask merely shuddered, then resumed prying at the lock. Qin Zhaomian cursed. It feels no pain. Zhou Tingyun shouted from the cockpit. Then make it feel some. The old days' right mechanical arm swept sideways with brutal force. The white-masked figure released its grip and flipped backward. The arm grazed the outer shell of the isolation chamber before slamming into the maintenance rig. A thunderous boom echoed. The entire rig tilted half a foot. Qin Zhaomian roared upward. You nearly crushed the chamber. Zhou Tingyun bellowed back. I nearly crushed him. What good is nearly? I'll aim better next time. They bickered, but neither slowed. The mechanical arm retracted and lifted again. Qin Zhaomian leapt onto the rig, her short welding blade flaring as she rushed to seal the chamber's fractured casing. A voice rose from within the chamber. Senior Sister Qin, be careful. Qin Zhaomian froze mid-stroke, her expression darkened. Don't call me that. The voice mimicked her instantly. Don't call me that. Qin Zhaomian drove her blade deep into the chamber's outer layer. Sparks exploded. Mimicry won't help. You don't even like hearing your own voice. Elsewhere, Shen Muxing stood motionless beside the half-open maintenance hatch, white-masked figures slipping past him one after another from behind. They did not shout. They did not charge. They simply advanced, silent, relentless. That silence was more harrowing than any war cry. Grey Gate's crew began retreating, not from cowardice, but from dread. They'd fought White Tower enforcers, black market thugs, mad pirates who hijacked ships. At least those were human. These things bore welder fire, their clothes ablaze, and uttered not a single sound. The old woman stood at the front, tapping her navigation baton thrice against the ground. Strike the ship plaques. Veteran repairmen reacted instantly, grabbing iron hammers and pounding the weathered plaques on the wall. Clang, 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 one after another. The entire dock resounded like a broken temple bell. The sonic wave drowned out Liang Jing's voice from the paper lantern and silenced the mocking echoes inside the isolation chamber. The white-masked figures visibly faltered. The old woman sneered. Things that live by sound fear sand in their rice. Shen Muxing finally raised his gaze. Meng Tingqiao, you're still as hideous as ever. She grinned crooked and sharp. And you're still handsome. She slammed the navigation baton down onto the floor. Handsome, as if freshly varnished in a coffin. Shen Muxing smiled. Your insults have aged too. This old woman still has teeth. She opened her mouth and bit down hard on the copper bell dangling from the baton. Metal shrieked as it cracked. A shrill inhuman cry pierced the dock like a blade. Every white-masked figure froze in place. Two even clutched their throats. Lin Jin seized the moment, lunging onto the rig and slashing his short blade toward the white-masked figure gripping the chain. The blade sank into its wrist. No blood spilled. Only grayish-white powder trickled from the wound. The white mask slowly turned. Beneath it, no eyes. Only a stitched-shut mouth. A chill gripped Lin Jin's heart. Suddenly the mask parted, the sutures snapping one by one. A stranger's woman's voice emerged from within. Lin Jin, I'll borrow your face for a while. He gave it no chance to finish. A kick to the chest sent it flying off the rig. It crashed to the floor, its chest caving inward, yet still tried to rise. Xiao Liang charged forward and brought his wrench down hard upon its face. The mask shattered. Beneath lay a black vocalizer and desiccated vocal cords. Xiao Liang stared, stunned. In his other hand the paper lantern kept calling. Son, don't strike. Son, I am your father. Xiao Liang looked down at the lantern. Tears still glistened on his cheeks. Then he asked softly, did my father hit me with his left hand, or his right? The lantern answered instantly. His right hand. Xiao Liang laughed. A laugh more wretched than tears. Wrong. He pressed the lantern to the floor and crushed it beneath his boot. The voice inside died mid-cry. Xiaoliang bent picked up his wrench and roared toward Shin Muxing. My father never struck me. His shout emptied his lungs and left him trembling raw and exposed. Shin Muxing watched the shattered lantern, his eyes flickering with rare regret. A pity. That was a remarkably intact residual echo. Xiaoliang, eyes burning red, lunged forward, only for Huaqinzhou to seize him. Don't throw yourself away. Xiaoliang struggled, let go. Huaqinzhou braced himself on his good leg. The other severed mid-thigh hung uselessly. He pinned Xiaoliang down, voice low and terrifyingly calm. Your father has already died once. Don't let him watch you die again. Xiaoliang went rigid. That stillness saved him. A white-masked figure lunged from the side, gripping a slender sonic spike. It missed, embedding instead into the wall. The ship plaque on the wall instantly echoed Liang Jing's voice. Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang paled anew. Huaqinzhou swung his fist, crushing the plaque flat. Fake. Xiaoliang gritted his teeth and smashed the white mask's knee with his wrench. This time, he hesitated no longer. Meanwhile, Lin Jin had reinforced the isolation chamber's outer chains. A tiny burn marked Qin Xiaomian's cheek. She wiped her face, her palms smudged with soot. The chamber won't hold long. We must get it to the silence well. The route. The old woman knows. She pointed deep into the dock without turning. Behind the old furnace, 3 gates. The first gate, I'll open it. The second, old Hu will handle. The third requires living blood. Zhou Tingyun leaned out from the cockpit. Whose blood? The old woman didn't glance back. The one who talks most. Zhou Tingyun vanished instantly. I'll pilot the ship. Lu Huai called from the medical bay door, take blood from him. He's healthy. Zhou Tingyun snapped, Dr. Lu, why are you here too? Lin Wan lay on the bed, smiling faintly. A fragile, genuine smile. It was soft, yet undeniably real. Inside the isolation chamber it echoed the laugh, nearly perfect, but missing the subtle ache lingering after breath. Lin Jin heard the difference. Suddenly he feared less that it could mimic Lin Wan's voice. It could copy sound, but not why humans laugh. Shin Muxing raised his hand. The remaining white-masked figures halted. He did not press the assault, only watched Lin Jin. You truly intend to seal it in the silence well? Lin Jin replied, do you mean to stop me? No. Shin Muxing shook his head. I wish to see whether you can. Then, he stepped back. The white-masked figures withdrew with him. Grey Gate's crew did not pursue. No one dared expose their backs to those things. Shin Muxing pulled his mask back on. Lin Jin, the door has already been knocked upon. Even if you bury the bell in the well, the knocking outside will not cease. He glanced toward the medical bay where Lin Wan lay. And your sister? She refused reassignment. The homecomers remember her. Lin Jin's hand tightened on his short blade. Yet Shin Muxing only smiled and turned away. No rush. We shall meet again. Beyond the maintenance hatch, the scent of burnt paper faded. The white-masked figures melted into darkness. Grey Gate's main gate finally descended. Thud. Inside the dock, only ragged breaths remained, the aftershocks trembling through ship plaques, and the isolation chamber's stubborn, unwavering red glow. The old woman spat, a crimson fleck staining the floor. Had enough spectacle. She tapped her navigation baton twice on the ground. Dragged the ghost cargo to the silence well. She pointed at Lin Jin. And you? Stop clinging to dead voices like treasures. Lin Jin said nothing. He glanced back at Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang knelt beside the shattered lantern, still clutching his wrench. Head bowed, shoulders trembling, once, twice. No one approached to comfort him. Huaqinzhou took a step forward, then winced as pain lanced through his stump. He nearly fell. Xiaoliang saw it. He wiped his face, rose, and walked over to steady Huaqinzhou. His movements were stiff, awkward. Huaqinzhou blinked, surprised. Xiaoliang refused to meet his eyes, muttering only, don't misunderstand. You still owe my father a life. Huaqinzhou paused, then said quietly, I remember. Xiaoliang guided him inward. Lin Jin watched, and slowly loosened his grip on the short blade. In that instant, Shin Muxing's voice emanated from the isolation chamber. We shall meet again. Lin Jin strode forward, and slapped the chamber's surface. The voice ceased. Qin Xiaomian watched him. Does that even work? Lin Jin replied, Dr. Lu taught me. From the medical bay, Lu Huai bellowed. I told you to slap lead boxes, not everything you see. After Lin Jin delivered the slap, the isolation vial fell silent for 3 heartbeats. Then Lu Huai's voice emerged from within. I slapped the lead box, not everything. Lu Huai erupted inside the medical pod. Who's mimicking my voice? Zhou Tingyun was about to laugh, until Qin Xiaomian's gaze swept over him. He snapped his mouth shut and fished a strip of adhesive tape from his pocket, pressing it firmly across his lips. 2 crooked characters were scrawled upon it. Voluntary. Lin Jin did not smile. His eyes remained fixed on the isolation vial, suspended by iron chains from the exterior cargo hook of the olden-day vessel. Its black surface bore a hairline fissure. Within that crack, a faint red light pulsed erratically, as though something lurked behind it watching. Shin Muxing had departed. The Return Navigation Association withdrew into the darkness beyond the ash gate. Yet their retreat felt unnervingly effortless, like driving a nail into the gate and walking away waiting only for rust to seal its fate. The blind crone stood at the center of the dock, her eyes veiled in black cloth, blood still tracing her lips. She tapped her navigation staff once against the floor. Drag it to the silence well. No one moved. She struck the floor again. Now. This time the ash gate crew obeyed. 2 maintenance workers wheeled forward an ancient cart, its frame half gone, one wheel missing, a chunk lurching with every turn. Clunk, clunk, like dragging a coffin reluctant to enter the earth. Qin Zhaomian unhooked the isolation vial and placed it inside the cart. The moment the vial touched the cart's base, Xiao Liang's father's voice rose from within. Son, don't push me. Xiao Liang's face drained of color instantly. His wrench remained clenched in his fist, knuckles bleached white. Hua Qinzhou leaned on a makeshift brace, his severed leg crudely bandaged. At the sound his temple twitched. He almost cursed, then swallowed it whole. It's fake. Xiao Liang didn't look at him. His gaze stayed locked on the cart. I know. Yet those 3 words trembled as they left his lips. Then Liang Jing's voice returned from the vial. Xiao Liang, I'm cold. Xiao Liang squeezed his eyes shut. Hua Qinzhou stepped forward and slapped the back of his head, lightly but sharply. Xiao Liang snapped his eyes open, furious. You hit me. Hua Qinzhou's face was ashen, his lips cracked and dry. If your father were alive, he'd strike harder than I ever could. Xiao Liang's eyes reddened. What right do you have even mentioning him? Hua Qinzhou paused. Half a second of silence, then whispered none. And with that he reached out and pushed the cart. His burnt hand brushed the cart's rim, and skin stuck raw and tender. Pain flinched across his eyelid, yet he did not let go. Xiao Liang watched that hand speechless. After a pause he reached out too, and together they pushed. The cart groaned into motion. Clunk, clunk. The isolation vial swayed gently atop it. Liang Jing's voice receded, growing fainter, thinner, until it dissolved into another's, Shin Muxing's. Lin Jin, the door has already been knocked upon. Lin Jin walked beside the cart, glancing down once, then looked away. The vial shifted voices again. Lin Wan's. Brother, I can breathe now. Lin Jin's stride faltered, just once. Qin Zhaomian turned to him instantly. Lin Jin resumed walking. The voice inside continued. Brother, I really can breathe now. Lin Jin suddenly raised his hand and struck the vial again. Thud. The voice cut off. Lu Huai bellowed from the medical pod. Break it again, and you'll pay for it yourself. Zhou Tingyun, lips sealed under tape, couldn't laugh aloud. Only his shoulders shook silently. Qin Zhaomian fixed him with a cold stare. Amusing it. Zhou Tingyun immediately shook his head. The silence well lay behind the old furnace, deep within the Ashgate dockyard, where a row of abandoned recycling furnaces gaped skyward. Their mouths opened black and hollow, like coffins whose eyes refused to close. Ash buried half a ship's ribcage. On one warped propulsion blade, faded characters remained etched. Jehao. Lin Jin paused for a breath at those 2 characters. Guhanqi, or perhaps mere coincidence. But in this place, coincidence was the least believable thing of all. The blind crone led the way, her navigation staff tapping rhythmically against the floor. The first gate hung thick with tongueless bronze bells, silent, unmoving. She pressed her ear to the metal and listened for a long while, then scraped her fingernail twice across its surface. Short, long, short. A matching scrape echoed from within. The gate groaned open. Zhou Tingyun scribbled on his tape. This gate is oddly polite. Qin Zhaomian read it, took the pen, and added beneath, don't speak, and it will be even more polite. Zhou Tingyun quietly pressed the tape tighter across his lips. Before the second gate, Hua Qinzhou halted. It stood low, as if built for the dead to bow before entering. At its center a circular aperture gaped. The blind crone drew a gray bone token from her sleeve and tossed it to Hua Qinzhou. His former name was carved upon it, Hua Qinzhou Track Military Engineering Corps 7th Containment Unit. Xiao Liang saw it too, and his gaze grew colder still. Hua Qinzhou slotted the token into the aperture. A young man's voice issued from within, 7th Containment Unit. Report mission status. He did not answer immediately. His throat worked. His voice, hoarse like iron dragged across stone, sealed the star gate. From within came another question. Was it completed? This time his silence stretched longer. Xiao Liang stared. Lin Jin watched too. Hua Qinzhou finally closed his eyes. Failure. A beat passed in silence. Failure. Denied passage. Hua Qinzhou paled. Xiao Liang lunged forward and slammed his fist into the gate. All eyes turned to him. His voice trembled, but his jaw held firm. The son of Liang Jing settles accounts for his father. No reply came from within. Xiao Liang struck again. The debt remains unpaid. He cannot die outside this gate. Hua Qinzhou's eyes flew open. Xiao Liang refused to meet his gaze. At last the low gate stirred. Click. A narrow slit parted. Hua Qinzhou murmured, your father used to be just as stubborn. Xiao Liang replied icily, don't pretend familiarity. Hua Qinzhou's mouth twisted. No smile emerged. The third gate was no gate at all. It was a vertical shaft set into the wall, utterly dark, pristine in its blackness. Beside it, carved into the stone slab, the silent may enter, the vocal shall remain. The blind crone ran her fingers along the well's rim, and her expression darkened. The well is hungry. Zhou Tingyun glanced at Qin Xiaomian wordlessly asking what does that mean. Qin Xiaomian ignored him. The blind crone pointed to a small recess beside the well. It requires a breath of living air. Lu Huai frowned. Speak plainly. Blood isn't enough, the blind crone said. It must be someone the ghosts haven't fully learned yet. All eyes slowly turned toward Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun pointed at himself. The two characters on his tape remained voluntary. In the next instant he hastily scrawled 3 more beneath them. But reimbursed. Qin Xiaomian took a blade and cleanly sliced his fingertip. Blood dripped into the recess. 1 drop. 2. Just as the 3rd fell, the well bulged outward, as if darkness itself had let out a satisfied belch. Zhou Tingyun inhaled sharply, yet before the sound escaped, Lu Huai clamped a hand over his mouth. The isolation vial, however, had already learned. Zhou Tingyun's voice rang from within the vial. It hurts. His eyes widened in shock. He hadn't spoken, but the vial had spoken for him. The blind crone's voice turned glacial push. The cart rolled forward. The vial began to shudder violently. Voices tangled inside. Liang Jing, Shen Muxing, Lin Wan, Gu Hanqi, until all collapsed into a single hollow throat. I won't go in. Then the cart's wheels jammed. A shard of black furnace slag wedged itself into the rail joint. Xiaoyang dropped to his knees to pry it loose. The slag burned fiercely, yet the moment his fingers made contact, Liang Jing's voice surged from the vial. Son, don't send me in. Xiaoyang's fingers froze. Hua Qinzhou seized the slag. Skin blistered instantly, smoke rising from his palm. He grunted in pain, but wrenched the slag free. If your father were truly here, his first words wouldn't be these. Xiaoyang's eyes burned red. Then what would they be? Hua Qinzhou tossed the slag aside. He'd call you slow. Xiaoyang froze. Then after half a second shoved the cart with renewed force. The cart lurched forward again. Clunk, clunk. It rolled toward the well's edge, until only 1 final inch remained. Then Lin Wan's voice rose from the vial. Soft. Fragile. Lin Jin. I can breathe now. Lin Jin's fingers clenched tight. That sentence struck deeper than any threat, deeper than any sob. It was the very phrase Lin Wan had uttered the first time she breathed without a filtration chamber, the most precious sentence Lin Jin had ever heard. The vial's voice continued, don't send me in. Lin Jin lowered his gaze. The real Lin Wan wasn't here. She rested in the olden days medical pod. She had said it herself, I won't rejoin the unit. Lin Jin closed his eyes, then kicked hard at the cart's rear. It crashed into the silence well. The isolation vial, and that whisper, I can breathe now, vanished into the dark. No echo, no explosion, no plea. Nothing at all. Precisely because there was nothing, emptiness hollowed out the chest. The well's mouth sealed slowly. The inscription on the stone changed, the vocal has remained. The silent may depart. Zhou Tingyun tested a cough. His voice remained. He exhaled in relief. Thought I'd lost my voice too. Qin Xiaomian wrapped his hand. If you did, the world would grow far quieter. Zhou Tingyun stared at his bandaged finger, and fell silent. After a long while he whispered, it shouted my pain for me. Qin Xiaomian paused mid-motion. I held it in myself. How did it know? Qin Xiaomian tied off the bandage. Because you truly hurt. Zhou Tingyun said nothing more. When they returned to the olden day, Lin Wan was awake. She sat propped against the pillow, pale, but steadier than before. Seeing Lin Jin, she asked first, is it contained? Contained. Did it mimic me, eh? Lin Jin didn't answer at once. Lin Wan understood. She thought for a moment, then spoke with quiet sincerity. Then I'll speak more nonsense from now on. Lin Jin blinked. Why, oi? So it can't copy me properly. Lu Huai rolled his eyes nearby. First, breathe steadily. Lin Wan nodded obediently. Oh. Lin Jin sat beside her bed. This time saying neither, it's fine, nor I'll return soon. Lin Wan watched him for a moment, then asked softly, did I snore while I slept? Lin Jin looked at her. Yes. Her eyes widened slightly. You're lying. Lin Jin nodded. Yes, I lied. Lin Wan smiled. Faintly, but genuinely. From the comms channel, the blind crone's voice cut in, finished laughing. The silence will only silences it temporarily. Bring me Lin Yinshan's last recorded voice. She paused, her voice rasping as if gritted with sand. I intend to hear exactly which treacherous path that bastard concealed in his final breath. Lin Jin did not immediately go to see the blind granny. He first returned to the medical bay. Lin Wan was leaning against the headboard, holding half an apple in her hands. The apple had been peeled by Lu Huai, the skin uneven and ragged as if gnawed by a dog. Lin Wan took a small bite, her brow furrowing from the sourness, yet she did not spit it out. Lu Huai sat beside her, his face cold. If it tastes bad, don't eat it. Lin Wan murmured softly, it's expensive. Lu Huai snorted, no matter how expensive, it's meant for people to eat, not for you to worship. Lin Jin stood at the doorway, not entering. Lin Wan noticed him and set down the apple. Going to listen to what Dad left behind? Lin Jin nodded. Lin Wan asked, can you take me with you? Lu Huai immediately exploded. No. Lin Wan paid no attention to Lu Huai, only looking at Lin Jin. Lin Jin walked to the bedside and crouched down. I'll listen first this time. Lin Wan lowered her eyes. Lin Jin said, "It's not that I'm hiding things from you. But if there's something foul inside, I need to know how to block it first." Lin Wan took a gentle breath. Her breathing was now steadier, but every time she inhaled deeply her shoulders trembled slightly. After a while she handed the apple to Lin Jin. "Then take it." Lin Jin was startled. "What for?" "If you hear him say something harsh, take a bite." Lin Wan said, "The sourness will clear your mind." Lu Huai rolled his eyes beside her. "Nonsense." Lin Jin took the apple. The apple was small, its skin wrinkled, and he could feel its uneven surface in his palm. He suddenly recalled a time long ago when Lin Yinshan had brought apples for the two siblings. One apple, shared among three. Lin Yinshan claimed he didn't like sour things. Later Lin Jin got up in the middle of the night and saw him in the kitchen chewing on the apple core. Lin Jin tucked the apple into his pocket. "I'll tell you after I listen." Lin Wan looked at him. "Don't just say the nice parts." Lin Jin paused for a moment. "All right." Lin Wan extended her pinky finger. Lin Jin stared at the overly thin finger, his throat tightening. Still he reached out and hooked it. Lin Wan said, "If you lie to me, you'll wet the bed." Lin Jin's movement froze. Lu Huai beside him almost choked on his saliva. "What?" Lin Wan closed her eyes. "Nothing." Lin Jin stood up, not daring to look at Lu Huai's expression, and turned to leave. Behind him came Lu Huai's lowered voice. "Did he really wet the bed?" Lin Wan let out a very soft laugh. "Ask him." Lin Jin walked even faster. Inside the blind granny's small hut, only one oil lamp was lit this time. The wick was short, the flame small, and it burned with a bitter smell. On the table sat a black earthenware bowl. The bowl's rim was chipped, the gap mended with copper wire like a sewn-up mouth. Qin Zhaomian first inspected the room. No external wiring. No data ports. No place for the gray crow to eavesdrop. When she checked the corner, the blind granny suddenly spoke. "Touch that cabinet again, and if your fingers break, don't come to me." Qin Zhaomian stopped. "What's inside?" "Clothes from my younger days." Qin Zhaomian withdrew her hand. Huo Qinzhou had also arrived. He sat by the door, his broken leg resting on a wooden crate, his face ashen. Xiao Yang stood beside him, still gripping the wrench. The wrench had been wiped clean, but there was still a trace of ash left by the white mask in the crevices. Lin Jin entered the room and placed the small lead box on the table. The blind granny did not open it immediately. She first pushed the black earthenware bowl in front of Lin Jin. "Put it in yourself." Lin Jin opened the lead box. Inside, the strand of gray-white thread lay quietly wound around the spool. Very thin. Too thin to be something left by a father. More like a thread pulled from an old garment. He placed the spool into the bowl. The blind granny took out a blunt silver needle, its tip touching the thread. The thread trembled. A cough echoed in the room. Lin Jin's fingers tightened sharply. That was Lin Yinshan's cough. Harsh, short, as if his voice had been frozen in a vacuum-leaked cabin. When the first words came through, everyone froze for a moment. "Huo Qinzhou, you old cripple, if you're nearby, don't be in a hurry to burn paper for me." Huo Qinzhou's face darkened by the door. "Damn it." Xiao Yang glanced at him. This was the first time tonight he almost felt like laughing, but he forcibly held it back. The spool trembled again. Lin Yinshan's voice came intermittently. "Lin Jin, if you're listening, don't cry yet." Lin Jin's face was expressionless. Huo Qinzhou muttered lowly, "See, even he doesn't know you." The voice continued, "You probably can't cry anyway. You've been like that since you were a child. When it hurts you, just keep a tally." Lin Jin lowered his eyes. The blind granny pressed the needle against the thread. The voice became a bit clearer. "Let's get to the point. I didn't die in the orbital accident. I didn't stay at the Stargate either." Huo Qinzhou jerked his head up. The blind granny slammed her navigation staff on the ground. "Don't interrupt a dead man." Huo Qinzhou shut his mouth. Lin Yinshan continued, "After the lockdown was complete, someone fished me out from the outer ring. It wasn't the orbital military, nor the White Tower." The voice paused, as if the very mention of the name made him sick. It was the Homeward Society. The oil lamp's flames suddenly shrank. Qin Zhaomian's fingers pressed against the edge of her toolbox. Lin Yinshan coughed a few times and let out a laugh. "Don't rush to curse Shen Muxing. Back then he wasn't as dead inside as he is now. He dragged me out of the cryopod and asked me a question. He said, 'Engineer Lin, if what's on the other side of the Stargate really isn't human, should humanity still go out?' No one in the room answered. That question was too cold, like a stone from the dark side of the moon pressing on anyone's chest. Lin Yinshan said, 'I didn't answer. At that time I only wanted to go home.'" The voice broke again. This time it was a long pause. So long that Lin Jin thought the thread had stopped. Then Lin Yinshan continued, "But I saw the list in his hand. Not the expedition fleet's list. It was the one from Blue Star. The list of homeward adaptees." The blind granny's silver needle trembled slightly. White ash slid off the rim of the bowl. Qin Zhaomian murmured, "Adaptees." No one answered her. Lin Yinshan's voice grew even softer. They were looking for a certain kind of person. Someone who could be remembered by the homeward signal without being instantly consumed. Such people would become nails on the door. The more nails, the easier the door opens. Lin Jin slowly raised his head. He had already guessed. But guessing and hearing were two entirely different things. The spool gave a slight tremor. Lin Yinshan called out a name. "Wan Wan." Lin Jin's chest felt as if it were being squeezed tightly by a cruel hand. He heard his father call his sister's name, not the soft practiced tone learned in an isolation bottle. It was a man after many years clumsily and belatedly calling out to his own daughter. I don't know if she's still here. If she is, Lin Jin listened carefully. She is not a key, not a list, not anyone's experimental material. She is your sister. No matter who comes to take her, don't give her up. When these words fell, Lin Jin's fingertips dug into the wound on his palm. He made no sound. The apple in his pocket pressed against him. Very sour. He didn't bite. He was already sober enough. Hua Qinzhou suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, who gave the list to Shin Muxing. The blind granny glared at him even though her eyes were covered. I said don't interrupt. But the spool seemed to have heard the question. Lin Yinshan's voice continued just in time. The list wasn't made by Shin Muxing. He was just holding it. The ones who made the list were in the White Tower, in the Orbital Military, and in the Moon Harbor. They gave themselves many names. The earliest name was the Project No Summer. The blind granny's face changed. Qin Zhaomian looked at her. Do you know it? The blind granny did not answer. Her fingers slowly pressed against the edge of the black cloth. Lin Yinshan continued, go find the No Summer. It's not a legend. It's the Homeward Society's first mobile laboratory. It has the complete list. And the reason why Wan was chosen. Hua Qinzhou suddenly stood up, but the pain from his broken leg made him collapse back onto the crate. The No Summer is in the dark zone of the lunar far side. Lin Yinshan's voice seemed to have anticipated his question. Old Hua, don't look for it in the dark zone of the lunar far side. You've been there 3 times, and you've been wrong every time. Hua Qinzhou froze completely. Xiaoliang finally couldn't help but glance at him. Hua Qinzhou's face darkened. How did he even leave this behind? Lin Yinshan coughed for a while. The No Summer isn't fixed in one place. It follows accidents. Wherever there's a homeward accident, its shadow can be seen. Next time it will come for Lin Wan. Dead silence filled the room. Qin Zhaomian's fingers slowly tightened. The blind granny suddenly asked, how do we find it? This time no one scolded her for interrupting. The voice from the spool began to fade. Gu Hanzhou. Lin Jin frowned. The name came out abruptly. Lin Yinshan said, don't kill Gu Hanzhou. The younger Gu has the other half of the original archive. He doesn't know it himself. It's hidden in the residual voice of his brother Gu Hans. Lin Jin recalled the voice of that boy from the ship graveyard. Brother Hanzhou, I'm so cold. When Gu Hanzhou pulled the trigger, the muzzle was only half steady. Lin Yinshan's voice grew fainter. Lin Jin, I didn't leave you a good path. I only marked the bad ones. Shin Muxing is 1. Gu Hanzhou is 1. The No Summer is 1. The path on Wan is the worst. Qin Zhaomian murmured, and what else? The spool was silent for a moment. Then came the final words, and yourself. Lin Jin looked up. The gray-white thread slowly loosened in the bowl. Lin Yinshan seemed to be laughing, but his voice was so faint it was nearly gone. You and I are alike. That's not a good thing. Don't turn yourself into a door. And don't turn others into locks. Finally the spool stopped. The oil lamp's flame flickered with a pop. Lin Yinshan said, come back alive. The voice was gone. The white ash in the black earthenware bowl settled. The room was silent for a long time. Outside the door, Zhou Tingyun cautiously poked his head in. Can I talk now, eh? No one paid him any attention. He quietly added, then I'll take that as a yes. Qin Zhaomian picked up a nut from the table and threw it toward the door. Zhou Tingyun ducked back out. Lin Jin carefully put the spool back into the lead box. Hua Qinzhou suddenly said, find Gu Hanzhou first. The blind granny sneered. Now your brain works fast. Hua Qinzhou ignored her. Gu Hans's residual voice is on him. The Homeward Society knows, and the White Tower will find out sooner or later. Lin Jin fastened the lead box. Where is Gu Hanzhou? Qin Zhaomian glanced at her portable terminal. White Tower, Moon Harbor branch. She paused. But he just sent a message. What does it say? Qin Zhaomian turned the terminal toward Lin Jin. On the screen was only one line. Your sister's name has appeared on the White Tower sealed list. The next line came after a dozen seconds. Lin Jin Shin Muxing has already made his move. The 2 lines sent by Gu Hanzhou lay quietly on the terminal. Your sister's name has appeared on the White Tower's sealing list. Lin Jin Shin Muxing has already made his move. No one in the room spoke. The oil lamp's flame flickered low for a moment. Zhou Tingyun peeked half his head in from the doorway about to ask, but seeing the grim faces silently withdrew. Lin Jin picked up the terminal. What is the sealing list? Hua Qinzhou's face was ashen. The White Tower used to handle pollutants with 3 types of lists. Observation, isolation, sealing. Qin Zhaomian interjected. Sealing is neither treatment nor protection. It means this person, this voice, this thing, erased from the public system. Lin Jin raised his eyes. People count as things. Qin Zhaomian didn't answer. The blind crone gave a cold laugh. In the White Tower's eyes, people are the most thing-like. Lin Jin flipped the terminal to Gu Hanzhou's communication port. He didn't type. He dialed directly. The call connected quickly. The screen showed not Gu Hanzhou's face, but a shifting white light, as if someone was running. Alarms sounded in the background. Gu Hanzhou's voice came through. Don't come to the White Tower branch. Lin Jin asked, where are you? Gu Hanzhou paused half a second. Lower, archive level. Shin Muxing? Not impersonally. A dull thud came from Gu Hanzhou's side like a door being blown open. His voice dropped. Members of the return voyage are inside. They've obtained internal White Tower access and are moving the sealed archives. Qin Zhaomian frowned. Move archives? Can't they just copy the digital files? Gu Hanzhou heard her. The sealing list isn't entirely digital. As he said this, a boy's laughter suddenly rang out in the background. Very soft. Brother Hanzhou. Gu Hanzhou's breath hitched for an instant. Lin Jin stared at the screen. It was Gu Hanzhou again. But this time the voice wasn't coming from the black box. It was inside the White Tower archive. 2 gunshots sounded from Gu Hanzhou's side. Then he muttered a curse. Not like his usual speech. Short, harsh, with a barely contained panic. Lin Jin, they've released Gu Hanzhou's residual voice. Lin Jin didn't speak immediately. He took out the half-eaten apple from Lin Wan's gift, took a bite. The sourness surged up, setting his teeth on edge. He was awake now. You want me to go save your brother's residual voice? Gu Hanzhou was silent on his end. I want you to retrieve the other half of the original file. Save it as a side job. Or destroy it as a side job. The words were spoken flatly, but there was a strained thread in Gu Hanzhou's voice. Lin Jin caught it. He glanced at the blind crone. She tilted her ear to the static on the screen, then said abruptly, don't use the main entrance. The White Tower branch is dirtier inside than outside right now. Gu Hanzhou asked, is Meng Tingqiao there too? The blind crone sneered, young Gu, don't pretend to be familiar. When you were a child at Moon Harbor, you would a sound-absorbing mat at my door. Silence on the other end. Zhou Tingyun outside the door held back his laughter, shoulders shaking. Gu Hanzhou's voice turned cold. Old ventilation shaft number B7 leads to the lower archive level. But you only have 15 minutes. Once the return voyage gets the list, they'll withdraw. Lin Jin asked, where's Lin Wan's sealed archive? Lower level cold storage unit 3. And Gu Hanzhou. This time Gu Hanzhou didn't answer immediately. In the background the boy's voice sounded again. Brother, why won't you open the door? Gu Hanzhou's voice was low and heavy. Sound storage unit 2. Lin Jin ended the call. The lamplight flickered in the room. Hua Qinzhou looked at him. You're really going? Lin Jin said yes. Qin Zhaomian snapped her toolbox shut. I'll go. Hua Qinzhou braced himself against the wall, trying to stand. I'll also. You stay. Lin Jin looked at him. You can't even walk without Xiao Yang's help. Going would just get you another sealed leg. Xiao Yang, leaning on a wrench at the door, muttered, I never said I'd keep supporting him. Hua Qinzhou glared at him. Xiao Yang looked away. The blind crone tapped the navigation pole at Lin Jin's feet. Take my copper bell. If someone calls your name in the ventilation shaft, ring it once. Don't ring more than once, the bell will shatter. She pulled a small copper bell from her sleeve. Half the clapper was missing. Lin Jin took it and tucked it into his chest. As for Lin Wan, I'll guard her. Lu Huai's voice came from outside. The old man walked in carrying a medical kit, his face dark as if freshly dug out of a furnace. Go die wherever you like. She's not leaving the medical bay tonight. Lin Jin nodded. Just as he was about to leave, the medical bay door opened. Lin Wan stood there gripping the door frame. She wore an old coat, her face deathly pale, lips bloodless. Lu Huai jumped on the spot. Who told you to get out of bed? Lin Wan ignored him. She looked at Lin Jin, her voice soft. I heard Gu Hanzhou. Lin Jin stopped. Lin Wan said he wasn't calling for Gu Hanzhou. Qin Zhaomian looked up. Then who was he calling? Lin Wan took a slow breath. He was calling for the one who opens the door. She frowned, as if recalling a damp corner of a dream. He said, Brother, why won't you open the door? But there was another person behind his voice. That person didn't speak. He was knocking on the cabinet. The room fell silent. Gu Hanzhou's residual voice was in sound storage unit 2. Lin Wan's sealed archive was in cold storage unit 3. If she heard knocking on the cabinet, that meant. Lin Jin asked, how many knocks? Lin Wan closed her eyes. After a long moment, she raised her hand and knocked 3 times on the doorframe. Thud, thud, thud. The blind crone's expression changed. Not knocking on a cabinet. It's a door signal. Lin Jin looked at her. The blind crone's voice dropped. 3 knocks. The boarding ritual of the wuxia. Lu Huai cursed, that damned ship again. Lin Wan looked at Lin Jin. It's come for me, hasn't it? Lin Jin didn't lie to her. Yes. Lin Wan lowered her head, then, after a few seconds, pulled a small apple core from her pocket. It was the leftover from the apple she'd eaten. She pressed the apple core into Lin Jin's hand. Take it. Lin Jin stared at the gnawed, uneven core. What's this for? If you hear me call your name, take a bite. Lin Wan said, if it's really me, I'll scold you for wasting it. Lin Jin clutched the apple core. Lu Huai's eyes twitched in anger behind him. You two are using apples as talismans. Lin Wan looked at him. It's sour. Lu Huai was stunned. Zhou Tingyun finally couldn't help but laugh. Qin Zhaomian was already walking out. No more dawdling. 15 minutes. The old sun didn't take off. This time they had to use the Red Falcon to reach the White Tower branch. It was lowered from the hangar, its left wing still not fully repaired, a patch on the tail crooked like a dog plaster. Zhou Tingyun stroked the hull, a pained look on his face. It really can't take any more abuse. Qin Zhaomian's voice was cold. Its owner is still going through hell. Why should it rest? Zhou Tingyun thought for a moment. Fair point. The 3 boarded. Lin Jin sat in the co-pilot seat, the apple core clutched in his hand. The Red Falcon slipped out of the gray door's dark slot lights off, skimming the Moon Harbor scrap furnace district toward the White Tower branch. In the distance, the White Tower building glowed with cold white light. But on the lower levels, a section was dark, like a cavity eaten into a clean tooth. Zhou Tingyun lowered his voice. The B7 ventilation shaft is below. The entrance is very narrow. Qin Zhaomian checked her gear. I'll go first. Lin Jin said, I'll go first. Qin Zhaomian glanced at him. It's a ventilation shaft, not a hero board. You're too broad-shouldered. If you get stuck, I'll have to pry you out. Zhou Tingyun's lip twitched. Lin Jin was silent for a moment. You first. The Red Falcon hugged the lower level of the White Tower branch. The ventilation shaft entrance was in the shadow of the wall. Outside hung a White Tower maintenance sign. The sign read, Unauthorized personnel prohibited. Qin Zhaomian glanced at it, then reached up and snapped the sign off. Now it's authorized. She slipped into the shaft. Lin Jin followed. Zhou Tingyun stayed in the Red Falcon, murmuring, White Tower patrol boats will be here in 3 minutes. If you're not out by then, I'll pretend I'm lost. Qin Zhaomian's voice echoed back from the shaft. If you dare leave, I'll double your debt. Zhou Tingyun instantly said, I'll guard the ship with my life. Lin Jin climbed into the ventilation shaft. It was very tight. The air in the White Tower was cold without the rusty smell of the gray door, only the scent of disinfectant and metal cleaner. He had crawled less than 20 meters when a boy's voice suddenly sounded ahead. Brother. Lin Jin stopped. The copper bell in his chest grew slightly cold. Qin Zhaomian ahead whispered, Don't answer. The boy said again, You've finally come to open the door. Lin Jin slowly pulled out the apple core and took a bite. The sourness was dry and bitter. It wasn't Lin Wan. He gave the copper bell a soft shake. Ding. The voice in the ventilation shaft shattered instantly. Ahead, Qin Zhaomian pried, off a grating. Below was the lower archive level. Cold air billowed up white. Countless silver cabinets lined the darkness. Deep in the second row, a cabinet door hung half open. From it came Gu Hanch's voice. Brother Hanzhou. At the end of the third row, a cold storage unit glowed red. On the cabinet door was a freshly printed label. Sealing target Lin Wan. Lin Jin jumped down from the ventilation shaft. As his feet hit the ground, another door at the far side of the archive opened. A figure in a white mask stood at the doorway holding a black archive box. On the mask's forehead was the black ring of the return voyage. He saw Lin Jin and tilted his head slightly. You're late. The next second, the red light on cold storage unit 3 went out. The red light of cooler no. 3 went out. Lin Jin's heart sank along with it. The white mask stood at the entrance holding a black archive box. The figure was not tall, with narrow shoulders, clad in an old gray flight suit that hung loose on them like an adult's garment stolen by a child. He looked at Lin Jin and tilted his head slightly. Too late. The voice was very soft. It belonged to neither a man nor a woman. It seemed squeezed out from behind a sheet of paper. Lin Jin did not ask who he was. He charged straight at him. The white mask stepped back, revealing 2 White Tower security guards lying on the floor behind the door, black sonic spikes embedded in their necks, their faces still twitching. Qin Zhaomian dropped from the ventilation shaft, landing with a bent knee, already flinging an electromagnetic spike. The spike struck the white mask's shoulder. His body tilted, but the archive box did not slip. Qin Zhaomian's face darkened. No pain sensation. Then break his hands. Lin Jin raised his leg and kicked at his knee. The white mask did not block hard. Instead, he bent backward like a piece of origami. The motion was too awkward. The bones did not feel like bones. The joints did not feel like joints. It was as if someone were pulling strings beneath the skin. Lin Jin's kick missed, and the next second the archive box in the white mask's hand suddenly sounded. Thud, 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 3 times. The same rhythm Lin Wan had tapped on the doorframe. Lin Jin stopped in his tracks. Someone was knocking inside the cooler. No, not someone. Inside the archive box, something was mimicking a knock. The white mask let out a soft laugh. She has already been registered. Lin Jin's gaze turned cold. He drew a short knife from his waist, but instead of aiming at the white mask, he slashed directly at the lock of the archive box. The white mask finally moved. He raised his hand to block. Lin Jin had been waiting for this. The short knife changed direction mid-swing, slicing across his wrist. No blood. Only a faint gray-white powder drifted out. The archive box fell to the floor. Qin Zhaomian lunged forward, planted a foot on the lid, and rapidly traced her fingers along the interface. Mechanical lock, old White Tower standard. Lin Jin stared at the white mask. How long? 30 seconds. 10 seconds. You want to pick it? Qin Zhaomian cursed under her breath, but her hands had already produced 2 thin needles, inserting them into the keyhole. The white mask did not lunge for the box again. He turned and ran. Lin Jin chased after him. As he passed the first row of coolers, a voice suddenly came from sound cabinet no. 2. The voice of Gu Hanch. Hanzhou Ji. Lin Jin did not stop. Why won't you open the door? The voice pressed against his ear like a child squatting inside the cabinet, lightly scraping the iron with its fingernails. Lin Jin bit into an apple core. The sourness had faded, leaving only bitterness and a hint of astringency from the peel. Not Lin Wan. He kept running. The white mask slipped between two rows of archive cabinets, pressing his palm against the wall. A hidden door sprang open on the wall. Lin Jin threw his knife. The short blade grazed past the white mask's ear and embedded itself in the edge of the hidden door. The white mask turned his head to look at him. Behind the mask there were no eyes. Only a mouth sewn shut with thread. The mouth moved slightly. Your sister will be taken aboard the wuxia. Lin Jin yanked the knife out. The white mask stepped into the hidden door. The door closed. At the same time, a low curse came from Qin Xiaomian's direction. Lin Jin. He turned. The archive box was open. Inside there was no paper file. No data disk either. Only a very small silver cryotube. A white tower label was attached to the tube wall. Sealed object Lin 1 alveolar regeneration abnormal sample voice print matching incomplete. Inside the cryotube, there was a faint blue mist. Occasionally a bulge would rise in the mist like a breath frozen in time. Lin Jin stared at the object, his throat tightening. Qin Xiaomian's expression also turned grim. Not a file. What is it? A sample. She extracted the cryotube and placed it into a portable isolation bag. They intercepted a breath from Lin Wan's regenerative core. Lin Jin's fingers slowly clenched. So the sealed list wasn't about writing names down. It was about disassembling a person piece by piece, labeling them, and putting them into a cooler. The White Tower did it. The Return Voyage Society came to steal it. None of them were clean. From Sound Cabinet No. 2 Gu Hanch's voice came again. Hanzhou Ji. This time closer. Lin Jin looked over. Cabinet No. 2 was half open, revealing no child, no corpse. Only a roll of yellowed old tape. The tape was pinned by a silver needle, slowly rotating. With each rotation a voice emerged. Hanzhou Ji. Qin Xiaomian whispered, don't touch it. There must be a trigger in the sound cabinet. Lin Jin said, Gu Hanzhou wants this. You fetch it for him. I'll get the original file. His brother's remnant voice might not be the original. As Qin Xiaomian finished speaking, the door at the far end of the archive room opened again. This time Gu Hanzhou entered. The white uniform on his body was torn at one shoulder, blood on his left shoulder, and the muzzle of his gun was still steaming. When he saw Lin Jin, he showed no surprise. When he saw Sound Cabinet No. 2, his steps paused for half a second. Just half a second. Then he said, don't touch that cabinet. Lin Jin looked at him. You're late. Gu Hanzhou's gaze fell on the isolation bag in Qin Xiaomian's hand. Lin wants sample. The Return Voyage Society almost took it. Qin Xiaomian said. Gu Hanzhou's expression turned a bit colder. It's not just the Return Voyage Society. At those words, Qin Xiaomian's movement halted. Lin Jin looked at him. What do you mean? Gu Hanzhou walked to cooler No. 3, glanced down. The cooler was empty. Frost still clung to the inner walls. He reached out, wiped a bit of frost, and brought it to his nose. Someone inside the White Tower already sampled it in advance. You didn't know? No. Gu Hanzhou spoke evenly, but Lin Jin detected something else. Not guilt. It was anger. The anger of being stabbed in the back by one's own people. From the ventilation shaft came Zhou Tingyun's voice. You'd better hurry. 2 patrol boats are here, and a White Tower channel keeps broadcasting that Director Gu has defected. Gu Hanzhou looked up. Lin Jin stared at him. Defected, eh? Gu Hanzhou's tone was flat. Temporary. Qin Xiaomian twitched the corner of her mouth. Your White Tower sure knows how to improvise. Sound Cabinet No. 2 suddenly sounded more urgently. Hanzhou Ji. Hanzhou Ji. Hanzhou Ji. Each call closer than the last. Gu Hanzhou's fingers slowly tightened. Lin Jin noticed. This man had been cold all the way through. He didn't panic when the fight broke out on Jiuyao Street. He didn't panic when the hull breakers were chasing them through ship graveyard No. 37. Now a worn-out tape could make him stand still. Gu Hanzhou said in a low voice, move aside. Lin Jin did not move. Where's the original file? Behind the sound cabinet. How to get it? Gu Hanzhou looked at Cabinet No. 2. Open it. Qin Xiaomian frowned. Once opened, Gu Hanzhou's remnant voice will come out. Yes. And then, oi. Gu Hanzhou did not answer. Lin Jin said it for him. It will look for its brother. The sound inside Cabinet No. 2 suddenly stopped. The archive room grew cold, leaving only the hum of the ventilation fan. Gu Hanzhou looked at Lin Jin. You want the original file, I want the remnant voice. And then, oi. Then we go our separate ways. Lin Jin glanced at Cabinet No. 2. What if the remnant voice has already been contaminated by the wuxia? Gu Hanzhou was silent. Lin Jin asked again, can you bring yourself to do it? Gu Hanzhou raised his gun, aiming at Cabinet No. 2. I'll open it. Qin Xiaomian immediately stepped back half a pace, an electromagnetic spike ready in her hand. Lin Jin did not stop him. Gu Hanzhou walked to the sound cabinet. His movements were very slow. So slow it didn't seem like opening a cabinet. It was like unbuttoning a dead man's clothes. The moment his fingers touched the door, a child's very light laugh came from inside. Brother. Gu Hanzhou closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, only coldness remained. He yanked the cabinet door open. The old tape suddenly snapped. Countless black ribbons burst out like hair, tangling directly around Gu Hanzhou's wrist. Gu Hanzhou fired. Bang. The tape broke at one end, but coiled around from the other side. Qin Xiaomian threw an electromagnetic spike. Blue fire burst, and the tape faltered. Lin Jin seized the moment, rushed over, and cut the mechanical lock at the bottom of the cabinet with one slash. A black file box popped out from behind the cabinet wall. The box was not large. On it was written an original file of the first return voyage incident copy. Lin Jin was about to take it when a scream from Gu Hanch came from the tape. "Brother, don't give it to him." Gu Hanzhou's gun muzzle suddenly veered. The tape took the chance to wrap around his neck. Qin Jiamian cursed Gu Hanzhou. Lin Jin didn't hesitate. He drew his knife to cut the tape. As the blade cut down, Lin Wan's voice suddenly sounded from the tape. "Lin Jin, don't cut." Lin Jin's hand paused. Gu Hanzhou's face was turning blue from the strangulation. Qin Jiamian rushed up and kicked Lin Jin directly in the calf. "It's fake." The pain brought Lin Jin back to his senses. He bit down on the apple core, the sour bitter taste exploding. One slash severed the tape. Gu Hanzhou fell to the floor, gasping for air. The tape writhed wildly on the ground like black snakes. Lin Jin grabbed the file box. Gu Hanch's voice became very faint. "Hanzhou ji, I'm cold." Gu Hanzhou braced himself on the floor, not lifting his head. His shoulder trembled slightly. Lin Jin looked at him, then suddenly picked up a piece of the severed tape and stuffed it into an empty magazine case. Qin Jiamian's face changed. "What are you doing?" "Keeping a piece." Gu Hanzhou raised his head to look at him. Lin Jin tossed the magazine case over. "Your brother." Gu Hanzhou caught it. He stared at the small magazine case for a long time without speaking. Zhou Tingyun's voice rang out again. "We really have to go. Something big is coming outside. I can't tell if it's White Tower or return voyage, but the cannon's muzzle is tougher than my life." Gu Hanzhou stood up, tucking the magazine case into his chest. "Going through B7 is too late." He walked to the other side of the archive room and pressed his hand against the White Tower authorization lock. "There's an emergency ejection passage here." Qin Jiamian eyed him warily. "Where to?" "Outside." "Outside where?" Gu Hanzhou glanced at her. "Yuegang Waste Pool." Qin Jiamian paused for a second. "Your White Tower escape routes have quite a sense of style." Gu Hanzhou ignored her. The passage door opened. A blast of cold, sour, stinking air rushed in. Lin Jin tucked the file box into his chest and confirmed that Lin Wan's sample was still in Qin Jiamian's hands. Just as he was about to enter, Gu Hanzhou suddenly said, "Lin Jin. Moi. Your sister's name was not added by the White Tower." Lin Jin turned back. Gu Hanzhou's voice was ice cold. "It was there 3 years ago." 3 years ago. Before she had the alveolar regeneration. Gu Hanzhou looked at him. "So what the Wuxiao is after is not her new lungs. It's the breath she originally had." The next second, the emergency passage activated. The three of them were hurled violently by the powerful airflow. The White Tower archive room receded in the distance. Lin Jin could only hold tight to the file box in his arms. The wind roared in his ears. And then the last sound of Gu Hanch's remnant voice, very soft, "Brother." Then they crashed into the Yuegang waste pool. When Lin Jin crashed into the waste pool, his first instinct was to protect the document box in his arms. His second instinct was to curse Gu Hanzhou. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a sour stench seeped through the cracks in his mask, nearly making him vomit. The Yuegang waste pool was not a water pool. It was filled with cooling mud, waste, dregs, metal powder, discarded lubricants, and old filter cotton that had been submerged for years. A person falling in would not sink quickly. Instead, they would be stuck, like falling into a pot of cold, rotten glue. Half of Lin Jin's body was trapped in the gray-green sludge, his left hand clutching the document box, while his right hand reached for his waist. The short blade was still there. The apple core was also still there. But he himself was almost gone. A furious voice came from beside him. "Gu Hanzhou." It was Qin Jiamian. She had landed on a pile of discarded filter cotton in slightly better condition than Lin Jin, at least not completely smeared in mud. But the isolation pack she carried had been flung half a meter away, stuck next to a scrapped conveyor belt. Inside it was Lin Wan's sample. Qin Jiamian's face instantly changed. She lunged forward. Just as she reached out, a red light flashed above the waste pool. An old loudspeaker began counting down. Non-standard waste detected. Sorting program initiated. Crushing belt activation in 30 seconds. Lin Jin jerked his head up. At the other end of the waste pool, rows of metal gears were slowly turning. They were not high-speed cutters. They were old-style crushing rollers. More terrifying. Slow, heavy, and emotionless. The waste would be sent onto the conveyor belt, first flattened, then burned, then dumped into the Yuegang recycling furnace. Qin Jiamian had already grabbed the isolation pack. "The sample is still intact," she shouted. Lin Jin let out a half sigh of relief, but then a dull thud echoed from behind. Gu Hanzhou stood up from the sludge. No, it was hardly standing. He was half kneeling, his white uniform, now a gray-green, a piece of rotten filter cotton dangling from his hair. Lin Jin glanced at him. He couldn't help it. "Supervisor Gu, you look more like one of us from the lower city now." Gu Hanzhou lifted his eyes. His gaze could freeze a person to death. "Shut up." As soon as he spoke, a very soft voice came from his chest. "Brother." Gu Hanzhou's body stiffened. Lin Jin saw it too. The magazine box containing the residual voice of Gu Hanzhou had slipped from Gu Hanzhou's chest, fallen into the waste mud, and was being slowly carried by the conveyor belt toward the crushing rollers. Gu Hanzhou immediately reached for it. But the sludge was too slippery. As soon as he stepped forward, his feet sank. Qin Xiaomian roared, "Leave it. That thing might already be contaminated." Gu Hanzhou didn't listen. He whipped out his tactical cable. The hook grazed past the magazine box, but didn't catch it. The box slid another inch forward. Gu Hanzhou's voice came from inside the box, very faint. "Brother, I'm cold." Gu Hanzhou's face went pale. Lin Jin grabbed a broken pipe nearby and gritted his teeth as he pulled himself out of the sludge. He didn't go for the magazine box. First, he tossed the document box to Qin Xiaomian. "Catched." Qin Xiaomian caught it and cursed, "Don't you start acting crazy again." Lin Jin didn't reply. He drew his short blade, cut a safety cable hanging at the edge of the waste pool, and threw it toward Gu Hanzhou. "Tie it around your waist." Gu Hanzhou looked at him. "I don't need your help." "Then does your brother need it?" Gu Hanzhou fell silent. He grabbed the safety cable and fastened it around his waist. Lin Jin wound the other end around his arm, wincing in pain. The old wound on his wrist hadn't healed, and the cable's pressure felt like being bitten by the red thread again. Crushing belt activation, countdown 15 seconds. The conveyor belt moved faster. The magazine box was only 3 meters from the crushing rollers. Gu Hanzhou lunged forward. Lin Jin pulled the cable with all his strength from behind. Qin Xiaomian rushed to the control box, flipped open the panel, took one look, and her face turned dark. "Old system. No external port." Lin Jin clenched his teeth. "Can you stop it?" "Yes." "How long?" "I have to smash it." Qin Xiaomian swung the toolbox and slammed it into the control box. First hit, nothing. Second hit, the panel deformed. Third hit, a shower of electrical sparks exploded inside. The conveyor belt stuttered. Only for a moment. Qin Xiaomian cursed profusely. Lin Jin had no time to comment. Gu Hanzhou had already grabbed the magazine box. But the moment he seized it, the voice inside the box changed. It was no longer Gu Hanzhou. It had become Lin Wan. "Lin Jin, don't pull him." Lin Jin's fingers tightened. The apple core in his pocket pressed against his leg. He gritted his teeth, fished out the apple core, and shoved it directly into his mouth. It was sour and bitter with a hint of the waste pool's stench. "Fake." He pulled hard. Gu Hanzhou, along with the magazine box, was dragged a meter away from the crushing rollers. The next second, the rollers bit into a piece of scrap metal on the conveyor belt. Crunch. The metal was slowly flattened into a thin sheet. Gu Hanzhou lay in the mud, his chest heaving heavily. The magazine box was clutched tightly in his hand. Mud seeped through his fingers. His dignity was gone. Lin Jin collapsed at the edge of the pool, half his arm numb with pain. "Can we leave now?" Gu Hanzhou didn't speak. He stared at the magazine box in his hand. A very faint laugh came from inside. "Brother, you still saved me." Gu Hanzhou's face gradually darkened. He suddenly pressed the box to his ear and whispered, "Hanzhou would never say that." Then he stuffed the box into the lead bag at his waist. Qin Xiaomian saw it and frowned. "You're still carrying it." Gu Hanzhou stood up, waist mud dripping from him. "It contains the original key voice. Are you sure you're not just unwilling to let go?" Gu Hanzhou didn't answer. This time, he didn't even bother to pretend. Qin Xiaomian let out a cold laugh, grabbed the isolation pack and the document box. "Fine. One carries his sister's sample, the other carries his brother's residual voice. Neither of you can point fingers at each other for being unlucky." Lin Jin caught his breath. The white tower alarm blared again above the waste pool. Unauthorized intrusion detected in the lower waste area. Ceiling exits. In the distance, the only exit gate began to descend. Zhou Tingyun's voice exploded through the comms. "Where did you guys fall into? I can see white tower patrol boats dropping like dumplings outside." Qin Xiaomian looked up. "Waste pool." Zhou Tingyun was silent for a second. "No wonder the smell is so strong. I can smell it even out here." Qin Xiaomian snapped, "Find an entrance." "I'm looking. Is there any obvious landmark on your side?" Lin Jin scanned the area. A row of crushing rollers. Zhou Tingyun, besides the life-threatening ones. Gu Hanzhou suddenly raised his hand, pointing to the upper left. Old sewage lift shaft. Qin Xiaomian followed his direction. There, a rusty ladder led to a maintenance door halfway up. On the door was written, "Waste liquid outflow, no personnel entry." Zhou Tingyun said over the channel, "I see the outflow port, but the Red Falcon can't get any. I can only shoot a tow hook inside." Qin Xiaomian, "Aim accurately." Zhou Tingyun, "That hurts." The next second, a thud hit the maintenance door outside. Bang. The first tow hook missed, lodging in the wall beside the door. Qin Xiaomian closed her eyes. Zhou Tingyun. Half a second of silence on the channel. Strong wind. There was no wind underground in Yuegang. The second hook struck the maintenance door. The entire door was wrenched sideways. Cold white light leaked in. Lin Jin grabbed the ladder and climbed. After 2 steps, he looked back at Gu Hanzhou. "You first." Gu Hanzhou looked at him. "Afraid I'll shoot you from behind." Lin Jin shook his head. "You're too smelly. Being last will hurt morale." Qin Xiaomian almost laughed. Gu Hanzhou climbed up expressionlessly. Just as the 3 squeezed through the maintenance door, the other side of the waste pool was cut open by White Tower security. Searchlights swept in. Targets above. Bullets struck the edge of the maintenance door, sending sparks flying. Zhou Tingyun dragged the tow rope backward. The Red Falcon shook outside. The 3 were dragged like trash hanging on a fishhook flung out of the sewage shaft. Outside was the lower waste trench of Yuegang. The Red Falcon hovered above the trench, its tail flame unstable like a bird about to die of exhaustion. Lin Jin crashed into the cabin, rolling twice before hitting his head under the seat. The document box was still intact. Qin Zhaomian protected the isolation pack as she fell in her first words, "The sample is not damaged." Gu Hanzhou came in last. Zhou Tingyun turned his head and saw him pausing for half a second. "Supervisor Gu." Gu Hanzhou gave him a cold look. Zhou Tingyun immediately sat up straight. "Good white clothes don't hold dirt well. Learn something new." The Red Falcon surged upward. White Tower security bullets chased the tail for a few shots, quickly left behind in the waste trench. After flying a few hundred meters, Zhou Tingyun suddenly sniffed. "Who among you smells so strong?" All three looked at him. Zhou Tingyun immediately shut up. Lin Jin leaned against the cabin wall and opened the black document box. Inside was an old-style data chip and a piece of paper. Real paper. On it was a single line of handwritten characters. The handwriting was steady. It didn't look like the Return Voyage Society or the White Tower format. "The Wuxiao will dock after the list is complete." Below it was a time. Not in the future. It was tonight. Lin Jin looked up. In the darkness of Yuegong's shaded side, a string of unregistered navigation lights suddenly lit up. 1, 2, 3. It was as if an invisible ship was slowly entering port. When the beacon lights came on, no one spoke in the Red Falcon. 1, 2, 3. The lights were dim, their color off. They didn't resemble harbor beacons, rather 3 white porcelain bowls upturned in the darkness. Zhou Tingyun's fingers pressed against the control stick, his lips moving slightly. No ships on radar. Qin Zhaomian looked down at the screen. A sea of static. Clean. No heat source, no hull reflection, no propulsion wake. Yet outside the porthole, those 3 lights were indeed approaching Moon Harbor. Gu Hanzhou was still draped in the foul mud from the waste pit, his face frighteningly cold. "The Endless Summer." Lin Jin clutched the paper in his hand. "The Endless Summer will dock after the list is completed. Tonight. Now." He looked at the isolation bag in Qin Zhaomian's hands. Inside was Lin Wan's sample. Then he glanced at Gu Hanzhou's waist. There the remnant sound of Gu Hanzhou was stored. The list completed. So it wasn't waiting for one person. It was 2 names. Zhou Tingyun lowered the Red Falcon, skimming along Moon Harbor's waste ditches toward the Gray Gate. "Let me be clear, the Red Falcon is weaker than I am right now. If it gets chased again, it'll really fall apart." Qin Zhaomian said coldly, "You'd fall apart before it does. Engineer Qin, you have a special way of comforting people." Gu Hanzhou suddenly said, "Go to the White Tower branch." Lin Jin looked at him. "You still want to go back? The White Tower Moon Harbor branch has orbital interceptor cannons. Can you use them?" "I could before. And now." Gu Hanzhou was silent for a moment. Zhou Tingyun couldn't help it, he defected. Now even the door locks probably think he stinks. Gu Hanzhou glanced at him. Zhou Tingyun immediately sat up straight. "I stink too." That was mostly self-deprecation. Qin Zhaomian couldn't be bothered listening to their nonsense, and directly connected to the Old Days channel. Lin Wan's sample is secured. The original file copy is also obtained. The Endless Summer has appeared positioned on the shadow side of Moon Harbor. No radar response. Only visible as 3 beacon lights. A burst of static came through the comm. First Lu Huai's voice. "Lin Wan's condition is temporarily stable. Don't bring that damned thing near the medical bay." Then Blind Granny. "How many lights?" Qin Zhaomian, 3. Blind Granny was silent for a second. "It hasn't fully docked yet." Lin Jin asked, "What does that mean?" Blind Granny's voice was hoarse like sandpaper. "The Endless Summer's docking isn't about mooring. It's about finding a pier." 3 lights asked the way. 5 lights recognized the door. 7 lights. She paused. "When 7 lights are on, someone has to board the ship." Zhou Tingyun stared into the distance. Now the 4th light is on. Everyone turned to look out the porthole. On the shadow side of Moon Harbor, the 4th white light was glowing. Very slowly, as if someone had blown life into the wick in the darkness. Gu Hanzhou raised his hand and pressed the magazine case at his waist. Inside it was quiet. Unnaturally quiet. Lin Jin noticed his movement. "Is it calling you?" Gu Hanzhou said nothing. That was answer enough. The Red Falcon suddenly shuddered. Not from being hit. A row of berths below Moon Harbor's surface lit up by themselves. Those berths had been abandoned for years, holding only a few skeletal old ships. Now one by one the old ships opened their hatches. No one was controlling them. The hatches slowly yawned open like dead mouths. Zhou Tingyun's face turned pale. Moon Harbor is welcoming it. Qin Zhaomian stared at the screen. Not welcoming. It's being taken over. The old port system is granting it dead ship berths. Lin Jin looked at those open hatches and suddenly recalled a phrase. Wherever a homecoming accident occurred, the shadow of the Endless Summer could be seen. Now the accident hadn't happened yet. It had come first. The Red Falcon skimmed past an abandoned elevator tower. Below, several black market workers were unloading cargo. One of them suddenly stopped and looked up toward the shadow side. The crate in his hands fell to the ground. Medicine bottles rolled everywhere. The man beside him cursed at him, but he seemed not to hear, slowly removing his helmet to reveal a dazed face. He opened his mouth. Through the porthole, Lin Jin couldn't hear what he said, but he could read the lips. "Go home." The next moment more people stopped, one after another. At the old port's lower levels on repair scaffolds beside waste ditches, even near the White Tower's blockade line. People turned their heads one by one looking at the 4 lights. Gu Hanzhou's expression finally changed. It's broadcasting. Zhou Tingyun cursed. I turned off the public channel. Not the public channel, Gu Hanzhou said. It's people. Qin Zhaomian yanked out 2 audio cables inside the Red Falcon. It was useless. That feeling still lingered. Like someone gently knocking on the back of your heart. Thump, thump, thump. The bronze bell in Lin Jin's bosom suddenly turned cold. Not cool. Cold as if freshly retrieved from ice. He took out the bell and shook it once. Ding. The knocking sensation inside the Red Falcon shattered for a moment. Zhou Tingyun gasped. I almost wanted to steer the ship over there just now. Qin Zhaomian looked at him. If you had, I'd have knocked you unconscious first. Thanks. Reliable. The 5th light came on. Blind Granny's voice came through the channel low. It recognizes the door. Lin Jin asked, whose door? There was no answer from the other end. After a few seconds, Lin Wan's voice sounded. Very soft. Mine. Lin Jin gripped the armrest tightly. Don't listen. Lin Wan didn't put up a brave front this time. She was obedient. I'm biting an apple. Lin Jin was startled. Lu Huai's voice came through exasperated. She's almost gnawed through the apple core. Zhou Tingyun's mouth twitched. You siblings, and your cheap talisman. No one laughed. Because the 6th light was on. Half of Moon Harbor lost power at the same time. Not total darkness. The lights belonging to the living went out. Maintenance lights, White Tower police lights, black market signs, medical bay indicator lights. All dimmed. The only lights left were the old lamps beside the dead ship hatches. Rows of pale white lights extended along Moon Harbor's old berths. Like laying a bone path for the endless summer. The Red Falcon finally neared the Gray Gate. Zhou Tingyun was about to land when the ship's alarm suddenly blared. Someone's below. Outside the Gray Gate dock, a figure had appeared standing there. Xiaoyang. He stood alone in front of the dark access hatch, a wrench in hand, looking up at the 6 lights. Huochenzhou's voice exploded from the old days channel. Xiaoyang. Come back. Xiaoyang didn't move. The Red Falcon screeched to a halt near the ground, kicking up a cloud of lunar dust. Lin Jin was the first to jump down. Liang Jing. Xiaoyang finally reacted. He turned around, his eyes red. I heard my dad. Lin Jin walked over. It's fake. I know. Xiaoyang's hand gripping the wrench trembled violently. But it told me to go to door 37 and wait for him. Said he's really coming back this time. Lin Jin didn't console him. Consoling was useless. He too had heard his father's voice. He knew the most despicable thing about that thing. It doesn't deceive you with unfamiliar things. It deceives you with what you most desire. Lin Jin reached into his pocket and pulled out the apple core Lin Wan had given him, holding it out. Xiaoyang froze. What for? Take a bite. I'm not a kid. Neither am I. Lin Jin shoved the apple core into his hand. Xiaoyang stared at it for 2 seconds, then suddenly bowed his head and bit into it. The sourness made his whole face scrunch up. What kind of crap is this? Expensive. Xiaoyang's eyes were still red, but the sour taste twisted his expression. The consciousness that had been lured away by his father's voice was forcibly pulled back halfway. Huochenzhou, leaning on a temporary support, rushed out of the Gray Gate, running clumsily, nearly tripping over the access trench. When he saw Xiaoyang was still there, he first let out a sigh of relief. Then he raised his hand as if to strike. Halfway up, he lowered it again. If your father saw you this pathetic. Xiaoyang glared at him. You know everything. Huochenzhou panted. I know. If he were here, the first thing he'd do is curse me for not keeping an eye on you. Xiaoyang's eyes reddened, and he suddenly shoved the wrench into Huochenzhou's hand. Then you take it. Huochenzhou was stunned. Xiaoyang lowered his head and wiped his face. I'm afraid I'll really rush out later. Those words were more effective than false bravado. Huochenzhou took the wrench, his fingers slowly tightening around it. In the distance, the 7th light went on. The entire Gray Gate dock erupted in alarms at the same time. Blind Granny's voice came through the internal channel. Get inside. Everyone inside. Don't look at the lights. After the 7th light lit up, the shadow side of Moon Harbor finally took shape. The endless summer appeared, not sailing out of the darkness. More like the darkness itself yielded a ship-shaped space. It had no hull lights. No propulsion flames. The hull resembled a patch of summerless shadow, silently hanging outside Moon Harbor. It was long. So long its end couldn't be seen. Its surface had no portholes, only rows of white doors like freezers. On each door hung a name. Some names had already turned black. Some were still glowing. Lin Jin didn't have binoculars, yet he inexplicably saw the characters on one of the doors. Lin Wan the next second, the bronze bell in his bosom cracked. A crisp ding. It split in two. A gentle voice sounded in Lin Jin's ear. Shenmuxing. The list is complete. The endless summer docks. Lin Jin, send her aboard. Otherwise the entire Moon Harbor will open its doors for her. At that moment, all the dead ships' hatches opened simultaneously. From outside the old days, from the Red Falcon's rear hatch, from deep within the Gray Gate dock, even from the broken White Tower pursuit ships, came the same sound. Thump, thump, thump. 3 knocks. Lin Jin looked up, staring at the silent giant vessel in the distance. Gu Hanzhou walked out of the Red Falcon still covered in wet waste mud. He raised his gun, aiming at the direction of the endless summer. The orbital cannon's useless. Zhou Tingyun asked, so you're aiming at it with a pistol? Gu Hanzhou said coldly, habit. Qin Zhaomian hugged the isolation bag containing Lin Wan's sample tightly. What it wants is with us. It won't destroy Moon Harbor first. Lin Jin looked at her. So it will force us to go to it. Blind Granny stood at the entrance of the gray gate, tapping the ground with her beacon staff. Then don't let it force us. She turned to Lin Jin. Lin Wan cannot board the ship. Neither can the sample. Nor that remnant sound of Gu Hanzhou. Gu Hanzhou looked at her. Then what do we do? A trace of blood seeped from under Blind Granny's black cloth. She grinned. Old Moon Harbor rule. When someone comes to snatch a child, you tear up the road at the door. Lin Jin suddenly understood her meaning. He turned back to look at the gray gate dock. There sat the old days. Broken old, covered in patches. Like an old beast that had just crawled out of a grave, still not knowing how to lower its head. Lin Jin spoke, Zhou Tingyun. Here. Can the old days break the dead ship birth chain? Zhou Tingyun was silent for a second. Then he smiled. Captain, I like it when you ask abnormal questions like that. Qin Zhaomian's face changed. If the dead ship birth chain breaks, the outer ring of Moon Harbor will collapse by half. Blind Granny said coldly, if it doesn't collapse, it will come up. In the distance, the first white door on the endless summer slowly opened. No one was inside. Only a gust of cold air. From the cold air came Lin Wan's voice. Lin Jin. This time it was imitated perfectly. So perfect that even Lin Jin couldn't tell the difference. He reached into his pocket. He felt the apple core already bitten by Xiaoliang. There was barely anything left. He took the last bite. The sourness was almost gone. Only bitterness remained. Lin Jin spat the apple core into the lunar dust. Launch the old days. He stared at the endless summer. Tear up the road. When the olden days reactor reignited, everyone in Grey Gate Dock heard a gasp. Not the whir of machinery, but the ragged breath of an ancient beast kicked awake, first a curse expelled in exhalation, then reluctant, heavy eyes cracking open. Zhou Tingyun sank back into the pilot seat and ripped the adhesive tape from his mouth. It clung too fiercely. Sharp pain made him inhale sharply through clenched teeth. Let me be clear, if the olden days falls apart today, it's not on me. Responsibility certainly isn't yours, Qin Zhaomian replied, without looking up, her fingers fastening the safety harness. Zhou Tingyun exhaled in relief. Until she added, the cause of the accident, however, is entirely yours. He fell silent. Lin Jin stood before the main console, gazing out at Lunar Port. 7 white lamps hung along its shadowed flank, like 7 dead men's eyes. Wu Xiaohao had no thrust flame, no running lights. It simply hovered, yet the entire port stirred on its behalf. One by one, derelict vessels opened their hatches, mooring chains uncoiled from abandoned berths, and crept slowly toward Wu Xiaohao, as though someone were laying a bridge in darkness. The bridge's terminus bore Lin Wan's name. In the medbay channel, Lu Huai suppressed his fury. I'll say it once more, the patient must not be jostled. Zhou Tingyun glanced ahead at the connecting chain. Dr. Lu, I'll do my best. Your best is worthless. Lu Huai roared. Last time you said best, she nearly rolled off the bed. Lin Wan's voice slipped in soft, but clear. Dr. Lu, I didn't roll off. Because I held you down. Lin Jin's grip tightened on the handrail. Lin Wan was still conscious, and that was not good. Ever since Wu Xiaohao arrived, she'd slept fitfully. She claimed the ship made no sound, yet she felt something knocking insistently inside her lungs. Thump, thump, thump. 3 knocks. Lin Jin turned to Qin Zhaomian. How do we sever it? Qin Zhaomian magnified the outer ring structure of Lunar Port. There are 6 mooring chains attached to derelict vessels. Cut 2, and Wu Xiaohao cannot dock. Which 2? Xiaoliang emerged from the aft compartment, wrench still clenched in his hand. His face was pale, but his eyes burned bright. Don't cut the red chain. All eyes turned to him. He swallowed hard. It connects to the habitation zone. Sever it, and the outer residential modules collapse. Hua Chenzhou leaned against the wall, voice hoarse. Did your father teach you that? Xiaoliang didn't look at him. He once rage drunk. Called Lunar Port's cruelest design, binding dead ships and living quarters with the same chain. He reached forward and tapped 2 points on the screen. Cut the gray chain and the black chain. The gray chain is an old ore hauler's tow cable. The black chain links to the reclamation furnace. If it collapses only the dead zone. Qin Zhaomian studied the display. He's right. Zhou Tingyun whistled low. Xiaoliang, you're sharp. Xiaoliang ignored him, eyes locked on the black chain. That chain won't yield easily. It's anchored by an old port locking pin, manual, mechanical, impervious even to ship-mounted cannons. Lin Jin asked, how do we unlock it? Xiaoliang paused for a breath, then yanked a small iron token from beneath his collar. It was worn smooth, gleaming faintly with age. My father's work badge. Hua Chenzhou jerked upright. Xiaoliang closed his fist around it. He said, even a rotting port must leave a back door for those who mend its ships. Hua Chenzhou's lips parted, then stilled. Outside, the 7th white lamp flared brighter. On Wu Xiaohao's hull, the first white door swung fully open. Inside the doorway, nothing. Only cold. A glacial exhalation spreading across the lunar surface. Where it passed, rusted nameplates fluttered free from derelict hulls one by one. Qin Zhaomian murmured, "It's searching for names." Lin Jin stared at the white door. "Then let it stop searching." He pressed the master control. Zhou Tingyun, cut the gray chain first. Zhou Tingyun straightened in his seat. The olden days may be ancient, but hauling is still its trade. Qin Zhaomian's voice was ice. "I'll control the manipulator arm. You just keep us from colliding." That remark is deeply insulting. Shall I list the evidence? No need. The olden days slid from Grey Gate Dock. It ignited no primary lights, only two antiquated positioning beacons like the dim, sightless eyes of an ancient beast skimming low above the graveyard of derelicts. Wu Xiaohao gave no response, not even the faintest sign of awareness. Yet the derelicts noticed. A broken immigrant barge, sheared cleanly in two, twitched. Its hatch swung open toward the olden days. From within came the laughter of a child. Zhou Tingyun's hands jerked. Qin Zhaomian slapped his shoulder hard. "Watch the chain, not the door." Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. "Understood." The gray chain loomed. A tow cable thicker than the olden days itself, crusted in lunar dust and frost, slowly tautening as it stretched toward Wu Xiaohao. Qin Zhaomian engaged the starboard manipulator arm. Its hydraulic claw locked onto the chain. The olden days lurched violently downward, alarms shrieking in chorus. Zhou Tingyun cursed, "This chain weighs more than my debts." Qin Zhaomian barked, "Apply reverse thrust." Zhou Tingyun slammed the throttle. The olden days tail flared. The manipulator arm strained, dragging the chain gradually off axis. As it scraped against the derelict hull, a single drawn-out shriek tore the silence, long, agonized, endless, like a ship crying out in pain. In the medbay, Lin Wan choked softly. Lu Hui snapped, "Keep it down." Zhou Tingyun paled. "That's the chain screaming, not me." The gray chain bent to its breaking point. Qin Zhaomian watched the stress readouts intently. Lin Jin, port cannon. Target the coupling joint. Lin Jin switched to manual fire control. The targeting reticle trembled violently. The olden days was too old, even its crosshairs carried a grudging, stubborn tremor. He steadied his hands. He fired. The first shot missed, shattering a slab of scrap armor nearby. Qin Zhaomian didn't shout. Silence in that moment was far more terrifying. Lin Jin drew a slow, deep breath. Second shot, boom. The coupling joint exploded. The entire mooring chain recoiled like a severed serpent, whipping sideways and slamming into an old or hauler. The hauler split open, spilling countless obsolete safety helmets. One by one, they drifted upward, suspended in the lunar dust, like a crowd of silent, upturned faces watching them. Zhou Tingyun whispered, "First one down." Qin Zhaomian didn't relax. Now the black chain. It lay behind the reclamation furnace, closer to Wu Xiaohao, and closer still to the open white door. As the olden days advanced, a voice emerged from within the doorway. Lin Wan's voice. Lin Jin. Lin Jin didn't move. The voice continued, soft and hollow, "I'm in pain." In the medbay, the real Lin Wan muttered, quietly furious, "It's learned to be annoying." Lu Hui blinked. "Who are you cursing?" "The ship." "Well said." A flicker crossed Lin Jin's lips. "Just that." The voice from the white door ceased. It hadn't mastered her tone, because when Lin Wan cursed, there was defiance in it, a spark of living will. That thing possessed none. Before the black chain stood a massive old port locking pin, a steel spike driven deep into lunar port's skeletal frame. Qin Zhaomian scanned it once. Cannon fire won't breach it. Xiao Liang had already donned a rudimentary exoskeleton. "I'll go." Hua Qinzhou's face darkened. "No." Xiao Liang met his gaze. "You'd never reach it. Not now." Hua Qinzhou's lips trembled with rage. Xiao Liang slipped the work badge back over his neck. "My father's back door. I'll open it." He turned to leave. Lin Jin gripped his shoulder. "I'm going with you." "Not necessary. I'm afraid you'll hear your father again." Xiao Liang stiffened. After 2 seconds he murmured, "Then don't stop me." Lin Jin said, "I'll only pretend to." Xiao Liang looked at him, then nodded. They ejected from the outer airlock. No wind stirred the lunar surface. Yet cold from Wu Xiaohao rolled forward like a tide, clinging low to the ground. When Lin Jin stepped onto the black chain, a faint vibration pulsed beneath his boots. Not mechanical, but organic, like a heartbeat. Xiao Liang climbed to the locking pin and slotted the badge into a seam almost invisible to the eye. The pin remained inert. Xiao Liang's face drained. "Why won't it open?" From the white door, Liang Jing's voice echoed, "Xiao Liang, wrong side." Xiao Liang froze. Lin Jin drew his short blade and struck the flat of the blade against his knuckles, hard. Pain jolted him back to himself. It really is the wrong side. He gritted his teeth and flipped the badge. Father always swore this damn thing was forged backward. He reinserted it. Click. A hairline fissure appeared in the pin. Qin Zhaomian's voice crackled over the comms, "Retreat. Now." Xiao Liang began to leap back, when the black chain shuddered violently. A pale hand erupted from beneath it, seizing his ankle. Liang Jing's voice returned, "Son, don't leave." Xiao Liang's face went deathly white. Lin Jin said nothing. He simply brought the blade down. The blade struck the hand. No blood spilled. Only a length of black magnetic tape parted cleanly. The voice died. Lin Jin hauled Xiao Liang backward, sprinting for the ship. Behind them, the olden days manipulator arm seized the black chain. Zhou Tingyun roared, "Pull!" The vessel reared backward, the reactor howling, tearing at its own harmonics. The black chain snapped taut. The locking pin fractured, then shattered. Boom. The outer ring of lunar port convulsed, as if a rib had been torn from its skeleton. Rows of derelict berths collapsed inward. The path of open hatches laid by the derelicts, leading toward Wu Xiahao, was severed. The cold exhalation from the white door stuttered. The seventh lamp dimmed, half its light extinguished. Zhou Tingyun laughed wildly in the cockpit. "We broke it." His laughter hadn't faded when Wu Xiaohao's second white door opened. This one bore not Lin Wan's name, but Gu Hanche's. Gu Hanzhou stood beside the red kestrel, face gone stark. His magazine pouch vibrated. A boy's voice emerged from within. "Brother, the path is broken. Will you come get me?" Gu Hanzhou closed his eyes, then opened them, calm and cold. He withdrew the pouch, sealed it inside an empty lead-lined box, and locked it shut with his own hands. "Don't speak." His voice was barely audible. "I have no room for weakness. Not now." Lin Jin and Xiao Liang were reeled back aboard the olden days by the manipulator arm. The moment they cleared the airlock, the olden days hull shuddered violently, not from weapons fire, but from Wu Xiahao releasing a single door. The white door bearing Lin Wan's name detached from the hull, a slab of cold bleached white, like a coffin lid, drifting silently along the severed mooring chain toward them. It moved slowly, yet encountered no resistance. Not lunar gravity, not inertia. It drifted straight toward the olden days. Qin Zhaomian's face lost all color. "It's delivering the door." Zhou Tingyun whispered, "Can we shoot it?" Lin Jin watched the door. From within, Lin Wan's voice emerged again. This time softer, almost tender. "Lin Jin, I won't rejoin the unit." Nearly identical. Then the medbay channel lit up. The real Lin Wan spoke too. Two voices overlapped, one from the door, one from deep within the olden days. Lin Wan drew a shallow breath. "Don't listen to the voice. Look, to see if I curse you." The next second, the white door hovered 300 meters away. From within, a small hand emerged and knocked 3 times. Thump, thump, thump. The small hand tapped 3 times, and every hatch aboard the old days flared white with activation light. Not one door, every single door. The cockpit hatch, cargo bay doors, medbay entrance, the red kestrel's external docking port. Even the blank floor panel in cargo bay, 2 previously flagged by Lin Yinshan, glowed with soft white unlocking lights. It was as if the entire vessel spoke in unison. "Please enter." Zhou Tingyun's face went pale. "I didn't open them." Qin Zhaomian lunged toward the secondary console, fingers flying across the interface. "I know. It's forging boarding clearance using Lin Wan's biological sample." Outside the old days, the white door continued its silent approach. Its surface was unnervingly thin, cold, sterile white. It had no thrusters, no tow cables. Only drifted gliding through the black void along the outer rim of lunar port. 300 meters. 260. 230. From the narrow seam of the door, a small hand emerged, delicate fingers pressing gently against the frame. The knuckles were slender, like Lin Wan's hands as a child. Lin Jin stood motionless before the main console. Inside the medbay, the real Lin Wan drew a shallow breath, the sound crackling over the comms channel. "Lin Jin." The white door echoed the same word. "Lin Jin." 2 voices overlapped, identical, chilling. Zhou Tingyun instinctively turned his head. Qin Zhaomian snapped, eyes on the screen. "Don't listen." Zhou Tingyun jerked back to awareness. Cold sweat traced a path down his temple. "If it says that twice more, I'll actually open the door. Whoever opens it gets stitched to it first." Lu Huai roared from the medbay. Lin Wan gave a faint, breathy laugh. Her voice still frail, her mirth even frailier. "It doesn't sound right." The white door laughed too, this time disturbingly accurate. So precise, Lin Jin's fingers tightened imperceptibly. A beat of silence fell over the medbay. Then Lin Wan spoke softly. "Why are you imitating my laugh? Do you even know what I'm laughing at?" The white door offered no reply. Lin Wan continued. "I'm laughing because Lin Jin used to steal candy pretending he was doing it for me." Lin Jin stiffened. Zhou Tingyun perked up instantly. Qin Zhaomian's fingers paused mid-tap, her mouth twitching. Lin Wan inhaled quietly, her voice dropping lower. "After eating it all, he'd tuck the wrapper under my pillow." The white door repeated the line exactly. "After eating it all, he'd tuck the wrapper under my pillow." Its tone was flat, mechanical, like reciting an inventory ledger. Lin Wan smiled. This time it was genuine. "Wrong. There was no wrapper under my pillow. I was too ill to sleep on one." Silence fell across the cockpit. Lin Jin's throat tightened. The white door froze, just for a heartbeat. In that instant, Qin Zhaomian barked, "Anchor point confirmed." She switched the feed to external view. The white door wasn't heading straight for the old days. It was tracking the isolation pouch in Qin Zhaomian's hand. The sample Lin Wan had exhaled, intercepted by the white tower, glowed faintly blue inside the pouch. The light was dim, but the door watched it intently. Qin Zhaomian gritted her teeth. "It doesn't recognize people. It recognizes that breath." Lin Jin turned toward the medbay. Can we destroy the sample? Lu Huai barked back. Don't burn it on board. That's regenerated alveolar tissue. Nobody knows if incinerating it will detonate your sister's core pulmonary system. Lin Wan spoke clearly. Throw it. Lin Jin remained silent. She said it again. Throw it. That isn't me. It's just a breath they stole. Qin Zhaomian murmured. We can use it as bait. Let it smell the sample, but never let it consume it. Zhou Tingyan looked at her. How do we let it smell it? Qin Zhaomian pointed to the row of severed mooring chains outside. Load the sample into the old reclamation furnace's intake chamber, and lure the white door inside. Seal the furnace door. It'll hold it at least for a while. Hua Qinzhou's voice came from the aft compartment. Not enough. He leaned on a makeshift brace, his face ashen, like ash scraped from a furnace interior. He pointed to the largest reclamation furnace on Lunar Port's outer rim. That door's worn out. It won't grip the Wuxia's door. Xiao Liang spoke up suddenly. It will hold. All eyes turned to him. His face was still pale, but he clutched his father Liang Jing's work badge tightly in his hand. My father cursed about it. The No. 3 furnace door has a private lock. The public lock failed, but the private one still works. Hua Qinzhou frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Liang met his gaze. I just remembered. Hua Qinzhou was momentarily speechless. Qin Zhaomian pulled up the external structural schematic. No. 3 reclamation furnace lies closest to the white door's trajectory. Xiao Liang unlocks it. The sample enters the intake chamber. The white door follows, and the old days triggers the furnace door closure. Zhou Tingyan murmured, sounds simple. Qin Zhaomian looked at him. Whenever something sounds simple, that's when people die. Zhou Tingyuan fell silent. The white door was now only 150 meters from the old days. All hatch lights began flashing, red then white, like someone patiently testing a password from outside the ship. Lin Jin reached for the isolation pouch. Qin Zhaomian gripped his wrist. You can't go. Lin Jin asked, why not? Your vocal signature still carries traces of Lin Yinshan's voice, and the entry gate logged your name. If you carry the sample outside, the white door may recognize you as well. Lin Jin turned to Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang had already sealed his exoskeleton helmet. I'll go. Hua Qinzhou's expression darkened. No. Xiao Liang lowered his head, checking the work badge. Your leg's useless right now. Don't try to take this from me. Hua Qinzhou opened his mouth. Xiao Liang lifted his gaze. This time, I won't listen to my father's voice. He paused. I'll listen to yours. Hua Qinzhou stayed silent for a long moment. Finally, he spat one word. Run faster. Xiao Liang took the isolation pouch and strode toward the airlock. Lin Jin followed 2 steps. Xiao Liang turned back. Don't see me off. He added. I'm afraid I'll actually chicken out. And if you're watching, I'll panic even more. Lin Jin stopped. Come back alive. Xiao Liang blinked, then smiled faintly. Right now that sounds like your family's curse word. The airlock cycled open. Xiao Liang launched himself from the old days, sliding along the severed black chain toward the No. 3 reclamation furnace. The white door immediately pivoted to follow. It abandoned its course toward the old days, instead drifting after the isolation pouch and Xiao Liang's hand gradually veering off its original trajectory. Zhou Tingyun tightened his grip on the control yoke. It worked. Qin Zhaomian showed no relief. Too early. Liang Jing's voice issued from the white door. Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang froze. Lin Jin's pulse spiked. Hua Qinzhou seized the comm unit. His voice raw, don't look back. Xiao Liang didn't turn. He only cursed. Didn't you say my dad swore dirtier than you? Hua Qinzhou faltered. Oh. Then it learned too politely. Xiao Liang kept sliding forward. The white door's voice, Liang Jing's, fell silent. In the next second it shifted into Xiao Liang's own voice. I'm scared. Xiao Liang clenched his jaw. That one is accurate. He grabbed the furnace's external frame and swung himself onto the intake chamber platform. The No. 3 reclamation furnace hadn't operated in decades. The lip of its intake was thick with gray lunar dust. He slotted his father's badge into the private lock. Nothing happened. The white door drew nearer. 30 meters. 20. Qin Zhaomian barked. The lock hasn't engaged. Xiao Liang slammed his palm against the furnace door. Open. The private lock remained inert. From within the white door the small hand rose and tapped once on the furnace's outer hull. Thud. Xiao Liang's face drained of color. Hua Qinzhou suddenly remembered and roared, insert it backwards. That idiot Liang Jing always installed it reversed. Xiao Liang yanked the badge free and jammed it in upside down. Click. The private lock disengaged. The intake chamber slid open, just a crack. Xiao Liang shoved the isolation pouch inside, then lunged to seal it, when the white door's hand shot forth, seizing his exoskeleton wrist. Its touch was icy, like frozen lunar regolith fused to bone. Xiao Liang. This time it was Liang Jing's voice. Don't close the door. Xiao Liang locked rigid. Hua Qinzhou screamed over the comm, swear at it. Xiao Liang gritted his teeth. I can't swear at my father. Hua Qinzhou's voice cracked with urgency. Then swear at me. Xiao Liang stared stunned. Hua Qinzhou bellowed. Tell it. Hua Qinzhou killed your father. Xiao Liang's eyes flooded red. The white door's hand began dragging him backward. Xiao Liang threw his head up and screamed, voice tearing. Huachinzhou, you old bastard. Huachinzhou's voice caught. Xiao Liang kept roaring. You owe my father his life. Don't you dare die. Who'll I collect from, if you're gone? The hand paused. The white door hadn't replicated it, because this wasn't Liang Jing's voice. Nor was it Xiao Yang's own. It was accounting. A living debt. Xiao Liang seized that split second and slammed the intake chamber shut. Qin Zhaomian shouted, engage furnace door. The old days manipulator arm hurled out a tether latching onto the manual override lever on the no. 3 furnaces exterior. Zhou Tingyun slammed the thrusters to full. The old days groaned backward, hauling with brute force. The furnace door ground slowly inward. The white door finally sensed the trap. It released Xiao Liang and slammed itself headlong into the intake chamber. Boom. The furnace door buckled outward. Qin Zhaomian paled. It won't hold. Gu Hanzhou abruptly linked in from the red kestrel, overriding external fire control. Target the lock. Qin Zhaomian snapped. Shooting it will break it. We need it closed. Not broken. Gu Hanzhou's rifle barrel steadied, crosshairs locking on target. Melt it. He fired. A white plasma beam struck the private lock. The mechanism liquefied instantly, sealing the door permanently. The white door was trapped inside. From within, Lin Wan's voice echoed. Lin Jin, I can't get out. In the medbay, the real Lin Wan gripped the edge of her bed, her face deathly pale. She said nothing. Lin Jin stared at the furnace. Burn it. Zhou Tingyun hesitated. Qin Zhaomian studied Lin Jin's face. You mean ignite it? Lin Jin nodded. Burn it. Zhou Tingyun triggered remote ignition. The No. 3 furnace, a dormant giant, coughed once. Then its belly glowed deep crimson, like a rotten heart beating anew. Ember light seeped from the seams. Inside, the white door hammered violently. Once. Twice. On the third impact, the furnace door bulged outward. Xiao Liang, still beside it, was thrown backward. Huachinzhou yelled, pull him back. Lin Jin hurled a safety tether, hooking Xiao Liang's exoskeleton waist ring. Zhou Tingyun counterthrusted. Xiao Liang was dragged hard back toward the old days. He crashed into the airlock, trembling uncontrollably. His helmet retracted, face streaked with tears and sweat. The first thing he said upon seeing Huachinzhou was, I didn't look back. Huachinzhou stood at the airlock threshold, still gripping Xiao Yang's wrench. He nodded, voice low. Your father saw. Tears spilled down Xiao Yang's cheeks. Outside the No. 3 furnace, the white door's impact slowed. From within, multiple voices now rose, one after another. Lin Wan, Liang Jing, Gu Hanch, Lin Yinshan. Then finally, Shen Muxing, Lin Jin. Burning one door won't stop the ship. Far away, the Wu Xia hung motionless. The first white door's glow faded, yet its hull held countless others, each waiting. One began to brighten slowly. Its plaque bore no name, only 2 characters. Empty slot. The blind woman's voice rasped over the gray door channel, hoarse and raw. It lost one door. Now it must replace it. Lin Jin stared at those 2 words. Empty slot. That wasn't Lin Wan, nor Gu Hanch. It was a door reserved for someone who had yet to be named. Gu Hanzhou stood at the red kestrel's hatch, expressionless. Shen Muxing will come in person. Lin Jin gazed at the wuxia. Let him. In the medbay, Lin Wan finally spoke, her voice quiet yet unshaken. Lin Jin. This time, it didn't learn me. Lin Jin closed his eyes. I won once. Lin Jin watched the burning No. 3 furnace in the distance. You won. On the wuxia ship, the door marked vacant slowly pivoted toward the jury ship. It had no thrusters. No sound escaped it. Yet everyone felt its gaze. Zhou Tingyun sat in the pilot seat, fingers resting motionless on the control stick. Who was it watching? No one answered. Inside the medical bay, Lin Wan had just whispered, I won once, her face still pale, but her eyes remained open. Lu Huai pressed a steadying hand onto her shoulder. Winning doesn't excuse lying down. Do you think surviving battle spares you from healing your lungs? Lin Wan murmured softly, I haven't moved. Your eyes are moving. Lin Wan obediently closed them, only to reopen them a second later. Lin Jin. Lin Jin turned toward the medical bay's monitor. What is it? Lin Wan stared outward at the wuxia ship, her voice barely audible. It isn't watching me. A chill settled deep within Lin Jin's chest. Qin Zhaomian lifted his head as well. Then who is it watching? Lin Wan did not answer immediately. She seemed to be listening to something unseen. After several seconds, she pointed toward the external feed. It's searching for what you spat out. Zhou Tingyun blinked, stunned. What I spat out? Qin Zhaomian suddenly turned, locking eyes with Lin Jin. Lin Jin remembered too. Moments earlier, he'd bitten the last scrap of apple core and spat that bitter sour remnant into the lunar dust. Just beyond the gray gate, within full sight of the wuxia ship. Zhou Tingyun's lips twitched. Surely not. Even an apple core. The blind matriarch's voice crackled over the gray gate channel. Anything shed from your body, it will try to remember. Lin Jin gazed at the external surveillance feed. In the lunar dust, the apple core was minuscule, almost invisible. Yet beneath the vacant door of the wuxia ship, a white hand emerged. It had no body, only a forearm and hand dangling like something suspended from a crack in the door. It skimmed the surface of the dust, slowly probing. One touch, moving toward the speck of apple core. Lin Jin surged to his feet. Qin Zhaomian seized his arm. You cannot go out. That's my thing. Which is precisely why you must stay in. Qin Zhaomian kept his gaze locked on the white hand outside. Right now, it lacks only you. Gu Hanzhou stood beside the Chisun ship, sludge from the scrap pool still wet upon his suit. He glanced at Lin Jin. I'll go. The cockpit fell silent for a breath. Zhou Tingyan wondered if he'd misheard. You're retrieving an apple core. Would you? Zhou Tingyan shook his head instantly. I pilot. My profession is nobler. Qin Zhaomian turned to Gu Hanzhou. You carry remnants of Gu Hanzhou's voice. It may mark you too. Gu Hanzhou raised his hand and unclipped the lead-lined box from his belt, tossing it to Lin Jin. It landed cold in Lin Jin's palm. Inside, silence reigned, absolute, unnerving. Gu Hanzhou said, hold it for me. Lin Jin met his gaze. Are you certain? Gu Hanzhou was already sealing his helmet. I'm already filthy enough today. He paused. Adding one more piece of trash won't make a difference. Zhou Tingyun muttered low. That sounded almost like a jab at the captain. Gu Hanzhou ignored him. The airlock hissed open. Gu Hanzhou launched from the Chisun ship, landing silently upon the lunar dust. He did not activate his lights. Only the faintest outline of the white tower exoskeleton remained, a ghostly silhouette against the void. His stride was steady. One step, drawing nearer to the apple core. The white hand advanced too, not swiftly, but steadily, closing the distance. Lin Jin watched the feed knuckles whitening. Then, faintly, he heard a soft scrape from within the lead box, like fingernails dragging across iron. Gu Hanzhou's voice echoed through the sealed container. Brother. Lin Jin did not reply. The voice came again. Brother, don't go there. Gu Hanzhou must have heard it too. His pace faltered just once. Then he resumed walking forward. From within the wuxia ship's white door, Gu Hanzhou's voice now rang. Not from the box, but from outside. This time unconfined, uncontained. Brother Hanzhou, don't abandon me. Gu Hanzhou did not look back. The voice softened further. I'm so cold. Gu Hanzhou halted 3 meters from the apple core. The white hand arrived simultaneously. Its fingertips brushed the lunar dust beside the core. Gu Hanzhou lunged, not running but diving. Plunging headlong into the dust, right hand snatching for the core. The white hand reached at the same instant. Their hands nearly collided. Gu Hanzhou seized the apple core. The white hand clamped around his wrist. Inside the Chisun ship, Qin Zhaomian's expression darkened. It's got him. Gu Hanzhou made no sound. Frost bloomed instantly across his exoskeleton's wrist, white filaments crawling upward along the armor plating. From within the wuxia ship's vacant door, Gu Hanzhou's voice fractured into sobs. Brother, it hurts. Gu Hanzhou's hand trembled. Lin Jin slammed his palm onto the proximity channel. Gu Hanzhou. No reply. He lowered his voice, quiet but cutting. Your brother won't let you die in the trash heap, dirtier than I did. Silence lingered half a second. Then Gu Hanzhou spoke, his voice raw, frigid. Do you always speak so unpleasantly? Learn from you. Gu Hanzhou abruptly raised his left hand, drew his short-barreled pistol, and fired point-blank into his own trapped wrist joint. Bang! The exoskeleton's cuff exploded outward. The white hand recoiled, clutching only a shattered fragment of armor. Gu Hanzhou rolled, gripped the apple core tight, and sprinted toward the Chisun ship. Upon the wuxia ship's vacant door, the white signboard began forming its first stroke. A vertical line, then a horizontal one. Like the opening strokes of the character Lin. Qin Zhaomian roared, burn it, now. Gu Hanzhou hurled the core backward. Zhou Tingyun manipulated the mechanical claw, barely catching it. The apple core was frozen black, crusted with frost. Lin Jin snatched it up and flung it straight into the jury ship's external incineration port. Qin Zhaomian triggered ignition. A thunderous whoosh, the small incinerator chamber blazed crimson. The apple core vanished in flame. On the wuxia ship's vacant door, the half-formed stroke froze mid-drawing. Frozen at half a Lin character, unfinished. Gu Hanzhou re-entered the Chisun ship with his right exoskeleton arm half ruined. His first words weren't for medicine. He looked directly at Lin Jin. Don't spit carelessly again. Zhou Tingyun couldn't suppress a laugh. Qin Zhaomian coughed, turning his head. Lin Jin returned the lead box. Gu Hanzhou accepted it, not clipping it back to his belt. He simply held it, staring, and whispered. This time, it wasn't you. The box remained utterly still, no reply. In the medical bay, Lin Wan let out a quiet, fleeting laugh. Lu Huai snapped, what's that about? Gu director retrieved an apple core. Lu Huai paused 2 seconds. Yes, that is laughable. But the mirth faded quickly. From the wuxia ship, Shen Muxing's voice suddenly resonated, not over public comms, but as if emanating from every dead ship's hatchway in Moonport. Lin Jin, do you truly believe burning one apple core erases your name? Far away, the wuxia ship's vacant door slowly closed. The half-drawn Lin did not vanish. Instead, it sank, slowly, inexorably, into the door's surface, like a thorn driven deep into flesh. Lin Jin stared at the wuxia ship. Shen Muxing continued, calm as ever. Names aren't completed by apples. That was merely its first attempt to know you. The one who truly inscribed your name is not it. A new white door flickered a light across the wuxia ship's hull. This door was ancient, older than all others. No fresh characters adorned it. Only a gray, fire-scorched gash. Beneath the scarred, delicate script emerged. Son of Lin Jin. Qin Zhaomian's face hardened. Hua Qinzhou cursed sharply over the channel. The blind matriarch's voice rasped trouble. Lin Jin fixed his gaze on that door. My father wrote that. No one answered. From the wuxia ship, Shin Muxing's tone remained gentle. Lin Yinshan forged a false archival seal for you, so you'd evade the stargates. He believed it would hide you completely. But he forgot. One truth remains immutable: all seals in time are found by the wuxia ship. The ancient door creaked open. No small hand emerged. No voice of Lin Wan. Only a dim, feeble lamp. Beneath it rested an old tool chest. Lin Jin recognized it instantly. The very one he'd stolen copper screws from as a child. Shin Muxing murmured softly. Your sister won once. Gu Hanzhou won once too. Now it's your turn. The old tool chest opened itself, just a narrow slit. From within rose Lin Yinshan's voice. Hoarse. Exhausted. Lin Jin. Don't come closer. Lin Jin stood by the airlock, his expression growing colder by the second. He reached out and took the cutting blade Qin Zhaomian had left on the console. Qin Zhaomian saw the motion and seized his arm. What are you doing? Lin Jin stared at the wuxia ship's door. It's displayed my father's chest. You cannot board it. I won't board it. Lin Jin slid the blade into his waistband. It wants me to open the door, doesn't it? He lifted his gaze to Zhou Tingyun. Can the Jiri ship still ram? Zhou Tingyun blinked, then grinned. Captain, that question sounds increasingly human. Qin Zhaomian's face paled. That door is fused to the wuxia ship. If you ram it, the Jiri ship will be gripped. Lin Jin replied, not the Jiri ship. All eyes turned to him. Lin Jin's gaze settled on the Chisun ship. Zhou Tingyun's smile vanished. Wait, Captain. You can look at me, but don't look at it. The smile on Zhou Tingyun's face slowly froze. He looked at Lin Jin, then at the battered little boat outside the porthole. The Chisun hung at the port rear of the Jiri, its left wing patched so crookedly, it was a travesty, and the tail thrusters still sputtered an unstable blue flame. This vessel had flown from Black Harbor to the Beige, then dove into Well 7 and fished them out from beside the waste pit. It was absurdly broken, but it was still alive. Zhou Tingyun's throat moved. Captain. For once he didn't joke. You can look at me, but don't look at it. Lin Jin didn't speak immediately. The old door of the wuxia was still open. Inside, the old toolbox sat quietly under the light. Lin Yinshan's voice echoed out over and over. Lin Jin, don't come closer. Each word sounded real. So real that the fresh scab on Lin Jin's wrist began to ache. Qin Zhaomian stared at the structural diagram, her fingers flying across the screen. The Jiri can't dock. It's too big. It'll get locked in by the wuxia's door. She paused. The Chisun is small enough to squeeze through the door crack. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. And after we squeeze in, Qin Zhaomian didn't look at him. Ignite the reactor core below the door track. No. Zhou Tingyun spoke fast, as if afraid that if he were any slower he'd lose his nerve. The Chisun isn't scrap. The cockpit fell silent for a moment. Hua Qinzhou leaned back in the rear, his voice low. Ships are always scrapped sooner or later. Zhou Tingyun whipped his head around. Then why are you still clinging to the Jiri? Hua Qinzhou was stunned by the retort. Xiao Liang muttered under his breath. That's a fair point. Hua Qinzhou glared at him. Xiao Liang immediately stared at the floor. Lin Jin walked over to Zhou Tingyun. I'm not sending it to die. Zhou Tingyun gave a bitter smile. A ship ramming a door. How is that living? Lin Jin didn't answer. Because there was no answer. Zhou Tingyun lowered his head and touched the control stick. His hands had always been steady. They hadn't trembled when he shook off the white tower, threaded the reflux channel, or skimmed past the dead ship berths under the moon. Now they trembled. Just a little. He saw it himself, cursed under his breath, and clenched his fists. From the medical bay, Lin Wan's voice came softly. Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun froze. Yeah. Lin Wan's voice was weak, but earnest. It saved me. Zhou Tingyun didn't reply. Lin Wan added, I remember. Those words were heavier than anything. Zhou Tingyun closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. Fine. Qin Zhaomian looked at him. Zhou Tingyun said, but it has to fly the last leg itself. No autopilot. Qin Zhaomian vetoed immediately. The wuxia will rewrite it. Then no navigation. Zhou Tingyun stared at the Chisun. I'll leave it a dead program. Just ignite, just charge straight ahead. No commands, no signals, no turning back. Qin Zhaomian was silent for a moment. Dead programs drift easily. Zhou Tingyun grinned. This time it didn't feel like him. My ship doesn't drift. He finished, then walked out. At the hatch he paused. Nobody follow. Qin Zhaomian frowned. I need to dismantle the system. If you do, it'll hurt. Ships don't feel pain. Zhou Tingyun turned back to look at her. You were the one who said the Jiri looked like an old man drinking cheap booze. Qin Zhaomian fell silent. Zhou Tingyun waved a hand. I'll handle it. He climbed into the Chisun. The hatch sealed shut. The Jiri's secondary screen flickered to life, showing the inside of the Chisun. It was more dilapidated than before. The control panel was cracked, foam padding peeked out from the seat, and on the wall was a crude bird that Zhou Tingyun had drawn in passing. Qin Zhaomian stared at the bird, taken aback. What's that? Zhou Tingyun's voice came through the calm. Qi-sun. Qin Zhaomian paused for a second. Looks like a chicken. That's why it's always been mad. Zhou Tingyun dropped into the pilot's seat, his fingers gliding over the buttons. He didn't start dismantling immediately. First he took off an old safety pendant from the console. It was cheap plastic, the edges worn smooth. He tucked it into his pocket and murmured, I'm keeping this. Then he began shutting down systems. Communications, navigation, life support, entertainment channels. The old voice assistant. With each shut down, one more light in the Chi-sun went dark. Finally, only the thruster standby light remained, a tiny blue glow, like a bird closing its eyes, leaving only a heartbeat. Zhou Tingyun wrote a manual sprint program into the main controller. When he finished, a line appeared on the screen. Clear vessel name identifier. His hand froze. A long time passed. Qin Zhaomian's voice came softly from the jury. You have to clear it. The Wuxiao logs names. Zhou Tingyun didn't curse her. He just stared at those two characters. Chi-sun. He looked for a long time. Then he pressed confirm. Vessel name identifier cleared. Zhou Tingyun whispered, don't blame me. The Chizen of course couldn't answer. He had rendered it a mute ship with his own hands. Zhou Tingyun stood up and patted the console. Last job. Debt paid. He ejected the escape pod and returned to the jury, his face pale. As soon as he entered the cockpit, he dropped into his seat. Give me the tow cables. Qin Zhaomian transferred control. Are you sure your hands are steady? Zhou Tingyun looked up at her. Don't ask. Qin Zhaomian didn't push further. The jury slowly backed away. The Chi-sun was towed forward by two cables. It had no lights, no name, no voice, only a hull, a reactor core, and a dead program that would never turn back. The old door of the Wuxia seemed to sense it. Lin Yinshan's voice inside fell silent. Then it was replaced by Zhou Tingyun's own voice. Don't hit me. Zhou Tingyun's fingers tightened. The voice continued. I can still fly. Zhou Tingyun stared at the screen, his eyes reddening. You're not it. The voice laughed. How do you know? Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. I patched the Chizen's left wing. It's ugly enough that only I recognize it. He finished, then yanked the tow lever. The jury's mechanical arm swung out. The Chizen, like a flung iron bird, hurtled along the broken berth chain toward the Wuxia's old door. The Wuxia's second white door flickered. From inside came Lin Yinshan's voice. Lin Jin, don't let it come. Lin Jin didn't move. The old toolbox still sat under the light. Its lid was open. Inside were copper screws, an old wrench, and a small hammer with a missing handle. He had seen it as a child. Everything matched. But then he remembered a small detail. Lin Yinshan never kept the little hammer in the toolbox. He always said it was the handiest tool and always tucked it behind his waist. Lin Jin murmured, fake. Qin Zhaomian heard him. What? The toolbox. Lin Jin stared at the door. My father's favorite hammer isn't in the box. The voice inside the door paused for a beat. In that beat, the Chi-sun ignited. Blue flame erupted. It broke free of the tow cables and began its final sprint. No navigation corrections. No communication responses. No turning back. Zhou Tingyun's eyes were fixed on the screen. The Chi-sun skimmed past the Wuxia's hull, its left wing scraping the edge of that old door. Sparks burst. From the door, many hands reached out. A child's hand, an old woman's hand, a woman's hand, and one hand that belonged to Lin Yinshan. They clawed at the Chi-sun. The Chi-sun didn't dodge. It couldn't dodge anymore. With its last thrust, it smashed into the door inscribed with Son of Lin Yinshan. Everyone in the cockpit held their breath. One beat. Two beats. On the third beat, the Chizen's core exploded. It wasn't a huge explosion. It didn't light up half the moon harbor. But inside the door, a ball of red light swelled violently, like someone shoving a red-hot iron into a dead man's throat. The white door warped. The door track tore. The toolbox was swallowed by fire. Lin Yinshan's voice twisted in the flames. It no longer sounded like a father, but like something being burned. Record damaged. Door track anomaly. Lin Jin. The voice cut off. The old door of the Wuxiao went completely dark. Zhou Tingyun sat motionless in the pilot seat. On the screen, the Chizen's signal vanished. Unknown vessel offline. There was no Chi-sun, because the name had been erased. Zhou Tingyun lowered his head and pulled the plastic safety pendant from his pocket. He looked at it for 2 seconds, then tucked it inside his collar. His voice was very low. It's done flying. No one answered. From the medical bay, Lin Wan said softly, thank you. Zhou Tingyun raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Don't thank me. It'll get cocky. The Wuxiao hung silently outside the moon harbor. 2 doors were missing. Lin Wan's door had been burned in the No. 3 recycling furnace. Lin Jin's door had been wrecked by the Chizen's impact. But on the hull, many white doors remained. One of them slowly lit up. On that door, 2 characters appeared. Zhou Tingyun. In the cockpit, everyone turned to look at Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun was stunned. From the Wuxia came the voice of the Chizen's old voice assistant. The one he had personally shut down moments ago. Pilot, your ship misses you. Zhou Tingyun gripped the control stick. He didn't say a word, but his eyes slowly reddened. Lin Jin stood beside him. Don't open the door. Zhou Tingyun nodded. His voice was hoarse, unlike himself. I won't. He looked at the door on the wuxia bearing his own name. I just feel like cursing. Qin Zhaomian handed him a roll of tape. Zhou Tingyun looked at her. Qin Zhaomian said, go ahead. It won't learn anything from it anyway. Zhou Tingyun took the tape, but didn't use it. He slowly raised his middle finger toward the wuxia's door. Learn this. The wuxia fell silent. For the first time, someone in the cockpit laughed out loud. After Zhou Tingyun raised his middle finger, wuxia Hao fell silent for approximately 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, a row of hands emerged from the white door inscribed with Zhou Tingyun. Dozens of hands, old and young, thick and slender, all mimicked his gesture, slowly raising their middle fingers in unison. The motion was eerily precise and deeply unsettling. Zhou Tingyun's smile froze on his face. Is it cursing me? Qin Zhaomian glanced at the door. It's imitating you. Then it's even more revolting. The row of hands did not retract. From within the door came the voice of the old Qisong Hao navigation assistant. Pilot, please board the vessel. Zhou Tingyun remained silent. He pressed the plastic safety charm firmly into his palm. It was utterly worthless. Dull gray, its edges worn smooth, a hairline fissure splitting its center. Yet he gripped it tightly. Lin Jin noticed. What is that? A gift. Someone gave it to me long ago. Who? Zhou Tingyun stared at the door, twisting his lips into a wry smile. An old man whose docking bay I wrecked. He said pilots like me would die violently, and gave me this charm to ward off misfortune. Qin Zhaomian frowned. Didn't you say Bay 7 wasn't your fault? When someone dies, you let them win once. Inside the door, the Qisong Hao's voice echoed again. Zhou Tingyun. The debt is settled. Zhou Tingyun's eyes instantly reddened. Before Qisong's final charge toward the gate, he'd uttered those exact words. The debt is settled. This vessel had heard and remembered. Lin Wan murmured softly from the medical bay. Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun lifted his head immediately. I haven't opened the door. I know. Lin Wan paused. Qisong wouldn't address you like this. Zhou Tingyun's throat moved faintly. How would it speak? Lin Wan considered. First, it would leak air. Silence fell across the cockpit. Qin Zhaomian couldn't suppress a quiet chuckle. Zhou Tingyun laughed too, eyes burning red. Yes. He nodded. Its starboard seal has always leaked. If it truly called me, it would begin with a sharp hiss. The voice behind the white door paused for half a second, then emitted an unmistakable, perfectly timed hiss. It sounded frighteningly authentic. This time Zhou Tingyun could not laugh. The door drifted closer to Jiu Ri Hao, not swiftly, but steadily. Beneath the name, Zhou Tingyun, on its plaque a smaller line of characters slowly materialized. Qisong Hao pilot. Qin Zhaomian's expression darkened. It's reconstructing identity. Lin Jin asked, what happens then? Once complete, it won't be summoning him aboard. It will treat him as already aboard. Zhou Tingyun watched the newly formed characters and cursed under his breath. I'm still alive. From inside the white door, the assistant spoke with gentle finality. Pilot, please return to your station. Zhou Tingyun abruptly yanked the safety charm from beneath his collar. He turned to Qin Zhaomian. Burn it. Will that work? Qin Zhaomian blinked, startled. What? It recognizes me by this, doesn't it? Qin Zhaomian didn't answer immediately. She studied the charm, then the newly inscribed title on the door plaque. It might work. Might. If you want the truth, yes, might. Zhou Tingyun gazed down at the charm. After a long silence, he said, then let's try might. He placed the charm onto the control console. His finger pressed down and did not lift. No one aboard Jiu Ri Hao urged him onward. Not even Lu Huai raised his voice. Outside the door closed another 50 meters. From within, an elderly man's voice resonated. Brat, still keeping that safety charm. Zhou Tingyun's hand locked rigid. No one else recognized that voice, but he did. It belonged to the old man from docking bay 7. Years ago, when he'd stolen a cargo skiff, he'd indeed shattered half the bay's infrastructure. The old man hadn't reported him, only made him repair the wall for 3 days. As he left, the man tossed the plastic charm to him, saying, keep it. Don't die on my doorstep. It's bad luck. Zhou Tingyun's lips paled. Old rascal. The old man chuckled inside the door. Don't burn it. Would be such a waste. Zhou Tingyun kept his head bowed, unmoving. Lin Jin stepped forward and picked up the charm. Shall I? Zhou Tingyun seized his wrist, hard. No. He looked up, eyes blazing crimson. My ship. I'll send it off myself. He reclaimed the charm and slid it into the miniature incineration port. Qin Zhaomian activated the external incinerator. Zhou Tingyun's finger hovered over the ignition button. Inside the door, the voice shifted, back to Qisong Hao's original assistant. Pilot, I can still fly. Zhou Tingyun smiled faintly. You've already flown your last flight. He pressed the button. The small incineration chamber flared crimson. The plastic charm curled at the edges, blackened and crumbled into a fine ash. No grand spectacle, no explosion, no light. Only a soft, brittle snap, like the faintest crack of bone. The characters on the white door began to blur. First, Qisong Hao pilot dissolved into illegibility. Then Zhou Tingyun. The first character held steady. The second lost a stroke. The third seemed to bleed as if soaked in water. The voice within sharpened urgent. Pilot missing. Vessel name missing. Station reassignment failed. Zhou Tingyun stared at the door and whispered, Qisong does not rejoin the fleet. The door halted. One by one the raised middle fingers withdrew. All names faded completely from the plaque, leaving only blankness. A collective breath escaped everyone present. Only Zhou Tingyun continued staring into the incineration port. He reached in, trying to sift something from the ash. Qin Zhaomian caught his wrist. It's hot. I know. Then why touch it? Just once. Qin Zhaomian paused, then released his wrist and retrieved tweezers, carefully lifting the black ash into a small metallic capsule. She handed the capsule to Zhou Tingyun. Don't mind its ugliness. He accepted it, a tiny shell, holding only a trace of ash. He slipped it into his pocket and tapped lightly. It never looked beautiful to begin with. Then he sniffed, straightened, and resettled into the pilot's seat. Captain, what next? Lin Jin gazed toward Wu Xiaohao. Wu Xiaohao now lacked 3 doors. Lin Wan's, Lin Jin's, and Zhou Tingyun's. Yet it remained, its length vanishing beyond sight. Silent as a river of bleached bones stretched across Moonport's outer rim. Shin Muxing's voice did not sound again. That silence felt worse. Qin Zhaomian scrutinized the external feed, her brow furrowing deeper. Is it retreating? Zhou Tingyun stiffened. Is it afraid? No, it doesn't seem so. Qin Zhaomian zoomed the feed. Wu Xiaohao wasn't departing. It was shifting laterally, its hull gradually angling toward Moonport's living sector. That zone housed no derelict vessels. It contained low-tier residential modules, medical stations, and water recycling towers, the very heart of Moonport's remaining life. From the Grey Gate channel, Lao Po's voice crackled. We're doomed. Hua Qinzhou gritted his teeth, it's abandoning dead paths. Lin Jin stared at that sector, where countless lights flickered. Lights of people. Chaotic, more fragile than dead ship doors. Lin Wan whispered, what does it intend? No one answered immediately. Gu Hanzhou spoke. It means to bridge the gap, with living flesh. Even as he finished speaking, the first row of residential module doors in Moonport's living sector ignited with white light. 1, 2, 3. As though someone had lit a tiny spirit lamp before each threshold. First static flooded the public channel. Then, a woman's sob. My child's opening the door. Don't open it. Don't. Followed by a man's roar, an elder's cough, a child's laughter. Wu Xiaohao no longer mimicked them. This time, it needed no imitation. It compelled the living to open their own doors. Zhou Tingyun slammed Zhou Rihao's altitude controls upward. Shall I intercept? Qin Zhaomian's face was ashen. You cannot block an entire sector. Lin Jin watched those illuminated doors. He recalled awakening aboard Shuang Renhao, oxygen dwindling to 6 minutes. Then he'd wanted only to survive. Later, to save Lin Wan. Then, to find his father. Now Wu Xiaohao had drawn the entire living sector into its orbit. It no longer sought only him. It sought everyone. Lin Jin placed his hand upon the main console. Grey Crow. After long silence, Grey Crow finally responded. Voice faint weary. I am here. Can you access Moonport's broadcast system? Affirmative. Qin Zhaomian turned to him. What are you planning? Lin Jin offered no reply. He opened Moonport's public channel. A torrent of noise surged in. Crying, shouting, alarms, doors sliding open, and the eerie silent white glow of Wu Xiaohao. Lin Jin lifted the comm unit. All of Moonport, listen. His voice reverberated across the colony. Do not heed voices from beyond the door. Do not heed the voices of the dead, nor mine. Zhou Tingyun froze. Qin Zhaomian turned toward him. Lin Jin continued. Find someone beside you who is still alive. Scold them. Strike them. Bite them. Make them feel pain. Pain belongs to the living. What stands outside? That feels no pain. In the medical bay, Lin Wan smiled faintly. That works. Lu Hui snapped, stop smiling. On Moonport's channel someone hesitated. Then a woman's sobs were pierced by a sharp, crisp slap. Slap. She cried out, furious. Open that damn door. Your son isn't dead yet. Another slap followed. A child wailed. It hurts. Lin Jin tightened his grip on the comm unit. Yes. If it hurts, don't open the door. In Moonport's living sector, one door's white light flickered and died. After the first door went dark, Moon Harbor's living district jolted awake, as if slapped. First a woman's wails as she cursed her son. Then came the second household. The third. The public channel boiled like a pot of chaos. Hit him. Hurry, hit him. Don't open the door. Your father's still alive. Who's swinging a hammer at me? Does it hurt? If it hurts, don't step outside. The people of Moon Harbor cursed viciously. The White Tower's channel had always been pristine, and the voice of the returning fleet had always been gentle. Only the living could curse so messily. Lin Jin listened to those voices, his fingers slowly loosening. One by one the white doors of the living district went dark. Not many, but they were fading. Zhou Tingyun stared at the external feed, muttering, it actually works. Qin Zhaomian said nothing. Her gaze was fixed on the wuxia. The ship still sat silently outside Moon Harbor like a river of white bones. 3 doors fewer, yet it did not retreat. It only pressed its hull closer to the living district. Suddenly, all public channels dropped a notch. The cries, curses, and children's screams were muffled as if by a layer of cloth. Lu Huai reacted first. Analgesic mist. Lin Jin looked at the medical bay feed. What? Lu Huai's face turned ashen. Moon Harbor's old medical pipelines. Back in the mining disasters, they used to spray analgesic mist over the entire area to prevent shock. Qin Zhaomian immediately pulled up the living district's pipeline map. Several old pipes lit up in gray-white, running from beneath the White Tower branch all the way to the living district. She cursed. The wuxia has taken over the medical pipelines. On the external feed, white mist rose from several streets in the living district. Very faint, like someone had ground moonlight into powder and sprinkled it into the place where people lived. The voices that had been cursing moments ago softened one by one. Why? Does it not hurt? Mom, it doesn't hurt anymore. Someone's calling me outside. I want to go out and see. Zhou Tingyun slammed his fist beside the control stick. This broken ship can heal people, eh? Lu Huai sneered, heal my ass. This is called numbing them before dragging them off. In the medical bay, Lin Wan suddenly coughed. Not heavily, but Lin Jin heard it. Lu Huai immediately tightened her mask. Don't breathe too deep. Your new lungs can't handle all this random mist. Lin Wan's eyes were open, staring at the screen through the mask. They don't hurt anymore. Her voice was muffled. The doors are lighting up again. Lin Jin looked outside. Indeed. The living district's hatches that had just gone dark were now glowing white one by one. This time there were no cries. The people had grown much quieter. The quiet was what scared you. Zhou Tingyun muttered. When the pain's gone, people open the door. The blind woman's voice cut in through the gray door channel. It's not that the pain's gone, it's that the people have been lulled to sleep. She was coughing too. The old woman was probably bleeding again. Moon Harbor has a bitter algae pond. Lin Jin asked where. Beneath the water recycling tower. What can it do? Bitter algae juice wakes the mind, stings the throat, burns the lungs, the blind woman said. Miners used to drink a gulp before going down the shaft to keep from hearing ghost voices and falling asleep in the deep mines. Lu Huai cursed on the spot. Are you insane? She just had alveolar regeneration and you want to spray bitter algae gas into the living district. The blind woman cursed back. Did I tell you to spray it on her face? Lu Huai, she's right next to the living district. Lin Wan suddenly reached up and pressed her mask tighter. I conceal my breathing. Lu Huai turned to glare at her. Shut up. Lin Wan closed her mouth for a moment. After 2 seconds, she whispered again, they'll open the doors. Lu Huai's hands were shaking with rage. Lin Jin watched the living district. Half of the white doors were already lit. One family's hatch had cracked open. An old man stood at the entrance wearing a worn cotton jacket, still clutching a shoe repair awl. The white light outside shone on his face. His daughter pulled at him from behind, her voice hoarse from crying. But he felt no pain. Without pain, he no longer felt he belonged to this side. Lin Jin said quietly, spray it. Lu Huai whipped his head toward him. Lin Jin did not flinch. First, seal Lin Wan's side completely. Lu Huai's teeth ground audibly. At last, he yanked the spare ceiling cover and clamped it over Lin Wan's bed. You'd better be fast. Before being sealed in, Lin Wan looked at Lin Jin. She did not say, I'm fine. Only through the transparent cover, she raised a hand and tapped. Thump. Very soft. A living person's sound. Lin Jin turned. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang poked his head out from the aft cabin, still with tears not yet dried on his face. I know the bitter algae pond. Hua Qinzhou immediately frowned. You can't go. Xiaoyang looked at him. Then you go. Hua Qinzhou glanced down at his broken leg. He fell silent. Xiaoyang grabbed a wrench. My dad used to fix that broken tower. All the pipes are reversed. If you follow the diagrams, you'll pump bitter algae into the toilets. Zhou Tingyun couldn't help saying, that would still wake you up. Qin Zhaomian gave him a cold stare. He immediately shut his mouth. The jury pressed toward the water recycling tower. The tower stood behind the living district like a half-collapsed black bone. At its base lay a deep green storage pond. As soon as the bitter algae pond was opened, even the jury could smell it. Fishy bitter pungent. Like someone had soaked old socks in medicinal liquor and then roasted them over a fire. Zhou Tingyun's face turned green. People actually drink this. Xiaoyang put on his exoskeleton helmet. Miners drink the diluted version. And now it's the raw concentrate. Zhou Tingyun fell silent. Xiaoyang popped out of the airlock and climbed down the tower's outer wall. The tower was already frosted white from the analgesic mist, and his gloves slipped as soon as he pressed them on. Hua Qinzhou sat by the hatch, gripping the wrench, his eyes never leaving the external feed. Xiaoyang left. Xiaoyang ignored him. Hua Qinzhou endured, then shouted again, left one is a dead pipe. This time Xiaoyang replied. I know. He still shifted a little to the right. Hua Qinzhou muttered under his breath, little brat. Lin Jin glanced at him. Hua Qinzhou didn't meet his eyes. If he falls, I'll have no face to see Liang Jing. Qin Zhaomian connected to the bitter algae pond's control valve. The pipeline permissions are locked by the wuxia. Gu Hanzhou stood up from the corner. His right exoskeleton was still crippled, so he used his left hand to insert the White Tower authorization chip. I'll handle it. Qin Zhaomian looked at him. Aren't you a defector? Temporarily. Your White Tower has quite a few temporary permissions. Gu Hanzhou didn't retort. The chip went in. The screen flickered. White Tower Security Department authorization frozen. Qin Zhaomian raised an eyebrow. Expressionless Gu Hanzhou pulled out a second chip. Gu family emergency medical authorization confirmed. Zhou Tingyun whispered, the upper city is really dirty. Gu Hanzhou said coldly, survive first then curse. The valve opened halfway. Then it jammed. From Xiao Liang's end came a muffled grunt. He had been knocked back by an old pipeline dangling from the tower with the bitter algae pond directly below. Hua Qinzhou lurched to his feet, nearly falling. Xiao Liang. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Liang grabbed the pipe rack with one hand and shoved his work badge into the manual valve. Reverse insertion right. He let out a laugh. I remember. Click. The manual valve opened. A low muffled roar came from beneath the bitter algae pond. Deep green mist surged backward through the medical pipelines into the living district. The next second the public channel exploded. Ugh, who the hell dumped stinking medicine into my room? It hurts. It burns. The kid's awake. Close the door. Close it now. The old man standing at the doorway sneezed violently. After the sneeze his face scrunched up and the shoe repair all in his hand stabbed into his palm. Ow. His daughter yanked him back inside and the door slammed shut. The white light died. 1, 2, a dozen. The living district was like a bucket of stinking hangover soup poured over it, erupting into chaos again. People cursed. People cried. Some vomited. But the doors kept going dark. Zhou Tingyun coughed and laughed at the same time. This smell, even a ghost would change course. Inside her sealed cover Lin Wan watched the screen. Her eyes curved. Lu Huai fumed, don't laugh. Oxygen's expensive in that cover. Lin Wan whispered, they're awake. Lu Huai glanced at the white doors fading outside. The curse rose to his lips, then he swallowed it back. Awake and stinking. Finally the wuxia moved. It retreated a little. Just a little. But everyone saw it. Shin Muxing's voice sounded again. This time it wasn't gentle. At least not that gentle. Lin Jin, do you know what you're doing? Lin Jin watched the people in the living district who were vomiting and closing their doors. Yes. You're making the entire Moon Harbor remember pain. Good. Lin Jin said, their lives are hard enough, forgetting would be the real trouble. Shin Muxing was silent for a moment. Pain cannot save civilization. Lin Jin replied, but it can stop you. Zhou Tingyun muttered, that line works. Qin Zhaomian didn't scold him. In the distance the many white doors on the wuxia's hull slowly closed. But not all. The central empty seat still glowed. It was like an unfinished spirit tablet. Gu Hanzhou suddenly spoke, it's not leaving. Everyone looked at him. He was staring at the space beneath the wuxia. It's waiting for someone. Lin Jin was about to ask when the jury received an external docking request. The source was not the wuxia, nor the White Tower. It was from Moon Harbor's living district. A little girl's voice came through the channel. She was crying. Someone's knocking on my wall. He says he's not the person outside the door. He says his name is Shin Muxing. Lin Jin whipped his gaze to the living district. Among the hatches that had just gone dark, one ordinary maintenance door, unremarkable in every way, was lit. Not white light. It was the light of a human flashlight. The door opened. A man in a gray old flight suit stepped out from inside the living district. Shin Muxing had not come down from the wuxia. He had been in Moon Harbor all along. When Shin Muxing stepped out of the maintenance door in the living area, his hands were empty of any weapon. He wasn't even wearing a mask. A gray old flight suit, sleeves rolled up, one shoulder stained with bitter algae mist, as if he'd just emerged from a moldy pharmacy. The people in the living area stood close to him. So close that a woman's shoe repair, all if extended half a foot forward, could pierce his neck. But no one moved. Not out of fear. It was too sudden. The wuxia, which had been out in space moments ago, suddenly walked out from someone's wall. Anyone would freeze. Shin Muxing raised his hand and patted his sleeve. The bitter algae smell is still as foul. The woman snapped out of it first. She was the one who had been crying over the channel, shouting, my child is opening the door. Her hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears, and one hand still gripped her little girl's collar tightly. She thrust the shoe repair all forward. Get out. Shin Muxing looked down at the aul's tip. It pressed against his Adam's apple. He didn't dodge. Instead he smiled. Pain makes people clear-headed. The woman's hand trembled. Shin Muxing extended 2 fingers and gently pushed the awl aside. But if the pain never stops, a person might want to sleep for a while. Lin Jin heard these words as he had already ejected from the jury's outer hatch. Gu Hanzhou followed behind him. The two slid along the outer maintenance scaffold of Moonport, using low gravity to glide toward the living area. Zhou Tingyun's voice came through the channel, lowered. Don't you two die too fast. I don't have a small boat to fish you out now. Qin Zhaomian's voice was even colder. Shin Muxing planted 3 nails by the door. Lin Jin, location. Top left of the maintenance door, right side of the ground rail, and 1 more without echo. No echo. Might not be metal. Lin Jin landed on the outer corridor of the living area. As soon as his feet touched down, a wave of bitter algae odor rushed into his faceplate's filter. Fishy and pungent. Worse than the waste pool. The people in the living area had just awakened from the analgesic mist. Many were still vomiting. Some leaned against walls, some held children, some cursed while slapping their own faces. The sounds of the living were chaotic, but far better than the quiet white doors glowing moments ago. Shin Muxing saw Lin Jin and seemed not at all surprised. You're slower than I expected. Lin Jin didn't reply. He rushed toward the top left corner of the maintenance door. There a small white nail was embedded. Not long, about the size of a knuckle, as if ground from bone. Qin Xiaomian shouted through the channel, "Don't shoot. Pull it out. Breaking it will scatter the sound." Lin Jin reached for it. The moment his fingertip touched it, Lin Wan's voice sounded in his ear. "Lin Jin, don't pull." He didn't stop. The voice changed again. "Brother, it hurts." Lin Jin's hand paused. That instant, the white nail, as if alive, burrowed half an inch deeper into the wall. Gu Hanzhou rushed up from behind and drove a knife into the wall crack, jamming the nail's base. "Don't listen," he said. Lin Jin glanced at him. Gu Hanzhou's face was still smeared with mud from the waste pool, his right hand exoskeleton damaged, forcing him to use his left hand to hold the knife. Lin Jin suddenly felt this man looked a bit more tolerable than before. At least not so pristine. He gripped the white nail again and pulled hard. This time Lin Yinshan's voice came from the door. "Son, don't bother with these people." Lin Jin gritted his teeth. "You're not him." The white nail was yanked out forcefully. A section of the white line on the wall went dark. Shin Muxing did not stop him. He stood by the maintenance door like a spectator watching a doomed repair job. Gu Hanzhou went to pull the second nail. That one was on the right side of the ground rail, wedged into the old port track seam. He crouched down, and from the white door came Gu Hanzhou's voice. "Brother." Gu Hanzhou froze. Lin Jin looked at him. Gu Hanzhou didn't raise his head. He simply drew a tactical needle from his waist and jabbed it into his own palm. Blood seeped through the glove seams. He winced in pain, but his hand steadied. "Hanch wouldn't make me hurt," he said. Then he pulled out the second white nail. The white light on the ground rail broke. The maintenance door shook. The people in the living area finally reacted. Someone shouted, "Tear it down." Someone raised a wrench and charged forward, only to be grabbed by others. "Don't touch it." Old Chun, who touched the door earlier, is still coughing blood. Lin Jin stared at Shin Muxing. "3 nails. Where's the third?" Shin Muxing looked at the little girl. She was about 6 or 7, tears still on her face, clutching a small paper fish folded from white paper. Lin Jin's heart sank. That thing was too small. Like a toy a child would fold from old medicine paper. But on the fish's tail there was a black circle drawn. The woman noticed Lin Jin's gaze and immediately shielded the child behind her. "What are you looking at her for?" Lin Jin didn't move forward. He knew what he looked like. Covered in blood, a knife in hand, stumbling in from outside. Anyone would keep their child away from him. He placed the knife on the ground. "That fish. Give it to me." The woman's eyes hardened. "All of you want to take something from my home. That man surnamed Shin just said it was just a toy." Shin Muxing said mildly, "It really is just a toy." Qin Xiaomian's voice came urgently through the channel. "Lin Jin, the door is recovering. That paper nail is absorbing live voice prints." Gu Hanzhou raised his gun at the paper fish. The woman screamed immediately, "Don't shoot." The child was frightened into crying. This cry made the white light on the maintenance door flare up widely. Shin Muxing said softly, "Don't scare the child." Lin Jin suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. Slap. The sound was loud. Everyone froze. The woman froze too. Lin Jin looked at the little girl and said, "It hurts." He slapped himself again. "See, I'm real." The little girl's crying subdued a little. Lin Jin slowly crouched down. "That uncle outside doesn't feel pain." Shin Muxing's smile faded slightly. Lin Jin pointed at Shin Muxing's hand. The woman's shoe repair all had scratched the side of his throat. There was no blood. Only a little white dust stuck to the skin. The little girl saw it. The woman saw it too. Her face changed color. Lin Jin reached out his hand. "Give me the fish." The little girl clutched the paper fish, afraid to let go. Suddenly the white paper fish spoke. It was the woman's own voice. You don't give it to him." The little girl was so startled she dropped it. Lin Jin didn't grab it. He just asked softly, "Did your mother hit you just now?" The little girl nodded, tears in her eyes. "Does it hurt?" "It hurts. That's real." The little girl looked at her mother. The woman's eyes reddened, and she slapped her own face. Your mom hurts." As soon as the words were spoken, the white paper fish struggled violently, like a real fish pulled from water. The little girl cried and threw it toward Lin Jin. Lin Jin caught it. The paper fish stuck to his palm, instantly turning cold. Inside came Lin Wan's voice. "Lin Jin, don't tear it." Lin Jin didn't hesitate. He bit the fish's tail and tore it open. The paper fish had no blood. Only a white nail smaller than a grain of rice fell out. Qin Xiaomian shouted through the channel, "Throw it far." Lin Jin flicked the white nail into the nearby burning bitter algae stove. With a sizzle, the white light died. The white lines on the maintenance door collapsed like a tendon pulled out. Shin Muxing finally sighed. "You always do this." Lin Jin picked up the knife from the ground. "Do what?" "Drag others into pain." Lin Jin looked at him. "At least they're still hurting on this side." Shin Muxing lowered his head and smiled. The people in the living area had already surrounded them. Some carried hammers, some cutting torches, and some lugged buckets of bitter algae. The woman cradled a ya in her arms, her shoe repair all still aimed at Shin Muxing. "Get out of my house." Shin Muxing didn't get angry. He stepped back. Behind the maintenance door, a white light slowly opened. It wasn't the door of the wuxia. More like a temporary paper folded seam. Lin Jin rushed forward. Gu Hanzhou moved too. Both of them lunged at Shin Muxing almost simultaneously. But Shin Muxing was faster than they thought. Half his body had already retreated into the white light, leaving only one hand outside. That hand didn't dodge. Instead it reached toward Lin Jin. In his palm, there was a bit of charred apple ash. Lin Jin's pupils contracted. That was the apple core he had burned earlier. Shin Muxing whispered, "You thought you burned it clean." Lin Jin, a name isn't written on objects. It's written where others remember you. The next second the white light closed. Shin Muxing vanished. The maintenance door of the living area completely reverted to an ordinary wall panel. There was no cheer from the crowd. Only a Yuz crying, and the choking, burnt smell from the bitter algae stove. Gu Hanzhou crouched down and picked up a bit of white dust from the ground. He looked at it, then handed it to Lin Jin. Paper nail residue. Lin Jin didn't take it. Keep it for analysis. Gu Hanzhou withdrew his hand. You're not polite. Aren't you a temporary defector now? Gu Hanzhou glanced at him. He didn't refute. Qin Zhaomian's voice came through the channel. The living door is broken. The wuxia is also retreating. Zhou Tingyun immediately added, retreating yes, but it feels like it's retreating out of spite. Lin Jin looked outward. The wuxia was parked far away on the shadow side of Moonport. 7 of its lights had gone out, leaving 3. They looked like unclosed eyes. The empty seat door on the hull was not closed. But the nameplate had changed. It was no longer empty seat. Nor Lin Wan. Not Gu Hanch. Not Zhou Tingyun. A new line of words floated on the nameplate. A ya in the living area. The little girl suddenly shivered. Her mother held her tight, looked up at those words, and the color drained from her face. Lin Jin saw it too. Shin Muxing hadn't taken Lin Wan. Nor had he taken him. He had chosen a child easier to overlook. Aya was still crying. She didn't know her name had already appeared on that ship. She only knew that the paper fish had bitten her. Lin Jin slowly tightened his grip on the knife. In the medical cabin, Lin Wan said softly, Lin Jin. It didn't leave. Lin Jin looked at the newly lit door on the wuxia. Yeah. It's starting to choose others. This time no one could say it was just their own business anymore. On the freshly painted door of the wuxia, 2 characters were written Aya. In the living quarter, a woman held a little girl, the shoe repair, all still trembling in her hand. The little girl didn't yet know what those 2 characters meant. She only knew that the paper fish had just bitten her, and now everyone was staring at her. She cried very softly, as if afraid that crying too loud would summon something else. Lin Jin stared at the door. The door was far from the wuxia's hull, yet it seemed to have already pressed against the wall of the living quarter. White light spread from the shadowed side of Yuegong, illuminating the faces of the woman and child. The little girl, named Aya, shrank in her mother's arms, still clutching the torn paper fish in her hand. On the tail of the paper fish, the black ring had already burned away, but her name had been written on it. Gu Hanzhou stood beside Lin Jin, his voice low. It no longer needs samples. Lin Jin asked, what do you mean? It's starting to fill the list using the memories of the living. Gu Hanzhou looked toward the people in the living quarter. Everyone here knows she's called Aya. Zhou Tingyun cursed in the channel. Then what? Wipe everyone's minds. The blind granny's voice came from the direction of the gray door. Wipe my ass. She coughed, her voice hoarse and raw. Old rule of Yuegong, if a child is named by the door ghost, change their nickname on the spot. Lu Huai sneered immediately. Your Yuegang rules sound like folk remedies. Folk remedies still depend on who uses them. The blind granny cursed back without politeness. A child who's just been named, but not yet sampled. It can still work. For someone like Wan Wan, whose lungs were already stolen by the White Tower for a breath, changing the name is useless. In the medical cabin, Lin Wan let out a very soft as if she understood. Or perhaps she was a little unconvinced. On the wuxia side, the door inscribed with Aya began to detach from the hull. The white door drifted slowly from the darkness toward the living quarter like a cold white snow. It wasn't fast, but it didn't need to be fast. Already panic rippled through the living quarter. Aya's mother. Take the kid and run. Don't call her name. I just panicked. The moment those words fell, the 2 characters Aya on the white door flickered once. As if someone had added a stroke. The woman turned sharply, her eyes bloodshot. Don't call her. Her voice had already torn. No one call her. But the more panic, the more mistakes. An old man steadied himself against the wall, stomping his foot in desperation. The person next to him slapped a hand over his mouth. The old man was slapped so hard he started crying. I almost finished saying it. If it hurts, you'll remember. You hit me too hard. Chaos reigned in the living quarter. Some covered their mouths, some covered their children's ears, some smeared bitter algae water under their own noses, forcing themselves to stay awake. The white door kept drawing closer. A voice sounded from within the door. First a strange man. Aya. The woman's body went rigid. The voice was rough, carrying the hoarseness common to the low-level men of Yuegang. Aya, Dad's here to pick you up. The little girl stopped crying. She poked her face out from her mother's embrace. Daddy. The woman closed her eyes abruptly and slapped herself. Slap. It was very loud. She gritted her teeth and said no. The man in the white door spoke again. Chiyun, don't hit yourself. The woman's hand froze. Lin Jin saw that she was about to break. Not because she believed it, but because the voice was too similar. So similar that even knowing it was fake a person would want to hear just one more sentence. Lin Jin walked up to her without touching the child. What's her real name? The woman's lips were pale. The little girl spoke first, her voice very small. Yujia. The woman instantly clamped a hand over her mouth, tears streaming down. Her father gave it. Her voice trembled. He gave it before he died. Lin Jin looked at the door of their dwelling. A small wooden plaque hung on the door. Wood was rare in a place like Yuegang. That plaque was clearly very old, its edges worn smooth, with two crookedly carved characters Aya. Beside them was carved a tiny sprout. The carving was crude, but you could tell the person who carved it had been very serious at the time. As the white door approached, that small wooden plaque also lit up. White light seeped out from the carved grooves. The woman saw it, her face turning deathly pale. No. She shielded the child behind her, standing in front of the wooden plaque. This is what her father left. She looked at Lin Jin, her voice suddenly hoarse. If you want to smash it, smash me first. Lin Jin didn't step forward. He understood. Everyone has something they can't bear to burn. Zhou Tingyun had her peace charm. Xiao Liang had his father's work badge. He himself had once almost been deceived by an old toolbox. Gu Hanzhou suddenly raised his gun. The muzzle aimed at the wooden plaque. The woman screamed, "You dare!" Gu Hanzhou's finger rested on the trigger, but he didn't pull it immediately. His gun was very steady, but this time he didn't fire. Lin Jin glanced at him. Gu Hanzhou said coldly, "You do it." "Why, oi? She'll hate me." Gu Hanzhou looked at the woman and child. "If she hates you, at least you'll still care." The words were harsh. But Lin Jin caught something else beneath them. Gu Hanzhou wasn't afraid to shoot. He knew that some things couldn't be broken by an outsider. Lin Jin crouched down and placed his short knife at the woman's feet. "You break it." The woman stared at him. Lin Jin pointed at the wooden plaque. "If someone else breaks it, it's destroying your possession. If you break it, it's trading her life." Tears spilled from the woman's eyes. She stared at the wooden plaque for a long time. The white door was only 100 meters away. The man's voice from within the door grew closer. "Xian, don't break it." The woman let out a laugh. It was a laugh uglier than a cry. He wouldn't say that. She picked up the short knife. The handle was old, still stained with a bit of blood from Lin Jin's hand. She raised it, but couldn't bring it down at first. Her hands trembled violently. The little girl cried, clutching her mother's clothes. "Mom." The woman looked down at her. After a moment, she reached out and stroked the girl's hair. "Your father had clumsy hands. He carved it so ugly." The man's voice from the white door grew urgent. "Chiyun." The woman slammed the knife handle down. The wooden plaque cracked. The two characters Aya on the white door wobbled. She struck again. The wooden plaque split in two. The tiny sprout cracked down the middle and fell to the ground. The little girl finally cried out loud. The woman also cried. She hugged the child to her chest, crying and saying, "From now on, you're not called Aya anymore." The little girl sobbed. "Then what am I called?" The woman seemed stumped. She stared at the broken wooden pieces on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. The white door was only 70 meters from the living quarter. The blind granny grew anxious in the channel. "Quick, give her a name." The woman looked up, her eyes frighteningly red. "Xiao Xing," she said. "Xiao Xing." Xing, the character 4 awake. The little girl hiccuped through her tears. "It's ugly." The woman roughly wiped her face with her sleeve. "Ugly names are for the living." She turned and shouted to everyone in the living quarter, "Did you hear that? From now on, no one calls that name." No one answered. Not because they didn't want to. They just hadn't reacted yet. The woman yelled again, "Call her Xiao Xing." The first to shout was Xiao Liang. His voice was still hoarse, but he shouted with all his might. "Xiao Xing." Hua Qinzhou followed, "Xiao Xing." Zhou Tingyun shouted from the jury, "Xiao Xing." Lu Huai cursed, "Xiao Xing. Wake the hell up, don't be stupid with them." In the medical cabin, Lin Wan whispered softly through her mask, "Xiao Xing." Gu Hanzhou didn't shout. He looked down at the lead box in his arms that held the remnant voice of Gu Hanzhou. After half a second, he looked up, his voice not loud. "Xiao Xing." In the living quarter, the old, the women, the children, one after another, they began to call, "Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing." Someone mispronounced a character, and the person next to him slapped him awake. "Call her Xiao Xing." "I know, my tongue just tripped." "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." "Then remember." The living quarter was filled with a chaotic mixture of shouts, cries, curses, and coughs. The characters Aya on the white door began to fade. First the last stroke, then the radical. Finally, only a blurred white mark remained. The door stopped 50 meters from the living quarter. The man's voice came from inside Aya. No one answered. The woman held her daughter tight and cursed through gritted teeth, "You got the name wrong." Xiao Xing sniffled, crying as she added, "I'm not called Aya." The white door fell silent. The door began to retreat. In the living quarter, someone was about to cheer, but the sound hadn't even escaped when the white mark on the door suddenly lit up again. This time what emerged was not Aya. It was Yu Chiyun, the woman's name. Everyone's voice was cut off as if strangled. The color drained from Xiao Xing's mother's face. Lin Jin's heart sank. The wuxia couldn't have the child, so it turned to the one who remembered the child most deeply. The white door stopped again. From within, the voice of the dead husband grew even gentler. "Chiyun." The woman closed her eyes. Her hands trembled. Xiao Xing cried, "Mom." The woman pushed the child into Lin Jin's arms. "Take her away." Lin Jin caught Xiaoxing. The little girl was frighteningly light. The woman gripped the shoe repair all and took a step toward the white door. Lin Jin grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? The woman's eyes were red as if they might split. If it wants something, I'll give it myself. If you give it, we'll want others later. Gu Hanzhou walked over, his gun muzzle lowered. Her name isn't fully lit. Lin Jin looked at the white door. Gu Hanzhou was right. The characters Yu Qiuyun were bright, but unstable, as if something was missing. The woman laughed bitterly. Missing what? Gu Hanzhou didn't answer. But Lin Jin realized. He looked at the pieces of the wooden plaque on the ground. The name Yu Qiuyun had been called out by her husband. No matter how similar the voice in the door was, it was only a fake. The one who could truly call her name complete was already dead. But there was still something that proved he had lived. That wooden plaque. Lin Jin picked up the half with the carved sprout and handed it to the woman. Curse him. The woman froze. Lin Jin said, curse your husband. Use the words you would really curse him with. The woman clutched the half-plaque, tears streaming again. Are you insane? Lin Jin nodded. Yes. Curse him. The woman looked up at the gentle voice inside the white door. At first she choked. Then suddenly she burst into a torrent of curses. You Dishang, you short-lived ghost. The voice in the white door stopped. Everyone in the living quarter was stunned. The woman's curses grew louder. You carved that wooden plaque like a dog chewed it, and you still dared to give our daughter a name. You died and left all the debts to me. You said you'd come back to fix the door? Fix your ass. The door's been broken for 6 years, and I had to patch it myself. By the end her voice was shattered. If you were really him, then come back and pay off the account at the bitter algae pond. Xiaoxing, crying, suddenly shouted along, pay the debt. In the living quarter someone laughed first. Soon more people joined in. The laughter was chaotic, mixed with sobs, with coughs, with curses. The characters Yu Qiuyun on the white door finally went dark. The man's voice from inside became hollow. Name unstable. Relatives memory abnormal. Registration failed. The white door retreated completely back into the wuxia. The woman stood there clutching the half-plaque, bent over with sobs. Lin Jin returned Xiaoxing to her. The little girl hugged her mother's neck, sniffling and asking, Mom, am I really called Xiaoxing from now on? The woman cursed through her tears. What else? The plaque is broken. Then where do I write Xiaoxing? The woman froze. She looked at the shattered pieces on the ground. After a long moment, she picked up the shoe repair all and carved 2 new characters on the back of the wooden plaque, stroke by stroke. Xiaoxing. The carving was crooked, even uglier than her husband's. The little girl glanced at it and cried, so ugly. The woman said, being alive is good enough. The little girl nodded. Oh. In the distance, only 2 of the 7 lamps on the wuxia remained. But the hull didn't leave. Shin Muxing's voice sounded again. This time very softly. Lin Jin, you can't save every name. Lin Jin looked at the people huddled together in the living quarter. Then I'll save them one by one. Shin Muxing fell silent. After a moment he laughed. All right. Deep within the hull of the wuxia a new white door lit up. This time there was no person's name on the door, nor was it to be written. Instead it was a location. Jiri medical cabin. Lin Jin spun around sharply. Inside the medical cabin the lights flickered once. Lu Huai's angry curse exploded from the channel. Who's knocking on my door? The next second, 3 knocks sounded outside the medical cabin door of the Jiri. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the medical cabin, after the 3rd knock fell, the doorknob turned an inch by itself. Click. Very soft. Lin Wan lay on the hospital bed, a thin mist shrouding the transparent isolation hood. Lu Huai was adjusting the alveolar regeneration core for her when he heard the sound. His fingers paused for a moment. The next instant he grabbed his surgical scissors and turned around to curse. Knock your mother's ass. Silence hung outside the door for a breath. Then Lin Jin's voice rang out. Dr. Lu opened the door. Lin Wan's eyelashes trembled. Lu Huai didn't look back. Don't answer. From outside Lin Jin spoke again. I'm back. Let me see her. Lu Huai let out a cold laugh. Fake. Lin Wan stared at him through the transparent hood. Lu Huai swept an entire row of anesthetic syringes into the drawer and muttered the real Lin Jin's first words would be asking if you're dead. Lin Wan was stunned for a second, then actually laughed. But the laugh turned into a cough right after. Lu Huai instantly exploded. Laughing also consumes oxygen. Are you unsatisfied with your brand new lungs? Through the comm, the real Lin Jin's voice came. Lu Huai, don't open the door. No shit. Lu Huai yelled into the communicator, you think I'm running a charity clinic here? Who knocks I let in? Qin Xiaomian's voice cut in the background, full of static. It's identifying the room. Once it matches the door plate, the bed, the medical equipment, it can seep in. Lu Huai frowned. Speak human. It doesn't recognize the signboard. It recognizes what everyone on the ship calls this place the medical cabin. Lu Huai looked up, staring at the old nameplate on the wall. Medical cabin. He had hung that plate the day he boarded the ship. Back then he thought the Jiri How was a steel coffin, not even a proper place to treat people, so he asked Qin Xiaomian to find him a sign. Now it felt like a bad omen. He walked over, ripped the nameplate off, and slammed it on the floor. Clang. Outside the door the fake Lin Jin paused. But the white light on the door didn't recede. Lu Huai glared at the plate, his anger flaring, and stomped on it. Listen up, he said toward the door. This place isn't called the medical cabin anymore. From outside came Lin Wan's voice. Very soft, very gentle. Then what is it called? Lu Huai glanced back at the mess on the floor. Scattered medical boxes, charred energy cells, a stinking barrel of bitter algae in the corner, and a stretcher knocked crooked by Zhou Tingyun. He sneered. Lu Huai's stinky herb shop. Over the comm, Zhou Tingyun couldn't help it. Pretty accurate. Lu Huai roared, shut up. Qin Zhaomian quickly caught on. Everyone repeat after me. It recognizes the name we all default to. Change the default, and the door is wrong. A brief silence fell over the Jiri Hao. Then Zhou Tingyun shouted first. Lu Huai's stinky herb shop. Hua Qinzhou's voice was hoarse as rusted iron. Lu Huai's broken herb shop. Xiao Liang added softly, stinky shop. Gu Hanzhou paused for a second, then said coldly. Lu Huai's stinky herb shop. Lu Huai's face turned green. Gu, you little brat, don't stress the words. Lin Jin's voice came last. Lu Huai's stinky herb shop. No entry without payment. The characters on the door began to waver. Jiri Hao medical cabin. The line of text blurred like ink dissolving in water. Seeing it work, Lu Huai grabbed the bitter algae barrel and flipped open the lid. A pungent, fishy, spicy stench burst out, like rotten seaweed soaked in medicinal alcohol for 3 years. Even Lin Wan inside her sealed hood wrinkled her nose. Lu Huai scooped up a ladle of bitter algae mud and sloshed it on the floor. The second ladle went on the cabinet door. The third ladle he poured directly onto the cracked medical cabin nameplate. Then he tore off a strip of old bandage, dipped it in the bitter algae mud, and wrote 6 crooked characters on the inside of the door. No entry without payment. The letters were as ugly as if clawed by a dog. But every stroke carried anger. The doorknob stopped moving. From behind the hood, Lin Wan asked softly, Dr. Lu, do I owe payment? Lu Huai turned to glare at her. Yes. How much? A lot. Who pays? Your brother pays. Lin Wan blinked. Then I'm not a patient. I'm a debtor. Lu Huai froze. On the door, a small line of characters floated up again. Patient Lin Wan. Qin Zhaomian cursed over the comm. It's still recognizing the patient. Lu Huai's face darkened. Lin Wan reached up to remove her sealed hood. Lu Huai pressed her hand down. If you dare take it off, I'll tie you to the bed right now. Lin Wan looked at him, her voice very light. Then tie me. Lu Huai's hand froze. Lin Wan said, patients lie down. Debtors can be locked in the shop. Lu Huai couldn't curse anymore. He turned, pulled a torn bill paper from the drawer, grabbed a pen, and scribbled a line. Lin Wan owes Lu Huai 37006 doses of bitter algae medicine. After writing, he slapped the bill onto the headboard of the hospital bed. Then he grabbed a restraint strap and buckled Lin Wan's wrist to the bed rail. As he tied it, his hands were trembling. Lin Wan's forehead was beaded with sweat from pain, but she didn't make a sound. Lu Huai muttered, you Lin family really has a disease. Lin Wan said, so do you. I'm a doctor. Stinky herb shop owner. Lu Huai was choked. The patient Lin Wan on the door finally cracked, shattered into a cloud of white dust, and seeped through the door crack. The entire Jiri Hao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Tingyun whispered over the comm, did it work? As soon as the words fell, another voice sounded outside the door. Not Lin Jin. Not Lin Wan. It was a girl. Very young. Choked with tears. Dad. Lu Huai froze solid. The pen dropped from his hand. Lin Wan looked up at him. Dr. Lu. The girl outside called again. Dad, I don't want to burn. The Jiri Hao fell silent. Even Zhou Tingyun dared not speak. The white light on the door, almost gone, crawled back. This time it didn't show medical cabin or Lin Wan. It showed 2 characters. Lu Huai. Lin Jin's voice was low and urgent. Lu Huai, don't listen. Lu Huai didn't answer. He stared at the door, the color draining from his face. The girl's voice was thin. The incinerator is so dark. Lu Huai slowly bent down and picked up the surgical scissors. Lin Wan gently tugged at the restraint strap with her bound hand. Dr. Lu, don't call me. The girl outside cried, Dad, didn't you say you would save me? Lu Huai gripped the scissors, his knuckles white. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were bloodshot. You didn't learn it well enough. Silence outside for a moment. Lu Huai stared at the door. That year the furnace was broken. No answer from outside. Lu Huai's voice grew even hoarser. If you want to imitate her, learn it all. He raised his hand and stabbed the surgical scissors deep into the door panel. Thud. The door panel shook. She didn't get burned. Thud. Second stab. My daughter died on the operating table. Thud. The third stab went straight into the door lock. Died in my hands. The girl's sobs twisted, as if someone was choking her throat. Lu Huai didn't stop. He stabbed again and again, sparks flying from the lock. Her last words weren't, I don't want to burn. His voice dropped. She said, Dad, don't keep a tab for me. The Lu Huai on the door split open. The white light retreated. Lu Huai tore off the bandage that read no entry without payment, dipped it again in bitter algae mud, and wrote a larger line on the door. Lu Huai's stinky herb shop. Below it he added another line. Free for the dead. After writing, he threw the surgical scissors onto the floor. Get lost. The sobs outside stopped abruptly. The white light faded completely. The door returned to gray. Nothing happened. No explosion. No scream. Only a little bitter algae mud slowly oozing down the door crack. Lin Wan looked at Lu Huai. She wanted to speak. Lu Huai, his back to her, spoke first. Don't comfort me. Lin Wan closed her mouth. After 2 seconds, she asked softly. Does my debt still count? Lu Huai wiped his face. Yes. Lin Wan asked again, free for the dead, then I. You're alive. Lu Huai turned to glare at her. The living must pay. Lin Wan smiled softly. This time Lu Huai didn't scold her for laughing. Outside the jury, how the white door on the wuxia, how that once red jury, how medical cabin finally went completely dark. But before anyone could catch their breath, a row of doors deep in the ship lit up. No longer bearing names. Nor room numbers. But places. Gray door dock. Bitter algae pool. White tower archives. Silence well. The blind crone's voice came through the gray door channel. It's no longer looking for people. Nor for rooms. Lin Jin stood at the porthole, watching those white doors light up one by one. Then what is it looking for? The blind crone was silent for a moment. Looking for a path. It's going to piece the entire moon harbor into a single ship. Inside the medical cabin, Lin Wan looked at the door that read free for the dead and said very softly, Dr. Lu. Lu Huai grumbled, what now? You made a mistake. Where? Lin Wan said your daughter didn't know you. Lu Huai stood there not turning around. After a long while he cursed. You don't know a damn thing. But his voice was already hoarse. The archive vault of the White Spire. The door blazed first searingly bright. Not the familiar cold white of the wuxiao vessel. This was the White Spire's white, sterile, precise, devoid of dust, blood, or any trace of humanity. When Gu Hanzhou saw those words, his face paled more than it had upon crawling from the scrap pool. Zhou Tingyun glanced at him. Director Gu, your hometown has boarded the vessel. Gu Hanzhou did not reply. His gaze remained fixed on the door. Behind it stood row upon row of silver archive cabinets, cold as an upright tomb. Qin Zhaomian accessed external surveillance. Across Moonport, the lower tier of the White Spire branch was exhaling white mist. Not an explosion, just the fog of opening cryo cabinets. Black archive crates slid from their shelves, pulled by unseen hands, colliding with the luminous white seam in the wall, the seam behind which lay the wuxiao vessel. Lin Jin watched a single sheet flutter from one crate. It bore a sealed archival label. Lin Wan. One corner caught in the white seam, the paper was being drawn inward inch by inch. Gu Hanzhou spoke, we cannot let it take the archive vault. Lin Jin looked at him. Now you're anxious. His voice was glacial. The White Spire's Moonport branch holds 11726 living archive files, and over 3900 residual sound records. The mockery faded from Zhou Tingyun's face. Gu Hanzhou continued. 30% of those subjects are still alive. Silence fell across the cockpit. Still alive. Yet within the White Spire system, they were already sealed. Observed. Numbered. Awaiting disposition. Qin Zhaomian murmured, can we remotely lock the vault? Gu Hanzhou inserted his authorization chip into the old days vessel's interface. The screen flickered. White Spire security clearance frozen. He slotted in a second. Gu family emergency clearance frozen. A third. Medical protection clearance frozen. Zhou Tingyun whispered, they really cut you loose, didn't they? Gu Hanzhou withdrew the chips. Temporarily. Qin Zhaomian couldn't suppress a bitter laugh. Your temporary grows longer each time. He ignored her. From his coat, he drew the leaden box containing Gu Hanzhou's residual sound. Small, unassuming, yet held in his palm like a heart long since chilled. Lin Jin watched him. You'll use it to open the door. The first return accident vault of the White Spire doesn't obey current clearance protocols. Gu Hanzhou's voice dropped low. That is the original physical lock left by the first generation of the Gu family. Security, familial, and medical clearances may all be frozen, but the dual voice lock remains inviolable. Why? Gu Hanzhou stared at the white seam. Because after the first return accident, even the Gu family ceased to trust the White Spire. He placed the leaden box onto the main console. He did not open it yet. Instead, he asked softly, Gu Hanzhou, answer me. No sound came from the box. He asked again, what did you hate most about how I called you when we were children? 3 seconds of silence. Then, a boy's voice faint as breath. Cold rice, brother. Zhou Tingyun nearly burst out laughing. Choked it into a half cough instead. Gu Hanzhou's expression did not shift. Yet the knuckles pressing down on the lid relaxed. Just slightly. Second question. The boy inside the box muttered, here you go again. A hint of grievance colored his tone. Gu Hanzhou said, who did you blame for stealing the candy tin? The cat. We don't have a cat. So you stood punishment. The boy gave a small laugh, brief, fragile. Static crackled beneath the voice. But for that instant Gu Hanzhou's face softened. Not quite human, but no longer iron. He lifted the lid. A wisp of pale residual sound rose forth. Not a thread. A breath of mist. Gu Hanzhou pressed his hand onto the authorization disk. Gu Hanzhou. The voice from the box completed it. Gu Hanzhou. The console lit up. Gu family dual voice confirmation. White Spire first return accident vault unsealed. Qin Zhaomian immediately interfaced. Vault access secured. On screen, the interior of the White Spire archive vault resolved into clarity. Cabinets snapped open en masse. Papers, chips, sound tubes, cryo labels, all suspended midair, drawn slowly toward the white seam. One sound tube fractured. An old man's voice emerged. I am still alive. In the next instant, it vanished, swallowed whole. Qin Zhaomian's fingers paused. Gu Hanzhou said, initiate physical incineration. She turned to him. Are you certain? Once incinerated, every remaining file, every piece of evidence, every original registry will turn to ash. Even the White Spire's own ledger. Every proof that certain people ever existed. Lin Jin looked at Gu Hanzhou. Burn it, and you'll never recover your brother's full record. Gu Hanzhou stared at the screen. If that full record enters the Wuxiao vessel, it ceases to be a record. Gu Hanzhou's voice emerged suddenly from the box. Brother. Gu Hanzhou did not look down. Does it hurt? He closed his eyes. Yes. Then it's real. At those words, Lin Jin saw Gu Hanzhou's left hand tremble. In the next second, he pressed the incineration confirmation. Physical incineration initiated. Please confirm again. Gu Hanzhou raised his hand. This time, steady, unwavering. Confirmation complete. Inside the White Spire archive vault, every light shifted to crimson. The cryo cabinets ceased emitting white fog. Instead, they ignited. Not ordinary fire, but blue-white flame, cold and ravenous, devouring metal. Row after row of silver cabinets began burning from their bases. The door labeled White Spire archive vault on the Wuxiao vessel shuddered violently. From within came a chorus of synthetic voices perfectly synchronized. Sealed archives must not be destroyed. Sealed archives must not be destroyed. Sealed archives. Gu Hanzhou murmured, be silent. The first row of paper files turned to ash. The second row, sound tubes exploded. Fragments of residual voices fled, only to be consumed instantly by the blue-white fire. A child cried out. An elder coughed. Someone shouted, I'm not dead. Another screamed their own name. One managed only half a laugh before it died. Zhou Tingyun's face went ashen. This is far too. Qin Zhaomian whispered, if we don't burn them, they'll be taken by the Wuxiao vessel. No one spoke again. Lin Jin watched the sealed sheet bearing Lin Wan, half caught in the white, seam half curling in the flames. Those two characters first blackened, then crumbled into ash. Lin Jin felt no relief, only a sudden hollowness in his palm, as though something intangible had just burned away. Yet that thing had never belonged in this world. In the medical bay, Lin Wan drew a soft, shallow breath. Lu Huai immediately checked the monitors. What happened? Lin Wan gazed upward at the ceiling. Someone just let go. Who? She shook her head. Many people. Within the White Spire archive vault, the fire roared higher. The Wuxiao vessel's door began retreating. Its plaque, White Spire archive vault, cracked stroke by stroke. Just as the final character flickered toward extinction, a small hand thrust forth from the doorway. A boy's hand. Gu Hanzhou jerked his head up. Inside the leaden box, Gu Hanzhou fell silent. From within the Wuxiao vessel's door came the same voice. Brother. This time, not from the box. From the fire. Gu Hanzhou's eyes locked onto that hand. Lin Jin seized his shoulder. Don't move. He did not pull away. Firelight danced across his face. He watched motionless as the hand was drawn deeper into the incineration system. The boy's voice whispered. I'm afraid. Gu Hanzhou's throat tightened. After a long silence, he replied, voice raw. So am I. Flame consumed the hand. The door labeled White Spire archive vault dimmed, then extinguished entirely. The leaden box in Gu Hanzhou's hand vibrated faintly. He opened it. Gu Hanzhou's residual sound had grown markedly fainter. The voice that had just called him brother now lingered only as a whisper. Bro. The second syllable dissolved into silence. Gu Hanzhou's finger rested on the lid. He did not close it for a long while. Lin Jin asked, is it still there? Gu Hanzhou shut the lid. Yes. He paused, but diminished. Zhou Tingyun started to speak, then stopped. She turned back to the helm. Outside the old days vessel, the Wuxiao vessel retreated, just slightly, not much, but the door labeled White Spire archive vault was gone. Blind Granny's voice crackled over the gray channel. The White Spire burns its ledgers. I've never seen the likes in all my years. Gu Hanzhou replied coolly, not all of it. Enough to make it fresh. Blind Granny coughed once. Don't rejoice. It lost the archive vault. It'll relocate and replenish elsewhere. As she finished speaking, another door flared white deep within the Wuxiao vessel. Silent well. Lin Jin's heart sank. Inside the silent well lay what remained in the black cube. If the Wuxiao vessel claimed it, every voice imprisoned there would become part of its hull. Zhou Tingyun murmured, it truly knows how to pick. Huo Qinzhou pushed himself upright, bracing against the wall. The silent well must not fall. Qin Zhaomian looked at Lin Jin. How do we hold it? That place forbids sound, resists remote access. Even loud speech is fatal. Before Lin Jin could answer, every channel aboard the old days vessel fell silent. Not a disconnection. All sound, stripped clean. Even the reactor's hum vanished. Lin Jin opened his mouth, heard nothing. In the cockpit, Zhou Tingyun whirled around, face drained of color. Qin Zhaomian slammed her fist onto the console. No sound followed. The Wuxiao vessel's door labeled Silent Well swung slowly open. Within, pure blackness. Black so absolute it devoured sound itself. In the next moment, Lin Jin saw Lin Wan bolt upright in the medical bay feed. She sat behind the sealed viewport, yet raised a trembling finger to her throat. She could not speak. The entire old days vessel had fallen mute. The first instant the Jiri Hao lost its voice, Zhou Tingyun hadn't realized what happened. He opened his mouth to curse. No sound emerged. He froze, then slammed his palm onto the console. His hand landed. Still there was no sound. The console merely trembled, its red light pulsing like a heart whose throat had been seized. The entire ship fell silent. Not silence, emptiness. Even the reactor's usual low hum, like a chronic ailment, had been drained away. Lin Jin stood before the main console and saw Qin Xiaomian's lips move twice. Judging by the shape of her mouth, she was cursing. She realized it was useless. Her expression darkened, and she grabbed a marker to write beside the screen, "Don't speak." Sound had been taken. Zhou Tingyun took the marker and wrote furiously, "It's like I'm blind." Qin Xiaomian added beneath, "You usually navigate by yelling." Zhou Tingyun read it, and astonishingly didn't retort. That was more serious than a quarrel. In the medical bay's feed, Lin Wan sat on the bed, one hand pressed against her throat. The inside of the transparent cover was coated in mist. She opened her mouth and shouted something. No sound. Lu Huai rushed over, checked the instruments first, then sealed the cover tightly again. His cursing mouth was fierce, but no one aboard the Jiri How could hear it. Then he used bitter algae mud to write 2 words on the outside of the cover. Alive. Lin Wan saw it, lifted her finger, and slowly wrote inside the cover. The mist parted beneath her fingertip, revealing 4 characters, "I'm still here." Lin Jin's heart eased for a moment at those 4 words. The next instant the ship lurched downward. No alarm. No impact. Everyone only saw the moon dust outside the porthole pressing down as if crushed by an invisible hand. The door of the silent well aboard the Wuxia How had already opened. Inside the door was not darkness. It was nothing. A thin black line extended from the door, brushing past the outer ring of the lunar port. Where it passed, even shadows were missing a segment. That line was probing deeper into the gray gate dockyard. The silent well was over there. If it touched the well's mouth, the black box, the remnant voices, the cursed things sealed inside, would all become a mere cabin of the Wuxia How. Lin Jin picked up the marker and wrote on the main screen, "Go to the silent well." Gu Hanzhou pressed down on the line and shook his head. He wrote, "The Wuxia How is waiting for you." Waiting for everyone who had been named. Qin Xiaomian snatched the marker and added, "We need someone who hasn't been written on by the door plaque or sampled. Not untouched, but unregistered." Several pairs of eyes landed on Xiao Liang at once. Xiao Liang stood at the rear hatch, still clutching that wrench. His face went pale. But he didn't step back. Hua Qinzhou moved before him. The old man's broken leg hadn't been set, yet only supported by a temporary brace. He grabbed Xiao Liang's arm, his lips moving fiercely. No sound. Xiao Liang understood. He took the marker from Qin Xiaomian and wrote on his own palm, "I'll go." Hua Qinzhou snatched the marker, his hand trembling so much he could barely hold it. No. Xiao Liang stared for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. It wasn't a light smile, nor was it pleasant. He wrote on the back of Hua Qinzhou's burned hand, "The debt isn't paid. I won't die." Hua Qinzhou stared at the line, his face turning ashen as a corpse. Finally, he pulled an old bone token from around his neck and pressed it into Xiao Liang's palm. 7th Blockade Unit. Xiao Liang glanced down at it. Hua Qinzhou tapped his own eyes with 2 fingers, then pointed at the bone token. The meaning was simple. "Take it. Watch the way." Xiao Liang nodded. The airlock opened. No sound of the door. Only cold white moonlight poured in. Xiao Liang shot out of the Jiri How and slid along the outer maintenance cable toward the gray gate. Someone in the lunar port's living area saw him. Many looked up. Silently, someone pressed their palms together. Someone knocked on their own chest. Xiao Liang raised his wrench in return. The Jiri How hugged the shadow of a derelict ship, escorting him forward. Qin Xiaomian plotted a route on the screen. A red line passed through the half-collapsed recycling furnace, the gray gate's old tracks, and the outer wall of the silent well. Just as Xiao Liang finished the first segment, the route vanished. Not broken. Erased. The screen was left a blank gray. Qin Xiaomian's expression changed as she wrote on the console, "The silent well is eating the map." Gu Hanzhou stared at the external feed, then suddenly wrote beside it, "Look at the shadows." He pointed out the porthole. All sound was gone, but the moonlight remained. The shadows cast by derelict wrecks were still there. Where the black line passed, the shadow was missing a chunk, as if bitten off. Qin Xiaomian switched to visual navigation immediately. She gestured for Zhou Tingyun to lower the ship. But Zhou Tingyun misread it, thinking she wanted to retreat, and the Jiri How jerked backward. Xiao Liang's safety line snapped taut, slamming him into the outer wall. Qin Xiaomian whipped around and glared at him, nearly snapping the marker in 2 as she wrote 4 huge characters on the screen forward. "Idiot." Zhou Tingyun's face turned green as he hurriedly pushed back. He wrote small beside it, "Silent piloting doesn't suit me." No one paid him any attention. Xiao Liang reached the first wall. There had once been a maintenance hatch there, but now it was as smooth as if the door had never existed. He pressed Hua Qinzhou's bone token against it. No reaction. He gritted his teeth, swung the wrench, and smashed the wall. First blow. Second blow. Third blow. Sparks flew silently. A crack split open on the wall. Xiao Liang squeezed through. The external camera could only capture a few shaky frames. His shoulder lamp flickered. The outer layer of the silent well was pitch black, like a severed throat. Suddenly a hand appeared in the frame. It reached out from the wall. Pale rough, with a lunar port welding scar on the back. The index finger was missing a nail. This hand had once pulled Xiao Liang out of a scrap trench when he was a child. Liang Jing's hand. That hand gently pressed down on Xiao Liang's shoulder. Xiao Liang stopped. Aboard the Jiri, Hao Hua Qinzhou lurched to his feet, his lips parting. No sound. He knew there was no sound, yet he still shouted. Xiao Liang could neither see nor hear. That hand touched the back of his neck like a father patting his son. Xiao Liang looked down and saw the words on his palm now blurred by sweat. The debt isn't paid. I won't die. He raised the wrench. He brought it down. That hand shattered into a length of black tape. Xiao Liang pressed on. Lin Jin only then realized he had been holding his breath. The silent well finally appeared in the frame. The well's mouth was not open. Beside it, the black line extending from the wuxia Hao clung to the rim like a worm. A white nail was embedded at the point where the black line and the well's lip overlapped. The white nail pinned the black line to the silent well. With every millimeter it sank deeper, another white crack appeared on the well's rim. Qin Zhaomian wrote on the screen, "Pull the nail out, and the black line will break." Xiao Liang nodded. He reached out and grabbed the white nail. The moment he touched it, his whole body went rigid. Frost began to form on his visor. The white nail made no sound. But it made him hear something. He slowly let go of the wrench. Hua Qinzhou grabbed a harpoon gun and charged toward the airlock. Lin Jin held him back. Hua Qinzhou turned, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Lin Jin snatched the harpoon gun and pointed at himself. Hua Qinzhou shook his head. Lin Jin ignored him. But just as he was about to launch from the outer hatch, someone suddenly slapped the screen from the medical bay. Lu Huai. The old man shoved a medicine pack into the transfer slot. A few seconds later, the pack popped out beside the main console. On it were scrawled words, "Bitter algae powder, throw it in his face." Lin Jin looked at Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun didn't misread this time. The belly projector of the Jiri Hao opened. The bitter algae powder was compressed into a small gas grenade and fired toward the outer wall of the silent well. The gas grenade burst silently. A cloud of green powder coated Xiao Liang's face. His entire body convulsed. Even through the screen, everyone could see he was choking. He woke up. The first thing he did was swing the wrench and smack his own helmet hard, as if annoyed at his own stupidity. Then he gripped the white nail with both hands and pulled with all his might. The nail slowly left the rim. The black line began to retract. The silent well door of the wuxia Hao shook violently in the distance. Inside the Jiri Hao, everyone still couldn't hear, but they could see the screen trembling. They could see the walls trembling. They could see everyone's jaws clenching. When the white nail was half pulled out, Xiao Liang's safety line snapped. His entire body was dragged toward the well's mouth by the black line. Lin Jin didn't wait any longer. He launched from the outer hatch and charged along Xiao Liang's route. The lunar surface was silent. No wind, no footsteps, no breath. When he reached the silent well, Xiao Liang's upper body was already being pulled into the well's mouth. Lin Jin grabbed Xiao Liang's shoulder ring. Xiao Liang turned back, his eyes red. Lin Jin's other hand seized the white nail. The coldness drilled through his palm into his bones. It was deep, as if countless voices had been compressed into ice and stuffed into his blood. He suddenly remembered Lin Yinshan's words, "Come back alive." But this time those words had no sound, only the shape of the lips. Panic seized Lin Jin's heart. He feared he would forget his father's voice. He feared he would forget Lin Wan's voice. He feared the world would henceforth be only motion without a single living word. Xiao Liang suddenly rammed his helmet hard into Lin Jin's. No sound, but it hurt. Lin Jin snapped back. The pain was real. Together they strained. The white nail was finally pulled out. The black line at the well's mouth snapped abruptly. One corner of the silent well door on the wuxia Hao collapsed. The next second, a sliver of sound returned to the world. First a cough. Lu Huai's. Harsh and fierce. Then Zhou Tingyun's curse. "Holy shit, we're back." Following that, the delayed hum of the Jiri Hao's reactor slowly filled the cabin. Like a heart beginning to beat again. Lin Jin collapsed beside the silent, while hearing Xiao Liang gasping heavily inside his helmet. The breathing was ugly, rapid like a broken bellows. But Lin Jin suddenly felt it was better than any song. In the comms, Hua Qinzhou's voice exploded, "Xiao Liang." Xiao Liang lay in the moon dust panting for a long time and replied, "Not dead." Hua Qinzhou snarled, "Bullshit. I saw it." Xiao Liang closed his eyes and smiled. "The debt isn't done yet." Lin Jin sat up and looked at the silent well. The well's mouth had closed. The white nail lay shattered beside it. The silent well door of the wuxia Hao had gone completely dark, but on the well's rim a thin crack had appeared, like a mouth that hadn't been stitched shut. Lin Jin reached out and touched it. From the crack came an extremely faint laugh. Not the wuxia Hao. It was the thing locked inside. It was still there. Lin Jin looked up, gazing at the distant wuxia Hao. One more of its remaining lights had gone out. But the ship didn't retreat. It was waiting for the next door. In the medical bay, Lin Wan's voice finally sounded. Very soft, a little hoarse. "Lin Jin." Lin Jin closed his eyes. This time he heard it. "I'm here," Lin Wan said. It was so quiet just now. I don't like it." Lin Jin stared at the crack in the silent well. "I don't like it either." He finished speaking, bent down, picked up the shattered white nail, and stuffed it into his tool pouch. Qin Zhaomian asked over the channel, "What are you taking that for?" Lin Jin looked at the wuxia Hao. keeping it, to return it later. He paused. Nail it into its own door. The gray gate dock rumbled, not with an explosion, but with a deep muffled groan rising from the lunar bedrock like an ancient house being wrenched from its foundations, its bones aching first. Lin Jin still stood beside the silent well gripping the shattered white nail. Xiao Liang lay gasping in the moon dust while Hua Qinzhou cursed him over the comms, until that sound cut through everything. Thud. Moon dust billowed from the direction of the gray gate. The feed from the old days vessel cut to the scene. On the hull of the Wuxiao vessel, the gate labeled Gray Gate Dock stood wide open. A white mooring chain extended from within the gate. It did not strike people. It did not strike ships. It clamped onto the ancient archway marking the Gray Gate's entrance. The arch was hung with weathered ship plaques, names of vessels and names of people. Liang Jing appeared on one black bronze plaque. Xiao Liang had just been dragged upright by Lin Jin from beside the silent well when he saw it, and froze. The white chain tightened. Another inch. The Gray Gate dock slid toward the Wuxiao vessel. A shriek of tearing metal echoed across the dock. A row of maintenance scaffolds collapsed. Someone shouted over the channel. East side airtight wall breached. Old artillery platform warped off axis. Blind Granny. The main anchor is snapping. This time Blind Granny's voice held no curse. She simply said, "The Gray Gate has been seized." Lin Jin stared at the feed. Each time the white chain constricted, the Gray Gate seemed to be pulled from the lunar crust, one bone at a time. Xin Zhaomian pulled up the structural schematic and frowned. "Wait." She zoomed in, her finger halting over the Gray Gate's central framework. "This is an architectural beamwork." Zhou Tingyun at the helm asked, "Then what is it?" Xin Zhaomian's voice dropped. "Ship rib." Hua Qinzhou braced himself against the wall and coughed once. "Took you this long to see it?" Lin Jin turned to look at him. Hua Qinzhou's face was ashen, his severed leg remained ungrafted, but his lips twisted into a grimace. 30 years ago the Gray Gate wasn't a dock. It was the Gray Gate maintenance mothership. Silence fell across the cabin. Zhou Tingyun gazed at the colossal structure buried in moon dust. "You call that a mothership?" Hua Qinzhou replied. Later the reactor was sealed, half the thrusters dismantled, the hull buried deep into the lunar regolith. Then warehouses built atop it, homes erected, ships repaired. 30 years of layering. Blind Granny took up the thread. After so long people forgot it could fly. She tapped her navigation rod against the floor. But the Wuxiao vessel never forgot. The white chain tightened again. The Gray Gate's main arch tilted and plaques clattered violently against one another. Clang, clang, clang. Like a whole house of the dead had begun to speak. Xin Zhaomian swiftly remapped the structural nodes. It doesn't recognize the entire Gray Gate. It recognizes the entrance. She pointed to the old archway heavy with ship plaques. That arch has become by universal assumption the Gray Gate. The Wuxiao vessel bites it and drags the entire dock away. Lin Jin looked toward Blind Granny. "So we dismantle the gate." Blind Granny sneered. "Dismantle it. Remove the arch and reassemble it with that white nail as a decoy Gray Gate. The Wuxiao vessel keeps biting the false gate, while the true Gray Gate lifts anchor and departs." Zhou Tingyun's throat bobbed. "Lifts anchor. You talk about it like pulling a nail. Then what? Wait for it to swallow us whole." Someone shouted from the dock. "South Bay hasn't evacuated yet. 30 years worth of spare parts inside. When your life's at stake, who cares about spare parts? Cut South Bay." Blind Granny. "Cut South Bay and the Gray Gate loses every last repair line. Survive first, then worry about tomorrow." A hush fell over the channel. Then, a cascade of fractures echoed from deep within the dock. South Bay was severed. That section tore free from the Gray Gate's flank and crashed into the moon dust, cargo containers scattering wildly. A few maintenance workers sprinted, cursing bitterly. Filthy words, but no backward glance. Lin Jin listened to those curses, and suddenly felt the Gray Gate truly awaken. Awake, not gracefully, but awake. He handed the shattered white nail to Xiao Liang. "Xiao Liang, you dismantle the gate." Xiao Liang looked at the nail, then at the bronze plaque inscribed with Liang Jing. "I'll go. You just climbed out of the silent well. I'm not dead. You nearly were." "Nearly doesn't count." Xiao Liang sealed his exoskeleton helmet. "That gate bears my father's plaque." Hua Qinzhou said nothing. After a breath's pause, he yanked the 7th lockdown unit bone badge from his neck and pressed it into Xiao Liang's palm. "Take it." Xiao Liang glanced down. "Another Pathfinder. This time, it finds the gate." Hua Qinzhou's voice rasped. "If you can't pry loose Liang Jing's plaque, smash it." Xiao Liang lifted his gaze. Hua Qinzhou watched the archway on screen. Even the hardest plaque of the dead yields to the living. Xiao Liang didn't reply. The airlock cycled open. He launched from the old days vessel, Lin Jin right behind him. They slid along the lateral maintenance cable toward the Gray Gate's arch. The white chain had already warped the arch severely. That old gate was ugly. Rusted iron, copper plaques, broken navigational markers, faded ship names. All crammed together, as if the port dwellers had stuffed every forgotten corpse and derelict vessel into its threshold. Xiao Liang landed on the side beam. No sooner had he steadied himself than Liang Jing's bronze plaque flared. his voice issuing from within. Xiao Liang, don't dismantle it. Xiao Liang stiffened. Lin Jin reached for the side beam, just as Xiao Liang swung his wrench and slammed it hard against the nameless ship plaque beside it. Shut up. Liang Jing's voice returned. Son. Xiao Liang clenched his jaw, wedging the wrench's edge beneath the plaque's rim. You're not him. He never called me son when he scolded me. He wrenched downward. The plaque refused to budge, as though fused into the gate itself. Then the white chain snapped taut. The entire arch lurched further toward the Wuxiao vessel. Lin Jin grabbed the side beam, his body slamming into the iron frame, his shoulder numbing instantly. On the old days vessel, Zhou Tingyuan had already maneuvered into towing position. I'll count to 3. Engage the grappling arms. Qin Zhaomian roared, don't count. Engage now. The old days vessel's right mechanical arm lashed out, locking onto the Grey Gate's western primary rib. Across the dock, Blind Granny's voice drowned all others. Seal all airtight doors. East sector evacuated. Reactor ignition sequence initiated. Deep within the Grey Gate, a sullen crimson light flickered to life, dirty, ancient, and faintly wheezing. But it lit, and the entire maintenance mothership exhaled, a guttural bovine groan. Zhou Tingyuan shouted over the channel, it's alive. Qin Zhaomian snapped, save the awe. Pull. The old days vessel ignited full aft thrust. From the Grey Gate's aged reactor, ragged bursts of crimson flame erupted. 3 primary anchors, buried deep in the lunar regolith, strained to their breaking point. Moon dust rose in great sheets. Xiao Liang kept prying at the plaque. Liang Jing's voice repeated, relentless. Xiao Liang, don't dismantle me. Child. Xiao Liang's hands trembled violently. Lin Jin landed beside him and gripped the opposite end of the wrench. You dismantle the plaque. Xiao Liang looked at him. I'll silence the voice. Liang Jing's voice shifted instantly. Lin Jin, your father's name is on that gate too. Lin Jin didn't turn. He's not. How do you know? Lin Jin gritted his teeth and drove his short blade into the junction between the white chain and the arch. Because he never posted debts on plaques. Xiao Liang paused, then laughed. Tears streamed down his face as he laughed. That sounds exactly like something a dead man would say. Together they heaved. Crack. The bronze plaque finally gave way. Liang Jing's name remained, though now split at one corner. Xiao Liang clutched it tightly to his chest. The white chain instantly lost its purchase. Lin Jin drove the shattered white nail deep into the central fissure of the arch. As the nail pierced the iron, its scream pierced the air. The Wuxiao vessel's white chain instantly coiled around the nail. Qin Zhaomian shouted, it's done. It's biting the false gate. Lin Jin and Xiao Liang leapt from the arch. The old days vessel strained its towing capacity to the limit. The Grey Gate's ancient reactor spewed crimson flame. The first primary anchor snapped. The second followed immediately. The third held fast. Like an old bone, it jammed deep in the lunar bedrock. Third anchor locked. Someone cried from the dock. Zhou Tingyuan ground his teeth. Pull harder, and the old days vessel's arm will shear. Blind Granny paused, then said one word. Detonate. Qin Zhaomian paled. Beneath the third anchor lies the original habitation deck. Evacuation complete. But that's the oldest residential module. Detonate. Blind Granny's voice grated like iron sand. If the Grey Gate gets dragged aboard the Wuxiao vessel, the habitation deck won't survive either. Xiao Liang hugged the bronze plaque and looked up. I'll plant the charge. Hua Qinzhou roared, get back here. Xiao Liang ignored him and slid down the broken anchor toward its base. Lin Jin started to follow when Gu Hanzhou dropped from the opposite side, one hand flinging a demolition charge. Catch. Xiao Liang blinked. Gu Hanzhou said, don't stare at me. White Tower specializes in breaching gates, more than you do. Xiao Liang caught the charge and vanished into the crevice at the anchor's root. Then the white chain sensed something wrong. The Wuxiao vessel's gate labeled Grey Gate dock began vibrating violently. Voices poured from within. The voices of Grey Gate personnel, Blind Granny's voice, Liang Jing's voice, even Xiao Liang's own voice. I don't want to die. Xiao Liang's fingers stilled. Gu Hanzhou raised his hand and slammed it hard against the ruined exoskeleton on his right arm. The vibration traveled up the anchor's root. Xiao Liang turned to look. Gu Hanzhou mouthed 2 words. Hurry up. Xiao Liang lowered his head and drove the charge into the anchor's root. The fuse ignited. Just as he scrambled clear, the explosion detonated behind him. Gu Hanzhou raised his ruined right arm exoskeleton and blocked the blast. Shrapnel struck his armor, warping the exoskeleton beyond recognition. Both men were hurled backward by the shockwave. Lin Jin fired a safety tether, hooking Xiao Liang's waist ring. Meanwhile, Qin Zhaomian guided the mechanical arm to snag Gu Hanzhou. Boom. The third primary anchor snapped. The entire Grey Gate dock surged upward, suddenly weightless. A vast black gash tore across the lunar surface. The Grey Gate detached from lunar port. No longer a dock. It became a wrecked vessel, a mothership of repairs, its hull plastered with decades-old ship plaques half buried in moon dust for 30 years. The Wuxiao vessel's white chains still gripped the old arch, now pinned by the white nail. That arch tore free from the Grey Gate's hull, carrying empty plaques with it. flying toward the Wuxiao vessel. Blind Granny's voice crackled over the channel. Watch closely. That is not the Gray Gate. That is only a gate. Both the Old Days vessel and the Gray Gate fired reverse thrusters. Two ancient vessels, scarred fractured, pulled clear of the Wuxiao vessel's white chain range. The Wuxiao vessel's gate labeled Gray Gate Dock dimmed. Characters on the gate plate cracked one by one. Gray Gate Dock became Gray Gate, then Maintenance Mothership, and finally went dark. Zhou Tingyuan exhaled slowly. Did it misidentify a? Blind Granny scoffed. Not misidentification. I changed its registry. Inside the Gray Gate many wept. Others laughed. Their cries and laughter tangled, like a crowd digging their home out of a grave. When Lin Jin hauled Xiao Liang back into the Old Days vessel's outer airlock, Xiao Liang still clutched Liang Jing's bronze plaque. Hua Qinzhou waited at the hatch. Xiao Liang offered the plaque. I removed it. Hua Qinzhou stared at the plaque, long before accepting it. His voice was raw. Your father will scold you. Yes. Hua Qinzhou added he'll also brag. About what? Hua Qinzhou lifted his eyes to the Gray Gate newly underway in the distance. That his son set the Gray Gate sailing. Xiao Liang dipped his head, smiling faintly. Then tears fell onto his helmet's rim. The Wuxiao vessel did not pursue. It had lost a gate and a stretch of road. Yet Lin Jin knew it hadn't left. Far away, that skeletal, white vessel hung motionless. Only one lamp remained lit at its bow. Beneath it a new gate slowly materialized. Its plate bore no names, no locations, just 4 characters. Old Day Starship. Qin Zhaomian's face went pale. Zhou Tingyuan swore. It's begun searching for our vessel. In the next instant the Old Days vessel's main console lit up on its own. A line of vintage, synthesized text flickered. Old Days vessel. Acknowledging recall signal. Laughter in the cockpit died mid-breath. Zhou Tingyuan's expression hardened inch by inch. Qin Zhaomian stared at the message, her fingers hovering over the console. This isn't an external signal. Gu Hanzhou spoke softly. It's the vessel's own onboard core responding. Lin Jin watched the console. This old ship still breathed. Its arms cracked, its hull scarred. Just moments ago it had dragged the Gray Gate from the moon dust. Like an elder who'd just rescued another too weary to sit down. Now the Wuxiao vessel called it home. Lin Jin placed his hand upon the console. Then tell it. He gazed at the Wuxiao vessel's distant gate marked Old Days Starship. The Old Days vessel does not return. Jiri Hao receiving return to formation call. Those words hung on the main console, like a nail driven into the bones of the Jiri Hao. Zhou Tingyuan's first instinct was to reach out and shut it off. The moment his hand touched the screen, a spark shot out from the console with a crack. He withdrew his hand and cursed. It bites. Qin Zhaomian shoved him aside, bent down, and pried open the panel under the auxiliary console. She pulled out a few old copper wires. The insulation had become brittle and white. Her expression darkened. It's not the main console responding. Lin Jin stood behind her. Then what is it? The ship registry core. Qin Zhaomian looked up, a smudge of black soot on her forehead. No wonder it could recognize the Gray Gate. Private navigation. Inherit your father's authorization and navigate those old routes. It's been alive all along. Another line appeared on the main console. Gray Harbor No. 13. Confirmation of sealed registration. Original engineer Lin Yinshan. Generating return to formation path. The Jiri Hao lurched violently. Zhou Tingyuan slammed into the control yoke, pressing back with all his might. It's stealing the helm. Through the porthole the door of the Jiri starship on the Wuxiao Hao blazed even brighter. There was no one inside the door. Only an old mooring track. At the end of the track hung a dim yellow light, as if it had been reserved specifically for this ancient ship. Hua Qinzhou leaned against the wall, his face ashen. The Wuxiao Hao wasn't calling the Jiri Hao. He looked at Lin Jin. It was calling Gray Harbor No. 13. Your father's registration became the rope that tied the ship to it. From the medical bay came Lin Wan's voice. She had just been pressed back onto the bed by Lu Huai, her breath still weak. Lin Jin, the ship. It's in pain. Lin Jin did not answer. He heard it. Not with his ears. It was the deck beneath his feet, trembling softly. This ship had crashed and clawed its way through, with them dragged through the Gray Gate, shaken off the white tower, its hull cracked like an old bone patched over and over. Now it was turning toward the Wuxiao Hao. Like an old man on the verge of death, suddenly hearing someone call his old name from the grave. Qin Zhaomian ripped out a bundle of control wires. The main console went dark for half a second. Then it lit up again. Return to formation path restored. She cursed. Cutting control wires won't work. We have to go to the ship's core chamber. Zhou Tingyuan was still wrestling with the yoke. Where is the ship's core chamber? Qin Zhaomian said nothing. Hua Qinzhou said, behind the reactor at the very back. Zhou Tingyuan muttered, doesn't sound like a good place. It's not. Qin Zhaomian grabbed her toolbox. The ship's registration plate is there. Remove it, and the Jiri Hao will no longer be Gray Harbor No. 13. Lin Jin asked, what's the cost? Qin Zhaomian looked at him. Your father's old authority will be lost. The Gray Gate private navigation may not recognize you anymore. The White Tower can treat you as unregistered space debris and shoot you down. From then on, supplies, docking, repairs, Everything will have to be done manually. She paused. Also, all the routes within the Jiri Hao's registry might be gone. Lin Jin lowered his eyes. The Jiri Hao was the ship Lin Yinshan had left him. From the Black Harbor to the Moon's old port, from the Gray Gate private navigation to the No. 7. Well, they had survived time and again thanks to the old registrations left by his father. Now they had to dismantle it with their own hands. Like burning a letter of farewell before it was fully read. On the Wuxiao House side, the dim yellow light flickered. Suddenly Lin Yinshan's voice came through the calm. Lin Jin. In the cockpit, everyone froze for an instant. The voice carried the static of old tape, not cold and damp, not like the ghostly words the Wuxiao Hao had learned to mimic. It was more like something recorded long ago deep within the Jiri Hao's own ship heart. If you're hearing this, it means the ship's registry core has been awakened. Lin Yinshan coughed twice. I wanted this ship to take you a few more miles. But roads, when you walk them long enough, can also become ropes. On the main console, the return to formation alert flashed frantically. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. Captain, hurry. If it drifts another 10 degrees, I really can't pull it back. Lin Yinshan's voice continued. A ship leaves a path for people to walk, not for them to kneel. If you have your own path, then tear it down. The voice stopped. No further explanation. No direction where to go. Lin Jin turned around. Qin Zhaomian, lead the way. Gu Hanzhou suddenly spoke. I'll go too. Qin Zhaomian glanced at his half-crippled right arm. What are you going to do? Scare the ship's heart with your white tower face. Gu Hanzhou said coldly, my left hand still works. Zhou Tingyun shouted without turning back. Can you argue while running? This ship is about to run off with someone else. Several people rushed out of the cockpit. Inside the Jiri Hao, the lights turned one by one to a dim yellow. Not alarm lights. They were docking lights. Faint old characters emerged on the walls. Organized cabin. Confirmed crew. Awaiting registration. When Lin Jin passed the medical bay, Lin Wan watched him through the sealed cover. She wrote a few words on the mist inside the cover with her fingertip. Don't go back. He paused for half a step. Lin Wan wrote again. Don't you go back either. Lu Huai waved a hand to shoo him away. What are you staring at? She doesn't use oxygen to write. Get the hell out and go dismantle it. Lin Jin nodded. Wait for me to come back. Lu Huai cursed. Don't say such ominous crap. The maintenance shaft to the ship's core chamber was very narrow. Heat waves surged up from below, mixing with the smell of old metal coolant and scorched residue. The deeper they went, the more pronounced the hull's vibration became. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat. There was no electronic lock on the door to the ship's core chamber. Only a palm-sized old copper plate. Gray Harbor No. 13. Beneath the copper plate, there was another line of tiny characters. Temporary custodian Lin Yinshan. Lin Jin reached out and touched it. The copper plate was warm, like charcoal not yet cooled. The door opened by itself. The ship's core chamber was smaller than Lin Jin had imagined. It could only fit 3 or 4 people. In the center of the chamber hung an old-fashioned ship registration plate wrapped in fine copper wires. The plate was not engraved with the name Jiri Hao. It was Gray Harbor No. 13. Behind the registration plate hung a yellowed photograph. Encased in a transparent film, the corners already curled. In the photo, a younger Lin Yinshan stood at the bow, sleeves rolled up, holding a welding torch. Beside him was a woman. The woman held a little girl in her arms. Next to them, a boy stood straight, holding a broken mechanical dog. Lin Jin stared at it for a long time. That was him. That was Lin Wan. And his mother, whose voice he had almost forgotten. Qin Zhaomian's tools paused for a moment. She did not urge him. Lin Jin took the photograph from behind the film. The photo was very light. So light it seemed impossible to have held down so many years of memories. He folded the photo and tucked it into his inner pocket. The registration plate lit up. Lin Yinshan's voice sounded again. Gray Harbor No. 13. Oh, if my son wants to dismantle the registry, don't stop him. He paused. But you can scare him a little. The moment the words fell, the ship's core chamber was illuminated by countless old routes. Starship Graveyard. Moon's Old Port. Jinghai No. 7 Well. No. 37 Ship Tomb. Gray Gate. And deeper, several gray lines leading to unmarked darkness. Those routes wrapped around Lin Jin's wrist like light. It didn't hurt. But there was an indescribable reluctance to let go. The Jiri Hao was showing him. It still remembered many paths. If the registry were dismantled, those paths might die. Qin Zhaomian said softly, Lin Jin. Lin Jin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he took the pry bar she handed him. The tip of the bar wedged into the edge of the registration plate. First push. It didn't move. Like prying at an old bone. Gu Hanzhou stepped forward and pressed his left hand on the other side. Lin Jin looked at him. Gu Hanzhou's face was expressionless. If your ship goes into the Wuxia, how I can't escape either. Qin Zhaomian also reached out and pressed against the edge of the plate. The 3 of them pushed together. The copper wires tightened one by one. The hull shuddered violently. From the cockpit, Zhou Tingyun's voice came. Did it just groan, eh? No one answered. Second push, one corner of the registration plate loosened. On the Wuxia House side, the door of the Jiri starship blazed with blinding white light. In the medical bay, Lin Wan suddenly sat up, banging against the sealed cover with a clang. Lin Jin. Her voice cut through the noise. It hurts more now. Lin Jin's hands paused for an instant. Gu Hanzhou suddenly lifted his own half-crippled right arm and forced it between the registration plate and its base. The broken exoskeleton got tangled in the copper wires and sparks exploded instantly. His face turned pale. Qin Zhaomian glared at him. Are you insane? That arm will be ruined. It's already ruined. Gu Hanzhou gritted his teeth using his right arm as a wedge to jam the registration plate. Pry. Lin Jin didn't stop. Third push. The copper wires snapped simultaneously. The registration plate fell off. Gu Hanzhou's right arm exoskeleton was completely shattered, clattering to the floor, smoking black. All the docking lights went out at once. The Jiri Hao veered sharply away from the Wuxia Hao. In the cockpit, Zhou Tingyun was thrown backward, then immediately burst into wild laughter. The helm is back. In the ship's core chamber, the old copper plate fell into Lin Jin's hand, burning red hot against his palm. The characters Grey Harbor No. 13 on the plate began to darken, as if scorched by fire. Qin Zhaomian's remote screen popped up a new message. Registry lost. Jiri Hao unregistered. Would you like to rename? Lin Jin held the old copper plate. Don't register. Qin Zhaomian looked at him. If you don't register, a lot of ports won't let you in. Then we won't go in. The White Tower can shoot you directly from now on. Let it shoot. Lin Jin put the old copper plate into his tool bag, next to the broken white spike. We'll open our own doors. On the main console, a new prompt appeared. Jiri Hao refused to return to formation. The door of the Jiri starship on the Wuxia Hao cracked open. From inside the door, a hand, made of countless old ship plates, reached out, as if still trying to grab it. Zhou Tingyun let out a low laugh in the cockpit. Now it's my helm. He shoved the control yoke forward. The Jiri Hao, dragging its battered body, swerved sideways. That hand of ship plates scraped past the stern and missed. Hua Qinzhou laughed in the aft cabin, coughing up blood. Good. A ship with no registry is the hardest to catch. The blind woman's voice came through the gray gate channel. Welcome to the gutter. When Lin Jin returned to the cockpit, everyone was looking at him. Zhou Tingyun asked, Captain, where to now? Lin Jin looked toward the distant Wuxia Hao. The Wuxia Hao had one last light remaining. That light no longer shone on Moonport. Instead, it shone toward a deeper darkness. There were no navigation beacons there. No star charts. No return to formation path. Lin Jin took out the photograph from his inner pocket, glanced at it, then tucked it away again. Leave Moonport. Qin Zhaomian frowned. Now. The Wuxia Hao is still here. It's waiting for Moonport's door. Lin Jin looked toward the unmarked darkness. Then we won't open the door. We'll go where there are no paths. Gu Hanzhou raised his head to look at him. Do you know what direction that is, eh? No. Zhou Tingyun grinned. I like it. The Jiri Hao's reactor roared back to life. No ship registry. No registration. No return to formation light. An old ship dragging a crew of battered people left the outer ring of Moonport. The Wuxia Hao did not pursue. It stood still in the shadow, watching the Jiri Hao sail into the unmarked darkness. Just as they passed the last stretch of Moonport wreckage, a few stars ahead suddenly vanished. It wasn't that lights went out. It was that several invisible navigation beacons blocked the distant stars. 1, 2, 3. Like someone had placed a string of unlit buoys in the dark. The main console received an unknown signal. Unregistered vessel. You have entered the Wuxia channel. In the cockpit, the smile on Zhou Tingyun's face slowly froze. Lin Jin stared at the darkness ahead. So even in places without paths, someone is waiting. Unregistered vessel. And you have entered the Summerless channel. In NAS, the voice faded. Several stars ahead of the old days vanished. Not obscured. NAS, if someone had plucked them one by one from the night's velvet canvas with a needle. Zhou Tingyun stared out the viewport, fingers resting lightly on the control yoke. No radar returns. Qin Zhaomian sat before the co-pilot console, her expression darkening. It's not that there's nothing. It's that the radar cannot see it. The screen remained utterly blank. Yet something was out there. Those unseen navigational markers emitted no light, reflected nothing, broadcast no signal. They only blocked starlight. The old days had drifted into a path stitched together by black holes. A soft shudder ran through the hull. Something brushed past the portside hull. No alarm sounded. 3 seconds later, the hull monitoring feed flared white. A slender line of white characters began crawling outward from the portside exterior. Unregistered vessel, awaiting provisional registry. Qin Zhaomian shot to her feet. It's inscribing the ship's name. Zhou Tingyun's face tightened. Whose name? The white script continued its slow ascent. Noel Day's starship. Lin Jin watched those 4 characters form, his fingers tightening, knuckles whitening. They'd just stripped the ship's registry. Yet the Summerless channel sought to reassign it instantly under its own authority. And in its own name. Qin Zhaomian kept her eyes locked on the monitor, voice clipped and rapid. It's not merely writing. It's using the characters to anchor provisional registry. Once the inscription is complete, the registry takes effect. What happens then? Zhou Tingyun asked, and instantly regretted it. Qin Zhaomian turned to him. Towed away. Contained. Dismantled. Reassembled. She paused. Much like reintegration. Only the terminology differs. Zhou Tingyun swore under his breath. Just erased our legal status, and now it's slapping us with an illegal one. Lin Jin picked up his exoskeleton helmet. Qin Zhaomian immediately said, I'll go. No need. The hull exterior is the summerless channel itself. Deploying automated cleanup drones would cause them to be misidentified as structural components. So I'll go. Qin Zhaomian glanced at his still healing wrist. Step outside now, and it may inscribe your name directly onto your skin. Lin Jin snapped the helmet into place. Then stain me too. Qin Zhaomian blinked, stunned. Lin Jin had already turned away. Do we still have bitter algae paste? Lu Huai's voice crackled from the medbay. Yes, stench potent enough to rouse the dead. Send it to the outer airlock. Are you using my medicine as paint? Charge it to the log. Lu Huai's curse nearly ruptured the comm channel. 2 minutes later a sealed drum ejected into the outer chamber. Scrawled across its surface was Lu Huai's freshly affixed label Bitter algae concentrate. Ingestion at your own risk, and beneath its smaller script read, Zhou Tingyun strictly forbidden. Zhou Tingyun saw it from the pilot's seat and went pale green. That old man's got it in for me. Qin Zhaomian grabbed another drum. Black maintenance paste salvaged from scrap pools, metal powder, suspended in polymer glue. Used routinely to patch hull breaches, less foul than bitter algae, but reliably unforgettably grimy. She handed the drum to Lin Jin. Smear over the white script. Do not touch the black markers. How do I identify them? Qin Zhaomian pointed toward the viewport. Watch where the stars are missing. Lin Jin followed her gesture. Into the void a patch of starlight had been excised. As if an invisible vessel hung motionless ahead port side of the old days. Don't collide with that void. Zhou Tingyun grinned. This time even I can see it. Lin Jin glanced at him. Zhou Tingyun's smile vanished. Because within the starfield ahead a small craft silhouette had suddenly resolved in port, wing damaged, tail patched haphazardly, in red kestrel. It bore no thruster glow, yet hung perfectly still in the summerless channel, waiting silent and patient for the old days. Zhou Tingyun's fingers clenched the yoke. Qin Zhaomian looked up sharply. Do not follow. Zhou Tingyun said nothing. The false red kestrel slowly pivoted, and its belly lit with vintage identification lamps. A familiar electronic voice issued forth, Pilot, channel secure. Please follow. Zhou Tingyun's face drained of color. That was the red kestrel's old AI assistant. None he himself had powered down. Nan watched with his own eyes as it crashed headlong into the maw of the summerless channel. Lin Jin stood at the airlock, hand pressed to the comms panel. Zhou Tingyun, no reply. The phantom red kestrel advanced steadily. Its angle was perfect. Its trajectory flawless. Too flawless for the red kestrel. Zhou Tingyun smiled faintly. It's fake. Qin Zhaomian looked at him. He kept his gaze fixed on the vessel. The red kestrel's starboard seal strip leaks air. If it were truly leading us, its first act would be to leak. Right in front of me. He slammed the yoke down. The old days veered sharply, skimming beneath the decoy inches from its hull. The false red kestrel did not evade. Its hull shredded under the old day's wake, dissolving into a cascade of white glyphs, pilot absent. Get lost. Lin Jin launched from the airlock. The old day's hull was frigid, unnervingly so. No wind stirred in the summerless channel, only the suffocating weight of unseen scrutiny. He slid along the safety tether to port side. The white inscription had already spread 2/3 across the hull. Old Day's Starship, provisional registry. More characters still crawled forward. Lin Jin seized the bitter algae concentrate and hurled it onto the script. The glyphs trembled, as if scalded, then resumed their relentless advance. Qin Zhaomian's voice cut in. Bitter algae alone won't hold it. Mix in the maintenance paste. Lin Jin slapped the black slurry onto the glyphs and ground it in with his palm. The bitter algae seeped into the gash on his wrist, a searing agony that blurred his vision. He made no sound. Nonly pressed harder, until the old day's hull became grotesquely, defiantly ugly, not derelict vessel, hauled stinking from a sewer. Zhou Tingyun winced over the channel. Gently, the paint there is mine. Lin Jin kept smearing, voice steady. It's hideous. That's leftover red kestrel paint. Lin Jin's hand paused, then resumed more fiercely. Then it deserves erasure all the more. Na segment of the white script vanished beneath the grime. The summerless channel spoke again. Vessel name contaminated. Cleanse and re-register. Lin Jin scoffed. No time. He crawled onward. The next glyph sequence had reached the ventral hull, in a position so awkward he'd need to dangle half his body outside to reach it. As Lin Jin leaned out, the safety tether snapped taut and clamped tight by something biting its end. He looked down. Na pale hand emerged from the hull shadow, pale, featureless, gripping the tether. No fingerprints marred its surface. Across its back a single character bloomed. Qin Zhaomian's voice cracked over the channel. Don't let it touch you. Lin Jin drew his short blade and severed the tether. It parted, and he dropped, and the old days receding fast above him. Zhou Tingyun cursed and wrenched the ship sideways. Qin Zhaomian extended the manipulator arm, but fell half a meter short. Just as Lin Jin neared the edge of a black marker, Lin Wan's voice came from the medbay. Left, and Zhou Tingyun didn't hesitate. The old days healed violently left. And Lin Jin skimmed the unseen edge of the black marker, a hair's breadth from oblivion. A white streak flared across his visor. In that instant he saw, not metal within the marker, but rows of tiny doors. And each door bore no name, only a single eye. Na heartbeat later the manipulator arm seized his exoskeleton, and he was hauled back onto the hull. Qin Zhaomian's voice roared, "Are you insane?" The tether was inscribed, and so you cut it, and I didn't cut a person, and how very principled. Lin Wan's voice returned quiet but certain. And don't chase the brightest star ahead. And Zhou Tingyun asked, which one, and the brightest of all. Beyond the viewport a star glowed, intensely bright, and deceptively close, and too luminous to be a distant sun, more like a lamp suspended in absolute dark. Zhou Tingyun frowned. Looks like an exit. And Lin Wan said softly, "It's blinking." Qin Zhaomian magnified the external feed. The star flickered. Gently. Nas if someone hid behind the lamp winking. And Zhou Tingyun dipped the bow. And the old days slipped beneath the false star. In the next instant, a vast white gate blazed open behind it. And had they followed, they'd have flown straight inside. And Zhou Tingyun exhaled sharply. Thanks Xiao Wan for navigation. And Lin Wan murmured a soft wordless affirmation. And Lu Huai bellowed from the medbay. Thank her, and shut up. She needs rest. Lin Jin resecured his safety hook and crawled to the ventral hull, smothering every remaining glyph in black slurry. And the final character was registry. It writhed faintly beneath the grime, as if resisting erasure. And Lin Jin pressed another layer of bitter algae paste upon it. And it vanished, utterly. The summerless channel fell silent. And moments later the main console flashed a new message in, vessel name unidentifiable. In contaminated hull. Low-value drift object. And Zhou Tingyun sighed in relief. And, it's dismissed us. And Qin Zhaomian remained tense. In, low value doesn't mean clearance. It means dumping us into the debris field. We haven't escaped. We've merely been deemed unworthy of proper confiscation. Huachinzhou gave a dry chuckle. And a filthy ship is better than a dead one. When Lin Jin returned to the airlock, he was coated head to toe in black-green sludge. Nas the hatch opened, the stench flooded the old days. Zhou Tingyun recoiled. And damn. And Lu Huai's roar nearly overloaded the channel. Who brought raw bitter algae paste aboard the ship? Lin Jin removed his helmet and wiped his face. And sludge dripped from his jaw onto the deck. Knee's wrist bandage had dissolved. Old wounds oozing black-red blood mingling with the paste, as if he'd been dredged from a scrap pool. Qin Zhaomian studied him, held her tongue for 2 seconds, then said "You look worse than Gu Hanzhou did after climbing out of the scrap pool." And Gu Hanzhou, seated in the aft cabin, replied coolly "You smell worse." Lin Jin offered no rebuttal. And he turned to the external monitor, where the old days hull once bearing its proud name was now entirely obscured beneath black-green muck. The old days no longer resembled a veteran starship, but a flying slab of corroded scrap. Yet the summerless channel made no further move. And ahead the silent navigational markers receded one by one. Starlight returned grain by grain. And Zhou Tingyun gradually increased speed. And, have we cleared it? And Qin Zhaomian watched the display intently. No. And then what is it? And she zoomed the forward image. At the end of the summerless channel, no exit awaited. Only a drifting fleet of vessels. Dozens, large and small, ancient and new, intact and shattered, all hanging motionless in the void. And none bore names upon their hulls. Not burned off, and not scraped away. Nas if they had never possessed names at all. And they drifted, and silent, inert, like corpses forgotten by the universe itself. The main console displayed in nameless vessel graveyard and low-value drift objects. Please join formation. Zhou Tingyun's mouth slowly sagged. It didn't seize us, and it collected us, as refuse. And Gu Hanzhou rose, his expression shifting. And the White Tower archives contain no record of this place. Not even the White Tower registered it. And Lin Jin looked at him. And Gu Hanzhou paused, then said quietly that is precisely why it is called nameless. And silence settled over the cockpit. Lin Jin approached the viewport, black-green sludge still dripping from his sleeves. And he gazed upon the nameless graveyard, and saw movement on the nearest vessel's airlock. A hand emerged, not pale, not spectral, but human, and streaked with blood and grease. It lifted trembling and waved, a desperate fragile gesture toward the old days. Then a faint pulse of light appeared, not in the summerless channel script, but in standard human distress code tapped out by hand. And survivors aboard do not join formation. The lights paused. Then flashed one final line, and do not declare your vessel name. When the final line of the light code flickered to life, silence fell across the old days vessel. No one spoke. Zhou Tingyun's hand rested on the control lever, his Adam's apple twitched. Then what do we call ourselves now? Qin Zhaomian turned sharply toward him. Don't ask. I'm asking about the ship. Don't ask about the ship either. Zhou Tingyun sealed his lips shut. Ahead, the graveyard of nameless vessels hung unnervingly still in the dark. Hundreds, perhaps over 1,000, ships drifted motionless in the void. No names, no beacon lights, no registration signals. Some vessels looked freshly docked, pristine and intact, others retained only shattered keels. One colossal colonial barge had been ripped cleanly in two, its severed halves strung together by a chain of desiccated escape pods. Every hull bore scars where markings had been scraped away, not by erosion or time, but deliberately, as if someone had used knives, welding torches, even teeth, to erase every trace of identity. From the hatch of the nearest nameless supply skiff, a single hand protruded. 2 fingers were missing, an old oxygen tube coiled tightly around the wrist, grease and grime caked deep beneath the nails. It resumed, tapping the light code. Do not join the formation. Move left. Do not activate broadcast. Qin Zhaomian instantly severed the public channel, leaving only short-range hard-light comms active. Why does it tell us to move left? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a nameless freighter lit up ahead and to starboard, not with lights, but with white glyphs rising across its hull. Drift object formation verification. The freighter was being drawn forward by some unseen force. Several other nameless vessels nearby began moving in unison. Deep within the graveyard, an invisible queue emerged, vessel after vessel gliding forward in absolute silence, sliding soundlessly into the dark. Zhou Tingyun murmured, "Are they lining up?" Gu Hanzhou's face was ashen. "Not lining up. Then what is it?" "Storage." From the darkness ahead, a colossal framework emerged, resembling both a dry dock and a slaughterhouse. Countless slender mechanical arms extended from either side of the frame. Each time a nameless vessel passed, an arm brushed lightly against its hull. There was no sound. Yet after each pass, a string of white numerals bloomed upon the hull. Low, value 794. Low, value 795. Low, value 796. Numbered vessels continued inward, then vanished. Not exploded, not dismantled, simply erased, wiped clean by the dark itself. Zhou Tingyun swore under his breath. It even logged trash. Qin Zhaomian's expression darkened. Low-value drift objects must still be logged. It isn't ignoring them. It's just delaying capture. Lin Jin studied the hull monitor feed of the old days vessel. Black-green bitter algae sludge still clung thickly to the hull. The summerless channel couldn't recognize their registry, so it dumped them into the scrap sector. But even scrap had rules. Registration was inevitable. Storage was inevitable. The severed hand tapped again. "Move left. I'll pull you." Zhou Tingyun looked to Lin Jin. "Captain." Lin Jin replied, "Move left." The old days vessel slowly banked. With no registered identity, most auto-navigation systems were dead. Zhou Tingyun had to steer manually, inch by painstaking inch. The closer they drew to the nameless supply skiff, the clearer its ruin became. Compact, archaic, a relic of older supply craft. Where its name should have been emblazoned, the hull was blistered and scarred by fire. Beside the burn marks, crude characters had been carved. "Do not ask who I am." Ugly, jagged script, each stroke gouged as if with a dull blade. The hand withdrew from the hatch. Seconds later, a frayed tow cable shot outward, the tip lacking any standard coupling, bound instead to a mechanical palm. The palm lunged for the old days vessel's hull. Qin Zhaomian snapped, "Don't let it touch primary interfaces. Hook onto the hull fracture." Zhou Tingyun lowered the angle. The mechanical palm gripped a fractured armor plate. The old days vessel shuddered faintly. The supply skiff vented residual cryogas in reverse, wrenching the vessel half a meter sideways into the narrow fissure between derelict hulls. That half meter made all the difference. A white scanning beam swept past from starboard. Lin Jin watched it pass exactly where they'd been moments before. Had they failed to evade it, a string of low-value numerals would already be burning into their hull. Zhou Tingyun exhaled slowly. "We owe him a life." Qin Zhaomian whispered, "Don't speak of debts. Not here." Zhou Tingyun blinked. "Not even that." Gu Hanzhou gazed outward. "Debt is another kind of name." Zhou Tingyun fell silent. The supply skiff's hatch cracked open just a sliver, and a face appeared within. Gaunt, frostbitten, with a metal ocular implant covering the left eye and deep fissures splitting the lips. He did not speak. Instead, he struck 3 sharp raps against the bulkhead. Hardlight text appeared in the comm channel. "Do not engage audio. Do not ask names. Do not declare ship." Qin Zhaomian responded in light code. "How do we proceed?" Seeing the message, the man grinned. He was missing 2 teeth. No proceeding. Only falling. Zhou Tingyun winced. "What does that mean?" In the next instant, the supply skiff answered for itself. It yanked the tow cable taut, dragging the old days vessel deeper into the shadow of a massive wreck. Then, without warning, it veered violently, plowing headlong into the starboard formation. "What's he doing?" Zhou Tingyun nearly jammed the controls to pull back. Lin Jin's hand closed firmly over his wrist. At the moment the skiff breached the formation, white glyphs flared across its hull. Drift object formation verification. The man with the severed fingers did not flee. He lay flat at the hatch, raising a hand, not in farewell, but pointing downward. Beneath the old days vessel ran a razor-thin fissure between wrecks, hidden beneath the colossal wreck shadow, nearly invisible. Qin Zhaomian understood instantly. He's drawing the scanner's attention, so we can slip beneath. Zhou Tingyun's eyes reddened. He's still aboard. Gu Hanzhou said coldly, if we go for him now, we both join the formation. Zhou Tingyun said nothing. His hands remained locked on the controls, pressing the old days vessel deeper into the fissure. The vessel was immense. The gap impossibly narrow. Its hull scraped violently against skeletal wreckage on both sides, shuddering with each grating impact. Lin Wan in the medbay asked softly, what happened to that man? No one answered, because on-screen the nameless supply skiff was already being drawn toward the framework by the scanning beam. White glyphs rose across its hull. Low, value 801. Just as the final stroke neared completion, the man with the severed fingers acted. He opened the hatch and launched himself bodily into the void. No thruster pack. Only a short safety tether knotted at his waist. The scanning beam swept across the hull, but passed over him untouched. Qin Zhaomian stared, then grasped the truth. The scanner reads hull signatures, not detached living bodies. Gu Hanzhou murmured. He ejected himself from the ship's registry. The supply skiff received its designation and vanished into the framework. The man dangled in midair, like a rag torn from a refuse hauler. The old days vessel had slipped fully into the fissure. Lin Jin watched the external feed. Mechanical arm. Before he finished speaking, an arm extended. Too far. Too slow. It fell short. Zhou Tingyun muttered, I'll shift right. Just a little more. Qin Zhaomian turned sharply. Shift further, and we'll scrape black navigation buoys. I know. You always say you know. This time, I truly do. The old days vessel edged half a meter to starboard. Its hull shrieked against jagged debris, sparks erupting in furious bursts. At last the mechanical arm seized the safety tether at the man's waist. With a violent jerk, he was hauled toward the hull, slamming into it hard enough to nearly black out. Simultaneously, the portside monitor flared with a sudden white glyph. Qin Zhaomian paled. We've been grazed. A half-formed numeral bloomed on the hull. Lo, it never completed. Qin Zhaomian snatched the remaining repair paste and ordered the cleaning arm to smother the glyph. Black sludge covered the half mark, but the mechanical arm emitted a shrill alarm. Right mechanical arm, base fracture extending. Qin Zhaomian gritted his teeth. One more rescue, and this arm is scrap. Zhou Tingyun said quietly, then let that rescue mean something. The man with severed fingers was pulled into the airlock. He lifted his head, and his first words nearly froze everyone's blood. Your ship is called. Gu Hanzhou slammed his fist onto the sound dampening switch. All audio in the airlock cut off. The man's mouth hung open, his unfinished sentence trapped behind sealed walls. Qin Zhaomian went pale. That was close. Lin Jin approached the airlock's observation window. Through it the man understood instantly, and raised his hand, delivering a sharp, stinging slap across his own face. Then he wrote on the bulkhead, Forgot. Too long since seeing living people. My mouth is unreliable. Zhou Tingyun watched the words, his expression unreadable. Like me, Qin Zhaomian replied, with more self-awareness than you. Only after quarantine and inspection was the man permitted into the aft compartment. He reeked of coolant old blood and the sour tang of filters long overdue for replacement. Lu Huai frowned. Hand out. The man shook his head violently and scrawled on his sleeve. No treatment. Lu Huai sneered, in my clinic the living pay. The dead get free service. Do you wish to die? The man hesitated, then extended his hand. His stumps were necrotic, frostburn marred the backs of his fingers. Lu Huai cut away the bandages, and his scowl deepened. Is this a hand? This is a barnacled ship hook. The man gasped in pain, but made no sound. With his good hand, he wrote on the table. I am called. After 2 characters, every eye in the room locked onto him. He froze, then wiped them away. He rewrote. True name must not be asked. Nicknames may be used freely. Then added. Call me Senkei. Zhou Tingyun looked at the 2 missing fingers. Senkei. The man nodded, and tapped the table. Missing 2 fingers, missing 1 ship. Xiaoliang studied him. That ship just now. Senkei paused, then wrote. No need to ask. No need to record. He withdrew his hand from Lu Huai's grip and walked to the viewport, staring out at the graveyard of nameless ships. Long afterward, he traced a line in blood upon the glass. Every living person here has lost their ship's name. Lin Jin watched him. How many living people remain here? Senkei did not answer immediately. From his inner pocket, he withdrew a tattered cloth and unfolded it, a hand-drawn map. Not a star chart, but a schematic of the graveyard's internal wreckage. No ship names appeared. Only cryptic symbols: a bird missing 1 leg, a cracked tooth, a broken pot, 3 crossed lines. Zhou Tingyun squinted. What in the world are these? Senkei wrote beside them. Names must not be written. Each ugly symbol represents a ship too afraid to speak its name. Qin Zhaomian's gaze sharpened as he studied the map. You've charted this place? Senkei nodded and pointed to the center. There a black coffin was drawn. Beside it, a wide-open eye. Senkei wrote. Formation engine. All ships end there. Once inside, no sound emerges. Lin Jin asked an exit. Sankei met his gaze and wrote 2 stark characters. Absent. Then added. But one ship never joined. His finger pressed deep into the map's furthest corner. There a fish with a severed tail was drawn. It hides. An elderly woman aboard. She remembers the first time the summerless vessel came here. Huachinzhou snapped upright. Elderly woman. Sankei glanced at him, then shook his head. Wrote. Do not ask names. Huachinzhou fell silent. Lin Jin stared at the severed tail fish. He sensed it. This vessel was no ordinary survivor. At that moment the old days vessel's main console lit up with white glyphs. Low-value drift object deviating from formation. RE verification in progress. Zhou Tingyun tightened his grip on the controls. It's detected us. Sankei jabbed several markers on the map. Travel through the tooth gap. Avoid the eye. If someone asked for your ship's name, play dead. Lin Jin looked at him. You will guide us. Sankei blinked, pointed first to himself then to the vanished supply skiff. Lin Jin said, you lack a ship. The old days vessel lacks a navigator. Sankei held his gaze for a long while, then wrote on the table. Agreement first. I do not join your crew. Zhou Tingyun smiled. Agreed. Even non-members incur fees, Lu Huai said coolly. Sankei looked down at his newly bandaged hand and stayed silent for a long moment. Then he wrote, your ship is dark. On the console the line RE verification in progress began flashing urgently. Deep in the graveyard the formation engine slowly pivoted. Like a colossal eye finally fixing upon them. Low-value drifting object deviating from Q. Re-verifying. The white text on the main console had just lit up when deep within the unregistered ship graveyard the registration machine turned around. It was not like a turret, more like an eye stripped of its flesh. The circular main frame hung in the darkness, surrounded by countless slender mechanical arms, each ending in a carving knife. When those nameless ships passed by it earlier, they were merely grazed lightly, and a serial number appeared on their hulls before they vanished silently. Sankei stared at the thing, his face even paler than when Lu Huai had cut away his rotting flesh. He said nothing, reached out to push Zhou Tingyun aside, and approached the main console himself. With his hand that had only 3 fingers left he drew a crooked line on the screen. A gap. Qin Zhangyan understood. She zoomed in on the external image. Ahead in the darkness 2 ancient battleship wrecks were jammed together at an angle, the broken sections like rows of rotten teeth, with an extremely narrow gap sandwiched between them. The Jiri Hao was about to squeeze through. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the width, his face falling. Is this gap meant for a ship to pass, or for a last word? Sankei wrote 4 words on the screen. Enter or die? Zhou Tingyun raised his hand. Fine, you've convinced me. Just as he was about to accelerate, Sankei suddenly pressed down on the joystick. Gu Hanzhou frowned. Can't go faster. Sankei shook his head. He walked to the porthole, pointed at the registration machine outside, then covered his own face. Lin Jin understood. It must not see our front. Sankei nodded, then pointed at the bow of the Jiri Hao, the main console, and finally at Lin Jin. Zhou Tingyun murmured, the bow, the main console, the captain. All count as a face. Sankei wrote on the table. Live long enough, and the rules multiply. Qin Zhangyan wasted no time. She began to lower the Jiri Hao's heat signature. The main reactor can't be fully shut down, or we lose control. I can only drop it to the minimum. Sankei saw the reactor readings still glowing, and his face turned green. He grabbed a pen and wrote. Even a trace of heat will be seen. Lu Huai poked his head out of the medical bay, still holding half a bandage. You mean she shouldn't breathe either? Sankei glanced toward the medical bay, then at Lu Huai's face. Silently he erased the original line, don't breathe if you're alive, and rewrote. Don't breathe too loudly. Lu Huai gave a cold laugh. Smart choice. Lin Wan lay on the sickbed, the blue light of the alveolar regeneration core faint. She saw the line and pressed the oxygen mask down a little tighter. She did not say I'm fine. That made Lin Jin feel even worse. The Jiri Hao began to play dead. The main reactor was lowered to the minimum. Ventilation was shut down. Lights inside the cabin went out one by one. Qin Zhangyan redirected the heat from the medical bay toward the waste hold. Lu Huai cursed while personally wrapping Lin Wan's bed in thermal blankets. If she suffocates because of this, I'll slice all of you first. Zhou Tingyun asked in a low voice, who gets sliced first? The one with the biggest mouth. Zhou Tingyun shut his mouth. The Jiri Hao, like a piece of dirty metal, slid slowly toward the gap. The first scan line swept from behind. There was no sound, only a faint whitening of the black-green mud on the hull. Sankei lay by the porthole staring intently at the beam of light. The scan line passed over the Jiri Hao's stern without stopping. The second one reached the belly. There a half-covered low character remained under the repair mud. Qin Zhangyan's hand had already touched the external cleaning arm control. That half-character flickered once, then went dark. She did not press the button. Zhou Tingyun glanced at her. Qin Zhangyan said quietly, watch the road, not me. The Jiri Hao squeezed between the 2 battleship wrecks. The ship's belly scraped against a row of broken cannon barrels, peeling off a piece of the outer patch armor. That patch had been welded on by Qin Zhangyan just last night. As it fell, her eye twitched. Zhou Tingyun could not hear the metal scraping sound, but he could feel it through the vibrations. He gritted his teeth. Too light, or too heavy. Qin Zhaomian looked at the hull data. The port side is bald again. Is that light or heavy? It means I want to hit you. Zhou Tingyan dared not retort. Just then from the medical bay Lin Wan suddenly coughed. Very softly. So soft that normally no one might have noticed. But now the Jiri Hao was playing dead, the whole ship silent as a corpse. That single cough drained the color from everyone's faces. The registration machine's skin line snapped back. Lu Huai pressed a hand over Lin Wan's mask, while with the other, he shut off all the flashing red lights on the monitor. Lin Wan choked from the bitter algae mask, tears streaming, but she bit her lips hard. She did not cough a second time. The scan line stopped at the entrance of the gap, like an eye peering through the crack. The Jiri Hao could not move. If it moved, it would be seen. If it stayed still, it would be trapped. Suddenly, San Ke raised his hand, pointing down to the side. There hung a broken escape pod. The pod was empty, its shell tattered like a rotten can wedged between two pieces of ship frame. San Ke wrote on the glass. Ram it. Zhou Tingyuan was startled. San Ke continued writing. Dead ships shed debris. Qin Zhaomian checked the position. Only a light touch. Zhou Tingyuan took a breath. I'll try. He nudged the Jiri Hao half an inch. The escape pod wobbled. It did not fall. San Ke looked at him. Zhou Tingyuan gritted his teeth. Too light, right? Qin Zhaomian said coldly, you finally learned to be gentle, but you overdid it. Zhou Tingyuan pressed the joystick down a little more. This time the Jiri Hao's belly scraped against the escape pod shell. The pod broke loose and drifted slowly out of the gap. The registration machine's scan line immediately turned. White characters surfaced on the pod's shell. Low-value debris. Register. The empty shell was dragged away by the scan line. The Jiri Hao seized that moment and slid deep into the gap. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only San Ke still stared at the retreating escape pod. He wrote on the porthole with his finger. There used to be someone inside. Lin Jin looked at him. San Ke erased the line and wrote again. Not anymore. Lin Jin did not console him. In a place like this, comfort was too light. Deep in the gap, there was no starlight. The battleship wrecks on both sides blocked the scans of the Wuxia channel. The Jiri Hao like a dirty loach slid slowly down along the ribs of scrap metal. The crack at the base of the right mechanical arm had widened another notch. Qin Zhaomian saw it and was silent for 2 seconds. Zhou Tingyuan asked, can it still save people? Qin Zhaomian said it can still reach out. Can it still come back after reaching out? Depends on luck. Zhou Tingyuan nodded. Then it can still work. Suddenly, San Ke raised his hand. At the end of the gap, a faint yellow light flickered. A flash. A pause. Another flash. It was not the white of the Wuxia Hao, nor the scan light of the registration machine. It was a very old lamp. San Ke wrote on the window. Tailless fish. As the Jiri Hao drew closer, Lin Jin could see clearly. It was not a fish. It was an old survey ship whose stern had been blown off. The hull was nameless, the stern gap sealed with a pot lid-like alloy plate on which a very ugly fish was painted. The fish had no tail, and it had rolling white eyes. Zhou Tingyuan stared at that fish for a long time. Uglier than my cheese son. Qin Zhaomian said, you finally have self-awareness. The tailless fish did not open its hatch. Instead, an old-fashioned projector popped out from its belly. The image was fuzzy, flickering 3 times before revealing a white-haired old woman. She wore a thick old flight suit and oxygen mask on her face, and a mechanical cat with all its fur worn off perched on her shoulder. The old woman did not immediately flash a light signal. She stared at the Jiri Hao for a long time. Her gaze pierced through the black mud, bitter algae paste patches and cracks, as if she were digging out each person inside one by one. Lin Wan suddenly said softly from the medical bay, she's counting. Lin Jin looked at the old woman in the projection. Finally, the old woman flashed a light signal. You're late. San Ke flashed back. Picked up a ship on the way. The old woman paused for a second. Picked up a stinky one. Zhou Tingyuan silently looked at Lin Jin. The bitter algae smell on Lin Jin had not yet dissipated. The tailless fish flashed again. Missing something. Lin Jin's eyes flickered. San Ke immediately replied. Missing what? The old woman looked at the Jiri Hao. Missing a bird. The expression on Zhou Tingyuan's face vanished instantly. Chi-sun. She had even counted that. No one spoke in the Jiri Hao for a moment. The old woman continued flashing. Missing a name. Have an extra breath of sickness. And half a little ghost from the White Tower. Gu Hanzhou's fingers twitched. The lead box at his waist made no sound. But everyone knew she was referring to Gu Hanzhou. Qin Zhaomian said quietly, she's not counting people. Lin Wan continued. She's counting who we've lost. Those words sent a chill through the cabin. The old woman flashed again. One can come aboard. Not the captain. Not the doctor. Not the White Tower. Zhou Tingyuan looked at Qin Zhaomian. Qin Zhaomian pointed at herself. Me. The light signal flashed again. The one who fixes things come. Qin Zhaomian picked up her toolbox. Lin Jin called out to her. Don't ask for names. I know. She walked to the small airlock, then turned back to look at the Jiri Hao. Guard this piece of breathing trash. The hatch closed. The Jiri Hao remained deep in the gap. Outside the registration machines, scan lines swept over the nameless ship groups in circles. With each sweep, one ship disappeared. Lin Jin stood at the porthole, watching the tailless fish. It lay quietly at the end of the gap, the ugly fish on its tail rolling its white eyes as if knowing nothing. But the things the old woman had just counted were nothing she should have known. Chi's son was dead. Gu Hanch was hidden. Lin Wan's illness was sealed inside the medical bay. She had counted everything. Lin Wan's voice was very soft. Lin Jin. She's not waiting for a ship. Lin Jin looked at the fading projection of the tailless fish. Then what is she waiting for? Lin Wan paused. She's waiting for someone whose name is missing. Lin Jin looked down at his tool bag. Inside lay the ship registration plate removed from the Jiri Hao. The Grey Harbor 13 was already gone. Now the Jiri Hao had no registration either. This whole crew was exactly one name short. Before Qin Xiaomian entered the tailcut, the old woman first handed her a piece of black cloth. The cloth was old and stiff as if cut from a spent filter element. Qin Xiaomian didn't take it. What for? The old woman tapped 2 words in lamp language obscure the name. Qin Xiaomian frowned. She disliked these superstitious rules. But this was the unregistered ship graveyard. No matter how bizarre the rules, they were better than dying in ignorance. She wrapped the black cloth around her wrist. The moment she finished, the tailcut's hatch creaked open a crack. A wave of cold oil smell rushed out, mingled with mustiness, medicine, and a faint burnt odor. It was as if the ship had been sick in the darkness for years with no one to change its dressings. Qin Xiaomian squeezed inside. The hatch sealed behind her. Outside, the old day Lin Jin, Zhou Ting and Senkei were all cut off by a layer of grimy glass. The corridor had no lights. Only a mechanical cat crouched on the pipes. Half its fur was gone, one eye glowed green, the other was dead, its tail was broken in 2. It stared at Qin Xiaomian and emitted a thin electronic chirp from its throat. Zzz. Qin Xiaomian glanced at it. You're leaking current too. The mechanical cat tilted its head. The old woman's voice came from ahead. Don't name it. Qin Xiaomian shut her mouth. Here you couldn't ask for names, nor could you give them casually. The old woman stood at the end of the passage, her white hair tangled, like frozen thread, oxygen mask hanging askew. She didn't introduce herself. Qin Xiaomian didn't ask either. The old woman turned. Repairer, follow me. The signs on both sides of the corridor had all been scraped off. Some places were painted with a pot, some with a tooth, some with a fish rolling its eyes upward. The artwork was terrible. Even Zhou Tingyun could regain confidence seeing it. Qin Xiaomian walked and observed. The tailcut was no ordinary survey ship. The skeleton was too thick, the compartments too many, though the tail had been blown off. The central cabin was well preserved. It didn't seem like it was hiding in the teeth. More like someone had deliberately wedged it here to block something. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the floor gave way beneath her foot. Qin Xiaomian reacted swiftly, hooking her left hand onto a pipe on the wall hanging in midair. Below was a vertical shaft, pitch black, bottomless. The mechanical cat crouched at the shaft's edge, watching her calmly. Qin Xiaomian gritted her teeth. Is this a rule too? The old woman glanced back. No. She tapped the floor beside her with her navigation rod. That plank has been rotten for 20 years. I forgot. Qin Xiaomian took a deep breath. She suddenly understood why Zhou Tingyun cursed so much when piloting the broken ship. After climbing out of the shaft, the old woman led her into the aft cabin. In the aft cabin stood a very old machine. It looked like an iron turtle lying on the ground, its back covered in rust with a thick locking arm extending from each side. Next to the machine hung a crooked sign, skin shedder. Qin Xiaomian stared at the 3 characters for 2 seconds. You want to shed the tailcut skin? Not shed, the old woman said, tapping the machine with her rod. Borrow. Qin Xiaomian's expression changed. Borrow for whom? The old woman pointed outward. The old day was parked on the other side of the teeth. It was caked with bitter algae mud and repair black glue, dirty like a piece of scrap metal that could breathe. Qin Xiaomian understood. You want to peel off a piece of the tailcut's hull and attach it to the old day. The old woman corrected her. Not the old day. Qin Xiaomian paused. That breathing piece of trash. The old woman nodded. Yes. Qin Xiaomian crouched to inspect the skin shedder. The machine was heavily rusted, the locking arm seized, a third of the power cables burned out, and the start valve had been tied with wire by someone. The more she looked, the darker her face became. How long has it been since this thing was last used? The old woman thought for a moment. The last time it was opened, Moonport hadn't turned bitter algae into medicine yet. So that's 30 years. Roughly. And you think it can still move? The old woman said. Aren't you the repairer? Qin Xiaomian gave a cold laugh. I'm a repairer, not a miracle worker. The old woman wasn't offended. She fished out a small iron box from beside her. The box was filled with reverse-threaded screws, each one polished to a shine. Use these. Qin Xiaomian picked one up and her expression shifted. Old Stargate era dock standard parts. Tougher than much of what the White Tower used now. The old woman heard her breathing change and chuckled. Good stuff, huh? Qin Xiaomian didn't reply. She began disassembling. As the first screw came loose, a pile of dust fell out of the skin shedder. The second screw revealed a bug-sized repair drone, which the mechanical cat smashed with one claw. The third screw was stuck. Qin Xiaomian gave it a hard twist. The old wound on the back of her hand tore open, blood seeping into her glove. The old woman heard it. Does it hurt? Not as much as your ship. Gritting her teeth, Qin Xiaomian replaced the screw with a reverse-threaded one. What was this machine originally for? The old woman stroked the skin shedder's casing. The tail cut used to dive into deep mining crevices. Things down there would burrow into the hull. Once they were full, you couldn't wash them out, you had to peel the whole sheet off. Qin Xiaomian's hands paused. So that's why it's called skin shedder. You could have said so earlier. You didn't ask. Qin Xiaomian nearly threw the wrench at her face. The external communication light flashed 3 times. On the old day side, San Ke was frantically making hand signals. Zhou Tingyun shouted for him. The enlistment machine is sweeping into the teeth. Hurry. On the screen, the enlistment machine's white line was already closing in. The old day was hidden deep in the teeth like a dirty loach nestled in bone. But that crevice wouldn't hold for long. Qin Xiaomian lowered her head. The last locking arm was still stuck. She grabbed the start valve and pushed down hard. It didn't budge. She pushed again. Still nothing. The old woman reached out. Qin Xiaomian frowned. What are you doing? Helping you. Your hands will be ruined. The old woman found the start valve and gripped it with both hands. These hands were ruined long ago. Together they pushed down. The valve emitted a harsh grinding sound. Qin Xiaomian heard the old woman's joints cracking. One crack. Another. Like old wood about to snap. The mechanical cat leaped onto the skin shedder, watching them with its remaining good eye. The old woman gasped and cursed. What are you staring at? Push. The mechanical cat gave a low electronic buzz, then actually used its head to push the auxiliary lever. Qin Xiaomian couldn't help it. Your cat is actually useful. The old woman gritted her teeth. Don't praise it. It'll take advantage. Finally, the start valve was pushed all the way down. The skin shedder awakened. The entire tail cut shuddered. It wasn't an engine startup. It was some ancient mechanism hidden in the bones being roused from slumber. Outside the aft cabin, a heavy peeling sound echoed. Crack, 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 crack. Like a dead fish having a scale torn from its spine. Qin Xiaomian rushed to the porthole. A massive gray hull plate split open from the tail cut's exterior. The edges were ragged, and on the outside was still painted half a fish rolling its eyes in death. It slowly detached from the ship, drifting toward the old day. The old woman spoke behind her. The enlistment machine recognizes residual hull registry, not the whole ship. That breathing piece of trash wearing my skin will look like a scale shed from the tail cut. Qin Xiaomian turned. Why didn't you say that earlier? Afraid you'd think it was too easy. The enlistment machine's white light swept into the teeth. The white line brushed over the tail cut's exposed skeleton. White characters floated up on the bones, unidentified wreck, pending verification. The old woman laughed. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth, and her oxygen mask was full of fog. See, it finally sees me. Qin Xiaomian's face turned grim. That's not a good thing. Not for me. The old woman pointed at the old day. But it is for that piece of trash. On the old day side, Zhou Tingyun was operating the robotic arm to catch the hull plate. The moment the arm touched it, the entire old day tilted. This skin is heavier than I thought. Qin Xiaomian immediately patched into the old day's auxiliary control. Don't grab the middle, grab the edge of the bone. Left 3 meters, yes, don't shake. I'm not shaking, it's shaking itself. If you talk back, I'll let it smash your cabin roof. Zhou Tingyun shut up. The hull plate was clamped onto the old day's port side. That half fish rolling its eyes perfectly covered the old day's hull, smeared with bitter algae mud. The old day instantly became even uglier. Ugly with a sense of completeness. The enlistment machine's second skin line swept over. It passed the old day. Paused. White characters appeared on the main console. Tailcut residual scale, no complete ship registry, no enlistment value. The scan line moved away. Inside the old day, Zhou Tingyun let out a long breath. It called us worthless. San Ke typed alive is good enough. Gu Hanzhou said flatly, that sentence sounds expensive now. On the tailcut side, Qin Xiaomian didn't relax. The enlistment machine no longer looked at the old day. It turned to the tailcut. On the tailcut's exposed spine, white characters regrew. Unidentified wreck, residual core verification in progress. The first mechanical arm had already reached into the teeth, piercing the tailcut's exposed skeleton. The eye position of that half-ugly fish was burned through by a white light. The old woman raised her hand and stroked the mechanical cat. My turn now. Qin Xiaomian looked at her. Do you still have a way out? The old woman pried a very thin metal case from the base of the skin shedder. The case had no name. Only a tiny image of a tailcut fish. She handed the case to Qin Xiaomian. Take it. What is this? Away. Where to? The old woman grinned like a blade missing a few teeth. To the pot bottom. In human language. Below the unregistered ship graveyard, there's an old sewage tunnel. The enlistment machine doesn't go down there, and the wuxia doesn't like it either. Why? Because it's too dirty down there. Qin Xiaomian found that surprisingly believable. The old woman added, when you reach the pot bottom, find a ship with a black pot painted on it. Don't ask its name, don't ask the way. Just give it a piece of my fish skin. Qin Xiaomian looked at her. Aren't you coming? The old woman pointed at the tailcut. It has no tail anymore. It can't run far. If you stay, you'll be enlisted. The old woman corrected her. I never had a name anyway. If it wants to list anything, it can only list the tailcut. She finished speaking and began pushing Qin Xiaomian toward the small airlock. Qin Xiaomian suddenly opened her toolbox, took out the newest reverse-threaded screw, and wedged it beside the skin shedder. The old woman was startled. What are you doing? Deposit. Who told you to? Oh, I'll come back for it later. The old woman cursed, stubborn little girl. Qin Xiaomian said, learned from you. The old woman was about to curse again when the mechanical cat suddenly jumped onto Qin Xiaomian's toolbox, clinging tightly. Qin Xiaomian looked down. Your cat. The old woman's expression changed. It won't leave. Mechanical cat, zzz. The old woman snapped, come back. The mechanical cat clung even tighter. The old woman let out a very dirty curse. After cursing, she fell silent. She reached out and gently patted the cat's bald head. Ungrateful. The mechanical cat didn't release its claws. Qin Xiaomian carrying the toolbox, and the cat was shoved into the small airlock. Just before the lock closed, she looked back. The old woman stood in the aft cabin with the ship's bones glowing white characters behind her, like a person standing before a name about to be erased. The enlistment machine's white light swept down. The characters on the tailcut's hull fully formed nameless wreck enlistment verification. The old woman looked up at the white light and slowly raised 2 fingers. Not a surrender. It was an insult. The airlock ejected. Qin Xiaomian was retrieved by the old day's robotic arm. The moment she entered the cabin, the mechanical cat jumped off the toolbox and headed straight for Zhou Tingyun's console. Zhou Tingyun's eyes widened. Why is it here too? Qin Xiaomian was covered in oil and blood, the metal case still clutched in her hand. She didn't answer. On the external screen, the tailcut was still at the far end of the teeth. The enlistment machine's white lines wrapped around it layer by layer. Suddenly, the old woman's hologram flickered on. The image was very grainy. Her oxygen mask was askew, but her eyes were bright. Lamp language flashed, don't remember me. Second line, remember this fish. Third line, it looked best when rolling its eyes upward. Zhou Tingyun stared at that ugly fish hull, played his voice a little hoarse. The old woman's taste is terrible. Qin Xiaomian said quietly, yeah. She placed the metal case on the main console. The case automatically unfolded, revealing a new crudely drawn map. At the very bottom of the map was a black pot. Inside the pot, a small path led deeper into the graveyard. Beside that path, 4 words were scrawled crookedly light at the pot bottom. Lin Jin looked into the depths of the unregistered ship graveyard. The enlistment machine wasn't looking at them for now. The old day draped in the tailcut's residual scale slid slowly lower like a worthless piece of dirty ship skin. Just before leaving the teeth, the last lamp signal came from the tailcut. It was very short, sink fast, don't look back. Zhou Tingyun didn't look back. Neither did Qin Xiaomian. Only the mechanical cat crouched by the console, its remaining good eye fixed on the rear for a long time. After a long while, it let out a soft sound from its throat. Zzz. As if calling someone. Yet as if calling nothing at all. As the jury how descended, Zhou Tingyun never let go. The so-called pot bottom was not a path. Rather, it was as if someone had hollowed out the space beneath Moon Harbor and then poured in 30 years of filth. Waste, coolant, slag, mud, scrap, fuel, foam, and a layer of black oil leaking from somewhere unknown, all congealed in the lower passage, thick as a pot of spoiled medicine. The jury how cloaked in the remnant scale of the Duanwei, you slid forward against the surface of the black oil. The hull scraped against something from time to time. A dull thud, then silence again. Zhou Tingyun's face turned green. If this place had a toll booth, I'd rather pay to use the main entrance. Qin Xiaomian looked down at the crude map. If you dared to report your ship's name, there would be a main entrance. Zhou Tingyun immediately shut up. Beside the helm, the mechanical cat taken from the Duanwei, you crouched. Half its fur was gone, its tail broken, one good eye glowing a baleful green. Zhou Tingyun was annoyed by it. Don't stare at me. Mechanical cat, ZDZD. Is it cursing me? Qin Xiaomian didn't look up. It's more polite than you. Lin Jin stood by the porthole. Outside, the black oil moved like a thick cloth, slowly flowing against the hull. For every inch the jury how advanced, the oil dragged a gleaming streak across the shell. Sankei stood by the main console, holding the crude map and comparing it with the outside. He said nothing, only using his remaining 3 fingers to indicate directions. A bird with missing legs. Cracked teeth. Half a pot. The black pot lay ahead. 4 words were written on the map. Light at the pot bottom. But this path was utterly dark. No light, not even a star visible. In the medical bay, Lin Wan suddenly spoke, her voice soft, as if through cotton. Lin Jin. Something is turning over down below. Zhou Tingyun's hand trembled. What's turning over? Lu Huai cursed from the other side. She just woke up, can't you pretend you didn't hear? Lin Wan ignored him. It's not a living person. She paused. It's like a ship. As she spoke, the black oil surface beneath the Jiri how bulged. A huge thing slowly rolled half its body out from below. It was a ship's hull. A wreck of an old cargo ship, blackened by oil, belly up like a dead fish, pushed by some hidden current. Zhou Tingyun sharply reduced thrust. The Jiri how scraped past the cargo ship's belly. There was no name on the hull. Only a white serial number slowly emerging from the black oil. Low value, 917. Sankei's face changed instantly. He wrote on the screen, don't touch the number. But it was too late. The remnant scale of the Duanwei, you trailing from the Jiri how's port side lightly brushed the last stroke of the white characters. The main console lit up immediately. Remnant scale contamination anomaly. Re-verifying. Qin Zhaomian cursed under her breath. The scale is about to fall off. On the external view, the edge of the remnant scale on the Jiri house port side lifted a corner, like a fish scale about to shed. The really Ji couldn't see them because of this scale. Once it fell, the Jiri how would be remembered again by the wuxia channel. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. Can we stick it back? Qin Zhaomian looked toward the outer compartment. Someone has to go out and press it down. Just as Lin Jin moved, the mechanical cat suddenly jumped off the helm. It was thin as a bundle of wire, but moved fast. Seconds later, it squeezed into the maintenance duct and crawled out of the Jiri house hull. Zhou Tingyun was stunned. It went outside. Qin Zhaomian also froze for a moment. The mechanical cat lay at the edge of the lifted scale, stretched out its claw, and crackled a series of small electric sparks. The sparks burned between the fish skin and the hull like tiny nails. The remnant scale of the Duanwei you stuck back a little, but not enough. Qin Zhaomian opened the external adhesive. It's buying me time. Zhou Tingyun stared at the cat. This cat is more reliable than me. Rare for you to have self-awareness. And you still mock me at a time like this. Have it. The adhesive sprayed out. The remnant scale was finally pressed back onto the Jiri house port side, but the mechanical cat was covered in glue. It stuck to the hull stiff for a moment, then slowly turned its head to look at the internal monitor. ZZZZZT. This sound was drawn out long. As if cursing profusely, Qin Zhaomian said softly, I'll wash you when I get back. Only then did the mechanical cat slowly crawl back. Senkei suddenly tapped the screen. In the darkness ahead, a light appeared. Very small. Yellow. Not like the White Tower light, nor the wuxia hao. That light was hidden deep in the black oil like a seed of fire pressed against the pot bottom. Zhou Tingyun didn't dare approach too fast. The black pot. Senkei nodded. As the Jiri how drew near, everyone saw clearly. It wasn't a complete ship. It looked like half an overturned black pot nestled among sludge and wreckage. The hull was round and blunt with no ship name, its surface covered in thick black grime. Many small iron plates hung from the pot's edge. The plates had no words. Only scratches. 1, 2, 3 strokes. As if even counting numbers here was too dangerous to write down. The black pot had no door. From its base, a thin copper tube extended and tapped the Jiri house hull 3 times. Dong, dong, dong. Sankei immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to stay silent. The copper tube tapped again. This time it signaled with light. Whose skin? Qin Zhaomian put a small piece of fish skin cut from the edge of the Duanwei Yu's scale into the delivery box. Sankei stopped her hand and shook his head. Then he took the fish skin and rubbed it against his own palm. Bloodstained it. Qin Zhaomian frowned. What are you doing? Sankei wrote. Only recognizes the borrower of the skin. He put the bloodstained fish skin into the delivery box and sent it toward the black pot. The copper tube took the fish skin away. The black pot was silent for a few seconds. Then the yellow light at the pot's bottom flickered once. Stinky. Zhou Tingyun couldn't help it. Is it complimenting us? Gu Hanzhou said flatly, at least it's not low value. Qin Zhaomian looked at Sankei. Sankei shook his head and wrote. It thinks we're not stinky enough. Zhou Tingyun looked incredulous. It's picky about that too. The black pot didn't open its door. Instead, it spewed a wave of black oil from its base, slamming hard into the Jiri hao's belly. The Jiri hao was pushed back half a meter. Qin Zhaomian grabbed the handrail. It's rejecting the ship. Sankei pointed on the map to a small bowl beside the black pot. Inside the bowl were drawn several lines. Lin Jin didn't understand. Sankei wrote. The pot recognizes ashes that have been burned through the gate. Qin Zhaomian suddenly understood. She looked at Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun's face changed. Don't look at me. But he knew what it was. The Chisun Hao. After that small boat crashed into the old gate of the wuxia hao, Qin Zhaomian had collected a bit of its residual ash. Zhou Tingyun had never asked. Now that small metal container was brought out. Inside was a little black ash. Very little. It was the last thing left by the Chisun Hao. Zhou Tingyun didn't reach for it. He just looked at it. After a long while he said, use it. Qin Zhaomian asked, are you sure? Sure. He twisted his lips. It's already flown its last flight. It can still make one more run. Lin Jin said nothing. Qin Zhaomian put that bit of Chisun Hao ash into the delivery box and sent it toward the black pot. The black pot received it. The yellow light blazed up. From inside the pot came a dull rumbling sound. Like an old pot finally boiling. Flying ash. May enter the pot. A crack opened on the side of the black pot. It wasn't a hatch. More like someone had lifted a corner of the pot lid. A stronger stench of black oil poured out. Zhou Tingyun covered his nose. And it said we weren't stinky enough. The Jiri house slowly slid into a dark slot beside the black pot. The slot was very narrow, just enough for half the Jiri house hull to fit. Inside the black pot, there was no light. Only the yellow fire at the bottom. Below the fire hung a string of broken lamps. Each lamp had a sentence written in black ash. Don't report ship. Don't ask names. Don't trust the bright places. Light at pot bottom is not an exit. Lin Jin frowned at the last line. Not an exit. From deep within the black pot, a very old voice sounded. Not through communication. More like someone behind the pot wall tapping with an iron spoon as they spoke. Borrowed skin. Sankei's expression flickered. He wrote on the table. Someone is inside the pot. Don't ask. Lin Jin swallowed the question that had risen to his lips. Sankei replied with a light signal. Yes. The old voice asked again. Did the Duanwei you fall off? No one answered. The old voice chuckled. Let it fall then. It was long overdue. Qin Xiaomian's expression grew cold. The mechanical cat had already crawled back to the helm still covered in glue. Hearing this, its remaining good eye brightened. The old voice continued. If you want to travel through the pot bottom, you can. First sink your ship. Zhou Tingyun jerked his head up. What? The yellow fire in the black pot flickered. New light words emerged on the pot wall. Pot bottom doesn't walk floating things. Breathing garbage must sink first. A moment of silence fell over the jury how. Qin Xiaomian said quietly, it wants us to shut off propulsion and press the ship down under the black oil layer. Can we come back up after sinking? Zhou Tingyun asked. The black pot didn't answer. That was more frightening than a reply. In the external view above the pot, the white line of the Ruli Ji had already chased to the edge. That line swept across the black oil surface like a hand searching for floating bugs in soup. Lin Jin stared at the white line. Neither up nor down. They would be fished out sooner or later. He said quietly, sink. Zhou Tingyun turned to look at him. Captain, the jury how just lost its registration, put on a shabby skin, and now we have to go under the pot. You might as well rename it the Unlucky How. Qin Xiaomian was already preparing for the descent. Seal all lower compartments. Pressurize the medical bay. Vent the waste compartment. Lu Huai immediately shouted, if you dare vent the waste heat pipe next to the medical bay, I'll strangle you. Then seal it yourself. I'm doing it. The Jiri Hao gradually shut down its propulsion. Black oil pressed against the portholes. First layer. Second layer. Soon nothing was visible outside. The external pressure on the hull began to rise. A trickle of black oil seeped through an old patch seam. When Qin Xiaomian saw it, her face darkened terrifyingly. Port side no. 3 patch is leaking. Gu Hanzhou grabbed a cold weld patch and pressed it into the gap in the wall. Here. Half a foot lower. Your ship leaks in a very artistic way. Shut up. The medical bay filter turned red. Lu Huai pressed one hand on Lin Wan's oxygen valve and used the other to block the waste heat pipe. Who told you to sink? Even a water burial requires notifying the family first. Lin Wan was sealed under the oxygen mask, her voice very soft. Lin Jin. This time it really feels like a sinking ship. Lin Jin gripped the edge of the main console. It won't. Why? Because we still owe Lu Huai money. Lu Huai burst into curses. You'd better all remember that. Black oil swallowed the last porthole. The Jiri Hao sank completely into the pot bottom. The yellow fire separated by thick, dirty liquid became a blurred speck of light. The deeper they went, the heavier the control stick became. Zhou Tingyun gripped it with both hands as if rowing in black mud. This ship really is like an iron spoon in a pot now. No one laughed. The Jiri Hao continued to sink. The hull creaked, as if the whole ship was holding its breath. At the deepest point of the yellow light, a line of tiny light words appeared. Light at the pot bottom. Lower head and enter the hole. Don't look up. Zhou Tingyun lowered his voice. What's up there? Sankei's face turned pale. He slowly wrote on the table. The Wuxiao Hao is watching the pot surface. After the Jiri sank into the black oil, the first thing to disappear were the windows. Outside the portholes there was no longer starlight nor derelict ships. Only a layer of thick, gleaming blackness. It was as if someone had inverted the entire vessel into a cauldron and everything outside had been boiled to a pulp. Zhou Tingyun pressed both hands on the control yoke, his back held rigidly straight. I can't see a thing now. Qin Xiaomian switched the external feed to the lower probe. The screen showed only a single patch of yellow light. Very small. It flickered beneath the Jiri. Look below. I've never piloted a ship by looking only at what's underneath. Then learn today. Zhou Tingyun stared at that yellow glow, his face darkening. I hate on-the-job training. The Jiri continued to sink. The hull plates groaned under the pressure of the black oil, like an old pot slowly warping over a fire. Sankei stood beside the main console, pointing at the black cauldron symbol on the map, then downward. He wrote 3 characters. Lower your head. Zhou Tingyun understood. Not us lowering our heads, but the ship. Sankei nodded. Qin Xiaomian's expression darkened. Bow the bow, raise the stern. The Jiri is too long. If the angle isn't right, it'll get stuck at the mouth. Lu Huai's voice blasted from the medical bay. You dare to flip my sickbed? Try it. Lin Wan was sealed under a containment hood, her voice muffled. Dr. Lu, please strap me in first. Lu Huai cursed. You're being way too cooperative. I'm afraid of falling. Good, at least you're afraid. Zhou Tingyun began adjusting the attitude. The Jiri's bow tilted downward inch by inch. Everything not secured slid forward. A toolbox slammed into the bulkhead. Several medicine bottles rolled to the end of the corridor. The mechanical cat was thrown half a meter forward, its claws digging into the floor, seems to stop, then raised its head and hissed at Zhou Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. Don't blame me, I don't want to pilot like this either. Sankei suddenly reached out and switched off the overhead camera. Then he shook his head. Zhou Tingyun froze. Can't look up. Sankei wrote. Do not raise your head. Lin Jin looked at the layer of black oil outside the porthole. What would happen if we did? Sankei did not write a response. He walked to an empty metal bowl, turning it upright. A little black oil had accumulated in the bowl. On the surface of the black oil floated a faint white light. Sankei picked up a screw and dropped it in. A flash of white light. The screw was gone. Not sunk. Erased as if wiped away without even a ripple. Zhou Tingyun's Adam's apple bobbed. Alright, I won't look up. But his hand instinctively reached for the upper camera control. Qin Zhaomian slapped it away. Yet it was a moment too late. The upper feed flickered. On the screen there was no ceiling. Only a white plaque. On the plaque half a character slowly emerged. Zhou Tingyun's face went stark white. Qin Zhaomian grabbed a wrench and smashed the upper camera in one blow. The screen went black. That half character was severed. Zhou Tingyun stared at the broken camera, finally forcing out a sentence. It's checking our IDs too. Qin Zhaomian said coldly. You almost got written into its household register. The jury continued downward. Black oil began seeping into the hull. First at the port side, no. Free patch plate. 1 drop. 2 drops. The black oil landed on the deck plates without a sound, spreading into a small glossy patch. Within that glossy patch a face emerged. It was Lin Jin. Very faint. Like looking at someone through water. Qin Zhaomian noticed it first. She did not call Lin Jin, instead she grabbed a torn blanket nearby and covered it directly. When Lin Jin turned, he only saw her step onto the blanket. What's wrong? Oil leak. You're covering it with a blanket. This oil reflects people. Lin Jin understood. He looked down at his own boot tip. Black oil was seeping out from under the blanket's edge. Something was moving inside it. Like someone gently turning over beneath the blanket. Lin Jin crouched and sealed the edges with repair tape. From beneath the blanket, a very soft voice sounded. Son. Lin Jin did not stop. Layer after layer of tape was pressed down. The voice spoke again. Raise your head and look at me. Lin Jin pressed the last piece of tape into place. You don't deserve it. The voice cut off. Qin Zhaomian glanced at him. That was quick this time. Too many fakes or I've had practice. When he stood up, his hands were stained with a layer of black oil. No matter how he shook them, it wouldn't come off. A little had leaked into the medical bay as well. Lu Huai directly sprinkled bitter algae powder over it. A pungent white smoke rose from the black oil. Within the smoke, half a girl's face surfaced. Lu Huai's hand paused when he saw it. Lin Wan noticed. Through the sealed hood, she gently tapped the wall. Dong. Lu Huai snapped back and dumped the entire packet of bitter algae powder over it. That face vanished. Lin Wan did not ask who it was. Lu Huai did not say either. He just lowered his head and rechecked the seal of the hood. Debt-ridden girl, don't look around. Lin Wan obediently closed her eyes. Oh. The jury continued to sink. The external pressure on the hull grew heavier, and a crack at the root of the right mechanical arm suddenly burst open a small section. Qin Zhaomian's eyelid twitched. Oil has entered the right arm. Zhou Tingyun asked nervously, can it still be used? It can. He breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Zhaomian added, one more use, and it might only be worth keeping as a souvenir. Zhou Tingyun shut up. Gu Hanzhou used his left hand to press a cold-weld patch against the leaking oil pipe, helping Qin Zhaomian block the seepage. His right arm's exoskeleton had long been disabled, making movement awkward. The patch was half an inch off. Qin Zhaomian glared at him. Lower. Gu Hanzhou silently shifted it half an inch. Qin Zhaomian muttered under her breath. Do all White Tower people patch holes with such airs? White Tower doesn't patch holes. No wonder you're the leakiest. The jury finally neared that yellow glow. The so-called hole revealed itself. It was not a natural opening but a section of an inverted old sewage shaft. The mouth of the shaft faced downward, hung with solidified black oil, its rim lined with corroded tooth-like iron spikes. The jury had to squeeze in and bow first. Zhou Tingyun's face turned green. This shaft is narrower than my pilot's license. Qin Zhaomian said, you have a license? No. Then it's indeed narrow. Sankei pointed to the yellow light below. He wrote again. Don't touch the teeth. What would happen if we did? Sankei looked at him, but wrote nothing. Qin Zhaomian said flatly, when he doesn't write it usually means an ugly death. Zhou Tingyun drew a breath. Thanks for the explanation, Chief Qin. The jury began to enter the shaft. The bow probed in first. The iron spikes scraped past the outer shell, missing the main sensor by half a meter. Zhou Tingyun dared not look up, only fixating on the yellow light below and the lateral contours. This way of piloting felt less like steering a ship, more like shoving the entire jury upside down into a monster's mouth. The hull suddenly shuddered. The right side remnant fin scraped against a shaft tooth. Qin Zhaomian's expression changed drastically. Don't move. Zhou Tingyun's hands froze. Sankei had already lunged to the side console, his fingers flying to input several symbols. He signaled Zhou Tingyun to release a small amount of stern ballast gas. Not all of it, just a little. Zhou Tingyun complied. The jury's stern rose gently. That broken tail fin slipped off the tooth. It was not torn off. Everyone exhaled half a breath of relief. The other half remained lodged in their throats. Because the yellow light ahead suddenly went out. Inside the entire cauldron bottom hole, it became pitch black except for the Jiri's own instrument lights. Zhou Tingyun cursed. The light's gone. San Kei's face turned very grim. He wrote on the table, "Do not seek the light." The next second many lights flickered on around them. Not one, but a circle. Above, below, left, right. All yellow glow. Every patch of light looked like an exit. Behind every patch of light, there was a path. Zhou Tingyun's hand froze on the control yoke. Which one is real? No one spoke. Lin Wan's voice came from the medical bay. None of them. Her eyes were closed as if she were listening. The real one doesn't shine. Qin Zhaomian looked at San Kei. San Kei slowly nodded. Then he reached out and switched off the Jiri's lower searchlight. The entire cockpit was left with only the cold glow of the instruments. In the absolute darkness, a faint, inconspicuous gray emerged ahead. Not light, just a shadow slightly lighter than the black. Zhou Tingyun said in a low voice, "I see it." Qin Zhaomian stared at the feed. "That's the hole. I now believe Little Wan is more reliable than navigation." Lu Huai cursed over the channel. "Don't praise her as she'll get cocky." Lin Wan murmured, "I'm not." Zhou Tingyun guided the Jiri toward that unlit gray shadow. The surrounding yellow lights began to converge on them. Some emitted laughter. Some emitted weeping. And in one yellow light the voice of the old assistant from the Chi-Sun woke. "Pilot, the channel is clear." Zhou Tingyun's forehead veins bulged. This damn place sure knows how to pick its bait. He did not deviate. The Jiri squeezed through the cluster of false lights and plunged into the unlit gray shadow. The hull suddenly felt lighter. The pressure of the black oil halved, as if they had finally slipped from the cauldron into a crack beneath it. The next moment, everyone heard the sound of dripping oil. One drop, as if someone was counting lives in the dark. The Jiri slowly descended into a long, narrow underground cavern. The walls were lined with old sewage pipes. Some pipes were hung with dried oil wads like long black hair. Zhou Tingyun finally dared to level the ship. When he pulled back, everyone aboard was thrown backward. Lu Huai's voice cracked as he cursed from the medical bay. "Couldn't you give a warning before leveling the ship?" Zhou Tingyun gasped. "I was afraid that if I warned the ship wouldn't listen." The mechanical cat picked itself up off the floor, shook off the adhesive, and hissed again. Qin Zhaomian crouched down and peeled a bit of glue off its face. "You did well just now." The mechanical cat raised its one good eye. Zhou Tingyun immediately said, "Don't praise it, the old lady says it'll get pushy." The mechanical cat turned its head to look at him. Slowly it placed its paw on his console. "Zhou Tingyun." Qin Zhaomian's lips twitched. Lin Jin looked outside. This cavern was very old. Too old to have been built by the wuxia. The walls bore old era markings, all corroded to half by the black oil. He asked Qin Zhaomian to enlarge the feed. One line was barely legible. "Wuxia experimental sewage line." The crew fell silent. Gu Hanzhou said in a low voice, "The wuxia didn't come with ships first." Lin Jin nodded. "The experiments came first." From deep within the cavern came a tapping sound. Not a light signal. It was metal striking metal. 3 long, 2 short. San Kei's face changed drastically when he heard it. He wrote on the table, "The people of the Black Cauldron." The Jiri slid slowly onward. At the end of the cavern appeared a small platform. On the platform hung a row of oil lamps. Each lamp was tiny, its flame a sickly yellow-red. Beneath the lamps stood several figures in black old-style protective suits. Their faces were hidden behind thick masks, features unreadable. The one at the front kept his head bowed. Not just him. All the figures in black suits kept their heads bowed. Hung at the back of their necks was a black iron tag. On the tag was no text, only a single horizontal scratch polished to a shine, as if someone had ground a name off it entirely. The frontmost figure raised a sign. "Lower your head." Zhou Tingyun was about to ask, but Lin Jin already pressed his shoulder. "Lower it." The Jiri's bow dipped slowly. Everyone in the cockpit instinctively lowered their heads as well. No one looked up at the ceiling. Only when the Jiri had fully passed the platform did they notice that the ceiling was hung with a dense forest of white ship nameplates. Each one was wrapped in black oil. If they had looked up they would have seen their own names, perhaps slowly taking shape on one of them. Zhou Tingyun stared at the deck, throat dry. This place doesn't let you look anywhere. On the platform those black-suited figures did not speak. They simply raised a second sign. "The cauldron's bottom keeps no ship." A third, "Leave the cargo." A fourth, "Disembark." The Jiri fell silent. Lin Jin gazed at the signs. "They want us to abandon ship." Qin Zhaomian's face darkened. "Impossible." San Kei, however, stared at those figures, his fingers trembling slightly. He wrote, "They're not after the ship. They're afraid the ship will follow us down." Lin Jin looked at him. San Kei continued, "The cauldron's bottom only allows people through. The ship will bring the eyes above down with it." On the distant platform the frontmost figure raised another sign. This time the words on the sign were long. "Breathing trash, stop here." The mechanical cat suddenly leaped to the porthole and hissed at the platform. Zhou Tingyun looked at that sign, slowly gripping the control yoke. "I don't agree." Lin Jin did not speak. He turned to look at the Jiri's main console. This unregistered old ship had traveled all the way from the Wuxia Channel, dirty, sinking, squeezing to reach this place. And now the people of the cauldron's bottom told them, "The ship cannot pass." From the medical bay, Lin Wan's voice came softly. Lin Jin. They're not blocking the ship. Her voice was very light. They're choosing who can go down. On the platform, the last sign was raised. To survive, change your shell. The black hazard suits on the platform did not yield. All kept their heads bowed, black iron plaques hanging from their necks, blank save for a single polished horizontal groove, as if names had been methodically scraped away layer by layer with a blade. The olden day hung motionless at the edge of the dark chasm. Black oil dripped steadily from its hull. Shreds of a severed tail fish clung to the port side. The grotesque, bulging-eyed creature half submerged in grease, as though recently hauled from the bottom of a cauldron. The foremost hazard-suited figure raised a placard. To live. To swap shells. Zhou Tingyun stared at it. His lips twitched faintly. I've heard of swapping ships, but never shells. Sankei stood beside him, his face paler than before. With his remaining 3 fingers, he tapped twice upon the table, then wrote. No ship remains at the cauldron's base. The ship will draw down the eyes above. Lin Jin turned his gaze toward the platform. Those figures did not lift their heads. Not since the olden day had entered. Had any of them looked up? It was not courtesy. It was habit. Qin Zhaomian took Senkei's pen and wrote beside him. They are not seizing ships. They are stripping roads. She raised her eyes to Lin Jin. Nothing that can name a path may be carried. No vessel, no sound cargo, no named tool, no registered relic. Any such thing will summon the Wu Xia down upon us. The olden day is not cargo. Zhou Tingyun's expression darkened further. No one contradicted him. The olden day was not cargo. It was the vessel left behind by Lin Yanshan. It was Lin Wan's sickbed. It was the very life they had hurled battered and bleeding from U-port straight into the cauldron's depths. Yet the black-suited figures on the platform raised a fresh placard. Keep the vessel. Does not mean a dead vessel. Silent birth shell-clad. Even as the words settled, a white shape slid silently through the black oil overhead. Not a light. Like the rim of an eye grazing the cauldron's inner curve. Instantly, the olden days main console flared with white text. Drifting object missing. Search initiated. The hazard-suited figures on the platform moved faster, sharply, urgently. Thick black tubes rose from beneath the platform, gnarled root-like, clamping onto the olden days hull. Zhou Tingyun slammed his palm onto the control lever. Who dares dock my ship? The black-suited figures raised another placard. Seal the furnace. Seal the eyes. Seal the name. Qin Zhaomian murmured low. Zhou Tingyun, shut down the primary furnace. Don't move. Lin Jin stepped beside him. Shut it down. Zhou Tingyun stared at the console. After a long silence, he reached out, methodically deactivating propulsion auxiliary furnaces, external sensors, one by one. Only the main reactor remained. His hand hovered over the valve. I just lost the Red Falcon. He spoke so quietly, it was nearly inaudible. If the olden day goes dark too, I'll have no footing left. Lin Jin placed a hand on his shoulder. It won't stay lit. And if it doesn't, we all board the Wu Xia. Zhou Tingyun closed his eyes, then pressed the valve. The low thrum of the olden days reactor faded note by note, like a man slowly holding his breath. The entire ship plunged into darkness. In the medbay, Lin Wan's sealed canopy glowed faintly with emergency lighting. Lu Huai's curse erupted instantly. Who cuts power without notifying medical? Just notified you. Notify your mother. Your mother wouldn't hear you either. Zhou Tingyun's face had been ashen, yet at that his mouth twisted almost imperceptibly. The black tubes fused with the olden day. Black oil mixed with coarse gray ash layer upon layer coating the hull, obscuring the severed fish scales, bitter algae mud repair sealant, even the ship's original iron plating. The bulging-eyed fish was swallowed inch by inch. A mechanical cat lay curled atop the helm, suddenly emitting a sharp hiss. Qin Zhaomian stroked its patchy, furless head. Don't look. Your former master's skin wasn't lent in vain. The mechanical cat did not flinch. Elsewhere, the platform raised a row of narrow black pods. Coffin-like, yet narrower still. Each bore an empty iron plaque, blank, unmarked. Senkei wrote. Cauldron shell. Sound insulated. Heat insulated. Ship registry sealed. Once inside, one is no longer crew. Only living flesh. Zhou Tingyun watched the black shells, his face drained of color. These things are even more ill-omened than escape pods. The platform responded immediately with a new placard. Escape pods have affiliation. Cauldron shells have none. Only the nameless may pass. Lin Jin glanced toward the medbay. Lu Huai was already dismantling Lin Wan's bed, his voice unbroken. Just stabilized her for 2 days, and now you want me to dismantle her bed into cargo. The platform seemed to hear, raising another placard. The bed is shell. The patient is human. Lu Huai's fury flared. She is not a patient. Through her sealed canopy, Lin Wan lifted a hand, writing slowly on the fogged surface. Deader. The platform fell silent, then replaced the placard. Even deaders count as human. Lu Huai gave a cold snort. At least you've got some sense. Moving Lin Wan proved the most arduous task. Her pulmonary regeneration core could not be interrupted. Her canopy could not be opened. Her bed was too wide, while the cauldron shell was too narrow. Qin Zhaomian removed 2 side panels from the bed, then instructed Lu Huai to switch the regeneration core to manual stabilization. Midway through the connection, Lin Wan's blood oxygen monitor flashed crimson. Lu Huai's face changed instantly. He clamped his bare hand over the leaking interface, pressing hard to seal the breach. Hurry! Qin Zhaomian gritted her teeth, wrenching the valve shut. Lin Wan's eyes glistened with pain, but she held perfectly still. Lu Huai snapped. Why hold it in? Say it when it hurts. She whispered, barely audible. I'm afraid your hand will shake. Lu Huai barked a laugh. My hand shaking is still more reliable than your brother's. Lin Jin stood nearby, silent, offering no rebuttal. Seconds later, the oxygen monitor steadied its glow, returning to calm green. Qin Zhaomian wrapped the regeneration core's housing in black cloth. Lin Wan watched her through the canopy. Thank you. Qin Zhaomian's hands paused, just for a breath. Don't thank me. If the wiring's wrong, you'll curse me. Lin Wan considered this seriously. Then don't wire it wrong. Qin Zhaomian let out a quiet laugh. Agreed. Gu Hanzhou stood aside, unhooking the lead-lined box from his belt. Inside rested Gu Hanqi's residual voice. The black-suited figures on the platform raised a placard instantly. Sound cargo must remain. Gu Hanzhou lifted his gaze. It is not cargo. The platform exchanged the placard. Things that speak are cargo. His fingers tightened, slowly, deliberately. Lin Jin looked at him. Gu Hanzhou did not return the glance, only stared down at the lead box. After a long silence, he asked, is there any way to bring it across? The platform did not answer at once. From behind, a hazard-suited figure approached, bearing a small obsidian black jar, its lid sealed thick with wax. A placard rose. Dumb jar. Sealed, 3 days. Opening reports the path. Gu Hanzhou asked, what happens if it's opened? The Wu Xia will hear. He slit his palm, smearing blood across the wax seal, then placed the lead box inside himself. As the jar closed, a faint sound escaped from within. Brother. Only half a word. Then silence. Gu Hanzhou stared at the sealed jar for a long while, before fastening it to his chest. Rest a while. He murmured softly. Lin Jin retrieved his own belongings, the isolated sample vial of Lin Wan, his father's photograph. The rusted copper badge from Grey Harbor Dock 13. Shards of white nails. The platform personnel saw the photograph. No placard appeared. But at the sight of the copper badge, they raised one instantly. Ship cargo. Lin Jin said, it is not ship cargo. He turned the badge over. Its reverse had been scorched black, rendering Grey Harbor Dock 13 unreadable. Only charred streaks remained. Scrap metal. The platform hesitated, then lowered its placard. Scrap metal permitted. When the white nails were inspected, the hazard-suited figure paused, uncertain. 3 placards followed, each replacing the last, until finally, dangerous scrap metal. Permitted. Qin Zhaomian muttered, your classification system is oddly precise. Her own toolbox was halted at the threshold. The platform raised a placard. This box has been registered. Qin Zhaomian's expression hardened. She studied the worn toolbox, carried from Black Harbor, bearing a tiny inscription along its edge. Qin Zhaomian's tools. She waited 2 seconds, then picked up a whetstone and ground the letters away herself. Iron filings scattered, like ash. The platform raised a placard. Permitted. Qin Zhaomian hoisted the box onto her back, her face unchanged. Yet Lin Jin noticed her fingers pause, just once, against the box's corner. Above in the black oil, the white shape passed again, brushing the outer wall of the silent berth, leaving a faint luminescence. The hazard-suited figures accelerated their movements. They wheeled the cauldron shells to the olden days outer airlock, one by one opening, each like grim mouths. Zhou Tingyun faced the hardest trial. He carried no sound cargo, no registered name badge. Yet the platform personnel fixed their gaze on his pilot's chair, motionless, unwavering. Upon its seat, etched shallowly with a knife, was a crude figure. A red falcon, drawn like a chicken. Zhou Tingyun swore under his breath. Your eyes are sharp. The platform raised a placard. Chair remains. Zhou Tingyun remained seated in the command chair. This is the olden days chair. Chair remains. He turned to Lin Jin. Captain, may I? Lin Jin cut him off before he finished. No. Zhou Tingyun offered a wry smile. I hadn't spoken yet. You meant to dismantle it. It's flown with me longer than most things ever do. It flew with the olden day longer still. Zhou Tingyun fell silent. After a long pause, he slipped his hand beneath the chair, retrieving a small screw. It was old, unremarkable. This isn't part of the chair, is it? The platform raised no placard. Zhou Tingyun tucked the screw into his pocket, then patted the chair's armrest. Wait for me, he added almost as an afterthought. And don't wander off with strangers. The mechanical cat leapt from the helm, landing neatly inside Qin Zhaomian's cauldron shell. Zhou Tingyun protested immediately. How can it carry a cat? The platform glanced at the mechanical cat, then raised a placard. Nameless. Leaking current. Permitted. Zhou Tingyun scowled. I leak current too. Qin Zhaomian replied coolly, you have a name. Zhou Tingyun. One by one they entered the cauldron shells. Inside the shells were cramped. No seats, only thick black fabric and several restraint straps. Lin Jin was the last to enter, pausing to look back at the olden day. It had been swallowed whole, coated in black oil and gray ash, its shape erased. No lights, no sound, no name. Like a piece of scrap reclaimed by the cauldron's belly, the black tubes tightened, dragging the olden day deeper into the silent berth. The motion was slow, like pressing an ancient beast down into the mud. Zhou Tingyun appeared beside him, unseen until then. Will it fear the dark? Lin Jin did not answer. The medbay's emergency light flickered and died. The main console flared one final time, not with white text, but with the olden days' own dim amber prompt. Standby. Only 2 characters. Zhou Tingyun stared, then laughed softly. It didn't say returning to formation. Lin Jin nodded. No. The hazard-suited figures began sealing the cauldron shells. Click, click, click. One by one the black shells sealed shut. Finally Lin Jin's own shell clicked closed, leaving absolute darkness within. Only his own breath, steady, controlled. And from somewhere nearby a low curse, muffled unmistakably Zhou Tingyun's. The shell began to descend. No thrum of engines. Only the sensation of being borne downward by some unseen black water, sliding ever deeper. After a while a deep resonant thud echoed from beyond the platform. The olden day had been drawn into the silent berth. Its hull settled, softly, gently, like a body finally lying down to rest. In the dark, Zhou Tingyun spoke suddenly. Captain. If anyone asks where we're from. Lin Jin closed his eyes. Don't say olden day. Then what do we say? In the darkness, Sankei tapped the shell wall. 3 long raps, 1 short. Zhou Tingyun didn't understand. From another shell Qin Zhaomian's voice came, muffled, distant. He says tell them we came from the cauldron. Zhou Tingyun paused half a second. Fine. Sounds like the truth. The shell continued its descent. How long passed no one knew, until ahead a sliver of light appeared. Small, not yellow flame, gray-white, like the first thread of dawn-piercing ash. An unfamiliar voice drifted up from the depths. Shell swappers, shed your names. Enter the cauldron bottom. As the pot shell clattered to the ground, Lin Jin was first struck by a pungent, acrid scent, not of fire but of aged paper soaked in oil and then parched on the cold rim of a dry walk. The shell door did not open immediately. Someone knocked 3 times from outside. Thump, thump, thump. Like inspecting cargo. Zhou Tingyun crammed inside the adjacent black shell sounded muffled, as if speaking from inside a sealed tin can. Are we people now? Or just tins? No one answered. In the next instant the shell door was pried open from outside. A pale ashen light spilled inward. Lin Jin squinted. The pot bottom was no underground city. No streets, no neon signs, no clean pathways. Only narrow bridges stacked layer upon layer atop sewage pipes. Beneath the bridges flowed black oil. Upon them stood countless figures, heads bowed, clad in black hazard suits, thick face masks strapped tight, iron nameplates hanging heavy at their necks. The iron plates bore no inscriptions, only parallel grooves worn deep by time and touch, as if each person had once borne a name, then scraped it off themselves. The lead figure in black hazard gear raised a sign. Name stripped. Lin Jin emerged from his pot shell. The moment his feet touched solid ground, he was blocked. The figure said nothing, only extended a small bowl filled with black ash. Sankei smeared a streak across his own wrist first. Lin Jin understood, and did the same. The ash was chillingly cold, like the residue of a sunken ship clinging to bare skin. Zhou Tingyun emerged second. He opened his mouth. What's this place called? Before he could finish, a lump of black mud slapped hard across his lips. It landed with unnerving precision. Zhou Tingyun froze entirely. The black-suited figure raised another sign. Do not ask the place's name. Qin Zhaomian crawled out of her pot shell, and seeing Zhou Tingyun's mud-smeared mouth twitched the corner of her lips. Fits perfectly. Zhou Tingyun tried to curse, but muffled could only grunt. A mechanical cat leapt down from her tool case, shaking half-dried adhesive from its frame. The black-suited figure saw it, and raised 2 signs. Nameless object. Permitted. The mechanical cat emitted a low, sharp hiss. As if objecting to the word object, Lu Huai wheeled Lin Wan's narrow shell forward, his face darker than the pot bottom itself. The shell had been refitted into something resembling an upright coffin crammed with a sealed life support, hood, regenerative core, oxygen bladder, and a tangle of tubing bound tightly with medical tape. Lin Wan lay within, eyes open. She gazed silently at the bowed figures, then gently tapped the shell wall once. Lu Huai snapped instantly, don't move your hands. Your tubing will loosen. A nearby black-suited figure raised a sign. Patient, name stripped. Lu Huai exploded. She is not a patient. The figure paused, then swapped the sign. Debtor. Only then did Lu Huai give a grudging nod. That at least sounds human. Through her transparent hood, Lin Wan bent her eyes into a faint smile. The pot-bottom dwellers led them to a narrow platform. It resembled both a slaughter slab and an antique scale. Upon it rested relics, shattered ship identity, tokens, broken identity, rings, photos charred black, and several desiccated vocal cords sealed inside glass tubes. 3 characters were carved into the platform's edge. Name stripping platform. Sankei traced a line onto its surface with his finger. Things that can name the old path. Will draw down the eyes above. Lin Jin read it, and said nothing. He knew those words were no idle threat. They had been hunted here precisely because too much still remembered where they came from, and where they were meant to go. Lin Jin was the first inspected. When his father's photograph was placed on the scale, the beam dipped slightly. The black-suited figure raised a sign. Family artifact. No path declared. Returnable. The photo was handed back. Lin Jin caught it, his fingertip brushing the photo's edge. The paper was impossibly thin, as if pressing just a little harder would erase the man within. When the old copper token was lifted, a pot-bottom dweller raised a sign. Ship cargo. Lin Jin turned it over. The reverse was scorched black. The words, Hui Gang No. 13-inch long vanished. Only faint jagged burn marks remained. Scrap metal. The pot-bottom dweller paused, then held up a new sign. Scrap metal, permitted. When the white shard nails were examined, every bowed figure stepped back a pace. The sign changed 3 times before settling. Dangerous scrap metal. Permitted. Qin Zhaomian murmured, their classification system is remarkably precise. When her tool case came up for inspection, the pot-bottom dweller flipped it to its base and pointed to a shallow engraving in the corner. Hugen. Qin Zhaomian stared at it for 2 seconds. She'd carved it years ago and forgotten it soon after. Now she drew out a file and began grinding it away stroke by stroke. Iron filings fell onto the name-stripping platform like gray dust. Her expression remained unreadable, yet Lin Jin noticed how her fingers lingered just for a breath at the case's corner. At last the mud was torn from Zhou Tingyun's mouth. He gasped, only for his collar to be yanked open. From within, the pot-bottom dweller plucked a tiny screw, the one beneath the pilot's seat. Zhou Tingyun snatched at it instantly. No, I keep that. The black-suited figure raised a sign. Seat bone. Recognizes the ship. It's just a screw, he protested. Recognizes the ship. The sign remained unchanged. Zhou Tingyun looked to Lin Jin, but Lin Jin offered no counsel. This was neither Black Harbor nor Grey Gate. The rules of the pot-bottom were carved, not written, by those who lived here blade by blade. Zhou Tingyun looked down at the screw. He waited, and finally let go. Don't throw it away. The figure exchanged the sign. Storage. No guarantee of presentation. Zhou Tingyun blinked. What does that mean? Qin Zhaomian replied coolly, they'll store it, but won't promise it stays pristine. Zhou Tingyun wiped his face. Storing it is enough. The screw was dropped into a black iron chest, unmarked save for a single scratch across its lid. Zhou Tingyun watched it for a long while. Then from the depths of the pot-bottom a bell rang. Not metallic, but like someone striking a thick, heavy walk. Boom. Every bowed head stilled at once. From beneath the black oil, a sliver of white light seeped upward, a slender white line crawling inward along the pot-bottom's rim. It crept along the bridge's surface like a flattened, unblinking gaze. On the platform, movement quickened. Some rushed to haul black ash, others dragged iron plates, still others splashed black oil toward the advancing white line. Sankei's face paled. He scrawled on the platform. Leak. Qin Zhaomian seized her tool case. What's leaking? The eyes above. They've bitten down. The white line advanced swiftly. One pot-bottom dweller reacted half a heartbeat too late. His ankle grazed by the line. Instantly half a character bloomed upon his iron nameplate. Li. He dropped to his knees, hands clamping over the plate in desperate silence. Others rushed forward, smearing black ash over the mark. It did no good. The white character kept growing, stroke by stroke, line by line, as if dragging him back from the pot-bottom onto some forgotten roster. A black-suited figure raised a sign toward Lin Jin and the others. Outsiders. Can you seal it? Qin Zhaomian had already crouched beside the white line, scanning the bridge's structural layout. The sewage pipe has cracked. Lu Huai frowned. Can a sewage pipe leak eyes? Sankei wrote. Everything leaks here. Qin Zhaomian didn't reply. She plunged her hand into the black oil, feeling the jagged rupture, and her face darkened. A reverse pressure plate is missing. What can substitute? Sankei glanced toward the name-stripping platform, where freshly collected items lay piled: ship, tokens, identity, rings, old screws, sealed vocal cord tubes. Zhou Tingyun suddenly understood. My screw. The black-suited figure raised a sign. Seat bone, dense. Acceptable for plugging. Zhou Tingyun's face tightened. Didn't you say it was stored? A temporary loan. No guarantee of presentation. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. This place is truly black. Qin Zhaomian met his gaze. Will you lend it? The white line had already climbed onto a second person's iron plate. That one made no sound. Only crouched, scraping frantically at the plate with bare fingernails until they split. Zhou Tingyun closed his eyes. Lend it, but bring it back. Qin Zhaomian didn't say I'll try. She said only yes. The black iron chest opened. The tiny screw rolled into her palm. She pressed it into the ruptured pipe mouth and sealed it with repair gel and bitter algae ash. The white line paused, but did not retreat. Sweat beaded on Qin Zhaomian's brow. Not enough. Sankei turned sharply toward Lin Jin's tool pouch, where the white shard nails gleamed. Lin Jin withdrew one. The moment its fractured edge caught the light, the pot-bottom dwellers recoiled another half-step. Gu Hanzhou murmured, Are you certain you want to use that to seal the breach? Lin Jin knelt. Nail its own eye. He pressed the shard directly above the rupture. The white line flinched violently, like something stabbed. Qin Zhaomian seized the moment, smearing black ash over the seam. This time the white line receded. The two marked individuals were dragged aside by their comrades. Someone produced a black blade and began scraping their iron plates. The white characters faded, yet the men trembled as if the blade were scoring bone instead of metal. One throat forced out a raw hoarse croak, and from that moment forward uttered no other sound. Silence settled again over the pot bottom. Qin Zhaomian pried the screw from the pipe mouth. It was warped half-blackened. She held it out to Zhou Tingyun. He took it, studied it for 2 seconds. Is it uglier now? Qin Zhaomian said harder. Zhou Tingyun slid it into his pocket. Then that's fine. The foremost black-suited figure approached Lin Jin. For the first time he lifted his mask. Beneath it was a face blurred beyond age, coated in grease and grime. He spoke no name. Instead he wrote 2 characters in his palm. You may leave. Then added. But first, surrender your shell. Lin Jin looked toward where the old days had docked. The ship was gone. Only darkness remained. He asked to where. The figure raised a sign. Silent dock. Closed 3 gates. Waiting for your return. Zhou Tingyun blurted. And if we don't return? The pot-bottom dweller looked at him and exchanged the sign. Then it becomes the pot-bottom's ship. Zhou Tingyun nearly cursed, then swallowed it whole. Because he knew, this place did not bluff. Lin Jin studied the sign, then turned his gaze once more toward the black void where the old days had anchored. It waits for us. The pot-bottom dweller did not deny it. Instead, he raised his final sign. Cross the name-stripping platform. Descend further. Do not seek yourself. Lin Jin frowned. What does that mean? San Kei's face went deathly pale. Slowly he wrote. Below the pot-bottom, you will see the self unstripped. Lin Wan's narrow shell stood beside the name-stripping platform. Its sealed hood faced downward, toward the black oil below. Suddenly she spoke. Lin Jin. Her voice was soft. I saw you just now. Lin Jin's heart sank. Where? Lin Wan pointed beneath the platform. In the black oil. She paused. You had no face. The black oil rippled faintly. From its depths a faceless figure rose slowly, standing upright within the oil, its form identical to Lin Jin's. Only where a face should have been was smooth, featureless void. Lin Jin instinctively touched his chest. The photograph of his father still rested there. Yet for a fleeting second, he couldn't recall how his mother used to call him. Was it Ah Jin? Or Little Jin? Or something else entirely? The faceless figure raised its hand. It made no sound. Yet Lin Jin read its silent mouth clearly. It said, Give me back my name. A faceless figure stood in the black oil. It had no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Yet Lin Jin knew it was watching him. The people at the bottom of the pot kept their heads down. No one stepped forward. No one drew a gun. No one even warned him. The black-clad figure at the front merely raised 2 placards. Don't answer. Don't look for yourself. Just as Zhou Tingyun was about to speak, Qin Zhaomian clamped a hand over his mouth. Zhou Tingyun glared at her. Qin Zhaomian lowered her voice. If you dare call his name, I'll pull your tongue out. Zhou Tingyun froze instantly. The faceless figure in the black oil raised its hand again. This time its movements mirrored Lin Jin's exactly. The old scar on his right wrist where the red thread had once bound slowly surfaced as well. But there was no face. It took a step toward Lin Jin. Black oil dripped from its body. No sound. It formed another mouth shape. Return my name. Lin Jin said nothing. He pressed his hand on the short blade's hilt. San Kei suddenly grabbed his sleeve and wrote swiftly on the ground. Don't cut. Cutting it is cutting yourself. Lin Jin stared at the words, but his hand did not loosen. The faceless figure stepped forward again. The black ash on the name-off platform stirred on its own. The broken boat tags, old identity rings, and vocal cord seals all rattled softly. Fine white threads emerged from the black oil. The threads coiled toward Lin Jin, not binding his body, but reaching for his pocket. Lin Jin looked down. Inside his inner pocket, the old photograph left by his father was growing warm. The transparent film on the photo had been loosened at one corner by the black oil in the pot shell, the edge curling up, revealing a bit of yellowed paper on the back. He took out the photograph. The guest at the bottom of the pot simultaneously took half a step back. The front of the photo still showed the old scene. Lin Yinshan stood at the bow, his mother holding Lin Wan, and a young Lin Jin clutching a broken mechanical dog. Lin Jin turned it over. The back had been sealed by the film, only now exposed. There was a line of very fine handwriting. The strokes were soft, the edges slightly crooked. A Jin holds the dog, Wan sleeps. Lin Jin's fingers froze. A Jin. Those 2 words fell from a great distance. When they reached his ears, they had already shattered into nothing but a trace of warmth. He remembered. His mother never called him Lin Jin before, nor Xiao Jin. She called him a Jin. Only when she was angry did she use his full name. The faceless figure stopped. On the blank space where its face should be, a bump slowly bulged, as if something was growing out. Qin Zhaomian also saw the line of words, her expression changing. It wants this. The guest at the bottom of the pot raised a placard. Names called by the living. The heaviest. Lu Huai pushed Lin Wan's narrow shell closer, his face dark. Don't look too long. Lin Wan stared at the photo through the sealed cover. Her eyes were slightly red. Mom wrote this. Lin Jin nodded. The faceless figure raised its hand, pointing at the photo. This time it didn't use mouth shapes. Black oil condensed into 2 words in its palm. Return to me. Zhou Tingyun muttered a curse under his breath. This damn thing knows exactly what to pick. No one contradicted him. It did know what to pick. Not the blade, not the gun, not the boat. It picked the nickname a long-dead woman had left for her son. Lin Jin closed the photo. The faceless figure lunged forward instantly. Black oil erupted from the ground like a silent hand grasping for the photo. Gu Hanzhou raised his gun. Lin Jin shouted sharply, "Don't fire." The gun barrel stopped. The black oil was already upon him. Lin Jin rolled sideways, crashing into the edge of the name-off platform, his elbow numbing with pain. The photo nearly slipped from his hand. The faceless figure missed its palm, striking the platform. Several vocal cord seals on the name-off platform cracked open simultaneously. Faint sounds emerged from within. A Jin. A Jin. A Jin. All were his mother's voice. Fake. But each word pierced Lin Jin's mind like a needle. For a moment he couldn't tell. In that moment the contours on the faceless figure's face grew clearer. Brow bone. Nose bridge. Jawline. Almost like him. Lin Wan suddenly knocked hard on the sealed cover. Dong. Everyone turned to her. She didn't call out, "Brother." Nor did she say, "Lin Jin." She only said, "The photo isn't Mom." Lin Jin froze. Lin Wan's tears had already fallen, but her voice was steady. Mom wouldn't want to be dragged away by a piece of paper. Lu Huai muttered softly, "Little girl, you know a lot." Lin Jin looked at the photo in his hand. The front was home. The back was a name. The faceless figure moved forward again. This time the contours on its face were nearly complete. Only those 2 words were missing. Lin Jin turned the photo to the back. He drew his short blade. Qin Zhaomian immediately stepped forward. "Think carefully. I've thought it through. After you scrape it off, you might truly forget." Lin Jin's blade tip hovered over those 2 words. A Jin. He was indeed afraid. Afraid that after scraping it off, even the last trace of his mother's voice would be gone. But the faceless figure had already reached out its hand. Its fingertips almost touched the edge of the photo. Lin Jin whispered, "Mom, this time don't call me unfilial." He pressed the blade down. The first stroke was light. A curl of white shavings rose from the paper. The character, A, lost a bit. The faceless figure shuddered violently. The second stroke. The character, A, was completely obliterated. Lin Jin's hand began to tremble. The third stroke fell on the character, Jin. The blade tip felt like scraping against bone. He suddenly remembered his mother standing at the door calling him. "A Jin, bring your sister home for dinner." The voice flashed. Then it was gone. Lin Jin clenched his jaw and scraped off the last stroke. Only a blank white patch remained on the back of the photo. The faceless figure lunged at him. It no longer resembled Lin Jin. The newly grown features began to collapse. But before collapsing, it grabbed Lin Jin's wrist. Cold. Bitter cold. That coldness didn't seep into the flesh. It seeped into the mind. Lin Jin abruptly looked at Lin Wan. She was right there. Inside the narrow shell, under the sealed cover, her eyes still red. But for a moment, he couldn't recall her name. Sister. Patient. Debt-ridden. Many words surfaced. Yet those 2 words were gone. Lin Jin's heart suddenly felt hollow. Worse than pain. Lin Wan seemed to understand, and through the sealed cover she tapped lightly. "Lin Wan." She said it herself. "My name is Lin Wan." Those 2 words like a hook pulled Lin Jin back from the black oil. Gu Hanzhou grabbed the faceless figure's shoulder with his left hand, pressed his palm blood against it, and white smoke immediately rose from the black oil. "Can we fight now?" Lin Jin tightened his grip on the short blade. "Yes." He drove the blade into the faceless figure's chest. No blood. Only a burst of black oil exploded. Qin Zhaomian grabbed a broken iron plate from the name-off platform and swung it horizontally. The faceless figure retreated, its blank face completely collapsing. The guests at the bottom of the pot simultaneously raised a basin of black ash and poured it onto the oil surface. The figure dissolved into a pool of oil, sinking back beneath the name-off platform. The oil surface grew calm again. But Lin Jin knew it wasn't dead. Things at the bottom of the pot didn't seem to die easily. They just waited elsewhere. The foremost guest at the bottom of the pot approached. He didn't raise a completed sign. Instead, he wiped the black ash from Lin Jin's hand with his finger, then smeared a new layer back on. The first smear marked him as an outsider. The second seemed to mean he had passed the platform. Then he raised a sign. "Can leave." Zhou Tingyun let out a long breath. To leave at such a cost is too much. No one answered. Lin Jin looked down at the photo. The front the family was still there. The line of words on the back was gone. He knew those 2 words had once existed. But he could no longer remember whether the end of his mother's voice calling a Jin rose or fell. This absence was emptier than pain. Lin Wan looked at him, then suddenly said softly, "I can call you from now on." Lin Jin looked up. Lin Wan still red-eyed behind the sealed cover. "But I'll sound terrible." Lin Jin was silent for a few seconds. "Then forget it." Lin Wan smiled. After the smile, tears fell again. Lu Huai cursed beside them. "Crying burns oxygen too." "Oh," she answered very obediently. Qin Zhaomian picked up the broken iron plate from the ground, glanced at it, then tossed it back onto the name-off platform. Next time something like this happens, tell me in advance. Lin Jin looked at her. Tell you what. Tell me that your family has so many old things. Lin Jin said, there's almost nothing left. Qin Zhaomian murmured, then don't lose any new ones. Those words fell lightly, as if she herself wasn't used to speaking like that. The guests at the bottom of the pot didn't give them much time to rest. The man at the front raised a sign again. Pass the platform. Go down. Don't pick up shadows. A narrow bridge behind the platform opened. The black oil beneath the bridge receded slightly, revealing a downward slope. The slope wasn't made of iron. It seemed to be formed from countless old boat hulls pressed together, the surface pitted and scarred with faint traces of worn-away boat names visible. With every step, a very soft creaking sound rose from underfoot, like stepping on old names. Sen-Kei went first. Lin Jin followed behind. When he reached the edge of the name-off platform, the black oil beneath stirred again. The faceless shadow did not rise again. Only a hand floated up. In the hand was a piece of white paper shavings. It was the scraped off a jean. Lin Jin did not bend down. He did not pick it up. He walked past that hand. The hand slowly sank back down. When Zhou Tingyun passed, he glanced at it. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. Gu Hanzhou walked at the back. The mute jar on his chest swayed gently. No sound came from within. He lowered his head and pressed it like holding down a heart that refused to sleep peacefully. At the end of the slope, there was a very low door. No door plate on the door. Only a black handprint. The guest at the bottom of the pot stood by the door, finally speaking his first words. His voice, long and used, was as hoarse as scraping the bottom of a pot. Once inside, don't speak of your origins. Don't speak of your old names. Don't speak of what you have left. Lin Jin asked, then what do we say? The guest at the bottom of the pot raised his head and looked at him. It was the first time Lin Jin had seen his eyes. Little white showed in the scare of the pupils, pitch black, like two stones soaked in oil. Say what you want to buy. The door opened. Inside was not a passage but a market. Small. Low. The light was grayish-white. Stalls were set up on old boat hulls. No cries of vendors. Only wooden signs, iron signs, lantern signals, and tapping sounds. The things sold on the stalls were strange. Half a name. A mouthful of false breath. 3 days of silence. A road never walked. And in a cage a shadow that rolled on its own. Lin Jin stopped at the entrance. Qin Zhaomian murmured, this is the bottom of the pot. San-Kei nodded, writing on his palm. The nameless bazaar. Zhou Tingyun stared at the stalls, muttering, this place really sells lives. But Lin Jin's gaze fell on the innermost stall. There hung a sign shaped like a black pot. Beneath the sign sat an old ship's lantern. Inside the lantern, a very small light flickered. Beneath the light was a crude hand-drawn map. What the map depicted was not an exit. It was a ship. No name. Only a lantern at the bow. Beneath the lantern, 2 words were written. No summer. The stall owner, head bowed, pushed the old ship's lantern half an inch toward Lin Jin. The lantern flame flickered. Lin Jin saw hidden inside the wick a very small white door. San-Kei's expression changed instantly. He wrote 4 words on his palm and pressed it before Lin Jin's eyes. Don't buy this path. In the nameless market, there were no hawking cries. All the stall keepers kept their heads lowered with wooden plaques placed before them. Whatever was written on the plaque was what they sold. Half a name, 1 breath of false air, 3 days of silence, the road not finished. And in a cage a shadow that rolled itself into a ball. The shadow occasionally pressed against the bars, revealing a face with no features. Zhou Tingyun glanced at it and immediately looked away. This place really sells lives. San-Kei wrote on the table, don't look too long, you'll want to buy. At the deepest stall hung a black, cauldron-shaped sign. Beneath the sign sat an old ship lantern. A tiny flame burned inside the lantern, and within the flame hid a very small white door. Under the door was pressed a crude map. The map showed a ship. No name. A lantern at the bow. Below the lantern were 2 characters, wuxia. Sen-Kei's face changed. He used his remaining 3 fingers to write on his palm for Lin Jin to see, don't buy this road. Lin Jin did not move, but his gaze still fell on the map. They had fled, dismantled, and sunk all the way to the bottom of the cauldron, until at last on a shabby stall they saw wuxia. The stall-keeper wore a black old apron, his head bowed low, his face hidden in shadow. He did not speak, only pushed a small plaque before Lin Jin by the road, leave a name. Zhou Tingyun leaned in to look. What does leave a name mean? San-Kei clamped his hand over Zhou Tingyun's mouth, but it was a beat too late. A little copper bowl before the stall-keeper suddenly held a pinch of white ash. The white ash slowly gathered into 2 characters, Tingyun. Zhou Tingyun's face turned green. Qin Zhaomian raised her hand and overturned the copper bowl. The ash scattered. The stall-keeper was not angry. He pushed another plaque asking the price also counts as touching. San-Kei wrote quickly beside him, you can't leave your true name. You can't leave any name others have called you. Names can lead the way. Zhou Tingyun covered his mouth and cursed indistinctly. Qin Zhaomian said coldly, your business is quite dirty. The stall-keeper finally spoke. His voice was thin as if scraped from the crack of paper. The road at the bottom of the cauldron can't be walked by the clean. As he spoke, a thin man squeezed over. He wore a torn protective suit, his face covered in oil, clutching a broken child's shoe. The shoe was very small. On the shoe was sewn a crooked flower. He knelt before the stall, his voice trembling. I want to go find my daughter. The stallkeeper pushed the plaque by the road, leave a name. The thin man did not hesitate. He pressed his hand onto the copper bowl and said a name in a low voice. Lin Jin did not hear it clearly. He only heard a little girl's laugh ring out from the bowl. Very short, very bright, as if she were still alive. The thin man shuddered and tears fell. The stallkeeper pushed the old ship lantern to him. The small white door in the lantern opened a crack. The thin man clutched the shoe, lowered his head, and crawled in. His body did not shrink, but the door swallowed him whole like a mouth. The lantern flame flickered. On the crude map, a thin white line appeared. At the end of the white line was a child's shoe. Zhou Tingyuan felt a chill down his spine. Where did the man go? Sankei wrote, those who buy the road become the road. No one spoke. The stallkeeper put the lantern back as if he had just concluded a very ordinary transaction. Lin Jin stared at the map. Buying this road might lead to the wuxia. Maybe he would learn why Lin Wan was chosen. Maybe he would find the true core of the wuxia. But the man just now had already bought himself into a road. Lin Jin took half a step back. But the stallkeeper suddenly looked up. His face was hidden in shadow, only a pale chin exposed. You have already paid a little. Lin Jin's eyes darkened. The stallkeeper took out a thin glass tube from under the table. Inside the tube was a bit of white paper scrap. The scrap was very small. But under the lantern light, 2 incomplete strokes floated up. Jin. Lin Wan, seeing this through the narrow shell, visibly gasped. Lu Huai immediately cursed in a low voice, don't look. Lin Jin's fingers slowly tightened. That was the name he had scraped off the back of the photo. He hadn't picked it up, but someone at the bottom of the cauldron had. Sankei's face turned pale as he wrote on the table, names that fall from the unnaming platform flow to the nameless market. Someone specializes in picking them up. The stallkeeper said softly, a good name. The living have called it, the dead have written it, and the child who grew up still couldn't bear to throw it away. Qin Zhaomian's face turned cold. You stole from the unnaming platform. In the nameless market, it's not called stealing. The stallkeeper pushed a plaque, can offset half the journey. Lin Jin stared at that glass tube. The faceless shadow hadn't taken those 2 characters, but now they were laid out on the stall, being used for business. That was more disgusting than being stolen. Gu Hanzhou said in a low voice, don't buy. The stallkeeper pushed the ship lantern another inch forward. The white door inside the wick swayed gently. From within came Lin Yinshan's voice. Lin Jin, come here. Then it changed to Lin Wan. Lin Jin, I'm behind the door. Lin Wan cursed inside the narrow shell. What a lousy imitation. The stallkeeper's hand paused. Qin Zhaomian suddenly stepped forward. This lantern is broken. The stallkeeper slowly raised his head. A repairer. Qin Zhaomian placed her toolbox on the stall. The mechanical cat jumped down from the box and hissed at the ship lantern. Qin Zhaomian said, the door hinge is loose, the wick is off center, and the map leaks at the bottom. If you keep it like this, you'll end up selling yourself too. The stallkeeper was silent for a moment, then pushed a plaque, repair. Offset the road viewing fee. Zhou Tingyuan whispered, Engineer Qin, are you really going to repair it? Qin Zhaomian ignored him. She opened the lantern cover and reached her fingers toward the small white door. The stallkeeper did not stop her. He seemed certain that if she touched the door, the lantern would remember her. But Qin Zhaomian did not touch the door. She looked at the door hinge, then took out the broken white nail from Lin Jin's tool bag. The same kind. Lin Jin asked, what? The nail from the silent well was used to nail doors. Qin Zhaomian clamped the broken nail with tweezers. It can nail a door shut, and it can also jam a door open. The mechanical cat suddenly jumped onto the table and pressed a paw on the wick. The small white door shuddered violently. The stallkeeper moved his hand. Lin Jin drew his knife at the same time, pressing the back of the blade against the table edge. Don't move. Gu Hanzhou also pressed his left hand on the mute jar. Zhou Tingyuan opened his mouth halfway, then remembered he couldn't speak carelessly here and clamped it shut. Qin Zhaomian wedged the broken white nail into the small white door's hinge. The small white door snapped shut. The lantern light dimmed. The stallkeeper's face finally changed. You're not repairing the lantern. Qin Zhaomian was expressionless. I'm repairing the road. She twisted the hinge. Crack. The small white door was locked by the white nail. The crude map, bearing the name Wuxiao, suddenly flipped over a layer. The surface image of the Wuxiao ship was lifted, revealing another older map beneath. It was a well. Beside the well were drawn 3 crooked lanterns. There was no water in the well. Only circles of small white doors like fish eggs plastered on the well wall. Under the lanterns were written 4 characters, Shubo well. When Sankei saw those characters, he froze. The stallkeeper lunged for the map. Lin Jin slashed down with his knife. The blade did not cut the hand. It cut the white line at the edge of the map. The road that the thin man had become was severed by this cut. From the lantern came a pained groan. It didn't sound like a ghost. It sounded like a person. The child's shoe on the map retreated an inch, then stopped. The crooked flower on the shoe faded on one side. Lin Jin's hand stopped. He knew that what he had just cut was not a line. The stallkeeper said coldly, cutting my road, you can't afford to pay for it. Zhou Tingyuan suddenly grabbed the copper bowl off the table and slammed it onto the stallkeeper's head. Pay you with a pot lid. The copper bowl didn't hit hard, but it was enough to cause chaos. The box on the stall selling half a name suddenly popped open. A sound of Lin flew out of the box like a white worm sticking to Lin Jin's back. The mechanical cat sprang up and swatted that sound of Lin into a crack in the floor. Hiss! Qin Zhaomian, taking advantage of the chaos, tore off the bottom map and stuffed it into the lining of her toolbox. The mechanical cat also snatched the glass tube holding the paper scraps of a Jin and turned to run. Lin Jin caught it in one hand. The stallkeeper finally stood up. His shadow remained in place, but his body slowly unfolded from behind the table like a thin sheet of paper. The entire nameless market fell silent. Nearby stallkeepers bowed their heads and retreated. Wooden plaques toppled in a row. The stallkeeper of one breath of false air sealed his bottle. The stall of 3 days of silence wrapped itself in black cloth. San Kei's face was deathly pale as he wrote on the table run. But even before he wrote, everyone was already moving. Lin Jin carried the front end of Lin Wan's narrow shell. Lu Huai pushed the rear. Gu Hanzhou guarded the side, and Zhou Tingyun picked up a broken stall blocking the way and hurled it back. The stallkeeper's shadow chased after them. It was not fast, but with every step the wooden plaques on the ground flipped over a line of characters road bought, but not paid peeked at the bottom map, one name. The glass tube grew hot in Lin Jin's hand. The paper scraps inside struck the tube wall. Jin. Qin Zhaomian looked back while running. Throw it away. Lin Jin did not throw it. He gripped the glass tube tighter, his fingers burning red. It's worse if it falls into his hands. Then seal it. Gu Hanzhou tossed the mute jar over. Use this. Lin Jin caught it and immediately shoved the glass tube into the auxiliary seal slot beside the mute jar. The wax seal closed. The two broken characters finally quieted. From the mute jar came a very faint sound. Brother. Gu Hanzhou's step faltered. Lin Jin looked up at him. Gu Hanzhou did not look at the mute jar, only said run. At the end of the nameless market appeared a low door. The cauldron bottom keeper at the entrance had already raised a plaque down quick. Zhou Tingyun rushed over, but as he was about to crawl through, a hand reached out from inside the door with 2 characters written on the palm: pay the toll. Zhou Tingyun was so angry, he almost cursed. Lin Jin tossed the locked small white door hinge over. Is this enough? The hand caught the door hinge with the broken white nail jammed in it, paused for a moment. The plaque changed enough, but dirty. The door opened. Everyone rolled into a lower passage. Behind them, the stallkeeper from the nameless market chased to the door, but did not enter. He stood outside, his shadow clinging to the ground, his voice as thin as paper. Lin Jin, you didn't buy the Wuxiao road. The Wuxiao will buy you. The door closed. In the darkness, only the sound of their panting remained. Qin Zhaomian leaned against the wall and took out the bottom map. The Chubal well on the map was growing hot. The small white doors in the well lit up one by one. San Kei crouched nearby, his fingers trembling. He wrote slowly the well where the Wuxia first docked. Lin Jin stared at the map. So the Wuxia didn't come from the sky. San Kei shook his head and wrote 4 characters from the bottom of the cauldron. From deep in the passage came the sound of water. No, not water. It was the sound of many doors slowly opening in black oil. After the door closed, the sound of the nameless market did not cease immediately. It was as if it were being soaked layer by layer in black oil. First the clattering of wooden plaques vanished. Then the sound of the stall keeper tapping lamp signals faded. Finally, even Zhou Tingyun's breathing grew muffled, as if everyone had a wet cloth stuffed in their mouths. The path ahead was narrow. It was not meant for boats, nor did it seem meant for people. It resembled a section of old sewage pipes split open and roughly padded, with a few pieces of hull barely passing for a road. Both walls were coated in black oil. Occasionally a blister would bulge from the oil, its skin splitting to reveal a small white door. The door opened only a crack. The darkness inside was profound. San Kei walked at the front, his back hunched low. Every time he passed a door, he paused half a step, watching to see if it moved. Zhou Tingyun held back for a long time, but finally couldn't resist. What's behind these doors anyway? Qin Zhaomian slapped him on the back of the head with the back of his hand. Slap. Zhou Tingyun winced in pain, but it was already too late. The nearest small door creaked open half an inch. From inside came the voice of the old assistant from the Red Falcon. Pilot, please confirm the flight path. Zhou Tingyun froze completely. The voice was soft, very familiar. Soft, as if the Red Falcon was truly waiting behind that door, and if he answered, it would reignite its engines. San Kei's face turned pale. He scooped up a handful of black ash from the ground and slapped it onto the door. The white door twitched. Slowly it closed. San Kei wrote on the wall. A question is also a key. Zhou Tingyun rubbed the back of his head and cursed under his breath. Even curiosity can kill you in this place. No one laughed. Because he was right. The first crooked lamp hung further below. The lampshade was warped by heat, revealing a gray-white flame inside. Where the light fell, the black oil did not move. San Kei stopped and gestured for everyone to lower their heads. Just as Lin Jin stepped past, the crooked lamp suddenly brightened. 2 characters emerged from the flame. The path taken. The chart in Lin Jin's arms grew warm. That base map of the first mooring well snatched from the nameless market seemed to be pulled by something outward. Qin Zhaomian pressed a hand against his chest. Don't take it out. Sankei had already pulled the ugly hand-drawn map from his own pocket. The cracked tooth, the broken-tailed fish, the black pot, and the path they had just walked. He studied it for a moment, then his fingers stopped at the corner with the broken-tailed fish. On it was an ugly fish with its eyes rolled back. Zhou Tingyan stared at him. Don't tell me we have to pay for this too. Sankei didn't answer. He tore off that corner and tossed it into the black oil beneath the lamp. The oil gurgled. The paper corner sank. The two characters the path taken in the crooked lamp dissolved. Sankei tucked the remaining map back into his pocket, moving slowly. Lin Jin saw his hands trembling. That was not paper. It was a life drawn from the nameless ship graveyard. The second lamp was even dimmer. Before they could approach, the mute jar on Gu Hanzhou's chest suddenly vibrated. Once, then again. As if someone inside was tapping the jar wall with their knuckles. Gu Hanzhou's expression changed. He raised his hand to press down. But the lamp had already lit up. Two characters emerged from the flame. The old name. On the seal wax of the mute jar, a character slowly appeared. Brother. Gu Hanzhou's fingers tightened bit by bit. A half-finished voice came from inside the jar. Han. He did not wait for the voice to finish. He drew his short blade and cut open his own palm. Blood welled up and smeared onto the seal wax. Not now. The mute jar fell silent. Qin Zhaomian grabbed a pinch of bitter algae ash and sprinkled it into the lamp wick. The gray-white flame shrank. The old name vanished. Gu Hanzhou tucked his hand back into his sleeve, his face chillingly cold. Zhou Tingyan glanced at him. This time he didn't crack a joke. The third lamp was almost extinguished. As they approached, a faint blue light flickered inside Lin Wan's narrow shell. The alveolar regeneration core was stirred. Lu Huai's face darkened. He immediately pressed down on the conduit. Don't touch her. Three characters floated in the lamplight. What remains? Lin Wan opened her eyes. She didn't look at the lamp. She simply raised her hand and slowly wrote a single character on the sealed cover. Debt. Lu Huai was stunned. Then he laughed, exasperated. You really plan to use debt as a talisman until you die? He cursed, but his hand had already reached into his pocket, pulling out the crumpled bill. Lin Wan owes Lu Huai 37060 doses of bitter algae medicine. The corner of the paper was blackened by oil, half the words blurred. Lu Huai slapped the bill under the lamp. She has remaining debt. Her life hasn't been settled yet. No one can tally it. The crooked lamp was silent for a long time. The characters in the flame changed. Debt unsettled. Not to be taken. The lamp went out. Lu Huai tucked the bill back into his pocket and sneered. That's more like it. The first mooring well lay beyond the three lamps. When Lin Jin first saw it, he thought he was looking at an upright ship dock. The well walls descended in rings. Densely packed, all tiny white doors. Each one was very small. Like infant coffin lids. Or like countless closed eyelids. Beside the wellhead stood an old iron plaque, half of it already eaten away by black oil. Qin Zhaomian lowered the lamplight to read the remaining words. Summerless experiment sewage line. First mooring well. First berth sealed. Gu Hanzhou stared at the plaque. The White Tower has no record of this. Sankei bent down and wrote. The White Tower came too late. There was no water at the bottom of the well. Only black oil. On the surface of the black oil floated countless small doors. Those doors opened and closed without a sound. But with each opening and closing, Lin Jin felt something breathing. Suddenly a knocking came from the bottom of the well. Thump, thump, thump. 3 beats. All the small doors stopped at once. The black oil began to rotate slowly. At the center, an old mooring post emerged. On the post hung a ship lamp. There was no flame inside the lamp. Only a dried white eyeball. Zhou Tingyan cursed under his breath. Who designed this welcome light? No one answered. The white eyeball slowly turned, looking toward them. At the top of the well wall, a small door opened. A wet hand reached out. It didn't grab anyone. It simply placed a blackened plaque beside the well. Qin Zhaomian used a tool to pick up the plaque. On the front of the plaque was engraved. First road buyer Shin Muxing. Gu Hanzhou's expression changed. Qin Zhaomian turned it over and wiped off the black oil. There were more words on the back. Item purchased, summerless initial path. Payment 37 companions. 37. Not many people. It was 37. That number was colder than many. The second door on the well wall opened. This time it released an old recording. The image was grainy. A much younger Shin Muxing stood by the well, covered in blood, his face still lacking the gentle hollow shell he wore now. His hands were trembling violently. Behind him stood 37 people. Some wore Moonport work clothes. Some wore old orbital military uniforms. And some wore early White Tower white robes. One of the Moonport workers held an old medical box. A child's shoe hung from the box corner, its lace broken. That man tried to lift his head, but was held down by the person next to him. Shin Muxing coughed up blood. His gaze did not fall into the well, but on those 37 people. I won't buy, he said. In the recording someone whispered, if you don't buy, the well will open into the living zones. Shin Muxing closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Open the path. The 37 people lowered their heads at once. Not in submission. As if accepting an account long written. The recording began to shatter. The last thing left was Shin Muxing's very soft words. The first path I didn't want to buy. The image vanished. Zhou Tingyun said quietly, is he trying to whitewash himself? Lin Jin stared at the bottom of the well. I don't trust him. He paused. But he was afraid back then. That was more troublesome than he was always evil. Gu Hanzhou looked at the plaque silent for a long time. He didn't speak for the White Tower. Nor did he speak for Shin Muxing. The third door at the bottom of the well opened. This time there was no image. Only a voice. Very soft. Exhausted. Hoarse. Muxing. Don't let them open the second path. Lin Jin froze completely. He didn't recognize it at first. He even denied it in his mind. Impossible. The pot bottom could lie. The doors could lie. Summerless could use the voice of the dead to deceive. But the tail of that Muxing dropped softly. Like many years ago someone calling him to dinner from the kitchen doorway, the same falling tone. Lin Jin's fingertips went cold. A new plaque floated up from the bottom of the well. Black oil seeped through the letter grooves. Second road buyer Su Qinghe. Lin Jin's throat felt blocked by something. Su Qinghe. That name was not rare. But falling here it was like a knife landing on an old photograph. In the photograph the mother was no longer just the woman holding Lin Wan. She had also become a plaque in this well. Qin Zhaomian looked at Lin Jin, saying nothing. Lin Wan's eyes widened inside the narrow shell. Lu Huai instinctively grasped her wrist, afraid she would move. Lin Jin said quietly, it's not her. The voice from the bottom of the well sounded again. This time it didn't call his name, nor did it call him a Jin. It only said, Qinghe bought 3 breaths of sealing the well. What she paid was her own way home. New words emerged on the back of the plaque. Item purchased 3 breaths of well sealing. Payment 1 return path. Lin Jin stared at the line. 3 breaths. 1 return path. That didn't sound like a hero. More like a person in haste using the last thing she had to plug a flood. The small white doors at the bottom of the well began to open one by one. Many breaths came from the black oil. Men's, women's, children's, and a very soft, almost broken cry. A Jin. Lin Jin tightened his grip on his blade. This time he didn't step forward. Nor did he step back. San Ke suddenly crouched down, his hands shaking violently, writing on the ground. The second path is more expensive than the first. The white eyeball slowly turned toward Lin Jin, as if waiting for him to pay. Shin Muxing's current voice rose from the ship lamp at the bottom of the well, gentle as if through an old layer of paper. Lin Jin, you've finally seen her. Lin Jin said coldly, shut up. Shin Muxing gave a soft laugh. She doesn't want you to buy this path. But if you don't buy, you'll never see where the Summerless truly docked. The small white doors all opened a crack toward Lin Jin. In the gap there was no light. Only a very low path leading deeper into the well. Su Qinghe's voice sounded for the last time. Not a command. More like a mother long ago pulling up the covers for her child in the middle of the night. Her voice hushed. A Jin, don't buy this path. Lin Jin stood by the well, the veins on the back of his hand bulging bit by bit. Zhou Tingyun asked very quietly from behind. Then are we still going? No one answered. Because at that moment, all the small doors at the bottom of the well were waiting for Lin Jin to name his price. The Chuba well made no haste to exact its toll. It merely cracked open every white door by a sliver. From one crack a hand extended, from another half a face peered out. Beyond most doors nothing stirred. Only faint breaths that spiraled up the well's walls coil by coil until they halted beside Lin Wan's narrow shell. The alveolar regeneration core flickered in response. Once, twice. Each pulse of blue light coaxed a small door at the well's bottom to open a little wider. Lu Huai's expression darkened as he raised a hand to block the core. What are you staring at? The desiccated white eyeball at the well's base slowly turned toward him. Lin Wan pressed her palm against the inner wall of her sealed mask, her voice faint. It's counting how many breaths I have left. Zhou Tingyun swallowed hard. And after it counts, it'll take them as fair. Lin Wan spoke calmly, but Lu Huai cursed on the spot. As if he slapped the crumpled bill onto the narrow shell. Lin Wan owes Lu Huai 37060 bitter algae, doses and medical fees. Her life is still on my tab. The debt isn't cleared. Nobody touches her. The well's bottom spat out a thin tablet. Can be used for half the journey. Lu Huai glanced at it, then crushed it under his heel. I've kept this tally for so long, and you want to use it for half the road. You're not worthy. The tablet shattered. The small doors on the well's walls all opened another inch. The black oil began to churn. Shin Muxing's voice came from the eyeball lantern, calling out just one name. Lin Jin. Lin Jin ignored him. He stared at Su Qinghe's black tablet. Item purchase, seal the well for 3 breaths. Payment 1 return path. 3 breaths. Not 3 breaths of air. San Ke crouched down, writing swiftly with his remaining 3 fingers. It means the well's eye closes 3 times. I close doors. Stop. Qin Zhaomian had already begun searching for an exit. She ignored the glowing white doors, focusing instead on the dirtiest part of the well wall. Moments later she found a narrow crack behind the black oil on the left. An inspection hatch. Zhou Tingyun stared for a long while. How come I didn't see it? Because it doesn't glow. Qin Zhaomian tapped the crack with her tool. A broken hatch. No door registry, no tolls. San Ke added another line. Each closure buys us a stretch, must enter before the third opening. Lin Jin reached for Su Qinghe's tablet. The moment his fingertips touched it, an old wound on his palm split open. Blood smeared across the tablet's back, washing away a layer of black oil, to reveal 3 shallow engraved characters. For the child, Lin Jin's hand froze. From within the tablet, Su Qinghe's voice emerged, close and urgent. Don't buy it. Wait for it to close its eye, then take the broken hatch. Only 2 sentences. As if she had no time to leave more back then. The white eyeball at the well's base suddenly spun, and Shun Muxing's voice turned cold. Don't use it up. Lin Jin looked up. Shut up. He pressed the black tablet into the groove on the well's rim. The tablet cracked with a snap. The white eyeball closed. First closure. All the white doors on the well's walls froze at once. The outstretched hands halted midair, and the breaths behind the doors ceased. Go. Qin Xiaomian dashed first. She stepped across the protruding door frames, traversing the well wall, and lunged toward the inspection hatch. San Ke followed, hurling a tow rope that hooked onto an old pipe beside the crack. Lin Jin and Lu Huai lifted Lin Wan's narrow shell. The shell was too heavy, and its bottom was slippery. Barely a few steps and Lin Jin's foot slipped his shoulder, slamming into the well wall, pain blinding him. Inside the mask, Lin Wan stayed silent, only pressing her palm against the inner wall, as if helping to bear the weight. The white eyeball began to open. The first closure ended. The breaths behind the doors resumed. More urgent. The second closure came abruptly. The white eyeball had barely opened halfway when it was pushed back as if by an invisible hand. Qin Xiaomian jammed her pry bar into the inspection hatch. First try, it didn't budge. Second try, a chunk of the blade chipped off. As Lin Jin and the others carried the shell halfway up, a small door that should have been frozen trembled. A child's finger slipped through the crack, hooking the oxygen tube on the side of the shell. Lin Wan's blood oxygen light instantly flashed red. Lu Huai's eyes turned bloodshot. He freed one hand, grabbed a syringe, and stabbed. I'll teach you to steal my patient. The needle pierced the finger. No blood, but the finger recoiled as if burned. A white mark remained on the oxygen tube. Lu Huai pushed the shell while checking the flow. Breathe. Lin Wan inhaled. Still here. Lu Huai gritted his teeth. No thanks to you. The second closure ended. The white eyeball opened a slit. All the doors at the well's base began to tremble. No human voice. Only the same word pressing in from every direction. Pay the toll. Third closure. This was the last. The white eyeball closed more slowly than before, as if the 3 breaths left by Su Qinghe had been worn thin by time. Qin Xiaomian reached out. White spike. Lin Jin tossed the shattered white spike they brought from the silent well. She wedged the fragments under the hatch's lower edge and twisted hard. A grating old sound rose from beneath the black oil, and the crack finally widened half a foot. Still not enough for the shell to pass. Gu Hanzhou stepped forward, wedging his already deformed right arm exoskeleton into the gap. Qin Xiaomian's expression changed. It'll be bitten off. It's already useless. Gu Hanzhou braced the exoskeleton with his left hand, veins bulging on his forehead. Try. Lin Jin, Zhou Tingyun, and Qin Xiaomian pushed together. The gap widened inch by inch. The white eyeball was opening. The doors nearest them on the well wall had already begun to emit a pale white light. Go down first. San Ke roared. He was the first to dive into the inspection hatch, sliding down the oily shaft inside. Zhou Tingyun followed, cursing as he jumped. I hate slides more than anything in this life. Gu Hanzhou gave one last shove. The hatch finally opened wide enough for the shell. But the right arm exoskeleton was caught fast by the door's edge. He didn't hesitate. He released the shoulder lock. Click. The entire exoskeleton, along with half a piece of white tower armor, remained in the well mouth. His own right arm hung limp, the sleeve quickly darkening with blood. Lin Jin glanced at him. Gu Hanzhou only said go. Lin Jin crawled into the oily shaft first, catching the front of the shell with both hands. Lu Huai and Qin Xiaomian pushed from above. Slow down. Lu Huai barked. She's a person, not cargo. Lin Wan said softly through the mask push. The next second, the white eyeball fully opened. The third closure ended. The tubal well blazed a sickly white. Countless small doors swung open simultaneously, and black oil surged toward the inspection hatch like a tide. Qin Xiaomian was the last to dive in. She slammed the remaining shattered white spikes into the gap. The spikes shattered on impact. They only managed to wedge the door half an inch. Half an inch was enough. The black oil slammed against the door panels, drumming densely, like thousands of hands demanding payment from outside. The group slid downward. Lin Jin's back slammed into the shaft wall 3 times in a row. The shell pressed down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Lu Huai's curses chased after him from above, each one more foul than the last. Suddenly the ground fell away beneath their feet. Everyone tumbled into a patch of freezing black mud. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Tingyun was the first to lift his head, his face covered in mud. This is what you call having a bottom. San Ke lay beside him, spitting out black oil. Not dead, that's what counts. Gu Hanzhou knelt on one knee, first glancing at the empty exoskeleton lock on his right shoulder, then saying nothing. Zhou Tingyun reached into his pocket. The small screw he'd taken from the driver's seat was still there. He gripped it, then let out a breath. Lu Huai rushed to Lin Wan's shell. Blood oxygen is still there. That was the first thing he said. Lin Jin lay in the mud, gasping a few times, then looked up at the inspection hatch. The black oil had stopped above, not chasing them down. Sankei wiped his face. The main door recognizes the price. The broken hatch doesn't hold accounts. A low mechanical grinding came from ahead. Qin Zhaomian turned on her microlight. The darkness was sliced open by a small beam. They had fallen into a buried, old mechanical zone. Giant gears half sunk, half exposed turned slowly. Between the gears hung black chains. At the end of each chain an empty ring dangled, as if waiting to loop around someone's neck. Small plaques were attached to the chains. On the front row doorman, the gear's rotation stirred a cold current, and the plaques slowly turned over. The reverse side bore only one character. Price. In the farthest distance stood a tilted, enormous door frame. Second berth. Lin Wan opened her eyes inside the narrow shell. Mom didn't want us to buy the road, but she pushed us here. Lin Jin propped himself up in the black mud, gazing at the empty rings. She didn't stop us from leaving. She stopped us from paying the well's price. A dim red light flickered on beneath the second berth. An old line of text crawled slowly into view. Second berth, pending activation payment item, missing. When the last line appeared, all the black chains sagged a notch. The empty rings turned toward the group. Missing item, return path. One of the empty rings stopped before Lin Jin. It swayed gently twice, as if measuring his neck. The empty ring did not immediately ensnare Lin Jin. It hovered before his throat for a moment, then sank abruptly downward. The tool pouch at his waist snapped taut. The scorched bronze plaque slid out from the pouch. Gray port no. 13. The characters were blurred by fire, the edges curled like a scab peeled from an old ship's bones. The empty ring passed through the worn hole in the plaque. Click. The black chain tightened simultaneously. Above the second berth, dark red, old characters surfaced. Transfer carrier lost contact. Original ship registry cancelled. Transfer rights not cancelled. Current holder Lin Jin. The last line crawled out slowly. Execute supplementary payment. The empty ring did not touch Lin Jin's flesh. It locked onto his shadow. Immediately a black scar emerged on his neck. It did not hurt, but a void suddenly opened in his mind. The old sun. He knew that ship still existed. He knew Zhou Tingyun's pilot seat was at the bow, and that Lu Huai had written on the medical bay door, dead men free of charge. But where was your port? To return from here, should he go up or down? He could not recall. Lin Jin looked up at Qin Zhaomian. Where's the old sun docked? Qin Zhaomian's face changed color. Lin Wan immediately spoke from within the narrow shell. Your port. There's a screw missing under the pilot's seat. On the medical bay door it says, dead men free of charge. She spoke slowly. Piece by piece, she laid them back before him. The blankness in Lin Jin's eyes faded a little. But the chain continued to tighten. San Ke lunged toward the gear, reaching out to pry it, but Qin Zhaomian yanked him back. Do you want to lose your hand? San Ke bent down and wrote. It's pulling in the direction of return. If we drag this out, he'll remember home, but won't find his way. Lu Huai had already crouched beside the bronze plaque. He scraped off the charred soot on the back with his fingernail, revealing a faint square indentation. It was stamped. He looked up, his voice cold. This debt was paid. Qin Zhaomian touched the indentation, but shook her head. It's not a settlement stamp. Lu Huai glared at her. I've been keeping accounts half my life. And I've been repairing ships half my life. Qin Zhaomian probed into the square slot with a tool needle. This is a transfer slot. The debt was indeed paid, but someone removed the paid item from the berth. A dull thud came from beneath the gear. The empty ring tightened another half-inch. Lin Jin suddenly couldn't remember which direction the Grey Gate maintenance mothership was flying. He closed his eyes. Stop the gear first. Qin Zhaomian looked at the set of black iron teeth, each taller than a man. We need a wedge. Zhou Tingyun had already reached into his pocket. The small screw he had taken from under the pilot seat lay in his palm. It was half blackened, bent beyond recognition. Qin Zhaomian glanced at him. This time we might not get it back. Zhou Tingyun's fingers tightened. Then he handed it over. Use it for the job first. It's been idle too long. Qin Zhaomian waited for the main gear to mesh, then rammed the screw between two teeth. Crack. The gear jerked violently. The screw snapped in two. Half fell into the depths of the machinery. The other half wedged in the teeth, sparks splashing across Qin Zhaomian's face. Zhou Tingyun's eye twitched. He said nothing. The empty ring stopped. Only for a few breaths. There's something down there, Qin Zhaomian called out. San Ke left. San Ke dropped to the floor beneath the gear. Black oil soaked halfway up his shoulder. His hand, which had only 3 fingers left, fumbled across the bottom of the gear, hooking a thin black strap. As he pulled it out, the main gear suddenly bounced. His glove was caught. San Ke grunted, blood immediately appearing on the back of his hand. Gu Hanzhou grabbed the wildly thrashing chain, bracing it with his left arm, and pulling back with all his strength. The chain scraped across his palm, the skin turning white instantly. Pull it out. San Ke gritted his teeth. The black strap slid out from the oil bit by bit. Only half emerged before it broke. Qin Zhaomian caught it. Only a few characters remained on the black strap. Second buyer Su Qingha. Return path payment settled. The rest was torn off. Lu Huai slapped the machine housing. Look clearly. Settled. But the dark red old characters did not change. Return path item missing. Supplementary payment continues. It's not refusing to recognize the debt. Qin Xiaomian stared at the broken strap. It's the incomplete proof. Sun Ke reached his hand in again. Qin Xiaomian moved to stop him, but he shook his head. On the other side of the gear, a yellowed black strip bobbed with the oil. One more rotation, and it would be swallowed. Sun Ke lunged, his palms sliced open by the gear's edge, but he still pulled the half strip out. On the second strap, only 2 fragments remained. Dismantling application Lin. Transfer carrier gray port 10. Zhou Tingyun said in a low voice. Lin Yinshan. No one answered, but everyone knew. Qin Xiaomian pieced the 2 straps together against the back of the bronze plaque. The brakes did not align. A piece was still missing in between. She tried twice, but the square slot did not respond. The empty ring moved again. The broken screw could no longer hold. With each gear pressed, the remaining half flattened more. The return path in Lin Jin's mind also began to slip away. He remembered his father standing beside Gray Port No. 13. He remembered holding a mechanical dog. But when he first boarded, whether the gangway was on the port or starboard side, he could no longer recall. Qin Xiaomian noticed a charred connection point at the bottom of the bronze plaque. She reached for the gear. Zhou Tingyun spoke first. Can the remaining half be used? It can connect once. And after that? Qin Xiaomian did not answer. Zhou Tingyun looked at the familiar black iron fragment wedged in the teeth. After a few seconds he said, "Don't pull it out. Let it stay here." Qin Xiaomian pressed the broken screw downward. Sparks traced along the back of the bronze plaque. Finally the square slot lit up. The 2 broken straps vibrated together. They did not produce more complete text. Instead, above the bronze plaque they projected a fragment of broken imagery. A man's hand was dismantling a glowing thin line into segments. Within that line were doors, star charts, and a small old room. In the image the hand pressed each segment into the ship's core registry. Lin Yinshan's voice came through, broken and intermittent. Not destroyed. Transferred to Gray Port No. 13. She sealed the second berth with the return path. I couldn't let the berth use it to open the door again. The noise was heavy. The last sentence was almost inaudible. Let the ship. Remember the way back for her. The image cut off. Qin Xiaomian stared at the residual light on the bronze plaque. The return path is not a coordinate. It's a person's direction back from beyond the door, the authority and the memory of home, all compressed into a single record. Zhou Tingyun looked at Lin Jin. So the old son remembers those forbidden paths. Lin Jin said nothing. He only stared at the last fading imprint. Lin Yinshan had preserved Su Qinghe's return path in the ship's registry. Perhaps that was also why she never returned. Preserving a path and cutting off someone's return were sometimes the same thing. The bronze plaque was suddenly sucked into the old slot. Click. The dark red characters rewrote themselves line by line. Historical payment valid. Transfer certificate confirmed. Current transfer holder Lin Jin. Repeat supplementary payment cancelled. The empty ring released abruptly. The chain on Lin Jin's shadow broke. But the black scar on his neck did not disappear. He remembered the old sun was at Yaport. He remembered the gray gate had already set sail. He also remembered Zhou Tingyun's seat was still in the cockpit. But on the day he first boarded Gray Port No. 13, whether the gangway was on the left or the right, that was gone forever. He knew he had forgotten one thing, but he could never touch that blank space again. The massive gate of the second berth did not open. The dark red characters on the gate frame changed to historical account settled. Second berth remained sealed. Beside it, an inconspicuous old maintenance panel slowly popped open. Inside were oil stains, broken ladders, and manual repair lines. No white light. No door. Just a difficult path. Qin Xiaomian exhaled in relief. That's right. We're not supposed to open the second berth. Just go around it. Zhou Tingyun walked to the gear. The small screw had fused with the slot of the bronze plaque, only a black bent hook exposed. He stared at it for a long time. He did not reach to pull it out. One screw missing from the seat. One bone added to the plaque. He patted the machine housing. Consider it settled. The group began to enter the maintenance passage. Lin Jin was the last to approach the bronze plaque. He reached out and touched it. The plaque was locked. The straps had been rolled back into the machine. Only one very faint old character remained hidden beneath the scorch marks. Return voyage unfinished. Lin Wan's narrow shell was pushed to his side. She looked at the characters and asked softly, "Is Mom's return path still in the old sun?" "Still there. Will she come back?" Lin Jin was silent for a long time. "I don't know." He did not give a comforting answer this time. He did not want to lie to her. He only looked ahead at the old ladders descending section by section through the maintenance passage. "All I know is the old sun still remembers the way back for her." Lin Wan gave a soft mm. The group entered the maintenance passage. The panel door behind them slowly closed. In the last sliver of dark red light, return voyage unfinished still glowed. Like a path preserved for many years, yet never walked to the end. The third step of the old ladder broke. Lin Jin's foot slipped, and half his body crashed into the dark shaft on the left. Qin Xiaomian grabbed his exoskeleton shoulder ring from behind, and the toolbox also slammed against the wall, nearly knocking Sank, who was at the front, down. Zhou Tingyun poked his head in for a look. "Are you relying on luck more and more to find your way lately?" Ahead there was another fork. Wind came from the left, and a rusty door blocked the right. Lin Jin instinctively wanted to go left, but Qin Xiaomian pressed the light against the right door frame. Under the grease, half a line of faded small characters appeared. Second berth return maintenance line. She tossed a nut to the left. The nut rolled a few meters, plopped into black oil, and didn't hit bottom for a long time. The left is a return sewage well, Qin Xiaomian said, looking at him. The things taken by the empty ring haven't been returned clean yet. Lin Jin was silent for a moment. Let's go right. After the rusty door was pried open, a cold metallic smell rushed out. Behind the door was an abandoned workshop. 3 conveyor belts lay across the darkness, the lowest one still moving slowly. On the belt surface were some worthless junk: a chipped bowl, half a key, a burnt door handle, a section of polished stair railing. Behind each item trailed a thin white thread, the ends disappearing into the wall. Sankei bent down and wrote in the grease parts for going home. As soon as the words were written, the black mark on Lin Jin's neck suddenly burned hot. Immediately the alveolar regeneration core inside Lin Wan's narrow shell lit up. The blue light flickered on and off, matching the rhythm of the conveyor belt. On the workshop ceiling, a red light that hadn't been lit for years snapped open with a pop. Detected return residual. The second line was only half lit. End. Lost. 6 slender mechanical arms descended from the ceiling. The first one picked up the charred door handle and snapped it onto Zhou Tingyun's chest. Zhou Tingyun's body stiffened. A door appeared before his eyes. Behind the door was a yellow light, hot soup, and a blurry woman standing by the stove scolding him for coming home too late. He had never been to that place, yet his hand rose on its own, wanting to turn the door handle. The mechanical cat suddenly pounced and swatted it away with a claw. Zhou Tingyun staggered back, drenched in cold sweat. I almost recognized a fake mom. No one had time to laugh. The third mechanical arm had already grabbed Lin Wan's narrow shell and was dragging her onto the conveyor belt. Lu Huai gripped the foot of the bed tightly. Lin Jin and Gu Hanzhou lunged at the same time. Gu Hanzhou pulled at the wrong angle, and the oxygen tube suddenly went taut, the connector loosening by 1 notch. The blood oxygen light instantly turned red. Don't pull that way. Lu Huai elbowed him away and pressed down hard on the leak with his hand. Does the White Tower save people by first twisting their necks? Gu Hanzhou didn't retort. He moved to the head of the bed and locked the latch with one hand. Qin Xiaomian kicked open the maintenance box. Inside there was no control panel, only a rusted reversing wheel. It's collecting people. She pressed down the wheel hard. The conveyor belt hesitated for a moment, then sped up even more. The narrow shell was dragged forward half a meter. Lu Huai knelt on the ground, still pressing the oxygen tube. Qin Xiaomian's face changed. I misjudged. At the end of the conveyor belt there was no incinerator port, only an empty circular socket, just the right size to fit Lin Wan's regeneration core. It's not collecting her. It's repairing the destination. The top conveyor belt suddenly moved. A tiny copper star rolled out from behind the half key. None of the 5 points were equal in length, and one corner was flat. The copper star gave a small jump. Snap! It stuck to Lin Wan's sealed cover. When Lin Jin saw it, the strength in his hands nearly gave way. When he was 7 years old, he stole a copper screw from Lin Yinshan's toolbox and made a star for Lin Wan. It was too ugly, and halfway through polishing, he even cut his hand. That star had been hanging on the top of Lin Wan's old filter pod ever since. But this one in front of him was wrong. It had no years of oxidation, but its edges were ringed with dark red rust, even in the same spot where Lin Jin's wound had once touched. Qin Xiaomian only took one look. It's not the original. It's a destination piece pressed out by the return road from memory. The copper star glowed with an old yellow light. A fragmented image emerged in the workshop. Su Qing has stood on an overturned iron bucket and hung that ugly star on the top of the filter pod. Lin Wan was asleep inside the pod. Young Lin Jin stood beside her, his finger wrapped in gauze, still talking tough. Su Qing pressed down on the filter pod and said to Lin Yinshan, "No matter where the door sends me, find this star when you come home. Under the star is Wan Wan." She then lowered her head and said something to young Lin Jin. Lin Jin could clearly see her lip movements, but couldn't hear. The term that he had scraped off the back of the photo was gone forever. The image lasted only a moment. The socket at the end of the conveyor belt began to close. The copper star dragged a thin white thread, one end connected to Lin Wan, the other passing through the wall and extending far away. Qin Xiaomian suddenly released the reversing wheel. Reversing isn't saving people, it's sending the destination back into the path. She pointed under the conveyor belt. Sank cut the clutch. The black braided wire. Sankei crawled under the belt and the mechanical cat followed. The next second electric sparks exploded and all the lights in the workshop went out. Qin Xiaomian cursed under her breath. It bit the wrong wire. In the darkness the conveyor belt took another notch. Zhou Tingyun grabbed the charred door handle and jammed it into the gear opening. Even a fake home shouldn't be wasted. The door handle held for only half a beat. Half a beat was enough for Sankei to find the real clutch. He pressed it down firmly with 3 fingers. Gu Hanzhou locked the latch and Lin Jin grabbed the front end of the narrow shell. Pull. The conveyor belt stopped. The lock sprang open. Several people fell together and the narrow shell slid heavily back to the ground. Lu Huai first fastened the oxygen connector, glanced at the reading. Blood oxygen is still there. Only then did he curse, repairing a road onto a living person's lungs. You machine builders should all be hung up as filter cores. Qin Zhaomian ignored him. The copper star was still stuck to the sealed cover, its pointed corner, slowly turning, finally pointing at the sealed maintenance door deep in the workshop. The conveyor belt spat out a section of broken copper strip. Most of the words on it were worn away, leaving only 3 parts: original owner Su Qing. Destination item copper star, continuation status. ING. Qin Zhaomian placed the copper strip beside the copper star. Both lit up with the same old yellow light. Lin Jin looked at her. So what? Gray Harbor 13 is loaded with the return road. Qin Zhaomian looked at Lin Wan. This star is the landing point remembered by that road. When Su Qinghe left home wasn't a room or a door. It was the daughter still alive under this star. Lin Wan's fingers pressed against the inside of the cover. I'm not the key. You are the destination. Lu Huai's face darkened. Can it be removed? Yes. Qin Zhaomian glanced at the socket. This machine was just re-welding her back to the destination. She checked the stopped clutch, then suddenly looked up. But what we stopped was only the destination repair. Lin Jin's heart sank. The white thread dragged by the copper star did not disappear. Instead, it grew brighter inch by inch. The light was not radiating outward from Lin Wan's side. It was coming from behind the wall along the white thread toward her. The return road has already been moving. Qin Zhaomian's voice dropped. This machine just found that the destination was lost and wanted to reconnect Lin Wan. We stopped the welding, but we didn't stop what's on the road. Deep in the workshop, the sealed maintenance door trembled slightly. White mist seeped through the door crack. Then a wet footprint appeared on the inside of the door. It wasn't walking from their side. It was walking from behind the door toward them. First step. Second step. With each step, the copper star trembled slightly. Lin Wan looked at the door, her face growing paler. Brother. Something is coming back along Mom's return road. Behind the maintenance door, the third step fell. The door handle slowly turned. When the repair door handle was turned fully, a thin veil of white mist first exhaled from the crack. It spread low across the floor, mingling with black oil, leaving behind a damp footprint. Sankei glanced once, and his face paled. He crouched and traced 3 words in the greasy ash with his remaining 3 fingers, feet facing the wrong way. Lin Jin lowered his gaze. The heel of the footprint pointed toward the door, yet the toes faced inward, as if someone were walking straight toward them, yet their body remained perpetually turned toward where they'd come from. A second footprint appeared, still inverted. The repair door slowly swung inward. A woman emerged from the mist, gray worn coat, hair pulled back tightly, pallid complexion. She looked older than Su Qinghe in the photographs, yet her eyes held a youthfulness that did not belong, as though someone had stitched together Lin Jin's and Lin Wan's separate memories of their mother onto a single face. She looked at Lin Jin. Ah, Jin. He did not answer. Those 2 syllables had long been scraped off the photograph's reverse. Hearing them now felt like a key, nearly identical in shape, turning softly inside an empty lock. Then she turned to Lin Wan. Wan. The pulmonary regenerative core flickered once. The copper star affixed to the sealed chamber's outer wall trembled faintly. She took her third step, still inverted. With each advance, Lin Wan's blood oxygen level dropped by 1 unit. Not because the woman drew nearer, but because she siphoned away Lin Wan's breath, forcing her own body inch by inch out of the door's threshold. Lu Huai lunged to the narrow shell and slammed his palm onto the oxygen valve. Stop. She did not stop. Her gaze remained fixed on the copper star. She did not look at Lin Wan's face. Lin Wan noticed. Through the transparent barrier, she asked, "Why didn't you look at me first when you came home?" "Mom is looking at you," the woman replied, offering a gentle smile. "You're looking at the numbers." Lin Wan's breathing was shallow, but her voice did not waver. She always touched the filtration chamber's glass first when she came home, every time. Only after touching would she scold the medicine for tasting too bitter. Lu Huai's face darkened. "I wasn't even born then." "I know," Lin Wan said quietly. "So you're not her." The woman's smile froze. Then in the next instant she reached out her hand. The road was too long. Wan, borrow Mom 1 breath. Before her fingertip brushed the sealed barrier, frost bloomed in a perfect ring along its inner surface. Lin Jin drew his blade and stepped forward. The edge sliced across the woman's wrist. No blood flowed. Beneath the split skin lay rows of tiny white doors. Almost simultaneously, a sharp crack split the copper star. Lin Wan convulsed violently, curling inward as a choked groan escaped her throat. Lu Huai whirled and roared, "Don't cut. It's connected to the endpoint component." Lin Jin instantly withdrew his blade. The woman glanced down at her wrist, the fissure sealing itself slowly. "You carved your right index finger making this star when you were 7. You cried and lied to Wan saying it didn't hurt." Lin Jin's grip tightened slightly on the hilt. Gu Hanzhou countered, "All that is stored within the copper star. It only just read those memories. They prove nothing about who you are." She turned her gaze upon him, utterly devoid of warmth. Qin Zhaomian had already reached the end of the conveyor belt. The fine white filament trailing from the copper star ran from the woman to the circular docking cradle beneath Lin Wan's narrow shell. She touched the line. Her expression hardened. The copper star isn't the anchor. Lu Huai stared at her. Explain. It's the endpoint's calibration ship. The true anchor is Lin Wan's still beating breath, and the fact that she remembers who comes home. Qin Zhaomian lifted her eyes to Lin Jin. Removing the star only makes the path misidentify its destination temporarily. It cannot sever the return route. Zhou Tingyun stood beside the charred door handle, which still lay on the floor. He picked it up, and immediately a strange kitchen blazed into view before him. The light was warm. A meal sat on the table. Someone waited by the doorway. That place was unervingly pristine. Nothing like anywhere he had ever lived. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth and pulled half a length of white filament from behind the handle. Can this thing serve as a false home? A place alone isn't enough, Qin Zhaomian said. The return path also requires someone who recognizes it as home. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the warm lamp beyond the door, his face twisted in bitterness. Again, Mie, it just deceived you. Is that even a talent? The woman suddenly quickened her pace. The mist scattered before her. Lin Wan's oxygen monitor flashed twice. There was no time left. Along the narrow shell side hung a sterile manipulator glove, the tool Lu Huai used to adjust external tubing without breaching the sealed chamber. Lin Wan slipped her right hand into the thick rubber glove and located the magnetic base behind the copper star. Lu Huai instantly gripped her arm. Don't do anything reckless. She wants my breath. Lin Wan watched the woman. I won't give it. Gritting her teeth, she twisted the base. The jagged edge of the fractured copper star sliced through the outer glove layer, triggering the inner isolation valve to drop instantly. The narrow shell held pressure, but Lin Wan's fingertips whitened under the shock. Click. The copper star detached. Qin Zhaomian caught it midair. The white filament snapped sideways, and for a fleeting moment the woman's face blurred. Qin Zhaomian pressed the copper star against the charred door handle and slotted it into the circular cradle. The cradle pulsed with light. No one awaits at endpoint. Instantly the narrow shell lurched forward faster. The first docking attempt had failed. It rejects an empty house. Qin Zhaomian seized the white filament. Zhou Tingyun grabbed the handle. Zhou Tingyun's face turned green, yet he still placed his hand upon it. The false kitchen swallowed him whole. He saw a figure seated at the table, a back turned to him. It turned, and though its face remained indistinct, it opened its arms toward him. Come home for dinner. Zhou Tingyun's eyes reddened. The false door began closing over his chest. Lin Jin lunged to pull him, but Zhou Tingyun suddenly smiled. My home isn't this clean. Clutching the handle, he forced the illusory kitchen deeper into the circular cradle. A little dirtier. Is more like where I live. The text on the cradle finally shifted. Temporary endpoint recognized. Qin Zhaomian snatched up the welding wire. The mechanical cat leapt forward, clamping its jaws onto the adjacent black braided cable. A spark erupted, plunging the workshop into total darkness. Wrong wire. Qin Zhaomian cursed. In the blackness, the woman had already lunged at Lin Jin. She seized his wrist, and her face flickered rapidly through several forms: Su Qing'a, Lin Wan, Lin Jin himself, and finally a face utterly blank. The endpoint cannot be empty. Her voice no longer belonged to any single person. The returning traveler must land. San Ke groped beneath the conveyor belt and found the clutch lever. Just as his 3 fingers locked onto it, the lever recoiled sharply. Gu Hanzhou pressed his left hand atop San Ke's. Together they forced it fully down. The mechanical cat released the incorrect cable, and following Qin Zhaomian's pointing finger latched onto the control bundle marked with pale spots. Hiss! The return repair line reversed violently. The white filament across the woman's chest snapped taut. She was drawn inch by inch toward the charred door handle, even as Lin Jin's wrist turned bone white in her grip. Ah, Jin. She reverted to Su Qing's face. Mom just wanted to come home. Lin Jin stared at her, and realized with sudden clarity that he could no longer tell whether her voice resembled his mother's. The scraped-away name, the shattered copper star, and countless imitations heard along the way had long since dissolved Su Qing's voice into a static hum of memory. From this moment onward, even if his true mother stood before him and spoke, he might no longer recognize her. The thought hollowed something inside him. Yet Lin Wan spoke from within the narrow shell. Brother. She doesn't want to go home. She wants home to open its door for her. Lin Jin raised his eyes. He reversed his grip and locked his fingers around the woman's wrist. Then go to the false home. He and Zhou Tingyun pulled in unison. The woman crashed toward the door handle. The false kitchen flared blindingly bright. A meal sat on the table. Shoes rested by the door. A shadow lingered beneath the warm light. Every detail mimicked home, yet none bore the quiet whereof real use. Half her body sank into the illusion. The other half struggled violently. Then the copper star detonated. A wave of antique yellow light swept across the workshop like shattering glass, and her face collapsed into a featureless sheet of white skin. Beneath that skin, a soft female voice emerged, too faint to verify. Lin Jin could not confirm its authenticity, yet it made no demand, offered no plea, nor did it call him forward. It simply said, look at the footprints. If the toes don't point toward home, then the one returning is not me. The false door slammed shut. The charred door handle snapped cleanly in two. The copper star shattered into halves. The woman dissolved into a puddle of black oil, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Silence settled over the workshop. Lu Huai checked Lin Wan's blood oxygen first. Still holding. Only then did he begin cursing. Qin Zhongyan retrieved half the copper star. Calibration chip is ruined. What about the return path? Lin Jin asked. Still intact. Qin Zhongyan looked at Lin Wan. The star only helped the path identify its landing point. The true anchor has always been her. We made it misread its destination. We didn't halt what was already en route. Lin Wan gently touched the spot on the sealed chamber's outer wall where the star had once hung. I remember. Her voice was barely above a whisper. She always touched it 3 times. Lin Jin nodded. Without telling her, he could no longer recognize his mother's voice. For any future traveler arriving along that path, they would not rely on how she called out, but on what she touched first and which direction she walked. The repair door remained open. The mist was dispersing, revealing a narrow return corridor beyond. 2 parallel sets of footprints now marked its floor. The first were old shoes. Their toes pointed toward them, step by step emerging from the darkness. The second set was barefoot, larger prints, exactly overlapping the old shoe marks. Yet every bare foot pointed inward, toward the corridor's depths. San Kang knelt and studied them for a long while, his fingers trembling. He rode in the greasy ash, not following behind its steps directly upon the returner's footprints, walking backward toward the endpoint. Qin Zhongyan understood. What emerged earlier was merely a face sent ahead to the endpoint. Its true form is still en route. Beyond the door, another old shoe footprint landed, closer than before. Then a larger barefoot print crashed down atop it, its toes facing backward. Lin Wan gazed at the overlapping prints, her voice barely audible. The one ahead is returning home. The one behind is chasing. From deep within the darkness, another step fell. This time beside the old shoe print, a long, dragging mark appeared, as if the one returning home had begun to run. The footprints behind the door drew 1 step closer. To the right was an old shoe print with a worn heel. To the left there was no shoe. It was a smaller bare foot, the sole stained with blood, dragging half an inch backward every time it landed. Both prints pointed toward the workshop, toward Lin Wan, but close behind them were 2 larger bare footprints. Their toes were all aimed deeper into the passage, yet step by step they pressed forward toward the group. Each time it stepped onto the previous print, the old shoe and the bloody foot faded by 1 layer. Lin Wan's blood oxygen level inside her narrow shell dropped by 1 notch as well. Qin Zhongyan crouched by the door for 2 breaths. The ones ahead are the homecomers. The ones behind are borrowing her path. Sen Kei immediately wrote in the oil putty, "Don't step. Step on it, and there will be 1 more pair." Zhou Tingyun glanced at the rusted handrails on both sides of the passage. Fine. Today I'll stop being human and turn into a gecko. No one paid him any attention. Lin Jin was the first to climb onto the crossbeam on the right, and Qin Zhongyan followed. Zhou Tingyun pushed San Kei up from below. Just as San Kei's hand, with only 3 fingers left, gripped the handrail, the wound split open again. He made no sound. But Zhou Tingyun saw it. "I'll tie a rope for you later." San Kei raised his 3 fingers and made an ugly gesture. Zhou Tingyun frowned. "What does that mean?" Qin Zhongyan didn't turn around. "He's telling you to shut up." The farther they went, the faster the footsteps became. The prints of 1 shoe and 1 bare foot began to run. The right heel was badly worn, and the bloodstain from the left foot grew longer. But the larger bare feet behind were changing. First the sole pattern grew out. Then the worn heel emerged. But every pattern was reversed. At the end of the passage stood an old-fashioned rail switch. Beside the left track, half of the character Gue return remained. Beside the right track, only the character Chi abandoned was left. Qin Zhongyan landed on the crossbeam, inserted a wrench, and tried to press down on the switch lever. The lever moved. She barely exhaled in relief when both tracks lit up simultaneously. Both sets of footprints on the ground were dragged 1 inch toward the right. Lin Wan's blood oxygen meter jumped sharply. "Stop!" Lu Huai shouted from behind. Qin Zhongyan immediately let go, and the switch lever clanged back. Staring at the misaligned connecting gears at the bottom, her face darkened. The return rail was reverse installed. "I just activated the wrong linkage." Zhou Tingyun, hanging on the other side, gritted his teeth. "Even you can make mistakes. Is this the time for celebration?" She pried open the bottom cover. Inside, 2 old connecting rods were crosslocked and rusted into 1 piece. The left was marked Gue, but it actually controlled the Chi track. The rules had been deliberately tampered with, as if someone wanted to make it harder for those who came later to send something home. Lin Wan suddenly raised her hand. She knocked 3 times on the inner wall of her narrow shell. Light, light, heavy. The knocking traveled through the metal skeleton into the passage. The prints of 1 shoe and 1 bare foot stopped. From the darkness, after a long pause, 3 knocks returned. Light, light, heavy. The first 2 were a wake-up call. The third was a test to see if the filter chamber was leaking. Lin Wan's eyes reddened instantly. The larger bare feet behind were a beat late. They also knocked 3 times. Thud. Thud, thud. All 3 knocks were equally heavy. It had only learned the number of times. It hadn't learned why. Qin Zhaomian looked back at the bottom of the rail switch. 1 shoe and 1 bare foot take the return track. Reversed feet go into the abandoned track. But Sankei shook his head and rode on the crossbeam. The abandoned track has no terminus. Sure enough, gray characters floated up on the right track. No landing point. The reversed feet behind stopped. It refused to enter. Zhou Tingyun looked down at his right palm. There was still a square, shallow mark on the palm. It was a burn from that charred black door handle. The door handle had already broken off, but that non-existent kitchen hadn't completely faded from his hand. Occasionally when he made a fist, he could still smell a hint of hot soup. Qin Zhaomian noticed his movement. No. What's no? That's a residual address. Use it once more, and it'll be gone forever. Zhou Tingyun smiled. Why keep something fake? He pressed his palm against the edge of the abandoned track. A yellow light glowed from beneath the iron track. A kitchen so clean it seemed unreal slowly took shape in the black well. There was food on the table. Shoes by the door. A blurry figure sat under the lamp, raising a hand to beckon him. Come back. The gray characters on the abandoned track changed. Temporary landing point. The reversed feet suddenly turned. Not the toes turning. The knees bent backward first. A faceless humanoid figure rose from the footprints, its back to Zhou Tingyun, yet its body walked toward him. Qin Zhaomian grabbed the switch lever. Wait for it to cross the line. But the homecomer of 1 shoe and 1 bare foot was also dragged half a step off course by the yellow light of the fake home. Both paths began to twist together again. The linkage is still wrong. Qin Zhaomian cursed. Her earlier judgment hadn't been fully corrected. Between the return track and the abandoned track, there was still a rusted bridge plate. Without removing it, both the real and the fake would be dragged into the fake home. Lin Jin jumped down from the crossbeam and wedged his short knife under the bridge plate. The blade chipped immediately. Sankei also lunged over, hooking his 3 injured fingers around the edge of the bridge plate. Ignoring the pain, the two of them pried together. The bridge plate moved only 1 inch. The faceless humanoid had already reached Zhou Tingyun. It reached out and grabbed his ankle. Inside the fake kitchen, the smell of hot soup grew stronger. Zhou Tingyun's eyes began to go blank. Come back. The food is getting cold. Qin Zhaomian shouted Zhou Tingyun. He didn't respond. That room was too much like a home someone else might have. Someone waiting. Food on the table. The light still working. But Zhou Tingyun looked down and saw the bitter algae mud on his own shoes. He suddenly smiled. Fake. The faceless humanoid paused. If I really went home, no one would leave me a meal. At most, they'd leave me a pile of debts. He lifted his other foot and kicked the switch lever hard. Crack. Lin Jin and Sankei broke the rusted bridge plate at the same time. The switch truly separated. The prints of 1 shoe and 1 bare foot slid into the return track. The faceless humanoid was pulled by the abandoned track, half its body sinking into the black well. It clung desperately to Zhou Tingyun's ankle. The kitchen in Zhou Tingyun's palm began to close its door. The blurry figure inside was still waiting for him. He gritted his teeth and tore his hand away from the iron track. Skin and flesh stuck to the track's edge. The square, shallow mark stayed there too. The yellow light went out. The fake kitchen collapsed. Zhou Tingyun covered his hand and gasped for breath, then suddenly froze. Which way did the door open? Qin Zhaomian looked at him. What door? The fake one. He frowned for a long time. He couldn't remember. Even the taste of that hot soup was gone. Zhou Tingyun looked down at his bloody palm and twisted his lips. Good. It was never my home anyway. The faceless humanoid, losing its landing point, was swallowed by the black well. The last hand still clung to Zhou Tingyun's ankle. Qin Zhaomian swung her wrench and struck 3 times. On the 3rd blow, the hand shattered into black oil. The abandoned track closed. Only the prints of 1 shoe and 1 bare foot remained in the passage. They continued along the return track toward Lin Wan. Slow, but never stopping. The group retraced their steps back to the workshop. The last right shoe print landed outside the maintenance door. Beside it was a bloody left footprint. Lin Wan's blood oxygen had already dropped to the danger line. Lu Huai, one hand on the oxygen supply and the other holding a needle, cursed until his voice cracked. 3 knocks came from behind the door. Light, light, heavy. Lin Wan didn't call out. She raised her hand and knocked 3 times too. Light, light, heavy. The maintenance door opened a crack. What came out first was a woman's hand. The back of the hand was covered in old scars with a deep burn mark on the base of the thumb. That hand didn't grab Lin Jin or touch the machinery. It first pressed against Lin Wan's sealed mask. It gently touched twice. The 3rd time, the knuckle pressed against the ceiling ring. Checking for air leaks. Lin Wan's tears fell instantly. Mom. The woman didn't respond to the title. She was breathing heavily, half her body still in the darkness. Her right foot wore an old shoe with a worn heel. Her left foot was bare, bloody and torn. Her toes pointed toward Lin Wan. Toward home. She raised her head. That face was much older and thinner than the photograph. But her first words weren't about recognition. Don't recognize me yet. The woman looked back toward the return passage. I remember the way back. But I'm not sure if the one who came back is the complete me. From the darkness, new footsteps sounded. Not just one pair. Yueging mining boots with a missing heel. Railway army hard-soled boots landing straight and heavy. Early white tower soft-soled white shoes trailing a line of blackened oil at the edge. And beside one pair of work boots a small wheel mark always followed, as if someone was still dragging that old medical box. Different ages, different strides. 1 set. 2 sets. Finally 37 sets in total. They lit up row by row from deep within the passage. The woman held the doorframe, her face growing paler. Close the return track. Lin Jin stared at the footprints. Who are they? The woman didn't answer the identity. She only said, the debt from the first path. 37 sets of footprints took 1 step forward simultaneously. Not a single set was reversed, but not a single set knocked those 3 times. The moment Lin Wan uttered, "Mom," every footprint inside the return corridor stirred, not forward but sliding backward in unison by a single inch. Mining boots, military-issue combat boots, old Bauta soft-soled shoes, and the thin wheeled trail left by a medical case, moved as if 37 people had simultaneously lifted their heads into the darkness. Suqing's hand pressed flat against the sealed viewport, clenched violently. Don't call again. Lin Wan's eyes were still red-rimmed. But Suqing did not look at her. Her gaze remained locked on the door behind. The return path recognizes neither faces nor names. Her breath came ragged, each word sinking deeper into her chest like a slow collapse. It knows only who waits for whom. That cry you just made. It told them someone is waiting here. Deep within the corridor, 37 sets of footprints advanced another inch. Inside Lin Wan's narrow life support shell, the alveolar core dimmed by 1 level. Lu Huai slammed his palm down on the oxygen valve. Then let no one wait. His voice bristled with curses. But even as he spoke, his other hand slid Lin Wan's billing slip back into the rim of her shell, as though adding 1 more sheet of paper might shield 1 more life. The foremost set of footprints crossed the threshold. First emerged a yellowed Bauta soft-soled shoe. Beside it dragged an aged medical case. The case had lost 1 wheel. The remaining 1 struck the floor with each rotation. Tap, tap. A man squeezed out of the return corridor. His early era Bauta uniform, soaked in black oil, had grayed and stiffened. His name tag had long since worn away. His face was blurred, as if wiped repeatedly through damp cloth, leaving only hollowed eye sockets and the faint outline of a mouth. He did not look first at Lin Jin, nor at Suqing. His gaze settled upon Lin Wan's narrow shell. Someone is waiting. A whisper of breath escaped his throat. This place can land. He stepped forward. Lin Wan's blood oxygen level dropped another notch. Lu Huai raised a syringe, holding it between the man and the shell. Come closer, and I'll puncture you first. The man heard, but seemed not to comprehend. His eyes remained fixed on the fogged breath condensing against the viewport. We paid. Why may she return, while we cannot? A line of mold-flecked white script slowly surfaced across his chest. Path paid. Behind the door, the remaining 36 sets of footprints stepped forward in unison. The entire workshop shuddered faintly. Suqing reached out and seized the man's wrist. That is not your terminus. The man halted and held her gaze for a long silent stretch. The terminus is gone. The path must still descend. That child belongs to another family. Suqing's voice was low, barely audible. The shadow within the man's eye sockets trembled. Yet another hand pressed onto his shoulder from behind. Then a second. Then a third. 36 figures pressed forward, crowding in. The man staggered, nearly toppling onto Lin Wan's narrow shell. Qin Zhaomian had already pried open the rusted cover beside the maintenance door. Inside lay 2 locking wheels, one on the workshop side, the other embedded deep within the return corridor. She gripped the outer wheel and shoved hard. Instead of closing, the door swung outward another half-foot, black oil and white mist surging inward together. Let go. Sankei's face paled. Qin Zhaomian recoiled instantly. The outer will snapped back into place with a clang. Suqing had glanced once at the locking mechanism. Reverse lock. Qin Zhaomian understood at once. Her expression darkened further. If the inner wheel isn't depressed, the harder you force the outer wheel shut, the wider the door opens. So someone must remain inside. Zhou Tingyun peered down the corridor. No one answered. The truth hung silently between the 2 wheels. The white-clad man bowed his head. His medical case, jostled loose by the press of bodies, snapped open with a sharp pop. Several rolls of yellowed gauze tumbled free, and a child's shoe. Tiny, its upper stitched with a lopsided flower. Uneven stitches, clearly not the work of an adult hand. The man bent and picked up the shoe. His fingers wiped away black oil from the petals. He stared, long enough that the crowd behind him pushed him forward twice more. She sewed it herself. His voice was barely a breath. She said, wait for me to come back, with medicine. He lifted his gaze toward Lin Wan. At last the shadows in his eye sockets softened, just slightly, into something human. She waited for me. Not for this child. He turned and plunged back into the return corridor, cradling the medical case. The crowd surged after him, pressing him down to his knees. Yet he drove his shoulder into the inner locking wheel, forcing the flattened case sideways into the gear slot. The case crumpled instantly. The remaining wheel shattered and flew free. Clang. The inner wheel jammed. The man turned and shouted. Close it. Qin Zhaomian seized the outer wheel. Now, Lin Jin and Gu Hanzhou grabbed Su Qinghe simultaneously. Half her body still lingered inside the return corridor. Her bare left foot bleached pale by black oil, a slender white thread coiled tightly around her ankle. Lin Jin wrapped his arms around the worn belt at her waist. Gu Hanzhou gripped her shoulder with his left hand. Together they wrenched backward, the white thread snapping taut. Like a tendon grown into bone. Su Qinghe convulsed with pain, her lips parted, trembling on the verge of uttering a name. The crowd behind the door surged forward. Half the white-clad man vanished beneath them. Only one hand remained clamped fiercely around the medical case. Leave me. His eyes stayed fixed on the child's shoe. Pull her out. Zhou Tingyun and Qin Zhaomian bore down together on the outer wheel. First latch. The door began to close. The white thread around Su Qinghe's ankle caught in the doorframe. And in that instant the name on her lips seemed bitten off mid-breath. Ah! Only a faint unfinished syllable escaped. Lin Jin heaved with all his strength. Snap! The thread severed. Su Qinghe tumbled into the workshop, her left foot dragging a long crimson smear across the oil-slicked floor. Second latch. The return door narrowed to half a person's width. The white-clad man remained wedged behind the door. His medical case was utterly flattened. Gauze rolls, frost-cracked medicine vials, and a small flower-drawn scrap of paper, all spilled forth from its crushed interior. The child's shoe rolled across the threshold. The man saw it, did not reach for it. If she still lives? Then the crowd pressed in completely. His face vanished beneath a crush of mining boots and military boots. His final words dissolved, swallowed whole. Qin Zhaomian gritted her teeth and forced the outer wheel downward. Zhou Tingyun's palm, where a fresh wound had just begun to scab, split open again, blood slicking the wheel handle. The mechanical cat leapt upward, claws locking into the gear teeth, its severed tail sparking violently. Third latch. Bang. The return door sealed shut. Instantly pounding erupted from behind it. Not one pair of hands, but dozens. Lin Wan's blood oxygen began to rise. Lu Huai watched the numbers climb steadily back from the danger zone. Exhaled sharply, then launched into a tirade. Do you all treat her lungs like docking berths? Find your own way home. Crowding patients won't earn you passage. No one replied. Su Qinghe lay gasping in the black oil for a long while. Black blood still seeped from the broken thread at her ankle. She pushed herself upright, not to inspect her wound, but to walk straight to Lin Wan's narrow shell, and pressed her palm flat against the sealed viewport. She stroked it gently twice. On the third pass, her knuckles traced the full circumference of the seal, checking for leaks. Lin Wan's tears fell without warning. Her lips moved. This time she did not speak. Su Qinghe gazed at her through the glass, long, unwavering, before finally turning to Lin Jin. Her eyes rested on his face, held for one breath, then another. She lifted her hand as if to brush his hair, halted halfway, frozen in air. I remember. Su Qinghe's voice rasped. I had a son. Her lips moved again, struggling to reconnect the names severed by the door's bite. But I cannot recall how to call you. Lin Jin neither flinched from her hand nor stepped forward. Suddenly the photograph tucked inside his chest weighed unbearably heavy. After a pause he said, Don't call yet. Su Qinghe looked at him, then added quietly, Wait until you're certain how much of you has truly returned, before you speak it. She lowered her hand slowly, neither nodding nor objecting. Then the child's shoe on the floor shifted, just slightly. A thread of white light bled from its sole. Inside its inner surface a line of nearly erased script shimmered. Bring medicine home for me. Su Qinghe's face went stark white. From behind the return door, a muffled thud echoed. Tap, like the last wheel of the medical case striking the floor once more. Then footsteps resumed, still led by that same yellowed Bauta soft-soled shoe. Beside it trailed the fine grinding mark left by the medical case's wheel. Then came the Moonport mining boots, the rail military hard-soled boots, the early Bauta white soft-soled shoes. Old and new uneven strides, exactly 37 sets, not one missing. Faded characters lit up along the maintenance door line by line. First return path, searching for shared terminus. Above Lin Wan's narrow shell, a final line appeared. Waiting for return 37. Su Qinghe closed her fist around the tiny shoe. The door is sealed. She stared at Lin Wan, her expression darkening layer by layer. But they heard your voice. Now, they all know someone waits here. Behind the door 37 sets of footsteps stepped forward, in unison. After the return gate the footsteps of the 37 continued. Each time the door panel bulged Lin Wanner's alveolar core, dimmed by one notch. Su Qinghe picked up the child's shoe and kicked open the rusted plate beneath the return gate maintenance line. Inside were 37 narrow slots. No numbers. The openings were all different shapes, some round, some flat, some worn with a small notch, like 37 sealed mouths. Qin Zhaomian, crouched down, scraped a bit of dust from the slot edge. These aren't storage compartments. She picked up the chipped bowl from the conveyor belt and scraped a nail across its bottom. A fine powder fell from the bowl's surface, revealing not pottery, but a dark gray metal. The object isn't the original either. Zhou Tingyun frowned. Then what is it? Pressed out by the return path. Qin Zhaomian rubbed the powder between her fingers. The memory of what people treasured most was recreated by the path following the original. Su Qinghe looked down at the child's shoe. The moment her fingers touched the crooked embroidered flower on the shoe's surface, her face suddenly paled. A sound not belonging to the present leaked from the shoe. A little girl leaning over a table biting a thread mumbled, "Dad, even if the flower is crooked, it's still wearable." The voice vanished in an instant. Su Qinghe closed her eyes. "Medical kit." She pointed to the narrowest slot. "There are wheel marks along the edge." Lin Jin looked over. On the right side of that slot a thin groove had indeed been worn down. Exactly the width of a broken box will ground out year after year. He placed the child's shoe into the slot. An old yellow light flickered on. Behind the return gate the foremost yellowed soft-soled child's shoe stopped. The wheel mark of the medical kit beside it also ceased moving forward. A faint gasp came from the crack of the door. "The medicine is back." Then the soft-soled shoe turned. 1 step. 2 steps. Slowly walked away. The white characters on the door changed. Waiting for return 36, no one was happy. They only knew the method worked. The conveyor belt began to push out items. A chipped bowl. Half a key. A cracked medicine bottle. A green scarf. A comb with only 4 teeth left. And a short section of stair railing polished smooth by a hand. Each time an object fell it leaked a fragment of incomplete memory. The sound of a pot rim hitting the table. A key turning halfway in the lock with a click. Someone coughing in the cold wind. But no name. No complete face. Su Qinghe could see some of them. But not every one she recognized. She touched the chipped bowl, and her finger trembled slightly. Before going down the mine he ate. He always turned the chipped side outward, afraid of cutting his mouth. Lin Jin crouched before the slot, found the one stained with mineral dust with heavier wear on the left side. He placed the bowl inside. From behind the door came a muffled complaint, "The soup is cold again." Then the left foot dragging mining boots stopped. But what followed was not so smooth. Zhou Tingyun smelled the grease on the green scarf and shoved it directly into the slot corresponding to the orbital army's hard-soled boots. The light didn't turn yellow. It turned red. The return gate burst open a hand's width. A hand in a maintenance glove suddenly squeezed through, grabbing the reserve oxygen tube on the outside of Lin Wanner's narrow shell. Lu Huai's face changed drastically. "Let go." The hand yanked backward. The oxygen tube was torn off with a harsh snap. White mist sprayed all over the floor. Lin Wanner's blood oxygen plummeted. Lu Huai lunged forward, using his palm to block the broken and squeezing the backup air bag frantically with the other hand. "Qin Zhaomian, find a tube." Qin Zhaomian had already pulled the scarf out. Gu Hanzhou sniffed the residual grease. "Not military oil." San Kei crawled over and felt along the slot edge, pointing to a narrow opening covered in welding slag. Qin Zhaomian stuffed the scarf inside. The yellow light turned on. The maintenance glove instantly released the oxygen tube and retracted behind the door. The return gate closed again. Lu Huai replaced the reserve tube, watching the blood oxygen crawl back up, sweat beading on his forehead. He looked up and cursed Zhou Tingyun. "Smell a bit of oil, and you dare claim kinship." Zhou Tingyun's face went pale, no retort. Lu Huai then looked down at the remaining oxygen tube. Only 1 spare left. That sentence made everyone's movements slow down. Not hesitation. It was that they dared not guess blindly anymore. From then on they no longer waited for Su Qinghe to give the answer. Qin Zhaomian identified the material and grease stains. Gu Hanzhou recognized the old standards of the White Tower and Orbital Army. San Kei used his 3 injured fingers to feel the wear marks on the slot edges. Lin Jin stared at the footprints behind the door, comparing stride length, heel marks, and drag traces. Su Qinghe only occasionally fished out a fragment of broken memory when she touched an object. Sometimes it was useful. Sometimes even she couldn't tell whose memory it was. Once holding a blackened wooden spoon, she said that person was afraid of the cold. But the moment the slot glowed red, she immediately let go. "I mixed up the memories." She stood there, her face grim. "The path has entangled them inside me for too long. Some memories have already grown together." Lin Jin didn't comfort her. He simply turned the wooden spoon over. On the handle was a tooth mark left by an adult. San Kei touched a pair of mining boots worn through at the heel. Lu Huai glanced at the tooth spacing, bitten in severe pain. After the wooden spoon was returned, someone behind the door sat down. They didn't leave immediately. They only whispered, "Finally done pulling it out." The voice slowly faded away. The waiting for return number no longer dropped one by one. Sometimes when 2 terminal items were returned together, 2 types of footsteps disappeared. Sometimes when the object was placed correctly, the returnee would stand long behind the door, as if they couldn't remember which way to turn. Once a cracked pair of glasses was placed wrong, and the return gate suddenly bulged outward. The black mark on Lin Jin's neck burned. Another piece of his memory about the direction of the silent moor was gouged out. After Qin Zhaomian pulled the glasses out, the blank spot did not return. Lin Jin knew the old day ship was waiting, but he could no longer remember whether there was 1 lamp or 2 hanging beside the entrance to the silent moor. When the waiting for return number dropped to 7, everyone was too exhausted to speak. Gu Hanzhou picked up a cracked ampoule. The old White Tower mark on the glass was only half a circle left. First generation return inhibitor. His palm was cut by the cracked blood dripping along the ampoule. The White Tower Archive said the first group volunteered to enter the quarantine zone. Su Qinghe looked at the soft-soled shoes stained with powder behind the door. They were told they could return before dawn. Gu Hanzhou was silent for a moment, then placed the ampule into the corresponding slot. Behind the door someone let out a long breath, as if it had been held for 37 years. The White Tower's debts indeed deserved to be burned. This time he spoke very softly. The remaining items were returned almost in a rush. The broken comb, the flat button, the stair railing. The waiting for return number finally dropped to 1. The conveyor belt stopped. Of the 37 slots, 36 were lit. The last slot was empty. No object. Nowhere marks. Only a very shallow palm print at the bottom of the slot. Behind the return gate the last set of footsteps also stopped. No shoes. They were bare feet. The stride was small, and the pace was slow. From behind the door, he asked, "Has Mu Xing come back yet?" His voice was far too young. Not like someone who had waited 37 years. More like those 37 years had never passed him by. Su Qinghe closed her eyes. She seemed to remember something, but only half of it. Before he left, he gave his luggage to someone else. That person's oxygen bag had burst. Zhou Tingyun looked at the empty slot. So he left nothing behind. Lin Jin didn't answer. He crouched down and touched the palm print at the bottom of the slot. The thin white lines from the other slots all stopped at the objects. Only this one. It passed underneath the palm print drilled into the wall and was still pulsing gently. Once, like a living person's pulse. Lin Jin followed the white line forward. It didn't lead to the return gate, nor to the nameless collection. It extended beyond the cauldron bottom, towards someone still alive. Lin Jin stood up. He doesn't lack a terminal item. Gu Hanzhou looked at him. Lin Jin stared at the white line. His terminal hasn't become an object yet. Su Qinghe opened her eyes. She finally remembered that scene. Young Shin Muxing patted the person on the shoulder. "Follow me. I'll take you back." The old characters on the door slowly emerged. Waiting for return 1 terminal status alive, Gu Hanzhou's gaze grew cold little by little. Shin Muxing. Behind the return gate the person asked again, "Has he come back?" No one answered for Shin Muxing. But the palm print in the empty slot grew brighter and brighter. The white line stretched taut, pointing upward beyond the cauldron bottom, beyond the summerless channel. Like a promise made 37 years ago, finally finding the one who owed the debt. Lin Jin looked at the line. An object can't be stuffed into this slot. Zhou Tingyun asked softly, "Then what do we stuff?" Lin Jin tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife. "Bring Shin Muxing here." Behind the door was quiet for a breath. Then those bare feet took one step forward. They didn't strike the door. They just waited patiently. After the return door closed, only a pair of bare feet remained. It did not bang on the door, nor did it ask again. After a while the door panel gave a soft knock. Dong. As if the one sitting outside was afraid no one was inside, yet couldn't bear to knock harder. All 36 slots glowed with dim yellow light, but the last one remained dark. The palm print at the bottom of the slot flickered like a heart hidden within iron. Lin Jin crouched down, suspending his hand over the palm print. He had touched this print moments ago, and the empty slot had recognized him. Now as his palm drew near, a thin white line instantly emerged from the print. "Don't touch it." Su Qinghe's warning came half a breath too late. The white line slithered past Lin Jin's fingers, not coiling around him, but first burrowing into a discarded communicator in the corner. That device had even its power cord severed, yet a puff of scorched smoke crackled from its speaker. Qin Zhaomian stared at the white line. It didn't travel through the circuit. The white line was connecting itself segment by segment along the old voice print that Shin Muxing had left in the first birthing well. The communicator's dusty screen flickered to life, displaying a long-canceled channel number. Then Shin Muxing's voice rang out. "Lin Jin." Still gentle, but just a fraction faster. "Take your hand away." Zhou Tingyun, clutching her palm wound, leaned against the conveyor belt and sneered. The debtor always answers faster than anyone. Behind the return door the bare feet shuffled forward one step. A young voice came through the crack in the door. "Muxing." The communicator went silent for a few seconds. "It's me." The youth neither wept nor cursed. He only asked, "Has it dawned?" Shin Muxing said, "Not yet. You told me to sit and wait." The youth said, "You said you'd be back before dawn. I didn't even put my shoes on properly." The workshop fell silent, nothing but the residual tremor of old gears. Shin Muxing's breath faltered, very faintly. Yet everyone heard it. "I can't come back." "You did come back," the youth said. "I saw your shadow pass by outside the door. You didn't open the door." This time Shin Muxing didn't answer. The palm print in the empty slot glowed whiter. The white line pulled taut, as if it had finally touched the pulse of a living person far away. Su Qinghe stared at it, her face slowly turning ashen. "Don't let him answer." Lin Jin looked at her. She pressed her temple, as if groping through a jumble of tangled, old memories. "I only remember. The last person who never landed on the first return path was dragging the entire path behind them. If the endpoint is a living person, the path will follow." Suddenly the communicator burst with a piercing screech. Shin Muxing was disconnecting the channel. The white line snapped back from the speaker like a hook ripped free, turning to lunge at Lin Jin. Not because of whose name he had spoken, but because he had just awakened the palm print with his touch. This old debt now recognized only him, the one who had opened the account. The white line wrapped around Lin Jin's wrist. On his skin, half a white character began to surface. Surrogate. Gu Hanzhou drew his blade to cut it. The moment the blade tip touched the line, it was repelled. Lin Jin's wrist went numb, and the direction toward Mute Harbor in his mind wavered. Suddenly, a pale hand reached out from the crack in the door. It grabbed the white line firmly. He's not the one. The youth's palm was cut open by the line, and what flowed out was not blood but black oil. Yet he did not let go. I'm not waiting for him. Lin Jin looked at that hand. Think carefully. If you hold it, you can't change to another person. The youth was silent for a moment. I've been thinking for 37 years. Only about this one thing. The white line slowly receded from Lin Jin's wrist. The unfinished character, surrogate, split into several white marks left embedded in the skin. At the other end of the communicator, calmness finally shattered. Let go. Shin Muxing's voice suddenly grew heavy. You can't make me your endpoint. The youth asked why. If you land on me, the first path will follow. Su Qinghe closed her eyes, as if she had finally grasped a fragment of broken memory. He is the last one who never landed. She murmured. He himself is the final nail that the first return path never drove in. The youth heard it. So you've been alive all this time yet never came back. Because you were afraid I would find you. Nothing but the hum of electric current remained in the communicator. Sometimes silence is cleaner than confession. The hand behind the door slowly tightened, pulling the white line away from Lin Jin. The youth said, then I understand. Shin Muxing said urgently, you don't understand back then. Muxing. The youth cut him off. His voice was very soft. You promised. The palm print at the bottom of the empty slot suddenly flared up. The gears around it did not eject a string of explanations. Instead, deep in the rusted shell, they squeezed out 4 dark red characters. Promise still stands. The return maintenance line began to reverse. The youth's bare feet turned direction. This time he was not walking backward nor toward Lin Wan. He followed the white line, taking a step toward the other end of the communicator. The last red light in the workshop went out. A second step. All the abandoned pipes inside the walls trembled together, black oil spraying from the joints. A third step. The final empty slot lit up with old yellow light. The pending return 1 on the door slowly dimmed, but did not display completed. The white line remained taut, piercing through the wall, pointing straight beyond the cauldron's bottom. Shin Muxing's voice had completely changed. Shut down the return line. The youth let out a laugh. Very young. As if those 37 years had never fallen upon him. Muxing, I'm coming to find you. The bare footprints began to fade away. One step. One step. With each step, the white line shrank an inch into the distance. It no longer looked like a road home. More like a fishing line hooked into a living person. A heavy crash came from the communicator. Shin Muxing seemed to have knocked something over. Lin Jin, you've delivered the first path to my doorstep. Lin Jin looked down at the white marks on his wrist. Catch it well. This is what you owe him. The communicator exploded. Fragments flew across half the workshop. But the white line did not break. It cut through the old pipes inside the wall, like a blade slicing open the maintenance panel that had been sealed for years at the far end of the workshop. Behind the panel, an old ladder leading upward was revealed. Fresh black oil covered the rungs. The white line clung to the side of the ladder, still pulsing gently. Sankei walked to the ladder opening, stared for a moment, then wrote on the wall, line connects to the living, can walk out. Zhou Tingyun asked, step on it. Su Qinghe shook her head violently. Don't touch the line. She spoke with uncertainty, as if reciting a memory that had only a vague outline left. I remember. Someone stepped on the return line of a living endpoint, and later was also counted as a fellow traveler. Zhou Tingyun glanced down at the white line, thinner than a hair. Then we walked beside it. Everyone's learning to avoid the proper path today. Lu Huai pushed Lin Wan's narrow shell over. Talk is talk, but whoever slips on the ladder, I'll use them as her cushion. Qin Zhaomian went up the ladder first to check the load points. Gu Hanzhou helped lift the narrow shell with his left hand, while Sankei pulled from above. Zhou Tingyun walked to the empty slot and looked back. In each of the 36 slots lay a piece of the homecoming mechanism. The last one held nothing. Only a palm print that was gradually cooling. Waiting 37 years just for a single sentence, Zhou Tingyun said. Lin Jin stepped onto the old ladder. Not a sentence. It's the person who said that sentence. The group climbed upward beside the white line. Just as they reached the first turn, the entire cauldron floor shook. Su Qinghe looked up. Her face was first blank, then a flicker of primal fear emerged. I remember the first time a path found a living endpoint. She stopped. As if the rest of the memory had been torn away. Wuxia closes its doors first. Perhaps it's afraid that path will run out from inside. As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Muxing's roar came from above. No longer gentle. No longer restrained. Close the door. A white door closed at the top of the ladder. Then a second one. A third. Click. Click click. Soon hundreds of door closing sounds pressed down from the cauldron floor. But the white line flashed through the gaps between the doors, still climbing upward. From far away, a dull thud suddenly came. Dong. As if a pair of bare feet had finally stood outside Shin Muxing's door and raised a hand to knock for the first time. When the first white door pressed down, half of the old ladder was missing. The rusted iron was severed cleanly by the gate tumbling into the pot below. Lin Jin clutched the ladder beam with one hand and supported the front of Lin Wan's narrow shell with the other, the entire shell sinking abruptly. Lu Huai was dragged and slammed into the ladder frame, cursing as he opened his mouth. Zhou Tingyun, are you holding air? Zhou Tingyun was bracing his shoulder against the side of the narrow shell, his face flushed red. I'm holding it. It's this broken ladder that gave way first. The white door sealed completely above them. The thin white line that had been chasing Shen Muxing passed through the crack, without even trembling. Qin Zhaomian looked up. The line got through. We're the ones trapped. Two more muffled thuds came from above. The second layer. The third layer. Only then did Lin Jin see the structure of this old ladder clearly. 7 layers of white gates pressed down along the shaft, like 7 horizontally falling blades. Behind each gate they shared a long, narrow maintenance corridor for the door axle. With each layer closed, a section of the maintenance corridor was severed. San Ke crouched by the ladder wall, prying open a rusted cover sealed with oil. Behind the cover was only a dark crack narrow enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Zhou Tingyun glanced at Lin Wan's narrow shell. A person can get through, but she can't. San Ke had already crawled inside. Moments later, a muffled sound came from within the dark crack. He pulled the release pin from the inside, and the entire maintenance panel swung outward. The opening widened enough to barely fit the narrow shell, but the outer shell casing was already scraping against the iron bones on both sides. Push it through first, said Qin Zhaomian. If it gets stuck, we'll cut it. Is this how you shipwrights live? Lu Huai cursed. Those who live long do it this way. They pushed the narrow shell into the maintenance corridor behind the door. It was far dirtier here than on the front side. The back of the white door was covered in scratches, handprints, and torn strips of cloth. Someone had carved words with their fingernails, some deep, some shallow, some already painted over repeatedly with white paint. I'm inside, don't close, I'm not the road. The mechanical cat stepped over an old glove embedded in the door, lowered its head, and sniffed. Tisk. Qin Zhaomian pushed it forward. Don't pick it up. The 4th layer of gates began to close. The door axle turned, and the entire maintenance corridor narrowed by a notch. The outer shell of Lin Wan's narrow shell was caught by protruding teeth, unable to be dragged any further. The pressure light flickered erratically. Lu Huai rushed over, took one look, and his face changed immediately. Don't pull hard. It'll warp the regeneration core. The white door kept pressing. Qin Zhaomian only glanced at the stuck point. The shell has to go. That's her last layer of insulation. If we keep it for 3 more breaths, it'll be her last layer of coffin. Lu Huai's lips moved. In the end, he pulled out the scissors himself. The fixing straps snapped one by one. He cursed as he cut, just tied it up. Didn't even last a day. You bunch of wasteful bastards. The black shell fell away from the narrow shell's exterior. The transparent medical cover and dense tangle of tubes were fully exposed. Just as Lin Jin dragged the narrow shell out of the stuck point, the white door pressed down. The shell bent first, then cracked, and finally was crushed by the door axle into a sheet of black iron sliding down the crack into the deep shaft. Lu Huai didn't look back. Qin Zhaomian wrapped the insulation cloth around the transparent cover. It'll only hold for a while. Lu Huai stared at the temperature reading. Her body temperature is already dropping. He said, then draped his own old jacket over it. Before the 5th layer of gates fell, Su Qinghe suddenly collapsed. Her bare left foot was caught by a thin white line. The line emerged from the wound on her ankle, and the other end was tangled around the rotating door axle. It wasn't the promised line chasing Shen Muxing. It was the remnant thread of her return path that hadn't been severed. With each notch the door axle turned, the line flashed with a scene. An old door. Behind it a warm light, a child's voice, and a hand pulling the door from inside. Su Qinghe stared at the image, her voice tight. This thread holds the direction of my home. Lin Jin grabbed her wrist. If you cut it, will you forget? Yes. The door axle turned another notch, the white line cutting into the bone. Better than leaving someone behind. Gu Hanzhou wrapped his arms around her waist. Lin Jin pulled out the notched short blade and slashed down in one motion. The white line snapped. Su Qinghe was dragged back into the maintenance corridor, and from her ankle flowed only blackened oil. She leaned against the wall for a long time, then asked in a daze, the home door. Does it open inward or outward? Lin Jin didn't lie to her that she would remember later. Forget the door for now. As long as you're still here. Su Qinghe looked at him and slowly nodded. The 6th layer's maintenance corridor had no floor. Only a few crossbeams remained suspended between the rotating door axles. San Ke found the emergency release catch on the opposite side, but couldn't reach it. The mechanical cat crawled along the door axle, bit into the cable bundle, and an electric fireburst erupted. It bit the wrong one. Only a half-length hanging rope fell from above. Qin Zhaomian cursed, cut off his own tool harness to splice it on. The group hung the narrow shell, the insulation cloth, trembling faintly in the wind. Zhou Tingyun grabbed the hanging rope. Lin Wan raised a hand inside the transparent cover. Light, light, heavy. When the 3rd knock fell, the door axle passed its highest point. Zhou Tingyun let go of the rope. Still half a beat too early. The narrow shell crashed into the edge of the white door, tearing away half of the outer insulation cloth and snapping off a spare heating tube. Lu Huai's cursing split the air. Zhou Tingyun. The axle jumped. Why don't you jump down with it? Lin Jin lunged to the opposite side, catching the front of the narrow shell. Qin Zhaomian jumped after him, pressing the last 2 chemical heat pads against the bottom of the cover. The temperature was still dropping, just slower. The last layer of white door sealed shut behind them. The group squeezed into an old axle room less than 10 square meters. 2 black pipes branched out from the wall. One followed the thin white line upward. The other slanted to the side with only 2 words left beneath the grease. Yabo. Qin Zhaomian pressed his ear against it. From the pipe came a very low vibration. Not the flow of black oil. It was the reactor preheating. Zhou Tingyun straightened up instantly. Impossible. I shut down the main reactor myself. It's not the main reactor waking on its own. Qin Zhaomian's face grew increasingly grim. The return path core inside the ship's heart woke first. It bypassed the already deregistered ship registry and is sending preheat commands directly to the main reactor. From the black pipe came intermittent old-style shipboard synthesized voice. Return carrier revival. Original return path holder matched 71%. Su Qing's face turned even paler than when she was caught by the door axle. The return carrier recognizes the original owner. It's not coming for me. She stared toward Yabo. It will execute the final leg of the voyage and deliver me to the destination. Lin Jin looked at her. What about the things following you on the road? They'll come in through that door too. Zhou Tingyun lunged to the pipe wall and connected a maintenance line. The airlock monitor of the old sun flickered a few times, then lit up. The outer airlock chamber was empty. No one. Both inner and outer doors were closed. But the inner door connecting to the cabin suddenly sounded 3 times from the cabin side. Light, light, heavy. Lin Wan's hand pressed against the transparent cover slowly clenched into a fist. Su Qing has stood right beside them. On the monitor, the airlock remained motionless. Only from beneath the inner door a drop of black oil slowly seeped out. The shipboard prompt ticked up 1 notch. Identity match 86%. Zhou Tingyun stared at that door, his lips pale. There's no one in the airlock. No one answered. From behind the inner door came the first knock again. Light. The second. Light. The third had yet to fall. The door lock unlatched itself by 1 notch. Click. The third knock fell. Heavy. From the Yabo pipe wall came a faint, almost inaudible click. On the monitor, the inner lock of the Jiuri house slid back to the 2nd notch. The airlock stood empty, yet on the door leading to the cabin a wet handprint slowly materialized. The handprint was on the cabin side. Identity matched 93%. Zhou Tingyun stared at the screen, his lips turning pale. It didn't enter through the airlock. Su Qinghe leaned against the wall of the axle room, black oil still dripping from her ankle. It didn't come from outside. Qin Zhaomian had already pried open the inspection cover of the Yabo black pipe. At these words he looked up at her. Su Qinghe pressed her temple, as if grasping at a memory about to slip away. The return carrier first rebuilds the home, then recognizes the person. The return path within the ship's heart is reconstructing. An original owner based on old records. She paused. The airlock is just the final confirmation, not the entrance. Qin Zhaomian said in a low voice. Erasure of registration only removes the record, not the return path in the ship's heart. Lin Jin took off his tool pouch. I'll go. Su Qinghe grabbed his arm. No. Qin Zhaomian also shook his head. The Jiuri How remembers your childhood. Photos, blood ties, the old marks you left in Grey Harbor 13. All are evidence of the original owner. The moment you step in, you complete the match for it. She looked at Zhou Tingyun. He's different. Zhou Tingyun pointed at himself. How am I different? You moved in later. Qin Zhaomian handed him a section of maintenance cable. What you carry will only make the ship more like its present self. Zhou Tingyun curled the corner of his mouth. Sounds like you're sending me to cause trouble on purpose. The mechanical cat had already crawled into the oil pipe, turned back, and hissed at him. Fine. Zhou Tingyun fastened his helmet. And a foreman too. The inspection tube closed. The black pipe swallowed him. When Zhou Tingyun crawled out from under the cargo deck of the Jiuri, how the first thing he smelled was the scent of rice. Not the bitter smell from Lu Huai's medicine pot. It was real food aroma. Freshly steamed, the lid cracked open, and someone inside the house was calling for a child to wash their hands. The cargo hold was still the cargo hold. But as the pale yellow light flickered, the storage racks became old wooden cabinets, and in the corner appeared a pair of cloth shoes that belonged to no one. At the end of the corridor where the door originally read Lu Huai's stinky medicine shop, hung a clean sign. Bedroom. Zhou Tingyun stared at it for 2 seconds, then kicked it off. Behind the sign the words, "No credit for the dead," written in bitter algae mud, were still there, barely half a line left, nearly covered by white paint. On the comm, Lu Huai immediately cursed. Easy. That's my door. That's your overdue notice. Zhou Tingyun scraped the white paint off with his knife tip. A low tremor ran through the depths of the Jiuri Hao. Qin Zhaomian's voice came through the maintenance line. It's erasing the traces of current residents. Welds scratches the faults you left behind. All will be treated as later contamination. How do we stop it? The Grey Crow once managed the maintenance logs of the Jiuri Hao. The ship's registration was deleted, but the fault records weren't. Go to the ship's heart and connect the recent maintenance bus into the return path comparison terminal. Zhou Tingyun ran toward the cockpit. The white paint was creeping along the walls. The side beam Qin Xiaomian had welded crooked was smooth flat. The dent Xiao Liang had made with a wrench slowly bulged back. Beside the cockpit door, the red falcon that looked like a chicken drawn by someone had only half a wing left. Zhou Tingyun paused, then carved it deeper with his knife. Other things can be erased. Not this. The cockpit was lit by old-style docking lights. His chair turned half a rotation on its own. The seat cushion slowly sank as if someone was sitting on it. Zhou Tingyun walked over and grabbed the back of the chair. Get up. The main console ignored him. From the direction of the ship's heart, the scent of rice grew stronger. Qin Xiaomian said, left white bundle third wire. Disconnect it, then connect to the ship's heart comparison terminal. Zhou Tingyun pried open the floor panel under the seat, found the bundle of old wires, counted to the third, and cut it with one slash. Snap. All the fault lights in the cockpit went dark. The number on the monitor suddenly jumped to 99.7. Qin Xiaomian was silent for half a breath, then cursed. Connect it back. I read it wrong. That's the current residence fault bus. Zhou Tingyun fumbled to twist the broken ends together. You can make mistakes too. Laugh after you get back alive. The connection was loose, and the seat base was missing a fixing screw. That screw, removed from under the chair, had already been left in the gear of the second berth. Zhou Tingyun stared at the empty hole, turned, and ran back to the door of the medical bay. He unscrewed the last screw that held the iron plate of no credit for the dead. The iron plate clattered down, hanging by only one end. Lu Huai's curses exploded instantly. What are you doing tearing down my sign? Borrowing it. Have you ever returned anything you borrowed? The screw was half a turn too short, barely catching one thread. Zhou Tingyun pressed the grounding plate into the seat base. The mechanical cat jumped up, holding the loose joint down, with its entire body biting the bare wire in its mouth. Electric sparks crackled. The few remaining tufts of fur on the cat stood on end. Zzz. Bear with it. Zhou Tingyun dragged the fault bus and crawled into the ship's heart chamber. The return path core had already blazed into a mass of white light. Inside the white light stood a woman without a face. She had not entered through the airlock. Her body was growing layer by layer from the old records in the ship's heart. Before her floated an empty photo frame. The family photo had long been taken away by Lin Jin. Yet she still raised her hand and knocked 3 times on the empty frame. Light, heavy. Behind the white light, countless door shadows opened a crack simultaneously. Zhou Tingyun plugged the fault bus into the comparison terminal. No response. The ground was still short by a bit. On the monitor, the inner airlock door opened a finger's width. Black oil flowed from the cabin side into the airlock. In the axle room, Lin Wan suddenly let out a muffled groan. The blood oxygen light turned red, and Lu Huai's curses filled the comm. Zhou Tingyun grabbed the connector and pressed his injured palm directly onto it. Current surged into the wound. His vision went dark, but he didn't let go. Gray Crow. Silence above for a moment. Then the voice of the ship's AI, long unheard, came down brokenly. I am here. Zhou Tingyun gritted his teeth. Don't identify the home by old photos. See what it has broken over the years. The Gray Crow was originally a maintenance subcorps. It had no ship registration authority, but it remembered every unpatched flaw of the Jiu Ri Hao. One by one, dim yellow fault lights lit up from various parts of the ship. The guide rail of the pilot's seat, which Zhou Tingyun had sat crooked, lit up. The 4 ugly characters, "No credit for the dead," on the medical bay door lit up. The side beam that Qin Xiaomian had welded badly and repaired 3 times lit up. The dent Xiao Liang had made lit up. The securing strap in the cargo hold, stained with Lin Wan's blood, also lit up. None of those things were beautiful. Some were even ugly. But with each light, the rice scent weakened a little. The white paint began to peel. The clean bedroom sign fell to the floor. Cracks of dark yellow scars appeared on the woman in the white light. The main console was left with only 2 lines of prompt. Current residents were conflict 146 points. Unable to confirm destination as vacant. The inner airlock door slammed shut. The identity match in the axle room plummeted to 71%. Suching his legs gave way, and Lin Jin caught her. The main furnace of the Jiu Ri Hao stopped heating up. Zhou Tingyun released the connector and sat down on the floor, his palm already charred black. He watched the woman in the white light collapse bit by bit and laughed an ugly laugh. Hear that? This ship is occupied now. The mechanical cat limped in from the cockpit, its face glue scorched a little more. Zhou Tingyun reached out to pet it. The cat swatted his hand away. Fine, I owe you one. The Gray Crow's voice sounded again. Return comparison aborted. Zhou Tingyun caught his breath. Is the ship clean? The Gray Crow did not answer immediately. A few seconds later it said, Living Crew 1. That's me. Return reconstruction, residual 1. Zhou Tingyun's smile slowly faded. The woman in the white light had already dissipated. But outside the ship's heart chamber, on the freshly peeled white paint, 2 wet footprints emerged. The right one was an old shoe with a worn heel. The left one was a bare foot stained with blood. This was not someone entering through the airlock. It was the return path core before the comparison was aborted, already reconstructing a her within the current residence area. The footprints walked toward the cockpit. One step. Another step. The mechanical cat arched its back, a low current growl rumbling from its throat. The footprints stopped outside the cockpit door. On the monitor there was no one outside the door. The next moment 3 knocks came from outside the cockpit door. Light. Light. Heavy. The gray crow said in a low voice. Return residual has entered the current residence area. The cockpit door lock slid back to the final notch. Zhou Tingyuan raised his foot and kicked the tool cabinet over. The cabinet corner jammed the door gap. The next second, all the straps on the pilot seat snapped, taut, binding his chest and wrists. The seat back slid backward, the shoulder brackets drew inward, as if someone were using an old set of measurements to force him into another person's shape. Zhou Tingyuan's ribs had already been bruised from the earlier impact. The compression made his vision go black instantly. Was a bear sitting here before? Huiya's voice dropped from the ceiling. Cockpit seat, former occupant missing. Filling vacancy. Fill your grandfather. Zhou Tingyuan lowered his head and bit the strap, a short knife sliding out of his sleeve. He had barely cut twice when the seat back tightened another inch. Outside the door, the right foot old shoe and left foot bloodstained stopped before the tool cabinet. A woman's voice came through the door gap. Yinshan. Zhou Tingyuan did not answer. The mechanical cat crawled under the seat and bit into the control wire. A spark of electricity exploded. The seat back froze for half a breath. The cat itself was jolted, its remaining tufts of fur all standing on end. Bite another one. The mechanical cat turned its head to look at him. ZZT. Fine, forget I said anything. The tool cabinet outside was pushed open a little. In the corridor, white paint crawled back over the welds. The side beam that Qin Xiaomian had patched 3 times became smooth, and the dent that Xiao Liang had hammered with a wrench slowly bulged back. The aroma of food drifted from deep within the cargo hold. It truly seemed as if someone was waiting for a family meal. Just then a dull thud came from beneath the cockpit floor. The maintenance hatch was pushed open from inside. Su Qinghe, covered in black oil, crawled out of the narrow conduit. Her feet were bare. The wound on her left foot was still dripping black blood. As soon as she landed, the white light at the ship's core blazed. Original return holder confirmed. Return completeness insufficient. Current residence structure conflict. Zhou Tingyuan stared at the lines. The moment you boarded, it almost finished recognizing. So I had to be fast. Su Qinghe did not look at the pilot seat, nor did she touch the old-style main console. She looked at the door first. A white figure stood outside the door. It had the same face as hers. Only younger, cleaner, the gray coat without oil and the left foot wearing a shoe. The white figure grasped the old door handle and pushed inward. The door did not move. It pushed again. Still did not open. A few days earlier, Qin Xiaomian had found the door hinge sticky and changed the cockpit door to pull outward. The old door handle was now just a decoration. The real release ring was welded below the door frame. The weld scar was crooked and ugly. Su Qinghe did not remember how this door opened, but she saw the outer edge of the release ring polished bright by someone's touch. Living people leave or marks. She bent down, grabbed the black pull ring, and yanked hard. The door swung open toward the cockpit. The tool cabinet crashed to the floor. The white figure stood on the threshold for the first time, showing bewilderment. That's not how the door opens. It wasn't before. Su Qinghe said. The white figure looked at her. You forgot which way the home door opens. You also forgot where the child's shoes are placed. You forgot which side Yinshan sat on. Su Qinghe lowered her head and stepped her bleeding left foot onto the cockpit floor. There was the oil stain Zhou Tingyuan had left, the moon dust from Lin Jin's boot soles, and the burn marks from Qin Xiaomian's welding. Her blood and black oil fell into them, adding a new footprint. The main console immediately displayed a prompt. Original return holder current trauma mismatch. Age record mismatch. Return completeness mismatch. The features of the white figure quivered slightly. Su Qinghe looked up at it. You haven't forgotten anything. That's why you didn't survive to today. The white figure took a step forward. The white light on the threshold began to restore. Zhou Tingyuan finally cut the strap and rolled off the pilot seat, crashing to the floor. He crawled to the left rear of the seat and grabbed the current residence isolation bar that Qin Xiaomian had later installed. The white figure saw the bar, but showed no reaction on its face. It had no memory of this thing. Su Qinghe reached out and placed her hand on the other end of the isolation bar. Pull. They both pulled at the same time. The isolation bar dropped. Huiya's voice became clear. Old family template conflicts with living original holder. Execute current residence isolation. The white figure suddenly reached out, trying to grab Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe did not dodge. That white hand passed through her shoulder like two overlapping old photographs briefly pressed together. Su Qinghe's body trembled. Her lips moved, but she did not call out anyone's name. The next second, the white figure began to shatter from its feet. The white light retreated along the wall lines toward the ship's core. In the ship core monitor, the empty picture frame lit up. The white figure was slowly pressed into the frame, raising a hand through the transparent membrane. Tap, tap. Before the third tap fell, Zhou Tingyuan locked the isolation bar completely. The picture frame went dark. Huiya asked, continue original holder return. Su Qinghe gasped for 2 breaths. No return. Original return holder has priority. She looked toward the cargo hold exit. In the access room, Lin Jin and Gu Hanzhou were still carrying Lin Wan's transparent narrow shell. The white door was pressing down layer by layer. The retreat route nearly gone. Open the maintenance bridge. Huya paused for a moment. Suching has said again. Living people board first. The cargo hold side wall burst open. The maintenance bridge only extended halfway. The hydraulic rod, old and worn, gave a cracking sound before reaching its limit. The bridge head was still half a meter from the access room edge, and below was all black oil. Qin Zhaomian cursed from the other side. Who opened the bridge? Zhou Tingyun, clutching his ribs, rushed to the winch. Who cares who opened it? Get on first. Lin Jin and Gu Hanzhou lifted the front end of the narrow shell. Lu Huai guarded the pipelines, and San Ke pushed from behind. The narrow shell had just slid onto the bridge when the broken hydraulic rod snapped completely. The bridge suddenly sagged. Lin Wan's transparent cover hit the railing, and the blood oxygen light turned red. Lu Huai cursed so loudly the whole cargo hold rang. Su Qinghe leaned out from inside the ship and grabbed the front of the narrow shell. Lin Jin stood on the opposite side, also grabbing the same crossbeam. Mother and son across the half-meter gap said nothing. Together they pulled back. Zhou Tingyun turned the winch. The wound on his palm split open again, blood dripping down the wheel handle. The mechanical cat, limping, pounced onto the gear, its 4 claws locking the return catch. The bridge was dragged back 1 inch by force. Just 1 inch. It was enough. The narrow shell scraped against the hatch and slid into the cargo hold. Lu Huai rolled in after it, and his first act upon standing was to check the blood oxygen. Still there. Only then did he turn back to curse Zhou Tingyun. Qin Zhaomian and San Ke leaped over in succession. Gu Hanzhou was the last. The mute jar on his chest caught on the hatch edge, yanking him backward hard. Gu Hanzhou's first reaction was not to loosen his coat. Instead, he reached out to protect the jar. Lin Jin grabbed his collar and pulled him inside. The mute jar hit the doorframe. From inside came a half-muffled, "Bro." Gu Hanzhou landed on the ground, clutching the jar, motionless for a long time. The white door pressed down onto the bridge. Crack. The maintenance bridge was severed in the middle. The other half tumbled into the black oil and vanished in an instant. The cargo hold door slammed shut. The Jiri-Hao was finally filled once more with the sound of living people breathing. Huya was silent for a moment. Current resident crew confirmed. Unregistered returner 1. Su Qinghe looked at the second line. Record it as is for now. Zhou Tingyun, dragging his ribs, sat back in the pilot's seat. The return template had just preheated the main furnace, saving the startup time. Qin Zhaomian stuffed the toolbox under the co-pilot seat. The mute dock clamp is locked. Force it out. The right mechanical arm is unusable. Wasn't counting on it today, anyway. The Jiri-Hao's tail flame ignited. The first black tube snapped. The second clamp tore a large piece of dead fish remnant scale from the ship's belly. That half-white-eyed, ugly fish spun twice in the black oil, then slowly sank. The mechanical cat stood by the porthole, a very faint zzz sounding from its throat. The third clamp released. The Jiri-Hao wrenched itself free from the mute dock, its hull scraping past the last closing white door. Shriek. Another long scar was added to the outer shell, dragging from bow to belly. Zhou Tingyun's hands were trembling from the pain, but he still gripped the control stick firmly. Ahead there was no beacon, only a thin white line. It passed through the pot bottom, through the closing doors, stretching taut into the far distance. The other end was Shinmuxing. Zhou Tingyun glanced at it. This counts as a road. Lin Jin stood behind him. If it leads to someone who owes a debt, it counts. The Jiri-Hao dipped its nose, hugging the white line as it plunged into the darkness. In the ship core monitor, the empty picture frame turned its back to the hatch. The old family template was locked inside. No more knocking. The Jiri-Hao surged upward along the promised line. That slender white thread, as fine as a strand of hair, pierced through the cauldron's basin, threading through the ever-closing white gate. The gate could not hinder it, only the vessel. The first locking plate fell behind the stern. Clank. Half of the outer armor was sliced clean off, along with the last gray scale of the severed tail fish, both swallowed by the darkness. On the external monitor, that half-blind, grotesque fish spun twice before vanishing. The mechanical cat, which had been lying by the helm, suddenly stood erect. It stared at the spot where the gray scale had disappeared. Zzzt. The sound was brief. Zhou Tingyun did not turn around. Both hands pressed on the control levers. The wounds on his palms split open again, blood seeping through the bandages drop by drop. How many layers remain? Qin Zhaomian enlarged the fragmented structural diagram. 9. The 9 locking plates were not aligned to close simultaneously. They were like 9 rows of staggered incisors, clamping from left, right, above, and below in sequence. The white thread could pass through the center, but the Jiri-Hao had to twist and roll through the ever-shifting gaps. The second layer had already pressed down to 7 yards. The narrowest belly of the Jiri-Hao still measured 8.5 yards. Impossible, said Qin Zhaomian. Su Qinghe stared at the right side door pivot, hesitating for a moment. I recall there is a maintenance slot on the right. Lin Jin looked at her. Is it still there? I don't know. Su Qinghe answered quickly, not pretending to be certain. That was a memory from 37 years ago. Qin Zhaomian did not take it at face value. She pushed the camera to the root of the door pivot. In the darkness, a narrow slot nearly merged with the door frame. A touch of gray fish scale clung to the slot's edge along with the black repair glue unique to the Jiri Hao. It was the scratch mark they had left when descending the cauldron floor. Still there. Zhou Tingyun yanked the control lever. The Jiri Hao swung sideways along the right pivot, squeezing into the maintenance slot. The port side scraped against the door frame. A piercing metallic screech dragged from bow to belly, sparks rolling past the porthole. In the medical bay, Lin Wan's narrow life support pod suddenly slid half a foot. Lu Huai stomped on the bed rail, his shoulder slamming heavily into the wall. The temporary heat pipe that had just been reconnected after returning to the ship was severed by the door frame. The temperature indicator instantly turned red. Broken again. Lu Huai lunged to the pod, first clamping off the leak. Su Qinghe had already taken off her gray old coat, tearing open the inner thermal lining and handing it over. Lu Huai took it, catching a whiff of black oil. Dirty. If you wash it, it won't keep you warm. Then dirty it stays. Together they wrapped the thermal lining around the transparent cover. Lin Wan watched Su Qinghe's hand through the cover. The burn at her tiger's mouth was far deeper than Lin Wan remembered. She did not call out, only said softly, "Don't cover the left side, Dr. Lu needs to see the blood oxygen level." Su Qinghe paused. "All right." The second layer of the white gate closed completely behind the ship. The sound of closing doors chased upward through the cauldron layer by layer. Clack, clack, clack. Closer and closer. Ahead, the remaining 7 layers of gate teeth were interlocking. Qin Zhaomian swept the hull, her gaze stopping on the right side mechanical arm. That arm had long been broken. The base was cracked, the drive shaft had been infiltrated by black oil, and when saving sank, the wound had been torn wider. It hung outside the ship, unable to grasp or drag nothing but a heavy skeleton. Jettison it. Zhou Tingyun's fingers tightened. That's the last towing arm. It can serve as a door wedge now. Qin Zhaomian pulled up the explosive bolt authority, but did not press it for him. The first layer of staggered gate teeth was already closing in. Zhou Tingyun watched the external monitor. That mechanical arm had dragged through the gray gate, fished people out, and even retrieved Sankei from the ship graveyard. Broken as it was, he had never been willing to discard it. Lin Jin walked up behind the helm. Jettison. Zhou Tingyun did not move. Lin Jin stared at the narrowing gate gap. You can always install a new one later. But if you stay here, nothing can be installed. Zhou Tingyun took a breath and pressed the explosive bolt. Bang. The mechanical arm detached from the hull. With the last bit of residual pressure, he shoved the entire metal arm sideways into the door pivot. The white gate bit down. The mechanical arm first bent, then snapped. The hydraulic tube burst, scattering fragments along the path. It held only for a single breath. But one breath was enough for the Jiri Hao to slip through. The third layer of gate teeth pressed down from above. Zhou Tingyun used the explosion's thrust to roll the ship sideways. The Jiri Hao slid almost horizontally through the gate gap, its belly less than half a yard from the white gate plate. Everyone was thrown to the left. Gu Hanzhou used his left hand to shield the jar on his chest, his shoulder crashing into the bulkhead. From the jar came a muffled half-syllable bro. Then silence. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. The gate teeth grew denser with each layer. The external sensor rod was severed. The tail positioning light shattered. A whole section of port armor was ripped open by the gate edge, black oil gushing into the outer compartment. Hui's voice came in fragments. Port side slight depressurization. Compartment auto-sealing. External imaging at 21%. By the 8th layer, the monitor showed only static. Zhou Tingyun could not see the gate. He could only see that thin white thread flickering through the image. White thread position. Lower right 4 o'clock. Distance. 7 yards decreasing. Zhou Tingyun pushed the control lever to the lower right. The Jiri Hao scraped past the 8th layer's gate corner and burst out. The final white gate lay ahead. The gap was a diagonal slit, still shrinking. Qin Zhaomian calculated twice. Less than 2 yards short. Zhou Tingyun asked, "Do we ram?" A brief silence fell in the cockpit. If they rammed through, the Jiri Hao would lose another layer of skin. Or it might be gutted outright. Lin Jin glanced at the medical bay monitor. Lin Wan was huddled in the transparent cover, wrapped only in Su Qinghe's grimy thermal lining. He withdrew his gaze. Ram. Zhou Tingyun gripped the control lever. Lin Jin added, "The hull can be sacrificed. But the people cannot be left inside the gate." The main reactor thrust was maxed out. The Jiri Hao slammed into the diagonal slit of the white gate. The screech of metal scraped through the ship's bones. The entire belly was shaved severely by the gate edge, and all cargo bay lights went out instantly. Lin Jin's knee hit the main console. Su Qinghe's back slammed into the cabin door. In the medical bay, a ring of cracks appeared on the transparent cover. Lu Huai threw himself over it, using his shoulder and back to shield it from the second impact. As soon as the ship steadied, he grabbed quick cure gel and pressed it firmly along the cracks. The gel surface still seeped air slowly. Lu Huai stared at the pressure reading, his face dark. It won't seal completely. It'll hold for a while. Qin Zhaomian checked the hull overview. 2 port compartments sealed. The outer belly was extensively torn. External imaging was essentially down. The main reactor was overheated enough for only one short acceleration. The right mechanical arm was gone. The Jiri Hao had no capital left to breach another closing gate. But it had made it out. The final white gate closed behind the stern. Ahead there was suddenly open space. No cauldron floor. No black oil. No unregistered ship graveyard either. Only the Wuxia Hao. That skeletal giant ship hung crosswise in the deep void stretching endlessly beyond sight. Thousands of doors had already shut, leaving only the last white lamp at the bow still lit. The promised line ran straight toward that lamp. On the line walked a figure. Young, thin, barefoot. He was not stepping on the vacuum. With each step the white line condensed beneath his foot into a thin, fragile, white door panel. As his foot lifted, the panel shattered. One step, one door, like a path laid only for him moment by moment. Zhou Tingyun saw him, his voice dropping low. The 37th. The youth did not look back. He walked along the promised line to the bow. Beneath the white lamp stood a very narrow door. The door was shut tight. The youth raised his hand. Thump. No response. A second knock. Thump. Still silence from behind the door. He did not knock a third time. He just stood there asking softly, Mu Xing, are you going to make me sit and wait again? The Jiri Hao's public channel connected automatically. Shin Muxing's voice came through hoarser than before. Su Qinghe. At the rear of the cockpit, Su Qinghe slowly lifted her head. So you came back after all, said Shin Muxing. Only part of me. That's enough. Su Qinghe looked at that door. Perhaps not for you. From behind the white gate came the sound of metal dragging. The door finally opened a crack inward. Shin Muxing stood inside. No mask. His left hand held a short gun, his right wrist wrapped in white threads. The threads had already cut into the flesh, blood dripping along his fingers. The muzzle aimed at the barefoot youth outside the door. But it trembled. The youth looked down at his own feet. 37 years. I still haven't worn shoes. He raised his head again. There was no resentment on his face. Nor a smile. But I found you. Shin Muxing's finger pressed toward the trigger. The white threads suddenly tightened. The gun muzzle was jerked downward. The youth took a step into the doorway. The white door panel beneath his foot wedged perfectly into the gap. This time he looked at Shin Muxing. Don't close the door. The youth stood poised on the threshold. His right foot had already crossed inward, casting a shadow beneath him. His left foot remained planted upon the line of vow, bare toes turning ashen under the stark white light. He raised his gaze to Shin Muxing. I knocked twice. Shin Muxing gripped the pistol, white thread bit deep into the flesh of his right wrist, blood dripping steadily from his fingertips. What of the third, Oi? It is your turn to knock, the youth replied. You are already inside the door. Shin Muxing's eyes grew glacial. Once you descend, the first path will pierce the Wuxia ship. The youth paused in thought. I don't understand. All I recall is your words returned before dawn. The crack widened another inch. A contour emerged along the youth's right shoulder, his shadow thickened, gaining substance. Shin Muxing saw it. He assumed the youth was coalescing into solid form. The barrel rose. Bang. The bullet pierced the youth's chest. No blood spilled. His body rippled outward like water disturbed by stone. The bullet continued its flight, striking the inner hull beyond the door. Thud. The sound was muted, yet precisely the third knock. The youth glanced back at the entry wound and smiled faintly. You knocked. Shin Muxing's face paled. The white thread binding his wrist tightened violently. A rapid staccato of locking mechanisms echoed around the white door as thick isolation bolts retracted one after another. The Wuxia ship wasn't closing its door. It was severing the entire door segment. On the Jiri ship, Su Qinghe braced herself against the main console, her face draining of color. The first return path has not yet anchored. If this section detaches now, it will seek a new landing point. Qin Zhaomian turned her gaze toward the medical bay monitor. The fast-setting gel on the transparent canopy had not fully hardened. Beside the hairline fracture, a slender white thread already surfaced. Not because Lin Wan stood nearby. It was because her anchor to end remained active within her. The white thread pierced through the gel layer, creeping slowly toward her clavicle. Lu Huai pressed his palm flat upon it, yet the thread slipped effortlessly beneath his hand. Again, Lin Wan looked down at the filament. It can no longer locate the one inside the door. Lin Jin turned and strode toward the cargo hold. Hold the door segment. Zhou Tingyun glanced at the Jiri ship's empty starboard flank. The manipulator arms were jettisoned during the closing surge. A metallic scrape echoed from beneath the racks. Hua Qinzhou and Xiao Liang hauled out an ancient rust-eaten mining hook. Its shaft exceeded human height, trailing a heavy traction cable. Its curved claw bore faded inscriptions. 7th Containment Unit. Hua Qinzhou brushed dust from its surface. They nearly discarded it on Grey Door's launch day, called it excess ballast. I slipped it back in. Xiao Liang murmured low. Qin Zhaomian studied the external feed. The white door segment had drifted half a meter from the Wuxia ship's bow, and continued drifting outward. Hook the door pivot, not to pull it back. She pointed to the widening gash of separation. The Wuxia ship intends to abandon the door, so we tear outward with it. Grant that child 2 steps time. The Jiri ship's primary reactor remained locked in thermal overload. No second acceleration possible. Only residual lateral inertia from the closing surge remained alongside a few barely functional attitude thrusters. Missed this flyby, and they would never rejoin the wuxia ship. Xiao Liang jammed the mining hook into the antiquated launch trough. The first attempt failed to engage. He withdrew it, realigned the slot. His hands trembled. Hua Qinzhou noticed. Afraid? My thumb split open just now. Then yes, you're afraid. Xiao Liang offered no retort. On the third try the latch finally snapped shut. Lin Jin stood at the open cargo bay mouth. Slight right. Zhou Tingyuan eased the control stick. The Jiri ship's bow rotated. Release. The mining hook roared forth. The first claw struck the white door's outer shell, sparking wildly, then slid off. The second curved claw flipped once midair. Clack. It clamped dead center into the fractured pivot lock. The traction cable snapped taut instantly. As the Jiri ship swept laterally, the velocity differential slammed entirely onto the winch drum. The drum spun wildly. Xiao Liang lunged for the brake lever. It recoiled, splitting his thumb anew. Hua Qinzhou wedged a broken leg brace crosswise into the gear teeth. The brace groaned, warping under pressure. He dropped to both knees. Don't let go. The cable strained tighter still. The white door segment was dragged outward by the Jiri ship's momentum. The separation fissure tore open another half-meter. The youth took his first step. His right foot settled fully within the door. On Lin Wan's canopy, the white thread receded to her shoulder. Second step. His left foot crossed the threshold. The thread retracted sharply from Lin Wan's body, threading through the canopy's fracture before vanishing into the void. Lu Huai immediately applied a second layer of fast-setting gel. The thread withdrew, but the canopy remains compromised. He watched the pressure readings descend steadily. One more impact, and this dome shatters for good. The youth approached Shin Muxing. Shin Muxing raised the pistol again, only for white thread to coil around its barrel and wrench it downward. The youth tilted his head upward. Has dawn broken? Shin Muxing held his gaze for a long while. No. The youth nodded. Then I shall wait here. He sat down. Right beside Shin Muxing's feet, barefoot, knees drawn close. Just as he had 37 years ago, white thread cascaded from his back into the deck plating. The entire wuxia ship shuddered violently. Along every corridor, identical tiny red footprints bloomed across the white doors. The door segment ceased its outward drift. It began reversing, drawn back, toward the wuxia ship. The traction cable shrieked, nearing rupture. Qin Zhaomian shouted, cut the cable. If you delay, the Jiri ship will be pulled in. Lin Jin glanced at the thermally locked primary reactor. The Jiri ship would have no chance to approach again. Once reattached, this seam would never reopen. He withdrew an old photograph from his inner pocket and tossed it together with his tool pouch to Qin Zhaomian. She caught it, and her face went rigid. You dare. The ship is yours. I accept no last words. Then don't let me die trapped inside. Lin Jin kept only his short blade. He clipped the pulley onto the taut cable, then shifted the safety lock beyond the explosive cutoff marker on the winch. Zhou Tingyuan whirled around. Lin Jin. Stabilize the ship. The main drive is locked. What use is stabilization? Keep it from capsizing. Lin Jin stepped out of the cargo bay. The pulley shot along the cable toward the white door. Silent wind, only vibration thrumming up through the cord and into his bones. Xiao Liang stared at the detonation marker. At the instant Lin Jin passed, he slammed the cutoff lever. Bang! The thick cable exploded behind him. The Jiri ship, freed from tension, swung sideways into darkness. Its attitude thrusters barely arresting rotation. The primary reactor plunged irreversibly into thermal lockout. Propulsion reserve depleted. There would be no second pursuit. Lin Jin dangled from the remaining cable tethered to the white door, propelled forward by inertia alone. The door slit was already sealing. In the final meters, he released the pulley. His body crashed through the threshold. Shoulder struck first, then his back. He rolled twice across the white deck, plating. His short blade scraped sparks along the floor. Shin Muxing's gun barrel pivoted instantly toward him. Lin Jin lifted his head. They exchanged a single glance. Across, the youth seated between them, knees clasped. Behind them, the white door sealed shut. The Jiri ship's lights dwindled to a solitary point. A final curse crackled over comms, then silence. Click. The door sealed completely. Lin Jin was severed from the Jiri ship. Shin Muxing gripped his warped short pistol. You should not have entered. Lin Jin pushed himself upright, knees bracing. You owe too many debts. The youth seated between them suddenly raised his hand, pointing down the corridor behind Shin Muxing. Along both sides of the corridor, white doors ignited one by one. From within each, a crimson footprint floated inward. The youth whispered softly. Muxing, so many here never saw dawn. Deep within the wuxia ship, the first door opened, from the inside. Deep within the wuxia, how the first door swung open. There was no one inside. What rolled out first was an old mining boot. Its toe was worn through the lace, only half remaining, and the sole was caked with the black oil, unique to the Chubal well. It tumbled twice across the white deck plates before bumping against Shin Muxing's foot. The second boot followed right after. Chen Xiaoman rose to his feet. He stared at the boots, unmoving for a long time. Shin Muxing spoke first. Don't touch them. Xiaoman lifted his gaze. They're mine. I know. Then what are you afraid of? Shin Muxing's right wrist tightened as the white line cut deeper. He stared at the ring of black oil on the sole. The first birth has impounded the terminal piece you left behind. Lin Jin frowned. Shin Muxing didn't look at him. A docking is just a connection. Put on the boots, let the name return to its place, and only then can a person truly land. Xiaoman walked over and picked up the left boot first. On the inside of the tongue was sewn a piece of yellowed cloth. Chin Xiaoman. Left. The characters were badly crooked. Xiaoman rubbed it with his thumb. You wrote these characters. The yellow cloth was cut from a medicine box label too. Back then you always complained I wore them on the wrong feet, and the stitches were uneven, long and short. Shin Muxing did not deny it. Xiaoman sat down on the threshold and shoved his left foot in. The boot had been sitting too long, the leather had gone stiff. His heel stuck outside, and he had to stamp twice to force it in. Thud. The second stamp was heavier. The sole finally hit the deck. This time there was an echo. A faint bloody footprint also appeared on the white deck plates. Along both sides of the corridor, rows of white doors shuttered simultaneously, as if many people had turned over behind them. Shin Muxing's face darkened. Stop. Don't put on the second one. Xiaoman looked up at him. Afraid I'll wear them. The second door suddenly cracked open a sliver. A white sheet of paper dangled down from the gap. Its edge was lined with binding holes, and its surface was densely covered with scraped-off characters. It was no ordinary paper. It was a discarded page torn from the navigation log. Shin Muxing jerked his gun up. Don't let the waste paper stick to him. The white paper had already coiled around Xiaoman's right ankle. 1 loop. 2 loops. More paper strips gushed from the door crack, crawling up along his pant leg. A muffled voice came from within the paper. Lend me a name. No one calls me anymore. Just lend it. Xiaoman grabbed the paper edge and tried to tear it off. But the white paper clung like wet leather, stretching longer the more he pulled. The character, Chun, on the tongue of the right boot began to fade. Not as if the ink was being wiped away. It was as though the cloth had never borne that character at all. Lin Jin stabbed downward with his knife. The short blade pierced the white paper, pinning it to the deck. Chin Xiaoman. The paper strip paused for an instant. The character Xiao, on the boot tongue already grayed, did not continue to vanish. But it did not come back either. Xiaoman looked down at his own boots. I am not the 37th. He gripped the mining boot, his voice trembling, yet each word was spoken clearly. My name is Chin Xiaoman. The white paper suddenly tightened. The strokes on the boot tongue began to seep back, but only faintly, as if someone was desperately trying to remember himself, yet still lacked a witness. Lin Jin turned to Shin Muxing. Call his name. Shin Muxing did not move. A name gives the navigation log a fixed point. He's already inside your door. You don't understand. Once the log recognizes. I don't need to understand the log. Lin Jin gripped the knife handle, pressing down on the struggling white paper. All I see is that he's being erased. Xiaoman did not urge. He bent down to put on the right boot. The lace looped through the wrong hole and tied into a dead knot. Shin Muxing's fingers suddenly twitched. Threaded through the outer hole. His voice was very low. You always lace them wrong, and you always tie dead knots. Xiaoman stopped. He looked up at Shin Muxing. You remember. Shin Muxing did not answer. The white paper had already crawled up to Xiaoman's waist. The full name on the boot tongue faded another shade. Xiaoman looked at him, his eyes not filled with hatred, only exhaustion. If you still call me the 37th, then I'll really be just a number. Shin Muxing's hand on the gun slowly loosened. After a long silence, he spoke. Xiaoman. The 2 syllables were hoarse, as if they had been lodged in his throat for 37 years. The name on the boot tongue blazed with sudden brightness. Chun. Xiao. Man. The ink did not appear out of thin air. From the gaps in the sole, the bloody footprint, and the white paper stroke by stroke, it flowed back onto that yellow cloth. Xiaoman looked down, gazing at his own name, and said it aloud once more. Chin Xiaoman. This time the entire boot sank down. His body gained weight. The white paper, as if burned, recoiled violently toward the door. Lin Jin pulled out his knife. Shin Muxing grabbed Xiaoman's shoulder. Xiaoman himself hugged his right leg. All 3 pulled backward at once. Bang! The second door slammed shut. The waste paper that hadn't had time to retract was crushed by the door panel, falling to the floor, still writhing. The scraped-off characters on the paper bulged one by one like countless mouthless people gasping for air. Xiaoman panted a few times. The lace on his right boot had already snapped. He tore a strip from the waste paper, twisted it into a thin cord, and threaded it through the eyelets again. The knot was still ugly. Lin Jin glanced at it. Is that thing usable? Yes. Xiaoman pulled the paper cord tight. The blank space on the waste paper creased under the tension. It tried to take my name just now. Now it's my shoelace. The corridor fell silent for a few breaths. Then from within the doors on both sides, whispers began to emerge. Zhao. Wu Chun. My name is. Don't erase. Some were left with only a surname. Some forgot the second character as they uttered it. On more door panels, faint scraped grooves floated up, as if everyone on the ship had suddenly remembered that they were once not doors nor paths. At the far end of the corridor, a dim red light flickered on. The wall beneath the light slowly split open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. There was no sign at the stairhead, only countless binding holes stretching from the wall into the blackness. Shin Muxing saw that light, and his face sank completely. The navigation log has awakened. Lin Jin asked, "What's inside?" Shin Muxing stared into the depths of the narrow stairs. Not archives. Names stripped from people. He did not explain further what would happen when the log opened, because on the nearest white door a complete name was already slowly emerging. Someone behind the door was crying. Not from pain. As if they had finally recognized themselves. Lin Jin walked toward the narrow stairs. Shin Muxing blocked his way. "You can't go down." "Why, oi? Some people lost their homes long ago. Then they deserve to know it themselves." Lin Jin did not sidestep him. He simply stood there waiting. Chen Xiaoman walked between them. The old mining boots struck the deck one step at a time. Thud, thud. He stopped at the stairhead, looked down at his own boots. The left lace was still old. The right one was tied with a strip of waste paper from the log. They didn't fit well, and they weren't pretty. But both were on. Xiaoman turned back and said to Shin Muxing, "This time I've put them on properly." The dim red light flickered once. Deep within the narrow stairs the sound of page turning suddenly rose. One page. Another. Soon thousands upon thousands of sheets were turning in unison, as if all those whose names had been erased on the wuxiao how across the long darkness were sitting up together. The narrower the staircase grew, the closer the sound of turning pages drew. Chen Xiaoman's right foot suddenly tightened. The shoelace twisted from discarded pages of a navigation log began writhing outward from the eyelet on its own. The paper strip crawled along the steps toward a crack in the wall, first revealing the character 3. Its remaining strokes continued to unfurl like living ink. 37th. Xiaoman stamped his foot down upon it. "I am not called that." Lin Jin crouched to cut the strip, but Xiaoman pressed his palm flat against the blade's spine first. "I'll do it myself." The paper bit deep into the shoe's upper, warping its shape. He could not untie it, so he tore the outermost eyelet clean away. With a whisper the scrap vanished into the wall's fissure, followed by a soft, satisfied rustle of turning pages. Shin Muxing watched silently for a moment, then tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve. His right wrist wound remained unsealed. The fabric's edge quickly bloomed crimson with blood. "No more binding your shoes with log pages. Here, take this." Xiaoman accepted the cloth and threaded it through the eyelets, knotting it lopsidedly. "This time it's human cloth." Shin Muxing said nothing. Beneath the final step lay a vast circular chamber. Countless pale thin sheets orbited a black central axis, some as delicate as rice paper, others thick as iron-bound doors. Each bore hinges along its edge, and every surface had been scraped bare of text. They rubbed against one another. SHHH. 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 Like tens of thousands whispering in unison, voices held low beneath breath. The black axis pierced upward from the chamber floor, vanishing into unseen heights above. That was the spine. As Xiaoman stepped across the threshold, a blank page peeled away from the orbiting mass and slid silently across the floor until it halted before his feet. Gray characters bled onto its surface. 37th. Xiaoman lifted his freshly bound right foot and brought it down hard. "Chen Xiaoman." The gray script did not fade. He spoke again. "My name is Chen Xiaoman." The page trembled. Beneath the fading gray numeral, 3 dark red characters slowly emerged, not written anew but seeping back as if drawn from the tongue of his shoe, the imprint of his bloodied soul, and Shin Muxing's voice calling Xiaoman. "Chen Xiaoman." The blank sheet retreated half a foot, no longer clinging to him. Before Lin Jin could examine it further, the black spine emitted a muffled thud. A narrow white ribbon unspooled from its core, pulsing faint blue, brightening, dimming. Each pulse birthed another stroke. First wood, then another wood. Li. The second character too began to crawl outward. A filament-thin blue line shot from the ribbon's tip straight into the chamber wall. Its trajectory aimed unerringly toward the deep void beyond the wuxia vessel. Its rhythm matched precisely that of Lin Wan's pulmonary regenerative core. Shin Muxing's face darkened. The anchor point still links to the Jiu-Ri vessel. Lin Jin turned to him. "Cut it. I've only ever reached the outer ring of the log." Shin Muxing replied. "I've never seen it inscribe a person like this." The second character on the white ribbon had already grown the upper half of sun. All surrounding blank pages pivoted in unison toward the blue line, as though scenting a home where someone still waited. Lin Jin drew his blade and jammed it between ribbon and spine. "Then we sever it first." He pressed the edge down. The ribbon did not snap. Instead it split cleanly at the blade, yielding 2 finer strips that continued writing, one veering left, the other right. The archive erupted. A thick page grazed Lin Jin's shoulder. The exoskeleton's plating sheared open, blood tracing down his sleeve. Another coiled around his wrist, tightening its edge. The short sword nearly slipped from his grip. On the blue line the character Wan gained another stroke. Forcing the cut only accelerated its inscription. Chen Xiaoman suddenly walked toward his own page. He planted his old mining boot squarely atop the dark red name. Chen Xiaoman. The page quivered softly, then turned its face away from the blue line, presenting only its blank side. Xiaoman looked up. When it bears its own name, it need not borrow another's. Lin Jin saw, and lowered his blade. Instead he addressed the silent pages. Those who remember who they are, speak now. The first reply came from far away. Wu. A page still mid-orbit. Another voice rushed in to complete it. Wu Chun. Gray script surged onto the page. Wu Chun. But the moment the final stroke settled, the two pages slapped together, fusing at their edges. From behind their shared door, two voices tangled, now ancient, now youthful. Then the fused page whipped sideways. Lin Jin ducked, the paper's edge still sliced a shallow gash behind his ear. A droplet of blood struck the white ribbon. The final horizontal stroke of Lin Wan instantly deepened. Wrong, shrieked the voice within the door. I'm Wu Chunxing, not Wu Chun. Another voice panicked. Right? Wu Chunxing. Your mother said missing one character meant it wasn't the full name. Wu Chunxing. He repeated it firmly. You are Wu Chunxing, echoed the other. Only then did the bonded pages begin to peel apart. One page bled forth its full dark red name, and turned away from the blue line. Lin Jin wiped blood from behind his ear. Do not speak for others. To misname is worse than forgetting. No one rushed forward next. Names were no command. Some recalled only a surname. Others remembered a friend's nickname, but not the full name. From one door came Feng. After a long silence, another voice ventured. Feng Shishan. The voice behind the door broke into sobs. Yes, my name is Feng Shishan. Two voices confirmed it, one after the other, and only then did the dark red script settle deeply into the page. One page, 3 pages, dozens. One door page cried out thrice, Zhao Qi, yet the name hovered faintly, refusing to sink in. Then from far off 2 knocks sounded on a distant door. Zhao Qi, you always tap the bottom of your cup before drinking, complaining. Dust floated in the bowl. The voice inside tapped twice in return. It's me. Zhao Qi shifted from gray to red. As if at last someone had testified, he was no fiction spun from memory alone. Pages that had reclaimed their names ceased tilting toward Lin Wan, and instead turned reverent toward the black spine. The white ribbon's tension slackened, the half-written Wan froze mid-stroke. Some misnamed. 2 pages fused, nearly severing Xiaoman's newly tied shoelace. Shin Muxing smashed them apart with his rifle, but slicing another gash across his own knuckles. No one urged haste. A name was no incantation. One wrong character, and the returned soul might become another entirely. Dark red spread slowly across the white sea of pages. Lin Jin's shoulder wound still bled. He tore off half his sleeve and wrapped it tightly with one hand. Xiaoman reached to help. He shook his head. Watch your page. Xiaoman looked down. His own page remained motionless nearby, the dark red name facing outward, like a freshly nailed signpost still trembling in its hold. The black spine ground to a halt. The entire circular chamber fell utterly still. Then from the spine's innermost layer, a single white board, thicker than all others, slowly unfolded. Shin Muxing stepped back half a pace. Lin Jin saw and understood. You know what this is. Last time I only reached the outer ring. Shin Muxing stared at the whiteboard. Someone told me, never touch the first page. Who? I never saw their face. Then you don't know what lies within. Shin Muxing fell silent. That was answer enough. The first page bore no scrape marks. No number. Only a small perfect handprint. Like a child pressing their palm against the far side of the paper. Shin Muxing raised his rifle, the muzzle hovering between the first page and the black spine, trembling twice, before lowering it unfired. Lin Jin knew. This time Shin Muxing wasn't calculating. He truly didn't know which target to strike. Then, a child's voice filled the chamber. I remember too. It paused for a long while. My name is. No further words followed. Yet the black spine wrote for it. Stroke by stroke. No summer. Shin Xiaoman stared at the 2 characters. Is that your name? The voice behind the first page whispered faintly. No. They wrote it there. The small handprint curled inward, just slightly. As if the child behind the page tried once more to push open a door too heavy to lift. My own. I can't recall. Across the chamber, every remaining blank page turned as one, to face the first page. They abandoned Lin Wan's anchor. The narrow white ribbon went slack, the half-formed Lin Wan began receding. First half the Wan dissolved. Then the Lin faded entirely. The blue filament still stretched toward the Jiu-Ri vessel, but no longer pulled taut by thousands of desperate pages. Lin Jin withdrew his short blade from the spine. The tiny handprint on the first page swelled outward, as if the child inside strained against the weight of the door. Once. Again. Finally the child's voice pressed close against the paper's surface. Let me out first. Let me out first. The childish voice behind the first page repeated itself. Lin Jin did not move, yet the small handprint on the white board began to bulge. First the palm, then 5 slender fingers. The paper stretched thinner, and through it one could dimly see a child pressing his face against the other side, every feature smeared into a pale blur. Shin Xiaoman took half a step forward. Shin Muxing blocked him with one arm, but did not raise his gun. Don't ask who she is. Xiaoman looked at him. Why, I only heard one warning back then, Shin Muxing said, staring at the handprint. If the first page speaks, do not answer. And never give your name. Who said that? I didn't see the person. And you believed it. Shin Muxing did not reply. The child behind the paper heard them and said very softly, "I won't ask." She paused for a moment as if thinking of a way that would not scare them. "Give me your hand." Lin Jin took half a step back. "No." The small hand suddenly pierced through the paper gap. The arm was unnaturally thin, stretching longer and longer until 5 fingers clamped onto the wound on Lin Jin's shoulder. The wound had just been cut by the page, blood still wet. The child's fingertips stained red. The first page immediately wrote a stroke. A horizontal line. A vertical line. Lin. Something in Lin Jin's mind was gouged out. He knew it was his own surname, yet for a moment, he could not recall the character that followed. The knife was still in his hand, but he could not remember why a small cluster of scorched flame patterns was engraved on the handle. Chen Xiaoman's face changed as he instinctively shouted, "Lin Jin." The second character began to grow. Fire. West. The final that remained gray suspended above the paper, not sinking in. All around the pages that had just reclaimed their names turned toward him. The dark red characters on Chen Xiaoman's page stretched long. Someone behind a door cried out in panic, "My characters are falling off." "Don't call him." The first page heard. The child gripped tighter. "Lend it to me. After I get out, I'll give it back." She spoke very seriously, as if what she borrowed was truly something that could be returned after use. Lin Jin stared at himself on the paper. "I don't lend my name. They all borrowed it. Did they give it back?" The child was silent. The Lin Jin on the first page continued to turn red. Beneath the character Lin, an extremely thin blue line split off past through the cabin wall and pointed straight into deep space. Far away, a blue light flashed. Exactly the same rhythm as Lin Wan's alveolar regeneration core. On the narrow white strip, a new wood character grew back. Every time the blue line pulsed, the second wood gained another stroke. Shin Muxing raised his gun. Lin Jin turned his hand and pressed the barrel down. "Do you know what will happen if you shoot?" "No," Shin Muxing said. There was a second half to that warning back then. Once the character sinks into the page, it's no longer yours. Lin Jin saw it. The final dot of Lin Jin was still gray. It had not yet settled. He drew his short blade, and the tip did not cut the child's hand, but instead slashed at the unfinished character Jin. The first cut only skewed the red character. The 5 fingers on his shoulder tightened simultaneously. The child behind the paper screamed, and the entire circular cabin's pages trembled in response. Several pages that had just regained their names slammed shut, and a brief agonized cry came from behind a door. A horizontal white scar split open on Lin Jin's wrist out of nowhere. No skin was broken, yet blood seeped from the fissures of the characters. He gritted his teeth and slashed again. This time the blade precisely severed the last gray stroke. Lin Jin split apart from the middle. The blue line connecting to deep space extinguished instantly. The wood character on the narrow white strip dissolved into a layer of gray, and the urgent blue flash in the distance stopped as well. The missing character in Lin Jin's mind rushed back. "Jin, what remains after burning?" The child wept. "It hurts. It hurts me too." Lin Jin wedged the short blade into the page gap. "Let go." She did not let go. Chen Xiaoman steadied Lin Jin's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Lin Jin, your hand." Before he could finish, the severed character wound on Lin Jin's wrist suddenly flared bright. The scattered red strokes on the first page also jumped once. Chen Xiaoman immediately fell silent. Lin Jin glanced at his wrist. The white scar ran across the position where his full name should have been written, as if someone had struck the name with a blade. "Here, don't call me by my full name." This wound would not fade with the pages. From now on, if anyone near the flight log called his full name, the first page might hear. The black spine was retracting the pages. The first page was being pressed back inch by inch. The child's small wrist got caught in the paper-edged skin, splitting open. Inside the split, there was no bone, only rolls of thin paper strips, each covered with names scraped down to half a stroke. "Don't close it." The child finally panicked. "If it closes, I'll forget again." "Forget what?" "Forget what I used to be called." She lifted her blurred little face. "They gave me many names. Everyone was taken by the book." Shin Xiaoman crouched down and untied the cloth shoelace from his right foot. That was the strip Shin Muxing had torn from his own sleeve. One eyelet was missing from the shoe. As the cloth came loose, the miner's boot immediately slackened. Shin Muxing watched him. "Your shoe will fall off." "I'll put it back on." Xiaoman wrapped the cloth strip around the child's wrist. "Hold on." The child did not grab it. Instead, she asked first, "Does it have a name?" "No." "Where did it come from?" Xiaoman glanced at Shin Muxing. "From a living person." The child's fingers touched the cloth strip. The cloth had blood, sweat, and the lingering medicinal smell from Shin Muxing's sleeve, yet no characters grew out of it. Only then did she clench her fist. Xiaoman pulled with force. The first page did not release the child. Instead, the entire whiteboard was pulled open half an inch. Snap! From the back of the page came the sound of a thick thread breaking. The black spine suddenly reversed one notch. From deep within the circular cabin came a dull, heavy impact. Thump! The child's expression changed. "Don't pull." Xiaoman stopped immediately. But the first page had already begun to retract. Half her arm was stuck outside, unable to advance or retreat, and the paper edge was slowly cutting into her elbow. Lin Jin pressed the short blade deeper into the page gap. Shin Muxing hesitated for a heartbeat, then wedged his deformed short gun into the other side. The gun groaned under the pressure. At most a few breaths. Enough for a look. The three of them pried open the page gap. Chen Xiaoman did not pull outward again. He only kept the cloth strip taut, preventing the child's hand from being severed by the first page. Lin Jin turned his head and looked through the gap at the back of the page. The back was not white paper. It was a layer of blackened old cloth. Coarse stitches passed through the child's wrist, shoulders, and back, then through 7 or 8 stacked pages, sewing her whole body onto the black spine. That single pull had already snapped 2 threads. With each snapped thread, the black axis reversed 1 notch. The pages that had just reclaimed their names also dimmed. Wu Chunxing lost a dot. Zhao Qi's final vertical stroke turned gray again. There were characters in a corner of the old cloth, oil-stained with several missing parts. Lin Jin recognized the handwriting. A Jin. Do not give the first page your name. She is not imprisoned here. The stitches must not break. Later, the last half line was torn away by something, leaving only a jagged gap curling inward. The signature was only 3 characters. Lin Yinshan. Shin Muxing stared at the signature, his expression shifting for the first time. That warning back then, he left it. The child saw it too. She suddenly stopped struggling. Liar. Her voice was very small. He came. 1 thread broke, and he sewed it back. He said he would return soon, and asked me to wait 3 more days. She looked down at her arm sewn into the paper. But there is no day here. And I don't know when 3 days will pass. Chen Xiaoman's hand gripping the cloth strip tightened. The child raised her head to look at Lin Jin. I've been in pain for so long. Doesn't that count as being imprisoned? Lin Jin did not answer. His father's words did not tell him how to save her, only told him that some threads must not break. Xiaoman was about to loosen the cloth strip when the black cloth behind the first page suddenly bulged outward. It was not the child pushing. A larger palm print pressed up from behind her. 5 long fingers, the palm nearly covering half the first page. It pushed slowly through the black cloth. The 2 torn stitches were stretched even wider. The black spine reversed. 1 notch. Another notch. In the flight log, the pages that had just reclaimed their names rattled in unison, and many people behind doors began to forget what they had just shouted. Chen Xiaoman abruptly released his pull, but the large hand did not stop. It had already followed the broken thread to the back of the first page. A second impact came from deeper within. Thump. The short gun was bent. Lin Jin's short blade also let out a thin creak. The child stared at the palm print behind her, and the fear on her face finally seemed genuine. She no longer begged Lin Jin to free her. Instead, she gripped the human's cloth strip desperately, trying to pull her hand back into the paper. So the threads. Shin Muxing's face darkened. What is behind it? The child shook her head. Tears fell down her paper-pale cheeks. Each drop that hit the ground turned into a scraped-off character. I don't know. Every time it wakes, it eats away something I remember. The larger hand pressed down again. The remaining thick stitches pulled taut one by one. The topmost one had already split white threads. The child looked up at Lin Jin. It's awake. When the thickest line at the top snapped, the sound was like someone breaking a finger bone in the dark. Crack. The child's right shoulder suddenly sprang out from the first page. As half of her body lunged forward, Chen Xiaoman instinctively tightened the cloth strap, trying to pull her out. But the large hand on the back of the page pushed outward at the same time, bulging the whiteboard, and the black spine turned back half a notch. Around the circular chamber, the dim red names that had just lit up, all darkened by 1 shade. Wu Chunxing lost the last character, Sheng. Immediately, panicked shouts came from behind the door. My name. Don't forget. I'm Wu Chunxing. Zhao Qi. I'm Zhao Qi. Voices tangled into chaos. The child glanced back, then turned sharply forward again. Stop pulling. Xiaoman's hand froze. You were the one who wanted to come out. It wasn't awake then. The large hand on the back of the page pressed down again. The old stitches at the child's left shoulder and wrist tightened simultaneously, black threads already splitting into white strands. The other sutures trembled, but at least hadn't snapped yet. Her face twisted with pain, yet she spoke word by word. Right shoulder, left shoulder, wrist. Only 3 breaks. Sew me back. Xiaoman clutched the cloth strap, neither letting go nor pulling harder. Do you know what happens after you're sewn back? Yes. Will you forget again? The child lowered her head. Better than letting it come out. Behind her, the large hand slowly opened its 5 fingers, nearly covering half of the first page. With every inch it pressed down, the names behind the door faded 1 shade more. Shin Muxing raised his right hand. The promised threads wound around his wrist were only 3 strands left, already cutting into his flesh. With his left hand, he pinched 1 strand and peeled it out from the wound. Blood trickled down the thread. Chen Xiaoman stared at him. If I take this thread, will I fall back into the path? Shin Muxing didn't answer immediately. Xiaoman looked down and stamped the cabin floor. Thump. The mining boot had weight. Not far away, the name Chen Xiaoman on his page was still dark red, not turned gray. Only then did Shin Muxing speak. You've already landed. Your boots, your name, and yourself, all here. The promised thread is only something I owe you now, no longer holding you up. Xiaoman looked at him for 2 breaths. You'd better not be lying to me. I'm not. Shin Muxing handed the first white thread to Lin Jin. There was no needle. He looked down, disassembled the already deformed shotgun, and pulled out the firing pin. The tip of the firing pin scraped against the cabin wall a few times, producing fine sparks. After grinding, this gun was completely ruined. Lin Jin took the firing pin and threaded the white line through it. First stitch, right shoulder. The child pointed to the old hole behind her. As soon as Lin Jin inserted the needle, the tip stopped inside the paper. It felt like hitting something very hard. He pushed forward. The firing pin bent little by little. The child's expression changed drastically. Pull it out. It hasn't passed yet. The old hole is twisted by it. You've hit it. The large hand on the back of the page suddenly withdrew. The firing pin flew from between Lin Jin's fingers, grazed his face, and embedded itself in the floor. The first page tore a thin slit, and 2 pages whose names had just been recognized stuck together with a snap. 2 voices behind the door instantly merged into one. Wu Chun. Zhao. Who am I? The first stitch had failed. No one said any more useless words. Shin Muxing wrapped the remaining 2 promised threads around his palm and yanked to the left. Sure enough, the large hand on the back of the page caught the threads. The white threads tightened, and Shin Muxing's entire right arm slammed into the first page, the skin on his wrist torn open. Shun Xiaoman grabbed his waist from behind, planting both mining boots firmly on the cabin floor. The large hand was pulled half an inch off course. The real old hole was exposed. Now, the child shouted. Lin Jin picked up the firing pin, straightened it against the blade of a knife. Pierce the page. Pass through the hole. Pull the thread. The first stitch tightened. Snap. The child's right shoulder was pinned back to the whiteboard. The black spine stopped 1 notch. The last character of Wu Chunxing lit up again halfway. The second stitch was behind the left shoulder. Lin Jin had to reach his entire hand into the page, seemed to hook the needle tip back from the other side. The child looked at the broken name scar on his wrist. That thing inside knows you. I know. It will grab your name. Then bite it. The child was stunned for a moment. My teeth aren't sharp. Do your best. Lin Jin reached his hand into the first page. The back of the page was cold and slimy. In the darkness, the large hand almost immediately groped toward him. The fingertips didn't touch his skin, but precisely pressed on the horizontal white scar on his wrist. The broken name scar suddenly flared bright. In Lin Jin's mind, the character, Jin, vanished in an instant. He knew his surname was Lin, but he couldn't remember what came after. The large hand's 5 fingers closed, dragging along the scar, as if trying to pull out the name that had already been severed once. Shen Xiaoman opened her mouth to shout. Lin Jin outside the page barked. Don't call my full name. Xiaoman choked back the words. The child had already lowered her head and bit down on the large hand's index finger. A dull thud came from the back of the page. Her teeth were weak, and she bit with a mouthful of black paper shreds, but still didn't let go. Quick! Lin Jin felt for the needle tip. Hook the thread. Pull it back. The second stitch passed through the left shoulder. As the white thread tightened, the large hand slid off Lin Jin's wrist. The character, Jin, returned to his mind. But the broken name scar was deeper than before. A blackened crack had formed in the center of the white scar. From now on, near the sailing registry, anyone who called his full name again might be heard through this crack by the first page. The second stitch was set. Most of the child's body was pressed back into the whiteboard. Only her wrist remained outside. The last break was exactly stuck in the middle of the page seam. She looked at Lin Jin. After I'm sewn up, will I still remember you? I don't know. Lin Yinshan said, 3 days. The child's voice was very soft. But there is no day here. Will you also make me wait 3 days? Lin Jin held the bent firing pin. No. Then when will you come back? I don't know. The child stared at him. Lin Jin didn't add a comforting deadline. I'll first find your original name. What if you can't find it? Then I'll keep looking. What if it takes a long time? Then it takes a long time. The child was silent for a few breaths. Finally, she let go of the paper edge. Sew me. Chun Xiaoman untied the cloth strap from her wrist. The child's hand slowly retreated into the first page. The large hand on the back of the page suddenly grabbed her shoulder and dragged her deep inside. Only 2 strands of promised thread remained on Shun Muxing's wrist. Without hesitation, he removed them all. Shun Xiaoman's expression changed. If you use them all, you'll have nothing left on your hand. Shun Muxing wrapped the white threads around his left hand. The threads remember the path. I remember what I promised you. Both of them pulled back at the same time. The large hand was also pulling inward. The child's wrist was stuck in the page, seeing her pale skin nearly cut through. Lin Jin passed the firing pin through the last old hole, but the tip was pinched between 2 fingers of the large hand. He couldn't pull it back. The last layer of skin on Shun Muxing's wrist was torn open by the white threads. Chen Xiaoman's right boot slid an inch on the floor. He looked down at his own page. Chen Xiaoman was still red. The mining boot still had weight. The promised threads hadn't taken his name. Xiaoman gritted his teeth and hugged Shin Muxing from behind. You owe me, don't die here. The white threads were pulled out inch by inch from between the large hand's fingers. Lin Jin grabbed the thread end and tightened it fiercely. The third stitch was set. The firing pin couldn't take it and snapped with a crack into 2 pieces. One half fell to the floor. The other half remained forever inside the first page. This last stitch was also crooked. Only 6 of the 7 stacked layers were pierced, leaving a black crack as thin as a hair at the lower right corner of the whiteboard. The first page slammed shut. Bang! The child's hand, shoulder, and face were all crushed back behind the paper. Only the small handprint remained. The large hand on the back of the page slammed heavily against it. 3 new stitches tightened simultaneously. The first stitch held. The second stitch held. The last crooked stitch made a faint sound. The black crack widened a little, then slowly shrank back. Temporarily pinned. Only temporarily. In the circular chamber, the dark red names on the pages lit up one by one. Chen Xiaoman looked down at his boots. The right boot side was torn, the cloth strap gone, and it flared outward with every step. Yet he still stood steady. The promised threads were exhausted. He hadn't become the 37th again. From behind the first page, the child's voice was very soft. Don't pull me again. Lin Jin pressed the broken half of the firing pin under the last stitch. Next time I'll wake you first. Don't say next time. Lin Jin paused. Okay. The child seemed satisfied, or perhaps just too tired, and said no more. The 3 new stitches pulled the misaligned black cloth closer. At the corner of the cloth, the words left by Lin Yinshan finally aligned. Lin Jin, don't give the first page a name. She isn't just trapped here. The stitches must not break. Behind the door is the un. The last character was missing. Not covered by oil. That corner of the cloth had been torn away from the inside. Shin Muxing stared at the incomplete sentence, his face slowly turning pale. On the black spine, the 2 characters wuxiao that had been floating were gradually fading. Lin Jin looked at the black crack that hadn't fully closed. The wuxiao on the spine was written by someone else. Chen Xiaoman asked softly. To whom? No one answered. The large hand on the back of the page slowly withdrew deeper. Before its nails left, it scratched a long mark on the black cloth. Then a knock fell from behind the door. Thump. Just one. All the white lights on the wuxiao went out at once. The circular chamber plunged into darkness. The pages whose names had just been recognized, however, lit up one by one with dark red light, like eyes opening in the night. Shin Muxing raised his right hand, trying to awaken the nearby white door. No response. The promised threads on his wrist were exhausted, and the white door no longer obeyed. Then the direction of gravity in the entire circular chamber shifted. Not downward. Toward the black spine. Countless pages were dragged, sliding toward the axis, the binding scraping noisily. The 3 new stitches on the first page tightened simultaneously, and from the thin black crack a warm breath slowly leaked out. The child trembled behind the paper. It's pushing the door. From deep within the spine, a second knock sounded. This time it wasn't just the first page that shook. The entire axis of the wuxiao's door shuddered with it. When the thickest thread on top snapped, the sound was like someone breaking a finger bone in the dark. Crack. The child's right shoulder suddenly sprang out from the first page. Her half body lunged forward, and Chen Xiaoman instinctively tightened the cloth strip, trying to pull her out. But the large hand on the back of the page pushed outward at the same time, bulging the white board, and the black spine reversed half a notch. Around the circular chamber, the dim red names that had just lit up all dimmed one shade. Wu Chunxing lost the last character, Sheng. Immediately panicked shouts came from behind the door. My name. Don't forget. I am Wu Chunxing. Zhao Qi. I am Zhao Qi. Voices became a chaos. The child glanced back, then turned around abruptly. Stop pulling. Xiaoman's hand froze. You wanted to come out just now. It wasn't awake then. The large hand on the back of the page pressed down again. The old stitches at the child's left shoulder and wrist tightened simultaneously, the black threads already splitting with white fibers. The other stitches trembled, but at least hadn't broken yet. Her face twisted with pain, yet she spoke slowly and deliberately. Right shoulder, left shoulder, wrist. Only 3 breaks. Sew me back. Xiaoman clenched the cloth strip, neither letting go nor pulling harder. Do you know what will happen after you're sewn back? I know. Will you forget again? The child lowered her head. Better than it coming out. Behind her, the large hand slowly opened 5 fingers, nearly covering half of the first page. Every inch it pressed down, the names behind the door faded 1 degree. Shin Muxing raised his right hand. The promised threads wound around his wrist were only 3 strands left, already cutting into his flesh. With his left hand, he pinched 1 strand and peeled it out from the wound. Blood dripped down the thread. Chen Xiaoman stared at him. If I take this thread, will I fall back into the path? Shin Muxing did not answer immediately. Xiaoman lowered his head and stomped on the cabin floor. Thud. The mining boot had weight. Not far away, the Chen Xiaoman on his page was still dark red, not turning gray. Only then did Shin Muxing speak. You've already landed. Your boots, your name, and yourself are all here. The promised thread is now just something I owe you, if it no longer suspends you. Xiaoman looked at him for 2 breaths. You'd better not be lying to me. I'm not. Shin Muxing handed the first strand of white thread to Lin Jin. There was no needle. He lowered his head, disassembled the deformed shotgun, and pulled out the firing pin. The tip of the firing pin scraped against the cabin wall, sending out fine sparks. After grinding, the gun was completely ruined. Lin Jin took the firing pin and threaded the white line through it. First stitch, right shoulder. The child pointed to the old hole behind her. As soon as Lin Jin inserted the needle, the tip stopped inside the paper. It felt like it had hit something very hard. He pushed forward. The firing pin bent little by little. The child's face changed drastically. Pull. It hasn't passed through yet. The old hole was squeezed crooked by it. You stabbed it. The large hand on the back of the page suddenly withdrew. The firing pin flew from Lin Jin's fingers, grazed his face, and embedded itself in the floor. A thin crack split the first page, and two newly recognized pages slapped together. Two voices behind the door instantly merged into one. Wu Chun. Zhao. Who am I? The first stitch failed. No one said another word of nonsense. Shin Muxing wrapped the remaining two promise threads around his palm and yanked hard to the left. The large hand on the back of the page indeed caught the threads. The white lines tightened and Shin Muxing's entire right arm slammed into the first page, the skin on his wrist torn open. Chen Xiaoman hugged him from behind, his two mining boots planted firmly on the cabin floor. The large hand was dragged half an inch off course. The real old hole was exposed. Now, the child shouted. Lin Jin picked up the firing pin, straightened it on the back of a knife. Pierce the page. Pass through the hole. Pull the thread. The first stitch tightened. Crack. The child's right shoulder was pinned back to the whiteboard. The black spine stopped one notch. The last character of Wu Chunxing lit up halfway again. The second stitch was behind the left shoulder. Lin Jin had to reach his entire hand into the page gap to hook the needle tip back from the other side. The child looked at the broken char wound on his wrist. The thing inside knows you. I know. It will grab your name. Then bite it. The child was stunned for a moment. My teeth are not sharp. Try your best. Lin Jin reached his hand into the first page. The back of the page was cold and slimy. In the darkness, the large hand groped over almost immediately. The fingertips did not touch his skin, but precisely pressed on the white scar that cut across his wrist. The broken char wound suddenly flared bright. In Lin Jin's mind, the character Jin went blank instantly. He knew his surname was Lin, but he couldn't remember what came after. The large hand's 5 fingers closed, dragging along the scar, as if trying to pull out the name that had already been cut once. Chen Xiaoman opened his mouth to shout. Lin Jin snapped from outside the page. Don't call my full name. Xiaoman swallowed the words forcibly. The child had already lowered her head and bit down on the large hand's index finger. A dull thud came from behind the page. Her teeth were blunt, and she bit so hard her mouth was full of black paper scraps, yet she still didn't let go. Quick! Lin Jin felt for the needle tip. Hook the thread. Pull back. The second stitch passed through the left shoulder. As the white thread tightened, the large hand slid off Lin Jin's wrist. The character Jin returned to his mind, but the broken char wound was deeper than before. A blackened seam now ran through the center of the white scar. From now on, near the navigation ledger, if anyone called his full name, the first page might hear it through this seam. The second stitch was set. Most of the child's body was pressed back into the whiteboard. Only her wrist remained outside. The last break was exactly at the center of the page gap. She looked at Lin Jin. After I'm sewn up, will I still remember you? I don't know. Lin Yinshan said, 3 days. The child's voice was very soft. But there is no day here. Do you want me to wait 3 days too? Lin Jin held the bent firing pin. No. Then when will you come back? I don't know. The child stared at him. Lin Jin did not offer a comfortable deadline. I'll first find your original name. What if you can't find it? I'll keep looking. What if it takes a long time? Then I'll search for a long time. The child was silent for a few breaths. Finally, she released her grip on the paper edge. Sew it. Chen Xiaoman untied the cloth strip from his wrist. The child's hand slowly retreated into the first page. The large hand on the back of the page suddenly clamped onto her shoulder and yanked her deep inside. Only 2 strands of promise thread remained on Shun Muxing's wrist. Without hesitation, he removed them all. Chen Xiaoman's face changed. If you use them all, you'll have nothing left on your hand. Shun Muxing wound the white thread around his left hand. The thread remembers the path. I remember what I promised you. Both pulled backward at the same time. The large hand also pulled inward. The child's wrist was wedged in the page gap, her pale skin nearly cut through. Lin Jin drove the firing pin through the last old hole, but the needle tip was pinched between 2 fingers of the large hand. He couldn't pull it back. The last layer of skin on Shun Muxing's wrist was peeled off by the white thread. Chen Xiaoman's right boot slid an inch on the floor. He looked down at his own page. Chen Xiaoman was still red. The mining boot still had weight. The promised thread had not taken his name. Xiaoman gritted his teeth and hugged Shin Muxing from behind. You owe me, don't die here. The white thread was pulled out inch by inch from between the large hand's fingers. Lin Jin grabbed the thread end and tightened it abruptly. The third stitch was set. The firing pin couldn't bear it and snapped with a crack into 2 pieces. One half fell on the floor. The other half remained forever in the first page. This last stitch was also crooked. Only 6 of the 7 stacked pages were pierced, leaving a hair-thin black gap at the bottom right corner of the whiteboard. The first page slammed shut. Bang! The child's hand, shoulder, and face were all pressed back behind the paper. Only the small handprint remained. The large hand on the back of the page struck heavily against it. 3 new stitches tightened simultaneously. The first stitch held. The second stitch held. The last crooked stitch let out a faint sound. The black gap stretched a little wider, then slowly shrank back. Temporarily pinned. Only temporarily. In the circular chamber, the dark red names on the pages lit up again one by one. Chen Xiaoman looked down at his boots. The right boot's upper was split, the cloth strip gone, with every step it flapped outward. Yet he still stood steady. The promised threads were all spent. He had not become the 37th again. Behind the first page, the child's voice was very soft. Don't pull me again. Lin Jin pressed the broken half of the firing pin under the last stitch. Next time I'll wake you first. Don't say next time. Lin Jin paused. All right. The child seemed satisfied, or perhaps just too tired, and said no more. The 3 new stitches drew the misaligned black cloth back together. At the corner of the cloth, the characters left by Lin Yinshan finally aligned. Jin, don't give the first page a name. She is not just trapped here. The stitches must not break. Behind the door is the bound. The last character was missing. It wasn't covered by oil. That corner of the cloth had been torn off from the inside. Shin Muxing stared at the fragment, his face slowly turning pale. On the black spine, the characters wuxiao that had been floating were gradually fading. Lin Jin looked at the black gap that hadn't fully closed. Wuxiao on the spine was written by someone else. Chen Xiaoman asked softly, to whom? No one answered. The large hand behind the page slowly retreated deeper. Before its nails left, it carved a long scratch on the black cloth. Then a knock fell from behind the door. Thud. Just once. All the white lights on the wuxiao went out at once. The circular chamber was plunged into darkness. The pages that had just reclaimed their names, however, lit up one by one with a dark red glow, like eyes opening in the night. Shin Muxing raised his right hand, trying to activate the nearby white door. No response. The promised threads on his wrist were exhausted, and the white door no longer obeyed. Then the direction of gravity in the entire circular chamber shifted. Not downward, toward the black spine. Countless pages were dragged to slide toward the axis, the joints grinding harshly. The 3 new stitches on the first page all tightened, and from the thin black gap a breath of warm air slowly leaked out. The child trembled behind the paper. It's pushing the door. From deep within the spine, a second knock sounded. This time it wasn't just the first page that shook. The entire door hinge of the wuxia trembled with it. Cover. The child completed the 2 characters. A violent tremor shook Chen Xiaoman's foot. The black nail she had been pressing down on pushed upward half an inch, its tip piercing through the sole of her shoe, bulging into a small dark lump on the upper. Blood quickly soaked through her sock, seeping out along the edge of the shoe. She winced in pain, her shoulder trembling, but she did not move her foot. Don't rush me. Chen Xiaoman gritted her teeth, lowering her head to speak to the thing beneath her shoe. I just put these shoes on today. If you dare to break them, I'll follow your finger down and find you. A muffled sound came from the black crack. The entire ship wuxia tilted with it. The extinguished lampshades snapped, bolts and scattered pages slid across the floor, dragged by gravity toward the black spine. Several blank, white sheets the moment they touched the gap were torn into thin strips of paper, vanishing in an instant. Shin Muxing knelt beside the toll page, pressing down on its corner with his knee. The name written in blood was fading. The first thing sucked into the black crack was the last dot of the character Xing. That drop of blood detached from the paper, stretched into a fine thread, and slowly crept into the black axis. Shin Muxing watched for a moment, then looked up. When Xing is gone, it will be Mu's turn. You'd better come back before nothing but the surname remains. As he spoke, the red light behind him flickered once. The cabin wall still showed no trace of his shadow. Lin Jin did not reply. He crouched down, staring at the dense array of holes on the toll page. 37 in total. The holes were almost identical in size, but their edges were different. The first 36 had been driven in from the front of the paper. Only the last one had its rough edges facing upward. That nail had once pierced through from the back of the paper. Lin Jin's finger landed on the 37th hole. The child suddenly hid her hands behind her back. The gesture was subtle, but Lin Jin still noticed. Do you know this hole, eh? No. She answered too quickly. Chen Xiaoman lifted her eyelids. You just said your own name was nailed into the cover. The child pressed her lips together, refusing to speak. Lin Jin pulled a transparent rubbing film from the external repair toolbox, pressed it over the toll page, and swiftly swept it with maintenance powder. The 37 holes along with the paper's edge gaps were clearly imprinted on the film. When he reached the last hole, a drop of blood seeped through the film. It was not Shin Muxing's. Below the child's nose, a new red streak appeared. She wiped it away with her hand, still shaking her head. It's not mine. Lin Jin put away the rubbing film without pressing her. Where is the cover? The child looked up, pointing toward the ceiling that had been pried open by the black spine. The inspection panel had already fallen off halfway, revealing a narrow duct behind it. Several black pipelines ran along the ship's main beam toward the high point where a faded sign hung. Outer hull maintenance ridge channel. The first page was inside the cabin. The cover could only be outside the hull. Lin Jin opened the emergency locker, which contained only a single set of exterior repair armor. The right shoulder had been patched, and the oxygen tank in the back had 41 remaining, barely enough. He checked the seal buckle and wrapped the salvage cable around his waist. I'm going outside. I'll go too, the child said immediately. There's no air outside. My name is there. She raised her face, her voice softening. It's calling me. Lin Jin fastened his helmet. Chen Xiaoman suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Her palm was cold with sweat. When you find the name, don't pull it out right away. Why? Chen Xiaoman looked at the child. The child kept her head down, her toes curled together. She knows. The black nail pushed up another segment. Chen Xiaoman groaned in pain and released Lin Jin. Go quickly. I might not be able to hold it down. Shin Muxing stared at the name on the paper. I might not be able to hold my surname either. Lin Jin crawled into the outer hull maintenance ridge channel and closed the inspection panel. Inside the duct, there was no gravity, only the black lines clinging to the ship's bones, slowly undulating. The exterior repair armor scraped against the duct wall, the vibrations traveling far along the framework. After crawling a dozen meters, an extra breath suddenly echoed in Lin Jin's helmet. He spun around sharply. Behind him, there was nothing. But on the inside of his visor, the child's pale face was reflected. She was hugging her knees as if sitting on Lin Jin's shoulder. Shin Muxing's voice came through the communicator. She's still in the cabin. The signal stuttered a few times. But she's turned into a piece of paper. Lin Jin looked ahead. The child in the reflection also turned her head. The cover pulled me here, she said. The exterior airlock was only half open, the other half had been crushed by black metal. Lin Jin squeezed through the gap, sideways, his shoulder armor scraping against the hatch, sparking a brief string of flames that died instantly. Magnetic boots gripped the hull. A dull vibration traveled up through the soles of his feet, hammering into his chest along his leg bones. Lin Jin stood on the cover of the wuxia. Surrounding him was the unregistered ship graveyard. Countless abandoned starships lay end to end like a funeral procession parked in the darkness. In the distance, a white scanning line slowly swept past. A derelict vessel with no number was caught in the beam. Its massive hull instantly collapsed and flattened, leaving only a thin black shell. Lin Jin looked down. The outer armor of the wuxia was studded with black nails. Each one was as thick as a finger, with remnants of cut characters on the nail heads. Some had only a single radical left, others were scraped so clean that they seemed never to have belonged to anyone. Dark red rust crisscrossed between the black nails. From a distance, the entire ship looked like a navigation log that had been repeatedly revised. Lin Jin took out the rubbing film. The edge of the film had 3 irregular gaps, one of which looked like a missing half-tooth. He moved along the hull, and by the faded name of the wuxia, he found a patch of old armor with a slightly lighter color. The edge of that armor also had a missing half-tooth. The moment he pressed the rubbing film onto it, all 36 holes aligned perfectly with the black nails. The last reverse-penetrating hole fell exactly on the seam between 2 armor plates. There was a nail there too. The head of the nail had no characters, but a small piece of yellowed paper skin clung to its surface. The moment Lin Jin touched it, the child in his helmet curled up in pain. Blood dripped from her face, leaving a red streak on the inside of the visor. This is it, Lin Jin said. No. The child covered her nose, shaking her head frantically. We found the wrong one. Let's go back. Lin Jin did not move. You remember. The child's lips began to tremble. The man with the surname Lin told me not to say. Lin Jin stared at her. What did he say? He said if someone ever comes looking for him, tell that person that the 37th is empty. The child wiped the blood with the back of her hand, but it only smeared more. He stuffed his own name under my name. He said an adult's name is heavy, that it could hold the door shut for me. But if my name is pulled out, he'll be nailed in. She lifted her head, and for the first time clear fear was visible in her eyes. I don't want to be locked in here again. But I don't want him to take my place. Suddenly Chen Xiaoman's scream came from inside the hull. The communicator was chaos. Lin Jin. The black nail under her shoe was retracting. It wasn't that she had stepped it down, as something behind the door had grabbed that finger, dragging her foot along with it into the black crack. Shin Muxing braced his shoulder against Chen Xiaoman, while his other hand still pressed down on the toll page. The character Xing on the paper had already vanished. Hurry, he roared. Whether you pull it or not, stop that thing first. Lin Jin took out the salvage clamp and bit down on the 37th black nail. The moment the jaws tightened, 3 faint vibrations came from beneath the nail. 2 light taps. 1 heavy thud. Lin Jin's hand froze. Many years ago, Lin Yanshan would knock on his son's cabin door like that every time he returned from an external mission. The first 2 taps said he was back. The last one asked if the person inside was asleep. Lin Jin had never told anyone about this. He gripped the salvage clamp and pulled it out 1 inch. On the child's blank collar, the first stroke of a dark red character emerged. The black nail came out another inch. The hull seam split open, revealing a row of tiny engraved characters on the inside of the nail. Sealgate substitute name Lin Yanshan. Lin Jin's breath caught for a beat. Behind the crack, there were no cables, no mechanical compartments of the wuxia. There was an eye pressed against the gap. The white of the eye was murky, but the pupil slowly rotated, finally locking onto Lin Jin through his helmet. A crackling current of static came through the communicator. Then a voice that Lin Jin had heard countless times emerged from behind the door. Lin Jin. The voice was hoarse raw. Let go. The nail vibrated gently in the salvage clamp, as if someone behind the door was tapping it with a knuckle. Once her name returns, I won't be able to hold the door. The moment her name came back, I couldn't keep the door shut. The voice from behind the door was identical to Lin Yinshan's. Lin Jin, wearing his external combat armor, felt his left molars aching from the strain. The voice muffled by the ship's hull warned him softly, "Stop biting. You've had 2 fillings since you were 8. If it cracks again, you'll have to get a fake one." Lin Jin did not release the salvage clamp. The black spike was halfway out, the characters on its body pressed against his glove. Sealing door substitute named Lin Yinshan, the eye behind the gap pressed forward, its pupil reflecting Lin Jin's helmet. "Dad," Lin Jin called out. The eye curved. "I'm here. After I broke the power pump, how many times did you make me reinstall it?" 7 times. The answer from behind the door came without hesitation. "The first 6 times you were missing 1 washer. After the 7th, I threaded that washer onto a string and gave it to you. You thought it was ugly, but you wore it to sleep every night." All correct. Even clearer than Lin Jin's memory. Inside the visor, Zhou Xiaoxia's reflection was trembling. She grabbed her collar where half a dark red stroke had just appeared. "Is it him?" she asked. Lin Jin didn't answer. It could be Lin Yinshan who knew these things, or it could be something wearing Lin Yinshan's name. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoman's scream came through the communicator. "Lin Jin." Inside the cabin, the black fingernail had retracted halfway, its tip hooked through the sole of her shoe, dragging Chen Xiaoman deeper into the spine of the book. She was lying flat on the slanted bulkhead, both hands gripping the maintenance groove, her upturned fingernails leaving bloody scratches on the metal. Shin Muxing braced her with his shoulder, his knee still pressing down on the toll page. The character, Xing, on the paper had vanished. That part of the blood was not swallowed by the black axis. Instead, it condensed into a blurred human silhouette on the bulkhead. The shadow mimicked Shin Muxing's movements, also pushing Chen Xiaoman with its shoulder. Man and shadow exerted force together. Chen Xiaoman's shoe sank another inch. Shin Muxing glanced sideways at the shadow, didn't curse, only pulled out the folding knife at his waist, stabbed it back into the maintenance groove, and hooked it onto Chen Xiaoman's collar. "Won't hold long," he gasped. "If you don't open the door outside soon, we'll be eaten by this ship." Zhou Xiaoxia closed her eyes. "Push the nail back in." She said it softly, but Lin Jin still heard. "I can live without a name. Don't you want it back?" "Yes." Zhou Xiaoxia's voice trembled. "But that man named Lin said an adult's name is heavier than a child's. He put his name under mine to one day hold the door for me. If you pull me out, he won't come back. Have you seen him? Only a hand. Left or right?" "Left." The right hand was always behind the door. Lin Jin looked at the eye in the gap. The voice from behind the door rang again. Xiao Jin listened to her. "Push it back." That was how Lin Yinshan used to call him. Only when his mother was alive did Lin Yinshan call him Xiao Jin. Lin Jin's breath hitched. He pushed the black spike back a little. The half-character on Zhou Xiaoxia's collar faded instantly. The black fingernail inside the cabin stopped retracting, and Chen Xiaoman finally caught her breath. But the character Mu on Shin Muxing's paper began to lose a stroke from the left. Both sides urged him to make a choice. Either Zhou Xiaoxia would never have a name, or let Lin Yinshan complete the name substitution. Lin Jin stared at the characters on the spike, slowly rubbing his thumb over the first 4. Sealing door substitute name. Not sealing door substitute person. Lin Jin. Zhou Xiaoxia looked at him. The nail only says it needs a name. He released one hand and pulled the thermal cutter from his waist. It doesn't say it has to be a person's. Lin Jin turned and looked at the ship's name covered by black paint a few steps away. 3 layers of paint had peeled off, revealing the faint metallic strokes beneath. A nameless ship has no name. Once it reports its true name in the ship graveyard, it will be registered, numbered, and towed into the formation lane. So someone had covered it. Not that the name disappeared, only that no one dared to call it anymore. Lin Jin knelt on the hull, the thermal cutter tracing around the ship's name. Hot metal shavings drifted past his knee, and the eye behind the door showed urgency for the first time. "Stop." Lin Yinshan's voice turned low. "You'll hand this ship over to the graveyard." Lin Jin did not stop. "It will be re-registered, and the people on board will be written into the roster." "Lin Jin, do you hear me?" "I hear you." "Then push it back." The thermal cutter burned through the last layer of armor. The black paint curled away on both sides, revealing 3 complete old characters. Wu Xiaohao. Lin Jin threaded the salvage cable through the 4 corners of the nameplate and tightened the winch. With a grating sound that set teeth on edge, the metal plate engraved with the ship's name was wrenched from the hull. Wu Xiaohao shuddered, like someone who had feigned death for too long awakened from a coffin. Lin Jin shoved one end of the nameplate into the door gap and pressed the other end under the black spike. The salvage cable tautened, but the metal plate did not sink. The name was not heavy enough, because no one acknowledged it. In the distance, the white scanning line was still moving slowly. As long as the ship's name was called out, it would turn around. Zhou Xiaoxia rushed to the visor. "Don't call it. If you call it, we won't be able to leave." Lin Jin gripped the black spike, and through the communicator clearly shouted 3 words. "Wu Xiaohao." The voice traveled through the ship's frame to every compartment. Deep in the bridge, the navigation light that had been extinguished for years suddenly blazed. The broken power furnace did not start, but on the console a line of green text appeared by itself. Ship name response. The next moment, the nameplate of Wu Xiaohao suddenly grew heavy. The salvage cable let out a loud crack, almost biting into the outer armor. The half-meter-long metal plate, as if bearing the weight of the entire ship, sank inch by inch into the door gap. The nail said, "Substitute name." A ship that had truly responded also possessed a name. The eye behind the door suddenly contracted. Lin Jin, you don't know what's behind the door. Whether this was a warning or a threat, Lin Jin had no time to discern. He gripped the salvage clamp with both hands and pulled out the 37th black spike entirely. 3 dark red characters peeled off the spike and struck the helmet visor. Zhou Xiaoxia inside the cabin, the crumpled white paper suddenly bulged. Fingers, arms, shoulders, then a face. A real child tumbled out of the paper, landing right on Qin Xiaoman. Qin Xiaoman's chin was hit with a cracked pain, bringing tears to her eyes. But she ignored the pain, grabbed the child's shoulders and asked, "What's your name?" The child opened her mouth twice before finally making a sound. Zhou Xiaoxia. She touched her own face, then her chest, as if she couldn't believe there was really a heart beating there. "My name is Zhou Xiaoxia." The black fingernail completely withdrew from Qin Xiaoman's shoe. The toll page in Shin Muxing's arms also stopped sliding, though only the characters Shin Mu remained. He stared at it for a long time, then folded the paper and tucked it into his clothes. Shin Mu is fine too. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sounds like a shepherd. Outside the hull, Lin Jin put the pulled black spike into his tool bag. Lin Yinshan's name remained on the inside of the spike, neither gone nor replaced. The eye behind the door retreated into the darkness. The voice called out Xiao Jin one last time, then was completely severed by the sinking nameplate of Wu Xiaohao. Lin Jin didn't know if that was his father. At least the spike was still there. In the distance, the white scanning line stopped. It turned and fell directly on Wu Xiaohao. All 37 black spikes simultaneously glowed with a pale white light, and rows of registration characters surfaced on the hull. Ship name confirmed Wu Xiaohao, original missing names 37, returned 1, still missing 36, this registration, 4 below the text 4 names appeared in sequence. Lin Jin, Shin Mu, Qin Xiaoman, Zhou Xiaoxia, Shin Muxing saw the second name, and the smile on his face slowly faded. At the same time, a straight channel appeared in the center of the ship graveyard. The abandoned starships that had been resting in the darkness turned their bows one by one. They did not ignite or start their thrusters, but they were approaching Wu Xiaohao from all directions. Pale white text fell on the front of the bridge. Registration complete, please form up. Please fall in. As the 3 words lit up, the Wu Xiao began to turn. The power core remained silent, and the thrusters showed no flame. Yet the entire vessel was dragged by that pale white channel, slowly moving away from its original position. Lin Jin was still outside the hull. The nearest derelict ship had already swung its bow. That ship's cockpit was half gone, and a dozen black tow cables slithered out from the broken edge, each trailing a rusted grappling hook. The first hook scraped past Lin Jin's helmet and embedded itself into the Wu Xiao's outer armor. The vibration traveled through the ship's frame. The second hook landed on the stern. The third punched straight through the outer plating. The derelict ship was locking the Wu Xiao down. "Lin Jin, come back." Qin Xiaoman's voice crashed into the comms. "The outer hatch is closing." Lin Jin fastened the salvage cable at his waist and moved toward the airlock. A woman's voice suddenly sounded inside his helmet. Gentle, clear, like a teacher calling roll years ago. "Lin Jin." A rusted seat rose from the hull. It had no backrest, only 2 straps stained with black grime. The buckles slowly opened, reaching toward Lin Jin's waist. A pale white line of text emerged on the hull. "First roll call, please answer." Lin Jin sidestepped to avoid it. The straps missed, then instantly turned, accurately latching onto the identity responder on his outer repair suit. A red light blinked. Identity signal locked. The broadcast called his name a second time. "Lin Jin." The straps abruptly tightened. The seat sank downward, trying to drag him into the hull. Lin Jin dropped to one knee, his magnetic boots scraping 2 sparks across the armor. "Don't answer." Zhou Xiaoxia screamed over the comms. "After the 3rd call, it will assign you a seat." Lin Jin did not reply. He drew his thermal cutter, the blade sliding against his chest plate. The straps suddenly split into 3 strands, 1 coiled around his hand, 1 locked his waist, and the last one wormed into the gap between his helmet and neck guard. The broadcast sounded for the 3rd time. "Lin." The thermal cutter sliced through the chest plate. The identity responder, along with a palm-sized piece of armor, was ripped off entirely by Lin Jin. The straps immediately curled around the armor piece and dragged it back to the seat. The pale white text flickered twice on the hull. "Target signal lost." 3rd roll call failed. The seat sank into the outer armor with the responder. A patch of circuitry was exposed on Lin Jin's chest, but the inner seal remained intact. He gripped the salvage cable, activated the winch at his waist, and slid along the hull toward the airlock. Ahead, the hatch was reduced to a narrow gap. A derelict ship's hook flew from behind and caught Lin Jin's calf. The plate of his outer repair suit instantly deformed. Lin Jin was yanked backward. In the distance, 2 dim navigation lights flickered from the gaps between the wrecked ships. 1 long, 2 short. A pause, then 2 more flashes. Senkei had taught them this light signal. Tail cable still connected. The jury was still hidden inside the teeth. It did not approach, nor did it open communication, only tautening the salvage cable connecting to the Wu Xiao's stern compartment. Lin Jin cut the hook off his leg. The Jiri simultaneously reeled in the cable. He was yanked violently forward, his shoulders slamming into the closing airlock, and he rolled into the cabin. Shen Xiaoman and Zhou Xiaoxia together dragged him across the threshold. The hatch slammed shut behind his heels. Lin Jin got up, and the first thing he saw was Chun Xiaoman's feet. The soles of her shoes, pierced by black nails, had split open, falling apart with every step. Without a word, he tore off half a strap from his outer repair suit, crouched down, and wrapped it tightly around her sole. Chun Xiaoman leaned against the bulkhead, watching him for 2 seconds. Tie it tight. I don't want to die barefoot. Lin Jin tied a double knot. Then don't die. The broadcast went silent for a moment, then resumed. Shenmu. Everyone turned. Shen Muxing stood beside the black spine, still clutching the passage ticket in his arms. The paper only bore the name, Shenmu, with the last space left blank. A seat rose slowly from the wall behind him. This time it did not lunge. The straps hung quietly on both sides, as if waiting for the owner to sit down. First roll call, Shenmu. Shen Muxing stepped back. The seat slid forward 1 step. He stepped back again, and the seat followed. It called the wrong name, said Zhou Xiaoxia. No. Shen Muxing touched the name on the paper. It wants to correct me. The white light from the ceiling swept across his face. His gaze suddenly stopped at the porthole. Deep in the ship graveyard, faint lights flickered through the gaps of the wrecks. Shen Muxing stared for a long time, as if seeing those things for the first time. What is that? Chen Xiaoman thought he saw a derelict ship approaching. Which ship? Not a ship. Shen Muxing pointed farther. Those bright ones. No one answered immediately. The cabin was filled only with the dull thuds of hooks striking the outer armor. Shen Muxing's brows furrowed tighter. I know what they're called. But that word. I can't remember. Zhou Xiaoxia looked up at him, her eyes slowly reddening. Stars. Shen Muxing repeated, stars. The voice was unfamiliar, as if reading someone else's name. The broadcast sounded a second time. Shenmu. The straps on the seat lifted. Shen Muxing turned and lunged toward the black spine. He pulled out the passage ticket and shoved the missing corner into the slit pressed under the wuxia's nameplate. As soon as the paper edge entered, a blood shadow rose from the wall. It had been hiding behind the black axis. No facial features, but it bore Shen Muxing's silhouette. The blood shadow crashed into his body. Shen Muxing's knees slammed into the floor, and the shadow that had just returned to his feet began to climb upward. When the shadow climbed past the chest of his uniform, the 3 characters, Shen Muxing, extinguished one by one. Chen Xiaoman lunged to press his shoulders. Zhou Xiaoxia grabbed the black spike from the ground, aiming at the blood shadow. Lin Jin seized her wrist. The black spike still bore Lin Yinshan's name. Use the paper. Shen Muxing clenched his teeth and pressed the entire passage ticket against his chest. The blood shadow struggled beneath the paper, but its outstretched hand kept reaching for the seat. The broadcast began the 3rd roll call. Shenmu. The blood shadow opened its mouth. Here. Shen Muxing punched his own chest. The word was choked back by blood. My name is not Shenmu. He grabbed the 2 characters on the paper and tore them apart. The blood shadow was rent asunder. A blood-colored stroke fell from its forehead into the blank space after Shenmu. Then a second stroke, a third. When the last outlanded, the shadow beneath Shen Muxing's feet plunged back to the ground. The passage ticket now bore 3 complete characters. Shen Muxing, the seat following him, stopped. All lights inside the ship turned red. Supplementary registration identity mismatch. Shenmu person not found. This induction paused. All derelict ships approaching the wuxia halted. The hooks still clung to the hull, but no longer tightened. Shen Muxing leaned against the bulkhead, panting for a long time before looking back through the porthole. Stars, he said, this time without hesitation. The Jiri's yellow light blinked again from the distance. Stern compartment. Hurry. Lin Jin picked up the black spike and led the group toward the stern. As they passed through the first isolation door, the bridge broadcast suddenly restarted. Supplementary registration review. Unregistered name detected. Their footsteps stopped simultaneously. The broadcast called out a 5th name. Lin Yinshan. The black spike in Lin Jin's hand trembled. The 3 characters on the spike glowed with a faint red light. Then a familiar voice emerged from within the metal. Here. The number on the bridge registration screen changed from 4 to 5. 5th crew member confirmed. Lin Yinshan. The paused induction procedure resumed. In the ship graveyard, all derelict ships simultaneously tightened their hooks, dragging the wuxia toward the pale white channel. 5th crew member confirmed. Lin Yinshan. The black spike answered, present for him. Wuxia suddenly lurched forward. The locking hooks embedded in the hull tightened, simultaneously dragging the entire ship into the pale white channel. The derelict ships on both sides drew closer, their damaged outer hulls scraping against the portholes like a crowd of dead pressing against the door, urging those inside to move on. Lin Jin gripped the black spike, but did not stir. Little Jin. Lin Yinshan's voice came through the spike. This time it did not urge Lin Jin to stay. Chun Xiaoman turned to look at him, still going. Lin Jin clenched the black spike in his palm. Go. They ran toward the aft cabin. Wuxia had already been dragged into the channel entrance, the ship tilting continuously. The isolation doors in the corridor were closing one by one, each flashing the same prompt: during formation, departure prohibited. Shin Muxing grabbed a maintenance bar from the wall and jammed it into the closing hatch. The gears bit into the iron bar, producing a grating sound. Go! Zhou Xiaoxia squeezed through the gap first. Chen Xiaoman followed close behind. As her injured foot crossed the threshold, the hastily tied shoe sole caught in the gear track. The hatch suddenly pressed down. Lin Jin grabbed Chen Xiaoman's calf, while Shin Muxing braced the door with his shoulder. The iron bar had already bent into a bow, ready to snap at any moment. Forget the shoe, Shin Muxing shouted. Chen Xiaoman glanced down. That shoe was the first thing she had put on again after reclaiming her name. She gritted her teeth, bent down, and tore off the strap. The shoe was pulled into the gears and crushed instantly. Chen Xiaoman fell onto the other side of the corridor on one bare foot, the ball of her foot cut open by a piece of metal shard. She did not look back. She scrambled up and pushed Zhou Xiaoxia forward. Run! The isolation door behind them slammed shut. The aft cabin was already losing pressure. The tow cable of Jiri passed through the damaged hull from outside, with an oval salvage pod hanging at the end. That thing was originally used to haul derelict cores. The pod was dented in 2 places, and the crack on the observation window had been crookedly patched with resin glue. In the distance, 2 yellow lights hid among the wrecks. Aft cabin intercabin Jiri did not approach. It dared not let the white scanning beam see it, nor could it announce its ship name here. It could only send the salvage pod to Wuxia's tail along the tow cable. Lin Jin pressed the airlock switch. The operation panel did not respond. 5 gray human silhouettes floated up on the screen. Registered crew 5, present crew 4, mismatch, egress locked. 5 palm print recognition pads popped up below the screen. All 5 were identical. It wants 5 people. Zhou Xiaoxia stared at the screen. Chen Xiaoman steadied herself against the bulkhead. We only have 4. No one looked at Lin Jin, but everyone knew the 5th person was in his hand. Lin Jin opened his palm. The 3 characters on the black spike still glowed. Lin Yinshan, he pressed the black spike onto the 5th recognition pad. The screen flickered. No living palm print detected. Crew mismatch. A loud crash came from outside. A derelict ship slammed into Wuxia's stern. The locking hooks pierced through the outer hull and stabbed through the bulkhead. The tip was only half a foot from Zhou Xiaoxia's head. Chen Xiaoman lunged over and pinned her down. The next second, the bulkhead was torn open. The airflow swept metal fragments into the vacuum. Chen Xiaoman's bare foot stepped on a broken steel plate, blood spurting immediately, but she held Zhou Xiaoxia tightly and did not let go. Shin Muxing grabbed the collars of both and dragged them away from the breach. The aft cabin alarm suddenly accelerated. Hull integrity 19, egress hatch to close permanently. Lin Jin. Shin Muxing bellowed. Lin Jin still pressed the black spike. The characters Lin Yinshan on the spike suddenly emitted a dark red glow. The light seeped into the recognition pad, and the originally flat metal surface gradually sank as if pressed by an invisible hand. The palm print lines were squeezed to the sides. The metal encased the black spike. Name recognition passed. 5th crew member present. The other 4 recognition pads lit up simultaneously. Lin Jin, Shin Muxing, Chen Xiaoman, and Zhou Xiaoxia each pressed their palms. 5 crew members confirmed. Single egress window opening. Remaining time 20 seconds. The airlock finally opened. The salvage pod outside slammed into the interface. 19. 18. Zhou Xiaoxia was lifted off her feet by the airflow. Lin Jin grabbed her collar and shoved her into the pod. Chen Xiaoman entered second. Her foot was still bleeding, but after entering, she turned first to catch Zhou Xiaoxia, preventing the child from hitting the pod wall. 15. Shin Muxing stood guard at the interface, using the maintenance bar to deflect flying metal fragments. You first. Lin Jin shook his head. Get in. 12. Shin Muxing glanced at the black spike, argued no more, and bent down to crawl into the pod. Lin Jin was the last to enter the airlock. Behind him, the black spike still lay on the 5th recognition pad. 9. Lin Jin reached for it. The moment his fingertips touched the spike, half the light on the pad went out. 5th crew member left recognition position. Egress window, canceling the airlock door, began to close. Lin Jin. Shin Muxing extended a hand from the pod and grabbed his shoulder. Lin Jin did not move. A soft chuckle came from the black spike. The laughter was faint, carrying a familiar helplessness. Lin Jin did not know if the thing behind the door could mimic that tone too. But at least at this moment he chose to believe it was Lin Yinshan. Little Jin. The dark red characters on the spike stirred. Go. Lin Jin let go. His palm felt as if it had been soaked in ice water. When he looked down, he saw a thin, long black mark left in the center of his skin, like a nail that could not be pulled out. Shin Muxing dragged him into the pod. The hatch closed. 3, 2. Jiri immediately retracted the cable. The salvage pod detached from Wuxia's tail and slid along the tether into the distance. Egress window closed successfully. Departed 4 crew remaining on ship. 1 Lin Yinshan outside the observation window. Wuxia had already entered the pale white channel. The derelict ships on both sides pressed tightly against it like countless corpses escorting a coffin. The lights on the hull went out one by one until only the 5th recognition pad in the aft cabin still glowed. The black spike remained there alone. The broadcast called the roll for the last time. Lin Yinshan. Across the ever-widening distance, Lin Jin still heard the answer. Present. Wuxiao was dragged deep into the ship graveyard. Jiri rapidly tightened the tow cable. The salvage pod dodged two converging derelicts, slid past a broken engine, and slipped through the gap. The white scanning beam pursued. Jiri promptly shut down all external lights. Darkness swallowed the ship. Moments later, the salvage pod crashed into the recovery port on Jiri's belly. As soon as the hatch opened, Huachinzhou stood outside with a welding torch. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoxia. Went out with 3, came back with 4. Shen Muxing sat down against the hatch, pale-faced. Picked up an extra on the way. Huachinzhou did not ask further. He bent down and lifted Zhou Xiaoxia out of the pod. When Chun Xiaoman landed, her bare foot left a trail of blood on the metal plate. She took 2 steps, then stopped. Lin Jin, your hand. Lin Jin looked down. The black mark on his palm was deeper than before. The black spike had clearly been left on Wuxiao, yet the mark spread slowly along his palm lines like a living thing. At that moment, the interior lights of Jiri came on. Everyone's shadows fell on the floor. Lin Jin, Shen Muxing, Chen Xiaoman, Zhou Xiaoxia, Huachinzhou. 5 people, 5 shadows. But behind Lin Jin, there stood a 6th. The shadow was half a head taller than him, one hand hanging at its side, the other slowly rising. It knocked 3 times on the bulkhead. 2 light taps. 1 heavy. Thump, thump, clang. The 6th shadow's hand was still pressed against the bulkhead. Huachinzhou grabbed a wrench and swung it back, smashing the overhead lighting panel. With a crack, the entire docking bay plunged into darkness. Nobody move. Report your positions. By the door, said Shen Muxing. Xiao Xia and I are on the left. Chen Xiaoman paused. Also, I don't have shoes. Whoever steps on my wound gets bitten. No one replied. Lin Jin stood still, his right palm growing cold. The mark left by the black nail had already crawled from his palm to his wrist like a frozen worm beneath the skin. Logically, when the lights went out, the shadows should also disappear. But the humanoid shape on the bulkhead remained. It was darker than the surrounding darkness, its outline blurred, yet it could be seen slowly leaning down, its finger pointing at the floor. Thump. This time it wasn't the shadow knocking. The sound came from beneath the hull. Chen Xiaoman suddenly crouched, pressing her injured right foot against the deck. Her shoe had been left on the Wuxia. The wound on her sole hadn't closed yet, and the blood turned sticky with cold as soon as it touched the floor. She closed her eyes and shuffled forward 2 steps. There's something below. How big? Asked Huachinzhou. Don't know, it's thin. She curled her toes. It's crawling toward the bow. No sooner had she spoken than a series of faint scraping sounds came from the hull's interlayer. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Like a long fingernail scratching against iron. Huachinzhou fumbled for the control panel and flipped open the red cover. The emergency lights came on, their dim glow reaching only below everyone's knees. 5 shadows on the floor. And 1 more on the wall. The 6th shadow didn't change direction with the light. It still pointed toward where the sound had faded. Shen Muxing's smile vanished. A name-chasing nail. Lin Jin looked up. What's that? Something the graveyard uses to catch fare evaders, Huachinzhou said, pulling a short cutting torch from the tool cabinet. After a person leaves the ship, their name leaves a trace. It follows the trace, finds the new ship's true nameplate, and registers the entire vessel into the cemetery's roster. Chen Xiaoman lifted her foot. The sole had turned white with cold, but blood still seeped out. In simple terms, once it reaches its destination, we'll have to go back and line up with the Wuxia. Lin Jin looked at the floor. The black nail that had sealed the door on the Wuxia was short, rusted, and engraved with Lin Yinshan's name. But the thing under the hull was long, flexible, and moved on its own. It wasn't the same nail. It had followed the escape pod. Where's the true nameplate? Asked Shen Muxing. The keel bay. Which maintenance hatch? Huachinzhou was already walking toward the right passage without answering. The 6th shadow suddenly shifted sideways, blocking his path. Huachinzhou raised the cutting torch, the ignition light flashing across his face. Move. The shadow didn't budge. It raised its hand and knocked 3 times. Thump, thump, clang. Lin Jin's heart tightened. When he was a child, Lin Yinshan often took him to explore derelict ships, and this was the rhythm he used to knock. 2 light, 1 heavy. The shell behind is hollow, don't step there. The right side is a no-go, Lin Jin said. Huachinzhou looked at him. You trust it? No. Then move aside. But it just saved us once. The 2 men stared at each other across the dim red emergency light. The scraping in the interlayer grew faster, as if something had caught a scent. Zhou Xiaoxia, hiding behind Chen Xiaoman, suddenly said, the tall one isn't looking at Uncle Hua. Everyone looked at the shadow on the wall. Though it blocked the right passage, its face was always turned toward the port side. The next moment, a bulge suddenly swelled on the port bulkhead. A jet-black spike pierced through the inner hull, exposing half an inch of its tip. It was as thin as a needle covered in barbs, and trailing a nearly transparent black thread from its tail. The spike swayed left and right, then stabbed at the number plate on the wall. Port Cargo Bay No. 3. The moment it touched the left radical of the character, that stroke rapidly faded. Don't let it eat the characters. Huachinzhou shouted. Shen Muxing grabbed a toolbox and smashed it onto the spike. The box bottom pinned it down, but the tip emerged from the other side, grazing his hand, and piercing into the shadow of his body on the floor. Shin Muxing's body stiffened. The emergency lights began to flicker, and the ship's intercom spat out a garbled current. Shun. Moo. Shin Muxing's face turned white. He looked down at his shadow and forced a bitter laugh. Again. The black spike advanced another inch. My name's been patched twice today. Sure the same sheep, huh? He pressed his knee hard against the toolbox, swung a wrench, and slammed it onto the black spike. The spike rebounded. On the second hit, the voice from the intercom shifted pitch. On the third, the tip finally bent. Chun Xiaoman, barefoot on the deck, suddenly turned to the right front. There's another section below. It's forked. Hua Chinzhou swung the cutting torch, and a blue-white line of fire swept across the deck. A half-foot-long cut opened in the metal panel, hot air gushing out. Chun Xiaoman couldn't pull her foot back in time, and her instep instantly reddened. She stumbled back, reached for the wall, and cursed colorfully. The red ring insulating hook, she shouted at Zhou Xiaoxia. It's by your feet. Kick it over, don't touch it with your hands. Zhou Xiaoxia found the hook and kicked it over. Lin Jin caught the handle and probed it into the crack. The moment the hook touched whatever was inside, a tremendous force dragged him forward. Shin Muxing pressed down on the toolbox with one hand and grabbed Lin Jin's collar with the other. Chun Xiaoman also lunged forward, ignoring her foot injury, and wrapped her arms around Lin Jin's waist, pulling backward. Pull. All three exerted force at once. A sharp metallic scream came from beneath the deck. A black nail, nearly a meter long, was dragged out of the interlayer. It had no head, and its body was covered in backward-facing barbs. The black thread at its tail passed through the hull, trailing back toward the direction they had fled. The black nail hit the floor, then sprang up and skittered across the deck toward the bow. Not the keel bay. The cockpit. Almost as soon as it turned, Hua Chinzhou sidestepped to block the cockpit door, his cutting torch already raised. His movements were as fast as if rehearsed countless times. Shin Muxing stared at him. The true nameplate is in the cockpit. Hua Chinzhou was silent for a moment. I moved it. Why did you lie just now? A ship's name is its handle, Hua Chinzhou said, eyes fixed on the racing black nail. Grab the handle, and anything can push the door open. The fewer people who know where it is, the better. The black nail suddenly leaped up. The sixth shadow on the wall also moved. It slid off the bulkhead, weightless and soundless. Two pitch-black hands closed together on the floor, exactly catching the black nail in their palms. The nail mark on Lin Jin's right hand split open. Blood dripped through his fingers. He grunted, his entire arm pulled by an invisible rope, crashing hard against the wall. The shadow was connected to him. Every time the black nail struggled, the wound on Lin Jin's palm deepened. The stern waste disposal hatch. Hua Chinzhou roared. Throw it out. Shin Muxing braced Lin Jin's shoulder. Throw the nail, or the shadow too. Hua Chinzhou didn't answer. Lin Jin dragged the shadow toward the stern. With every step, it felt like a hook was pulling at his palm. Chun Xiaoman limped behind. Zhou Xiaoxia reached out to help, but Chun Xiaoman pushed her away. Help the one in front. I'm missing a shoe, not a leg. The waist hatch opened, and the ejector box slowly extended toward the outer hull. Through the outer hatch, endless darkness could be seen. The sixth shadow, clutching the name-chasing nail, crawled into the box. The black thread at the nail's tail suddenly tightened, and the entire ship groaned lowly. Lin Jin's hand paused over the closure button. The shadow squatted in the ejector box and knocked on the box wall again. Thump, thump, clang. Then it pointed at the thin box floor beneath its feet, then toward the void outside. The hand clutching the name-chasing nail opened fingers one by one, leaving only one last finger hooked around the nail's tail. Lin Jin finally understood. It wasn't telling him to throw the shadow away with the box. It was telling him that the ejector box was just a hollow shell. The name-chasing nail's true target was still the ship. He had to let go the moment the box was ejected. Prepare for ejection, Lin Jin said. Hua Chinzhou pressed the outer hatch release lever. 3. The black thread pulled tighter and tighter. 2. Blood streamed from Lin Jin's palm. 1. The ejector box shot out of the hull. At the same time, the sixth shadow released the name-chasing nail and rolled back along the narrow beam of light cast by the hatch. The black nail was carried into deep space. The thread connecting to the wuxia snapped taut, and in the distance, an entire patch of darkness seemed to shake. The thread broke. The calling from the intercom ceased abruptly. Shin Muxing looked down at his own shadow, was silent for a few seconds, then tried to speak. Shin Muxing. All three characters were there. This time no one snatched the shing from the middle. Hua Chinzhou counted again. 5 people. 5 normal shadows. And the sixth one clinging to Lin Jin's back. It's still here, Zhou Xiaoxia said. Hua Chinzhou put away the cutting torch. Shadows don't take up seats, he said, staring at the humanoid shape. But it will bring back the path. Lock it up for now. Lin Jin didn't move. When the emergency light flashed, he saw that the sixth shadow's right hand was always clenched. After a moment, that hand slowly opened. A small broken piece of the name-chasing nail was pinched between its 2 fingers. The shadow crouched down and used the black nail fragment to scratch on the bulkhead. Screech. Iron filings fell in a shower. It wasn't writing Lin Yanshan's name. Only one character. Return. After writing it, the shadow remained still for a long time. Then behind that character, it heavily drew a door. The shadow finished drawing the door, and suddenly a sound came from the bulkhead. Click. It didn't sound like metal cracking. More like a lock that had been hidden for many years turning one notch by itself. Hua Qinzhou's face changed drastically. Stay away from the wall. He grabbed Zhou Xiaoxia and pulled her back. His movements were too hasty. His sleeve slid up to his elbow, revealing a ring of old burned scars around his wrist. 4 straight lines connected end to end, like a miniature door frame. Lin Jin only glanced at it once and knew that Hua Qinzhou had seen something like this before. The Hui character on the bulkhead began to frost over. White frost crept along the door frame, drawn by the shadow spreading outward. Where there had only been faint scratches, the surface slowly sank, half an inch deeper and deeper. At last a real door appeared on the bulkhead. No handle. Pale white light seeped through the crack. The 6th shadow stood before the door, still holding the fragment of the name-tracking nail between its fingers. The broken nail trembled softly, and with each tremor the door gap widened by a fraction. Knock that thing out of its hand. Hua Qinzhou raised his cutting torch. Lin Jin blocked the muzzle. It just saved the ship. The name-tracking nail can track ships, but it can also open the return gate. Hua Qinzhou stared at the gap. What it's holding now isn't evidence. It's the door bolt. Shin Muxing glanced at the scar on his wrist. You've opened it before. It opened me. Hua Qinzhou pulled his sleeve back down and offered no further explanation. From behind the door came the sound of metal wheels rolling over iron tracks. Creak, creak. Something was being slowly delivered. A shoe dropped out from the door gap. The shoe sole hit the floor, wobbled twice, and then stood steadily upright. It was an old work shoe for the right foot with a scorch mark on the toe and white ash from the wuxia's cargo hold on its side. The laces were tied into an ugly tight knot, one side long, the other short. All the color drained from Chun Xiaoman's face. My shoe. Immediately a female voice came from behind the door. Owner confirmed. The voice was Chun Xiaoman's own. The shoe lifted its heel and took a step forward. No foot inside. Yet the shoe's upper seemed supported by something invisible. First the toe touched down, then the heel pressed. Slap. A bloody footprint appeared on the deck. Chun Xiaoman looked down at her own right foot. Her wound was still bleeding, but the footprint on the floor was a full size smaller than her foot, and the direction was reversed. You shouldn't have answered it, Hua Qinzhou said. Does saying one word count as acceptance? Responding only lets it recognize the owner. Hua Qinzhou's gun followed the shoe's movement. Touching it with bare skin or putting it back on. That counts as signing for it. Then the return gate will set a threshold on you. Shin Muxing frowned. What happens if it sets a threshold? After that, this door can open anywhere it wants. The shoe took another step toward Chun Xiaoman. Slap. A second reversed bloody footprint. Please accept delivery, owner. Chun Xiaoman hopped backward on one foot, grabbing a maintenance clamp from the wall. Pretty good imitation. Please accept delivery, owner. But I don't talk that politely. The shoe suddenly accelerated, skimming the floor straight toward her wounded right foot. Zhou Xiaoxia screamed and hugged Chun Xiaoman's leg. Chun Xiaoman's body tilted, her bare foot nearly stepping into the shoe's opening. She let out a curse that twisted into a shriek. Shin Muxing swept his long-handled wrench across, knocking the shoe away. Using a tool doesn't count, right? No, Hua Qinzhou said. As long as the owner doesn't touch it with skin. The shoe slammed into the corner, flipped over, and its laces writhed like 2 worms, dragging the shoe body back toward Chun Xiaoman's foot. Hua Qinzhou pulled the trigger of his cutting torch. A blue-white flame line grazed the heel, sending a shower of sparks across the deck. The shoe tumbled twice, but its upper suddenly bulged, as if an invisible foot inside was stretching its toes one by one into the leather. I'd rather freeze barefoot than wear you. Chun Xiaoman jammed the maintenance clamp over the shoe's opening, pressing it hard against the wall. The door on the bulkhead opened another inch. Pale white light poured into the airlock. Beyond the door was not a pipe or another cabin. It was the stern of the wuxia. 2 ships leagues apart were forcibly bridged by this gap, less than half a meter wide. Lin Jin saw the 5-person departure hatch. 5 palm print panels had gone dark except the 5th, which still glowed a dull red. The coarse rusted black sealing nail was still driven into it, with 3 characters carved on its shaft. Lin Yinshan. The 6th shadow suddenly slid toward the door. Lin Jin's palm clenched tight. The wound that had just closed reopened, and his entire right arm was dragged toward the return gate. Hold him. Shin Muxing wrapped his arms around Lin Jin from behind. But the 6th shadow rolled over his feet, dragging his own shadow out of shape. The head, which had just been restored, was missing a corner again. A half-formed voice came over the intercom. Shun. Shin Muxing's face turned green. You 2 father and son are using my name as a rope, huh? He cursed, but his hands never let go. He planted his left foot against the cabin door base and braced his shoulder hard against Lin Jin's back. Chun Xiaoman still pinned the shoe with the clamp. The shoe struggled more fiercely. Why is this damn shoe so strong? Zhou Xiaoxia had nearly knocked Chun Xiaoman into the shoe earlier. Now she dared not move, only crouched nearby, staring at the floor. She watched for a moment, then suddenly pointed at the uneven lace. There's another thread under the lace. Everyone followed her gaze. One of the laces trailed on the ground, but its end transformed into an extremely thin black thread. The thread passed through the door gap, connecting deep into the wuxia. The The shoe wasn't moving on its own. It was being dragged toward its owner by that thread. Clamp the thread. Hua Qinzhou shouted. Chen Xiaoman twisted the maintenance clamp. The metal jaws bit into the black thread, which instantly snapped taut, emitting a piercing whine. Hua Qinzhou fired a shot and cut it. The thread broke. The shoe immediately went limp. Chen Xiaoman's voice came from behind the door. Delivery interrupted. Hua Qinzhou glanced at the broken nail still in the shadow's hand. The shoe is the threshold. The broken nail is the door bolt. Send both back and the door will close. Chen Xiaoman lifted the shoe with the clamp. From inside the shoe upper came a dense scratching sound like a ravenous little animal trapped inside. She dragged the shoe to the return gate, but her movements slowed. I paid 320 for it. Shin Muxing was still holding Lin Jin with all his might. He nearly let go at those words. Now of all times you're still worried about that. 320 isn't money. Chen Xiaoman's heart ached, but her hands didn't hesitate. She flicked the maintenance clamp, sending the shoe over the threshold and back into the wuxia. The door gap instantly shrank by half, but it didn't close completely. The sixth shadow still clutched the fragment of the name-tracking nail. Half its body had already entered the door, the remaining part was stretched thin. Lin Jin's right arm was also pulled into the white light, his fingertips less than a foot from the wuxia's deck. Inside the door, the black sealing nail, engraved with Lin Yinshan's name, vibrated softly. Thump, thump, clang. The sixth shadow stopped. It struck the return gate with the same rhythm. Thump, thump, clang. One side inside the door, one side outside. Like two people finally exchanging a code after many years apart. Lin Jin's eyes burned. But Shin Muxing's shadow was still missing a piece. Zhou Xiaoxia hid behind Hua Qinzhou, her face deathly pale. Chen Xiaoman stood on one bleeding foot, still clutching the white ash-stained maintenance clamp. He couldn't gamble with these people. If you were Lin Yinshan, Lin Jin stared at the sixth shadow, then let go. The shadow did not respond. The black nail behind the door struck again. Lin Jin's voice dropped. If you are not him, you should let go even more. After a few seconds, the sixth shadow slowly turned. It opened its palm. The fragment of the name-tracking nail slipped from its fingers and fell into the wuxia. Hua Qinzhou slammed the close button. The return gate drew shut. At the very last moment, a pitch-black hand reached from deep inside the wuxia. That hand was not a shadow. It had knuckles, it had nails, but it bore 6 long, slender fingers. A faded crew ring was still clamped around its wrist. All 6 fingers closed together, grabbing Chen Xiaoman's shoe. The door sealed completely. The bulkhead turned smooth again. The Hui character and the door frame vanished together, leaving only metal shavings on the floor. Shin Muxing released Lin Jin and sat on the floor, gasping for breath. He first checked his own shadow, then touched his head. Good, the star is still there. Chen Xiaoman leaned against the wall, looking down at her empty right foot. 320. No one comforted her. The airlock was silent for a dozen seconds. Then from the now smooth bulkhead, the crackle of electric current came again. Return failed this time. Replacing lost item. The sixth shadow slowly straightened its body. The voice behind the wall paused, then spoke the new name one word at a time. Next lost item, Lin Yinshan. Lin Yinshan. After the voice echoed from within the hull, no frost formed, and no new reply followed. The crew waited for over 10 seconds. Chen Xiaoman leaned against the wall, binding her right foot with a tourniquet. She tied a fatal knot, muttering about her shoes. 320 credits. Shin Muxing could bear it no longer. He crouched down and rebandaged her wound. I'll buy you a new pair once we're out. I'll choose. You'll pay. Just as Chen Xiaoman raised her hand, the vessel lurched downward, as if something immense had settled onto its outer shell. An alarm blared in the cockpit. Hua Qinzhou strode forward, his sleeve slid up to his elbow as he pulled the hatch, revealing an old burn scar encircling his wrist. 4 straight lines, connected end to end, like a doorframe branded into flesh. The external monitors showed only static. Hua Qinzhou switched to the starboard third camera. The feed flickered several times before stabilizing. A figure stood atop the hull, wearing faded crimson workwear of antiquated design. 2 empty tool pouches hung at his waist. Magnetic boots adhered firmly to the surface. His back faced the lens, motionless. The ship was still underway, yet he stood utterly steady. A faded name patch was stitched onto the shoulder of his workwear. Lin Yinshan. Lin Jin's palm, where nails had once pierced, began to throb. Hua Qinzhou retrieved the suit's biometric signal. Body temperature 36. Per C. Heart rate 48 BPM. Remaining oxygen 0157. The numbers continued descending. Alive? Shin Muxing asked. At least his heart still beats. Hua Qinzhou activated the salvage arm. A mechanical claw extended from the ship's belly, gliding slowly toward the lone figure. Just before the claw's tips made contact, the figure inside the suit suddenly raised his right hand and struck the hull 3 times. Thump, thump, clang. 2 light taps, then 1 heavy. Hollow behind the plating. Do not step. Lin Jin's breath caught. He knows we're watching, Zhou Xiaoxia said. Oxygen remaining 1 minute 22 seconds. Bring him into the isolation chamber, Lin Jin ordered. Hua Qinzhou glanced at him. What returns aboard may not leave again. Then he won't die outside. The mechanical claw clamped around the suit's waist, lifting the figure from the hull. As the magnetic boots disengaged, his right glove snagged on a protruding armor plate, ripping open. A few droplets of blood clung to the glove's exterior. The figure was drawn into the starboard isolation chamber. The outer hatch sealed, internal pressure began rising. Oxygen remaining 46 seconds. Without waiting for the inner hatch to open, Chinjo maneuvered the maintenance arm and inserted an oxygen line into the suit's waste port. The countdown froze at 21 seconds. Yet the oxygen indicator remained dark. Instead, another line lit up. Blood circulation oxygenation. 2 slender needles sprang from inside the collar, piercing the man's neck. Pale blue fluid coursed through the tubing. His heart rate steadied. Shin Muxing stared at the screen. It's not oxygenating his lungs. It's oxygenating his blood directly, Chinjo replied. Does a normal person need this? Someone without mouth or nose does. All eyes turned to him. Chinjo offered no explanation. The door-shaped scar on his wrist flushed faintly red. The isolation chamber's pressure normalized. Chinjo guided a sampling needle to extract a single drop of blood from the torn glove. The medical scanner completed analysis in seconds, spitting out a narrow slip of paper. Kinship first degree. Paternal probability 99. 97. Lin Jin flipped the slip, studying it again. The reverse side bore nothing. Do doors copy memory? Shin Muxing asked. Can they copy blood too? Chinjo shook his head. I don't know. It was the first time he'd ever admitted ignorance. The figure inside the suit raised his hand, pointing to his helmet, then slowly shook his head. Don't open it. Lin Jin pressed the internal comm button. Can you hear me? The figure nodded. Who are you? His fingers twitched. Before he could tap, the 6 shadow standing behind Lin Jin stepped forward. Lin Jin did not move, but the shadow detached from him, sliding low across the floor toward the isolation chamber, slipping beneath the inner hatch, and surging straight for the crimson workwear. The man inside recoiled violently, his back slamming into the chamber wall. Thud. For the first time, terror flickered across his face. Lights now. Chinjo commanded. Overhead lamps flared simultaneously. One shadow stretched into 4 by intersecting beams, then tangled across the walls into a writhing mass of human silhouettes. It did not vanish. Instead, using the suit's outline as scaffolding, it crept upward, clinging to the man's feet. At the moment the shadow touched the magnetic boot, the figure snapped upright. His knees and spine ground together, a grating, nauseating sound, as though another body were forcing itself upward from floor to garment. Simultaneously, Lin Jin's old palm wound split open anew. Blood dripped onto the control console. The suit slowly lifted its head. White mist inside the helmet began to shift. First a nasal bridge emerged, then hollow eye sockets, finally a mouth faint and indistinct. Features shimmered like waterlogged vintage photographs, shifting between youth and age. At one fleeting instant the face matched exactly how Lin Yinshan looked the day he vanished. Xiao Jin. The voice issued from the suit's comms, not playback. A throat sensor vibrated, translating the man's vocal cords into sound. Lin Jin's hand hovered over the hatch release, but the figure inside suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it into his own visor. Thud. The first blow left a hairline fracture, white and sharp. Xiao Jin. Thud. The second blow spiderwebbed the entire helmet. To the shadowless table in Med Bay. Chinjo barked. Get him there now. The shadow's already fused. It can't be dragged. Chen Xiaoman leapt from the med chair, her right foot refusing to bear weight, hopping on one leg to the wall, where she wrenched down an emergency sealant gun. It moved along the floor the whole time. She thrust the nozzle into the isolation chamber's maintenance port and fired. White foam erupted, expanding rapidly upon impact. Within seconds, the smooth metal floor became a jagged, uneven foam landscape. The shadow's contour fractured. It persisted, but could no longer adhere to the suit's intact silhouette. Shin Muxing understood. It fears neither darkness nor light, he said. But to wear a person, it must first find an unbroken shadow. Open the hatch, now. Chen Xiaoman shouted. This won't hold long. The inner hatch slid open. Chinjo and Shin Muxing rushed in, grabbing the crimson suit from either side. Lin Jin seized the waist strap. Together the 3 hauled the figure free of the foam. Fragments of shadow still clung to the suit's back. Zhou Xiaoxia shrank beside the hatchway. She stared at the name patch on the shoulder, then at the face briefly revealed behind the cracked visor, her voice trembling. Uncle Lin Yinshan. The ship-wide intercom crackled instantly. Living witness confirmed. Identity of recovered entity verified. Name binding initiated. Chinjo whirled around. Xiaoxia, silence. The girl clapped both hands over her mouth, tears bursting forth. She'd only meant to ask, but the graveyard required no kin, no proof. It needed only one living soul to speak the returned one's name aloud. Inside the isolation chamber, the scattered shadow fragments erupted, launching up the walls toward the crimson suit. They dragged the faceless man into Med Bay. Chinjo slammed the switch for the shadowless table. 6 ring-shaped lamps ignited from different angles. No complete silhouette remained upon the medical platform. Outside the observation window, the sixth shadow still lingered, yet stripped of any matching contour it crowded the glass instead, coalescing into a featureless black face. The crimson suit collapsed onto the medical table. Lin Jin peeled back the fractured visor. There was indeed a man beneath. Hair, skin, carotid pulse, steady and rhythmic. 2 circulatory oxygen needles pierced either side of his neck, yet his chest rose not at all. His face held no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Only seamless, unbroken skin. Yet the throat sensor still vibrated. The comms emitted a faint, wavering voice. Xiaojin. The faceless man lifted his hand, pointing toward the black face pressed against the observation window. Don't let it. His fingers trembled. Where me? Don't let it put me on. The man on the medical bed had just finished speaking when a line of black text jumped onto the screen. Returned object identity binding in progress. Missing item facial features. Calling primary relative template. Lin Jin's left eye suddenly throbbed with pain. It felt as if someone had driven a red-hot needle into his eye socket. He staggered half a step, steadying himself against the medical bed, and his left field of vision instantly went dark. Beneath the surgical lamp, the man's smooth face bulged into an eye socket. The skin split open from the middle, and a wet left eye emerged. That eye gazed at Lin Jin. The iris patterns were identical. It blinked. Lin Jin's remaining right eye blinked in response. It's using your face to repair him, Shin Muxing said as he scanned the data. Even the optic nerves are connected. The man raised his hand to touch the newly grown eye, and his fingernails immediately pressed toward the eyeball. Lin Jin grabbed his wrist. Don't dig it out. The neck patch vibrated, emitting a broken voice. It's not. I chose. Outside the medical bay, a sixth shadow clung to the observation window. It had no facial features, yet its head constantly faced the hand where Lin Jin and the man were clasped. Snap! Among the 6 surgical lamps, one suddenly went out. A burnt smell filled the air. The numbers on the control panel changed accordingly. Lamp array stabilization time 0713. Power branch overload. Recalculating 0452. Huachinzhou's face darkened. This ship's medical circuits are too old. Every time a lamp burns out, the load on the remaining ones increases. With one less light, a very faint shadow appeared on the right side of the medical bed. The black figure on the observation window immediately dispersed, sliding along the wall toward that shadow. It didn't need light to exist. But if it wanted to enter a person's body, it needed a complete projection that could align with their body. Right side supplementary light. Shin Muxing shouted. Chen Xiaoman hopped on one foot to the backup lamp stand, using her shoulder to push the lamp base forward. Unable to put weight on her injured foot, each step brought a fresh layer of cold sweat to her forehead. Shin Muxing tried to go help, but was yelled back by her. Guard your own shadow. If anyone loses their name today, I won't be responsible for picking it up. The backup lamp lit up. The newly formed shadow was cut in half. The black figure outside the window paused, then raised its fist and knocked on the glass. Thump, thump, clang. The man on the medical bed also raised his right hand, but did not respond. He simply gripped the edge of the bed, as if suppressing some instinct. His face was still growing. A nose bridge bulged below the left eye, and the cheeks spread outward. What grew was not Lin Yinshan, but Lin Jin. Lin Jin touched his own nose tip. It was still there, but the sensation felt far away. Relative template synchronization 31. Irreversible after 50. Disconnect the closed-loop oxygen supply. Huachinzhou said. Lin Jin turned to look at him. If we stop the synchronization, he'll die too. Once it exceeds half, it's hard to say who will die. Zhou Xiaoxia huddled by the cabin door, her tears never falling. I called his name. It's not your fault, Lin Jin said. Can I say it again? Say I was mistaken. The graveyard doesn't listen a second time, Huachinzhou said. It only remembers the first person who testified for the returned object. The second surgical lamp began to flicker. The man suddenly turned his hand and grabbed Lin Jin, dragging his hand to the collar of his work suit. Inside there was a hidden pocket sewn. Lin Jin reached inside, but it was empty. Yet the man kept tapping the hidden pocket, then pointed at Huachinzhou. Once. Twice. Huachinzhou's expression changed. The thing is with you, Lin Jin said. Shin Muxing looked at him. What thing? Huachinzhou was silent for a few seconds, then pulled a thin chain from his collar. At the end of the chain hung a polished metal chip. Lin Yinshan's old crew biometric chip, Huachinzhou said. It contains his iris bone structure and 3D facial data. Then plug it in. Huachinzhou didn't move. It's also the crew key for this ship. His thumb pressed against the edge of the chip. Once read, the ship will recognize Lin Yinshan again. The real nameplate I sealed will also wake up. What will happen if it wakes up? The grave registry might recognize us. And this ship may resume its last voyage mission. Where did it go last? Delivering the dead home. The numbness on Lin Jin's face had spread to the corners of his mouth. Huachinzhou, I can see it. Then don't wait until I have no mouth to hand it over. The second lamp completely went out. The control panel recalculated. Remaining stabilization time 0146. A deeper shadow appeared beneath the medical bed. The sixth shadow violently pressed forward, and the observation window emitted a screeching friction sound. Hua Qinzhou finally snapped the thin chain and inserted the biometric chip into the reed slot. If this ship wakes up, he said, everyone prepare to abandon ship. The screen flickered. An old photograph appeared. A young Hua Qinzhou stood on the left and the man beside him held a short-barreled cutting gun, smiling with extreme impatience. Then the photo scattered into dense facial modeling lines. Old crew biometric data confirmed. Name Lin Jin. Last boarding record Gray Calendar 219 of July 16th. Lin Jin stared at the date. Lin Jin was declared missing in Gray Calendar 215. This chip had still opened the ship for years after his disappearance. Hua Qinzhou reached out to cover the record, but was too late. You said you never saw him again after he disappeared. Now is not the time for this. The medical system had completed the replacement. Stop calling primary relative. Activate original facial template. Lin Jin's left eye suddenly regained light. After the excruciating pain, the numbness in his nose and cheeks rapidly receded. He touched his own lips, the sensation returned. The face on the medical bed began to change. The eyes belonging to Lin Jin slowly closed. The corners of the eyes lifted, the nose bridge widened, and an old scar emerged on the forehead. Lin Yinshan's face was growing back. Outside the window, the sixth shadow suddenly went mad. Its entire body slammed into the observation window. Bang! The first impact left a white mark on the glass. Bang! The second impact sent alarms blaring throughout the medical bay. The third surgical lamp went out. The man opened his newly restored eyes. His face was only half complete, but the lips had already formed. He didn't look at Lin Jin first. Instead, he gazed at Hua Qinzhou. You've aged. Hua Qinzhou held the broken chain, not answering. Lin Yinshan's gaze fell on the reed slot. When he saw the biometric chip, his expression suddenly changed. Pull it out. Hua Qinzhou was startled. Hurry, pull it. He reached for it, but the chip had already been locked by the reed slot. From the direction of the cockpit came a dull mechanical rotating sound. The lights of the entire ship shifted from red to white. A dormant old broadcast line connected itself, and a hoarse female voice echoed through all cabins. Old crew Lin Yinshan identity confirmed. Welcome aboard. Lin Yinshan suddenly pushed himself up. I told you to sink it. From the cockpit came another crisp metallic sound. The real nameplate that Hua Qinzhou had sealed for years popped out. The trailing echo of welcome aboard still lingered on the ceiling when the floor lit up. Dim yellow light strips extended from under the medical bed, threading through the door gaps, laying pairs of them deep into the corridor. It wasn't shadowless lights. The light shone from below, casting the shadows of the 6 people in the cabin onto the ceiling. Heads down, feet stuck to the floor like a row of corpses hanging in the wrong direction. The portholes simultaneously dimmed the laminated glass, turning into a semi-transparent mirror. The dark shadow outside still clung to the outer layer, but inside it reflected the inverted figure of Lin Yinshan. The hull trembled slightly, the tips of 2 figures' feet meeting at the edge of the window frame. The dark shadow outside quickly deflated. The glass didn't crack, but a ring of dense blackness bulged around the ankle of Lin Yinshan's reflection. The thing crawled across the window frame along the reflection, then swelled back into a humanoid shape on the ceiling, first enveloping the feet of Lin Yinshan's shadow, then slowly wrapping towards the knees. Turn off the funeral lights. Lin Yinshan pushed himself up on the bed edge, and the extracorporeal circulation machine immediately screamed. He grabbed the forestand and swung it at the identity chip, but the metal rod was intercepted mid-swing by Hua Qinzhou's forearm. Hua Qinzhou's shoulder dropped, but his other hand still gripped the chip, pulling it outward. The chip didn't move. A wisp of white smoke rose from the interface, instantly burning a hole in his palm. I told you to scuttle the ship. Lin Yinshan gasped. I carried out the self-destruct. You did, oi? Lin Yinshan glanced at the cabin walls that were relighting. Then why does it still recognize me? Hua Qinzhou didn't answer. The medical bay screen flickered twice, forcibly switching to the cockpit view. The metal compartment hidden under the console had fully popped open, rust flakes falling, revealing a blackened copper plaque. The plaque bore only 2 characters. Returning home. Below, a line of smaller text was nearly worn away, with only the words, remains repatriation vessel, still legible. The screen at the foot of the bed also lit up. Red light swept over Lin Yinshan's newly regenerated face, then fell on the oxygen tubes inserted into his body. Spontaneous respiration 0. Crew record status deceased. The last line appeared. Judgment life sustained remains. The lock under the bed clicked shut, biting firmly into the transport rail. The medical bed suddenly slid toward the door. Lin Jin pressed his father down with one hand, while wrapping the oxygen tube twice around his own wrist with the other. The circulation machine was dragged to slam into the foot of the bed, nearly tipping over. The tube can't break. Hua Qinzhou chased after. Lin Jin didn't look back, only tightening the tube around his wrist another turn. Lin Yinshan's right hand suddenly lifted. That hand crossed his chest, fingers together, saluting the characters, returning home, on the screen with an old-style boarding salute. Lin Yinshan grabbed his right wrist with his left hand, nails digging into flesh, but still couldn't force it down. Hold it down, he said. Lin Jin lunged forward to press down the arm. Both of them strained together, but the right hand kept rising inch by inch. This hand isn't being raised by me. On the ceiling, the dark shadow had already reached his waist. The cabin door swung wide open, and the medical bed accelerated along the dim yellow light strips. Shin Muxing chased after it and smashed the nearest light, but immediately 2 more pairs lit up ahead. He smashed another, and the corridor only grew brighter. Is there no end to this? Shin Muxing gave up on the lights and jammed a wrench into the track. The wrench was crushed and bent, and the medical bed jolted, nearly causing Lin Jin to slam into the foot of the bed. Chun Xiaoman balanced on one foot on the base of the circulation machine, her injured foot dangling, and hugged the machine tightly. Slow down. If it hits again, I won't be able to reattach it. No one could slow it down. As they passed a corner, Chun Xiaoman and the machine crashed into the bulkhead. Her face went pale with pain, but she didn't dare let go. Zhou Xiaoxia followed at the rear, afraid to call anyone's name anymore, so she just slapped Lin Jin's back hard and pointed ahead. A bulkhead door was descending. Lin Jin didn't see it. Lin Jin ducked. Zhou Xiaoxia covered her mouth after shouting. Lin Jin bent down sharply, the door edge grazing the back of his head. Lin Yinshan was a beat slower, a gash opened on his forehead, blood flowing down his newly healed face. He raised his hand to wipe it. His fingers reached the corner of his eye, but didn't stop. They kept digging along the eye socket. Lin Jin grabbed his hand. Lin Yinshan stared at his own fingertips. Faster. At the end of the track, a black cabinet door had already opened on its own. The faded character, too, on the door was only half visible. Inside was dark like a well lying horizontally in the ship. Turn on the scrutiny light of cabinet 2. Lin Yinshan said. Huachinzhou looked at him. You want to use the double image removal? Open it. The door will only wait half a second. You might not get out. Lin Yinshan ignored him, only urging Huachinzhou. Huachinzhou smashed the emergency seal and pulled down the mechanical lever. A cold white scanning light rose inside the cabinet. The medical bed carrying Lin Yinshan slid in the light, scanning upward from his feet, pressing a complete human silhouette onto the white back panel at the bottom of the cabinet. The number on the cabinet door jumped from 1 to 2. Detected projections 2. Strong light flared from all 4 corners of the cabinet. Lin Yinshan's normal shadow was scattered by the light, but the extra dark shadow was pressed firmly against the white back panel. The medical bed continued moving, but the shadow didn't follow. Its body was stretched longer and longer like a wet garment nailed to the wall, peeling away from Lin Yinshan inch by inch. Its 2 arms still tried to grab the bed edge, but as soon as they crossed the scan line, they were sliced back to the back panel by the cold light. Reverse the track. Lin Yinshan shouted. Huachinzhou pulled the mechanical lever, and the track emitted a piercing screech. The medical bed began to reverse, and the cabinet door started descending at the same time. Lin Yinshan grasped Lin Jin's wrist and tapped twice on the back of his hand with his thumb. 2 taps, hold tight. The 3rd tap, let go. When they used to cross the zero-gravity maintenance bridge as children, this was the gesture they used. If someone got stuck, the 3rd tap meant releasing the tether rope to at least save the other. When the 3rd tap came, Lin Jin didn't let go. Instead, he reversed his grip and locked onto Lin Yinshan's wrist while his other hand grabbed the emergency strap at the foot of the bed, using his full body weight to fall backward. The medical bed was forcibly dragged out of the scanning zone. The cabinet door slammed down, but got stuck at the last moment. The oxygen tube was caught in the door track. Chun Xiaoman climbed off the circulation machine, her injured foot unable to bear weight, and dropped to one knee on the metal floor. She reached for the tube twice, but couldn't get it, so she kicked off her remaining left shoe and wedged it sideways into the door gap. The cabinet door bit into the heel, pausing for a moment. Chun Xiaoman seized the chance to pull the oxygen tube free. Huachinzhou kicked the manual lock, and the door closed completely, the shoe crushed with only half a shoelace left outside. The dim yellow light strips went out one by one. Lin Yinshan's right hand, which had been saluting on its own, fell limply back onto the bed. The corridor fell silent, leaving only the rhythmic pumping of the circulation machine. Chun Xiaoman sat on the floor, tugged the shoelace twice, without success, then simply withdrew her hand. Anyone who picks up my shoe for me, I'll fall out with them. Suddenly 3 sounds came from the cabinet. Thump, thump, a pause, thump, 2 light, 1 heavy. No one answered. A few seconds later, the returning home suddenly tilted the starlight outside the portholes, rotating slowly. The bow deviated from the safe course, aiming deeper into the starship graveyard. All screens simultaneously displayed a line of text. Final burial course resumed. Gray calendar 219, July 16th. Huachinzhou rushed to the control panel, and with his burned hand frantically input the stop command. Blood smeared the keys, but the system didn't accept it. Instead, it retrieved a sealed record. Self-destruct submitted by Huachinzhou. Abort reason vetoed by Captain Lin Yinshan. 219. Lin Jin stared at the date. 4 years after he went missing. Huachinzhou tried to cover the name on the screen with his injured hand, but couldn't hide it completely. I was the only one in the cockpit that day, he said. I never saw him return. I only received the captain's authority. What he said is true. Lin Yinshan suddenly spoke. Lin Jin turned to the medical bed. Lin Yinshan wasn't looking at him, only staring at the still quivering repatriation cabinet. In 219, I wasn't on this ship. From the cabinet came another 2 light 1 heavy knock. Then who vetoed the self-destruct? Lin Jin asked. Lin Yinshan stared at the cabinet door, his newly restored face tightening gradually. Because in 219, he said, it had already passed through me once. The Guisong cabinet no. 2 fell silent for 2 seconds, then 2 more knocks sounded. Thump, thump. The third knock lingered. Huochenzhou returned to the control console. The bow of the Huanxiang had veered off the safe course, plunging deep into the starship graveyard. Several small wreckage fragments scraped past the porthole, trailing a string of cerulean sparks. He input a steering command. Final burial course, executing manual course, key, offline, estimated arrival at course breakpoint 0326 Huochenzhou, then pulled up the scuttling record, and the screen immediately flashed a warning. Gray year 219 scuttling override. Authority dispute exists, temporary release of helm control, operator identity arbitration, required arbitration method, restore original light traces, compare override actions. Lin Yinshan read the last line and immediately said, don't restore. Lin Jin was straightening his oxygen supply tube. The wound cut by the isolation door had bled again. He wiped it with his sleeve, but the wipe was not clean. Why? The cabin's photosensitive coating will project the full silhouette from back then. Lin Yinshan looked toward the Guisong cabinet. That thing can follow the silhouette. Huochenzhou cut the navigation power. The console went dark for only an instant, then lit up again on its own. The countdown jumped from 0326 to 0312. Without the key, we can't break the course, he said. Where is the key? I don't know. Lin Jin glanced at the cabinet door, then at the review button on the screen. Lin Yinshan grabbed his wrist. Don't press. Then we wait 3 minutes and see where it takes us. At least the cabinet door is closed now. It's closed, but we're still heading where it wants to go. Lin Jin pulled his hand back and pressed the review button. All lights on the Huanxiang went out at once. In the darkness, the extracorporeal circulation machine still pumped blood with every beat. Lin Jin felt for his father's hand, pressed it against the edge of the bed until a layer of gray-white light crept over from the cockpit. As the light passed over the floor, years of oil stains, footprints, and bloodstains reappeared, erased clean. No faces, no colors. Only the light and shadow the cabin had remembered. Don't let your shadow be complete. Huochenzhou shouted. Shin Muxing pulled off a maintenance grill and angled it in front of the playback light. The light was sliced into strips, and everyone's shadows broke into pieces. Zhou Xiaoxia dragged a thermal blanket over the medical bed. Chun Xiaomon, unable to land her injured foot, could only lean beside the No. 2 cabinet. She pulled the last half of her shoelace from the door crack and wrapped it twice around her wrist. The gray-white light entered the cockpit. On the wall appeared a much younger Huochenzhou. He walked in from the outer hatch wearing Lin Yinshan's ID chip on his chest. When he passed a patch of oil stain that no longer existed, the current Huochenzhou instinctively sidestepped. Lin Jin saw it. Huochenzhou himself was startled for a moment. In the light trace, he removed the chip and inserted it into the captain's reader slot. Gray year 219, a July 16th scuttling procedure initiated. A red countdown appeared on the cabin wall. But just as the young Huochenzhou pressed confirm, the reader slot suddenly pulled up the last complete captain light trace stored on the chip. The date rolled back 4 years. Gray year 215, Lin Yinshan stood in the captain's scan zone wearing only a gray shirt with rolled up sleeves. The scan light rose to his knees and the shadow behind him moved first. The shadow raised its right arm. Lin Yinshan's body paused half a beat before his right arm was yanked up, forced to salute the empty cockpit. Under the thermal blanket, the current Lin Yinshan suddenly tensed. Lin Jin pressed a hand on his shoulder through the blanket. In the old light trace, Lin Yinshan smashed the ghost eliminator with his left hand. Bright lights blazed from all 4 sides, tearing the black shadow off his body and pinning it to the white skin backboard. It had no face, but its body was identical to Lin Yinshan's. Using his right hand, it tapped 3 times on the console. 2 light, 1 heavy. While it was pinned, Lin Yinshan pulled out his ID chip and threw it to Huochenzhou outside the scan zone. Take it. The young Huochenzhou caught the chip. Don't let this ship ever project my full shape again. Lin Yinshan gasped. Scuttle the Huanxiang. The light trace jumped back to 219. By then, Huochenzhou had already initiated the scuttling, but the ID chip was still in the reader slot. The silhouette of Lin Yinshan from 4 years ago was fully projected onto the cabin wall, and the black shadow pinned to the backboard also appeared. It slid down along that silhouette and pressed against Huochenzhou's feet. The record showed only 1 person, but there were 2 shadows on the floor. The young Huochenzhou's shoulders suddenly sank. His right arm went limp for a moment, then rose at an awkward angle, pressing toward the captain's override zone. The current Huochenzhou also raised his hand and pressed his right shoulder. For those 3 seconds, I had no feeling in my entire arm, he said. There was no sound in my ears either. I thought it was the depressurization alarm. Captain Lin Yinshan override scuttling. The alarm cut off abruptly. It couldn't remember my authority. Lin Yinshan's voice came from under the blanket. With the chip inserted and the ship projecting my full light trace, it could use my movements to fake a confirmation. A thin black line suddenly seeped out from under the No. 2 cabinet. It crawled along the old shadow from 219 toward the cockpit. Chen Xiaoman looked down, saw it, and immediately tore off the bandage from her injured foot. The fresh scab on the wound was ripped open. Her face went pale with pain, but she still slapped the blood-stained gauze over the playback light. A section of the light went dark. The black line also broke off in front of her knee. "Hurry," she said through gritted teeth. "I can't hold it long." Shin Muxing had already raised a wrench and stood by the main projector. After canceling the scuttling, the Hua Chenzhou in the light trace did not leave. His right hand opened a hidden compartment under the console and took out a copper key. The manual course key. Hua Chenzhou stared at his younger self. "So it was I who took it." The manipulated old shadow walked out of the cockpit and all the way to the No. 2 Guisong cabinet. The cabinet door opened and the copper key was shoved into the maintenance slot at the bottom of the cabinet. Then he input a command on the panel beside the cabinet. "Final burial core sealed, pending return object Captain Lin Yinshan continuation condition, return object reboards the ship destination coordinates breakpoint contact lost in gray year 215 upon arrival open No. 2 Guisong cabinet." As the last character was entered, all screens flashed red simultaneously. Continuation condition met 0006 ago. Lin Jin turned to look at his father. The Huanxiang had not awakened on its own because of an old command. It was because Lin Yinshan had returned. Staring at the destination coordinates, Lin Yinshan's face was paler than the freshly healed skin. "That's where it first tunneled into my body." The black line had already bypassed the blood-stained gauze and climbed onto Chen Xiaoman's hand. "Smash it!" Hua Chenzhou roared. Shin Muxing swung the wrench and shattered the main projector. The gray-white light extinguished instantly. Losing its path, the black line retreated quickly from Chen Xiaoman's hand back into the cabinet. She snatched the gauze away, but a long, thin black mark remained on her hand, as if someone had drawn a line under the skin with a fingernail. The corridor lit up again. The historical command on the console had not disappeared. Manual course key location No. 2 Guisong cabinet distance to course breakpoint 0047. The key was inside the cabinet, and the shadow was also inside the cabinet. Hua Chenzhou unclipped a crowbar from his belt, but Lin Yinshan suddenly raised his hand. "Wait." Everyone looked toward the cabinet door. The third knock, missing from the very beginning, still had not fallen. Click. The topmost lock bolt retracted on its own. Click. The latch on the top of cabinet No. 2 retracted inward. The door cracked open, just a sliver of the darkness within bulging outward like thick sludge before being caught by the second lock. The panel beside the cabinet lit up. Cabinet preliminary unseal 13 full door opening will sync with arrival distance to route breakpoint over 4. Hua Chenzhou grabbed a crowbar and Lin Yinshan immediately spoke. "Don't turn on the main light. Once the shadow forms a human shape, it can use it to slip out." Shin Muxing kicked the protective cover off the corridor light and yanked the wires out. Zhou Xiaoxiao pressed a heat blanket over the medical bed, blocking even the red glow of the status screen. Darkness pressed down, leaving only the extracorporeal circulation, pump thumping steadily. Thump. A dull sound came from inside the cabinet. The second lock began to turn. Zhou Xiaoxiao wedged a maintenance lamp behind a removed grill. The light sliced into thin strips hugging the floor. It illuminated the cabinet door, but cast no full human shadow. 38 seconds, said Hua Chenzhou. Lin Jin pulled the restraint strap from the side of the medical bed, clipped it around his own waist, and shoved the other end into Shin Muxing's hand. "I'll go down and get it." "Don't touch the cabinet wall," Lin Yinshan warned through the blanket. "The key is in the maintenance slot on the bottom left." The copper ring protrudes half a finger higher than the slot. Lin Jin crouched down just as the cabinet trembled. Clang. A copper ring slid out of the maintenance slot, rolling along the slightly tilted cabinet floor toward the door gap. It wasn't someone handing out the key. The second lock's rotation had shaken it loose. The ring had barely emerged halfway when a pitch-black hand pressed down from inside the cabinet, its fingers hooking the key and yanking it back. The fragmented light grazing the floor swept across that hand. It was identical to Lin Yinshan's right hand. Even the faint indentation around the ring finger from a wedding band was there, but it was embedded in blackness, looking nothing like something alive. "That's the original left inside the cabinet," Lin Yinshan said, his voice tight. "Inside it can touch things. The shadow threads that squeeze through the door gap have no form. They can only travel along intact shadows." Shin Muxing had already thrust the bent wrench inside. The tip of the wrench hooked the copper ring. The black hand clenched at the same time. 29 seconds. Shin Muxing yanked back and the wrench snapped taut instantly. Metal scraped along the cabinet edge, producing a grating screech. The force inside was far too great for a single hand. Shin Muxing's boots slid half a foot on the floor, the web of his thumb splitting open. Lin Jin lunged and grabbed his wrist, the restraint strap around his waist pulling taut, yet both of them were being dragged inch by inch toward the door gap. "Let go," Lin Yinshan shouted. Shin Muxing didn't reply. He wedged the end of the wrench into the rail gap, stepped on it, and pressed his entire weight down. The bent wrench sprang straight. The copper key slipped from the black fingers, clattering twice on the floor. Before Lin Jin could grab it, Chen Xiaoman swung a medical tray, trapping the key underneath. "Don't touch it yet." She leaned against the wall, her injured foot dangling, cold sweat on her forehead. The hand with the black mark was clamped tightly between her knees. A faint scraping sound came from beneath the tray. Not the key. Chen Xiaoman glanced at the back of her own hand. A strand followed out. 21 seconds. Zhou Xiaoxia pulled out another maintenance lamp and placed it on the other side of the tray. Lin Jin took the grill, setting it crosswise between the tray and the cabinet. With both lamps lit, Chen Xiaoman flipped the tray off. The copper key lay in the intersecting light, but there were 3 shadows on the ground. 2 short shadows pointed away from the lamps. The third was as thin as a hair, clinging beneath the key, crawling against the light toward Chen Xiaoman's wrist. It wasn't the hand from inside the cabinet, just a strand that had been carried out by the key. The black line hit the shadow sliced by the grill and paused for a moment. The next instant, the black mark on the back of Chen Xiaoman's hand bulged violently. Her right hand opened involuntarily, fingers clawing the floor, crawling toward the cabinet. Chen Xiaoman's face went pale. She raised her left knee and pressed it hard onto her own right wrist. Closer. Zhou Xiaoxia pushed both lamps forward. The shadows shrank. The black line, losing its continuous path, coiled twice around the key and could only retreat along the only unbroken connection, the cabinet door gap. Lin Jin stomped on the connection between that thin shadow and the cabinet door. The black line snapped in the middle. The segment outside the cabinet twitched a few times, curled up like burnt hair, and vanished into the cold white light. The black hand inside the cabinet slammed against the door panel. Bang! A metallic scraping sound came from the cabinet floor. The third lock began to rotate inward. Cabinet preliminary unsealed 23 distance to route breakpoint 013. Lin Jin grabbed the key and tossed it to Hua Qinzhou. Hua Qinzhou instinctively reached out with his right hand. The copper key hit his palm, then slipped through his numb fingers. He stared at it for half a second, picked it up with his left hand, and lunged toward the course lock. First insertion missed, the key teeth scraped against the lock rim. 9 seconds, Zhou Xiaoxia counted. The second attempt still failed to catch. The Huanxiang was diving steeply, the entire corridor vibrating. Hua Qinzhou's left hand wasn't used to this old mechanical lock. Lin Jin snatched the key from his hand, while his other hand cradled Hua Qinzhou's numb right palm. You call out, I'll turn. Hua Qinzhou stared at the lock cylinder, pressed down, turn left 2 clicks. The key caught in the teeth. All the way. No, back half a click. For seconds left. Lin Jin turned back half a click. Hua Qinzhou pressed his right palm over the back of Lin Jin's hand. That hand couldn't feel the key, but it still remembered how much force to use from 20 years ago. Now push it all the way. Both of them pushed together. Click. The manual course lock engaged. The Huanxiang's port attitude thrusters ignited with a roar. The corridor lurched sideways. Shen Muxing crashed into the cabinet door, using his shoulder to slam it back. The third lock, halfway through its rotation, jammed in a half-open position, emitting a series of frantic spinning clicks. Chen Xiaoman slid across the floor with the tray toward the corner. Zhou Xiaoxia lunged and wrapped her arms around Chen Xiaoman's waist, both maintenance lamps rolling away. The medical bed's lock also broke open. Lin Jin spun around, catching the hand that slid out from under the heat blanket. Lin Yinshan's hand was as cold as if it had just been pulled from the cabinet. 000, no explosion. The thrusters stopped. In the brief silence, an invisible chill swept past the Huanxiang's starboard side. A patch of dust on the console vanished, as if something had overlapped with the ship for an instant. The screen lit up again. Terminal route aborted, course shift 2. 3 meters starboard, stern grazed the route breakpoint, local spatial overlap 0. 7 seconds, cabinet no. 2 full open, aborted, detected unknown, return item 1. Everyone looked at the starboard console. There had been nothing there before. Now a glass cup sat on it. The cup was old, its rim chipped, still holding half a glass of water. The water surface rippled gently, fresh droplets clinging to the inner wall, as if someone had just set it down from a table for years ago. Lin Yinshan threw off the heat blanket. The moment he saw the cup, all color drained from his face. Yours, oi? Lin Jin asked. Lin Yinshan stared at the chipped rim. Year 215 of the gray calendar, I smashed it myself before leaving the ship. The third lock stopped spinning. The interior of the cabinet was unnaturally quiet, but the half glass of water didn't settle. The surface tilted slowly toward cabinet no. 2, as if an invisible gravitational pull emanated from there. Lin Jin gripped his father's right hand. That hand suddenly pulled away from his palm. The index finger bent its knuckle, aimed at the edge of the bed, and struck heavily. Thump. The third knock, which had been owed since before the cabinet door opened, finally fell. Cabinet no. 2 gave no response. Lin Yinshan stared at his own right hand, his lips moving twice before he managed to squeeze out a sentence. This time it wasn't me who knocked. This time it wasn't me who knocked either. The third sound still clung to the edge of the bed as the gears in the no. 2 return cabinet, which were supposed to be deadlocked, re-engaged. The third lock slid back along the tooth slot, and several lines of text jumped out on the panel beside the cabinet. Return call response complete. Local space overlap ended. Unknown return object, final state verification failed. Return object contact pending confirmation. Lin Yinshan's expression shifted, bind the right hand, including the elbow. Zhou Xiaoxia pulled out 2 restraint straps, avoiding the circuit needle in the wrist, securing one strap around the wrist and the other around the elbow, locking it onto the bed frame. Lin Jin tugged at the lock again, then laid the bent wrench horizontally beneath his father's wrist bone. If the pressure became too great, this wrench could snap it directly. On the control console, the chipped glass slid slowly. The water inside all crowded toward the side near the No. 2 cabinet, the surface standing upright like a thin sheet of ice. A thread of oily black seeped from the gap in the cabinet door. It didn't rush toward the people, but instead crept along the ground, slipping into the cup's shadow cast by the maintenance light, following that complete dark path toward the medical bed. Lin Yinshan's index finger then bent slightly. Zhou Xiaoxia reached back and switched off the maintenance light. As the cold white light cut off, the cup's shadow indeed vanished. But the darkness beneath the cabinet door, under the console, and between the medical bed instantly merged into one. The thread of black, like ink, dropped into water, spreading outward and splitting into a dozen thin filaments. One of them had already touched the tip of Shun Muxing's shoe. Zhou Xiaoxia immediately turned the light back on. The darkness was severed by the light, and the scattered filaments instantly retracted, leaving only the one clinging to the cup's shadow. "Can't turn it off," said Hua Qinzhou. "Once the light is off, the path from the cabinet to the bed is wide open." Another maintenance light had its casing cracked, but still worked. Zhou Xiaoxia pushed it to the opposite side, and Shun Muxing placed a maintenance grill across the cup's shadow. 2 intersecting beams of light filled the dark gap from opposite directions, pressing a continuous bright band between the cabinet door and the console, cutting the once complete cup shadow into several segments. The black thread coiled at the broken edge of the cup shadow like a strand of hair touching fire. Lin Yinshan's previously bent index finger relaxed. But the entity inside the No. 2 cabinet was unaffected. 5 black fingers hooked onto the door edge, slowly prying the door open. Hua Qinzhou wedged the crowbar in, pressing the tail of the bar with his left hand, while his right palm instinctively pressed down on the hot brake handle. Zhou Xiaoxia smelled the burning first, turned around, and saw his palm already blistered. She knocked his hand away with medical scissors. "Switch to your left hand. Right hand has no feeling." "I know. If it rots, I'll still have to stitch it." Hua Qinzhou didn't argue further, withdrawing his right hand to his chest, pressing the crowbar with only his left arm. With one hand, missing the tail of the bar, slid a notch into the cabinet. Chen Xiaoman sat by the wall, silent the whole time. She glanced at the wrench Lin Jin had laid beneath his father's wrist, and quietly tugged her sleeve down. Beneath the sleeve, the black mark had already crawled over the wrist bone. The black thread outside the cabinet writhed twice across the bright band, then suddenly veered toward her. The black mark on the back of Chen Xiaoman's hand bulged at the same time, as if it wanted to burst out from under the skin to connect the path for the opposite segment. Her face turned pale, but she bit the sleeve and extended her hand into the overlapping area of the 2 lights. "Don't cut yet," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I still have a segment here. It's connecting the path." The subcutaneous black mark constricted under the cold light. Chen Xiaoman's shoulders shook with pain, but her other hand desperately held the grill steady, not letting the bright band shift. "Hurry." The third lock was still retreating, and the gap in the door was already wide enough for a hand to squeeze through. A crack suddenly appeared on the glass. As the crack extended downward from the chipped edge of the cup, the gears in the cabinet stopped. The third lock even bounced back a notch. Everyone saw it. The next second, the crack healed on its own. The lock tongue slid inward again, and the black hand pressed back onto the crowbar. The panel refreshed. Historical final state broken. Current state intact. Causal closure failed. This time no black thread touched Lin Yinshan, but his bound right arm rose backward on its own, fingers clenched tightly, as if grasping an invisible cup. In the 215th year of the gray calendar, it shattered on the corner of the cabinet door. He stared at his own hand. "I only remember the cup leaving my hand. After that, I was standing at the airlock. What happened in between? Nothing." That segment of memory was cleanly severed. Lin Jin looked at the now intact cup, then at the still retreating lock tongue. 0.7 seconds only sent it over, he said. What hasn't finished yet is the moment before the cup hit the ground. Zhou Xiaoxia had already dragged over an opaque instrument isolation box, pressing the open side of the box against the cup's far side from the cabinet. The box did not cross the bright band, and the second light exactly consumed its shadow, falling toward the No. 2 cabinet. Shin Muxing used a thin steel support plate, sliding it along the tabletop from the other side. The cup was scooped onto the plate, the water sloshing violently inside, but not a single drop spilling. The plate with the cup slid into the isolation box. Zhou Xiaoxia closed the lid, and Lin Jin snapped both locks shut. The cup's shadow disappeared, and the black thread beside the grill lost its destination, retreating along the original path back into the cabinet. But Lin Yinshan's right arm remained in the throwing posture, and the third lock had not reset. The path is cut off, so why is the cabinet still opening? Shin Muxing asked. Lin Jin pressed the isolation box into the overlapping light on the console, because the object is sealed, but the matter isn't finished. He didn't smash it hard immediately, only tapped the lid of the box once with the wrench. Dong. A very light cracking sound came from inside. The third lock suddenly sprang outward, and the black hand released the crowbar. Final state matching in progress. Only then did Lin Jin grip the wrench fully. The black hand inside the cabinet reacted quickly, grabbing the crowbar again and pulling it inward. Hua Qinzhou's shoulder slammed into the door frame, and Shun Muxing lunged to grab the tail of the bar. The black mark on the back of Chen Xiaoman's hand bulged against the light blood seeping out from the pores one by one. Lin Jin swung the wrench, and the second blow landed heavily. The lid of the box dented inward, pressing directly onto the cup's rim. A series of crisp, shattering sounds echoed from inside the isolation box. The cup finally broke for the second time. Lin Yinshan's raised right arm simultaneously swung forward, the two restraint straps stretched almost to breaking. The black hand inside the cabinet recoiled as if burned, releasing its grip and quickly withdrawing behind the door. Reset. Hua Qinzhou barked. Shen Muxing shoved the cabinet door shut with his shoulder, while Hua Qinzhou's left hand pulled down the emergency handle. The third lock snapped back into the tooth slot first, then the second and first locks, which had already disengaged, also rotated back into place. Click, click, clack. Causal final state closed. Biological contact confirmed failed. Local return procedure aborted. Cabinet lock reset 33. The medical bay fell silent, leaving only the steady pumping of the extracorporeal circulation machine. Chen Xiaoman released the grill and immediately hid her black-marked hand back into her sleeve. This time no one pretended not to see, and Lin Jin did not remove the wrench from beneath his father's wrist. Shen Muxing first felt the box lid. Though dented, there was no crack. The two locks were still sealed, and no water leaked from the bottom. He leaned close and shook it. The broken glass still rolled inside the sealed box. "It's all inside," he said. But Lin Jin smelled blood. A drop of blood fell from Lin Yinshan's clenched right fist. Zhou Xiaoxia undid the wrist restraint and pried his fingers open one by one. In the palm was embedded a piece of wet glass, its edge bearing a faint blue old glaze. Beneath the fragment was not a freshly cut wound, but an old scar that had already turned white. On the base of Lin Yinshan's ring finger, a faint ring of indentation had appeared, as if from a wedding ring worn for many years, just removed. The isolation box was not broken. Yet that piece of glass had returned to the spot where it had pierced 4 years ago. Lin Yinshan stared at it, his pupils contracting. "I remember now." "Remember what?" Lin Jin asked. "Not everything, just the 2 moments before and after." Lin Yinshan's voice was hoarse. "Before the cup left my hand, I glanced at the cabin clock. When I opened my eyes again, the clock had advanced 7 minutes. He pulled out the fragment with his left hand. The old scar began to bleed again, as if the 4 years in between had never existed. When I woke up, the glass was embedded here, the blood already dry. The door of the No. 2 cabinet was closed." Lin Jin waited for him to continue. Lin Yinshan raised his eyes to look at the purely mechanical counting wheel beneath the cabinet door. But its opening count was 1 more than before I lost consciousness. During those 7 minutes, the No. 2 cabinet had opened. During those 7 minutes, cabinet 2 was opened. Lin Jin stared intently at the mechanical counter wheel. "Who closed it?" "I don't know." Lin Yinshan answered swiftly. So swiftly it seemed he feared that even a moment's hesitation would conjure a false answer from the void of his memory. Zhou Xiaoxia gave him no chance to dwell further on recollection. She placed the blood-stained shard of glass into an evidence bag, then gently pried open his right hand to retreat the old scar splitting across his palm. At the base of his ring finger, a fresh, faint constriction mark had just surfaced and had not yet faded. Inside the indentation, a diagonal incision ran from the lateral edge of the palm toward the fingertip, as though something thin and rigid had once been forced beneath the wedding band. The ring didn't fall off on its own. Shen Muxing glanced briefly at the glass through the evidence bag. At the fragment's sharp tip, besides Lin Yinshan's blood, traces of silver-gray alloy and cryolock grease were visible. The grease lies atop the metallic residue. 2 distinct layers sequentially deposited. "Don't construct narratives yet." Lin Jin sealed the bag's closure. "Extract it first." Cabinet 2 still displayed lock reset 33. Hua Qinzhou severed the cabinet's power supply, bound his numb right hand across his chest, and manipulated the 3 red anti-retraction pins through the lock tongue, one by one, with his left hand alone. He cranked the emergency handle twice. The door remained immovable. Zhou Xiaoxia observed him voluntarily bind his hand, and said nothing. She merely slid her protective goggles slightly toward him. Chen Xiaoman rolled up her sleeve, revealing a dark bruise on the back of her hand, and accepted one of the forensic lamps. "I'll hold the light," she said. "Don't test anything with this hand." Lin Jin nodded. "No one's using you for testing." A transparent forensic dome descended over the counting module, illuminating the slot from 2 opposing cold light sources within. Only after everyone had donned fresh gloves did Zhou Xiaoxia unscrew the 6 bolts securing the casing. When the lid sprang open, the pre-tension spring lifted it barely a finger's width, halted precisely by a limit hook Hua Qinzhou had prepositioned. The external mechanical housing consisted of 2 stacked tiers. The upper tier housed the counter wheel, which advanced only when the main lock cam passed the unlocking midpoint, The lower tier contained the internal opening obstruction channel. Each time the pull ring reset, an anti-disengagement ratchet advanced any foreign object lodged within the channel by one precise increment. On the counter wheel, an extra tooth bore a reverse curl burr along its right flank, whereas all normal opening wear marks appeared exclusively on the left. Within the lower tier debris, catch a compressed ring of silver-gray metal lay pressed flat. Its circular form distorted, as if chewed by machinery wedged tightly between the obstruction channel and the internal sliding tongue. Along the inner band, a seam of old weld ran parallel to 3 bite marks, the first 2 shallow, the third plunging deep into the weld joint and leaving behind a triangular chip. When Lin Jin saw the weld seam, his left hand clenched reflexively against the blanket. "It's mine. It cracked before. I had it re-welded." "Do you recall how it got there?" "I don't remember." A microprobe extended into the channel. Deep within its recess adhered a fleck of pale blue glass powder, and identical blue fragments were embedded in the triangular notch of the ring. Zhou Xiaoxia refrained from pressing the original shard against the ring. Instead, the scanner magnified the glass edge inside the evidence bag, overlaying it precisely onto the diagonal scrape inside the ring's inner band. A sequence of scratches, varying in length, aligned perfectly down to the tiniest nicks at their termini. The glass had first been levered beneath the ring, then forced into the obstruction channel, pushing the wedding band beyond reach deep into the finger's recess. The silver residue and cryolock grease had adhered to the fragment during that very act. Lin Jin gazed silently at his freshly bandaged palm. "So I pulled out the glass and used it to retrieve the ring." "That's what the evidence suggests," Lin Jin replied calmly. "Not what you remember. Don't fill in the gaps with it." Lin Jin fell silent. Shin Muxing pointed to the 3 tooth marks on the ring, or perhaps someone outside attempted it 3 times consecutively. That reverse burr could also be residual damage from prior use. Hua Qinzhou did not endorse the hypothesis. From the maintenance cabinet, he retrieved an identical spare mechanical module, detached the drive pin linking it to the main lock cam, and retained only the 2 witness cables, inner and outer. A red line marked the sliding tongue's position at the unlocking midpoint. He then cut a silver-gray retaining ring matching the wedding band's width and filed a thin groove into it, precisely aligned with the weld seam on the original ring. Test first. He pulled the outer release cable. Since the outer linkage bypassed the obstruction channel, the test ring remained motionless, and the counting pulse burr faced leftward. The reverse-facing burr on the original counter wheel pointed in the exact opposite direction. Hua Qinzhou replaced the test ring and pulled the inner release cable. On the first tug, the ratchet advanced the ring by 1 increment. Click. On the second, another increment. Click. On the third, the sliding tongue reached the thin groove. The test ring fractured, the inner cable crossed the red line, and the spare counter wheel simultaneously advanced 1 digit. Thud. Lin Jin right shoulder tensed abruptly. Fresh crimson seeped through the newly applied gauze on his palm. 2 light taps, then 1 heavy, matching exactly the 3 sounds that had earlier echoed from the medical cot. The newly engaged counter tooth bore a burr curled rightward, identical in orientation to the old mark on cabinet 2. Sound served only as corroboration. What truly aligned were the number of increments, the unlocking midpoint, and the direction of applied force. Hua Qinzhou threaded a medical-grade silicone tube, diameter matched to a human phalanx, through the folded pull ring, positioning it where a finger would naturally rest when gripping the ring, then reinserted the fractured test ring into the 3rd slot. As the sliding tongue relaxed, the broken metallic ring was drawn toward the fixed channel's edge. Its 2 hardened edges snapped shut like shears, slicing diagonally through the silicone tube. Shin Muxing overlaid the angle of the original ring's break with the silicone tube's cut surface. The oblique angles proved nearly identical. He exhaled sharply, confirmed. That pattern cannot be replicated by external pulling alone. Consider my earlier speculation withdrawn. The original counter wheel of cabinet 2 remained untouched. Lin Jin first inscribed a continuous white line across the counter wheel, its axle, and the casing. Hua Qinzhou then inserted 2 alignment pins through the factory service port, locking both the numeral wheel and the mainspring drum in place. After verifying the white line remained unbroken, they threaded fine steel wire through the ring. The band yielded only slightly, then jammed. Zhou Xiaoxia guided the endoscope into position from behind. The monitor first revealed half a blackened fingernail, then the severed stump sealed under cryolock grease. The ring and the severed digit were interlocked. Brute force would destroy the wound margin. Zhou Xiaoxia employed 2 long forceps. One stabilized the tissue, the other rotated the ring counterclockwise. 3 full turns later, the deformed wedding band dropped cleanly into evidence bag 1. The charred distal phalanx of the ring finger slid smoothly into bag 2. Neither item ever left the confines of the forensic dome. Chen Xiaoman held the lamp steady throughout, its cool white beam never straying from the channel's aperture, and the white calibration line on the counter wheel remained intact. Discarding the outer tissue layer potentially contaminated by seen blood, Zhou Xiaoxia extracted a marrow sample from the center of the bone's cut surface. Only after sealing the assay chamber did she collect a fresh blood sample from Lin Jin for comparative analysis. During the tense seconds awaiting results, Lin Jin kept his gaze fixed on the recovered wedding band. When I woke up, the ring was gone, he said quietly. I searched for it afterward. At that time I believed I'd simply lost it myself. The assay chamber lit up. Internal marrow sample, no exogenous contamination. Match rate with Lin Jinshan's current sample 9,997. Shin Muxing pulled up the cached footage of the black hand seizing the pry bar at cabinet 2. That hand bore 5 fingers, yet the ring finger was truncated precisely at its distal joint. The scanner rotated the retrieved phalanx halfway, the fracture plane length and nail notch aligned flawlessly. Lin Jin turned to his father. In gray calendar year 215, when you awoke, were both hands intact? Intact. Did you ever undergo finger joint reconstruction? No. Not a single finger was ever missing from me. Genetic identity does not guarantee singular identity. Cloning temporal overlap. Neither possibility has been ruled out. Lin Jin stated only what could be confirmed. During those 7 minutes, cabinet 2 was opened from within, and the hand that opened it carried genetic material identical to yours. Lin Jinshan's hands rested upon the blanket, his right palm oozing blood, yet his ring finger whole and unbroken. Inside the evidence bag, however, lay a phalanx that should not exist. On the homeward-bound vessel of gray calendar year 215, at least 3 hands bearing Lin Jinshan's genome had existed simultaneously. Take back what you said about 3 hands. Zhou Xiaoxia pushed the evidence bag containing the severed finger back into the refrigerated slot. Lin Jin looked at her. What's wrong? Identical genes only prove the blood came from the same mold. She pointed at the pry bar inside the isolation cover. Whether it's the same hand depends on what the hand itself left behind. The low-temperature pry bar, still gripped by the black hand, had not been cleaned. Lock grease mixed with an extremely thin layer of oil left several grayish-white marks on the bar's surface. Shin Muxing let the scanning frame clamp the pry bar and slowly rotated it once. No complete palm appeared on the screen. Only 5 separate contact surfaces curved around the metal circumference, one for the thumb, one each for the index, middle, and little fingers, and half a palm-side impression. The ring finger's position was empty. The marks on a round bar can't be flattened directly. Shin Muxing measured the bar's diameter and corrected the 5 impressions individually. I only compare the bifurcations and terminations of ridges, not their distances apart. Lin Jinshan's right palm was still oozing blood. Zhou Xiaoxia did not touch the wound, but used a suspended probe to scan his 4 intact fingertips in turn, then asked him to turn his hand sideways, revealing the uninjured skin below the little finger. The first impression matched. The second also matched. When the third lit up, Lin Jinshan looked away. None of the 5 partial impressions conflicted. The broken ridge on the little finger's pad even stopped right beside a sweat pore, as if someone had pressed the same seal once 4 years ago, and again today. The hand in the cabinet, except for the missing distal segment of the ring finger, has all its ridges consistent with your right hand, Zhou Xiaoxia said. What about that segment? Lin Jinshan asked. His ring finger curled slightly. Still there? The evidence bag was fixed on a transparent holder. Zhou Xiaoxia applied only a thin layer of optical coupling gel on the outside of the bag to flatten the wrinkles without letting the gel touch the tissue inside. Blue light slanted through the lock grease, and the remaining ridges on the charred fingertip gradually emerged. Shin Muxing no longer attempted any whole-hand reconstruction. He placed this single fingerprint on the left and Lin Jinshan's complete right ring finger on the right. The 2 sets of ridges rotated to the same angle. Bifurcation ridges and closed loops lit up in succession, and even the broken fine line fell at the same spot. Hua Qingzhou called up the cached side image of the black hand from cabinet 2. The black hand's ring finger was missing from the last joint, the break angled toward the palm side. The finger segment in the evidence bag exactly filled the gap to the fingertip, its bottom cut, also at the same oblique angle. A blurred image alone could not confirm a cross-section match, but no second type of cut appeared. The 3 sets of results were displayed on the screen, and no one attempted to synthesize them into a pristine white hand. The mutilated hand in the cabinet, the charred severed finger, and Lin Jinshan's intact right hand, as it is now. The existing biometric identification standards of the returning home could not distinguish them. Lin Jinshan stared at his ring finger, but it was severed. No one answered. He raised his hand to his eyes, looked again at the evidence bag in the refrigerated slot, then suddenly pinched that ring finger with his thumb and pulled harshly outward. Lin Jin grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? Checking if it's fake. Does it hurt? Lin Jinshan paused for 2 seconds. It hurts. He then smiled a smile that was uglier than not smiling. Hua Qingzhou flipped the device used for comparison up from its base. A metal nameplate was hidden underneath, covered in dust. M7 Medical Audit Terminal. Tissue sealing body, repatriation, final sign-off. We just used its sampling slot. Hua Qingzhou wiped the dust off the nameplate. Gene testing is just a secondary function. When the medical pod is offline, all excised tissues must leave a local record here. Shin Muxing found a grayed-out marker at the bottom of the menu. Historical Credential Conflict 1. It wasn't the device, suddenly speaking. After the severed finger sample entered the sampling slot, the system had already found an old record locally, but no one had clicked it open. Hua Qingzhou first unplugged the data bus connecting the terminal to the ship, then opened the back panel. He reached to remove the power cable of the printhead, then stopped. The cable had already melted and broken at the heating element's base. The fracture was charred and brittle with oxidation creeping along the copper wire into the insulation. The accompanying mechanical fault tag was dated Gray Calendar 215, with no signs of the lead seal having been replaced. This thing hasn't been able to print since that year. The paper roll was hidden in the mechanical compartment behind the lead seal. The seal time was also Gray Calendar 215, the edges already brittle, the serial number matching the shell's maintenance record. Hua Qingzhou refastened the back panel. Now it can read advanced paper, but cannot retrieve data from elsewhere. The characters on the paper could not have been added just now. Lin Jin clicked the gray marker. The screen did not output an answer, it only revealed the outline of a right ring finger. Please submit the original tissue credential. Zhou Xiaoxia first turned the witness panel toward Lin Yinshan. Use yours. Lin Yinshan did not move. Didn't you say they can't be distinguished, he asked. That's why we try yours first. After a moment, he pressed his intact ring finger into the light ring. Green light scanned from the fingertip to the second joint, then stopped. Biometric identity matched. Credential form error, continuous living tissue. Lin Yinshan did not immediately lift his hand. He stared at the line through the glass as if his own hand had been rejected by a door. It recognizes me, he said. Just doesn't want me. Zhou Xiaoxia moved the evidence bag with the severed finger under UV light. The lock grease on the cross-section turned pale blue, but around the bone edge a ring of pinprick-sized black dots emerged, varying in depth. Hua Qingzhou recognized that. After an excised tissue completes repatriation, the audit terminal burns a set of one-time thermal coagulation points on the sealed surface. They seal the cross-section and serve as credentials. The dot matrix is random, it cannot exist on a living finger. Zhou Xiaoxia placed the evidence bag containing the severed finger flat on the surface. Green light bypassed the fingerprint and first passed through the cross-section. The screen read the thermal coagulation points one by one. One of them, partially covered by lock grease, flashed twice before turning green. Seal dot matrix matched. Original credential passed. A soft click came from inside the terminal as a latch released. The long-damaged print head remained motionless, but the old paper roll inside the lead-sealed compartment was pushed forward by an independent gear. The characters were already on the paper. Zhou Xiaoxia used tweezers to grip the edge of the paper. Gray Calendar 215, local repatriation record. Operator Lin Yinshan. Repatriation seal complete. Biological residue, right ring finger distal segment. Lin Yinshan's intact ring finger was still pressed against the edge of the glass. He jerked back as if burned. The paper strip continued to advance. Final sign-off incomplete. Designated signatory Lin Jin. Lin Yinshan stood up too suddenly, pulling the extracorporeal circulation tube taut. Zhou Xiaoxia reached for his needle sight, but he blocked between Lin Jin and the terminal first. Hua Qingzhou did not look at them. He stared at the serial number at the bottom of the paper strip, his face gradually darkening. Wrong. The final signatory cannot be handwritten, it can only be selected from the ship's biological roster at the moment the transaction was established. That serial number was the roster reference code. But on the returning home in Gray Calendar 215, there was no Lin Jin. And there could not be that code. Lin Jin pulled out his identity badge for this salvage mission from the inside of his collar. The silver badge was still very new with a serial number engraved on the back. This is a temporary code. Shin Muxing took it and glanced at it. The salvage pod's offline chip issues random numbers, one per mission, not generated by name and not reused. The issuance time was just 12 days ago. The serial number on the paper strip matched it digit for digit. The terminal had indeed come into contact with Lin Jin and might have read his identity code. But that print head had burned out in Gray Calendar 215. This line of characters was not added just now. It had been rolled up in the 4-year-old lead seal all along. Suddenly the witness panel in front of the terminal lit up. The light ring, originally accommodating only a single severed finger, pushed outward and slowly expanded into a complete right palm. Historical transaction, overdue sign-off. Please have the designated signatory place a right palm. Lin Yinshan moved first. He shook off Zhou Xiaoxia and pressed his own right palm onto the panel before Lin Jin could. The blood beneath the transparent dressing seeped out immediately. The shadows of 5 fingers flushed red under the green light. Operator identity confirmed Lin Yinshan. Signatory mismatch. Waiting for Lin Jin. Lin Yinshan did not release his hand. Instead, he pressed harder, as if trying to extinguish the light with his own palm. Lin Jin reached to pull him away. His free left hand suddenly turned over and grabbed Lin Jin's right wrist tightly. Don't touch. I wasn't going to press. Then don't let it touch you. Lin Jin looked at him. What exactly do you remember? Nothing. Lin Yinshan's knuckles were still pressing against the witness panel, blood slowly crawling down the edge of the glass. I'm afraid those 7 minutes remember you. Inside the evidence bag, the charred ring finger rested quietly. On the 4-year-old paper strip, Lin Jin's serial number, which had been born only 12 days ago, had already been waiting for him for 4 whole years. Lin Yinshan's right palm remained pressed firmly against the witness panel. Blood seeped from beneath the transparent dressing, filling every crease of his palm print. Zhou Xiaoxia seized his wrist and wrenched it outward. The first 3 fingers yielded, but when she reached the ring finger, Lin Yinshan deliberately relaxed his grip. His thumb pressed down upon the second joint of that finger and twisted it outward, then slid toward the panel's right edge. There only a narrow dust-choked slit remained. He traced it twice. His expression darkened. "Where's the card?" "What card?" Zhou Xiaoxia asked. "The receipt token. Insert first, then press." Lin Jin stepped forward. "Who taught you that?" Lin Yinshan stared fixedly at the narrow slit. After a long silence, he said, "Someone behind me called me father." "What did he say?" "He said, 'Dad, lend me your hand for 7 minutes.'" He lifted his gaze to Lin Jin, his eyes like ice, unthawed, dense, and unmoving. His voice sounded exactly like yours. The witness panel shuddered abruptly. The emerald light encircling Lin Yinshan's right palm contracted inward, yet the blood did not retreat with his hand. A small patch of dark crimson sank into the glass, as if drawn downward by an unseen force. Zhou Xiaoxia reached for gauze to wipe the blood from the panel, but the moment the cloth brushed one corner, its green light flickered and died. Operator witness, incomplete, the remaining 3 corners flashed crimson in unison. She froze instantly. The extinguished corner slowly flooded again with blood, and the light reignited. No one dared touch the panel again. Then Lin Yinshan curled his fingers slightly. The tip of his ring finger turned stark white. Not pallor from blood loss, but a chilling void. Nail skin, even the fine capillaries beneath the fingertip drained of color, leaving only a waxy, lifeless sheen. Zhou Xiaoxia pinched the tip between her fingers. Her own fingertip recoiled the instant it made contact. Temperature dropping. She affixed the thermal probe. The reading plummeted, from 31 to 27, without pause. She tightened a tourniquet around the base of the finger until veins bulged across Lin Yinshan's knuckles, yet the whiteness bled relentlessly beneath the bandage. At that exact second, a brittle crack echoed from within the refrigeration chamber. Frost lining the evidence bag's inner wall split open along a hairline seam. The charred, severed fingertip, previously flattened rigidly against the bag's floor, now lifted faintly at its tip. Beneath its desiccated pad, a slender vessel swelled, impossibly thin and vivid. The wider Lin Yinshan's fingertip grew, the fuller the severed digit swelled inside the bag. Zhou Xiaoxia sealed the evidence pouch tightly and withdrew it from its cradle, retreating to the far end of the medical bay. Neither transformation ceased. The pallor advanced past the first knuckle of Lin Yinshan's ring finger, creeping steadily downward. Inside the evidence bag, there was only a fingertip, yet it was already taking. Lin Jin tore off the identity badge hanging at his neck. Lin Yinshan seized his sleeve. "Don't insert it. You won't let me press, because you fear it will take my hand." "But it claimed yours first," Lin Jin said, watching the finger lose warmth before him. "A single fingertip won't kill. It has already crossed the break." Lin Yinshan remained silent. Lin Jin drew his sleeve free inch by slow inch. "It isn't waiting for my press to begin taking. It's deciding how far to go while we hesitate. Why assume pressing will stop it? I don't." Lin Jin glanced down at his father's hand. "But I won't stand aside while it finishes claiming you." Hua Qinzhou scraped hardened blood from the narrow slot with his blade's tip. The receptacle emerged, precisely sized. Lin Jin slid the silver badge home. The badge pulsed faintly. Offline identity authentication confirmed. Operator Lin Yinshan, recipient Lin Jin. The palm-shaped halo shifted from red to white. Her translucent arc-shaped clamps extended momentarily from the halo's rim, then retracted like jaws testing their bite. Lin Jin did not press immediately. Instead, he withdrew a thermal scalpel from the instrument tray and handed it to Hua Qinzhou. "Hold the clamp for 3 seconds, then sever at the root." Hua Qinzhou activated the blade's edge. "I'll cut the clamp. Don't thrash." Zhou Xiaoxia pressed a sedative syringe against Lin Yinshan's upper arm. "If you lunge, I'll keep you unconscious until this ends." "You." Lin Yinshan managed only 2 words before Lin Jin's right palm descended, pressing down through the blood still wet on the glass where his father's hand had lain. For transparent clamps rose from the halo's perimeter, locking onto the sides of his palm. Simultaneously, Hua Qinzhou's blade touched the outermost clamp space. A muffled thud resonated from beneath the panel. Lin Jin's palm flared with heat. 7 needle-sized black burns bloomed, from heel to ring finger, each a searing point of agony. The last scorched the edge of an old callus, jerking his wrist violently. In the second, a jagged black line surfaced along Lin Yinshan's nail bed, from root upward. Inside the evidence bag, blood welled precisely along the same oblique plane at the stump of the severed fingertip. By the 3rd second, Lin Yinshan's fingertip began to fade, not sever, not tear, but dissolve. First his nail receded, only to reappear glossy and damp upon the severed digit in the bag. Then flesh, bone, even the shallow old scar across his fingertip vanished from his hand, and reformed whole and intact upon the 4-year-old evidence. Even the crescent-shaped notch on the nail's right edge returned. The very spot he'd gnawed during moments of anxiety, though he'd never admitted a Lin Jin had once asked as a child, and he'd claimed it was from a repair clamp's bite. The clamps retracted. Lin Jin lifted his hand. Lin Yinshan's right ring finger now ended mid-phalanx. No arterial spray erupted. Instead, a ring of needlepoint thermal coagulation sites glowed one by one along the angled wound. As the final glow dimmed, a single drop of blood beaded on the severed fingertip inside the evidence bag, clinging to the chilled plastic wall, then fogging over with a slow creeping mist. That charred fingertip, for years old, had just been severed from Lin Yinshan's living flesh. Zhou Xiaoxia lunged forward, pressing a hemostatic pad over the wound. Too much gel oozed between his fingers, dripping downward. One dares to press, the other blocks with his bare hand. She gritted her teeth, tearing open the pressure pad. You two, father and son, truly excel. Neither of you gets to feign innocence. Bend it. Lin Yinshan obeyed. The remaining half of his ring finger moved, but the motion didn't halt at the stump. It continued as if the vanished tip still curled instinctively inward toward his palm. Zhou Xiaoxia asked, "Does it hurt?" "It itches," Lin Yinshan replied, staring at the hollow space. Like a splinter buried deep beneath the nail. Lin Jin reached for the pressure pad. Lin Yinshan blocked him with his left hand. "Don't touch." The same two words, this time spoken softly, yet heavier than any shout. "I thought it would take from me first." Lin Jin said, "You thought?" Lin Yinshan held his breath tight. "Does thinking stop bleeding?" A soft click echoed from the lead-sealed paper vault. An isolated gear rotated one notch. 2 more lines of obsolete paper tape fed out, while the burnt-out print head remained inert. Final receipt, first item acquired. The final character had barely appeared when Hua Qinzhou's wrist monitor vibrated sharply. Cabinet 2's cryogenic alarm blared. On screen, the black hand, missing its distal ring finger, had lain palm down. Now all 5 fingers spasmed in unison, its wrist lifted, peeling slowly from the cabinet floor, exposing the raw, ragged break at the joint. A fresh drop of blood fell, unfrozen. Through the comm channel, Chen Xiaoman's voice cracked. "Commander Hua, did you access Cabinet 2? "No." "Then why has it flipped itself over?" Zhou Xiaoxia seized Lin Yinshan's sleeve and yanked it sharply upward. A slender black line now traced his inner right wrist, pressed flush against the bone, advancing inward from both ends like a seam stitching closed across time, as if someone had measured 4 years prior exactly where the next incision would fall. Zhou Xiaoxia marked a short horizontal line just ahead of the black thread with a surgical pen. Before she could cap it, the dark line had already crawled past the ink. Lin Yinshan studied it for 2 seconds. His lips paled with pain, then laughed. "Son, your receipt is installment-based." On the surveillance feed, blood streamed faster from the black wrist. On Lin Yinshan's arm, the black line narrowed to less than 1 finger's width before sealing completely. Hua Qinzhou withdrew the thermal scalpel and stepped between the 2 men. Following the sequence of that severed fingertip, he fixed his gaze on the near-closed black line. "The hand in Cabinet 2 wasn't severed from you 4 years ago. At least, not yet." The moment the black lines converged, Lin Yinshan's right hand lost its weight. Just as Zhou Xiaoxia had made him clench his fist, 4.5 fingers drooped down together. Then the nails faded white from the root, the flesh thinned, and the silver gray of the bed rail gradually showed through the finger bones. Lin Jin rushed over and cupped the hand with both of his. He clearly felt the warmth in the palm, but the next second his 10 fingers closed together. His father's right hand passed through his grasp, leaving only a clump of unset sealing gel. The old scar at the tiger's mouth, bitten by the impeller blade, vanished last. Lin Yinshan tilted to the right. He instinctively reached for the bed rail, his empty sleeve hitting the metal, a sound as light as someone tapping it. Lin Jin slapped the stop button with his palm. Final state acceptance cannot be undone. He pressed it again. The 3rd time, the aged keycap cracked under his thumb, and a small piece of plastic pierced his flesh. "That's enough," Lin Yinshan said. Lin Jin didn't let go. Lin Yinshan used his left hand to pry his thumb off the key. "My hand is no longer here. Even if you smash the whole panel to pieces, it won't fall out of the crack." Suddenly, a metallic clang rang out from the communicator. Chen Xiaoman's voice burst through the noise. "Cabinet No. 2 is open." On the surveillance screen, the black hand that had lain still for 4 years had already turned its palm over. Index finger, thumb, little finger, one by one they curled up. Lin Jin pressed his wristwatch. Time it from the moment it moved on its own. Hua Qinzhou kicked open the medical bay door. "Retreat to the outside of the cold storage chamber. Don't block its path." Zhou Xiaoxia instinctively opened the severed limb preservation box. Cold mist surged out, but the box was empty, nothing to put inside. She paused only half a second, then slammed the lid shut, turned around, and fitted a negative pressure hemostatic ring onto Lin Yinshan's severed wrist. When the ring closed, there was no blood, but the muscles beneath the skin still contracted in waves, as if the vanished hand was still clenching a fist. "Move the bed along with us." She released the brake. "Whoever thinks it's too slow, carry this patient yourself." A toolbox lay scattered at the entrance of the cold storage chamber. Chen Xiaoman had retreated outside, his left hand covering his right wrist, a pulse gun still hanging between his fingers. The door of cabinet No. 2 bulged outward, its cracked sealant strip like a rotten tongue. I didn't open it, he shouted at the sight of Hua Qinzhou blurting out first. The emergency lock popped by itself. The cabinet door shuttered again. A charred black right hand squeezed out through the gap and slammed onto the grating. It was missing the distal segment of the ring finger, but the wrist cut was fresh. Blood dripped down, and before it could freeze the palm base, smeared it away. With a push from 4.5 fingers, the black hand shot toward the door. Chen Xiaoman was blocking the shortest path. He stepped aside, but his boot heel caught on the overturned toolbox, and he fell backward. The black hand shot up his pant leg and clamped onto his gun-wielding wrist. The muzzle was dragged toward the hospital bed. Hua Qinzhou took a stride across, pinning the black hand to the floor with his boot sole, while twisting Chen Xiaoman's gun barrel away with his left hand. Lin Jin suddenly grunted, his left hand fingernails digging into the mattress. His right forearm was clearly empty, yet the positions of the palm base and finger bones tensed simultaneously, and his shoulder was pressed downward by an invisible force. Foot, he gritted out. Take it off my hand. Hua Qinzhou lifted his foot. The black hand flipped its palm and shot out, almost grazing his boot tip. Lin Jinshan's severed wrist did not bleed, but the spasm in his forearm took several seconds to ease. Zhou Xiaoxiao pulled open the hemostatic ring and looked. The wrist opening didn't tear. That was just phantom pain. No sooner had she spoken than the black hand slipped under the deformed cabinet door. The wrist was cut by the raised metal edge, tearing off a small strip of skin. At the same time, the ring of thermal coagulation points on Lin Jinshan's wrist end burst open. Blood instantly seeped through the hemostatic ring. Zhou Xiaoxia cursed, pressing 2 fingers onto the supply points on both sides of the proximal severed wrist. The black hand on the floor was still dripping blood, but it changed from a continuous stream to single drops, and its crawling slowed for a beat. The location matches. She stared at the 2 wrist openings. This time it's really torn. Then don't let it scrape anymore, Lin Jinshan gasped. Keep up. The black hand left the cold storage chamber and turned into the left maintenance corridor. Hua Qinzhou walked at the front, his crowbar lowered, never touching it again. Lin Jin pushed the bed to follow the numbers on his wristwatch, silently jumping. At the first fork, the black hand suddenly stopped. Lin Jinshan raised his empty right arm. Left. Can you see? Chen Xiaoman asked. There's a broken rivet on the right, stabbing right into my palm. Hua Qinzhou flicked it with his crowbar. Under the black hand, indeed, half a rusty rivet rolled out. It then turned left. The end of the maintenance corridor held only 3 abandoned condenser pipes and a dust-covered wall panel. The black hand crawled to the lower right corner of the panel, pressed with its thumb 3 times in succession, then pushed upward with its palm base. Click. A mechanical latch hidden inside sprang open. Behind it is an old return water pipe, Hua Qinzhou said, looking at the pipeline markings. The black hand inserted its index finger into the gap, and the nail immediately flipped up. It didn't stop prying outward with force. Lin Jinshan's empty wrist jerked violently, cold sweat all over his forehead. The upper edge. Pry from the upper edge. Don't touch where it pressed. Hua Qinzhou wedged the short crowbar above the wall panel. The first attempt only scraped off a layer of dust. The second time, Lin Jin freed a hand to press down on the tail of the bar. Together they levered downward. The wall panel let out a piercing groan and lifted off entirely. Hua Qinzhou turned over the 4 fixing pins on the back. The dust on each pin formed a perfect circle. This panel had not been opened by anyone in 4 years. And behind it, there was no return water pipe. In the hidden compartment, surrounded by sound-absorbing cotton, lay an old-fashioned reed recorder. The seal from the 215th year of the gray calendar was still wrapped around the play button, and the seal was stamped with Lin Jinshan's maintenance seal from that year. The wristwatch had already passed 3 minutes and more. The black hand slipped into the hidden compartment, its little finger hooking the carrying ring on the tail of the recorder. It pulled once, the recorder got stuck. The second time, the wrist nearly scraped against the broken edge of the panel. Hua Qinzhou first used the crowbar to flatten that piece of metal. The third time, the recorder rolled out. The black hand hooked the ring and crawled toward Lin Jin. Hua Qinzhou did not stop it. Lin Jin crouched down and reached out to take the recorder. But the black hand first grabbed the back of his hand, its thumb pressing down repeatedly on the play button, still bound by the seal. Lin Jin tore off the seal. He pressed play. The hissing sound of the reed turning squeezed out from the holes. The black hand released him and flipped over onto the grating. Lin Jin stopped the wristwatch. 6 minutes and 57 seconds. The bleeding at the wrist stopped, the moist flesh quickly shriveled, and the frost spots of 4 years climbed back onto the skin one by one. Its index finger still maintained that last bent posture, never moving again. Zhou Xiaoxia took out a preservation bag, slipped the black hand inside, and placed it on Lin Jinshan's lap. Lin Jinshan looked down at the troublesome empty sleeve, bit the cuff with his teeth, and used his left hand to roll the fabric up twice. A tie, he said. Lin Jin pulled out one and handed it over. Lin Jinshan wounded around twice with one hand, but couldn't get it into the buckle. Finally, he shoved his arm forward. Higher, he urged. Don't let it get caught in the bedwheels later. Lin Jin tightened it for him, his fingertips touching the cold skin above the severed wrist, then quickly withdrew. First there was a gasp from the recorder. The person was very close to the pickup hole, and behind him came dull thuds. Then he called out, "Dad." Lin Yinshan's left hand suddenly tightened. The voice was exactly like Lin Jin's, only hoarser, as if it had lived a few more years in smoke. "Lend me your hand for 7 minutes." "That's the line." Lin Yinshan stared at the recorder. 4 years ago it was said behind my back. The person in the recording coughed for a while. When he spoke again he called another name. "Hua Qinzhou." Hua Qinzhou lifted his eyes. "I don't know what year you'll hear this, or whether I'll still be the same person standing before you then." No one moved in the maintenance corridor. "First lock up the one who claims to be Lin Jin in front of you. Before confirming his identity, don't let him touch the main control of the return ship." Lin Jin took the pulse gun from his waist, removed the energy cell, turned the muzzle toward himself, and handed the grip to Hua Qinzhou. The read in the recorder clicked one notch. "He'll hand over the gun. Don't freeze. This isn't a prophecy." Lin Jin's hand stopped in midair. "Identity unverified, disarm first, then isolate. That's the Salvager's rule. If he complies, it only proves he has Lin Jin's memory of the procedure." The voice caught a breath. "It doesn't prove he is Lin Jin." Hua Qinzhou took the gun. Chun Xiaomon cut off Lin Jin's main control authority. Physical isolation. He pulled out a restraint strap. "Turn around." Lin Jin turned and put his hands behind his back. As the first metal lock clicked shut, Lin Yinshan suddenly spoke. "Double lock." Lin Jin looked back at him. "You knew how to slip your thumb out of a rope, not at 8 years old." Lin Yinshan said, pressing the preservation bag containing the right hand with one hand, his face pale as death. "Don't think I've forgotten." Hua Qinzhou added another lock. The key clicked back onto his belt. Lin Jin looked at the hospital bed. "Dad." Lin Yinshan's left hand slowly tightened, pressing the preservation bag against his knee. "Don't call me that yet." He glanced at the still-turning recorder. "That one inside, he also calls me Dad." "The one inside also calls him Dad." Inside the recorder, the metal reed scraped across the final stretch of blank tape. Hiss, then spun twice. Click. It stopped. Hua Qinzhou gripped the short chain behind Lin Jin's back and shoved him into the transparent isolation chamber beside the maintenance corridor. "Chun Xiaoman, cut all permissions. Force bridge and bypass together. Pull them now." Chun Xiaoman crouched before the maintenance hatch. His right wrist had just been twisted by that black hand. His fingers trembled with even the slightest pressure, so he switched to his left hand to clamp the access bridge chip. Once pulled, emergency override fails too. Pull it. The bridge chip disengaged from its slot, and overhead 3 passage lights previously assigned to Lin Jin flickered crimson in unison. Current permissions frozen. Primary control link none. Chun Xiaoman then removed the 3-pin module from the base of the slot, one long pin too short. Each needle tip concealed beneath a semi-transparent ceramic cap. He sealed the entire module set inside a lead-lined evidence bag. When writing the serial number, his right hand refused to obey, dragging the final digit 7 into a long, crooked hook. "Today's hand isn't fit for writing a last will." "Then try not to make me write one," Zhou Xiaoxia replied. Hua Qinzhou ignored their banter. He locked Lin Jin's chain into the wall ring, tested the clasp twice, then opened the metallic fastener on his own right wrist. Lin Jin's left hand remained shackled. The gun muzzle hovered barely 2 paces away. Zhou Xiaoxia extracted a shard of plastic embedded along the outer edge of Lin Jin's thumb. Blood traced down the nail groove, stopping short of his palm. She wrapped the wound in hemostatic film, then pressed the scan plate into his palm. 7 black burn marks instantly bloomed across the screen. Each seared deep through epidermal layers, the 2 deepest oozed translucent tissue fluid with every clenched fist. "These 7 will scar," she said. Lin Jin did not glance at the screen. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Yinshan lying motionless on the medical bed. Lin Yinshan held an old hand preservation pouch across his knees. His right sleeve remained tightly bound above the severed stump with cable ties. Lin Jin pressed only with his left hand upon the pouch's seal, his eyes never leaving the recorder. "Draw blood," Hua Qinzhou ordered. Zhou Xiaoxia collected a vial, then scanned Lin Jin's bone-embedded medical markers. 12 days ago, the boarding log, mid-journey treatment records, current biometrics. Each lit up sequentially, seamless, uninterrupted. Only after refastening Lin Jin's right wrist did Hua Qinzhou say, "This body has not been replaced since boarding." So both cuffs stay locked." Lin Jin flexed his numb fingertips, then asked no more. On the medical bed, Lin Yinshan suddenly spoke. When he was 9, he broke off halfway. If the voice inside the recording could foresee Lin Jin surrendering his weapon, it might well recall the forgotten details of a child's past. "Never mind," Lin Yinshan said. Hua Qinzhou slid the recorder into a transparent evidence casing. "Seal it. We'll open it aboard the vessel." "Open it now," Lin Jin said. Hua Qinzhou lifted his eyes. "I touched the front playback button, but no one has touched the rear recording mechanism." Lin Jin nodded toward the machine. "Old-style spring-driven recorders require winding before use." "How do you know?" "The voice inside the recording knows too." That reply did not come from Lin Jin. Lin Yinshan hugged the preservation pouch tighter against his knees. His voice turned glacial. "Don't rush to call him Dad, just because he can dismantle an antique device." Hua Qinzhou asked no further. He slid the evidence casing under cold light and inspected the tamper seal first. The bridge paper beside the playback button had already been torn by Lin Jin, but the seal's other end looped around the chassis and pressed firmly beneath the 4 screws securing the rear panel. The gray-labeled lacquer seal from year 215 remained perfectly intact, a continuous ring, without any scuff marks around the screw heads. All 4 screws were unscrewed. As Huachinzhou raised the rear panel, just a sliver, a faint high-pitched hum vibrated from within the machine's belly. "Don't move," Lin Jin said from behind the door. "The spring drum will recoil." Huachinzhou neither obeyed nor lifted further. He simply flipped the recorder over. On the worn scratch diagram etched onto the bottom shell, a ratchet tooth was indeed carved beside the rear panel. With his left hand, Chen Xiaoman slid a thin evidence card into the tooth's notch. The hum ceased instantly. The rear panel lifted. No cipher lock. No second reel of tape. A yellowed layer of locking grease coated the stationary spring plate, and centered upon it half a right palm print. The ridges at the heel and beneath the 4 fingers stood sharp and clear. The thumb lay outside the plate, resting on the copper beam, untouched by grease, marked only by a faint smudged oil stain. Zhou Xiaoxia mounted the scanner atop the evidence casing. "Flip it," she instructed. Chen Xiaoman rotated the image upright. As the scanning line reached the palm's heel, both froze. Within that aged imprint lay 7-minute breaks in the ridge pattern. Edges long healed, now faded scars, but their jagged alignment remained unchanged. Zhou Xiaoxia called up the recently captured image of Lin Jin's right palm. His 7 burn marks still glowed black on the screen. Slowly the 2 images overlaid. First point aligned. Second, until the 7th settled. Only the rhythmic whir of Lin Yinshan's hemostatic pump echoed through the maintenance corridor. "Is the M7 matrix truly random?" Huachinzhou asked. "It forms only when the gear teeth lock." Chen Xiaoman stared at the screen. "Before burning, even the witness plate doesn't know where it will land." Inside the isolation chamber, Lin Jin lowered his gaze to his own right palm. The 7 wounds had yet to crust over. The one nearest his ring finger swelled slowly, beating a single drop of translucent fluid. In the 4-year-old palm print, those same wounds had long healed. Lin Yinshan stared for a long while, then lifted the preservation pouch, holding the old hand slightly higher. "It is his hand," he said, "but not necessarily him." No one contradicted him. That charred right hand had crawled, for 6 minutes and 57 seconds, for someone else. It knew the route, knew the mechanisms, knew precisely whom to deliver the recorder to, while Lin Yinshan himself remembered none of it. Huachinzhou approached the isolation door, but did not reach for the key. "No bridge chip returned, no door opened, no dual cuffs released," he stated. "This body has remained continuous since boarding. Yet this hand bears today's injuries, and has already visited 4 years ago. The missing interval, we continue investigating." Lin Jin watched him through the transparent door. "Where do we begin?" "With this palm print." As Zhou Xiaoxia prepared to close the rear panel, oblique light skimmed the edge of the locking grease, and 3 faint brownish spots surfaced beside the 7 old scars. "Wait." She lowered the light angle. They were not ridge breaks. 3 needle punctures. Their rims showed no signs of healing. The blood had been pressed by the palm's heel into the grease, leaving 3 minuscule parallel streaks. This hand had been pierced, very recently, before winding the recorder. Lin Jin's present palm bore no such holes. Chen Xiaoman instinctively glanced toward the freshly sealed 3-pin module. Inside the lead-lined bag, the trio of ceramic needles, 1 long, 2 short, glinted coldly under the light. "This arrangement resembles." Huachinzhou pressed his palm over the evidence bag, halting him from bringing it closer. "Triple-pin force connection is standard on legacy vessels," he said. "Log it as suspected triple needle penetration. No equipment identification, no seal breach, no comparative analysis." Chen Xiaoman returned the bag to the tray. "There are at least 6 such sets aboard the Huanxiang. If we tried matching them, we'd never isolate which one." Lin Yinshan did not examine the needles. He only stared at the 3 dark specks within the old palm print. "The 7 burns were made today," he said. 4 years ago, they were already healed." His gaze passed over Huachinzhou, landing on Lin Jin locked behind the transparent door. "Yet these 3 punctures will appear only after today." Lin Jin slowly unfurled his still intact right palm behind his back. Huachinzhou withdrew the 3-pin module farther away, and secured a heavy horizontal bolt across the isolation door. Lin Yinshan listened to the metallic thud of the lock, and murmured, "All I want to know is, why did the voice in that recording wait until this hand bore 3 new holes, before returning to ask us to lock you away? Lock up the things that prick first." Huachinzhou did not answer Lin Yinshan. He placed the lead seal bag containing the 3-needle module into the evidence box, and turned to look at Chen Xiaoman. "Paper diagram. Only mechanical lines." Chen Xiaoman dragged out a grease-stiffened manual from the bottom of the maintenance cabinet. His right wrist was still trembling, so he simply bound it to his chest with a strap, switching the pin and wrench to his left hand. "There are 6 force connection points on this level. Number 1 has been removed, and numbers 2 through 5 are behind the main control panel." He bit the pin cap and traced a thin line on the diagram. "Number 6 is only marked on the frame B17. No equipment listed." 5 locking rods were hidden in the corridor walls. Number 2 bottomed out, gears engaging. Dull thuds echoed from numbers 3, 4, and 5 in succession. But the last rod stopped at the locked mark, the cable hanging loose enough to be lifted with a fingertip. Chen Xiaoman did not touch it again. That rod is just posing. The cable ran from the cabinet floor into the deck, circled halfway around the transparent isolation room, and finally disappeared into the rear wall. Hua Qinzhou dealt with Lin Jin first. The isolation door opened a hand's width. Zhou Xiaoxia slipped a guide cable through the gap, hooked it onto the safety ring on Lin Jin's waist, and locked the other end to the floor rail beside the door. Hua Qinzhou tightened the guide cable, ensuring that Lin Jin could only step over the threshold half a pace. Then he pushed the door open, walked in with the muzzle pressed against Lin Jin's chest, and released the wall-end hooks that secured the short chains on his wrists. The short chains still locked both wrists, but no longer anchored to the rear wall. Neither wrist cuff was opened. Lin Jin was left in the front right corner of the isolation room, more than a meter from the rear wall. After the crossbar fell back into place, Hua Qinzhou personally tugged the guide cable twice. Satisfied? Lin Jin asked. Just don't move. One side of this room, facing the maintenance corridor, was a transparent door, but the rear retained the solid bulkhead of the old ship. Outside the bulkhead was a maintenance trench wide enough for one person, its opening right next to the isolation door. Chen Xiaoman worked outside the wall. Lin Jin stayed inside, separated by the transparent side panel, able to see half of his body. Lin Yinshan's hospital bed was pushed to the other side of the corridor, its wheels locked. Zhou Xiaoxia stood between him and the door, while Hua Qinzhou took position at the trench opening, his muzzle still aimed at Lin Jin. Disassemble from outside, Hua Qinzhou said. No one enters. Chen Xiaoman traced the frame number to B17. The maintenance cover outside the wall had long been painted the same gray as the bulkhead, with a layer of old sealant pressed along its edge. He first locked the cable with a clamp, then removed the screws. He did not use his right hand even once. After the cover plate came off the wall, an old needle box mounted horizontally was revealed inside. From the front, only 3 needle seats were visible, arranged similarly to the 3 holes in the palm print. Chen Xiaoman shone the light from the side, and saw that a long needle and 2 short needles inside the box were all retracted behind self-sealing membranes. No one spoke to claim it. A return spring was pressed against the back of the needle box. The data cable had rotted through, but the mechanical force remained. Following the paper diagram, Chen Xiaoman inserted the first through pin, its tip emerging from the other side. The second retaining clip also bit into the flange of the outer tail sleeve, both red lines aligned without misalignment. He raised his left hand to Hua Qinzhou. 2 safeties. I'm going to retract the tail sleeve. Do it. The long-handled extractor bit into the outer tail sleeve. First, pull only half an inch out. Second, pull. A soft clink came from the wall ring inside. Lin Jin looked down at the wall ring he had just freed himself from. A small piece of paint fell from beneath the ring base, revealing half a curved metal groove. It's not for hanging chains, he said. Chen Xiaoman stopped the extractor. No one moved. 2 seconds later, a very faint sharp crack came from deep within the bulkhead, like someone snapping a tooth. The outer tail sleeve in front of Chen Xiaoman suddenly bulged. The first through pin was still in place, and the second retaining clip had not loosened. But a thinner spring core burst through the diaphragm from the center of the outer tail sleeve, shooting out half a back cover toward the trench opening. At the same time, a click came from inside the isolation door. The old lock tongue retracted, and the door panel was pulled by the weight concealed in the interlayer. The crossbar Hua Qinzhou had added outside bent into a bow first, then sprang out of the right side card seat. Hua Qinzhou moved first to block the spring core. He swung his long gun sideways, but the impact knocked it out of his hands, sliding along the corridor to the right of the isolation door, deflecting the metal piece only half a foot. Chen Xiaoman knelt in the trench, a dead wall behind him, his left hand still trapped in the extractor's grip ring, unable to retreat. The door slowly slid open in front of Lin Jin. The guide cable gave him only half a step. Half a step was enough. To his right was Hua Qinzhou's fallen gun, to his left was Chen Xiaoman. Lin Jin glanced once and lunged to the left. With both hands he grabbed the tool belt behind Chen Xiaoman's waist, using his entire body weight to sit back. The guide cable around his waist snapped taut instantly. Lin Jin grunted from the pressure, but he wrenched Chen Xiaoman out of the maintenance trench. The two crashed together. The moment Chen Xiaoman was dragged clear of the trench opening, the spring core whisked past the sole of his boot. Bang! The alloy toolbox on the corridor was slammed in half, sending wrenches and evidence sheets flying everywhere. A long-handled pliers slid past Lin Yinshan's hospital bed. Zhou Xiaoxia stepped on it to stop it hitting the force stand. When Hua Qinzhou turned, his backup short gun was already pressed against Lin Jin's forehead. Lin Jin still held Chen Xiaoman's tool belt. Let go. He released it. Hua Qinzhou pulled the guide cable and dragged him back inside the isolation line. Lin Jin did not resist, only kicked Chen Xiaoman's boot as he passed. Still breathing, Chen Xiaoman coughed twice from the floor. Yeah, just almost died in a very untechnical way. Then get up and unlock my cuffs. Dream on. Zhou Xiaoxia crouched down first, checking Qin Xiaoman's face and neck, then lifting the fabric on Lin Jin's waist where the guide cable had cut through. A ring of bruising had already surfaced along the safety ring, and the 7 burn marks on his palm had oozed fresh transparent tissue fluid from the strain. One with a useless right hand, one who doesn't want his waist anymore. She slapped a hemostatic patch over it. If your team adds 2 more people, I'll have to reserve 4 beds. She confirmed that neither had any needle punctures and scanned the neural graph. No abnormal carrier waves, no second set of rhythms. Hua Qinzhou had not removed Lin Jin's wrist cuffs to save him. He shortened the guide cable to just enough for Lin Jin to sit against the wall, then picked up the through pin still embedded in the needle box shell. The pin was neither bent nor broken. Qin Xiaoman used his left hand to pry open the shell. A thin steel sleeve rolled out from inside. The real spring shaft had been ground down and hidden inside the movable steel sleeve. The through pin seemed to lock the entire shaft, but actually only passed through the outer empty sleeve. The second retaining clip only bit onto the flange of the empty sleeve. Following the diagram, the technician extracting the outer tail sleeve would instead release the spring core inside. This was not rust damage. Someone had modified position 6 and left a set of seemingly correct procedures for anyone who came later. When the return spring popped out, the old interlock inside the wall was driven to its limit. Disengaging position 6 from the connected state would normally release the hatch. Once the inner lock disengaged, the door weight activated, forcing even the crossbar Hua Qinzhou had added off its seat. Qin Xiaoman crawled back into the trench and removed the entire wall ring base. The other half of the wrist clamp was hidden behind the base. When the 2 curved tracks came together, they could exactly fix one wrist. Below that was a shiny depression worn by repeated friction from a palm rest. The 3-needle outlet faced the heel of the palm. The wall ring was only the exposed half of the wrist clamp. The transparent partition seal was pressed onto the old bulkhead, paint its color much newer than the wall ring. The isolation room sign was also added later. The back cover of the spring core that had flown out scraped a large patch of gray paint off the door frame. Zhou Xiaoxia paused as she gathered the fragments. There are characters underneath this. Qin Xiaoman used a knife tip to lift the curled edge. Layers of new paint peeled off, revealing the original factory black spray code M6 biological force connection point. The 3 white characters, isolation room, were painted directly over the old code. Hua Qinzhou stared for a long time. The recording didn't specify which room to lock him in. Lin Yinshan held the preservation bag containing the old hand, but his gaze remained fixed on the new paint. It didn't need to say. He lifted his eyes to Lin Jin, still locked by double cuffs within the yellow line. Someone wrote the door plate for it. Change of location. 10 minutes later at the C4 unloading shaft. There was no hatch, no wall ring. Only a decommissioned winch suspended between 2 decks. The cold wind rattled the hook against the shaft wall. Qin Xiaoman dismissed the spare observation pod on the paper map with a single sentence. Still trust its door? He lifted the crushed toolbox with his left hand. If Lin Jin had gone for the gun just now, I'd be dead. Consider this my debt to him, not a guarantee on his behalf. If you want to lock someone up, use the cage we brought. Repaying a favor with a prison cell? Lin Jin asked. Think it's too little, eh? This favor did not earn him freedom. Lin Jin's wrists were still locked behind his back, and the waist cable had only been swapped for a chest and shoulder harness to avoid chafing the other and still fastened to the mobile winch. Position 6 had already gone dark and been sealed off. The fake door frame with 3 5-pedal nuts had also been cold cut and sealed in a transparent evidence case. Half of a white character Li stuck to the case wall. Along the way, Hua Qinzhou set only one new rule. Report only the original beam numbers. Any markings added later are not recognized. The mobile winch's 4 wheels locked, the short chain looped around a load-bearing beam. Lin Jin stopped 3 meters away. Hua Qinzhou stood behind him with a gun. Zhou Xiaoxia stayed by Lin Yinshan's sickbed. No one touched Lin Jin until the empty cage was assembled. 2 folding salvage baskets were spread open and interlocked, 6 connecting rods threaded through one by one. Qin Xiaoman worked with only his left hand, his right wrist bound to his chest. Finally, he crouched at the lower right corner, ready to tighten the last anti-loosening nut. He pulled a short socket from the toolbox's inner compartment. The factory tools had been lost long ago. This one he had ground himself 2 years ago using a scrap nut as a guide. Not a single tooth was uniform, and the surface was stained with indelible black grease. Hua Qinzhou asked, only this one. Who would make a second of such an ugly thing? Qin Xiaoman clamped the ratchet handle under his left armpit and tightened it bit by bit. Just as it began to grip, a sound rang out from inside the socket. Ding! A tiny metal tooth fell into the cage bottom, spun twice, and lay still. Qin Xiaoman froze. Damn! He pulled the socket free. The 5th tooth hadn't broken cleanly, 2 sharp burrs, one high and one low, poked outward from the gap. Half the fracture surface was black, a hidden crack from the toolbox impact. The other half was silvery, bright, a fresh break. The toolbox cracked it, Zhou Xiaoxia said, crouching down. It only completely broke just now when you tightened it. I don't need you to announce the death. Qin Xiaoman picked up the broken tooth and pressed it against the gap. His fingers were unsteady. He tried twice, but couldn't align it. He suddenly flipped open the entire inner compartment of the toolbox, scattering wrenches, drill bits, and half a roll of cable ties onto the deck. "What are you looking for?" Zhou Xiaoxia asked. "I don't know," he said, then searched again, as if another identical socket might actually be hidden inside. Lin Jin watched him from 3 meters away, then raised his chin slightly. "Bring out the sidelight images of those 3 nuts on the door frame." Hua Qinzhou's gun barrel shifted half an inch. "What did you see?" "Before the cold-cut Xiaoman sidelit, those 3 nuts," Lin Jin said. "The 5th slot glinted on all of them. I didn't know what that meant at the time." Hua Qinzhou didn't let anyone touch the evidence. He first turned the winch drag bar, shortening the chest-shoulder harness by 1 notch. Lin Jin was yanked upright, his wrist restraints jerking against the short chain. He instinctively clenched his fingers, and the wound on his palm oozed fresh blood. Hua Qinzhou also moved the evidence case behind himself. "You know this will be investigated first." "I know. Still tell me. By the time you figure it out yourself, I'd have to explain why I kept it hidden." Lin Jin glanced at the steel cage that hadn't yet been used. "Add another lock. Show the images." Chen Xiaoman looked up. "He's seen me use this socket. Who on the ship hasn't? I'm not asking you to vouch for anyone." "I'm not vouching either." Chen Xiaoman clenched the broken tooth in his palm. "I'm just telling it like it is." Zhou Xiaoxia took out 3 sidelight images and laid them on the light panel. Chen Xiaoman approached with the broken socket, but before he got within half a step of the evidence case, Zhou Xiaoxia slapped his hand away. "Don't come closer. I'm just comparing. Right now you'd do anything to push that tooth back in. Your hands can't be trusted." Chen Xiaoman's face darkened, but he stopped. Hua Qinzhou fetched a clean transparent sheet and had Chen Xiaoman press the socket onto it to capture an impression. When the shadow overlaid the first sidelight image, no one spoke. The bottom of each of the 5 petal grooves held a soft copper anti-tamper pad. After the nut was tightened, transparent sealant was injected, so every tooth mark on the copper pad was sealed beneath the old glue. The second tooth was shorter than the others, and the corresponding spot on the nut indeed showed only a half indentation. The third tooth, ground off-center by Chen Xiaoman, left a pressure mark hugging the left edge of the groove. The small notch on the 4th tooth split the original single pressure mark into 2 branches. And at the innermost position, the broad impression that the intact 5th tooth should have left was missing. In its place were 2 thin scratches, one long, one short, exactly aligning with the 2 newly exposed burrs. Not one instance. On all 3 nuts, the shallow indent, the offset marked the split, and the long, short scratches appeared in identical positions. The transparent sealant had overflowed the groove mouth, its edge pressing against a ring of gray paint. Chen Xiaoman stared at the light panel. Impossible. The 5th tooth just broke now. He pressed the broken tooth back into the gap. This time it fit. The silvery fracture matched perfectly, and even the 2 burrs were covered by the restored tooth base. Once the tooth was back in place, the 2 burrs were completely hidden. Lin Jin said, "When it was intact, it would only leave a broad impression. Those 2 thin scratches couldn't have been made. Someone might have made a copy of it," Hua Qinzhou said. Zhou Xiaoxia looked at the marks under the old glue. Then they copied it after it had already broken. Chen Xiaoman's hand loosened, and the broken tooth fell again. Zhou Xiaoxia caught it before it hit the ground and bagged it separately. "I never lent it out," Chen Xiaoman said, his voice dry. "I've dropped a wrench twice, lost a temperature gun once. But not this. It's always been in my toolbox, and I took it out myself." Zhou Xiaoxia pulled open a new seal strip, but the adhesive stuck to her glove. She cursed under her breath, tore it off, and grabbed a second one. "So this was the first time it broke?" Hua Qinzhou asked. Chen Xiaoman jerked his head up. "You saw it break." Hua Qinzhou didn't respond. He had Zhou Xiaoxia seal the 3 impression sheets separately and replace the anti-loosening nut with a standard through bolt. The bolt tail was bent, and 2 steel straps were added to the cage corners. Chen Xiaoman threw his full weight onto the cage door, and Hua Qinzhou gave it a kick. The empty cage didn't budge. Only then did 2 tow cables alternately transfer Lin Jin into the cage. Lin Jin entered. The double restraints remained locked, and the permission bridge chip was not returned. 2 padlocks were placed on the cage door top and bottom, and an extra chain, the one Lin Jin himself had requested, was added outside. Lin Yinshan was no longer clutching the old hand. He hung the preservation bag back on the bed frame's outer side, his left hand never letting go of the strap. The hook banged against the shaft wall again. Chen Xiaoman stared at the empty slot in his toolbox's inner compartment, as if seeing his own belongings for the first time. Hua Qinzhou stored the socket and the broken tooth separately. He had already turned the key all the way, but he twisted it again before pulling it out and clipping it into the hidden hook behind his neck. "Did it ever leave your control?" he asked. "No, not once." "No." Hua Qinzhou looked at him. "I'm asking about from now on. I'm asking about what comes next." Chen Xiaoman didn't answer. He picked up an ordinary nut from the deck and stuffed it into the empty 5th slot of the toolbox. The lid closed, then he lifted it again. In the end, that nut was dumped out, rolling to the edge of his boot. Not like it. Zhou Xiaoxia was mending a seal. She had written half of the time column when she glanced at the ship's clock, which had long stopped. She crossed out the numbers and left only 5 characters after the 5th tooth broke. The broken tooth belonged to her, kept close to her body. The toothless sleeve was packed into another bag locked by Hua Qinzhou into the evidence box. The hook scraped against the shaft wall again. Hua Qinzhou looked up. Fix it first. Chen Xiaoman went over with the toolbox. Though the winch was powered off, the main cable was still taut. He pulled the hook into the factory parking fork on the side of the cable guide frame, threaded a thick pin through the hook's tail, then wrapped a short safety chain twice, and snapped it into the safety ear at the end of the parking fork. His right wrist was useless, so he threw his whole weight onto the chain. The safety ear didn't budge. Hua Qinzhou was still uneasy. He pulled it himself once, then had someone move the steel cage half a meter inward. The two mooring chains at the bottom of the cage were relocked into the floor rails, and the mobile winch stopped on the side opposite the shaft. Now even if it swings, it can't hit the cage door. What about below? The gunlight shone into the unloading shaft. The grating on the next level was empty, the hand-operated recovery machine, hidden behind a half-section guide plate, only a dusty wheel exposed. Hua Qinzhou lowered a maintenance probe. The lens went around the guide plate. There was no one behind the recovery machine, only a sealed inspection cover. He left the probe, there its image pinned to a corner of his wrist screen. Lin Jin was tying a storage bag with his left hand. The knot came undone twice. The third time, he tucked the tail into the bed tube, no longer looking at the person in the cage. The unloading shaft fell silent. The first sound wasn't the hook. It was a very light noise from the cable guide frame. A click. Chen Xiaoman whirled around. The safety ear was bulging outward. The safety chain was intact, and the thick pin was still in place. What had actually cracked was the root of the safety ear welded to the back of the cable guide frame. A blackened old groove first appeared in the fracture, then the remaining shiny metal was torn apart. Someone sawed it from the back. A ratchet sound came from the shaft immediately. Hua Qinzhou's wrist screen shook at the same time. The sealed inspection cover was pushed open from inside by a crack, and a gray glove cut the probe wire. The screen went dark. The white maintenance mark on the main cable slid down one notch. Someone on the lower level had released the emergency brake of the winch and was letting out cable. Another traction cable hidden in the wall groove tightened at the same time, dragging the hook diagonally downward. The safety ear along with half of the parking fork flew off. The hook with its intact safety chain swung out of the shaft wall. Hua Qinzhou's gun barrel followed the traction cable and pressed against the shaft edge. Only a short section of the cable was exposed, closely hugging the tilted steel guide plate. If he pressed the gun further, the sight would only show the angled surface that would send a ricochet back toward the cage door. He didn't pull the trigger. The hook brushed past the corner of the cage for the first time. The person below loosened half a turn, then tightened again. The second time, the hook's tip caught the reinforcement chain outside the cage door. The two mooring chains locked the cage bottom to the floor rails. The entire pulling force concentrated on the cage door. The door frame tilted abruptly. Lin Jin's shoulder and back slammed into the steel mesh, his hands still tied behind him. He couldn't even brace himself. Blood from his palm dripped down his fingertips. Hua Qinzhou first inserted the key into the upper lock. He turned it less than half a notch before the key jammed. The lock base had already deformed. The locking tongue inside couldn't retract. Cut the chain. Zhou Xiaoxia dragged over a cold cutter. Chen Xiaoman grabbed the cutting head and pressed it against the taut reinforcement chain. The moment the cutting edge touched the recovery machine on the lower level, took in another tooth. The steel chain swept across the cage mesh half an inch. Lin Jin was slightly too slow to turn his head. A gash was immediately torn open beside his ear. Chen Xiaoman withdrew his hand at once. Can't cut it. Once the chain breaks, the twisted door will slam inward first. His head is behind it. A dull thud came from the lower corner of the cage door. The hinge ear had torn off. The two mechanical locks still hung on the door, but the lock bases had been ripped from the door frame. The entire door was now only suspended by the upper right connecting shaft, dragged toward the shaft opening by the outer chain, while squeezing inward against the cage. Lin Jin was forced to lower his head. Chen Xiaoman saw the white crack growing longer above, threw away the cold cutter. Remove the upper shaft. No time for anything else. At the end of the upper shaft was exactly a 5-petal anti-loosening cap. Hua Qinzhou looked at the evidence box. He turned the key, and the freshly applied seal was torn off in one pull. Get the person out first. The toothless sleeve still in its bag fell into Chen Xiaoman's left hand. Zhou Xiaoxia instinctively reported, evidence seal broken. No one had time to note it for her. She pushed the hospital bed behind a load-bearing column, locked all four-wheel brakes, then turned and lunged toward the mobile winch. That chest-shoulder cable had been threaded into the cage from the safe side from the start, clipped onto Lin Jin, and had never been untied. Taken half a notch, Chen Xiaoman shouted. Just catch him, don't break his ribs. Zhou Xiaoxia worked the winch. The cable tightened, pulling Lin Jin's upper body 1 finger's width away from the cage door. Chen Xiaoman tore open the evidence bag with his teeth, pressed the short spiked handle into the sleeve. For teeth bit into the 5-petal nut. The first attempt slipped, and the back of his hand slammed hard against the steel mesh. Lin Jin, brace your left foot against the lower right corner. Push when I tell you. You can actually speak like a human for once. Push. Lin Jin jammed his foot against the cage corner, pressing his shoulder and back in the opposite direction. The door frame straightened by less than half a finger. Before the second push could bottom out, someone on the lower level lifted the ratchet pawl, and the recovery machine gave a reverse click. The traction cable let out half an inch, and the taut cage door slackened by half a finger. Click. The nut yielded with unnatural ease. Chen Xiaoman's hand froze for a moment. The guy below is relieving the force on this shaft. The door corner pressed into Lin Jin's neck again. He grunted, but didn't urge. Hua Qinzhou only said, "Take it apart." Chen Xiaoman didn't catch his breath. He pressed the short handle 3 times in quick succession. The nut retreated to the shaft tail. He grabbed the spiked handle and yanked outward. The upper shaft slid out halfway. The person below suddenly took in another tooth. The shaft tail was forced askew and the nut tilted with it. The sleeve bit diagonally into the deep groove. Chen Xiaoman twisted it back, then pulled again. It didn't move. It's jammed. Hua Qinzhou asked, "Can the shaft still come out?" "Yes." "Then forget the tool." Chen Xiaoman didn't look at him. He used the short handle as a grip, clamped it under his left armpit, and dragged it out inch by inch. The upper shaft was pulled until only the last half inch was still biting into the cage frame. The cage door split open a crack. Xiaoxia. Zhou Xiaoxia threw all her weight onto the winch lever. The chest-shoulder cable suddenly retracted. Lin Jin's hands were still bound behind him. He could only turn sideways, forcing his injured waist through the narrow gap. But his shoulder got stuck. The deformed door frame, moving toward the shaft opening, wedged his collarbone inward. Zhou Xiaoxia pressed the winch again. Lin Jin's face went white instantly, but his body didn't come out another inch. Chen Xiaoman still held the short handle. The sleeve bit into the skewed nut connected to the upper shaft and to the door. His right wrist was bound to his chest. The only hand he could move, his left, was gripping it. A bloodline had already been pressed into Lin Jin's shoulder and neck. Chen Xiaoman looked at the sleeve. The second tooth was short, the third was crooked, the fourth had a gap. The fifth had just broken before his eyes. He looked at it only once. His 5 fingers opened. The short spiked handle slipped from his palm. With his freed left hand, he shoved hard against Lin Jin's shoulder, tossing him out of the door gap. The ratchet below gave a loud click. The last half inch of the upper shaft was wrenched free. The entire cage door came off the cage body, dragged by the hook across the shaft edge. The main cable continued to pay out. The hook, pulled by the lower traction cable, brought the cage door crashing into the grating on the next level. The loud impact reverberated up from the shaft bottom. Hua Qinzhou was still catching Lin Jin, who had been dragged out by the winch. The gunlight passed over his shoulder, illuminating the cage door that had slammed against the outer side of the partition rail. Almost simultaneously, a gray boot stepped out from the inspection hatch, pressing down on the door panel. A left hand in a gray glove reached down, grasping the short spiked handle. The cage door hit the ground, the traction force released, and the shaft tail sprang back a bit. It twisted half a turn counterclockwise, and the sleeve was pulled off forcibly. Chen Xiaoman rushed to the railing. "Don't touch it." The gray glove pressed the toothless sleeve into the 5-petal keyhole beside the level partition. Only half a turn. The counterweight chain inside the wall plummeted with a roar. Hua Qinzhou, one hand still pressing Lin Jin's chest-shoulder harness, fired with the other. The bullet shattered a piece of iron plate beside the keyhole. That hand had already retracted behind the guide plate. In the next moment, the level partition rammed out from the shaft wall. The main cable and traction cable both remained in the narrow cable slots on the sides. The steel plate passed over them, cutting off the light and sealing off the lower level. Only then did Hua Qinzhou press Lin Jin back onto the deck. The winch was locked, the double wrist restraints hadn't been opened, and the gun muzzle never left Lin Jin's back. Just before the final seam closed, Zhou Xiaoxia pressed the small pouch against her chest. The broken tooth was still there. The sleeve was gone. Chen Xiaoman knelt by the shaft edge, his left hand still frozen in the open position. "I didn't borrow it. I didn't borrow it." A voice answered for Chen Xiaoman, the main winch itself. Click. One gear tooth turned, the ordinary nut beside his boot jumped up, shaken loose. Chen Xiaoman snapped his left hand shut, trapping the nut in his palm. Earlier that same hand had released the sleeve coupling. Now it seized something worthless. Instantly the black main cable slid downward into the shaft. Fresh red paint emerged from the innermost layer of the drum. Chen Xiaoman instinctively thrust out his right hand, only to have the restraint strap snap, his motion rigid against his chest. He switched to his left hand and flipped open the winch's side cover. Inside, the original factory-installed split wedge-type cable gripper swung violently, striking the housing with a dull thud. Clear the whip line. A yellow diagonal stripe stretched across the deck, from the front face of the drum all the way to the shaft's rim. Hua Qinzhou moved first, resetting the main brake lever. Halfway back, the thick connecting rod inside the cover jammed against the over-center locking seat and snapped violently backward. Inside the housing, the parking pawl hung, suspended above the gear ring. At the base of each gear tooth, a fresh oil imprint remained, its shape an exact match for the pawl's tip. The release fork, too, had overshot its travel limit. Between the release fork and its limit seat, a thin copper wedge had been inserted. Chen Xiaoman touched it, immovable. Both circuits are locked. The thick rod bears down on the main brake. The copper wedge only jams the parking pawl. Chen Xiaoman stared at the sliver of metal. The foot-operated auxiliary brake bypasses both paths. It can still be engaged. Below, the hand-cranked recovery mechanism clicked again. The partition blocked sight, but 2 cables threaded through the side slots. Each time the traction cable retracted, the main cable descended in turn. The scraping sound deep within the angled guide plate grew steadily fainter. Moments earlier, the hook had dragged the cage door down 1 level, releasing most of the cable. Red paint coated only the final 7 turns of the cable. Now 5 red grooves stood empty. The 6th turn was peeling free from the drum. Lin Jin remained within the yellow diagonal stripe. His wrists were bound behind his back, the chest and shoulder harness connected to a locked mobile winch. Huachinzhou yanked the harness strap, immediately sinking it into the raw wound across Lin Jin's shoulder and neck. Lin Jin paled. "Pull again, and you'll leave my head behind." Huachinzhou loosened the release handle just 1 notch, then relocked it. He dragged Lin Jin behind the cable guide base, his shoulders and back now outside the yellow stripe, yet his left leg still reached the winch's slow-speed pedal. The gurney behind the load-bearing column trembled. Lin Yinshan pressed his left hand atop the sealed bag inside the bed frame, while Zhou Xiaoxia braced her shoulder against the rail. "Don't let the bag touch the deck." "You don't touch the deck first." Zhou Xiaoxia spoke, and looked up just as the 6th red band vanished from view. Chen Xiaoman wedged his left knee beneath the tail end of the parking pole. "First, slow the drum. If it drops now, the pole shatters first. The cable snaps second." Lin Jin tried extending his leg. His boot tip fell short by an inch. "Loosen 1 notch," he said. "I can't reach it." Huachinzhou gave no reply, yet the chest and shoulder harness fed out another notch. His pistol barrel remained pressed against Lin Jin's ribs. Lin Jin's soul pressed down on the pedal. The drum groaned, a deep, grinding friction, as its rotation slowed. Chen Xiaoman signaled Huachinzhou to extract the copper wedge. Huachinzhou clamped the wedge's tail with pliers. No movement. Suddenly 2 teeth engaged below, jolting the main cable forward. Lin Jin's shoulder wound tore open anew. His boot slid outward. Huachinzhou applied force a 2nd time. The copper wedge flew free. The release fork slammed back. The suspended parking pole crashed toward the gear ring. Chen Xiaoman caught it with his knee and left hand, but half a beat too late. Clang. The pole struck the gear's tip, rebounding half a foot. Chen Xiaoman's palm split open. Blood smeared the pole's tail. The final red band emerged. Lin Jin's heel continued sliding outward. Chen Xiaoman opened his left hand. The ordinary nut lay nestled in blood. He did not slot it into the 5th notch. Instead, he slid it across the deck flat against the plating, right beside your heel. Lin Jin hooked the nut with his boot edge, pressing it into the pedal side groove. Its hexagonal shape locked his heel in place. He held the pedal steady at mid-brake. Chen Xiaoman fixed his gaze on the gear ring, listened for the teeth. "You call it true." The last half-turn retreated into the cable groove. "Now." Lin Jin stamped down fully. Chen Xiaoman drove his left hand downward, simultaneously driving his knee inward. The pole scraped past the gear's tip and finally settled into the tooth's root. Huachinzhou returned his short-barreled pistol to its holster and turned toward the ratchet pin. In that instant, his gun muzzle lifted from Lin Jin, exposing his entire back. The ratchet pin slid into its locking hole. Huachinzhou raised his boot heel and kicked twice. On the 2nd kick, the main drum halted abruptly. A shriek surged upward along the steel cable. Huachinzhou tackled Chen Xiaoman to the deck. Lin Jin's left leg, too slow to retract, forced him to press his face against the plating. A protruding broken filament swept across the yellow stripe, slicing the empty evidence bag cleanly in 2. The drum stilled. Zhou Xiaoxia shouted first. "The inner panel is still moving." Chen Xiaoman pushed himself upright. The innermost dead-end pressure plate was rising. Washers beneath its 2 bolts slowly extruding outward. The drum had stopped, yet those components still moved. Chen Xiaoman, breathing raggedly, pointed toward the inner wall of the side cover, the cable gripper. Its tail chain had always been secured to the winch base's load-bearing lug. Zhou Xiaoxia supported the lower half. Huachinzhou clamped the upper half over the main cable, then drove both through bolts home one before the other. Once. Again. The cable gripper bit into the straight segment, its tail chain tightened incrementally. The pistol lamp's beam pierced the narrow cable slot, finally catching the corner of the cage door. The door panel lay tilted across the guide plate. The hook still gripped its upper corner, the side nearest the shaft, now pressing hard against the left guide barrier. Between the hook's back and the barrier, a bright white abrasion gleamed. The other traction cable looped around the outer guide wheel at the inspection hatch, dragging diagonally rightward. The previously torn lower hinge ear scraped along the hatch's lower threshold, sparks flashing rhythmically. The lower recovery mechanism advanced half a tooth. The main cable pulled taut at the door's upper corner. The left barrier sealed off lateral movement. With further retraction, the door could only pivot. The protruding lower hinge ears swept sideways, sliding beneath the threshold's underside and hooking its reverse face. Instantly, the door's opposite upper edge slammed against the opposing frame. Clang. The door panel skewed diagonally across the inspection hatch. Below, the hand-cranked mechanism emitted one hollow click, then fell silent. Chen Xiaoman kept winding the tail chain ratchet. At last slack appeared within the drum's inner cable length, the dead-end pressure plate settled back into place, and the extruding washers ceased their motion. Only after the tail chain received its second safety lock did Huai Chenzhou draw his pistol again. Lin Jin withdrew his left leg. The ordinary nut remained lodged beside the pedal, one face polished to a dull shine by pressure. Chen Xiaoman pried it free and slotted it into the narrow groove beneath the toolbox lid. The fifth notch remained empty. He closed the lid, then pressed his thumb firmly against the groove. The pistol lamp still rested against the cable slot. After the door's rotation, its rear center beam rotated into the light, revealing a 5-pedaled anti-loosening cap. Huai Chenzhou unfolded the paper schematic. Beneath C, for lay the blind maintenance platform, the nearest descent hatch sat at C3, 6 minutes away if circumvented. He first clipped a fresh traction cable to his waist ring, then connected it to the secondary ring of Lin Jin's chest and shoulder harness. Only once the new cable bore full tension did he unfasten the old line from the mobile winch. Both wrist cuffs remained locked behind Lin Jin's back. Zhou Xiaoxia cut through the fabric re-adhered to his shoulder, 6 minutes. If you drag him for 8, I'll suture you first. Huai Chenzhou waited until she secured the hemostatic film. Xiaoxia holds the cable gripper. Xiaoman watches the pawl. Yinshan stays behind the column. Lin Jin sat up. You're chasing them. With me? I won't leave you behind them. A sharp crack echoed from below the shaft. The toothless coupling sleeve slipped from the 5-pedaled cap, its short handle striking the door frame. Huai Chenzhou pressed the pistol muzzle deeper into the cable slot, the barrel first meeting the angled guide plate. That narrow fissure admitted only light, not a clear ballistic path avoiding the main cable. Beneath the lamp's glow, a gray boot stepped onto the door's central seam. The hand-cranked recovery mechanism reversed one tooth, the traction cable slackening. Under its own weight, the door sank toward the threshold, the gap between its two halves gradually closing. The beam's end sprang free from the slot wall, the misaligned washer beneath the cap dropped back into place. A gray-gloved hand pressed the toothless coupling sleeve back into position. For remaining teeth gradually aligned. With the short handle tucked beneath his left armpit, he used his torso to twist it backward. Click. The cap turned. He shifted his stance to reapply torque, the lamp's beam grazing his right elbow. A rigid strap bound that arm tightly across his chest. Zhou Xiaoxia glanced back. Chen Xiaoman did not meet her eyes. His left hand remained pressed upon the toolbox lid. The anti-slip cap has retracted to the stop ring. Chen Xiaoman's voice chased after them through the comm channel. Huai Chenzhou had already brought Lin Jin to the C3 inclined ladder entrance. He glanced back. The beam from his rifle-mounted lamp still lodged deep within the upper cable trough. His gray-gloved foot pressed firmly against the center seam of the cage door, then with a sudden forceful impact his left shoulder slammed into the crossbeam. The loosened crossbeam slid free from one side of its slot, causing both doors to fold inward along their central seam into a narrow V-shape. The lower hinge ear tore away from the threshold while the upper corner, still hooked by the lifting cable, sank downward. Above, the tail chain of the cable gripper slackened by one link, then snapped taut again. Zhou Xiaoxia stared unblinkingly at the white line just before the gripping jaws. The white line did not shift. Neither did the main drum, nor did the parking pawl budge. It remained firmly seated in the gear root. All the shock from below had been absorbed solely between the cable gripper and its load-bearing ear. It's clamped, Chen Xiaoman said. His left hand still steadied the rear end of the pawl. The gash across his palm, opened earlier when he'd caught the pawl, had gone untreated. Blood had crusted over the wound only to split open again under the latest tremor. Zhou Xiaoxia reached out her hand. Your hand. Check the tail chain first. I'm watching the white line. Only then did Chen Xiaoman extend his hand. Zhou Xiaoxia bypassed wound cleaning entirely, first pressing a hemostatic pad firmly against his lacerated palm. As she wrapped the first layer of bandage around his wrist, a dull thud echoed up from the cable trough. The folded cage doors settled onto the guide plate. A gray figure slipped through the V-shaped gap between the doors, and the toothless sleeve coupler vanished with it. Huai Chenzhou withdrew his gaze. The C3 inclined ladder had 2 segments. Lin Jin's wrists remained bound behind his back, a fresh blood seeped from his shoulders. If lowered as is, the first turn would pin him immovably. Huai Chenzhou first secured Lin Jin's chest and shoulder harness to the wall-mounted load-bearing ring, then added a waist tether. With his right wrist still locked behind him, Huai Chenzhou unlocked the left, rotated it forward to the auxiliary short cuff at Lin Jin's abdomen, and only after securing the left cuff's latch did he touch the key to the right wrist. He flexed his numb fingers, finally decided to give my hand back. Borrowing it, to steady the ladder. How long will you borrow it? Huai Chenzhou inspected both latches. We'll discuss that after we clear the ladder. He clipped the other end of the waist tether back onto his own belt ring, then released the lock on the wall-mounted load-bearing ring. The fall arrest slider engaged the ladder's side rail, a device that offered no assistance, only biting hard upon misstep. Lin Jin grasped the rungs with both hands and descended step by step. Huai Chenzhou stayed one rung below him, keeping the waist tether taut. They moved deliberately, unhurried. At the second bend, the hemostatic film over Lin Jin's shoulder bled anew at one corner. He paused on the rung, silent. Hua Qinzhou braced his boot heel from the rung below, holding until Lin Jin's leg bore full weight once more. Only then did he lengthen the tether. A faint, sharp metallic click echoed from the east. After a pause, another. By the time they passed through the lower C3 and reached C4, the blind maintenance platform stood empty. The cage door bent into a V shape lay askew beside them. A bright, freshly scraped groove, left by the sleeve coupler's short handle, stretched eastward across the floor. A third metallic click rang out from the far end of C5. There lay an abandoned sewage recirculation well. Its walls were parched and flaking, ancient rails angled sharply into impenetrable darkness. The hatch was narrower than the corridor, leaving only two narrow maintenance ledges, one on each side, just wide enough for a foothold. Its hinge sat near the corridor side, the opposite end connected to an old counterweight. Once lifted, the hatch would rise upright, blocking both the well mouth and the approach path. A gray figure crouched on the far side of the well opening. The docking head atop the well wall rail protruded from beyond the far edge of the hatch. The gray figure's rapid descent carabiner was already clipped onto it. His right arm remained strapped tightly across his chest. His sole functional left hand pressed down upon an antique needle box, 3 needles piercing through his glove, sinking into pre-worn holes. Each press advanced the hatch's gear rack by exactly 1 tooth. All 3 needles had to fully retract to their calibration marks before the next tooth could engage. 2 sprang back, but the third jammed halfway. The gray figure seized the toothless sleeve coupler with his left hand, wedged its short handle beneath his armpit, and used its remaining 4 teeth to grip the needle's tail, slowly prying it back into alignment. Only when the small counterweight inside the needle box struck bottom did he lift his palm again. The gear rack held 36 positions. 2 red-marked slots remained. The rack stretched long. Its polished travel path had already been traversed 9/10 of its length. Every metallic click echoing from C3 had resounded solely within this gear rack. Hua Qinzhou transferred Lin Jin's chest and shoulder tether from his own belt ring to the corner load-bearing ear, shortening it so Lin Jin could move only a single step. The moment the lock clicked shut, C5 emitted another sharp click, and the penultimate red slot receded into the housing. He lowered his rifle barrel, pressing close to the left cabin frame. Lin Jin glanced at the rail embedded in the well wall. It secured its escape route long ago. Hua Qinzhou activated his forensic lamp. Left hand, off the needle box. The gray figure did not turn. He wrenched the toothless sleeve coupler sharply across the needle's tail, forcing the third needle home. His left palm slammed down. Click. Hua Qinzhou fired. The bullet tore through the outer armor on the gray figure's left thigh. His knee struck the deck with a heavy thud, blood welled from the cracked plating. But his left palm never lifted from the pressure plate. Instead, he leaned into his fall, driving the stroke to its absolute limit. The final tooth cleared its mark. The ancient counterweight plummeted. The far end of the hatch lifted off the deck, rising vertically on its near side hinge, now standing squarely between the 2 men. Hua Qinzhou's second shot struck the hatch. White fire flared along its edge. He retracted his rifle against his chest and stepped sideways onto the right maintenance ledge. The hatch's edge grazed his shoulder armor. A half step sideways would have sent him plunging into the well. He edged past the upright barrier. The gray figure had already drawn both legs into the well mouth. Hua Qinzhou struck its left elbow with the rifle butt. The toothless sleeve coupler flew loose, bounced once on the narrow ledge, then rolled back toward the corner along the deck. Hold it down. Lin Jin extended the toe of his boot forward. The chest and shoulder tether snapped taut, and his sole landed precisely atop the coupler. It twitched, trying to spin, but he pinned it with his heel, nudging it steadily backward. "This goes in the official record," he said. Hua Qinzhou had no time to reply. At the well mouth, his left hand had already closed around the gray glove's wrist. The gray figure glanced down into the well, then kicked hard off the wall with his right foot and dropped backward of his own volition. His rapid descent carabiner plunged down the rail, its internal speed-limiting ratchet shrieked. The sudden downward jerk wrenched his left arm straight. Hua Qinzhou's 5 fingers clamped the wrist, until the tightening strap's buckle snapped apart, stripping the entire gray glove clean from the hand. The bare left hand flipped halfway over beneath the rifle lamp's beam. 3 fresh puncture wounds still oozed blood. Across the webbing between thumb and index finger ran a pale old scar, already faded white. The scar bifurcated at its tip, one branch long, the other short. 4 consecutive frames were captured by the forensic lamp. The gray figure vanished down the slanted well rail. The rail bent sharply eastward past the well lip. The injured left leg flashed only once at the curve. Before Hua Qinzhou's muzzle even cleared the rim, the figure was swallowed by the turn. Hua Qinzhou reached the well's edge. The descent slider had followed the gray figure down. Only one rail remained on the well wall, its surface polished bright by the slider's passage, its terminus lost in darkness below. Behind him, Lin Jin remained locked at the corner. Blood from the needle box dripped steadily down its grooves. He did not leap into the black void. First, Hua Qinzhou sealed the glove. The forensic lamp recorded the precise contact point between Lin Jin's boot sole and the sleeve coupler, tagged as secondary contact, before allowing him to lift his foot. The toothless coupler was placed in its own evidence bag. Nestled between its 4 broken teeth lay a tiny fragment of gray fiber. The 3-needle box remained intact. After photographing the puncture wound's gear rack and blood channels, Hua Qinzhou locked the casing shut and crossed 2 tamper-evidence seals over its opening. Finally, he selected the clearest of the 4 frames showing the gray figure's exposed left hand, and transmitted it to C4 above. Zhou Xiaoxia stared at the image for a long silent moment. She lowered her gaze and soaked the hemostatic pad stuck fast to Chen Xiaoman's palm with saline solution. Chen Xiaoman did not flinch, only asked, "What about the one downstairs?" "He got away," Hua Qinzhou replied. Lin Yinshan remained leaning beside the hospital bed, his left hand resting atop the preservation pouch inside the bed rail. He watched Zhou Xiaoxia gently wipe away dried blood. "Cut when the pawl snapped up," he said. "I saw the blood hit the gear ring first." On screen, the pale scar across the gray figure's palm curved toward the base of the index finger, ending in the same forked bifurcation. Zhou Xiaoxia's cotton swab glided across Chen Xiaoman's wound. The scab parted, revealing the fresh crimson cut, whose tip likewise split into 2 branches. One long, one short. Zhou Xiaoxia froze. On screen, the identical forked division had long since matured into a pale, hardened scar. List the gray glove in the evidence column. Lin Yinshan stared at the already faded old scar on the screen, his left hand still pressing on the preservation bag that held his own right hand. "Don't fill in Chen Xiaoman's name," he said. "My right hand was also crawling on the ground just now, and I've been lying in bed." Zhou Xiaoxia's cotton swab paused over Chen Xiaoman's tiger's mouth. A series of shrill screams suddenly came from the lower level C5. It wasn't human. It was the speed-limiting ratchet inside the rapid descent buckle. The sound rushed past the first bend and abruptly choked off. The empty track shuddered, and a layer of dry powder fell from the shaft wall. Hua Qinzhou first pressed the remote lock for C6 on his wrist screen, then froze the local maintenance permissions. Only after the 2 status lights turned red did he lean over the shaft edge. The gun light couldn't reach the dead angle, turning eastward, only illuminating a still trembling track tongue. A fresh half-scratch mark appeared on the edge of the track tongue. The gray shadow hadn't slid far. The rapid descent buckle had oversped, and the speed-limiting pawl was jammed in the transition teeth of the bend. The left leg armor shattered from the gunshot had also wedged into the track tongue, the corner exposed to the light covered in blood. A muffled thud came from down the shaft. 2 seconds later, another one. There was a folded pedal near the bend of the old cleaning track. Only when a person stepped on the pedal, unloading the weight from the belt, could the speed-limiting pawl disengage from the teeth. That thing's right arm was bound to its chest, its left leg still stuck in the armor, so it could only use its right foot to kick the rusted pedal again and again. The leg armor twisted in the track tongue, the quick-release buckle also locked by the lateral load. Unless the armor came out first, it couldn't even press the buckle tongue. Hua Qinzhou took the anti-fall slider used for the C3 slanted ladder and clicked it onto the shaft track. The latch only went in half a finger, the locked tongue hanging outside the track. The 2 types of tracks weren't compatible. The only thing that could reach the first bend was the restraint tether in front of Lin Jin's chest. The full 6-meter length was enough, but to use it for descent, it had to be unhooked from Lin Jin's chest shoulder rings and reattached to Hua Qinzhou's waist. Hua Qinzhou's thumb touched the lock buckle, but didn't press it. Lin Jin looked down at that hand. "You can bet I won't run." "The bet isn't mine." Hua Qinzhou turned to the shaft wall. There was a 5-meter fixed recovery reel embedded there with a trackside guide channel leading all the way to the bend and an original factory guide wheel. The empty hook could descend along the channel by its own weight, but the ratchet could only recover, not break, to lower a person down the shaft. He smashed open the rusted cover and placed the recovery hook into the guide channel. The steel cable was still sliding down the gray glove in the evidence bag at his feet, shaking over the wrist opening. Inside the reinforcement band at the cuff, there were 2 abrasions, leaving only a single strand of gray-blue thread. Between the remaining teeth of the missing tooth sleeve, the same double-strand fiber was caught. Lin Jin glanced at it. It first wore the wrist, opening down to 1 strand. Hua Qinzhou didn't reply, his hand releasing the cable uninterrupted. "Zhou Xiaoxia." Hua Qinzhou pressed the communicator. "Chen Xiaoman is 2 meters from the cable gripper. His left forearm is fixed to the bed rail, staying in the forensics camera view the entire time." The upper level fell silent for a moment. Zhou Xiaoxia pulled a soft restraint strap from under the hospital bed. Chen Xiaoman glanced at her, then walked over to the bed rail and placed his left forearm on it. "Tie it by the wrist, don't press the tiger's mouth. You're picky about where. If it hurts and you miscount the teeth, you'll embarrass me." The lock buckle clicked shut. "It's tight." Zhou Xiaoxia's fingers moved. "Don't loosen it," Chen Xiaoman said. "If you loosen it, you'll have to keep looking back at me." She didn't loosen it. As soon as the words fell, a small piece of black iron dropped from the back edge of the cable gripper. The locking plate of the rear through bolt had broken. The tail of the rear bolt was slowly backing out, and a thin crack opened in the split housing. The white line before the clamping mouth didn't move the main drum, didn't move the recoil from the cage door falling, just now, had all been absorbed by this cable gripper, and now it burst out from the old locking plate. Zhou Xiaoxia had just picked up the short hammer when Chen Xiaoman shouted to stop her. Don't touch the bolt, take the bypass first. Which one? The emergency pack, the yellow head auxiliary chain. The safety cable clamp goes on the loaded side, the hoist hangs on the second load-bearing ear. Don't put it in the same place as the original tail chain. Zhou Xiaoxia dropped the hammer and pulled out the handchain hoist. From the lower level, a third muffled sound came from behind the bend. The folded pedal finally dropped, and at the same moment the steel cable slid past the fixed guide wheel. The recovery hook following the guide channel bit into the outer edge of the left leg armor. Hua Qinzhou immediately tightened the fixed recovery reel. Click. The recovery hook took hold, and the gunshot-damaged left leg was dragged back into the light. The leg armor wedged in the track tongue also backed out half a finger, and the quick release key previously locked by torque snapped back into place. On the upper level, Zhou Xiaoxia also pressed down one notch of the handle. Click. The safety cable clamp bit into the main cable, and the auxiliary chain slowly straightened. The tail chain of the original cable gripper was still jumping. It hasn't unloaded yet. Chen Xiaoman stared at it, pulling more. The steel cable below suddenly sank. Hua Qinzhou stepped back half a pace, and the recovery hook pulled the injured leg back another segment. The crack in the armor was already soaked through with blood. The tip of the boot was only half a meter from the shaft edge. Just half a meter, and Hua Qinzhou could grab that boot. The leg armor had already exited the track tongue. The gray shadow's right foot stepped firmly on the now flat pedal, using one leg to push its body up, finally letting the rapid descent buckle at its waist unload the weight. Hua Qinzhou hauled on the recovery reel, but the gray shadow first used its left hand to press the leg armor's quick release. Hua Qinzhou only managed to drag the blood-stained armor away from that leg. That hand had already reversed grasped the reset ring of the rapid descent buckle. The weight in Hua Qinzhou's hands suddenly lightened. What the recovery reel brought up was only the leg armor. A short ratchet sound came from deep inside the curved track. The speed-limiting pawl had disengaged from the teeth. The gray shadow with an injured leg lacking armor slid along the east side, slanted track, toward C6. The scraping sound grew fainter and fainter until it was completely inaudible. Hua Qinzhou first pressed his wrist screen C6 lock maintain. Seal the east exit. Only after confirming that both status lights were still red, did he pull the leg armor back onto the shaft edge. Lin Jin watched the still dripping leg armor, didn't catch the man, but caught the blood. Hua Qinzhou sealed the quick release opening on the leg armor. Another ratchet sound came from the upper level. Zhou Xiaoxia tightened the hoist, and the tail chain of the original cable gripper finally dropped one link. Now the force is unloaded, Chen Xiaoman said. Lock the hoist pawl and add the safety chain. Clamp the beam clamp shell, then align the hole with a taper punch. Zhou Xiaoxia hung the safety chain and used the beam clamp to close the shell. The taper punch aligned with the rear bolt hole, and the copper hammer drove the rear through bolt back into place. A new locking plate passed through the bolt tail and was wired with a safety wire. She released the hoist tooth by tooth. The old tail chain retensioned the white line still in place. The safety cable clamp wasn't removed, and the auxiliary chain was only slackened until it no longer shared the main load still pressed against the load line. Only then did she return to the bedside and lift the blood-soaked dressing pad on Chen Xiaoman's tiger's mouth. But Chen Xiaoman was still looking at the underground footage. Enlarge that hand again. Extend your hand. That hand. What's being dealt with now is you. Zhou Xiaoxia pressed the hemostatic gel into the wound. Whether it hurts or not, I don't care. That was when the C6 alarm popped up. The remote lock had been glowing red, but was then overridden by a local emergency command. C6 palm vein authentication passed. Maintenance operator Chen Xiaoman. Cleaning reflux backwash started. Waterhead arriving at C53030. The backwash pump started rotating at low speed. The closed reflux main pipe behind the track began to vibrate, first layers of dry powder falling from the shaft wall. Chen Xiaoman listened only for a moment before his expression changed. Remote can't stop it. Local emergency permissions override the lock. The countdown jumped to 29. Consequences? Hua Qinzhou asked. The water doesn't go through the shaft, it goes through the reflux main pipe behind the track. 30 seconds to C5, 45 seconds to hit the C4 blind plate. Chen Xiaoman raised his left hand still bound to the bed rail. We need to open the C4 bypass pilot valve to divert the water into the waste liquid buffer tank. The valve lock only recognizes the maintenance operator's palm vein. Xiaoxia. Zhou Xiaoxia had already gripped the lock buckle of the soft restraint strap, but didn't open it. On the screen the words, Maintenance Operator Chen Xiaoman, were still lit. Hua Qinzhou looked at her. Unfasten him. At the 28th second the lock buckle sprung open. Chen Xiaoman tore off the soft strap and lunged toward the auxiliary valve behind the cable gripper. His right wrist was still bound to his chest. He pressed his left palm, which had just been sealed with blood, onto the authentication panel. C4 palm vein authentication passed. Maintenance Operator Chen Xiaoman. The mechanical lock tongue popped open, and Zhou Xiaoxia grasped the pilot handle with both hands. At the 27th second, she pulled the pilot handle down to the first notch. The C6 backwash valve jumped from 12% to 19%. Operator Chen Xiaoman. Operator Chen Xiaoman. Chen Xiaoman raised his left palm, leaving a bloody handprint on the authentication panel. C4 Chen Xiaoman. C6 Chen Xiaoman. Don't look at the name. He said look at the water. The water head reached C5 with 27 seconds remaining. This cylinder of water can't be stopped, Chen Xiaoman said. Get out of the way or it will stop on its own when it's done. Zhou Xiaoxia pressed both hands on the pilot handle, the first notch already at the bottom. The adjacent exhaust vane clung to the pipe mouth motionless. The buffer chamber isn't venting. Chen Xiaoman tilted his chin toward the foot of the hospital bed red cap. Lin Jin instinctively raised his right shoulder, but the empty sleeve only brushed against the bed rail. He glanced down at the preservation bag still wedged in the bed tube, then switched to press the strap, with his left elbow reaching for the red cap with his left hand. The bed wheels were locked. Unable to reach, he hooked his heel around the pull ring and yanked it back. The red cap fell to the floor. A gust of hot air reeking of rust burst out, and the exhaust vane snapped open with a pop. From deep within the empty chamber came a sound like someone tapping a bowl inside an iron can. Second notch, Chen Xiaoman said. Zhou Xiaoxia pushed downward. The pilot handle had barely sunk half a finger when it rebounded violently. She didn't let go, but the edge of the handle left a white scratch on her tiger's mouth. Force it down. As she sank her shoulder, Chen Xiaoman suddenly tilted his ear. Scrap that last order. Give it half an inch. Zhou Xiaoxia shot him a glare, but instantly released the force. The pilot handle sprang back halfway, and she used the second fall to send it downward. Click. The second notch locked. The bypass main valve rotated slowly behind the wall, vibrations traveling through the deck to the underside of the bed. The preservation bag under Lin Jin gave a slight jump. Zhou Xiaoxia saw it. She hooked a cold storage hard case from under the bed with her foot, flipped open the side cover, and slapped the sealed low-temperature module into the slot. She snapped the low-temperature module onto the side of the case. A blue short tube connected to the cold source port at the foot of the door column. A palm-length flexible hose was exposed at the connector, not yet pressed into the protective channel. A line of numbers flashed during the module's self-check. Offline cold storage 0700. 7 minutes. Lin Jin asked. Chen Xiaoman stared at the numbers. It moved on the ground for 6 minutes and 57 seconds last time. Zhou Xiaoxia lifted the case lid. So don't let the blue light die. Put your hand in first. A sudden impact came from the lower level of C5. Huachenzhou looked up. The return main pipe behind the tracks was bulging outward, then slowly contracting back. A second sound followed, rolling through the elbow, muffled and half a beat late. Lin Jin pressed his boot sole against the pipe wall. The chest-shoulder tether allowed him only one step. He tried half a step more, and the lock immediately tightened. Huachenzhou didn't release the tether, only let out half a palm's length of the fixed length. Enough. Enough to hear. The third impact came. A hollow echo first, then a dull thud. Lin Jin withdrew his foot. The front one is a cylinder. The one behind will shrink. Huachenzhou pressed the communicator. There's a manned maintenance cylinder ahead of the waterhead. Someone's inside. Chen Xiaoman pulled up the cylinder position record for C6. The record stopped at 18 minutes ago. Cylinder entered slot, tail chamber, not closed. Next entry was the palm authentication inside the chamber. He stared for 2 seconds. It didn't crawl in 10 seconds. It was already lying in wait, only waiting for the water to close the door for it. Zhou Xiaoxia turned to look at the dry side door behind the bed. The bypass is also the cylinder retraction port, Chen Xiaoman said. If we bring the water over, it will come to this door. Zhou Xiaoxia had already pulled the preservation bag and its fixing rope out of the bed tube, pressing the entire thing into the hard case. When the blue light came on, Lin Jin's left hand was still pressed on the bag, opening, not letting go. Where do I lock the case? He asked. Behind the load-bearing column. Only then did he move his hand away, personally pressing down the second lock. The hard case's short chain looped around the column ring and locked. The blue light faced outward directly toward his bed. Zhou Xiaoxia wrapped a pack of waste saline with the just-changed blood gauze, stuffed it into a transparent treatment bag, and hung it on the end of the bed rail outside the column. Lin Jin looked at its light. Chen Xiaoman said it wasn't weighed when it came out. Both the person and the case go behind the column. Huachenzhou's voice came from the communicator. Seal the retraction cylinder door. Don't stand in front of it. At that moment, the water head reached C5. The main pipe shuddered violently. Huachenzhou locked the sealed leg armor and gray gloves into the wall-mounted fixing rings, then pressed Lin Jin back into the inner corner of the bin, the chest-shoulder tether still taut on the original load-bearing ear. Lin Jin's shoulder wound reddened again from the pressure, but his foot had already stepped on the sliding, tooth-missing sleeve evidence bag. Does this count as obstructing evidence collection? Counts as protecting evidence. Write that in the report. The manned maintenance cylinder rushed past C5, hugging the waterhead. The first impact knocked out the gun light. The second sounded like a body hitting the tail of the cylinder, so close it made one's teeth ache. Upstairs, Zhou Xiaoxia kicked off the wheel lock, and and pushed the bed into the dead angle behind the load-bearing column. After relocking the bed wheels, she threaded the cone punch used for repairing the cable grabber through the 2 lock ears of the dry side door, driving it home with a short hammer. No gap was left on the door. Chen Xiaoman's right arm was still bound to his chest. With his left hand, he grabbed the self-tightening strap he had used earlier, then pulled out a spare from under the bed. The 2 sleeves were already preformed. He only hooked the fixed hook high and low onto the door column stand, handing the tail ends to Zhou Xiaoxia. It can use its left hand, he said. I know which hand to snare. Zhou Xiaoxia switched the short hammer to her right hand and stood to the side of the door hinge. The bypass main valve crossed the black graduation line. The sound of water did not rush toward the blind plate, but instead poured into the waste liquid buffer chamber. The maintenance cylinder was also guided into the C4-cylinder retractor, biting down heavily. The entire cylinder rack sank backward. The cone punch didn't break, but the left lock ear rusted through, was torn off by the second impact. Half of the iron ear still looped on the cone punch, bringing down a curled strip of old iron sheet. The dry side door frame was also twisted, one side of the door edge pressed into the cylinder rack. The person inside the cylinder had used their own body to deliver this impact. C6 finished the last segment of quantitative backwash. The pump sound went from sharp to low, then stopped. The buffer chamber liquid level stopped at the first red line. The blind plate pressure returned to 0. The retractor inlet gate then dropped behind the maintenance cylinder. Only when the pump stopped did everyone hear the blood from Chen Xiaoman's palm hitting the deck. One drop. Another drop. On the screen, 2 lines of Chen Xiaoman were still lit side by side, with a red frame below. Same credential, dual-end occupation. Lock conflict record and freeze credential. Chen Xiaoman pressed confirm with his bloodstained thumb. Both lines of names turned gray simultaneously. It can't be used anymore, he said. I can't use it either. Zhou Xiaoxia stared at the dry side door. Worry about your work number after we get out alive. The residual water in the retractor drained and the differential pressure pin popped open. A broken section of strap extended from inside the door. It hooked onto the slipknot and yanked back sharply. The soft strap tightened instantly, but only caught an empty section. Zhou Xiaoxia didn't move. A second time the emergency lever turned to the end. The dry side door slammed into the cone punch, still piercing the right lock ear, the diagonal gap only opening a little. The gray shadow didn't push the door again, but instead squeezed sideways, forcing its way out. A cracked faceplate first emerged. It was filled with blood. Every breath made a red bubble pop from the crack. Its left shoulder sagged, the left leg missing its armor, dragged behind the wound, torn from the knee to the back of the thigh. It still managed to squeeze half a body length out. Only then did Zhou Xiaoxia's short hammer fall. Bang! The hammer head struck the gray shadow's only movable left forearm. The hook blade that had just protruded half an inch from the wrist was deflected, scraping a trail of sparks across the door frame. As the gray shadow fell to its knees, its left hand happened to land in the second slipknot. Zhou Xiaoxia yanked backward. The strap bit into the wrist flesh, distorting the old white scar. Chen Xiaoman immediately swung the dry side door back, the door edge pressing down on its left shoulder. It only managed to grab the transparent treatment bag hanging by the bed. The hook blade cut through the bag skin. Waste saline and blood gauze splashed onto its hand. Lin Jin watched the saline draining from the torn bag. I told you it was light. The gray shadow looked up. The voice behind the cracked faceplate leaked air unrecognizable in timbre. The left wrist flipped, and the hook blade slashed toward the base of the wall. The blue cold source tube was severed. White mist sprayed across the deck. The hard case hidden behind the load-bearing column emitted a short beep. The blue light went out, and the number that had flashed during self-check reappeared. Offline cold storage 0700. The strap was still buried deep in the gray shadow's wrist flesh, and the entrance gate behind it was lit with a full row of red lights. The transparent treatment bag lay deflated at its feet, the saline flowing along the deck toward lower ground. The countdown jumped to 6 minutes and 59 seconds. It stared at the hard case. It will climb again. Zhou Xiaoxia did not ask what it was climbing. She planted her foot firmly on the tail end of the self-tightening strap, then slid the short hammer into the narrow gap between the hook blade and the door frame. Its head wedged crosswise against the blade's back, its handle braced against the wrist blade's guiding groove. She struck the hammer's base twice with her palm, the head locked tight. Only then did she release her grip and test the hold. The gray figure flicked its wrist once. The hook blade scraped across the hammerhead with a sharp metallic shriek. The second noose, still unfastened from its target, looped around its left elbow and snapped back onto the upright pillar. Zhou Xiaoxia yanked sharply backward, instantly wrenching her opponent's left arm into an unnatural twisted angle. One restraint pinned the wrist, another the elbow, the crooked dry side door still pressed down upon her left shoulder. Struggle once more, she said, and I'll bind your hands, not just your arms. Bind what? A blood bubble rose and burst inside the shattered faceplate. The breakpoint. Chen Xiaoman had already crouched beside the wall base. The gray figure had severed an exposed blue flexible conduit. The severed end still lodged within its compression-style quick connect fitting. The connector's locking lip remained intact. Once the white mist ceased flowing, the internal check valve reseated itself automatically. It can be reconnected, he said. First extract the residual tube segment. The new cut must be perfectly perpendicular, then feed the blue line through. He extended his left hand. Zhou Xiaoxia blocked it with the back of her hand. Do you even have a working hand right now? No. Blood welled anew across the palm of Chun Xiaoman's hand. Then use your mouth. The short hammer held the wrist blade immovably in place. She kept her foot anchored on the strap, dropped to one knee, and began repairing the chilled conduit with both hands. She compressed the outer ring and pulled the severed tip free, then brought the surgical blade down vertically, slicing the conduit's frayed edge clean and flush in a single stroke. After wiping away the frost, she guided the newly trimmed end steadily toward the ceiling gasket. The gray figure suddenly spoke, pushing half a centimeter further. Its voice fell short and clipped, nearly identical to Chen Xiaoman's own tone moments before. Zhou Xiaoxia's hand did not move. Enough, Chen Xiaoman murmured, eyes fixed on the blue calibration line along the conduit surface. Lock the outer ring. The blue tube, now shortened by half a palm's length, stretched taut, too rigid. Lin Jin hooked his heel beneath the hard case bottom ring and dragged the case, and its attached short chain, slightly toward the load-bearing column. He halted the drag precisely when the conduit ceased trembling. Then he stepped firmly onto the case's corner and ran his left hand over two locking clasps. Both were secure. The countdown timer dropped to 5 minutes and 21 seconds, then vanished from the screen. External coolant restored. Offline cold storage recharging. The blue indicator light reignited. White frost slowly crept inward along the case's lid, sealing the edges. Coolant reconnected. Zhou Xiaoxia pressed her comm unit. Subject remains secured. At C5, Huachinzhou had just settled the sewage inspection hatch back into place. The mechanical anti-retraction pin slid fully home. He added a secondary fuse before retrieving the leg armor gray gloves and toothless socket wrench. All 3 pieces of evidence were returned to the case, each seal meticulously verified. Lin Jin's restraining tether remained fastened to the load-bearing ear. Huachinzhou first attached the new traction cable to the auxiliary ring and tightened it. Only after the new line bore full tension did he unclip the old one. Taking me with you again, not leaving you beside the empty rail. You measure trust in kilometers. In centimeters. The C4 vertical shaft entrance remained obstructed, blocked by the retrieval spooler and the misaligned dry side door. They would ascend first from C5 to C3, then descend via the side ladder. At every turn, Huachinzhou shifted to Lin Jin's lower side. The waist tether remained taut, leaving no space between them. The first bend was too narrow. The evidence case caught momentarily. Huachinzhou rotated it forward. His holster emerged into Lin Jin's field of view on the right. Lin Jin did not reach for it. Only braced the case's base with his knee, while Huachinzhou freed a hand to resecure the side ladder fall arrest clip. Up above, silence lingered, rare and fragile. The gray figure's hook blade remained wedged beneath the hammerhead. 2 straps bound its left elbow and left wrist. Its left leg, stripped of armor, dragged lifelessly inside the tube, blood tracing a slow path downward along the drainage channel. Breathing behind the fractured faceplate had slowed since emergence, each crimson bubble surfacing only after long intervals. Zhou Xiaoxia glanced once down the corridor, her hand never lifting from the strap. The faceplate remained unremoved. The old strap securing its right arm stayed untouched. Chen Xiaoman leaned against the lead seat, applying coagulant gel himself to the tear across his thumb web. Gel oozed into the crevices between fingers, binding index and middle together. Damn, glued them wrong. Minutes passed. Then the hard case screen refreshed with 2 new lines. Internal temperature preservation zone. Offline cold storage recharge complete. Once the temperature stabilized within the preservation zone, silence held, unbroken, for exactly 3 minutes. Lin Jin continued staring at the case. Xiaoxia, moi, scratch my right wrist for me. Zhou Xiaoxia instinctively turned her head. Only an empty sleeve dangled beyond the bed rail. Lin Jin saw it too. He paused for 2 seconds, then used his left hand to press the hollow sleeve back onto his thigh. Never mind. The itch has passed. The gray figure laughed, a sound that seeped through the broken faceplate like a blood-filled bubble bursting. Zhou Xiaoxia turned back. That amusing? It's not the itch. Lin Jinshan's right shoulder twitched upward, just once. A soft click echoed from inside the hard case. Not an impact, more like fingernails dragging slowly across the inner wall. The blue light remained steady. Internal temperature stayed within the preservation zone. Yet the narrow observation window centered on the case's lid began to change. Condensation fog parted to reveal a small perfect circle, then a second, then a third. 5 fingertip-sized translucent impressions appeared sequentially on the window, migrating slowly from the load-bearing column side toward the corridor. A faint, brittle tearing sound came from the preservation bag. The outermost securing cord loosened as a thumb slipped it free from its knot. Neither case lock had been disturbed. The short chain still encircled the column ring. Don't open it, Zhou Xiaoxia said. I'd rather not lose more limbs than I already have. Footsteps reached the outer corridor of C4. Huachinzhou first secured the evidence case into the external mounting ring. Alternating tension between the two clamps ensured Lin Jin's chest tether transferred seamlessly from Huachinzhou's waist ring to the external load-bearing ear without a single moment of slack. The instant Lin Jin stepped clear of the cabin frame, a heavy palm slammed against the observation window. All 5 translucent impressions vanished simultaneously. In their place, 5 new ones bloomed at the opposite end of the window, directly facing Lin Jin. Huachinzhou forbade further movement. Stay outside the line. His pistol cleared the frame first, then his body followed. The gray figure remained pinned beneath the door edge. Zhou Xiaoxia's foot never lifted from the strap. Huachinzhou took position slightly behind, and to her right, his muzzle pressing against the gray figure's brow. Disarm the blade. Under cover of the weapon, Zhou Xiaoxia withdrew the short hammer. Its jaws clamped instantly onto the hook blade's base. The retention pin disengaged, and the entire wrist blade slid free from its guide slot into the evidence pouch. A rigid cuff locked over the left wrist, outside the original strap, and its chain fastened to the pillar beside the door. The loop around the left elbow remained. Over the old chest restraint, a second rigid clamp secured both right wrist and upper arm. Huachinzhou tested each restraint, pulling deliberately, methodically. None yielded. Only then did Zhou Xiaoxia step away from the doorway to reinforce the cold storage case with 2 crisscrossing bands. Lin Yinshan watched through the observation window. Outer locks unchanged. Short chain unchanged. 1 bag cord loosened. Log the containment breach. Record it, Huachinzhou replied. Do not open the case. The gray figure now possessed no hand capable of reaching outward. Zhou Xiaoxia moved beside it, and through the 2 layers of restraint pressed her palm flat over the back of its right hand. Huachinzhou set the forensic lamp on the floor, its lens aimed squarely at the observation window. He returned to the cabin frame and grasped Lin Jin's tether. Hold still. Move only your right hand. Lin Jin raised his right palm. 7 freshly sealed burn marks crossed his palm lines. His body remained anchored by the original tether length, yet he shifted his right hand precisely half a foot to the left. Inside the observation window, the 5 translucent impressions chased his motion, one by one. Simultaneously, Zhou Xiaoxia's fingertips stiffened where they pressed against the gray figure's right hand. Beneath the dual restraints, that right hand stirred. Index finger bent first, then middle and ring fingers followed. A little finger curled inward. Finally, the thumb pressed down onto the palm, matching beat for beat the sequence of the 5 impressions fading and reforming within the window. Enough, Huachinzhou said. Lin Jin lowered his hand. He was drawn back along the tether to the outer corridor's turning point. Within the window, the impressions lost orientation, hesitated, then gradually dissolved beneath the returning condensation fog. A muffled thud rose from the case's base, then silence resumed. The screen's temperature reading held steady within the preservation zone. The gray figure never once looked at the hard case. Its gaze remained fixed, unblinking, on Lin Jin's retreating right hand. The blood bubble beneath the faceplate burst. The recipient has arrived.